For a 100,000 yuan bounty, I snuck into the girls' dormitory where a murder had occurred late at night, only to be mistaken for the psychotic killer by an undercover female officer who pinned me to the ground. Facing the pitch-black gun barrel, I was utterly panicked, but to prove my innocence, I forced myself to endure the headache and activated the crime simulation mode. Watching me accurately recreate every action and every psychological activity of the murderer, the female officer's expression shifted from disdain to terror. "You're not the murderer, you're the devil." When I dragged the real culprit out from several kilometers away, the entire police station erupted in chaos. Chapter 1, The Policewoman in Black Stockings. Manhwa University. The women's dormitory building was completely dark. A few days ago, 3 female students from room 319 in the foreign languages department were found brutally murdered in their dorm. One other person remains in a coma and has not yet regained consciousness. Rumors say the police found no traces except for a single footprint outside the window. They've offered a 100,000 yuan reward for any leads. The dormitory building was now empty, with all the students having moved out. Fang Shuo glanced around at the deserted surroundings before slipping inside. Never thought my first time entering a girl's dormitory would be because of a murder case. For a 100,000 yuan reward, even if there's a female ghost, I'll drag you back to claim the bounty. Fang Shuo muttered as he looked at the dark hallway, the novelty of sneaking into the girl's dormitory slightly overshadowing his fear, and he tiptoed toward the 3rd floor. Just as he reached the corner of the 2nd floor, he suddenly saw a shadowy figure dart past in the 3rd floor corridor. Fang Shuo shivered violently. Damn, what's going on? Seeing the shadow disappear into the room at the end of the hallway, Fang Shuo quietly moved closer. By the faint moonlight coming through the window, Fang Shuo finally realized this was room 319. Fang Shuo took a deep breath, kicked open the ajar door, and leaped inside. Don't move, Fang Shuo bellowed. But the scene before his eyes left Fang Shuo utterly stunned. At this moment, inside room 319, only 4 white human-shaped outlines remain. Desolate, eerie and chilling. Where is any trace of a ghost? Could I have been mistaken? Fang Shuo shook his head and walked to the window. Peering out, he indeed spotted a footprint. Fang Shuo had previously simulated the footprints left by climbing in through the window and couldn't help but freeze in place. Something's not right, how could these footprints? Don't move! Just as Fang Shuo stood there bewildered, a woman's voice suddenly rang out from behind him. Trembling, Fang Shuo slowly turned his head and gasped sharply at the sight of the dark figure behind him. The shadowy figure had wild, disheveled hair that completely covered its face, making it impossible to see what it looked like. However, its skin was unnaturally pale, and the lower part of its body was entirely submerged in darkness utterly devoid of legs. Sister Ghost, I was wrong. I was just joking when I said I'd turn you in for a bounty. Please, don't take it seriously. Fang Shuo said pitifully to the female ghost. Humph. The female ghost let out a cold snort, seemingly very dissatisfied with herself. Fang Shuo immediately became anxious. At this point, there's nothing left but to give it our all. It's said that ghosts have no physical form. Since you have no legs, don't blame me for what happens next. With this thought, Fang Shuo didn't care what the female ghost in front of him intended to do. He suddenly crouched down, attempting to dart out from beneath her. Fang Shuo's plan was simple. Once he escaped the dormitory building, he would immediately run towards the male dormitory. That place was brimming with young energy. Even a female ghost would lose a layer of her essence if she dared follow him there. Fang Shuo never expected that what he thought would be an intangible, empty female ghost turned out to collide with 2 actual legs. Reacting instinctively, he grabbed them, his touch met smooth, delicate skin. Under the moonlight, he glanced down. Black stockings with lettering? Since when do female ghosts dress this provocatively? But Fang Shuo had no time to think anymore. The next moment, he felt his entire body being flung into the air, spinning 360 degrees before crashing heavily onto the ground. Immediately after, a long, stocking-clad leg pressed firmly against his neck. Wait a minute. Something's off, this leg isn't cold at all. Instead, it carries a faint fragrance, and a few crimson-painted nails dig into the dim moonlight. What's going on? Since when are female ghosts this sexy? Fang Shuo looked bewildered. He felt his understanding of female ghosts had been completely overturned. Don't move, I'm a cop. At this moment, the figure pressing down on Fang Shuo said coldly, Police? You're dressed like this and telling me you're police? To die beneath a female ghost is to be a ghost of charm. Just give me a quick end. Fang Shuo resigned himself to fate, giving up all struggle. Shut up, get up, take off your pants, and tie yourself up with the belt. The policewoman glared at Fang Shuo and stood up from atop him. Today, I was wearing a dress with black pantyhose, sitting on the perpetrator. It really wasn't very dignified. What? Take off my pants? No way. A warrior prefers death to humiliation. You say you're a police officer. Where's your badge? Fang Shuo was deeply suspicious. Alright, you said you forgot to bring it, but surely you have handcuffs, right? I've seen on TV, every cop carries handcuffs. If you can produce them, then I'll believe you. Fang Shuo, staring at the motionless female ghost before him, suddenly regained his confidence. Lin Xi on the other side was left speechless. Tonight, I was forced by my mom to go on a blind date. Because of the case, Lin Xi had been working for 2 days and nights without rest. Finally having a night off, she was unwilling to go on a blind date to begin with, and even more so when she found out the other person was some bureau director's son. So she didn't even bother to dress up, she just grabbed a pair of stockings in the dark with her hair all messy. She didn't realize it looked so outrageous, but the effect was surprisingly good. After just a few lines of conversation, the blind date took a phone call and left on his own. Lin Xi had been thinking about the recent case, and since the blind date restaurant was near Shuemu University, she considered revisiting the scene, perhaps there were overlooked clues. As she went upstairs, she suddenly heard movement behind her, as if someone had arrived. Many murderers have a habit of returning to the crime scene. Judging by the footprints, the suspect was between 180 to 183 centimeters tall with a well-proportioned build. From afar, Lin Xi noticed that this figure matched the description closely. Hid behind the door, intending to take advantage of surprise. Just moments ago, this guy actually kicked the door open, nearly crushing Lin Xi behind it to death. Today was supposed to be a blind date, but Lin Xi didn't bring anything with him, yet he became suspected by the murderer. Lin Xi couldn't help but feel exasperated. You really aren't a ghost. Just as Lin Xi didn't know how to explain, Fang Shuo suddenly noticed the shadow behind Lin Xi and immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Xi couldn't help but roll her eyes. Is this guy really the murderer? How can you be so stupid? Wait, if you're really a cop, you wouldn't think I'm the murderer, would you? Fang Shuo immediately realized. Haha, aren't you? Lin Xi gave a cold smile. Like hell I am. My name is Fang Shuo, a sophomore in the math department. I came here to help the police solve the case. You say you're a cop? I don't buy it. For all I know, you could be the killer. Fang Shuo muttered. What did you say? Lin Xi gritted her teeth. I said, I'm really not the murderer. I have proof. A wise man knows when to retreat. Fang Shuo hastily pleaded for mercy. Chapter 2 Suspicions Evidence? What evidence do you have? Lin Xi looked at Fang Shuo warily. Footprints. There's something off about the footprints outside the window. Fang Shuo pursed his lips towards the window. Just now, while simulating the killer's actions, he felt there was something odd about the footprint. But before he could think it through, Lin Xi pulled him up. What's wrong with the footprint? Isn't this the footprint you left when you stepped in? You're not thinking of trying to erase this trace, are you? Let me tell you, don't waste your effort. We've already documented the footprints with photographs for evidence. Even if you wipe it away, it won't make any difference. Lin Xi said with a face full of vigilance. Miss Ghost, please use your brain a little. Judging by the footprints, the height and build are similar to mine, but take a look at the shape of these prints yourself. Would I really step there to come up? Fang Shuo said with a helpless expression. Who are you calling big sister? Who's the female ghost? Lin Xi waved her hand with gritted teeth. Come see for yourself. If someone were to climb in by stepping on the outer wall, the footprints left wouldn't be this large. The pressure points should only be at the toes. But in that case, it would likely be impossible to determine the shoe size. So I think this footprint was deliberately left by the killer to mislead your police investigation. Fang Shuo voiced out his reasoning. Footprints? Hearing Fang Shuo's words, Lin Xi instantly understood without even looking. I just lost my composure after Fang Shuo called me big sister ghost. Speaking of which, Lin Xi was also a top graduate from the police academy, where forensic investigation was a required course. This time, such a situation was entirely overlooked because, aside from the footprint at the scene, there were no traces whatsoever like fingerprints, hair, or skin tissues. Since it's a girls' dormitory, except for one surveillance camera in the entrance hall, there are no cameras installed in other areas. So the police focused their attention on the only clue, the footprints. Can analyze the perpetrator's height, body type, and other profiles for investigation purposes. But they overlooked the issue with the footprint itself. But that doesn't make sense either. At that time, the dormitory was locked from the inside with this old-fashioned bolt, making it impossible to lock from the outside. How did the killer escape? Lin Xi frowned and said slowly. Listening to Fang Shuo's words, Lin Xi also found them reasonable, but this seemed to bring up even more puzzles. I do have a way to verify it. Fang Shuo said slowly. How do you want to confirm it? Lin Xi thought for a moment and asked Fang Shuo. Fang Shuo was about to say something when he felt an intense pain surge from deep within his head. Here we go. When Fang Shuo was young, he was involved in a car accident that claimed both his parents. From that moment on, he developed this strange and persistent headache. Each time the headache strikes, Fang Shuo seems to enter a peculiar state where his thoughts become unusually active, and he transforms into someone extraordinarily intelligent. This time at the crime scene, this hidden ailment became Fang Shuo's greatest asset. He intends to reconstruct the scene and simulate the criminal's entire process. Fang Shuo could no longer spare a thought for the policewoman before him. Fighting through the piercing pain in his head, he moved toward the window. Then, fueled by that very headache, Fang Shuo felt an uncontrollable surge of brutality and exhilaration rising from the depths of his heart. Yes, brutality and exhilaration. A murderer sneaking into a girl's dormitory in the dead of night would harbor no other desires besides ravaging and inflicting violence. Female college students. Youthful and beautiful female college students. Unattainable female college students. Fang Shuo's eyes also turned red. Lin Xi, noticing Fang Shuo's unusual behavior, instinctively backed away a few steps in caution. She was about to pull out her phone to call for help when she realized Fang Shuo didn't seem to be approaching her. But, to simulate the crime? Lin Xi couldn't help widening her eyes. Meanwhile, Fang Shuo was now fully immersed in his role. If there really was a killer who climbed walls to enter girls' dormitories, he must be someone who stood in stark contrast to the group of female university students, certainly not a student from this school. Being able to climb to the third floor suggests good physical agility. It was most likely someone like a migrant worker from the campus construction site or perhaps a delivery person who frequently enters and exits the campus. Under these circumstances, Fang Shuo formed a rough guess about the identity of the killer. Driven by this urge, Fang Shuo moved to the bed closest to the window. What next? Fang Shuo felt a scorching heat all over his body. There are 4 people in the dormitory. If one is assaulted first, the other 3 are very likely to seize the opportunity and run out. They should be threatened with a knife first. Right, use a knife. A knife for killing. The knife should have been brought by oneself. Then they proceeded to encroach upon them one by one. These college students often thought only of self-preservation, which was entirely feasible. Fang Shuo licked his lips. But why did the bodies appear in those locations? Fang Shuo looked at the white circles marking the spots before him, 3 victims, respectively on the bed, in front of the wardrobe, and near the light switch. He tried hard to put himself in their shoes but found himself inexplicably restrained, unable to proceed. Something must have happened in between. If it's just about invasion, it should be in bed, not in these places. But then why commit murder? Isn't live violation even more thrilling? If it were really murder, would it have started with killing from the very beginning? That would mean someone noticed them as soon as they entered, but no one in the neighboring dormitory heard any sounds, so there were no screams. But if they started killing immediately upon entering, the bodies shouldn't have been found in those locations, plus one victim was suffocated. It doesn't add up. Fang Shuo rubbed his head vigorously. What exactly went wrong? He only heard about the case from others but never actually saw the photos of the murder scene, especially the condition of the body at the scene. The current information is simply insufficient for him to reconstruct the perpetrator's murder process. Fang Shuo shook his head, enduring the pain as he made his way to the window. This footprint was the only clue Fang Shuo currently knew. The murderer came in through the window and must have left the same way. To get out, one would need to step on the windowsill first. Fang Shuo felt as though he had already climbed out through the window, climbing up the rainpipe and stepping onto the wall. Wait, that's not right. If the footprints were in such positions, wasn't he walking on walls? What was he holding onto? This was the 3rd floor. At this thought, Fang Shuo couldn't help but freeze. Might as well step out of the window and climb onto the rainpipe. The rusted rain gutter let out a grating screech. Watching Fang Shuo's movements, Lin Xi was startled. She hurried to the window and saw Fang Shuo mimicking the killer's actions, gesturing as if reenacting the entry. Climbing the pipe, Fang Shuo used his foot to approximate the position of the footprint, then felt a surge of excitement. His hunch had been correct after all. Just as Fang Shuo was about to climb back, he suddenly felt the ground give way beneath his feet. The rainwater pipe slipped from its bracket. Done for. The thought flashed through Fang Shuo's mind. Chapter 3: The Absent Killer. Though it was only the 3rd floor, the fall could leave him paralyzed. Just as Fang Shuo was succumbing to despair, the expected fall never materialized. Fang Shuo looked up to see Lin Xi clutching his arm with all her strength, half her body already hanging out the window. Her hair was disheveled across her face as she gasped for breath, her arm scraping against the windowsill, leaving a trail of blood. But even straining every muscle, she couldn't support Fang Shuo's full weight. Fang Shuo snapped back to his senses, planting his feet against the wall for leverage. With tremendous effort, he managed to pull himself back inside, dragged by Lin Xi. Thank you. Fang Shuo gasped, addressing Lin Xi. What were you doing just now? Simulating the killer? Lin Xi frowned, examining the wound on her arm. Yeah. Fang Shuo nodded. What did you find? Lin Xi turned to look at Fang Shuo. If the person before her was the murderer, there was absolutely no need for them to do any of this in front of her. Even when he jumped out the window just now, he could have simply run away. Lin Xi had already dismissed Fang Shuo as a suspect. You saw it yourself. The rainwater pipe may look sturdy, but it's clearly neglected and worn. It couldn't possibly support someone of my weight climbing up and down. And that noise? In the dead of night, it would definitely attract attention. Plus, there were no climbing marks on the rusty pipes. It's clear the killer didn't come in or out through the window. Fang Shuo slowly articulated his hypothesis. Impossible. If the killer didn't come in through the window, how could they have left after committing the murder? Lin Xi was thoroughly perplexed. Sometimes, when you can't figure it out from the front, try thinking backwards. Perhaps the killer never entered or exited at all? Fang Shuo gazed at the white circle marking the victim's position beside him and spoke slowly. The killer didn't enter or exit. What do you mean? Are you saying the killer was already at the scene before the crime happened? Lin Xi grasped Fang Shuo's meaning. Exactly. If that's the case, it might explain a lot of things. But we're still missing some crucial evidence. I need to review the detailed case files first. Judging by the scene, the police took away quite a few things. Fang Shuo surveyed the dormitory. You want to see the case files? Lin Xi frowned as he studied Fang Shuo before him. Though this man seemed unfocused, his analysis of the case had surprised her. In terms of deductive reasoning alone, he was no less capable than she was. He was bold yet meticulous, reconstructing the scene. This was something even the police might have overlooked. For a college student to possess such deductive skills was truly remarkable. Lin Xi reviewed Fang Shuo's account from start to finish once more. It matched his description perfectly. The police were now completely stumped. Perhaps the student could offer a fresh perspective. Even if it proved wrong, it was still an opportunity. Come with me. Lin Xi weighed his options, then tugged Fang Shuo by the sleeve. The two headed toward the exit. Tianhai City Public Security Bureau. Though it was now the middle of the night, the entire police headquarters was ablaze with lights. The recent case at Shuai-Mu University had sparked significant public outcry. Superiors had imposed a strict deadline for solving the case. With the deadline fast approaching and no progress made, Sun Haiba, captain of Tianhai City's Criminal Investigation Division, was practically turning into a panda from exhaustion. But it was downright baffling. Surveillance footage, forensic evidence, and witness interviews had all yielded nothing. After combing through so many leads, they still hadn't even caught a glimpse of the killer. 3 days and nights had passed. If no leads were found soon, his team members wouldn't be able to endure much longer. Just then, a taxi pulled up outside. A woman dragged a man who looked like a student inside. Sun Haiba couldn't help but frown. This was already the 5th one today. Ever since the police offered a 100,000 yuan reward, people kept bringing in individuals matching the suspect's description hoping to claim the bounty. Captain, I have a lead. Just as Sun Haiba was about to dismiss them, the woman's address froze him in his tracks. Lin Xi? What are you doing here? Didn't I tell you to take the day off? Sun Haiba rubbed his eyes, utterly unable to believe that this disheveled woman in shabby clothes could possibly be his subordinate. The police beauty universally recognized across the judicial, procuratorial, and public security systems? Captain, forget about it. I went to the scene and finally found a lead. Come on, let's go inside. Lin Xi didn't bother explaining further. She tugged at Fang Shuo beside her and addressed Sun Haiba. Only then did Sun Haiba recall that Lin Xi had arrived with a male student in tow. He couldn't help but scrutinize Fang Shuo beside him. Height, build, student, damn it, this totally matches the killer's description. Could it be that Lin Xi actually caught the murderer? Sun Haiba's gaze toward Fang Shuo suddenly turned green with envy. What the hell? Before Fang Shuo could utter a word, the world spun violently. When his senses returned, he found himself pinned to the ground by Sun Haiba's shoulder throw. But he didn't hit the ground. Sun Haiba immediately cuffed him, hoisted him onto his shoulder, and started running inside. This scene left Lin Xi dumbfounded, and she hurriedly gave chase. 5 minutes later. Ahem, sorry about that. You just look so much like the suspect. Well, since you noticed, could you briefly explain? Sun Haiba looked at Fang Shuo with obvious embarrassment. He'd only realized his mistake after Lin Xi explained, but hearing that a student had discovered a clue, Sun Haiba had no intention of engaging. Still, he'd already laid hands on the boy. If he got reported again, the chief's scolding would drown him. Actually, I just have a theory. I think I know who the killer is. But I still need some case files to verify my hypothesis. One thing I can confirm is that the footprints outside the window weren't left by the killer. Fang Shuo rubbed his shoulder as he spoke slowly. What did you say? You know who the killer is? Sun Haiba stared at the student before him, utterly dumbfounded. Yes. Fang Shuo nodded with absolute certainty. Nonsense. Sun Haiba instantly flew into a rage. Who do you think you are? We're the police. This is a homicide case. What business do you have meddling in it, you student? Sun Haiba said coldly to Fang Shuo. Chapter 4, Simulating the Scene. We thought it might be some crucial clue, but this student turned out to be so arrogant. Our entire police force has been busting our asses for so long without a single lead, and you just know who the killer is? Are you kidding me? Sun Haiba turned and walked back inside. Captain. I believe him. The case is at a dead end now. Continuing won't get us anywhere. His actions at the scene proved he was right. Lin Xi saw this and hurried after him. Lin Xi, you're no rookie. His presence at the scene is already suspicious enough, let alone the fact that he's a student. Solving cases requires evidence, not speculation. You're recklessly involving him. If something goes wrong, can you take responsibility for that? Sun Haiba snapped at Lin Xi, his voice tinged with irritation. I can. I'm willing to trust him. Even if we can't find direct evidence, any insights he provides could still advance the case. Lin Xi recalled Fang Shuo's behavior at the scene and spoke with unwavering resolve. You. Fine. Bring that kid into the conference room. I'll notify the team to bring the case files over. Sun Haiba glanced at Fang Shuo nearby, utterly baffled why Lin Xi placed such trust in this student's words. But at this point, he had no choice but to try anything. Conference room. A dozen officers from Tianhai City's Criminal Investigation Brigade stared curiously at the student before them. He pressed one hand repeatedly against his temple while slowly flipping through the case files. Captain, who is this guy? Can he just look at unsolved cases like that? Yeah, Captain. You mentioned new developments in the case, could you be referring to him? Huh? He's clearly just a student, right? Captain, don't joke around. A group of officers surrounding Fang Shuo raised their doubts one after another. After all, they'd been working day and night for 3 days straight on this case without a single lead. Did they really need a student to help solve it? The expressions on everyone's faces darkened. Hearing the murmurs of doubt, Lin Xi felt a pang of regret at her hasty decision. She opened her mouth to speak, but upon seeing Fang Shuo intently studying the case files, she folded her arms and stood beside him, partially shielding him from her colleague's stares. Shut up! Sun Haiba barked coldly. He had already assigned Fang Shuo to review the case files, so he could only let the young man give it a try. At least it wouldn't take too long. Fang Shuo remained oblivious to the commotion around him. At that moment, a pain like needles piercing his mind surged back like a tidal wave. The crime scene photos and details in the files gradually brought the scene in his mind into sharp focus. Fang Shuo closed his eyes slightly. He found himself back in the dormitory where the crime had occurred. A desire surged from deep within him, causing his breathing to grow ragged. What's wrong with him? At that moment, everyone in the conference room noticed Fang Shuo's unusual state. Hold on. I saw him like this at the scene earlier. Let's wait and see. Lin Xi stopped Sun Haiba, who was about to slap Fang Shuo, and everyone else stepped back. Fang Shuo remained immersed in his own simulation. The killer didn't enter through the window, meaning they had been lying in wait inside the dormitory beforehand. Who was the first to return? The lights were off in the dorm at the time, so he could hide near the switch. When someone entered, he'd cover their mouth and slit their throat immediately. Any other approach would risk alerting them. Fang Shuo waved his hand dismissively, grinning savagely at the girl sprawled on the floor as he pulled down her pants. Oh, wait. No traces were found at the scene, meaning the killer used a condom and stuffed the wrapper into their pants to take it away. This ing means he was taking off her pants. And this gesture. The surrounding officers watched Fang Shuo's movements, all dumbfounded. Especially now, as Fang Shuo faced Lin Xi. Though he hadn't unbuttoned his shirt, the implication was unmistakable. Lin Xi flushed crimson instantly. Don't say anything. He might be simulating the scene. Sun Haiba's eyes lit up. He motioned for everyone to make space for Fang Shuo. Fang Shuo had now fully immersed himself in the role of the killer. After finishing, he moved the body onto the bed. Next came the second one. This time, he might not have turned on the lights directly, but instead walked over to the wardrobe to change clothes. This gave him the perfect chance to lie in wait by the door. He slashed her throat from behind while she had her back to him. After she fell, he continued to assault her. As for the third victim, he killed her first and then raped her after turning on the light. Thus, the positions of the 3 victims became clear. After committing these acts, the perpetrator's stamina would likely be depleted. Typically, such assaults at the crime scene don't last very long. At that moment, the 4th victim returned. Having assaulted 3 victims consecutively, his strength was now at its limit. Thus, he intended to thoroughly toy with this final victim, opting for alternative methods. Witnessing these once privileged female university students suffer at his hands likely provided a thrill even more intense than the act of violation itself. It was over. Fang Shuo exhaled deeply. Next came cleaning up the scene and leaving. He knew he couldn't escape through the window, and the case files confirmed the dorm door had been locked from the inside. So how did he get out? With this old-style latch, it was impossible to exit and then re-engage it from the outside. Moreover, the matrons in charge of the girls' dormitory had eyes like hawks. It would be extremely difficult for a man to slip out through the main lobby undetected. The police had already reviewed the lobby surveillance footage and found no suspicious leads. Furthermore, the women's dormitory locked its doors at 10:30 p.m. By the time all this had been done, it was already close to that hour. It doesn't add up. Even if the killer had entered the dormitory beforehand, it wouldn't have been that simple. Setting aside the issue of picking the lock, the dorm supervisors specifically guard against men sneaking in. It's absolutely impossible. Even if someone disguised themselves as a woman, they wouldn't have a dorm key. Could it be my reasoning was wrong? Or perhaps... Fang Shuo suddenly grasped a possibility, and an icy chill washed over him as if a bucket of cold water had been dumped on him. The throbbing pain in his head and the raging bloodlust and savagery within him receded like a tide. Only then did Fang Shuo collapse weakly to the floor. Only then did he realize that, at some point, he had arrived at the conference room door. The keyhole before him was now scratched beyond recognition by the pen in his hand. A circle of stunned police officers surrounded him. I'm sick. Fang Shuo wiped the sweat from his forehead and stood up from the floor. I can tell. Sun Haiba nodded. Alright, so you've made a discovery? Sun Haiba rushed over to Fang Shuo without hesitation. Did you find the murder weapon at the scene? Fang Shuo didn't answer but instead asked Sun Haiba. A utility knife. Besides one victim's fingerprints, there were no other traces on the weapon. We can conclude the killer wore gloves during the crime. Sun Haiba stated. So that means the murder weapon was taken from the scene? Fang Shuo frowned. Hearing Fang Shuo's words, Sun Haiba also caught on. If the killer had intended murder from the start and even wore gloves, why would they look for a murder weapon at the scene? What if there was no murder weapon at the scene? How would they kill the victim? That didn't make sense. Captain Sun, my earlier assessment was probably correct. I know who the killer is. Fang Shuo said slowly. What did you say? You know who the killer is? Let me remind you, solving a case requires evidence, and you must take responsibility for your words. Sun Haiba stared at Fang Shuo with utter skepticism. I know. That's why I still need to verify one thing. Fang Shuo picked up a photograph from the table. Chapter 5, Such an Infringement. Sun Haiba and the others immediately crowded around. What's wrong with this photo? Lin Xi picked it up and examined it. It was a crime scene evidence photo showing cosmetics and similar items scattered haphazardly across a table. We were at the scene then, and I felt something was missing. The police must have selected it for more detailed information gathering. Fang Shuo turned to Lin Xi. You mean this shampoo and nail polish? Lin Xi studied the photo, recalling the scene, and immediately began comparing details. Exactly. Don't you find this bottle of shampoo a bit odd? Fang Shuo looked at Lin Xi with some surprise. He had only noticed that several items were missing from the seemingly cluttered desk because of his headache. But Lin Xi could compare it to the scene at a glance. Seems this female cop's memory really wasn't just talk, though her looks were, well, hard to describe. Strange? What's strange about it? Lin Xi didn't get the point. Ahem, well, college girls these days are pretty, you know. Many of them do it themselves. I suspect the so-called assault involved the killer using this item to, do it to them. After all, shampoo can also act as a lubricant. And the purpose of doing this is the same as the footprints, to make us mistakenly believe the killer is male. Fang Shuo spoke slowly. Listening to Fang Shuo's words, the corners of every police officer's mouth in the room twitched. This kid's got some serious knowledge in certain areas. How does he know such detailed stuff? College life these days is just too wild. But if the killer was a woman, using a shampoo bottle shaped like that for, well, everything would make sense. The three victims were found in prone positions, one by the bedside with legs slightly bent underneath, one beside the cabinet lying on their side, one near the door switch with legs spread apart, and one on the bed with wrinkles in the sheets. Using that thing for that purpose would be quite convenient. Fang Shuo stammered. He glanced at Lin Xi, feeling a bit guilty. What? What exactly is that thing? Lin Xi listened, completely baffled, while Sun Haiba quickly grabbed the photo to take a look. Notify the testing lab immediately. Get this shampoo bottle surface analyzed. Sun Haiba understood Fang Shuo's meaning and immediately barked orders to someone nearby. The person hurried off. Lin Xi pouted in frustration. She thought her deductive skills were pretty sharp, but she hadn't caught a single thing Fang Shuo had just said. Judging by the captain's reaction, though, it must be a crucial clue. I see what you mean, but that's not enough. How do you explain the footprints outside the window? Sun Haiba pulled up a chair and sat beside Fang Shuo. I've already simulated the scene with the footprints outside the window. If someone climbed up the rainwater pipe to get inside, the footprints wouldn't be positioned like that. And the way the weight was distributed wouldn't leave such distinct marks either. Which means no one could have entered or exited through the window. Therefore, there's no question of a murderer breaking in. But those footprints are definitely there. This can only mean the footprint was deliberately left by the killer, intended to mislead the police by suggesting the killer's characteristics. With all the TV shows and movies nowadays, your police investigation procedures aren't exactly a secret. Fang Shuo spoke slowly. Hearing Fang Shuo's words, everyone present exchanged puzzled glances. All their efforts during this period had been focused on that footprint clue. By analyzing the footprint's characteristics, they had deduced the suspect's traits and embarked on a needle in a haystack search. After all, the crime scene was exceptionally clean. No traces remained except for the four victims. This footprint was their only lead. Everyone was pouring their efforts into this direction. But they had overlooked the practical simulation of the scene. The rainwater pipe was made of iron, and they instinctively assumed it could be climbed. After all, in many previous burglary cases, thieves had gained entry this way. But this dormitory building was over 20 years old, and the rainwater pipe had long since rusted. It wouldn't hold the weight of a man, let alone a woman. Realizing this, everyone's faces turned slightly sheepish. Practice makes perfect. So many police officers couldn't match the insight of a single college student. You say the killer deliberately left it to mislead us, but wouldn't that footprint be hard to reach and leave from the window? Sun Haiba found this reasoning unconvincing. You're right. From the distance, it wouldn't be reachable from room 319. But if someone stepped on the window from room 219, it would be quite simple. Clothes often fall off the drying racks outside our dorm building. Going downstairs to retrieve them isn't unusual. If someone had obtained a pair of shoes beforehand and used them to make an impression, no one would normally notice. Fang Shuo seemed to have thought this through long ago. That does make sense, actually. Sun Haiba frowned and nodded. Captain, the shampoo bottle test results are in. Just then, the officer who had gone out earlier rushed back in. How fast? Sun Haiba was somewhat surprised. The forensic lab had already run tests earlier. The report just came back. There are residues of shampoo and bodily fluids on the outside of this shampoo bottle, matching all 4 victims. The officer waved the report excitedly. Let me see. Sun Haiba snatched it away, staring at Fang Shuo in utter shock. He had been right about everything? No wonder there were no traces left at the scene. Could it be? Sun Haiba forced himself to calm down, recalling Fang Shuo's earlier words. The more critical the case became, the more composed one had to remain. According to the forensic report, all 4 victims were indeed assaulted with this shampoo bottle. But that doesn't necessarily prove the killer used it. As you mentioned earlier, many college women have the habit of masturbating. This is merely one possibility. Sun Haiba didn't share Fang Shuo's reservations. As police officers, they encountered such matters frequently. Lin Xi, standing nearby, couldn't help but blush. Only now did she understand what Fang Shuo had meant by that earlier remark. True, all of that could be explained. But what truly confirmed it for me was the timing of their return. Fang Shuo nodded as he spoke. Chapter 6, Clearing the Fog. The timing? What do you mean? Sun Haiba froze. Even if the killer was a woman, it would be extremely difficult to kill 3 people at once. The simplest method would actually be poisoning, but poison can be traced back to its source and lead investigators straight to the killer. If the killer chose this route, they must have had another motive. That's why the crime scene was staged so meticulously. I assume you visited the scene. The position of the first victim suggests someone called to her from the bed after she entered. When she approached, they slit her throat by surprise, causing her to collapse face down. The bedding at the scene suggests someone covered her body to conceal it from later arrivals. The second victim was found in front of the wardrobe, indicating she too had her back turned to the assailant. The third victim was near the light switch, suggesting she was ambushed while turning on the light. All these scenarios point to the killer being someone they knew. Moreover, their staggered return that night allowed the killer to target them individually. This can be corroborated by the victims' return times to the dormitory, which you previously verified. Fang Shuo addressed the group. I recall Huang Shanshan returned at 6 p.m., Wang Li at 7 p.m. reportedly for club activities. Gao Yani arrived close to 8 p.m., said to be out for a dinner gathering. Qin Jiayan came back at 9:30 p.m. She was in a relationship and, according to classmates, returned at this time every night. We can predict when each of them returned. Lin Xi exclaimed excitedly from the side. He couldn't help but glance at Fang Shuo with admiration. Sun Haiba closed his eyes and replayed the entire case in his mind. It was indeed exactly as Fang Shuo had described. All these details could be fully explained. So you're saying the survivor, Huang Shanshan, killed her 3 roommates and then deliberately used a trash bag to create the illusion that she was suffocated by the killer? Sun Haiba asked, his eyes filled with complexity. Yes. Only this explains all the questions. Fang Shuo nodded. Hearing Fang Shuo's words, everyone in the conference room sucked in a collective gasp. If Fang Shuo was indeed correct, it meant they had all been wrong from the very beginning. But when they retraced the entire case following Fang Shuo's reasoning, they found it aligned with every single point of suspicion and detail, leaving them no choice but to believe. What about the motive? Why would she kill her own roommate? Sun Haiba posed the final question. I don't know about that. I think with all these details, even without direct evidence, it might be enough to break through Huang Shanshan's psychological defenses. Fang Shuo shook his head. Though he had deduced the entire sequence through simulation, the motive behind Huang Shanshan's murder remained utterly beyond his grasp. He couldn't help but look at Fang Shuo before him with a complex expression. Damn it! This case might actually be that straightforward. One officer couldn't help but curse under his breath, yet his words echoed the thoughts of every officer present. A case that had stumped them for so long, unsolved for so long, had been cracked by a college student? This reality was hard for all of them to accept. All right. Everyone, pull yourselves together. At that moment, Sun Haiba, the captain of the homicide squad, noticed the team's mood and stood up, clapping his hands. This is merely a theoretical hypothesis at present. We lack concrete evidence and remain unclear about the killer's motive. There's still much work to be done. Dispatch one team to the hospital immediately to monitor the situation. Another team will head to the school first thing tomorrow morning. Begin by investigating the relationships among the students in room 319 to uncover the motive. Sun Haiba instructed the team. With Sun Haiba's orders, everyone quickly sprang into action. You're Fang Shuo, correct? On behalf of the police, I want to thank you for your active participation in solving this case. Should we require your assistance again in the future, we will contact you. Sun Haiba turned to Fang Shuo, effectively dismissing him. What about the reward money? Fang Shuo asked timidly. Rest assured, if we verify your lead is useful, we'll honor our word. Sun Haiba smiled. Got it. Serving the people. Fang Shuo grinned and headed toward the exit. Sun Haiba shook his head helplessly. This Fang Shuo was bold yet meticulous, with deductive and investigative skills that even surpassed seasoned frontline detectives. Young people truly held limitless potential. When discussing the case earlier, Fang Shuo had been dead serious. Beyond that, though, he was just like any other student. It was a shame he wasn't studying at a police academy. He'd be a real asset there. Sun Haiba shook his head and got up to attend to his duties. Fang Shuo walked out of the police station alone. A chill breeze sent a shiver down his spine. After all the turmoil of the night, it was now approaching dawn. But at this hour, the buses probably weren't running yet. He'd have to walk back. Fang Shuo pulled his coat tighter around himself, just as someone tapped his shoulder lightly. Turning around, he saw it was Lin Xi. Though still wearing the same outfit, her once disheveled hair was now pulled back into a ponytail. The heavy makeup had been wiped away, revealing a strikingly handsome face. The black stockings on her legs had been removed, revealing two shimmering, long legs. Fang Shuo hadn't expected the disheveled policewoman to be so beautiful. For a moment, he was completely mesmerized. Let's go. I'll drive you back to school. It's hard to get a cab at this hour. Lin Xi, oblivious to Fang Shuo's gaze, shivered as she made her way toward a nearby police car. Fang Shuo hesitated for a moment before decisively following her. Thanks for everything this time. I misunderstood you at the scene earlier, hope you don't mind. I never imagined you were this capable. Lin Xi said to Fang Shuo on the passenger seat as she drove. She couldn't reconcile the handsome student sitting before her with the sleazy, vicious criminal she'd simulated. Oh, come on. I just got lucky. If it weren't for all the investigative work you police did beforehand, I never would have figured it out on my own. Fang Shuo said slowly. Listening to him, Lin Xi smiled faintly. This Fang Shuo he didn't see credit, lacking that cocky swagger common in men. It was refreshing. Low-key men always made one want to explore more. Just as Fang Shuo was about to speak, the pain in his head surged again. His gaze drifted instinctively toward Lin Xi. D cup. White lace. Waist, 65 inches. Weight under 100 pounds. Inner. Put. 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 Fang Shuo raised his hand and smacked his head twice. What's wrong with you? Having another episode? Haven't you seen a doctor about this? Lin Xi noticed Fang Shuo's unusual state and asked with concern. I have. It's just an old problem. I skipped my meds today to make it to the scene. I'll take them when I get back. Fang Shuo didn't elaborate further. Alright, you've really worked hard today. I'll let you know if there's any progress on the case. Seeing Fang Shuo didn't want to elaborate, Lin Xi didn't press further and parked the car near the school gate. By now, dawn had broken. Many early rising students were doing morning exercises on the lawn, and the breakfast stalls by the school gate had opened for business. Isn't that the math department nutcase? You got arrested by the cops? Fang Shuo had just stepped out of the police car when several boys carrying basketballs and steamed buns headed for the field froze in their tracks, staring at him in disbelief. Chapter 7, Awakening. Go on, go on. Go practice your game. Fang Shuo shot them an annoyed glance. Being publicly taunted like that would make anyone uncomfortable, let alone with the looks they were giving him. Normally, Fang Shuo wouldn't have bothered to respond, but today, with Lin Xi watching, he felt inexplicably embarrassed. The group said nothing more, shoving and jostling as they walked away. Crazy? Lin Xi watched the departing students with puzzlement, then glanced at the police car. Only then did she realize how abrupt it had been to send Fang Shuo home in a police vehicle today. It seemed she'd caused him some trouble. I'm off. Fang Shuo noticed the stairs and didn't linger. He hurried into the school grounds. Lin Xi had just plugged in her phone, ready to exchange contact details with Fang Shuo. But when she looked up, Fang Shuo had already disappeared into the distance. This Fang Shuo. What an unbelievable guy. Lin Xi shook his head and turned toward the police station. Inside the hospital, Huang Shanshan, who had been unconscious, gently flexed her fingers. She squinted her eyes, taking in her surroundings. This was the second time she had regained consciousness. When she had woken up last night, Huang Shanshan was utterly astonished to find she hadn't died. But at the time, a splitting headache had sent her back into unconsciousness. Now, upon waking, she felt much more comfortable. Since she hadn't died, perhaps it was fate. Her plan must have succeeded, and no one would suspect her. This meant she could finally be with Just as Huang Shanshan was lost in thought, several police officers suddenly walked in. Huang Shanshan quickly closed her eyes. She recalled seeing police outside when she woke up last night. They must be here to investigate clues because I didn't die. With that thought, Huang Shanshan feigned just waking up and slowly opened her eyes. The patient has regained consciousness. Based on the instrument readings, she appears to be stable. However, she experienced brief asphyxiation and may still be quite weak. A doctor beside her spoke slowly after examining Huang Shanshan. Understood. Sun Haiba nodded. This time, Huang Shanshan was highly likely to be the culprit, and she was also the only lead they had at the moment. Upon hearing that Huang Shanshan had regained consciousness, Sun Haiba came to the hospital personally. Chen Jiaoyan isn't dead. She's already identified her. Sun Haiba approached Huang Shanshan and stated calmly. What? Impossible. Sun Haiba's voice was soft, yet it struck like thunder. Huang Shanshan instinctively tried to sit up, only to discover that her hand, still hooked up to N4, was now shackled with handcuffs. Seeing Huang Shanshan's reaction, Sun Haiba's pupils contracted. Just as expected. What they lacked most in this case was evidence. That's why Sun Haiba had decided to test her the moment she regained consciousness. Judging by her reaction, something was definitely off. As long as they could get her to confess, the evidence would fall into place. Don't be fooled by what you see on TV. A slit throat isn't necessarily fatal with a single cut. But if you don't sever the carotid artery, it only causes temporary blood loss and unconsciousness. We have both eyewitnesses and physical evidence. Now tell us, why did you kill? Sun Haiba pulled over a chair and gave a nod to the police officer beside him. The officer turned on the voice recorder. But Huang Shanshan fell silent. Just as Sun Haiba was about to ask another question, Huang Shanshan suddenly leaped off the bed. She threw herself against the wall of the emergency room. Several days of unconsciousness left her dizzy, and with her hands restrained by handcuffs, she stumbled violently. Just as she was about to hit the wall, Sun Haiba yanked her back. Are you out of your mind? Sun Haiba and another officer rushed to restrain her. If not for that split-second pause, Huang Shanshan might have been killed on impact. Let me die. Huang Shanshan struggled violently, but after only a few moments of resistance, she fainted again. Sun Haiba and the other officer stared at the handcuffs twisted out of shape, and Huang Shanshan, whose resolve to die was utterly unyielding. Their hearts sank to the bottom. Shuemu University. Did you hear? The case in dorm 319, apparently that math department lunatic did it. Huh? Really? How'd you hear that? What do you mean? Someone saw him get off the police van. Plus, his roommate said he was taken in for questioning last night and didn't return to the dorm on the day of the incident. What else do you need? Holy crap, then why didn't they arrest him? Why let him go? Are you kidding? A lunatic killing people on the street isn't even illegal. What's the big deal? This is bad. Looks like I'll have to move out of the dorm and rent a place with my girlfriend. Ever since Fang Shuo was brought back by Lin Xi in a police car, his reputation as a murderer had spread throughout the campus. Excuse me, could you tell me how to get to the math department? Just then, a voice rang out from behind them. They turned to find a beautiful policewoman before them. Her well-fitted uniform gave her an imposing presence, her hair neatly pulled back. She radiated an air of efficiency, and her goddess-like features only added to the allure of her uniform. It's up ahead on the right. One student stammered. Overwhelmed by the officer's imposing presence, they dared not even lift their heads to meet her gaze. Got it. Thanks. Lin Xi said before heading toward the mathematics department. Today, she had come to the school to investigate the relationship between Huang Shanshan and her roommates. After gathering information, she hadn't gained much insight. She decided to stop by and tell Fang Shuo about it. Moreover, hearing how students addressed Fang Shuo yesterday had piqued her curiosity. Unfortunately, the math department had no classes today, leaving the entire building deserted. Lin Xi decided to head straight to the advisor's office. You mean Fang Shuo? The advisor stood up, visibly tense and startled. What's wrong? He's made significant progress helping us solve this case. The case has nothing to do with him. I just wanted to learn more about this student. Lin Xi hurriedly explained. So that's how it is. I knew it. Fang Shuo wouldn't do something like that. The advisor breathed a sigh of relief. Since arriving at school today, she'd heard numerous rumors suggesting Fang Shuo was the murderer. As his advisor, she'd naturally been worried and hadn't yet figured out how to broach the subject with him. Oh? Why do you say that? Lin Xi was curious. How should I put it? Fang Shuo is a very intelligent and hard-working person, but he's also quite sensitive. But regardless, he's a kind-hearted person with a strong sense of justice. His seemingly carefree demeanor is just a way to mask his sensitive nature. The counselor gestured for Lin Xi to sit down. Sensitive? Is it because of his headaches? Lin Xi asked. Chapter 8, One-on-One. You could say that. I remember it was during freshman military training. A student had asthma, but his inhaler went missing. That's when Fang Shuo's behavior suddenly became a bit neurotic. But in the end, he found the lost inhaler in the grass and saved that student's life. But many students witnessed that incident, and combined with Fang Shuo always taking some unlabeled medication, rumors gradually spread among the classmates. The counselor explained to Lin Xi. I see. Lin Xi nodded. She had witnessed Fang Shuo's behavior back then, and it did seem rather strange. Fang Shuo must have been aware of this, but he'd sacrificed his image to save someone. No wonder people called him a kind person. Who would have thought that boy, who seemed so smooth-talking, had this side to him? Yes, speaking of which, his family background isn't exactly prosperous. I've seen his records. He's an orphan living with his grandmother. But he never applied for financial aid. I hear he often takes on part-time jobs. You know how it is at schools like ours. Even with outstanding grades, scholarships rarely cover all expenses. The advisor explained slowly. I see. Thank you very much. Oh, and could you please give me his phone number? Lin Xi stood up. Shuemu University basketball court. It was noon, and the court was deserted. Lin Xi quietly approached the fence surrounding the court. A figure was shooting hoops there. It was Fang Shuo. Lin Xi had just visited Fang Shuo's dorm to ask around, only to hear that he'd seen Fang Shuo leave with a basketball. She followed the trail all the way here. Lin Xi hesitated, glancing down at his police uniform before turning away and heading toward a nearby vehicle. On the court, Fang Shuo dribbled and drove to the basket in one fluid motion. He relished the feeling of sweat pouring down his face under the sun. Ever since developing that strange headache condition, he'd spent nearly all his meager savings on medical treatments. The lingering weakness after each headache had made Fang Shuo obsessively committed to physical training. When no one else was around, Fang Shuo would come here to play by himself. Fang Shuo picked up the ball and launched a long shot from beyond the three-point line, but it rimmed out and bounced to the opposite side. Just as he moved to retrieve it, he saw the ball land securely in a pair of pale, delicate hands. Playing by yourself? Lin Xi asked with a smile. It's you? What brings you here? Fang Shuo looked at the female police officer before him with some surprise. She wore a casual outfit, but the loose-fitting clothes still clung tightly to her figure. Her long legs remained undeniably slender even beneath the sweatpants. Her soft, curly hair fell loosely behind her shoulders, and two beautiful, large eyes were fixed on him. Was this really the same disheveled policewoman from last night? She was absolutely a goddess-level campus beauty. What are you staring at? Fancy a one-on-one game? Lin Xi, noticing Fang Shuo's dazed expression, flushed and tossed the ball to him. One-on-one? Forget it. I don't play against women. Fang Shuo waved his hand dismissively. How do you guard this physique? Close defense? She'd just throw me over her shoulder again in a second. You're not scared, are you? Lin Xi's face was pure provocation. Oh really? Like I'd be scared of a woman? Come on, come on. Let me teach you how to play. But let's make a deal, whoever loses buys the other a meal. Fang Shuo clapped his hands and picked up the ball. Lunch was sorted. Deal. Lin Xi grinned. Fang Shuo dribbled the ball while Lin Xi hunched low in defense, completely focused. Just as Fang Shuo prepared to execute a between-the-legs crossover, his nose suddenly itched. Lin Xi's hair, whipped by the wind, brushed against Fang Shuo's face. Hesitating, Lin Xi, still fully committed to defense, closed in. Staring at Lin Xi's curvaceous, alluring figure, her soft, flushed cheeks, and the faintly fragrant breath wafting from her nose, Fang Shuo froze momentarily. Completely unaware of his distraction, Lin Xi seized the moment to steal the ball from his hands. Your dribbling isn't that great, is it? Lin Xi's face was full of provocation. You're cheating. Using your beauty to distract me, huh? Fang Shuo finally snapped out of it, wiping his nose. Thankfully, he hadn't gotten a nosebleed that would have been embarrassing. Beauty trap? It's not cool to resort to dirty tricks when you can't win fair and square, you know? My turn to attack. Lin Xi dribbled the ball, preparing for a layup. This time, she didn't dare to shoot directly. Meanwhile, Fang Shuo, defending on the opposite end, was caught off guard. As he closed in, he felt a sudden wave of softness. How could he possibly defend with force now? He wanted to steal the ball. One wrong move and it wouldn't just be a shoulder throw, it'd be something far worse. Fang Shuo hesitated, drenched in sweat. Unaware of his flustered state, Lin Xi scored 2 consecutive baskets to seal the game. I won. Your skills aren't all that great, huh? Lin Xi grinned. It had been ages since she'd enjoyed such a carefree workout. Exercise really lifted her spirits. Lin Xi stood with her hands on her hips, ball in hand, her smile as bright as a flower. Fang Shuo let out a long sigh. Damn it, finally over. Put. I didn't lose because of my skills. Fang Shuo sighed helplessly. Alright. It's just a game. Why can't you take a loss? Lin Xi chuckled as she patted Fang Shuo on the shoulder. For some reason. Ever since learning about Fang Shuo's background, Lin Xi had developed an inexplicable feeling toward this big boy. It wasn't quite curiosity, admiration, or sympathy. Or perhaps all of these emotions combined. Who said I can't take a loss? I was just letting you in. Hey, officer, aren't you supposed to be working? You're dressed way too casually. You didn't come here just to play ball with me, did you? By the way, how's that case from before going? Fang Shuo sat down beside him. You're the one not working. Lin Xi rolled her eyes. She'd gone out of her way to change clothes just to avoid causing Fang Shuo any extra trouble. But this guy didn't appreciate it at all. It was infuriating. Actually, after thinking it over, I feel like some parts weren't quite right. If Huang Shanshan wakes up smoothly, it's no big deal. But if he trailed off. Fang Shuo trailed off. Oh, you. Why do you always leave things hanging? If what? Lin Xi asked impatiently. I mean, if Huang Shanshan's survival wasn't just luck but an accident, then once she wakes up, she might very well attempt suicide. You'd better keep a close watch on her. Fang Shuo said to Lin Xi. Huh? Suicide? How could that be? Lin Xi was taken aback. I've been pondering Huang Shanshan's motive. Killing someone makes sense, but suicide? Beyond fear, it feels like something's missing unless she was killing for someone else. But you should probably alert the hospital staff first. Fang Shuo said slowly. Looking into Fang Shuo's eyes, Lin Xi hesitated for a moment before pulling out her phone. Brotherly, has Huang Shanshan shown any unusual behavior? Keep a close eye on her. She might attempt suicide. Lin Xi said into the phone. Suicide? That can't be right? I think. A burst of static followed immediately on the other end of the line. Chapter 9, The Missing Phone. After a long pause, the anxious Lin Xi finally heard a voice on the other end. Lin Xi, thanks to your warning. Huang Shanshan was secretly cutting her wrists with a needle. Thank goodness we caught it in time. She's okay now. She's gone mad. Why would she try to kill herself? The voice on the other end shouted at Lin Xi. Brotherly, keep a close eye on her for now. Make absolutely sure nothing else happens. Lin Xi gave a few instructions before hanging up. He turned to stare at Fang Shuo in disbelief. He really killed himself? Fang Shuo had heard it too. Yeah. If it weren't for your warning, things could have gotten really messy. How did you know? Lin Xi looked at Fang Shuo with gratitude. If Huang Shanshan had succeeded in killing herself, not only would the case lose its lead, but the entire police force might have been implicated. Faking survival by suffocation is too difficult, and deliberately holding back might leave traces. I just couldn't figure it out. Unless the killer truly didn't intend to survive. But if that were the case, there'd be no need to make the crime so complicated. It's inherently contradictory. So she must have been hiding something. If Huang Shanshan had major conflicts with those three, you should have uncovered it during your interviews, but you didn't. And covering something up with death is indeed tricky. If she isn't afraid of death, without finding a core entry point, it'll be incredibly difficult to break through her psychological defenses. Fang Shuo also furrowed his brow. For a moment, both were lost in thought about the case, and silence fell between them. The basketball court was deserted at noon. A gentle breeze blew, making Lin Xi's hair flutter like butterflies. Patchy sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, enveloping the two of them, as if they were in a world apart from this one. Feeling this long-forgotten atmosphere, Lin Xi couldn't help but shake her head. She had graduated over a year ago, yet this moment felt like returning to campus. Police Academy was different from regular universities. Lin Xi's 4 years had been immersed in learning various knowledge and skills. When it came to romance, perhaps due to her aloof demeanor and exceptional abilities, most people were intimidated and kept their distance. Lin Xi had never truly known what romance was. Yet now, she felt a flutter in her heart. The quiet atmosphere, combined with consecutive nights of staying up late, made Lin Xi feel an urge to sink her head onto Fang Shuo's shoulder and sleep soundly. I think we need to tackle this from 2 angles. Just then, Fang Shuo opened his eyes and spoke slowly. Which 2 aspects? Lin Xi's face flushed. Her thoughts had drifted off to who knows where just now, while Fang Shuo had been focused on the case the entire time. One is finding evidence, and the other is continuing to investigate connections. Fang Shuo turned to look at Lin Xi as he spoke. Evidence? Lin Xi froze. Right. Don't forget that footprint Huang Shanshan deliberately left behind. I remember. It rained heavily a week ago, and that kind of muddy footprint could only be left after the rain. Otherwise, the rain would have washed it away. All we need to do is ask at room 219 whether Huang Shanshan went to their dorm during that time, and what she was doing there. She couldn't have broken in. Someone must have been inside the dorm. Fang Shuo was puzzled, unable to understand why the police were moving so slowly. Little did he know that nearly the entire Tianhai City criminal investigation team had been burning the midnight oil for 2 days straight over this case. Their shifts barely lasted half a day before Fang Shuo provided this new lead. As the team leader, Sun Haiba hadn't had a proper rest in 3 days and nights. Their nerves were stretched taut, leaving everyone exhausted and their thinking somewhat dulled. That's exactly it. Lin Xi's eyes lit up. After learning Huang Shanshan was the killer, they hadn't dwelled on the evidence. As long as they gathered sufficient evidence, they could secure a conviction without a confession.
Also, regarding connections, besides asking people around them, we should check their phones. I suspect the chat logs might reveal something. Cracking the password shouldn't be too difficult, right?
And browser history sometimes, people's secrets leave traces there.
Fang Shuo spoke slowly. He couldn't help but mutter to himself inwardly. Judging by Lin Xi's expression, she clearly hadn't considered this angle. If he ever dated a female police officer in the future, wouldn't that be a real headache? Fang Shuo suddenly felt he'd said too much. What did you say? Phone?
To his surprise, Lin Xi jumped to her feet at Fang Shuo's words.
What's wrong with you? Fang Shuo was startled too.
No cell phone was found at the scene. Lin Xi said slowly.
How is that possible? Fang Shuo couldn't quite believe it either.
These days, hardly anyone can live without their phone. Even if you don't know someone at all, just by browsing their phone, you can gain deep insight into their connections, experiences, personality, hobbies, and even their quirks. I kept feeling something was off earlier. Now that you mention it, I suddenly remember not a single phone was found at the scene. At the time, we assumed the killer had taken it upon entering. We even sent people to check second-hand phone shops but found nothing. Lin Xi explained to Fang Shuo. Only then did Fang Shuo recall that the police investigation had consistently focused on that non-existent killer. After committing rape and murder, stealing valuables would be a natural follow-through. If Huang Shanshan was the killer, then where did their phones go? Could it be that after Huang Shanshan committed the crime, someone else entered the scene? If that's the case, there's a strong possibility of another perpetrator, a mastermind or accomplice? This person must be the one Huang Shanshan was trying to cover up. Lin Xi followed Fang Shuo's line of reasoning and felt a chill run down his spine. They had overlooked such crucial information. What on earth was going on lately? Lin Xi felt a wave of frustration wash over him.
I'm heading back immediately. The phone was most likely taken by the killer.
It must contain crucial information.
Finding the phone will lead us to the other suspect. Thank you so much.
Lin Xi exclaimed excitedly.
No need to thank me. Helping the police solve the case is the duty of every citizen. By the way, when will I get that 100,000 yuan reward? Bank transfer or cash? Fang Shuo grinned. Can't you think about something besides money for once? College students should have lofty ideals.
Lin Xi rolled her eyes.
Yeah, right.
My ideal is to make a ton of money, find a rich woman to support me, and just live comfortably.
Life's too exhausting, I don't want to struggle anymore. Isn't that lofty enough? Fang Shuo shrugged. Lin Xi, I heard you didn't return to the dorm that night? Where did you go? You weren't actually kept by a rich woman, were you?
Lin Xi suddenly remembered something and covered her mouth in surprise.
You investigated me? You wouldn't actually be thinking of becoming my girlfriend, would you? Fang Shuo rolled his eyes. Chapter 10, New Clues. Actually, I prefer them a bit bigger. Yours is a little small. I'll think about it. Fang Shuo scrutinized Lin Xi from head to toe, frowned, and shook his head. Fang Shuo, if you want to get locked up for a few days, just say so. I always carry handcuffs with me.
Lin Xi gritted her teeth.
A bit small? Where's it small? Are you blind?
I can't even see my own toes when I look down, and you dare call it small.
This is infuriating. Every time I start to like this guy a little, he ends up pissing me off big time.
Even though not many people have pursued me over the years, almost everyone who did showered me with compliments.
No one has ever spoken to me like this before.
And this Fang Shuo won't even give me a proper look.
I was the school beauty back in my school days, you know?
Lin Xi shot Fang Shuo a glare and stormed off, fuming. Passing by a thriving, yet innocent weed, it too suffered undeserved misfortune.
Lin Xi yanked it out by the roots, slapped it twice, and tossed it into the grass.
Watching the beautiful policewoman walk away, Fang Shuo shook his head helplessly. She's got the looks of a goddess and a killer body, but that temper of hers, and she's no slouch in the martial arts either. Whoever marries her is in for a rough ride. Lost in thought, he suddenly saw Lin Xi turn back.
Come on. Come with me to investigate. First to dorm 219, then back to the station.
Lin Xi stepped in front of Fang Shuo.
Hey, this has nothing to do with me. Fang Shuo was utterly speechless. You still owe me a meal.
If you don't come, I'll treat you to a 5-star hotel.
Come with me.
Without another word, Lin Xi grabbed Fang Shuo and dragged him toward the side.
Tianhai City Public Security Bureau. The conference room was thick with smoke. The ashtray on the table was already packed with cigarette butts. This time,
they had finally identified the killer. But the suspect had committed suicide without uttering a word. Though they had managed to apprehend her, extracting a confession would prove exceedingly difficult. They had hoped interrogation tactics could break down her psychological defenses. Even if she denied the crime, they could still exert pressure. But now, the case had stalled once more. The deadline for solving the case was fast approaching the day after tomorrow. If they failed to meet it, the entire Tianhai Municipal Public Security Bureau, from top to bottom, would likely face accountability.
More critically, word had spread that the victim's family had learned of the news early that morning and had rushed to the school. Clashes with the school had already made local headlines. If the killer won't talk, we can't just sit here forever. Lu Shang, tell us about your visit to the school. Sun Haiba impatiently stubbed his cigarette butt into the ashtray, but it was already full. He simply pinched it out between two fingers. We've gathered some background on the victim from students in the English department, but nothing particularly noteworthy. From what we gathered, all 4 roommates were very close. There seemed to be some friction before, but over the past 6 months, they became incredibly tight. I heard they were inseparable, often going out together on weekends. The officer named Lu Shang spoke slowly. That's peculiar. Sun Haiba frowned. Based on their earlier assessment, Sun Shanshan, who could suddenly kill 3 roommates she lived with day in and day out, should typically be the isolated, bullied type. After all, there had been similar cases at the school before. But if they were close friends, how could she suddenly turn on them with such lethal force? Could it be a mental issue? Captain, we also looked into their boyfriends. Only Chen Jiaoyan and Huang Jiaozhou had boyfriends. This Chen Jiaoyan has had numerous boyfriends. We tracked down 7 or 8 guys, and several claimed to be her boyfriend. But upon asking around, it seems the furthest things went with most was holding hands. The rest mostly involved buying meals, saving seats, or purchasing things for her. In today's slang, Chen Jiaoyan is a real player. As for Huang Shanshan's boyfriend, he's quite heartbroken. Her classmates say they were close, but to be cautious, we haven't told him Huang Shanshan has woken up. If he found out she was the killer, it would only make things worse. Lu Sheng continued from the side. Well done. But this has created another deadlock. By the way, Lin Xi went with you. Why hasn't she come back yet? Sun Haiba sighed. Oh, we split up. She went to check with the dorm supervisor, then said she'd find Fang Shuo to brief him on the case. Lu Sheng said. She should be back by now. Sun Haiba frowned. A terrifying thought crossed his mind. Yesterday he'd met that college student named Fang Shuo, tall, handsome, and highly capable. Lin Xi was no slouch herself. Honestly, there wasn't a single person in the bureau who could catch her eye. Could she have been swept off her feet by some college kid? If the chief found out about this, it would be. Captain, I have a lead. Ahem. Just then, Lin Xi burst through the door. The moment she entered, she was choked by the smoke and started coughing violently. What lead? Why are you here? Sun Haiba jumped to his feet the moment he heard her voice. But he noticed Fang Shuo following right behind Lin Xi. We went to room 219 to gather information. According to the students, 2 days before the incident, Huang Shanshan said her laundry had fallen off the line and came specifically to their dorm to retrieve it. Only one girl was there at the time. According to that girl, Huang Shanshan was holding a shoe in her hand at the time. She thought it was a bit odd, but didn't think much of it. Lin Xi hurriedly explained to Sun Haiba. A shoe? What kind of shoe? Sun Haiba didn't catch on right away. Probably the shoe that left the print on the outer wall. Fang Shuo chimed in from the side. Seeing the exhausted expressions on the faces of Sun Haiba and the other officers before him, a flicker of respect stirred within him. Judging by their appearance, these officers were nearly worn out from working tirelessly to solve the case. Even on the way here, Lin Xi nearly dozed off while waiting at a traffic light. So that's it. So that means if we find that pair of shoes, we'll have the evidence. Sun Haiba was visibly excited. With evidence, they'd gain the upper hand. By the way, why did you come along too? You too. Sun Haiba glanced at Fang Shuo, then at Lin Xi opening the window nearby, and his heart skipped a beat. I suddenly remembered something and decided to come alone. Fang Shuo said slowly. He couldn't very well say he'd been dragged here by Lin Xi, that would be embarrassing. Situation? What kind of situation? Sun Haiba lit another cigarette. The phone. I heard Officer Lin mention that no cell phone was found at the crime scene. Based on the original theory, it was taken by the killer. But if the killer is Huang Shanshan, that raises questions. I think we should reinvestigate the second-hand phone market. Fang Shuo addressed Sun Haiba and the others. Cell phone? Oh my god. How could we have overlooked something so crucial? Sun Haiba slapped his forehead hard. Ash fell onto his head, making Sun Haiba flinch in pain. You're absolutely right. We were thinking the killer took the phone, but now the killer has changed. You're absolutely right. My mind feels all jumbled up, still dwelling on those old clues. My head hurts. It's been foggy lately, and I feel like I can't think straight. All the police officers in the room were also staring blankly, overcome with frustration. Listening to everyone's words, Sun Haiba sighed. These past few days, they'd been working around the clock on the case, barely sleeping. Their physical and mental energy had long since reached its limit. In this state of exhaustion, it was difficult to focus and think of clues. We've already learned the models of the 4 girls' phones from their classmates, and we've made a major discovery. It's said that over the past 6 months, everyone in Huang Shanshan's dorm switched to the latest Apple phones, costing nearly 20,000 yuan. Among them, Wang Li is a student from a low-income family.
Given her household circumstances, she simply couldn't afford such a purchase. Lin Xi continued from the side.
Chapter 11, A Glimmer of Hope. Hold on, let me sort this out.
Sun Haibao wiped the sweat from his forehead, trying to calm his excitement as he lit another cigarette. Unexpectedly, just as the case hit a dead end, Fang Shuo and Lin Xi brought back explosive new leads and they contained far too much information. Earlier, we noticed the phone from the scene was missing.
Based on our initial investigation, we assumed the killer took it. But now that Huang Shanshan has been confirmed as the killer, how did the phone vanish? Could it be that there was another killer at the scene?
After assisting Huang Shanshan with the murder, they took the phone and left.
Huang Shanshan locked the door afterward.
The fact that the killer insisted on taking the phone suggests it must contain crucial evidence.
In that case, the other person is highly likely someone from the female dormitory.
Sun Haibao said excitedly.
Listening to Sun Haibao, Fang Shuo furrowed his brow.
He had considered this possibility on his way back, but if there were two killers, he should have noticed something during his earlier simulation of the killer's actions. Yet at the time, he hadn't sensed it. One person at the scene was sufficient, the other couldn't have been watching the entire time.
Captain Sun, I don't think it's that complicated.
There should only be one killer at the scene.
Fang Shuo hesitated briefly before addressing Sun Haibao. Are you sure? Recalling Fang Shuo's earlier killer simulation, Sun Haibao didn't dismiss his theory lightly. I'm certain. Fang Shuo nodded.
In that case, there's no need to pursue this lead just yet. You guys, take your teams to the used cell phone market in Tianhai City immediately and investigate every single stall. Even if there's no information now, make sure everyone knows we're on the case.
Notify us the moment anything comes up.
Additionally, investigate Huang Shanshan and her associates' bank accounts and credit cards to examine their income sources.
As Fang Shuo mentioned, their finances are highly suspicious. Now that their families are aware, we'll intervene openly as law enforcement and verify their financial circumstances with their relatives.
Sun Haibao immediately gave these instructions to several officers. The officers all rushed out excitedly. Unexpectedly, a new path opened up.
Fang Shuo, we really owe you this time.
Please step aside with our colleagues to take some notes. Sun Haibao had his colleague escort Fang Shuo outside.
How did the two of you end up here together?
Sun Haibao called Lin Xi over and asked. I went to talk to him about the case and we ended up chatting.
That's when I noticed something unusual.
Lin Xi scratched his nose as he spoke. After all, playing basketball with Fang Shuo during work hours, even if it was for the case, still involved someone not directly connected to the investigation. I didn't expect you to make such progress.
Like father, like daughter.
But during work hours, you should dress more professionally. Even if you're not in uniform, avoid overly casual attire, people might gossip.
Your position is sensitive, you need to be extra careful. Sun Haibao smiled as he looked at Lin Xi.
Oh.
Actually, it wasn't me who discovered these clues, it was Fang Shuo.
I originally planned to just tell Fang Shuo the case outcome, but we ended up chatting.
All those clues from earlier? Fang Shuo pointed them out to me.
Lin Xi stuck out her tongue.
All of them were from Fang Shuo? No way? Sun Haibao was a bit surprised. Although Fang Shuo had brought up the phone issue, Sun Haibao believed they'd overlooked it purely due to exhaustion.
It wasn't exactly a brain-twisting clue.
Really, I've also learned a bit about him.
He's genuinely smart, top of his class every semester, and he even got the national scholarship.
It makes sense he could come up with these clues.
Lin Xi said to Sun Haibao.
Oh? That kid's that impressive? I always thought he was a bit weird. Sun Haibao was genuinely taken aback.
He's got issues. Lin Xi sighed helplessly.
He really is sick? Sun Haibao froze. Not exactly.
Lin Xi briefly explained Fang Shuo's situation to Sun Haibao.
So that's how it is. Sun Haibao nodded. Then keep a close eye on him.
After all, he's been a huge help this time.
And pinpointing the suspect this time? That was all thanks to him.
If this lead turns out to be solid, tell him I'll apply for that 100,000 yuan reward. Sun Haibao said slowly.
Thank you, Captain.
Lin Xi smiled.
Why are you thanking me? What does this have to do with you? Sun Haibao looked utterly suspicious. Oh, and I heard your mom blew her top again? Another blind date fell through? She even blamed me earlier, saying I'd given you too much work and ruined your chances. Once this case wraps up, I'll give you a few days off.
Speaking of which, my wife has a younger brother who's quite handsome. He works at the power company and makes 500,000 yuan a year.
I'll give you his contact info. You two can connect yourselves. Sun Haibao started reaching for his phone as he spoke.
Captain, you're just like my dad, so annoying.
No personal matters during work hours. I'm outta here.
Lin Xi hurriedly made her escape.
Sun Haibao let out a heavy sigh. Like I want to? Rank and file crushes people, you know.
Besides, my wife was actually set up by your mom back then.
What could I say?
Sun Haibao spread his hands helplessly.
Shuimu University. It wasn't exactly a top-tier university. Its academic atmosphere wasn't as vibrant as that of top-tier institutions. On ordinary days, the vast library was mostly empty.
But the small inns surrounding the campus bustled with business day after day, regardless of weekends or holidays.
Fang Shuo paced back and forth between the bookshelves. Beyond his regular workouts, Fang Shuo faced little academic pressure. With no part-time job to fill his free time, he spent it immersed in the library. He selected a few books and settled into a window seat. After reading for a while, he suddenly noticed a student sitting down at a nearby table. He couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. This area was fairly empty now. If someone chose a specific seat, it was usually for quiet or the view. That particular table wasn't by the window, which seemed a bit odd. Just as Fang Shuo was pondering this, perhaps noticing his gaze, the student walked directly toward him. "Hello, classmate. You must be Fang Shuo?" The student sat down across from Fang Shuo. "Yes, I am. And you are?" Fang Shuo was puzzled he didn't recognize this person. "My name is Li Dongsheng. Huang Shanshan is my girlfriend,"
the man said slowly.
Chapter 12, Huang Shanshan's boyfriend. "Huang Shanshan is your girlfriend? What do you want with me?" Hearing Li Dongsheng's words, Fang Shuo actually breathed a sigh of relief. "Damn it! You scared the hell out of me. I thought you were after my ass. I heard you got taken away by the cops. Any progress on the case involving Huang Shanshan and her dorm mates?" Li Dongsheng asked Fang Shuo. "How should I know? The cops aren't telling me either." Fang Shuo shrugged his shoulders.
Huang Shanshan was the murderer and he deduced it himself.
At this point, Fang Shuo naturally couldn't tell him what had happened at the police station. "Did you hear anything about Huang Shanshan when you were there? I heard earlier that Shanshan still hasn't regained consciousness." Li Dongsheng pressed on, unwilling to give up. "Bro, I really don't know. Why would the police tell me anything?
They called me in because I missed the bus that night while working my side job and ended up staying at the internet cafe overnight. They have surveillance footage, so they just let me go."
Fang Shuo didn't want to say more and made up an excuse. "All right."
Perhaps noticing Fang Shuo's attitude, Li Dongsheng reluctantly stood up and walked toward the exit.
Not long after Li Dongsheng left, two more female students dressed in school uniforms chatted and laughed as they walked in.
Spotting Fang Shuo, they quickly suppressed their smiles and sat down at the table farthest from him, occasionally glancing over his way.
Fang Shuo sighed helplessly.
Ever since the story about Lin Xi driving him home in a police car got out, his status as a murder suspect had been cemented. This guy was so great he'd completely lost his chance at finding a partner for the remaining nearly 3 years of college. He'd have to make Officer Lin pay him back properly someday. This was too much of a loss. Fang Shuo shook his head, about to return to his book, when a sudden flash of insight struck him. He leapt to his feet, sending his chair crashing to the floor. Without pausing to pick it up, he dashed out.
"Goodness, that scared me to death. Thank goodness he's gone." "Yeah, he just suddenly stood up. That was terrifying. I thought he was having another episode." "You know what? I heard this senior is a total nutcase. They say during military training, Two younger female students pointed at Fang Shuo's retreating figure and began whispering. Tianhai City Public Security Bureau. Following the leads and direction Lin Xi had brought back last time, a significant amount of information was quickly fed back. "Captain, we've contacted the victim's parents. According to them, there is indeed something amiss.
About 3 or 4 months ago, several residents of dormitory 319 claimed they'd found part-time jobs and no longer needed living expenses.
Especially Wang Li. Her family is classified as impoverished.
But according to her parents, 4 months ago Wang Li stopped asking for living expenses and even started giving money back to them, claiming it was scholarship funds and earnings from part-time work. Her parents were quite relieved about this. However, we've confirmed with the university that Wang Li has never received any scholarships and hasn't participated in any on-campus work-study programs. Furthermore, her classmates know nothing about this so-called part-time job."
A police officer addressed Sun Haiba.
Based on this theory, it's possible that several people from dorm 319 were working together on this side gig. The fact that they could make money so quickly strongly suggests it was something like escort services.
This is a crucial lead. Sun Haiba nodded. Things were finally starting to come together.
"Captain, you wouldn't believe it, we only found out today when we spoke with the victims' families. They just learned the news themselves.
This school is unbelievable. After all this happened, they still hadn't thought to inform the parents.
If it weren't for one student going missing and the parents tracking down classmates to find out, they wouldn't have known," the officer said, utterly speechless. "Not only did they fail to inform the parents, but today a vice principal even called me demanding the body be cremated immediately.
Damn those cowardly leaders.
Thank goodness we responded to the call and brought the body back ourselves.
Otherwise, we might not have been able to do anything. Never mind that for now. What's the status of their accounts? Have you traced who made the money transfers?" Sun Haiba turned to ask. "We've pulled their account statements from the bank.
They have multiple monthly deposit records, but the frequency is irregular. Sometimes it's a few thousand, other times even 10 or 20,000. All cash deposits, with unknown sources of income.
Another officer replied. Excellent. This confirms there's definitely something fishy going on. Could it be they're being kept as mistresses?
Such large sums are unlikely to come solely from part-time work. A single part-time gig might pay 1,000 or 2, but this amount is a bit too large.
Sun Haiba frowned.
Captain, no wonder the killer took the phones, there might be clues or transfer records on them. Lin Xi chimed in from the side. Yeah, all we can do now is wait for news from the second-hand phone shop.
Sun Haiba nodded.
No sooner had he spoken than Sun Haiba's phone rang. It was the colleague heading to the second-hand market.
Sun Haiba switched his phone to speaker mode. Captain, we've made a major discovery at the second-hand phone market.
We just received a tip from a vendor about a college student selling 4 fruit-shaped phones.
We reviewed the surveillance footage. That man is Huang Shanshan's boyfriend, the student named Li Dongsheng.
The officer on the other end of the line said urgently.
Huang Shanshan's boyfriend? What's the status of the phones?
Get them back immediately, they might contain crucial information. Sun Haiba hurriedly replied.
The phones have been wiped clean. We're having someone try to recover the data now.
The repair technician says it's tricky. This Li Dongsheng majored in computer science, he completely wiped the phone's data.
The officer on the other end said. Keep monitoring the phone's status. Do everything possible to recover it. Let me confirm one more thing. The person who sold the phone, are you certain it was Huang Shanshan's boyfriend? Sun Haiba asked.
Captain, no mistake. When we were tracing connections at the university, I saw this Li Dongsheng with my own eyes. I recognize him for sure.
The officer on the other end was quite certain.
Apply for an arrest warrant immediately and bring this Li Dongsheng in. He's likely the other killer.
We absolutely cannot let this bastard get away.
Hanging up the phone, Sun Haiba immediately issued orders to everyone present.
Soon, Sun Haiba and his team drove straight onto campus. They split into 2 groups, one headed to Li Dongsheng's dormitory, the other to his classroom. But both teams came up empty-handed.
Captain, according to Li Dongsheng's roommate, he left early this morning.
He didn't even show up for class.
His roommates signed in for him. Lin Xi reported to Sun Haiba.
Damn it! Could it be that this kid found out something?
If that's the case, we might have alerted the target prematurely.
Question his classmates immediately. See where else he could have gone. Sun Haiba was taken aback. They'd made quite a commotion trying to catch Li Dongsheng quickly. If Li Dongsheng caught wind of it, he might very well have fled. Ring ring. Just then, Sun Haiba's phone rang. Chapter 13, The Pursuit.
Criminal Investigation Division, Sun Haiba speaking. Seeing it was a call from headquarters, Sun Haiba answered immediately. Captain Sun, we just received a report that a lead on the killer has been found. You need to head to the small grove next to the basketball court immediately. The voice on the other end instructed Sun Haiba.
A clue to the killer? Who made the call? Sun Haiba was taken aback.
He said his name was Fang Shuo.
He didn't say much before hanging up.
The voice on the other end of the line said.
Fang Shuo? Sun Haiba froze. I know where the grove is. Follow me.
Lin Xi hurriedly dashed off to the side. Without a moment's hesitation, Sun Haiba called out to the others to follow Lin Xi.
Shuemu University had quite a few small groves.
Every morning, the janitor would grumble as he picked up all sorts of used rubber items from the groves. The grove beside the basketball court connected to the back mountain, covering a vast area.
Even in daylight, the woods remained somewhat dim. Even the usual couples seeking pleasure dared not venture deep into its shadows.
At this moment, within the grove beside the basketball court, a figure was busy burying something deep within the woods.
Not far behind, Fang Shuo watched anxiously.
Just moments ago, when Li Dongsheng came looking for him, Fang Shuo hadn't fully snapped out of his daze. But the reminder from those 2 junior high school girls snapped him back to reality. His reputation as a psychopath was notorious throughout the school, even the freshmen knew all about it. Not to mention, recently, that group had been spreading rumors that he was the murderer. As Huang Shanshan's boyfriend, Li Dongsheng, whose girlfriend had been killed, not only didn't he attack Fang Shuo from behind, but he actually came to question him voluntarily. This proved he knew the killer wasn't him. And the questions he asked were all about the police investigation and Huang Shanshan's circumstances.
It was chilling when you thought about it. Fang Shuo followed him all the way out.
But by the time Fang Shuo reached the library exit, he'd lost track of him. After finally learning Li Dongsheng's major and whereabouts, he arrived near the dormitory just as Li Dongsheng was returning from outside.
Fang Shuo didn't want to tip him off, so he kept following. Before long,
Li Dongsheng emerged carrying a black bag, sneaking toward the small grove near the basketball court. At this hour, most students were in class, leaving the basketball court deserted.
Fang Shuo waited until Li Dongsheng had gone inside before calling the police. Only then did he activate his phone's video recording function and quietly follow him in.
By the time Fang Shuo entered, he spotted Li Dongsheng from a distance. Li had dug a hole, pulled a pair of shoes from the black bag, and buried them inside. After burying the items, Li Dongsheng wasted no time and headed outside. Fang Shuo groaned repeatedly. Even if the police responded quickly, they probably wouldn't arrive that fast. Should I just go up there and take him down? But this Li Dongsheng looks pretty beefy. Fang Shuo hesitated. No way. This guy's practically walking cash, I can't let him get away. As Li Dongsheng emerged, Fang Shuo, fearing exposure, dashed out first. He thought for a moment, then grabbed his phone. Hello? Hello? I'm already here. Didn't we agree to meet in the grove? Screw the class. Whoever's late buys dinner. I'm gonna take a piss first. Fang Shuo shouted loudly as he unzipped his pants and headed into the woods. The basketball court was completely empty now. Even if he took off running, he'd be spotted. Damn it. What? Someone's here? Fang Shuo feigned surprise, pretending to spot Li Dongsheng for the first time. It's you? What are you doing here? Li Dongsheng kept one hand behind his back, eyeing Fang Shuo warily. Oh, it's you. What are you doing here? Oh, I've got a game planned. Really gotta pee, and the bathroom's too far. Fang Shuo said, pulling up his pants as he walked deeper into the woods. He wanted to stall for as long as possible. Hey! I already peed there. You'd better go somewhere else. Li Dongsheng grabbed Fang Shuo's arm. No problem. It'd be a hassle if someone saw me out here. Fang Shuo ignored Li Dongsheng and continued deeper into the woods. Li Dongsheng scanned the area, finding no one around. He turned to watch Fang Shuo walking deeper into the woods, his eyes turning cold as he brought the hand hidden behind his back forward. In his hand was a stone. Earlier, when he heard the commotion outside, Li Dongsheng had thought he'd been discovered and instinctively picked up a rock. If it turned out to be this lunatic, it would be easier to explain. He could tell the police he'd suddenly gone berserk, tried to kill him, and he'd been forced to defend himself. No one would believe a lunatic's story. Li Dongsheng gritted his teeth and walked toward Fang Shuo. At this moment, Fang Shuo remained completely unaware of Li Dongsheng's situation. At this moment, he had to put on a show. He unzipped his pants and began to urinate with a steady stream. Completely unaware that behind him, Li Dongsheng had quietly approached and raised a stone. Stop! Police! Just as Li Dongsheng was about to strike Fang Shuo, a thunderous shout erupted from behind him. Li Dongsheng flinched violently. Not far behind him, a female police officer was pointing her gun at him. Caught red-handed, Li Dongsheng frantically tossed the rock aside and bolted into the woods. Fang Shuo, hearing the commotion and seeing the stone Li Dongsheng had dropped, was startled. Only then did he realize he had narrowly escaped death. A wave of fear washed over him. Without a second thought, he saw Li Dongsheng trying to escape, quickly picked up the stone, and hurled it at him. It struck him squarely on the calf. Fang Shuo grabbed his pants and ran after him, immediately pinning Li Dongsheng to the ground. Immediately after, Lin Xi arrived from behind and cuffed Li Dongsheng. Phew! Thanks for that earlier. How did you get here so fast? Fang Shuo wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. If Lin Xi hadn't stepped in to stop him earlier, he'd probably be in trouble too. No sooner had he spoken than footsteps echoed from beyond the trees. Hurry up and put your pants on, Lin Xi said to Fang Shuo, her face flushed. Damn it! Only then did Fang Shuo realize that in his panic, he hadn't noticed the policewoman had seen everything. He frantically pulled up his pants. Just as he finished pulling them up, Sun Haiba and a group of officers burst into the room. What's going on? Sun Haiba froze in place, staring at the scene before him. Why are you arresting me? I didn't do anything. This lunatic tried to kill me, so I defended myself with a rock. Li Dongsheng, pinned to the ground by Lin Xi's handcuffs, struggled and shouted. Don't listen to his nonsense. He buried a pair of shoes under that tree. Fang Shuo pointed to the side. Hearing Fang Shuo's words, Li Dongsheng lifted his head and glared viciously at him. Unbelievable. His entire act of burying the item had been witnessed by Fang Shuo. And he'd actually believed his lies. Sun Haiba's eyes lit up at Fang Shuo's words. He immediately ordered his men to dig. Before long, they unearthed a pair of shoes. Captain, we found them. Judging by the tread pattern, they matched the footprints outside the girls' dormitory wall exactly. One officer exclaimed excitedly. Li Dongsheng? Do you have anything else to say? Sun Haiba stared coldly at Li Dongsheng. I don't know anything about any shoes. What does that have to do with me? Li Dongsheng knew that if he admitted it, he'd be finished for good. Chapter 14, Undeniable Contribution. Sorry about that. I was just curious what you were doing earlier, but I couldn't see clearly, so I turned on my phone's camera and zoomed in a bit. Looks like I caught the whole process of you burying something. Fang Shuo handed the phone to Sun Haiba and grinned at Li Dongsheng. Great. Excellent. Sun Haiba watched the video on the phone and gave Fang Shuo an appreciative look. The footage was crystal clear, caught red-handed, with no room for excuses. Hearing Fang Shuo's words, Li Dongsheng completely wilted. He was led away by the police. We'll take this phone back with us for now. It contains crucial evidence.
We'll return it to you after we've copied the data. Sun Haibo said to Fang Shuo with a smile. This time, they owed it all to Fang Shuo for successfully apprehending Li Dongqing and securing the crucial evidence. Fang Shuo's contribution was indispensable. Sun Haibo found himself looking at Fang Shuo with renewed favor. How about I just go with you guys? I'll bring it right back after I'm done, so you won't have to make another trip. You're so busy. Cooperating with the police in their investigation is the duty of every citizen. Fang Shuo quickly interjected. Are you kidding me? They want to take my phone? Don't you know a man's phone is his second life? If you start snooping through my browser history or whatever, I'll be mortified. Oh? Well, that's perfect. We can just take a statement now. Sun Haibo chuckled. This kid's got some guts, he knows how to talk his way out of trouble. I'm starting to like him more and more. Fang Shuo followed Lin Xi to the police car and instinctively pulled open the passenger door to get in. What are you doing? Get in the other car. Lin Xi said coldly. Now you're getting upset? You've seen everything. You're responsible for this. Don't think being a cop gives you free rein. Fang Shuo spread his hands helplessly. What did you say? Lin Xi, enraged and humiliated, clenched her fists and gritted her teeth. This Fang Shuo was utterly despicable. She never imagined this guy would actually pee in the wild, and worse, pull down his pants while doing it. Phew. Like I saw anything. What responsibility? Are you afraid that kid will retaliate? Or are you worried about getting into trouble for riding in a police car? Just then, Sun Haibo walked over with a smile. I'm helpless too. I came here to help, but now I'm treated like a suspect. Even those innocent little freshmen are avoiding me. Looks like I'll be single my whole college life. If you cops ever have a mixer, you can count me in. Fang Shuo chimed in. With deadpan seriousness. Lin Xi in the car was utterly dumbfounded. She couldn't believe how thick-skinned Fang Shuo was right now. But thankfully, he hadn't mentioned what just happened. Otherwise, if the captain found out, my dad would know too, and I'd be in big trouble. Don't worry, we'll explain the situation to the school afterward. We'll even publish an explanation in the newspaper and send your department a commendation banner. It'll all be fine. Sun Haibo patted Fang Shuo's shoulder with a smile. That's great, thanks Captain Sun. Captain Sun is so understanding, passionate, and thoughtful, truly admirable. I'll take that car. Fang Shuo dashed toward the other vehicle. What's gotten into that kid? Didn't he look like he was about to get in just now? Sun Haibo was completely baffled. Oomph. Forget about him. He'd better walk over there himself. Lin Xi said angrily. Watching Lin Xi's expression, Sun Haibo sat down with a look of utter bewilderment. This felt just like the playful bickering between young couples. He recalled hearing about Fang Shuo in the grove earlier, how the girl had taken off running, leaving the group of male officers trailing far behind. Could these two young people be? Sun Haibo's brain froze for a moment. Tianhai Municipal Public Security Bureau. Inside the Criminal Investigation Division office. Fang Shuo was chatting animatedly with several officers, spittle flying. The case was now as good as solved, and Fang Shuo was undoubtedly the hero. Thanks to his help, not only had the entire squad avoided major disciplinary action, but they might even get a bonus. The detectives now looked at Fang Shuo with the same doting gaze reserved for a mascot. Except for Lin Xi. She had returned with her usual cold expression. To be honest, Lin Xi was only 3 years older than Fang Shuo and had never been in a relationship either. Accidentally seeing something she shouldn't have left her mortified. How could she possibly speak to Fang Shuo normally now? She could only keep her face stern. You mean this Li Dongqing came looking for you to ask for information? A police officer asked Fang Shuo. Yeah, he doesn't treat me like a human being at all. Is he stupid or am I? Fang Shuo spread his hands helplessly. The surrounding officers all wore expressions of helplessness. You gotta admit Li Dongqing's got some bad luck. Why ask anyone else? He had to go ask Fang Shuo. Even if he'd come straight to the police station to ask about the progress, his status as the deceased's boyfriend wouldn't have been questioned. Fang Shuo, you were way too reckless just following him to make the arrest. What if he had a weapon? Now it looks like Li Dongqing might be the mastermind. The others scolded Fang Shuo. I was just trying to buy time, you know? Use the excuse to go inside. Well, thank goodness Officer Lin showed up in time. Otherwise, I'd be in real trouble. Just as Fang Shuo was about to explain how he'd used the excuse of needing to pee to stall Li Dongqing, he felt a murderous glare from the side. He swiftly changed the subject. He's here. No sooner had Fang Shuo finished speaking than Sun Haibo burst through the door, excitement radiating from him. Hearing this, everyone crowded around. The kid wouldn't talk at first, but we fixed his phone and showed him the data inside. He wet his pants right there in the interrogation room. Fang Shuo, no offense, but your college life is way too wild. Sun Haibo glanced at Fang Shuo beside him. Captain Sun, this has nothing to do with me. I'm a model student, I don't even have a girlfriend. My first kiss is still intact. Fang Shuo looked utterly innocent. Captain, what's going on? Are those two the suspects? How did a guy get into the girls' dormitory to take the phone? The officer beside him couldn't help but ask. There were simply too many puzzling aspects to this case. Chapter 15, The Truth Comes Out. We overcomplicated it.
That kid was waiting downstairs the whole time. After Huang Shanshan killed her, he stuffed the phones into a trash bag and tossed it from the third floor. According to Li Dongsheng, he originally intended to toss it into the river. But when he saw it was a brand new fruit brand phone, greed got the better of him and he kept it. He was a computer science major, yet he knew how to flash the phone and destroy the SIM card. Thinking the case was wrapped up, he planned to sell it. That's when we caught him. These college kids nowadays, their intelligence isn't being put to use in their studies. Little did he know that modern data recovery technology is remarkably advanced. Even after flashing the system and deleting data, it can still be restored. Our technicians recovered nearly 6 months' worth of data from the phone, including many messages he had deliberately deleted. This provided crucial clues and evidence. Sun Haiba explained to the group. So that's how it happened. Everyone suddenly understood. Then why did Huang Shanshan kill someone? Lin Xi asked from the side as she leaned in closer. Based on Li Dongxing's confession and the chat records from the phone, we've mostly pieced the story together. Wang Li was being kept by a professor named Qin Yiming, but she got pregnant during that time. Fearing exposure, she drugged her other roommates and sent them all to the professor. The professor promised them huge benefits like keeping their jobs and graduating smoothly, and successfully took all 4 girls from room 319, turning them into sex slaves. Of course, our investigation also uncovered videos on the phones used to blackmail them. Beyond this professor's involvement, it also implicated a vice president of Shuemu University and several other associate professors. Every weekend, the 4 of them would go together. That money? They gave it to them. Sun Haiba spoke slowly. Fang Shuo listened, utterly dumbfounded. What? You can hear this stuff without paying? That's too shocking. And this Professor Qin Yiming, I heard he's a distinguished visiting professor at Shuemu University. He always carries himself with such dignity and respect, yet behind closed doors, he's been up to all sorts of shady business. And they even held a sports meet? Wang Li came from a poor family but craved prestige. She couldn't resist the lure of money, so she gave in. Chen Jiayan had already been involved in compensated dating and failed numerous courses, making graduation impossible under normal circumstances. This outcome actually suits her just fine. Yao Yani was the timid one, coerced the most. But judging from the chat logs, she dared say nothing, just endured silently. The most despicable is Li Dongsheng, Huang Shanshan's boyfriend. After Huang was assaulted, she suffered terribly and finally mustered the courage to tell Li. Instead of helping her report it, Li Dongsheng used this as leverage to abuse the other 3 girls as well. It said the professors drugged the girls during their abuse, but Li Dongsheng wasn't aware of this, leading all 3 to become pregnant. That's when Huang Shanshan began to resent him. Fearing exposure, Li Dongsheng persuaded Huang Shanshan to kill them. He orchestrated this elaborate scheme to make it look like outsiders were responsible, ensuring the case would remain unsolved and buried. Sun Haiba addressed the group. Just as I thought, not a single man in this world is any good. Lin Xi exclaimed angrily from the side. Lin Xi, we police can't let emotions cloud our judgment. Actually, you should go to the hospital and talk to Huang Shanshan. Being a woman, you might find it easier to communicate with her. Now that everything's clear, Huang Shanshan shouldn't be a problem either. Sun Haiba said awkwardly to Lin Xi. Lin Xi's words were indiscriminately hurtful. No one present escaped unscathed. Oomph. Lin Xi shot Fang Shuo a fierce glare before storming out. What the hell does this have to do with me? I'm above all that, okay? Fang Shuo rolled his eyes. Captain, why did Huang Shanshan attempt suicide too? A nearby officer asked. According to the plan, Huang Shanshan was supposed to make a shallow cut on herself, then lose enough blood to pass out. But for some reason, she ended up suffocating herself with a trash bag. Perhaps once Lin Xi returns, we'll have a clearer picture. Even though Li Dongxing denied everything, the information on his phone makes it crystal clear he was the mastermind. Finally, we can close this case. Everyone, start compiling the reports immediately. Close this case as soon as possible. Sun Haiba said with a smile. Not only had they solved the case within the deadline, but they had also followed the trail to root out several scoundrels within the university. This provided closure for the victim's family and served as a positive example for the student body. Fang Shuo, to be honest, we really owe this to you. If you hadn't promptly reminded us about the cell phone lead and helped us apprehend Li Dongxing, things wouldn't have gone so smoothly. As for the commendation banner I promised you earlier, I'll have someone arrange it immediately. Sun Haiba turned to look at Fang Shuo. Forget it. Let's keep a low profile. Captain Sun, that 100,000 yuan reward, it's not fake, is it? Fang Shuo asked timidly from the side. Don't worry. You've done a great job this time, and you caught the main culprit, Li Dongxing. No worries. Once it's approved, I'll have Lin Xi inform you. Sun Haiba said with a smile. Got it, thanks a lot, Captain.
If I get another chance, I'll keep helping the police. Fang Shuo's mouth nearly stretched to his ears at the words. We common folk today, oh today, we're truly happy. Fang Shuo hummed a tune as he skipped cheerfully toward the exit. Watching Fang Shuo leave, Sun Haiba shook his head. Crazy? But he wasn't crazy, he was probably more sane than most people. Smart, brave, optimistic, and with that talent for mimicking criminals. If he were in the police academy, he'd probably be a top recruit. What a waste. That afternoon, Lin Xi returned from the hospital. Captain, Huang Shanshan has also confessed everything. Lin Xi reported to Sun Haiba. That smoothly? Sun Haiba was somewhat surprised. Yeah, I told her everything about Li Dongsheng, and Huang Shanshan just broke down. Then I helped her vent her frustration at the male students at Shuemu University, and she told me everything. Lin Xi nodded. Sun Haiba. A veiled criticism? According to Huang Shanshan, after killing someone, she was terrified and filled with regret. She didn't want to live anymore, but she couldn't bring herself to take her own life. She remembered seeing in movies that suffocation with a plastic bag could work, so she tried it. She never expected that in her final struggle before losing consciousness, she'd tear a small hole in the bag. That's how she survived. Lin Xi explained to Sun Haiba and the others. So that's how it was. In that case, there are no remaining doubts about the entire case. Go write the report. Close the case as soon as possible. Sun Haiba nodded. Yes, sir. Just as Lin Xi turned to leave, Sun Haiba called him back. Chapter 16, A Woman in Love. Oh, and about that 100,000 yuan reward for Fang Shuo, the bureau has approved it. But the money won't be available that quickly. It might take a few months. You know how things move at the higher levels. I'll help expedite it. Find time to let Fang Shuo know, so he doesn't get impatient waiting. That kid seems pretty anxious about it. Sun Haiba said jokingly. Oh, I'll tell him once I'm done with my current workload. No rush. Lin Xi had intended to refuse, but agreed anyway. That girl? As someone who'd been through it all, how could he not see through this? Sometimes, the more someone insists they don't care, the more they actually do. This wasn't a good sign. But once this case was closed, they'd likely lose touch anyway, so it didn't really matter. Sun Haiba looked at Lin Xi and shook his head helplessly. Shuemu University. No sooner had Fang Shuo boarded the bus home than his phone pinged. It was a WeChat friend request. Fang Shuo tapped on the profile picture and was surprised to see it was Lin Xi. In the profile picture, Lin Xi resembled a blooming white magnolia. Her face radiated warmth, her clear eyes brimming with gentle kindness, and the curve of her lips was as perfect as a crescent moon. Both in looks and figure, Lin Xi was goddess level. The only drawback was her fiery temper. Those two-fingered jabs could come out of nowhere, not to mention her martial arts skills. If he ended up with her, wouldn't he become a human punching bag? Fang Shuo shuddered and clicked to accept. What's up? Lin Xi messaged back almost immediately. Walking with a freshman girl, playing life coach. What's up, Officer Lin? You wouldn't happen to be missing me, would you? Fang Shuo typed the message and sent it. At that moment, in Lin Xi's room, she had just stepped out of the shower and was drying her hair. Seeing her phone light up, she grabbed it immediately. Walking the streets? Take a walk, my ass. Lin Xi gritted her teeth. After getting to know him over time, she had come to understand Fang Shuo. The more he talked about something, the less likely it was to happen. According to the Public Security Administration regulations, harassing a police officer carries a penalty of up to 5 days detention or a fine of up to 500 yuan. Which do you choose? Lin Xi shot back immediately. Does detention include meals? Then I'll take the former. Reading Fang Shuo's reply, Lin Xi felt both exasperated and amused. If it were any of her previous admirers, they would have backed down by now. But this guy right here just wouldn't give up. Lin Xi sprawled on the soft bed, her two pretty feet dangling back and forth. Oh, and about that 100,000 yuan reward. After our police investigation, we determined your contribution wasn't substantial enough. We've decided to award you only 10,000 yuan. Lin Xi sent the message to Fang Shuo with a mischievous grin. You think you can make fun of me all day? Just wait until I get my hands on you. Lin Xi pursed her lips. Little did she know, Fang Shuo's voice call came through immediately. Lin Xi chuckled. You think you can get away with this? Hello? Lin Xi looked smug, not bothering to dry her hair. She hurriedly sat on the bed and answered. Sis, don't mess with me. I'm in desperate need of cash right now. Fang Shuo's breathless voice came through the phone. Seriously, sigh, even the captain applied. There's nothing we can do. Lin Xi struggled to stifle her laughter. Cut it out. That's not something the most beautiful policewoman in the world should be saying. Let me guess, if it's less than 100,000, it's gotta be at least 70 or 80,000, right? If it really ends up being 10,000, I'll report your police department for skimming my bonus. Of course, it might be someone's personal action, but if it gets investigated, you wouldn't want others to find out about this, would you, Officer Lin? Fang Shuo's amused voice came through the phone.
Lin Xi could picture Fang Shuo's lips curling slightly, that smug look of having her right where he wanted her.
Oomph. How did you tell? Did you hear me laugh just now?
Lin Xi felt a bit put out.
Nah, I was just guessing. Figured I'd bluff a bit. Didn't expect you to spill the beans so easily. Officer Lin, maybe you should steer clear of interrogating suspects in the future. Fang Shuo teased. Fang Shuo, are you getting a bit too cocky again?
Lin Xi was furious and embarrassed. Her professional competence had been questioned.
And she couldn't even refute it.
Every time she was with this Fang Shuo, she felt like a complete idiot.
So infuriating. Fang Shuo grinned widely at Lin Xi's message.
This Lin Xi might seem mature, but sometimes she was downright dumb, especially around him.
Officer Lin, have some faith in yourself.
You just made a mistake any woman could make.
Fang Shuo said with a straight face. What mistake? Lin Xi looked utterly perplexed. When women are in love, their IQ drops to 0. That's what they call being love-struck. Sigh. Too much charm isn't good either. Fang Shuo shook his head helplessly. Fang Shuo. If you want to die, just say so. Watching Fang Shuo's blatant flirting, Lin Xi gritted her teeth. Alright, I'll stop. I need to get off now.
Fang Shuo stood up, phone in hand. The two had been bantering back and forth the whole ride, and before they knew it, they had reached their stop.
It's so late. Where are you going?
Lin Xi glanced at the time, puzzled.
Home, of course. My bed is big and comfy. Want to come try it out? Fang Shuo asked with a smile. Oomph. I dare to go. Do you dare to open the door? Lin Xi blushed but refused to back down. Grandma. Just then, Fang Shuo's startled cry came through the phone. Fang Shuo? What's going on? Hearing Fang Shuo's voice, Lin Xi leapt up from the bed. I'll call you back. My grandmother collapsed. I'm calling 120. Fang Shuo hung up as he spoke. Grandma fainted?
Lin Xiting felt momentarily at a loss. She had heard before that Fang Shuo's grandmother had been ill for some time but couldn't afford the surgery, which was why he urgently needed money. With that thought, Lin Xi dashed out without even putting on her shoes. Director Lin was watching TV in the living room. Lin Xi's mother was out on a research trip tonight and not at home.
What's wrong? What's the rush? Director Lin asked calmly. Dad, give me 100,000 yuan.
Lin Xi blurted out.
How much? What do you need it for? Director Lin was taken aback. Fang Shuo's grandmother is sick and might need money. We don't know when the reward money will come through. Give it to me now and you can deduct it later when it arrives.
Lin Xi didn't have time to explain further.
Stop. Fang Shuo? Which Fang Shuo? Oh, you mean that student who helped you solve the case? Director Lin finally recalled. That's right. Hurry up and hand over the money.
Lin Xi tossed her dad's phone over.
I don't have any money either.
Director Lin looked at his frantically jumping daughter, his face full of suspicion, and firmly refused. Dad, if I remember correctly, besides your regular salary card, you should have another card, right? If I'm not mistaken, that card should be inside one of the vases, taped up with double-sided tape. Tell me, if Mom found out about this extra chunk of our family's assets, wouldn't she be thrilled? Lin Xi smiled faintly.
Chapter 17, The Leaky Little Cotton Jacket. What? You little brat. How did you find out? Director Lin was utterly shocked.
The secret stash had been hidden for so long, and he thought it was watertight. He never imagined his own daughter knew every detail.
Transfer the money. Shut her up.
Lin Xi handed over the phone without hesitation.
Fine. Director Lin gritted his teeth.
The money could be recovered later, but if his slush fund was exposed, he'd be finished for good. He was counting on that money to buy a decent fishing rod.
Oh, Dad, you're pretty close with Uncle Lu, the director of First People's Hospital, right? You see, Fang Shuo has done our police force a huge favor. We can't just ignore him now. Here's what we'll do, give Uncle Lu a call and have him arrange someone to meet him.
Lin Xi thought for a moment before continuing.
Well, isn't that a bit unnecessary? Besides, it's too late now. Commissioner Lin's mouth twitched. Oh no, the cabbage in my own family has definitely been stolen. You weren't this concerned when I was hospitalized back then. Dad, if I remember correctly, there should be a few fishing rods hidden in the secret compartment behind the bookshelf, right? Those rods weren't cheap, were they? I don't think you want Mom to know about these either, right?
Lin Xi raised an eyebrow.
You. Oh no.
They say a daughter is like a cotton padded jacket, but ours is full of holes. I will never bow to evil forces.
Director Lin sighed in frustration. Oh? I also heard.
Lin Xi cleared his throat.
Hey, old Lu, are you asleep? I need to trouble you with something. Tianhai City First People's Hospital.
When Fang Shuo arrived by ambulance, he was startled by the scene before him. A night shift attending physician, 2 associate chief physicians, and several nurses were already waiting in the emergency room. As soon as Fang Shuo's grandmother was wheeled off the ambulance, they immediately took her inside.
Fang Shuo was completely baffled. Has hospital service gotten this good? Had the service industry become this competitive? You must be Fang Shuo? Rest assured, we'll take care of the elderly patient's condition. We'll arrange the surgery as soon as possible, and we've already secured a VIP premium ward for her. At that moment, the director approached Fang Shuo and said, "Yes, I'm Fang Shuo. But this..." For a moment, Fang Shuo thought they had mistaken him for someone else. "As for the fees, don't worry about that for now. The dean has already made arrangements for us. Just relax and stay here comfortably," the director said to Fang Shuo with a smile. Just moments ago, he'd received an urgent call from the director, ordering him to bring his team out for the pickup, a request personally arranged by Director Lin. Those who'd risen to director level within the hospital were all seasoned veterans. How could an ordinary young man possibly warrant such a high-level police official mobilizing his forces? And why would he seek out the president in the middle of the night? The moment he saw Fang Shuo, the director instantly understood. He'd heard that Director Lin's daughter's marriage had yet to be settled. Need he guess? Any doubts left? If this tall, handsome young man isn't Director Lin's future son-in-law, I'll walk on my hands from now on. Such matters were understood without needing to be spoken aloud. So, seeing Fang Shuo's bewildered expression, the director understood perfectly and said no more. Fang Shuo, utterly bewildered, was led inside by the director. At that moment, outside the emergency room in the parking lot, Director Lin, sitting in the passenger seat, yawned as he watched his precious daughter tiptoeing on her toes outside the glass doors of the ER, peering inside. He sighed heavily. The feeling was like watching his own fresh, crisp cabbage eagerly hopping into the mouth of a pig. It left a bitter taste in his mouth. All taken care of? As his daughter climbed into the passenger seat, Director Lin glanced at the flip-flops on Lin Xi's feet. He felt utterly hopeless. "MHM. Lin Xi replied with a smile. "Look at that grin on your face. You dragged your old man around to several hospitals late at night just for this kid? Now you should tell your old man what's the deal with this kid who's got my little princess all wrapped around his finger, huh?" Director Lin sighed helplessly. "Dad. What on earth are you talking about? No way." Lin Xi's face flushed instantly. "This Fang Shuo fellow is quite handsome and capable, but I heard from Xiao Sun that he's a bit troubled? Or mentally unstable?" Director Lin asked from the side. "How could our captain say such a thing? He just gets occasional headaches. And when he does, he can perfectly mimic the killer's behavior, which makes him seem a bit off. This time, it was precisely because of Fang Shuo's ability that we found some crucial clues. Don't listen to our captain's nonsense," Lin Xi said with some displeasure. "So that's how it is. When I heard Xiao Sun's description, it sounded familiar. I think I've heard about this kind of situation before." Director Lin mused, stroking his chin. "Ha? You've heard of it? Who was it?" Lin Xi looked surprised. "Have you heard of Old Master Fang, known as China's foremost detective?" Commissioner Lin inquired. "Of course I know him. He's mentioned in our textbooks. I hear that every case Master Fang handled was solved a 100% success rate. He's always been a legend in the police force." "You mean Old Master Fang is in the same situation?" Lin Xi couldn't help but widen her eyes. "That's right. I've heard he employs similar methods suffering from migraines, yet he can perfectly empathize with the killer or the victim to uncover crucial clues. The so-called super detective is just a title in books. Behind closed doors, the police call him the ghost detective. It's all tied to his unique investigative methods. Sadly, Old Fang was fatally wounded by a gang of thugs while performing an act of bravery. It's truly a great loss to the police force," Commissioner Lin said with a sigh. "Did Old Fang ever settle down? No, I mean, did Old Fang's illness ever get cured in the end?" Lin Xi asked urgently. "No, but my mentor said his illness wasn't physical, it was psychological," Director Lin explained slowly. "Psychological?" Lin Xi was a bit confused. "Yes. Old Master Fang fought in the war. His entire battalion was engaged in a delaying action, and he was the sole survivor. According to him, this condition emerged only after the war. It's likely something akin to post-traumatic stress disorder." Director Lin addressed Lin Xi. Hearing her father's words, Lin Xi fell silent. Could her headaches also be connected to her past experiences? "By the way, you and that student named Fang Shuo, you two really aren't. You're not exactly a spring chicken anymore. Even though he's younger, it's still..." Director Lin looked at her suspiciously. "Oh, no. Why are you acting just like my mom?" Lin Xi flushed and shot her father a glare. "Oh my, you young folks these days, once you've set your sights on someone, you've got to make your move right away. Back in the day, when your mom had her eye on me, she brought me lunch every single day. When a woman pursues a man, it's just a thin veil between them." Director Lin, with a straight face, imparted his wisdom to his daughter. Lin Xi paid him no mind. The story of how her father had been chased away by her grandfather-in-law back then was something he brought up every time he got drunk at her grandmother's house. Men's mouths. Chapter 18, The Haunted Medical School. Fang Shuo's grandmother's surgery went smoothly.
Since she was brought in promptly, there were no major complications. Early the next morning, Fang Shuo received the 100,000 yuan transferred by Lin Xi, which filled him with delight. He immediately used it to cover the hospital fees. Though he didn't know the exact details, Fang Shuo suspected Lin Xi must have been the one helping behind the scenes. After all, only she knew about his grandmother's situation the previous night. Whether it was the money or the hospital arrangements, this debt of gratitude must be repaid. Lin Xi, thanks. Fang Shuo composed a message with utmost sincerity and sent it to Lin Xi. He was so used to teasing her that when it came time to actually say it, the words just wouldn't come out. What are you thanking me for? I didn't know about your grandmother yesterday, you know. Don't forget you owe me a meal. When you get back to campus, I'll come find you. It's been ages since I last ate at the university cafeteria. On the other end of the phone, Lin Xi's eyes crinkled into beautiful crescent moons. She was genuinely pleased to have been able to help Fang Shuo. Come any time. Shuemu University welcomes you. Fang Shuo's reply came through almost instantly. Shuemu University welcomes me? You don't welcome me? Lin Xi bit her lip as she sent the message. But Fang Shuo sent back a voice message instead. Give me a break, sis. How do you manage to freeload with such righteous indignation? What if I don't welcome you? Aren't you just going to beat me up first and then make me treat you to dinner anyway? Just tell me beforehand next time, I'll top up my card. Fang Shuo's tone was both resigned and affectionate. Lin Xi couldn't help but laugh. Shuemu University Medical School. It was a standalone academic building, located in the northeast corner of campus, adjacent to the rear mountain. It was already evening, and the medical school's security guard had locked the doors and left long ago. Lately, ghostly disturbances had been reported. It started when several students mentioned hearing noises. The guard didn't believe them, so he patrolled the area before locking up one night. Near the morgue, he heard the wail of a baby. That very night, he was so terrified he fell gravely ill. Inside the medical school building now, everything was dead silent. Two shadowy figures emerged from the restroom. Senior, you're so annoying. My relatives haven't even finished yet. Haha, I couldn't wait any longer. Relax, that old guy's gone. No one's coming here. Our ghost act was pretty convincing earlier, and that Bluetooth earpiece? Dead handy. Want to try something new tonight? You're so annoying. Aren't you scared those corpses might suddenly come back to life? What's there to fear? We're medical students. Come on, let's go. Two shadowy figures whispered as they crept toward the morgue. Soon, waves of unspeakable sounds began to echo through the room. After an unknown amount of time, the sounds gradually subsided following a high-pitched scream. The girl pulled up her pants while nervously glancing at the surrounding corpses. Though she was a medical student, the momentary passion had dulled her senses earlier. Now, however, fear crept in. She grabbed the boy's arm, urging him to leave quickly. But she suddenly froze. What's wrong? Scared like this? Let's do it again. Without another word, the guy pinned her down on the table. Senior, I remember there were only 2 bodies before we started. How did another one appear? The girl pointed at the figure beside them. Her voice was already trembling with tears. The boy turned his head and froze. He clearly saw the dark figure move. Immediately after, a blood-curdling scream pierced the air from the morgue. Shuemu University. Lin Xi drove her own car, taking Fang Shuo back to campus. Earlier that morning, Lin Xi had coincidentally encountered Fang Shuo and his grandmother preparing to leave the hospital while running an errand for his father. He naturally helped Fang Shuo take his grandmother home. By noon, he could casually have Fang Shuo treat him to lunch. After solving the campus murder case, the Criminal Investigation Division granted everyone a day off. Wow, it's been ages since I ate on campus. I really miss the school cafeteria food. Lin Xi stared at the plate piled high with food, chattering away to Fang Shuo. Fang Shuo, however, looked around somewhat awkwardly. Today, Lin Xi wore a white blouse tucked into a pleated skirt. Her long, beautiful legs, bare without stockings, gleamed white beneath a pair of white canvas sneakers. She radiated youthful energy, lively and cheerful. Had Fang Shuo not known Lin Xi was a police officer, he would have mistaken her for a senior or first-year graduate student. What's the matter, feeling shy? Could it be your first time eating with a girl? Lin Xi teased with a smile, observing Fang Shuo's slightly awkward demeanor. Come on, since high school, haven't I always had girls join me for meals? If you hadn't suddenly decided to crash my meal today, there'd be a line of people waiting behind you. Fang Shuo shot Lin Xi a disapproving look. You're such a smart ass. Lin Xi chuckled, choosing not to call him out. She eagerly picked up a piece of braised pork and popped it into her mouth. Feeling her hair getting in the way, she untied the hair tie from her wrist and gathered the strands draped over her shoulders into a ponytail. Fang Shuo watched Lin Xi stuffing her face while pouting and tying her hair. Sunlight streamed through the window, bathing her in a golden glow. His heartbeat inexplicably quickened. What young man isn't sentimental? Which girl hasn't yearned for love?
Once upon a time, watching classmates pair off in couples, Fang Shuo had dreamed of having a girl of his own. Yet time and again, life's burdens crushed his heart, leaving no space for such thoughts. But at this very moment, a beautiful girl sat before him, eating the meal he'd bought, casually tying her hair back, bickering playfully with him, fulfilling every wonderful fantasy he'd ever had about a girl. "What's wrong with you? If you don't eat soon, I'll finish it all." Lin Xi noticed Fang Shuo staring at her and flushed, waving her hand in front of his face. Ring ring. Just as Lin Xi was about to continue eating, the phone suddenly rang. After answering, Lin Xi's expression instantly changed. "What's wrong?" After hanging up, Fang Shuo noticed the expression on Lin Xi's face. Another death. Lin Xi's face was grave. Chapter 19, The Eerie Corpse. Shuemu University Medical School. The scene was cordoned off with police tape. A crowd of students had gathered around. "Oh my god, someone really died. Could it be a ghost?" "Probably. I heard this medical building's been haunted for over 2 months. Even the old security guard peed himself, saying he heard a baby crying." "A baby ghost? Could it be a spirit possessing someone? Who knows? I heard a sophomore and a senior from the medical school went missing. It could very well be them. Wait, what were they doing here at night? Probably doing experiments or something. The medical school has a morgue over here. They deal with corpses all the time, doing autopsies and stuff. It's so unnatural. Maybe the corpse came back to life." The surrounding students buzzed with speculation. After receiving the report, the police immediately cordoned off the scene. Unaware of the specifics inside, the students only grew more speculative. "Excuse me, please step aside." Criminal Investigation Division, Lin Xi. At that moment, Lin Xi pushed through the crowd from behind, bringing Fang Shuo with her. "You got here so fast?" An officer outside asked Lin Xi with a hint of surprise. Who made the report? I'd like to ask first. This is my assistant." Lin Xi gestured toward Fang Shuo, who was wearing a mask beside him. "He's a janitor. Over there." The officer didn't seem suspicious and gestured toward the building. "Hello, I'm with the Criminal Investigation Division. When did you discover the body?" Lin Xi and Fang Shuo approached a cleaning lady and asked. "Oh my goodness, it was absolutely terrifying. It was around noon, I think. I went down to the basement to clean and saw the morgue door slightly ajar, so I went in. Then I saw 2 people slumped over the table. It startled me, so I left. After waiting a while and hearing no movement, I went back in to check and found they had already. I called the police immediately. The way they were lying there was absolutely terrifying," the cleaning lady said, still visibly shaken. "Cleaning at noon?" Lin Xi was puzzled. "Officer, you wouldn't believe it. There's been talk lately that this medical school is haunted." Old Son, the gatekeeper, was scared out of his wits. If the hospital management hadn't bumped his pay to 2,200 a month, he'd have quit long ago. "I only dare clean there at high noon. That place is so gloomy and spooky, it's terrifying," the cleaning lady said slowly. After getting the details from the cleaning lady, Lin Xi and Fang Shuo headed toward the morgue. The moment they reached the entrance of the basement morgue, a bone-chilling sensation washed over them. Despite the bright lights, it felt as if something was staring at their backs. Inside the morgue were 3 tables. 2 bodies lay on the other tables, clearly having undergone special treatment, though it had been some time since. On the table against the wall, 2 people lay face down, a man and a woman, both naked from the waist down. Their positions made it clear they had been engaged in some kind of activity. Both wore expressions of sheer terror, eyes wide and frozen as if confronting something horrifying. They likely died from sudden terror at some point, but will need the coroner's autopsy to confirm. Judging by the rigor mortis, the time of death was likely last night. These medical students are really bold. Why choose such a place? Lin Xi surveyed the scene and shook his head in disbelief. "Fang Shuo, have you heard about the haunting rumors here? What are you doing?" Lin Xi turned to ask Fang Shuo, only to find Fang Shuo performing an indecent gesture. "Oh, nothing. I just feel like these two's posture looks a bit awkward." "You mean the medical school is haunted?" "I've heard rumors before that you can hear a baby crying at night in the medical school. Some say there's even a woman's wailing. Places like the medical school have bodies. We always take detours when passing by," Fang Shuo said to Lin Xi. "That's strange. Could they have seen a ghost?" The thought sent a shiver down Lin Xi's spine. Although she had seen her share of corpses, being inside the morgue now felt strangely eerie. Just then, Lin Xi turned around and suddenly realized Fang Shuo was gone. He had clearly been right here just moments ago. A cold sweat instantly broke out on Lin Xi's forehead. Fang Shuo? Though Lin Xi was a police officer, she was still a woman at heart. The real killer wasn't terrifying, but this unknown fear sent a wave of dread through her. She hurried toward the exit, only to find the hallway outside equally deserted, with no sign of Fang Shuo. "Fang Shuo, you, don't scare me." Lin Xi was on the verge of tears. "I'm here." Just as Lin Xi was about to break down, Fang Shuo's voice echoed from the end of the hallway. Lin Xi rushed over, only to find Fang Shuo emerging from the men's restroom. You're going to get me killed. Why did you scare me like that? Lin Xi promptly smacked Fang Shuo on the head. I was just taking a leak. You looked so deep in thought, I didn't want to interrupt. What's wrong? Are you crying? You're not scared, are you?
Only then did Fang Shuo notice a few tears glistening at the corners of Lin Xi's eyes.
You're the one who's scared. I was scared the ghost would snatch you away.
Lin Xi glared, feeling a bit embarrassed that she, a police officer, had nearly cried at the scene.
Speaking of which, I found something inside earlier. Oh dear, how did this happen?
Come on, this way, this way. Watch your step. Before Fang Shuo could finish speaking, a group of people walked in.
It was Sun Haiba and his group.
Leading the way was a man in a suit who looked like a supervisor.
Captain.
Lin Xi hurried over.
Have you inspected the scene yet? Sun Haiba didn't notice Fang Shuo and walked straight into the morgue. I've already examined it.
Preliminary assessment indicates death resulted from fright during physical activity.
Lin Xi reported to Sun Haiba. How is your school managed? How could you let students come to a place like this at night? Sun Haiba turned to address the administrator.
The situation before him seemed quite clear now.
That's good, that's good. No, it's our oversight.
The medical school official hurriedly explained.
Alright, stop spreading rumors about ghosts. I see many students gathered outside.
Try to contain the news as much as possible and avoid causing too much commotion. Sun Haiba instructed the medical school leader. With the previous murder case still fresh in everyone's minds, another incident spreading like wildfire would be deeply embarrassing for them.
Understood, sir. Rest assured.
The medical school official hastily replied.
Fang Shuo? What are you doing here? Sun Haiba finally noticed Fang Shuo standing nearby. Chapter 20, Suspicious.
I happened to be having lunch with Officer Lin at the school when I heard something was going on over here, so I followed along.
Captain Sun, rest assured I won't leak a single word. Fang Shuo hurried forward to say. That's not what I meant. I was saying. Never mind. If there's nothing else, you can go now.
Sun Haiba glanced helplessly at Lin Xi beside him, dressed in full student attire, and waved his hand at Fang Shuo. As Fang Shuo emerged from the medical school building, he saw the same official addressing the students, insisting there was no ghost and that the cleaning staff must have misidentified something.
Fang Shuo shook his head and headed toward the cafeteria. He hoped the cafeteria ladies hadn't cleared away the food on his table. Fang Shuo, wait for me. Why are you in such a hurry? Lin Xi came running up from behind. Aren't you going to work? Fang Shuo was puzzled. I'm off today, okay? Besides, this case has been preliminarily ruled as non-homicide.
Naturally, there's no need for our criminal investigation division to get involved. Under normal circumstances, cases like this, as long as they're not homicides, fall outside our jurisdiction.
Oh my goodness, let's hurry up.
I haven't finished my meal yet. Lin Xi suddenly remembered something and pulled Fang Shuo toward the cafeteria at a brisk pace. But they were a step too late. The cafeteria lady had already cleared away the trays. Lin Xi emerged with a distinctly unhappy expression.
Fine, I'll just treat you another day, okay? Fang Shuo couldn't help but smile at Lin Xi's pouting expression. Tell me, do ghosts exist in this world?
Fang Shuo and Lin Xi walked side by side through campus, heading to drop her off.
Why bring that up out of the blue? It's kind of scary.
Lin Xi shot Fang Shuo a disapproving look.
I just find it odd.
You're both medical students, you're familiar with corpses and morgues. Not to mention, you're the kind of people who'd go to those places for that kind of thing. You must have nerves of steel. I just can't wrap my head around what could have happened to scare them both to death.
Fang Shuo said slowly. What do you mean? Are you suggesting there's more to this than meets the eye?
Lin Xi knew Fang Shuo wouldn't bring up things lightly. When I went to the bathroom just now, I found a few strands of hair, some candy wrappers, and a lollipop stick.
There was also a used tissue ball in the trash can. Fang Shuo pulled out a roll of toilet paper from his pocket as he spoke. Ew, gross.
Lin Xi instinctively took a few steps back.
What are you thinking? This has hair and a lollipop stick inside. Fang Shuo rolled his eyes. So what if it's a strand of a girl's hair? What's so weird about that?
We girls shed hair all the time.
Lin Xi shrugged it off.
The thing is, I found this in a stall in the men's bathroom.
Fang Shuo said slowly. No way.
Lin Xi froze for a moment, but then quickly caught up.
These days, college students could pull off anything bizarre. But that doesn't prove anything, does it?
Lin Xi said doubtfully.
Maybe. I might be overthinking it. I've never believed in ghosts or spirits, so I don't buy that some supernatural entity scared them. Those two were in such an odd position and both dying of fright at the same time? That's too far-fetched.
If it were any other students, fine, but these two medical students deal with corpses all the time. Something must have happened to them then, or they must have seen something.
Fang Shuo frowned as he spoke. Seeing Fang Shuo's expression, Lin Xi also grew serious. Why didn't you mention these doubts to the captain back then?
Lin Xi paused.
Forget it. Didn't you see Captain Sun's look like he wanted to eat me alive? I didn't do anything. Besides, it was just my wild guess. I had no proof. But once the autopsy report comes out, you should take a look for me, see if the victim had heart disease or something like that. And this strand of hair and the sticky residue on the lollipop stick, are they from the victim? Fang Shuo shrugged. Okay, I got it. Lin Xi blushed as she took the item from Fang Shuo's hand. She knew perfectly well why Sun Haiba had looked the way he did, but she wouldn't tell Fang Shuo. That afternoon, right after class ended, Fang Shuo received a message from Lin Xi. Lin Xi, the autopsy report is in. The male victim did have heart disease, but the female victim didn't. Both died from shock. Their myocardial cells showed varying degrees of damage, with numerous rose-red blood spots mixed in the heart muscle indicating massive hemorrhaging. Fang Shuo, so they really died of fright? Lin Xi, according to the coroner, when someone experiences extreme terror, the adrenal glands suddenly release large amounts of catecholamines. This causes the heart rate to surge, blood pressure to spike, and oxygen consumption in myocardial metabolism to increase dramatically. The accelerated blood circulation violently impacts the heart, tearing myocardial fibers, causing cardiac hemorrhage, and leading to sudden cardiac arrest and death. Both victims fit this profile. Fang Shuo, so they really were scared to death. But it's strange that two medical students could be frightened to that extent. Even with heart conditions, it shouldn't have happened like that. Lin Xi, There's one more thing. The coroner said they were doing that thing when they died. Their hearts were already under heavy strain, and the sudden fright caused this to happen abruptly. Fang Shuo, looks like I need to take better care of my heart from now on. Otherwise, I'd be dragging you down with me. Lin Xi or Fang Shuo, if you want to die, just say so. Chopping knife, chopping knife. Fang Shuo, innocent look. Lin Xi, the hair was tested and confirmed to belong to the female victim. But the saliva on the lollipop doesn't match either of the deceased. Fang Shuo, neither of the victims? Shocked face. Lin Xi, right. What's so strange about that? Fang Shuo, how long does it take to finish one lollipop? Lin Xi? Fang Shuo, interested in ghost hunting tonight? Lin Xi? Lin Xi or Fang Shuo, if you want to die, just say so. Kitchen knife bomb. Fang Shuo, alright, just kidding. Off to practice. Lin Xi rolls eyes. Fang Shuo tucked his phone away. The restroom on the basement level of the medical school was surprisingly clean inside the cubicles. Besides the wad of toilet paper, the trash bin contained only a few long-forgotten scraps. Evidence that almost no one ever used that bathroom. How could someone have finished an entire lollipop in there? It seemed the haunting rumors circulating about this medical school might not be as straightforward as they appeared. With this recent incident, no one would be inside tonight, a perfect opportunity. Should he go take a look? Fang Shuo couldn't suppress his curiosity. Two people had died for nothing. Now that he knew about these suspicious details, could he just ignore it? Fang Shuo shook his head and headed toward the dormitory. Chapter 21, Nighttime Visit to the Morgue. The university campus at night was no less bustling than during the day. Club activities were in full swing on the sports field, while the surrounding tracks bustled with sleek figures jogging. They displayed the restless energy unique to college youth in all its intensity. Far from the field, however, the medical school building lay shrouded in silence and darkness. With the recent crime scene nearby, nearly every student passing by chose to take a detour. Despite the administration's strenuous denials, the more they explained, the more suspicion it bred among the students. Rumors of a ghostly killer were spreading like wildfire across campus. Fang Shuo glanced around the quiet streets, seeing not a single student. Only then did he head toward the medical school building. At that moment, the medical school building was completely empty. Classes had been suspended after the incident. Even the security guard had locked the doors early and left as soon as night fell. Fang Shuo stared at the locked main gate, feeling somewhat helpless. Since he couldn't enter through the front, he decided to circle around to the back of the building. Just as he was about to look for another way in, a hand suddenly tapped his shoulder. Fang Shuo froze instantly. Damn it! Could it really be haunted? Tap my shoulder, then lock my neck when I turn around? Fang Shuo's legs trembled. No way! Absolutely can't turn around. But am I really going to let a ghost bully me? Lousy, Jade Emperor, Amatba Buddha, get out of my way. Fang Shuo gritted his teeth, steeled his resolve, and without looking back, smacked his hand hard behind him. To his surprise, the spot he struck felt soft and yielding. He quickly pulled back his hand and turned to see Lin Xi staring at him, her face flushed. What are you doing here? Fang Shuo felt awkward, glancing at the spot Lin Xi was covering. He didn't need to guess what he'd just touched. Fang Shuo. Lin Xi, flushed with embarrassment and anger, twisted Fang Shuo's ear hard. Ow, ow, ow. Sis, I'm sorry. Fang Shuo begged for mercy. Not far away, two students about to pass by heard the agonized screams coming from the medical school direction. Their faces instantly drained of color, and they decisively turned to take another route. Who the hell are you calling sister? I knew you'd show up, you jerk. Humph, if you scare yourself to death, someone'll have to call an ambulance.
I'm afraid you'll die in there for no reason.
Lin Xi shot Fang Shuo a glare.
Seeing Lin Xi like this, Fang Shuo felt a warm glow in his heart. She was clearly scared out of her wits, yet she still came.
This was truly. Don't make a sound. Follow me. I spotted a window left open in the back.
Lin Xi pointed to the side and led Fang Shuo over. They reached the window beside the first floor restroom.
Sure enough, the lock was broken. It slid open with a pull. You've been inside before? Fang Shuo examined the windowsill and spotted a faint footprint.
No, this seems to be the men's restroom.
Lin Xi shook her head. Let's go.
I'll go in first and take a look.
Fang Shuo frowned, snapped a photo, then climbed inside first. It was indeed the men's restroom on the first floor.
The entire medical school was eerily quiet, deserted. He pulled Lin Xi inside as well.
Come on, I'll lead the way.
Fang Shuo dimmed his phone's brightness to the lowest setting before slowly making his way toward the morgue. Just as the two were about to descend the stairs, Lin Xi, who had been following behind Fang Shuo, suddenly grabbed his arm.
Fang Shuo, did you hear something? A tremor ran through Lin Xi's voice. A sound? No.
Before Fang Shuo could finish his sentence, a faint, indistinct cry of a baby echoed from the basement level. A chill ran down Fang Shuo's spine.
Is this place really haunted? Damn it.
Fang Shuo swallowed hard, glancing at Lin Xi beside him, her face already pale with fright.
If he'd been alone, Fang Shuo would have turned tail and run.
But with Lin Xi watching, he couldn't back down now.
Besides, this whole trip to the medical school was my own idea. If I just leave now, Lin Xi will probably laugh me to death. And no. It's fine.
There's no such thing as ghosts in this world.
I got a perfect score in my political science class. I'll go take a look. Wait here for me. Fang Shuo forced himself to suppress his fear and headed toward the basement.
Lin Xi glanced at the cold, gloomy corridor, hesitated for a moment, then followed Fang Shuo down. As they descended to the basement level, the infant's wails grew distinctly louder.
Over there. Fang Shuo headed toward the restroom at the end of the corridor.
Fang Shuo, do you think it could be that a medical school student got pregnant, gave birth here, and then?
I've heard stories about that happening in hospitals before. Could it be a vengeful spirit? Lin Xi clutched Fang Shuo's arm tightly. You could have kept quiet at this moment. Fang Shuo rolled his eyes.
He hadn't felt anything unusual until Lin Xi mentioned it, and now the vivid imagery flooded his mind.
Fang Shuo gently pushed open the men's restroom door.
It creaked loudly, the sound grating on the ears.
But the sound became even clearer.
Suddenly, Fang Shuo felt a heavy weight on his shoulder, forcing his entire body toward the floor. His mind went blank.
The legendary ghost pressing down? But wait, why did this ghost feel warm? And soft? Fang Shuo whipped his head around to see Lin Xi clinging to him like an octopus. Fang Shuo nearly choked on his own blood.
Holy crap, you scared the hell out of me. Seriously, you were brave enough to go to a murder scene alone before, but now you're acting like such a scaredy cat?
Fang Shuo stood up, feeling a bit speechless.
What's there to be scared of?
I'm a cop. But what's with that face?
Lin Xi spoke while watching Fang Shuo's pouting expression, then reached out and gave him a sharp pinch on the waist.
Ouch. Fang Shuo sucked in a sharp breath. Sure enough, compared to ghosts, an angry woman was far more terrifying. Wait, why does this sound so weird? Fang Shuo tried to pinpoint the direction the sound was coming from. Weird? What's strange about it?
After the commotion with Fang Shuo, Lin Xi wasn't quite as frightened anymore.
It's like there's no electricity. Fang Shuo nodded skeptically. You mean? Hearing Fang Shuo's words, Lin Xi understood too.
That sound of an infant crying, though eerie to the ears, carried within it the distinct hum of something running on its last reserves of power.
Over here. Fang Shuo followed the sound into a cubicle, where it seemed to be coming from the ceiling. Fang Shuo stepped onto the windowsill, pried open a crack in the ceiling, and reached inside.
To his surprise, he pulled out a Bluetooth headset.
At that moment, a piercing infant's cry echoed from within. Chapter 22, Simulating the Victim. This is an earpiece?
Lin Xi stared at the object in Fang Shuo's hand, utterly astonished.
To be precise, it's a headset with recording capabilities. I've seen this model before when I worked part-time at the electronics mall. This headset can record audio, then be set to playback on a timer.
You can connect it to speakers via Bluetooth, but even without speakers, turning the volume all the way up should work. So there really was no ghost. It was all human-made after all.
Fang Shuo wrapped the earpiece in a tissue and handed it to Lin Xi. So that's how it is.
That means someone deliberately created these haunted noises here.
Why would they do that?
Lin Xi was puzzled.
Maybe it's not that complicated.
Maybe the deceased placed them here to deliberately create a haunted situation, not wanting others to discover what they'd done.
We just need to check the fingerprints on it.
I accidentally touched it earlier besides mine, there should be others, most likely belonging to the male victim.
Fang Shuo said slowly. How do you know?
Lin Xi was puzzled. These headphones are quite expensive, most students probably can't afford them.
And the AJ sneakers the male victim was wearing? They're definitely authentic.
Of course, I'm just saying it's possible.
Fang Shuo said with a smile. How do you know all this?
Lin Xi was curious.
Given Fang Shuo's family background, he shouldn't have access to this kind of information.
I used to sell Putian-style shoes for a while.
When school started, a lot of people came to buy them. Fang Shuo grinned.
Watching Fang Shuo's deliberately casual demeanor, Lin Xi bit her lip lightly. She'd heard that both his tuition and the money for his grandmother's medical treatment came from his own earnings.
In this world, making money wasn't that simple. Fang Shuo must have endured a lot of hardship along the way. You're really amazing.
Lin Xi said sincerely.
Ahem, let's go check the morgue.
Fang Shuo was momentarily at a loss for words when Lin Xi suddenly praised him so earnestly.
Lin Xi nodded.
He never expected that coming here tonight would actually solve the medical school's haunting mystery.
In that case. Wait, something doesn't add up, Fang Shuo.
If the haunting at the medical school was man-made, then the deaths of those two people from fright just doesn't make sense. Lin Xi suddenly realized.
Exactly. That's why we need to revisit the scene. This time, it might be a murder scene. Fang Shuo nodded.
Inside the morgue now, the bodies of the two victims had been removed. The two bodies from the medical school were still lying inside. When Fang Shuo entered the morgue and saw the scene, even with the lights on, he still felt a chill run down his spine.
Fang Shuo, maybe we should just leave.
This is too terrifying. Lin Xi clutched Fang Shuo's arm tightly from behind, already regretting their decision. If even you, a police officer, feel this scared, it just goes to show that those two medical students must have been completely desensitized to everything in this morgue to have dared to do whatever they did here.
Plus, the whole haunting business?
It's highly likely they staged it themselves. So the idea that they died of fright, well, it's a bit suspicious.
The haunting went on for a month or two. They definitely weren't here just once or twice. What exactly happened back then?
Fang Shuo frowned as he spoke slowly. Listening to Fang Shuo, Lin Xi began inspecting the morgue as well.
The layout here was quite simple, unlike a hospital morgue.
There were only 3 tables for placing bodies.
The carpet on the floor was old and worn, showing its age.
A large trash can sat in the corner.
Other than that, there was nothing else. Fang Shuo, what's wrong?
Lin Xi saw Fang Shuo patting his head. I skipped my meds today to look for clues.
Looks like I'm having another episode. Fang Shuo rubbed his head in pain. Then, seeing Fang Shuo's pained expression, Lin Xi felt at a loss too.
There's no time to waste. I need to immerse myself in the victim's role. You'll play the part of that girl.
Fang Shuo closed his eyes as he spoke. He replayed the case details in his mind. To embody a character, one must understand their psychology and identity.
The deceased was a well-off young man, handsome to boot. He'd surely had no shortage of female admirers growing up. Given his limited experience in certain areas, it made sense he'd seek out thrilling activities. The threshold for desire only grows higher.
Why come here? A morgue such an eerie place was utterly incongruous with the pure, beautiful college girl. She clearly looked like the good girl type.
Only the contrast could spark the impulse. Having sex with her in a hotel room just wasn't exciting anymore. Doing it with her in front of the corpses would be incredibly thrilling. Especially if she's scared, resisting, terrified, begging for mercy, making concessions? Yes. That's exactly the kind of thrill I crave. Fang Shuo licked his lips, a strange urge surging from deep within him. At that moment, Fang Shuo felt an overwhelming urge to thoroughly humiliate the girl he had just won over.
Fang Shuo snapped his eyes open, fixing them intently on Lin Xi before him. Fang Shuo, don't scare me.
I'm scared. Seeing Fang Shuo's expression, Lin Xi was still deeply frightened despite having prepared herself mentally. In the morgue's eerie atmosphere, the sight unsettled her profoundly.
Come here. Get down. Fang Shuo roughly yanked Lin Xi toward him.
Lin Xi winced in pain, about to give Fang Shuo a good scolding, but when she saw the look in his eyes, she froze.
Fang Shuo's eyes held no trace of reason now, his pupils dilated from the immense shock.
Lin Xi realized Fang Shuo had completely immersed himself in the role of the deceased man. After a moment's thought, she obediently complied with his demand and lay face down on the table. But once she was in position, she realized this angle allowed her to see the corpse beside her. Turning her head to the other side, she could see the corpse lying there as well. Startled, Lin Xi. She instinctively tried to push herself up, only to be abruptly pinned down by Fang Shuo. His entire body pressed against hers. He groped wildly in front of her, then began moving against her body.
Lin Xi felt both embarrassed and annoyed.
Though she understood Fang Shuo was simulating the victim's position, this posture still made her feel resistant. Just as she hesitated about interrupting him, Fang Shuo suddenly flipped her over and hoisted her legs onto his shoulders. In that moment, Lin Xi cared for nothing else. She kicked with all her might, striking Fang Shuo squarely in the chest. The force sent Fang Shuo crashing to the floor. The sheer momentum propelled him forward, rolling him all the way to the wall before he finally came to a stop.
The impact snapped Fang Shuo out of his simulated scenario. He gasped for breath.
His entire body felt drained, and he remained on the floor for a long while, unable to get up. Lin Xi's face was flushed, her hair disheveled, and she gasped for breath. It took her a long while to slowly regain her composure. Seeing Fang Shuo still sprawled nearby, she hurried over to his side.
"Are you okay?"
Lin Xi asked apologetically.
"I'm fine.
I don't know why, but this time, besides feeling completely drained, my chest hurts terribly."
Fang Shuo rubbed his chest as he stood up. "You really didn't know anything just now?"
Lin Xi asked urgently, visibly relieved to see Fang Shuo was unaware of what had transpired.
"No, I didn't. What happened?" "That's not important. I just made 2 discoveries." Fang Shuo said to Lin Xi. "Actually, I think I've made a little discovery too."
Lin Xi nodded in agreement.
Chapter 23, The Unexpected. "You made a discovery too? What did you find?" Fang Shuo asked curiously.
Fear. While I was lying down, I noticed that the girl's head was either turned to the left or to the right. But no matter which way it was facing, she could see the corpse directly. While staring at the corpse it just felt terrifying.
I doubt that girl was exactly willing. And when we found the corpse, it was facing the same side.
I suspect it's highly likely that something was wrong with that corpse. Lin Xi recalled his earlier feelings as he spoke.
Your intuition is spot on. But you overlooked one detail. Fang Shuo said slowly.
Where? Lin Xi was puzzled.
The posture. Fang Shuo said slowly. The posture? Seeing Lin Xi's confusion, Fang Shuo walked to the front of the table to demonstrate. That boy is about my height. But the girl was a bit shorter than you. And the height of this desk, even if you were lying face down on it, I wouldn't be able to easily do that thing from behind. So when something happened to them, it wasn't the position we saw at the time. It should have been you lying on top, and then that. As Fang Shuo spoke, Lin Xi's face flushed red.
Thinking back to what Fang Shuo had just done to her, she still felt a bit embarrassed. Ahem, so the direction we saw wasn't from the sides, but from behind. In other words, it wasn't these 2 medical school corpses that were problematic, but this place.
Fang Shuo noticed the peculiar expression on Lin Xi's face.
Though he'd forgotten what had just happened, from a simulation perspective, he realized he'd nearly made a pass at her.
He quickly changed the subject and moved to the door. Look over here.
When I fell earlier, I noticed drag marks in the dust behind the door.
Fang Shuo pointed at the floor.
Lin Xi leaned closer and saw exactly what Fang Shuo described, an irregular patch behind the door where no dust had settled, while thick layers of grime covered the surrounding area. She recalled the cleaning lady mentioning that while they cleaned the morgue, they likely treated certain areas differently. But how could part of it be swept and part left untouched?
Lin Xi couldn't make sense of it. It must be a trash bag. Fang Shuo gestured toward a nearby trash bin.
Huh? Lin Xi was puzzled. Although there's a trash can here, it doesn't hold much garbage, so it doesn't need to be changed very often. Look, there's some dust inside the trash can. It seems like it hasn't been emptied in a while. That means the trash bags haven't been changed recently. But that roll of trash bags clearly looks like it was just touched.
Fang Shuo pointed to one side.
Lin Xi followed Fang Shuo's gesture and indeed saw a roll of trash bags lying there. Beneath the bags, there was an area not covered in dust.
You mean someone used a trash bag to cover themselves and hid behind the door?
Lin Xi finally caught on.
I'm afraid so.
That would explain all these marks.
Fang Shuo nodded.
Lin Xi stared at Fang Shuo in surprise. How could he have pieced together all these details? Even the police, after examining the scene, probably wouldn't pay much attention to these things. Yet Fang Shuo had noticed them, pieced them together, and formed a theory.
Terrifying.
So this wasn't an accident, it was murder. Someone knew that engaging in that activity puts immense strain on the heart, and since the male victim had a pre-existing heart condition, they deliberately hid here to ambush them midway. This way, the guy with the pre-existing heart condition would likely die of fright, and the girl, already scared because she was reluctant, would also be scared to death. Lin Xi's eyes lit up. That makes sense. And look at these wrinkles in the carpet. It's possible that after they died of fright, their bodies shifted from their original positions and rolled onto the floor. The killer then deliberately arranged them in a stacked position to make it look like they'd suffered cardiac arrest while engaged in that activity. To move both bodies, the killer must have been male.
Fang Shuo nodded. Of course, for now, these are all just speculations without concrete evidence. But that saliva on the lollipop stick didn't belong to either victim.
That's suspicious.
Now we need. Fang Shuo was mid-sentence when the sound of a door opening suddenly reached their ears.
Both men startled. It was already nighttime.
Why would anyone be coming here now?
Fang Shuo wasted no time, quickly turning off the morgue lights and leading Lin Xi into the adjacent restroom to hide. The moment they slipped inside, footsteps echoed outside. I heard someone die here. Too bad the body must have been taken by the police.
What if we went to the station to look? Might there be plenty left? Give me a break. Going to the police station to look for bodies? Are you afraid they won't find us? I'm just speculating.
Corpses are getting harder to find these days. We finally heard about 2 donations, but we have to wait until the students finish their experiments.
Isn't that a waste of time? Enough. Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and get those 2 bodies out. Everything's already been arranged. 3 shadowy figures, each holding a flashlight, spoke as they entered the morgue. In the darkness, Fang Shuo and Lin Xi exchanged glances, both their faces filled with astonishment. Transporting bodies? People arriving at this hour couldn't possibly be from the medical school. And they'd already made arrangements with higher-ups? Could it be body smugglers? Fang Shuo was utterly stunned.
It seemed this medical school harbored quite a few secrets.
Could these people also be connected to the 2 deceased? Fang Shuo couldn't be sure.
Lin Xi, however, was visibly excited. From what those 3 had just said, it was clearly illegal activity.
Catching criminals was far more certain than chasing ghosts.
As Lin Xi pondered this, she started to head out, but Fang Shuo stopped her.
Don't act rashly. Even if we catch them, it won't do any good. They're not the masterminds. It'll be hard to get anything out of them during interrogation, and we might just alert the real culprits. Fang Shuo whispered to Lin Xi.
Fang Shuo knew Lin Xi was skilled, but facing 3 burly men taller and heavier than himself, he knew he wasn't their match. Moreover, judging from the shadows earlier, the 3 burly men appeared to be armed.
If the 2 of them charged out recklessly, the consequences could be dire.
At best, it would be pointless. At worst, they might be silenced by the trio.
Then what should we do?
Lin Xi thought for a moment and realized he had a point.
Let's wait a moment. Once they've left, we'll follow and see what's going on. Fang Shuo said slowly.
Inside the cramped bathroom stall, the 2 crouched low, their bodies pressed almost together as they watched the situation outside.
Lin Xi felt she could hear Fang Shuo's heartbeat. Watching Fang Shuo brace himself against the partition, deliberately keeping his distance, Lin Xi couldn't help but smile slightly. Don't be fooled by Fang Shuo. He might tease her constantly, acting like some seasoned lover, but deep down, he was still a proper gentleman. He was probably blushing right now.
Noticing Fang Shuo's trembling arms, Lin Xi considered turning around to spare him the strain.
But as she turned, she accidentally pressed against the door panel. With a loud duong, the already flimsy door panel gave way under her weight.
Both of them froze in shock.
Chapter 24, Murder.
At that moment, the 3 burly men were moving bodies inside the morgue when they heard a loud crash from outside. Startled, they quickly drew the clubs from their waists and rushed into the hallway. They discovered a male and female student locked in a passionate embrace in the restroom. The boy, unable to contain himself, spun the girl around, ready to unbutton her pants only to spot the 3 men.
Damn it! What the hell?
The boy's face contorted in shock. He quickly pulled the girl into his arms, shielding her face.
What the hell are you doing?
The burly man in charge saw the commotion, motioned for the others to stow their equipment, then stepped forward to confront Fang Shuo.
We weren't doing anything. Just hanging out. Are you professors from the medical school? Fang Shuo stammered as he stepped forward. Of course we're from the medical school. Show us your student IDs. The man stepped forward coldly. Fang Shuo hurriedly produced his student ID. Mathematics department? What are math majors doing here?
The leader demanded of Fang Shuo. Our math department classrooms are all occupied, and students study late into the night. I heard this place was closed after a murder, so I figured it'd be empty and decided to come over. Sir, we really didn't mean to come here.
Please don't tell our professors. Fang Shuo approached pitifully. Oomph. You really are fearless. Get out of here. If you come back to the medical school again, I'll tell your professors.
The burly man slammed the student ID onto the ground in front of Fang Shuo.
We won't dare again, we won't dare again. That scared the hell out of me. Fang Shuo quickly picked up the student ID and dragged Lin Xi toward the exit.
These students nowadays are so damn bold, coming to a place like this.
Hey, do you think they overheard anything just now?
That girl had a killer body, too bad we didn't catch a glimpse of her face.
She must be gorgeous though. This school really has a lot of beauties. If only we'd.
The other 2 burly men chatted nearby.
Shut your mouth. If you want to get in trouble, don't drag us down with you. If they heard us earlier, do you think they'd be hugging each other? Or saying anything else? Use your brain for once.
If they really did hear us, there'd be 2 more bodies on the ground.
Enough talk. Get to work.
The leader kicked one of them in the backside. The 3 men pushed the 2 corpses all the way from the morgue to the outside. He casually locked the medical school building door, then pushed the body into a nearby alleyway before loading it into a van. He drove toward the campus's rear exit. Shortly after the van drove off, 2 figures emerged from the greenbelt. Did you get the license plate number? It was a bit dark earlier, I couldn't see clearly. Lin Xi asked Fang Shuo.
Tiane 12345.
We should be able to find something with that plate number.
Fang Shuo said indifferently.
Just moments ago, after leaving the medical school, the two hadn't departed immediately but had instead hidden themselves outside. Fang Shuo reasoned that since they were smuggling a body, they must have driven here. What he hadn't anticipated was that they'd hidden the vehicle in a narrow alleyway nearby. Despite searching the area earlier, neither he nor his partner had spotted it. Who would have thought something like this could happen? Maybe it's connected to this case too. Lin Xi murmured slowly. Not only that, but they had keys to the medical school building and entered through the front door. Plus, that medical school official who showed up at the scene earlier, it's highly likely they're involved in some shady dealings behind the scenes.
But we have no evidence for any of this. It all depends on your examination. Fang Shuo nodded. For a moment, both fell silent. A gentle breeze blew Lin Xi's hair onto Fang Shuo's nose, sending a tingle through him. He recalled how, in the heat of the moment, he'd pulled Lin Xi into his arms. Though they hadn't actually kissed, their movements had been decidedly intimate. Feeling a pang of guilt, he glanced at Lin Xi, only to find her eyes locked on his. The moment their gazes met, they quickly looked away. Let's go. I'll walk you out. It's getting late. Fang Shuo said to Lin Xi. Lin Xi nodded and obediently followed Fang Shuo toward the exit. After seeing Lin Xi into a taxi, Fang Shuo finally headed toward the dormitory. The night breeze was cool and carried a hint of dampness. It cleared the fog from Fang Shuo's muddled mind. Though tonight had brought many events, and the two had narrowly avoided being cornered. But all Fang Shuo could think about was the moment he'd held Lin Xi in his arms. Had he done it on purpose? Of course not. In the heat of the moment, Fang Shuo hadn't thought twice, he'd acted purely on instinct. Perhaps this was something he'd always wanted to do. When Golden Phoenix meets Jade Dew, their union surpasses all earthly joys. It's impossible to control oneself. At that moment. In the taxi, Lin Xi gazed out the window at the neon-lit streets rushing by, her mind filled entirely with the image of Fang Shuo holding her. His warmth and scent still lingered on her skin. Throughout the entire encounter, Fang Shuo had deliberately or inadvertently shielded her from view. Even when they stepped outside, he had covered her head for her. Perhaps it was due to Lin Xi's strong personality, or perhaps it was because of her identity as a police officer. Lin Xi always presented herself as strong in front of any man. The men who pursued her would instinctively place themselves in a subordinate position, fawning over her with flattery. Lin Xi had never been impressed by any of them. But for some reason, only in Fang Shuo's presence could Lin Xi feel like a vulnerable woman. A little woman who needed to be cherished and cared for. Lin Xi relished the sense of care and protection she received from Fang Shuo. Thinking of this, Lin Xi gently bit her lip. She felt her face flush. She slid the car window open just a crack. The cool night breeze flowing in helped her gradually calm down. She turned her head to look out the window. Only then did she realize this seemed to be the road home. When she got into the car earlier, she had hazily given the driver her home address. Now that she had so many clues, she needed to figure them out as soon as possible. Oh dear, she had come here today to find clues for a case, yet it felt like she had just finished a date. Lin Xi flushed crimson with embarrassment. Driver, sorry, not to New Century Community. Take me to the Municipal Public Security Bureau. Lin Xi told the taxi driver. Early the next morning. When Sun Haiba arrived at the office, he found Lin Xi asleep with her head on the desk. What's going on here? Wasn't Lin on duty yesterday? Sun Haiba asked the nearby officer in puzzlement. No idea. He showed up last night. She brought some stuff too, pushing the lab to test it. She dragged me through all the surveillance footage last night, saying she was looking for clues about a car. She just fell asleep. The colleague beside him asked, yawning. Clues about a car? Which case? There hasn't been a case like that recently. Sun Haiba was completely baffled. Captain, you're here? The case at Shuemu University Medical School. We've got new leads. Hearing Sun Haiba's voice, Lin Xi snapped awake. It wasn't an accident, it was murder. Lin Xi handed Sun Haiba a stack of reports. Chapter 25, Wrong. Homicide? Sun Haiba shuddered violently at Lin Xi's words. Just yesterday, after reporting this case to the chief and classifying it as an accident, both men had visibly relaxed in the office. If two homicide cases surfaced in quick succession, the Tianheim Municipal Public Security Bureau would likely go into a frenzy. But today, the moment he arrived at the bureau, Lin Xi had poured cold water on his hopes. He quickly snatched the report from Lin Xi's hands and scanned it. The more he read, the heavier his heart grew. His hands trembled as he pulled out a cigarette and lit it with shaky fingers. The red ember flickered as he puffed away, his face etched with melancholy and his heart filled with unease. Come, sit down first. Sun Haiba addressed Lin Xi, then scanned the report in her hands from beginning to end. Within this report, one was a test report on saliva and hair found on a lollipop stick. Another was a vehicle trajectory analysis. It also included Lin Xi's analysis of the case, though naturally, any mention of her going with Fang Shuo had been omitted. After all, what happened with Fang Shuo last night simply couldn't be brought up openly. I understand your point.
But based on the current situation, it only proves that someone stole a body from the medical school. We'll provisionally classify it as theft, but it has no connection to the case. You reviewed the surveillance footage, yet you still couldn't determine where that vehicle ultimately went. The trail has gone cold. Moreover, as you mentioned, the basement level sees little foot traffic and infrequent cleaning. That lollipop stick proves nothing. As for the dust, it could be that the cleaner intended to tear open the bag to replace it, but upon finding it empty, casually placed it behind the door. Your speculation is a bit far-fetched. We police solve cases based on evidence. Without a suspect or motive, relying solely on traces to speculate is unacceptable. After reviewing Lin Xi's report, Sun Haiba acknowledged some lingering doubts and overlooked details. Yet these were insufficient to substantiate the case as homicide. Hearing Sun Haiba's words, Lin Xi let out a soft sigh. Truthfully, she'd entertained this thought the night before. As a top graduate of the People's Public Security University with a year of criminal investigation experience, she understood that more concrete evidence was needed. But it was only because I trusted Fang Shuo that I stuck to this direction from the very beginning. With this preconceived notion in place. Shaolin, you've been acting strange lately. You went back to the scene alone again last night? How dangerous is that? What if those body transporters had ulterior motives? Observing Lin Xi's reaction, Sun Haiba finally snapped back to reality. Although Lin Xi was the daughter of Chief Lin, no one in the entire Tianhai Municipal Public Security Bureau would say she was riding on her father's coattails. It was precisely because Lin Xi always charged to the forefront when solving cases. Sun Haiba still remembered the first time he took Lin Xi to a crime scene. Typically, rookie officers seeing a body or crime scene for the first time felt queasy vomiting was common. On her very first day after graduation, Lin Xi encountered a brutal dismemberment case. While even his own squad leader was pinching his nose, that girl Lin Xi chewed gum, slipped on gloves, and began examining the scene. In the end, she even retrieved a bag containing body parts from the sewer. That single act earned her the respect of everyone in the squad. But while others could admire her, he, as her squad leader, couldn't. As an officer personally trained by Chief Lin, if anything happened to his daughter under his watch, he might as well hang himself. Actually, it wasn't just me. I just happened to run into Fang Shuo there. Lin Xi admitted, feeling a twinge of guilt. Fang Shuo? By chance? Hearing Lin Xi's words, Sun Haiba's eyes widened instantly. An encounter in the morgue in the middle of the night? Are you kidding me? Hold on a second. So all those clues earlier, did Fang Shuo come up with them too? Sun Haiba suddenly understood something. Yep. Lin Xi nodded. Since it had already been said, there was no need to feel embarrassed about it. No wonder. In that case, you don't need to investigate any further. Sun Haiba shook his head. Having been through it himself, Sun Haiba could figure out what Fang Shuo was thinking just by using his toes. Lin Xi was renowned as a stunning beauty across the entire judicial system. To put it bluntly, if Sun Haiba were 20 years younger, he'd probably be chasing after her too. This young man had interacted with Lin Xi during a previous case and played a pivotal role in it, earning her high praise. That had gone to his head. That's why he deliberately staged these chance encounters. Then he deliberately framed this case as a murder, figuring it would give him more chances to interact with Lin Xi. As for that whole mimicking the killer thing earlier? Probably just bluffing. Kid, you're still a bit green. I don't even need to guess you must have insisted on going to the scene, so he tagged along like a clingy puppy, right? Chance encounter? How could such a coincidence happen? Sun Haiba smiled faintly, as if he'd already seen through everything. Huh? What on earth are you talking about? Lin Xi felt she couldn't keep up with the captain's train of thought. Although there was no direct evidence in this case yet, these suspicions still lingered. Especially the theft of the corpse, clearly a crime in itself. How could they not investigate? What's more, it might be connected to the case. What was the captain thinking? Your IQ is practically negative. Let me ask you this, there have been corpse thefts before, but the conditions for the bodies were extremely strict. They weren't after the bodies themselves, they were trafficking organs. But these medical school bodies? They're all specially treated. Every organ is devoid of vitality, no medical value whatsoever. Plus, the sources for medical school bodies are crystal clear. You can trace every single one. So stop overthinking it. Maybe those people just found it inconvenient to transport the bodies during the day, so they deliberately arranged to do it at night. Sun Haiba said to Lin Xi. But Lin Xi was about to say more when a police officer rushed in. Captain, bad news. Someone in the eastern part of the city reported finding body parts in a park on the outskirts. The officer reported to Sun Haiba. Another case? Great. This quarter's going to be a nightmare. Let's go. Let's head to the scene first. Sun Haiba gestured to the others. Lin Xi was about to say something, but seeing Sun Haiba's expression, he hurriedly followed them out. Shuemu University. Fang Shuo woke up groggily. Glancing at the time, it was nearly 8 o'clock, yet his roommates were still fast asleep. Almost every night, his roommates would play games together until noon, and Fang Shuo had long since gotten used to it. He had planned to go home these past few days to help take care of his grandmother. But his grandmother refused to let him go, worried it would interfere with his studies. Fang Shuo explained at length that university courses were different from high school, but his grandmother didn't understand. Fortunately, a neighbor whose husband was a long-haul truck driver had sent her child already in high school and boarding at school to stay with Fang Shuo's grandmother during this period. When he was at school, Fang Shuo usually woke up early to exercise. But after returning last night, he experienced his first bout of insomnia. Chapter 26, Baffling. He wondered if it was the lingering scent of Lin Xi on his body playing tricks, repeatedly pulling him back into the embrace. In any case, Fang Shuo tossed and turned, unable to sleep. He decided to pull out his phone and start searching. Regarding last night's events, he had made some progress, but what puzzled Fang Shuo most was still the whereabouts and purpose of those 3 people who had taken the body away. After some digging, he gained a basic understanding of how medical schools sourced and handled cadavers. Yet he found little information on where the bodies went after processing. This only deepened his confusion. Those bodies had been dead for a long time and had been treated with formalin. Organ transplants were definitely out of the question. Directly transporting them for cremation seemed like a proper disposal method, but it didn't seem to match the conversation he'd overheard from those 3 people last night. Fang Shuo couldn't make heads or tails of it. That night, his thoughts drifted between the case and Lin Xi, and he eventually drifted off into a drowsy sleep without realizing when. That's why he woke up late. He grabbed his phone and discovered Lin Xi had sent him several photos, seemingly some test reports. Fang Shuo glanced at the time. Without pausing to examine them closely, he scrambled out of bed. He had classes today. I heard the campus basketball tournament is about to start. Teams compete by major. Wow, doesn't that mean we'll get to see lots of hot guys from other majors? Aren't there quite a few guys in our major who play basketball? It'd be embarrassing if we lost. Yeah, I heard they've already started recruiting. Those guys who play basketball probably know each other, right? Let's form a cheer squad too. We can go cheer them on. Sounds great. Sign me up. Just as class ended, a group of girls were chattering away. Spotting Fang Shuo walking over with his books, they all stuck out their tongues and fell silent. Only after Fang Shuo had walked far away did they resume their chatter. Fang Shuo shook his head helplessly. Although the Tianhai City Public Security Bureau had previously released details about some cases and specifically addressed Fang Shuo's situation, his classmates still kept their distance from him. Moreover, he hadn't been invited to the basketball tournament. Even though he was a decent player, group activities like this never included him. Although Fang Shuo was tall, handsome, and academically gifted, in their eyes he remained that unpredictable lunatic who could snap at any moment. Fang Shuo had long since grown accustomed to it. As he walked toward the cafeteria, his mind drifted back to the reports Lin Xi had sent him earlier that morning. The reports revealed that besides his own fingerprint, the Bluetooth headset bore 2 others. One belonged to the deceased man, while the identity of the other remained unknown. This matched Fang Shuo's own speculation. The haunting was deliberately staged by the deceased man, likely to clear the premises. The other fingerprint, however, was peculiar. There were several possibilities. It could have been left during manufacturing, or someone might have picked up the headset accidentally. There was simply no way to screen for it. But that would make the whole operation seem rather excessive, going to such lengths to create a ghostly disturbance. For what purpose? Fang Shuo couldn't quite wrap his head around it. Additionally, Lin Xi mentioned that the police had already tracked the van using surveillance footage along the route. But once the vehicle entered the old city district, the outdated surveillance equipment meant they lost track of it. Thus, the minivan's trail had gone cold once more. The thread of clues he'd painstakingly pieced together had come to a dead end, leaving Fang Shuo feeling rather disappointed. He grabbed a meal and sat by the window, eating while lost in thought. Hey, the basketball tournament is finally about to start. It's such a shame this time. If Zhou Yan hadn't died, our medical school's ranking in the basketball tournament would have been much higher. You bet. Zhou Yan was a dunk specialist. He carried our medical school into the top 8 last time. Without him, making it to the top 32 is going to be tough. Just as Fang Shuo was finishing his meal, he suddenly heard several students chatting as they sat down at a nearby table. They sounded like medical students discussing the upcoming basketball tournament. The Zhou Yan they mentioned was likely the name of the deceased male student. Don't even mention it. Now our medical school's gonna get stuck with that reputation again. Brains but no brawn. Oh, and I saw the list for the financial aid grants today. Zhou Yan's name is on it. That money's probably going to get embezzled by the administrators again. Isn't that always the case? Besides, it's such a small amount. Even if Zhou Yan were still alive, he probably wouldn't care about it. I heard he's been doing well lately. Maybe he's even being kept by some rich woman. Enough. He's dead. Stop talking nonsense. Wait until he comes back tonight to haunt us. Damn it, don't scare me. We haven't even solved the haunting in our building yet. I'm too scared to go back. And these days, I'm scheduled to clean the morgue. Why don't you ask Zhang Yan? Every time it's my shift, I give him $50 and he does it for me.
That's an option. Never mind, let's drop it. I heard there's a medical forum lately. The conversation drifted to other topics. But Fang Shuo was filled with doubts. Financial aid for underprivileged students? That didn't make sense.
Neither the headphones nor Zhou Yan's attire suggested anything remotely related to the term financial aid.
And what did recently received mean? Had he suddenly received a sum of money? Fang Shuo was no stranger to the concept of financial aid for students from low-income families. His family circumstances fully met the eligibility criteria, yet he had refused it. Applying for the subsidy meant laying bare his broken family and painful past. To win others' sympathy and approval. Fang Shuo's sensitivity and pride made him incapable of doing that.
He convinced himself that through scholarships and part-time work, he could support himself and his grandmother.
But Zhou Yan must have met the criteria to receive it. It was truly strange. Could it be that Zhou Yan was also involved in the body smuggling?
Also, it turned out that the medical school students themselves had always cleaned the morgue. The cleaning lady probably only handled the hallways and restrooms.
If that Zhang Yang guy was paid to clean, could he have accidentally touched that trash bag?
The threads of clarity in my mind had been tangled once more into a dense fog after overhearing all these unexpected details. If I tried to investigate myself, the medical school folks probably wouldn't give me the time of day. Perhaps he could have Lin Xi ask around.
But approaching Lin Xi proactively, Fang Shuo shook his head. Just as he was about to leave, a figure approached the table. Oh my, I'm starving. Hurry up and get me some food, same as last time.
Lin Xi sat down in front of Fang Shuo while undoing her tied-up hair.
Chapter 27, Kindness in the Heart, Responsibility on the Shoulders. What are you doing here? Fang Shuo clearly hadn't expected Lin Xi to show up unexpectedly.
Though her hair was now loose and she wore a t-shirt and pants less formal than usual, her attire clearly indicated she was on her way to work.
Just got back from a case. Passed by here. It's lunchtime. The captain and the others went back to eat instant noodles. You still owe me a meal. And this lady is here to collect what you owe me. Your bonus has already come through, you know?
Lin Xi winked playfully. Ever since learning about Fang Shuo's grandmother's illness, Lin Xi had immediately leveraged her father's position as bureau chief.
She'd urged the big boss to expedite Fang Shuo's application.
Upon learning that the student who helped solve their case was facing hardship, and under his daughter's persistent pressure, Chief Lin personally made the rounds upstairs. That's why the approval came through so quickly. Once Lin Xi found out, she naturally wanted to inform Fang Shuo as soon as possible. A phone call would have sufficed, but since her route home passed by Shuemu University, she seized the opportunity to visit in person. The rest of the police team didn't think much of it, but Sun Haibao watched Lin Xi walk into Shuemu University with a look of deep melancholy.
Collecting debts? What debts? Wait, you mean the funds got approved? Fang Shuo's face lit up with surprise.
The last time, his grandmother's hospitalization and surgery fees had totaled over 30,000 yuan. Although the hospital had specially approved a payment extension, Fang Shuo still wanted to repay it as soon as possible. Otherwise, as a grown man, he couldn't shake the feeling of guilt.
I mean the debt you owe me for that meal. That money has been approved and should be transferred within the next few days.
Lin Xi nearly let it slip and quickly covered her tracks.
Fine, I keep my word. But why did you come looking for me without calling first? What if I wasn't here? Wouldn't you have made a wasted trip? Fang Shuo stood up as he spoke. I wasn't planning on finding you. I just came to try my luck. Who knew you'd actually be here?
Besides, all the other tables were full.
Yours was the only one with an empty seat.
Lin Xi smiled.
Fang Shuo shrugged helplessly. With his notorious reputation, no one ever volunteered to share a table with him. No wonder he ended up alone at this huge table. Fine, then wait here. Fang Shuo headed toward the window.
This time, thanks to Lin Xi, treating him to a meal was only fair. Before long, Fang Shuo returned with a plate piled high with dishes, setting it before Lin Xi. Lin Xi didn't hesitate, digging in heartily. Having been busy since last night, skipping breakfast and working at the scene all morning, Lin Xi was starving.
You two didn't go looking for that car's trail, did you? Any leads? Fang Shuo asked Lin Xi. Don't even ask. It's not the medical school case.
A new one popped up, a dismemberment case.
We searched all morning and still haven't found all the body parts. We're heading back to the east side this afternoon to continue the investigation.
When a brutal murder like this surfaces, it causes significant panic.
We have to crack this case as soon as possible. We'll be busy for the next few days.
Lin Xi said while eating.
Oh. Fang Shuo nodded.
The Criminal Investigation Division where Lin Xi worked naturally handled numerous cases, requiring careful prioritization. I've already discussed the discrepancies in the medical school case with the captain, but he wasn't entirely convinced, though I suppose his reasoning makes sense. Plus, I heard your university leadership reached out to city officials, pushing for a swift resolution. With 2 incidents happening on campus already, I doubt the university administration can hold out much longer. Lin Xi felt somewhat helpless about this. But to Fang Shuo, it seemed like an attempt to cover up the truth only made it more obvious. Judging from the remarks of those three individuals earlier, it was evident that the medical school's leadership was likely involved in this matter. Digging deeper would likely pull up the mud along with the radish the higher-ups were already covering their own backs. At this thought, Fang Shuo hesitated. He chose not to share today's discoveries and suspicions with Lin Xi. Seeing the weariness on her face, he didn't want to burden her further. Criminal investigation work was grueling. When a case hit, he might go days without sleep, and the pressure weighing on his mind was immense. But should he continue pursuing this? Fang Shuo found himself torn. Alright, I just came to piggyback on a meal. I've got more interviews to do this afternoon. We need to identify the body as soon as possible. Keep an eye out for that money, it should be deposited directly into your account. Lin Xi stood up as he spoke. Let's go. I'll walk you out. Is the new case complicated? Fang Shuo stood up as well. Sigh, it's a brutal and cunning killer. So far, we've only found 2 bags of dismembered remains. Most of the body is still missing. Not to mention clues. The dumping site isn't the primary crime scene, so we can only start by identifying the source of the remains before proceeding further. Lin Xi lowered her voice as she walked alongside Fang Shuo. Alright, then, don't push yourselves too hard. I can see you've got dark circles under your eyes. Fang Shuo hesitated before speaking. Oh, you wouldn't happen to be concerned about me, would you? Lin Xi flushed and teased Fang Shuo. Put. I'm worried you'll work yourself to death, and then they'll think our school meals are contaminated. Alright, stop dawdling. You're cutting into my nap time. Fang Shuo rolled his eyes. Let's go. If you find anything new on that case, you can let me know. Since there are unresolved issues, I'll keep an eye on it too. Lin Xi waved his hand and climbed into the taxi. Fang Shuo watched until Lin Xi's taillights vanished from sight before turning away. Just as he was about to head back to the dorm, his phone buzzed with a text message. Fang Shuo picked it up to find the expected notification: the 100,000 yuan reward had been deposited. Accompanying it was a note from the police, with a heart of kindness and shoulders bearing responsibility. Thank you for everything you've done to assist the police. For a moment, Fang Shuo was stunned. After a moment's hesitation, he headed toward the medical school building. After the previous incident, the medical school had initially notified students to take a temporary break. But early this morning, students received a notice from their advisors that classes had resumed, and the medical school was open for business as usual. Only murder cases warrant campus lockdowns, accidents do not. The medical school leadership clearly intended to convey this message to all students through this approach. What happened at the medical school was entirely accidental. When Fang Shuo arrived at the medical school, he saw the elderly security guard sitting there playing with his phone. After a moment's thought, he pushed open the door and walked in. What are you doing here? The old man looked at him warily. Sir, I'm a new student at the medical school. I went downstairs earlier and forgot a notebook. Did you happen to find it? Fang Shuo quickly explained. Notebook? No, you'd have to ask the cleaning staff about that. The security guard looked slightly annoyed at being interrupted while watching a video. Hey, Zhang Yang? Just ask him. He's been doing the cleaning lately and stays the latest. He might have seen it. At that moment, the guard pointed to a student walking down the stairs and said to the other person. Chapter 28, No Evidence. Zhang Yang? Fang Shuo froze, staring at the slender boy outside the security booth. Was this the student he'd heard about in the cafeteria, the one who'd take money to cover others' cleaning duties? Uncle Wang, what's wrong? Zhang Yang heard the security guard's call and stopped in his tracks. Hello, senior. I dropped a black notebook downstairs earlier. Did you happen to find it? Fang Shuo hurried forward to ask. A black notebook? Never seen it. Zhang Yang gave Fang Shuo a once-over, said nothing more, and simply turned and walked out. Fang Shuo was utterly speechless. Are all medical students this aloof? All right. Go ask someone else. He's pretty pitiful too. Who would have thought that girl would die like that? So undignified. Seeing Fang Shuo's expression, the security guard leaned out and said. The girl died? You mean the woman in the morgue? Fang Shuo froze. Yeah. I heard she was dating Zhang Yang before. They fought constantly. When Zhang Yang was cleaning earlier, that girl even hit him. Sigh. Who would have thought something like this would happen? Poor Zhang Yang too. The security guard muttered as he tapped a free heart icon for the long-legged, black-stocking streamer on his phone. He looked up, only to find the student had vanished without a trace. Where did she go? It's like seeing ghosts in broad daylight. Didn't they say ghosts don't haunt places anymore? The old security guard shivered and switched to watching a different streamer this time, a short-skirted dancer. Meanwhile, Fang Shuo had already followed Zhang Yang out. He never imagined the deceased woman would be Zhang Yang's girlfriend. Now that this had happened, it seemed like the entire case could finally be connected. Moreover, during his reconstruction of the scene, Fang Shuo had always found the position of that bag by the door odd.
The moment he saw Zhang Yang today, Fang Shuo instantly understood. The height didn't match. According to Fang Shuo's instinctive reasoning, even a large garbage bag stretched over a trash can wouldn't be able to completely cover a person's body.
But Zhang Yang's build could easily fit inside.
But Zhang Yang's girlfriend was doing that thing with Zhou Yan in the morgue late at night. If Zhang Yang found out, would he deliberately pretend to be a ghost to punish them? Highly likely. Fang Shuo followed Zhang Yang all the way without alerting him. As he'd said before, what he needed now was direct evidence, not speculation. Otherwise, even if he told Captain Sun and the others, it would be useless. What surprised Fang Shuo, however, was that Zhang Yang headed straight for the school cafeteria. But it was well past mealtime. Only a handful of people were leaving the cafeteria, and all the windows were closed. Yet he watched Zhang Yang head straight for the kitchen. Fang Shuo was thoroughly puzzled. "Hey, sis, no food left?" Fang Shuo pretended to be getting his meal and walked up to the window. "Yeah, it's already this late. Come earlier next time." The woman inside the window was rinsing trays. "But I saw a student go in earlier. Is there a private kitchen in the back?" Fang Shuo asked jokingly. "You mean little Zhang? He's here working part-time. But he's shy and doesn't like coming to the window to get his food. He always waits until almost everyone's left before helping wash dishes or something. He has a reserved work meal. Would you like to work part-time too, young man?" The older woman said to Fang Shuo with great warmth. "Work study? How much does that pay per month?" Seeing the older woman willing to chat, Fang Shuo didn't rush to leave. "Well, it's not much, just a few hundred yuan a month. Most students aren't interested in this kind of work. I heard Zhang's scholarship didn't have any openings, but with this money and free meals, daily expenses aren't a problem." The older woman whispered mysteriously to Fang Shuo. Fang Shuo nodded. It must be said, these middle-aged women were always a fascinating group, somehow knowing every little detail about everything. Given that, this Zhang Yang seemed to have a closer connection to the two victims. But all this was mere speculation. The killer hadn't committed the murders directly. Even if all the evidence were pieced together, it could only prove the killer had been there. And since he was there to clean up, many things could be explained. This case might not yield any direct evidence. Unless, of course, he confesses to it all. Tianhai City Public Security Bureau. Sun Haibo was reviewing photographs brought back from the crime scene with his team. After 2 days of searching, we've discovered 3 more packages containing dismembered body parts in the eastern and southern parts of the city. However, the head and skeletal remains have yet to be found. Notably, one package contained flesh fragments cut with remarkable precision. Forensic analysis indicates they were likely frozen before being dissected. This portion primarily consists of the heart. The only information we have at present is that the victim was male, aged between 30 and 35. Sun Haibo spoke while switching photos on the screen. "Lin Xi, please share the findings from your investigation into the body's origin." Sun Haibo asked Lin Xi. "Since the body lacks any direct identifying features and the head hasn't been found, we can't directly confirm the victim's identity. However, after cross-referencing recent missing persons reports in Tianhai City, we identified one individual whose identity appears suspicious," Lin Xi said, displaying a photograph. "This individual is a marketing manager at an internet technology company. According to his employer, he hasn't shown up for work in over 2 weeks. He had taken annual leave, claiming he was going on a trip but never returned. His phone went unanswered, and no one was at his residence. After the initial report, our officers verified the situation but found no leads, and the case eventually went cold. With this type of report, since the missing person is an adult, we don't allocate significant resources to the search. Based on the timing of the missing person report, this individual does fit the criteria. The other 2 missing persons are both female, which doesn't match the criteria for this case." Lin Xi addressed the group. "Has the DNA result come back yet?" Sun Haibo inquired. "Not yet. We've sent the relevant hair samples to the testing department. Results should be available by tomorrow at the latest." Lin Xi replied slowly. "Alright, that's the current situation. I won't elaborate further. This is already the second heinous case in recent times. Last time, we managed to solve the case thanks to Fang Shuo's help. Otherwise, we would have been in real trouble. The last one happened on campus, and this time it's a vicious dismemberment case. Both have caused significant panic. We must solve this case as quickly as possible. Lin Xi, keep your team focused on tracing the body's origin. We need confirmation ASAP. Everyone else, focus entirely on locating the body parts. We need to recover them all as soon as possible." Sun Haibo addressed the team. "Yes, sir." Everyone stood up. "Captain Sun, there might have been a mistake in that medical school morgue case earlier. A student just turned himself in, claiming he scared the person to death." At that moment, an officer walked in and addressed Sun Haibo. "What? Don't joke around." Sun Haibo froze. "It's true. He's in the holding cell right now. He says his name is Fang Shuo," the officer said slowly. "What? What's his name?"
Lin Xi, who had just been about to leave, whipped around.
Chapter 29, I am the murderer.
Detention room, Tianhai City Public Security Bureau.
Fang Shuo sat inside, handcuffed. Sun Haiba sat behind the desk with an officer. Fang Shuo, you should know that the law is no joke. You are responsible for every word and action.
I'll ask you one more time, you claim you scared those two men to death.
Are you certain?
Sun Haiba asked coldly, his tone tinged with irritation. His tone carried a hint of irritation. Regarding the previous case, Lin Xi had already voiced her suspicions about Fang Shuo to him. In Sun Haiba's view, it was nothing more than a ploy Fang Shuo had deliberately employed to get closer to Lin Xi.
You want to pursue Lin Xi, that's understandable, your prerogative. But you shouldn't exploit the case for it.
Especially now, with the entire criminal investigation division swamped by the dismemberment case, Fang Shuo had to go and bring this mess to them.
It was infuriating. I'm certain. Fang Shuo said slowly. He pressed hard against one side of his head. Then tell me, why did you do this? Sun Haiba slammed his pen down on the desk. For revenge. Fang Shuo said bitterly. Revenge? Revenge against whom? Sun Haiba froze. Zhou Yan and Lin Jiajiao.
A sinister grin twisted Fang Shuo's lips as he pressed one hand firmly against his temple.
Ha, you guys don't know yet, do you? Lin Jiajiao is my girlfriend. That.
We've been together since high school, but after she got into college, she actually hooked up with Zhou Yan.
How dare she? Fang Shuo gritted his teeth. What the hell is this nonsense? Lin Jiajiao is your girlfriend?
Sun Haiba looked utterly skeptical, suddenly recalling that Zhou Yan and Lin Jiajiao were the two victims in the medical school haunting incident.
Yes. Why would she choose him?
Even if they broke up, I wouldn't blame her.
But why did she go with Zhou Yan? And he did those things too. That scumbag stole my spot. He doesn't need it at all.
Fang Shuo slammed his fist on the table, his voice thick with emotion. Seeing Fang Shuo's frenzied, almost unhinged state before him, Sun Haiba suddenly snapped to realization. No wonder Fang Shuo had been clutching his head in agony earlier, he'd been doing it on purpose. He was simulating the killer's actions. By using the interrogation scenario, he was immersing himself in the killer's role to explain everything.
But simulation alone wasn't enough. Evidence was needed. Everything required evidence. Captain, what should we do? Is he having an episode? Seeing Fang Shuo's clearly abnormal state, the officer recording beside him looked utterly helpless. Turn on the camera. Record every single word. Sun Haiba paused for a moment before instructing the officer. Since Fang Shuo had turned himself in, they couldn't just ignore him. They had to hear what he had to say first. You say he stole your spot? What kind of spot? Sun Haiba asked Fang Shuo. The spot for financially disadvantaged students. Each college has 3 spots reserved for students from low-income families. To buy Jiao Jiao a phone and cosmetics, I swallowed my pride and applied for the poverty-stricken student spot, but I didn't get it. The last spot was snatched by that bastard Zhou Yan. How dare he? A guy who spends all day eating lavishly, wearing expensive clothes and shoes, using a high-end phone gets financial aid, while I have to scrub dishes in the cafeteria, clean up, dump leftover food, and even earn money by cleaning the morgue, and I don't get anything? Fang Shuo's face twisted into a fury. Sun Haiba watched Fang Shuo's reaction and silently connected it to the case. In other words, the killer had a prior grudge against Zhou Yan. That hatred, combined with the theft of his girlfriend, might have been the final straw that pushed him over the edge. A motive for the crime was emerging. Sun Haiba furrowed his brow. Could there truly be hidden circumstances at play? So you decided to take revenge on them? Sun Haiba asked. At first, I didn't think that far ahead. Zhou Yan was tall and burly, I stood no chance against him in a fight. Until one day, while cleaning, I stumbled upon a secret. A secret that could hold Zhou Yan over a barrel. Fang Shuo licked his lips, revealing an unsettling grin. A secret? You mean the haunted medical school rumors? Sun Haiba caught on immediately. After Lin Xi returned that headset, their tech department had already examined it. It was confirmed that someone had set a timer function to play audio twice daily, once at 10 p.m. and again at midnight. The audio was the sound of a baby crying. Given the actions of the two victims before their deaths, it wasn't hard to deduce why they had deliberately staged the haunting. Exactly. One day while cleaning, I found a half footprint on the toilet seat cover. It piqued my curiosity, so I stepped onto the toilet seat to take a closer look. To my surprise, I found a brand new pair of headphones. I was puzzled. This thing had definitely been placed there deliberately. Curiosity made me leave it where it was instead of taking it. That night, I deliberately stayed late and heard that sound. Even though I knew someone was messing with me, I was still scared. But as I was leaving, I accidentally saw Jiao Jiao. When I was hiding in the bathroom, I couldn't believe what I saw and heard. Fang Shuo leaned weakly against the chair, speaking slowly. Watching Fang Shuo recount the events before him, his calm narration was vivid and immersive, as if every detail had truly unfolded before his eyes. For some reason, Sun Haiba felt a chill run down his spine.
Had he not known Fang Shuo's identity beforehand, had he not known Fang Shuo was simulating, even Sun Haiba might have believed his words.
So you started taking revenge? You wanted to scare them during their thing? Sun Haiba didn't interrupt Fang Shuo but continued to ask. No. You don't understand.
Jiao Jiao and I have been together all these years. Back then, I even gave up a better school for her, accompanying her to apply to this university. But I never imagined this woman could be so heartless, slapping me in public and declaring I wasn't even worthy to tie Zhou Yan's shoes.
From that moment, I vowed to take revenge on them.
I'll make them pay with their lives.
Fang Shuo's face flushed crimson as he spoke, his fists pounding the table in fury. Well then, tell me how you did it. Scaring someone to death probably isn't that simple, is it? Sun Haiba took a deep breath and asked Fang Shuo. Chapter 30, Why did you do it? Of course not. I'm not foolish enough to kill someone outright. That would be the end of me. I've already sacrificed too much for that woman. I still have a bright future ahead of me. I'm a medical student. I found out Zhou Yan has heart disease. He even had an episode while playing basketball before. And I also know that during, well, heart rates accelerate. If he suddenly got scared, combined with his heart condition, it could easily have killed him on the spot. That way, there'd be no evidence pointing to me. Who told them to choose that place for their? Serves them right. Fang Shuo's face was filled with the sweet satisfaction of revenge. What about Lin Xiao? Did she die of fright too? Sun Haiba pressed on. Of course it's not that simple. I know Lin Xiao loved watching horror movies. The latest hit was Saw, and she must have seen it. So I bought a wild boar mask, identical to the one in the movie. I hid in the bathroom beforehand, waiting for that couple to show up. After all, people still come and go in the morgue, and if I'd been spotted, it would have been trouble. Oh, and I have low blood sugar, so I always carry lollipops with me. I ate one in the bathroom. When I heard the building door close, I moved into position in the morgue ahead of time. I knew they always came in through the first floor restroom. I pulled a large trash bag over my head and hid behind the door. Once they opened the door, it would block me from view. Plus, with the trash bag over me, even if they saw me, they'd just assume it was trash left behind. I stayed right there, listening to that pair of bastards. I didn't know why they turned off the lights, but it gave me the perfect opportunity. While they were enjoying themselves, I quietly slipped out of the trash bag and moved along the wall. Finally, they noticed me. Ha 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 ha. In that pitch black darkness, I didn't need to do much. Just wearing that boar mask was enough to scare the living daylights out of them both. But after the initial shock, they separated. I had to get them back into that position so no one would connect it to me. They were too heavy. I could only manage to force them face down onto the table. They were finally dead. I wore gloves and boot covers throughout the whole process, leaving no fingerprint evidence. I know the police will come to the scene, but I don't believe they'll suspect me. Once the dust settles, perhaps I'll start a new life. After finishing his confession, Fang Shuo exhaled a long breath. His entire body seemed drained of energy as he slumped back into his chair. Listening to Fang Shuo's account, Sun Haiba was so stunned he couldn't find words. It seemed there were still some aspects even Fang Shuo hadn't fully grasped, but there was no doubt that someone like this existed at the heart of the case, someone who could explain those seemingly insignificant traces and clues. Yet Sun Haiba couldn't help but frown. The facts indeed aligned with the killer's intentions. He did not directly commit the murder, and without direct evidence, it is difficult to convict him outright. Unless, like Fang Shuo, the killer confesses to every crime and fits perfectly into the existing chain of evidence, only then would it be possible. Sergeant, how are we handling this case? Is it really Fang Shuo? The officer beside him was completely dumbfounded. Are you out of your mind? The saliva on the lollipop wrapper, the footprints, the fingerprints on the headphones, none of this existing evidence matches Fang Shuo. How could he possibly be the killer? Do you think he's stupid enough to turn himself in? He's trying to remind us of the real killer's existence. Sun Haiba glared at his subordinate with disappointment. Oh. Right. So that's how it is. After Sun Haiba's prompting, the officer immediately caught on. Immediately. Reopen the investigation into the death at Shuemu University Medical School. I'll take full responsibility. Go now. Sun Haiba ordered the man. Yes, sir. The officer dared not delay and immediately ran out. Feeling any better? Sun Haiba asked as he approached Fang Shuo. I'm fine. Just need to rest for a bit. Fang Shuo wiped the sweat from his forehead with his cupped hands and replied slowly. This time, in order to find clues and also to simulate the police station scenario, Fang Shuo hadn't taken his medication for 2 consecutive days. The headache he'd just endured lasted longer than ever before. Even after it subsided, his head still felt like it was being stabbed with needles. I understand your point, but until the case is fully investigated, you'll remain here. You're still the prime suspect. Do you understand? Sun Haiba glanced at the handcuffs on Fang Shuo's wrists and spoke slowly. I know. I already took leave from school before coming here. Fang Shuo smiled. He was relieved that Sun Haiba, the officer before him, was a smart cop. And a responsible one at that. There's one thing I don't understand.
I thought you said that to pursue Lin Xi, but now it seems that's not the case.
You're just a student. Why go to such lengths? Even resorting to this method? Sun Haiba asked Fang Shuo in puzzlement. A heart of kindness, shoulders bearing responsibility. That's all there is to it. Fang Shuo replied softly. I understand.
Hearing Fang Shuo's words, even Sun Haiba, whose face had been solemn, couldn't help but smile. These words were familiar to them.
It was always said during commendations for concerned citizens, though perhaps not everyone took it to heart.
Because not everyone has the ability to get involved in certain cases. Most encounters were purely coincidental.
But Fang Shuo was different. His ability to simulate a killer's actions would be an immense asset to the police.
Perhaps this phrase was most fitting for Fang Shuo himself.
Captain Lin, you should be receiving an express delivery today.
Inside is a mineral water bottle with fingerprints, a lollipop stick with saliva, and a photograph of a flower bed with footprints.
Fang Shuo remembered something else and said to Sun Haiba. Ha? What is this? Sun Haiba was utterly stunned. I've been tailing him for days.
The police have already closed this case, and he believes it's over too, so he wasn't very cautious.
That's how I got my hands on these.
Oh, and his name is Zhang Yang.
He's a sophomore in clinical medicine at the medical school.
Fang Shuo said with a smile. You? Looking at Fang Shuo before him,
Sun Haiba felt a wave of shame wash over him.
If only he hadn't overlooked Fang Shuo's clues back then, if only he hadn't underestimated Fang Shuo, perhaps the case would have shown signs of progress long ago. For a young man to achieve this level of accomplishment.
Even frontline detectives couldn't match this. Good lad.
He's worthy of our Shaolin.
Alright, you rest here. Leave the rest to us.
Sun Haiba patted Fang Shuo on the shoulder and headed toward the exit.
Chapter 31, Caught. Shui Mu University Medical School.
Class had just ended, and students were trickling toward the cafeteria in small groups. Zhang Yang brought up the rear. Only after everyone had left did he relax from his pretense of taking notes and slowly stand up. Ever since starting college, Zhang Yang had always waited until everyone else had left before going to eat. Truth be told, though his family was poor, they weren't so destitute that he couldn't afford meals. But his girlfriend's expenses had skyrocketed since starting college. Especially cosmetics, a single bottle cost over 100 yuan. With a heavy course-loaded medical school, Zhang Yang had no choice but to take a work-study job at the cafeteria. The daily meals provided saved him money, but both the meal savings and his earnings were spent by his girlfriend, Lin Xiaojiao, on cosmetics. Even though he no longer needed to cover her expenses and could afford his own meals, breaking that habit proved incredibly difficult. At least that pair of bastards are finally dead. And according to the police, they died of fright. Ha! Seems like cops are just a bunch of idiots after all. Even if you're as good as you claim, can you really prove I did it? With that settled, everything's finally over. When it's time for graduate school entrance exams, I'll go to another city and start over. With my abilities, I'll definitely become a chief physician at a major hospital in a big city someday. Besides, I should try to change little by little. Today at lunch, I'll just go to the cafeteria and get my food like normal. Zhang Yang stood up, lost in thought. Just as he reached the ground floor, he noticed the security guard sitting stiffly, staring at a newspaper. Zhang Yang couldn't help but chuckle. Could it be that some high-ranking official was coming for an inspection? This guy was always watching videos of beautiful women whenever he had a chance. Just as Zhang Yang was about to tease him, he suddenly noticed two people standing outside the entrance, staring in his direction. They clearly weren't students. When they noticed him looking, they quickly averted their gaze. But Zhang Yang clearly saw that both of them had earphones in their ears. Zhang Yang's heartbeat suddenly quickened. Glancing at the security guard inside the booth, whose expression had visibly stiffened, Zhang Yang instinctively started running deeper into the building. Stop right there! The two figures behind the door, seeing Zhang Yang attempt to flee, abandoned their pretense and immediately gave chase. In his panic, Zhang Yang dashed into the first-floor restroom, pulled open a window, and jumped out. But the moment he hit the ground, Sun Haiba, who had been waiting nearby, pinned him down. Coincidentally, Sun Haiba and his team had come to make an arrest, with all members deployed to ambush locations. Sun Haiba recalled Fang Shuo mentioning that the window in the first-floor men's restroom was broken, the very spot Zhang Yang had used to enter that night, and decided to investigate. No sooner had he finished inspecting it than he heard someone rushing over in a panic. They apprehended him on the spot. What's your name? Is your name Lu Dazhuan? Sun Haiba demanded coldly at Zhang Yang. No. I'm not. My name is Zhang Yang, and I have my student ID. Zhang Yang immediately pulled out his student ID. Second year clinical medicine, Zhang Yang? Alright. You're the one. Take him back. Sun Haiba gave a slight smile and waved to the team members catching up behind him. He might have doubted Fang Shuo's earlier speculation, but judging by Zhang Yang's reaction, this kid was definitely up to something. 9 times out of 10, he was the killer.
This was a sure thing. Tianhai City Public Security Bureau.
Lin Xi sat outside the detention room table eating a boxed meal while reviewing the case files in his hands. Fang Shuo sat across from Lin Xi, awkwardly picking at his food with chopsticks. Just moments ago, Lin Xi had learned all the details from Sun Haiba. He felt both admiration and helplessness toward Fang Shuo. As lunchtime approached, he ordered a meal for Fang Shuo too, and the two ate while chatting. Although Fang Shuo was still officially a suspect, everyone in the bureau knew he couldn't possibly be the killer. Seeing how Lin Xi treated Fang Shuo, many naturally understood what that meant.
Throughout the Tianhai Public Security Bureau, while some remained unconvinced about Fang Shuo's involvement in solving the case, they couldn't quite bring themselves to dislike him.
Especially since it was precisely Fang Shuo's involvement that had led to the previous case's resolution. Many officers would come over to greet Fang Shuo and chat. Word has it that this solitary detention cell was specially approved by Chief Lin himself.
Any progress on the dismemberment case? Fang Shuo asked Lin Xi while eating. Not yet.
The victim's identity has been largely confirmed, but not all remains have been recovered. Several organs and skeletal fragments are still missing. The items left at home all indicate they were preparing for a long trip, yet the body was discovered right here in the city.
It's rather peculiar.
Lin Xi said slowly.
Dismembering a body like that's not something just anyone could do, right?
And the body parts were cut so evenly the killer must have some serious psychological fortitude. Fang Shuo glanced at the photos beside him, suddenly feeling nauseated by the meat slices in his mouth.
Exactly.
That's why we narrowed the suspect pool to professionals like doctors or butchers.
We've been screening through the victim's social circles but haven't found any useful leads yet.
The victim was a manager at an internet company, middle-class income, unmarried, into fitness, and hadn't been to the hospital in the last 6 months. According to his co-workers, he was charming and humble, rarely offending anyone.
We checked around, and everyone agreed. We're really at a complete dead end.
Lin Xi shook his head. These recent cases all felt utterly baffling. It was hard to tell whether people were getting smarter these days or what.
Wealthy, good-looking, in his 30s, unmarried? Could it be he had some kind of problem? Fang Shuo listened to Lin Xi's words with deep emotion. No way to know yet. We still haven't recovered all the remains. Days have passed already. I just hope we don't suddenly get another report about body parts being found somewhere. That would cause a huge uproar. We're already overwhelmed with the dismemberment case. Now they're reopening the medical school case. Captain Sun nearly got chewed alive. You've really managed to piss off our captain. Lin Xi chuckled quietly. Originally, Lin Xi had intended to seek out her father to inquire about the situation and plead on Fang Shuo's behalf. Instead, she overheard her father in his office, berating Sun Haiba relentlessly. What nonsense! Captain Sun isn't as petty as you. By the way, what's the latest with them? Fang Shuo rolled his eyes.
They've already brought the suspect back. He's being interrogated right now.
Alright, I'll cut this short. The captain assigned me to handle this case. I need to crack it as soon as possible. Busy as hell, busy as hell. College kids have it easy, just take a day off whenever you want. Once you start working, you won't have that kind of freedom.
Enjoy your wonderful college days while you can, kid. Lin Xi gathered his things and stood up, not forgetting to tease Fang Shuo one last time.
Chapter 32, A Dead Pig Fears No Boiling Water. Put. What's so little about me? Didn't you see for yourself? By the way, you're responsible for me now. Fang Shuo muttered with a dark expression.
Lin Xi was only 3 years older than him, yet she always acted so old and wise in front of him.
What did you say? Lin Xi's face flushed as she tapped Fang Shuo on the head. Realizing they were in a police station, she glared at Fang Shuo and prepared to leave. Hey, hey, hey! I'm fine here. Why not let me take a look at those documents? Might be able to help out somehow. Fang Shuo called Lin Xi back. He hadn't brought his phone or anything when he came here. If it weren't for the occasional police officer popping in for a chat, Fang Shuo would have been bored to death. What are you thinking? This is confidential material. Kids shouldn't be looking at it.
Lin Xi playfully stuck her tongue out at Fang Shuo. She emphasized the words little kid with deliberate emphasis.
She walked out laughing. Fang Shuo looked utterly helpless.
But moments later, Lin Xi walked back in, casually carrying a thick file folder. After setting it down, she hurried out again.
Fang Shuo chuckled.
Seems Lin Xi was just saying one thing and meaning another after all.
Fang Shuo opened the file folder.
Inside were all the current materials on the morgue case and the dismemberment case. Just as Fang Shuo was about to set the folder aside, he sensed something else inside. He emptied it out and found it was the headache medicine he had been taking. Fang Shuo froze, his heart feeling as though it had been struck by a bullet. Though the headache was already beginning to throb faintly, he gently set the pills aside, rubbing his temples as he began to review the files. Outside the interrogation room, Sun Haiba emerged with a dark expression.
Damn it! These students know way too much nowadays. He even knows about the chain of evidence and reminded us that we have less than 22 hours left before we have to release him. Looks like this kid's convinced we don't have any direct evidence. Sun Haiba fumed. Originally, after learning the news from Fang Shuo this time, he went straight to report it to Director Lin. But because he hadn't taken Fang Shuo's claims seriously at the time, the nature of the case changed, and they missed the optimal window for investigation. By now, the morgue scene was likely destroyed beyond recognition. Any chance for further investigation was now impossible. Director Lin unleashed a torrent of criticism. Compounded by the pressure from the recent dismemberment case, Sun Haiba was growing increasingly anxious. In Sun Haiba's view, even without direct evidence, they had already gathered substantial procedural details and circumstantial proof. Once they apprehended the suspect, wouldn't a mere college student with clear, foolish eyes confess immediately? At least, that was his thinking when he pinned Zhang Yang down. But unexpectedly, in the interrogation room, the kid stubbornly refused to admit anything. He insisted it had nothing to do with him, even lecturing the police on the law with reasoned arguments. He demanded they not harm his physical safety and must release him within 24 hours, threatening to hire a lawyer to sue Sun Haiba otherwise. Sun Haiba nearly choked on his own blood from rage. Captain, Fang Shuo just mentioned he has some ideas about the Moore case. At that moment, an officer walked in. Fang Shuo? Let's go. Sun Haiba hurried over to Fang Shuo. Fang Shuo, did you discover crucial evidence? Sun Haiba's face lit up with excitement. Not really. But I might have a way to get him to confess voluntarily. Fang Shuo shook his head. Admitted voluntarily? Don't be ridiculous. Sun Haiba looked utterly disappointed. Captain Sun, I've gone through every single file from start to finish. Even with those videos, we can't prove anything. After all, the killer didn't act directly. Even with evidence, it would only amount to manslaughter at most. There's no proof of intent unless he confesses himself. Just like when I turned myself in before, that's how you build a complete chain of evidence. Fang Shuo addressed Sun Haiba. Of course I know that. He's not stupid, why would he confess? Intentional homicide carries the death penalty. Sun Haiba said slowly. But if there's a charge more terrifying than murder, wouldn't that make him weigh his options? Besides, overhearing something shouldn't be a problem, right? There's no question of entrapment or anything like that. Fang Shuo said to Sun Haiba with a smile. A crime more terrifying than murder? What do you mean? Sun Haiba couldn't help but pause. Captain Sun, the medical school death case, it seems like it involves a different group from those body smugglers. And since this Zhang Yang frequently went there at night, he might know something about those people too. Though we don't know what they're smuggling the bodies out for, that doesn't stop us from making some bold assumptions. For instance, there's a saying, all's fair in love and war. Fang Shuo smiled slightly as he watched Sun Haiba's expression shift to one of sudden understanding. You actually came up with that idea? You're a real piece of work. Sun Haiba jumped to his feet, his face alight with excitement. I just wanted him to tell the truth himself. Actually, I'm a good guy. Fang Shuo spread his hands helplessly. Alright, if this goes smoothly, I'll give you top credit. I'll add an extra chicken drumstick to your lunchbox. Sun Haiba walked out with a smile. The officers waiting outside looked at Sun Haiba with puzzled expressions. When he went in just now, he was clearly frowning with worry. Why was he so excited now? Could it be that Fang Shuo really found some crucial evidence? Captain, what's going on? Did Fang Shuo make a new discovery? Several officers immediately gathered around. You lot, fresh out of the academy, and all that criminal investigation and interrogation training went to waste. You're no better than Fang Shuo, just a college kid. Come on, let's put on a show today. Sun Haiba grinned as he led his team toward the interrogation room. Chapter 33, All's Fair in Love and War. Tianhai City Public Security Bureau Interrogation Room. Zhang Yang stood with his hands clasped behind his back, leaning against the desk. Ever since that criminal police captain stormed off in anger, Zhang Yang felt even more confident in himself. He had thoroughly analyzed the situation from every angle, concluding that the police had no concrete evidence against him. As long as he refused to talk, they couldn't do anything. Once the time was up, they would release him without a fight. The school administration certainly wouldn't want this incident to escalate. They'd pressure the police, and the case would be closed. From that perspective, perhaps going to the police station wouldn't be such a bad thing. Once he got through this hurdle, he'd be completely in the clear. Zhang Yang took a deep breath. He might as well get some sleep now. The more soundly he slept, the less suspicious he would appear to them. Having made up his mind, Zhang Yang was about to settle into a comfortable position for a nap when he suddenly heard the door open. He looked up to see the same detective captain from before, accompanied by two other officers. Zhang Yang sneered inwardly but said nothing. He watched as the officers laid out some items on the table in front of him. I've already explained all this. I ate that lollipop stick because I went to the bathroom and squatted for so long I got hypoglycemic. Taking a long time to poop isn't that unusual, right? I'm constipated. As for the fingerprint on the headphones, I found them by accident and put them back. They're valuable. My mom taught me from childhood never to take things that don't belong to me. As for the footprint, I forgot my books once.
The door was locked, so I climbed through the window to get them.
What's the problem? Officer, I've explained everything I can.
I was indeed there that night, but I had no direct connection to the deaths of Zhou Yan and Lin Xiaojia.
Lin Xiaojia and I had already broken up.
Zhang Yang shrugged, addressing Sun Haiba and the others.
Oh, you mean that? We're not here to discuss that today. You might not be connected to the morgue case, but it looks like you won't be leaving anytime soon. Sun Haiba smiled faintly at the defiant look on Zhang Yang's face. Ha? Zhang Yang froze. Zhang Yang, right? We've been looking into things and suspect you're connected to a body theft case. Over the past 6 months, numerous bodies have gone missing from your medical school. Under normal circumstances, they would be transported to the crematorium for disposal. However, we cross-referenced the crematorium's records and found no bodies originating from the medical school.
So where did these bodies go?
Sun Haiba spoke while pulling out a photograph. So we investigated and discovered the trail of a van. And 3 men.
Sun Haiba flashed the photo in his hand to Zhang Yang. It was a surveillance image. The driver and front passenger were clearly visible. They came to the medical school to smuggle out the body.
Someone must have been waiting inside to assist them. The security guard had already locked the doors and left. That means someone must have entered the building in the middle of the night. We sifted through all the leads. At the time of the incident, you were the only one who entered and exited the building. And you yourself admitted you were indeed there. As for the haunting business, that was you deliberately creating a disturbance with the headphones, wasn't it? You were trying to make things easier for them, weren't you? Ha! By your logic, you wouldn't have taken it away. Sun Haiba regarded Zhang Yang before him with a hint of amusement. Zhang Yang's expression had shifted from earlier arrogance to unease, and now to sheer terror. Clearly, this Zhang Yang knew exactly who those people were. This development. The certainty grew even stronger. No. I didn't put those headphones there at all. I just found them earlier and picked them up to look at them. I had no idea about any haunting. Zhang Yang hurriedly explained. Oh? You really don't know anything about the haunting? That headset was up on the ceiling. Out of nowhere. How did you even find it? Sun Haiba asked. Zhang Yang was momentarily at a loss for words. Also, we found those footprints. That means the accomplice entered through the first-floor bathroom window and deliberately broke the lock to let the others in smoothly. Their bodies were carried out through the bathroom window. This proves the person who left the footprints is an accomplice. We searched thoroughly for fingerprints and found several on the inside of the window frame. Under normal circumstances, no one would enter from the outside. What's your take on this? Sun Haiba said calmly. Speak. How were you involved in this process? Who were those people? Seeing Zhang Yang visibly flustered, Sun Haiba slammed his hand hard on the table. Zhang Yang flinched in fright. It wasn't me. They had keys. It was transported out through the main gate. It definitely wasn't. Zhang Yang blurted out instinctively, but before he could finish, he realized he might have said too much and abruptly stopped. Heh, so you do know after all. What else is there to say? Right now, you're the prime suspect. Forget about that 24-hour detention nonsense. Here, your only option is to confess and get leniency. Talk. Where are your accomplices? How did you communicate? Where did you transport the bodies? Sun Haiba said coldly to Zhang Yang. It wasn't me. I have nothing to do with them. I don't even know them. Zhang Yang suddenly panicked. He hadn't expected the police to have uncovered information about those individuals and connected to him. The problem was, he had just admitted to being there, and the fingerprints and footprints were undeniable evidence. And in his panic, he'd just said the wrong thing. Now he was truly in a situation where he couldn't clear his name even if he jumped into the Yellow River. Come to think of it, this whole affair was a coincidence. To get back at Zhou Yan, Zhang Yang had planned to follow and film Zhou Yan's actions. One night, the girl Zhou Yan had arranged to meet out her period and didn't go to the morgue. Zhang Yang waited there half the night, only to discover several people smuggling bodies. He'd been hiding in the restroom when he saw them. He clearly remembered they entered through the main gate, not the bathroom window. He had just blurted out the warning instinctively. Captain. We have leads on the body smugglers. They're involved in organ trafficking and drug smuggling using corpses. Just then, a police officer rushed in, pushing the door open. Spotting Zhang Yang, he halted abruptly and whispered something into Sun Haiba's ear. What? Let's go. Lock this kid up here. Interrogate him when we get back. Once we catch the others, make him identify them. Sun Haiba's eyes lit up. He sprang to his feet and followed the officer out the door. Chapter 34, Complex Emotions. What? Organ trafficking? Drug smuggling? Hearing the police officer's words, Zhang Yang's face instantly drained of color. He slumped back into his chair.
outside the interrogation room at that moment.
Fang Shuo grinned, watching the dazed and disoriented Zhang Yang inside. Fang Shuo, is that all it takes? Sun Haiba asked Fang Shuo. Captain Sun, he's a smart guy.
Since he knows the law, it means he's done his research. So, he's already thought about his escape route, weighing the pros and cons to make the best choice.
That's the smart move.
Accidental homicide, coupled with a cooperative attitude during confession, won't result in the death penalty. If he plays his cards right, he might even get out in 7 or 8 years.
But if this gets linked to those other incidents? Forget the death penalty, he might face retaliation. If I were him, I'd get it. Fang Shuo grinned.
The entire scheme, naturally, had been Fang Shuo's idea. After reviewing Sun Haiba and the others' files, Fang Shuo still found no clear leads. There was indeed no direct evidence in this case. Yet several points remained suspicious. One was the uncertainty about whether those who stole the bodies were connected to this incident. The other was the sudden source of Zhou Yan's wealth, which remained unexplained.
At first, Fang Shuo had assumed Zhou Yan's wealth stemmed from his involvement in the body smuggling operation. But after simulating the scenario, it seemed unlikely.
But based on Fang Shuo's assessment, since Zhang Yang had repeatedly staked out the morgue, he likely had spotted those individuals. It might be worth trying to bluff him.
If Zhang Yang confessed, the case would be closed.
So far, things were unfolding exactly as planned.
You young whippersnappers, college kids these days are such a handful. But tell me, how did you come up with this idea? Sun Haiba asked Fang Shuo.
With all the evidence you've gathered, everything you could find or think of, he probably has a way to counter it.
As long as he refuses to talk, there's nothing we can do.
And the reason he's so brazenly provocative is because he knows the detention period can't exceed 24 hours.
In that sense, he's looking down on the police, even challenging them.
So to break him down, we first need to find a way to keep him here. Once he realizes he can't leave anytime soon, his psychological defenses will crumble on their own. Smart people like him tend to overthink things.
Didn't you confirm that the funeral home has no record of cremation?
If the funeral home isn't lying, it can only mean the body was stolen. It's definitely true. And since he was present at the scene, he becomes a suspect in both cases, allowing us to connect this to that.
Scaring him a bit won't hurt. We're not coercing a confession. Even if we're wrong, it's because I gave him the wrong information. Fang Shuo said with a laugh. It's a shame you didn't go to police academy, kid.
Where'd you pick up all this stuff?
Sun Haiba said to Fang Shuo with a hint of resignation. Reading novels. They've got all this stuff in them.
Like Lei Xiaomi, Nishino Kigo, Jodahui, I love reading them.
Fang Shuo shrugged his shoulders. Alright.
Then we'll just wait here.
Wang, unlock Fang Shuo's handcuffs.
He claims to have turned himself in, but none of the fingerprints or footprints match his.
What kind of surrender is that? Sun Haiba glanced at the handcuffs on Fang Shuo's wrists.
No, Captain Sunday.
Until the case is fully sorted out, it's better to keep them on. We don't want people talking. Breaking protocol isn't good either. Fang Shuo shook his head in refusal. Fine, then you'll just have to endure it for one more day. Judging by his demeanor, he'll break down tonight. Sometimes silence speaks louder than words. Sun Haiba gave Fang Shuo a look of quiet admiration.
The case involving the campus morgue remains unsolved, and Fang Shuo is still considered a suspect.
Removing the handcuffs was somewhat against protocol.
In that case, let's adjust the work assignments. Zhang and Wang, you two will be reassigned from this case and focus entirely on investigating the dismemberment case. The rest of you will continue investigating the medical school corpse issue.
Sun Haiba turned to address his team members.
Captain Sun, I've reviewed the photos of the dismembered body from that case. My sense is that the killer harbors very complex emotions toward the victim.
Fang Shuo hesitated for a moment before speaking up. Complex feelings? What do you mean? Sun Haiba froze.
Well, hatred, but also love. That kind of thing usually happens between couples or lovers. The victim was young and wealthy.
We could start with his women.
Since he had no public girlfriend, it could be a secret married woman or a long-term, stable mistress.
Fang Shuo hinted to Sun Haiba. A secret married woman or a long-term steady fling? What kind of nonsense is that? How did you even figure that out? Sun Haiba's eyes widened.
It's all in those pictures. Some fragments were cut by hand, others by machine. The hand-cut pieces were mostly from the heart. While there were no fingerprints, there were distinct pressure marks. Compared to other body parts, cutting the heart by hand is quite inconvenient.
The killer must have had an obsession to do it this way.
And another thing, the incisions on these organs. According to the forensic pathologist, they were made with an extremely sharp blade and are remarkably clean. So I suspect the killer isn't some butcher, but rather a doctor with deep knowledge of the human body, specifically a cardiologist.
It's quite possible it was a female doctor. Fang Shuo said slowly. Did you come up with all this through simulation? Sun Haiba was somewhat surprised. Not exactly. Maybe I've just gotten used to putting myself in the role during my daily work. But I could be wrong. I'm just throwing it out there. Fang Shuo scratched his head. No, what you said is valuable. Get Lin Xi back here immediately. We need to adjust the direction of the dismemberment case. Sun Haibo was visibly excited.
Unexpectedly, with Fang Shuo involved in these two cases, there had been a sudden, significant breakthrough. Right or wrong, it was better than stumbling around blindly without any leads.
Wait, hold on, how did you get the dismemberment case files? I don't recall giving them to you.
Sun Haibo suddenly realized. He had only instructed someone to give Fang Shuo the campus more case files.
Maybe Lin Xi no, Officer Lin forgot to take it.
Fang Shuo hurriedly explained. Sun Haibo looked thoroughly suspicious, but he didn't have time to press further.
He quickly ushered everyone into the meeting. Chapter 35, The Mature Woman. At that moment,
inside the interrogation room, Zhang Yang was wringing his hair in agony. He had thought his plan was flawless, a fresh start after 24 hours only to encounter this situation.
Why did I admit to going out in the middle of the night? Zhang Yang was filled with regret. Now there was no way to explain it away.
On one side was the terrifying murder, on the other was body theft and drug trafficking.
Neither scenario would end well. I still want to take the graduate school entrance exam. If I admit to this, won't I lose my chance? Scaring someone to death was one thing that was my own business. But if I offend the drug dealers by admitting to stealing corpses, won't they assume I'm the one who ratted them out? That I'm the one who identified them?
I heard narcotics officers don't even dare erect tombstones after they die, for fear of drug traffickers' retaliation.
Wouldn't that mean I'm finished? Zhang Yang was utterly devastated. Should I take a gamble? The police probably couldn't directly confirm my identity, and no one had identified me. Maybe there's still.
As Zhang Yang pondered this, he looked up and caught sight of someone peering inside. Upon seeing him, the person quickly ducked away.
Why did this person look so familiar? Zhang Yang froze in surprise.
But for the moment, he couldn't recall where he'd seen them before. Shaking his head, Zhang Yang was about to sort through his thoughts when he suddenly froze.
He remembered. That person was none other than his medical school classmate.
He had mentioned losing a notebook earlier and asked if Zhang Yang had seen it.
What was he doing here? Could it be that the police had already begun investigating the school? Had they summoned everyone from the medical school for questioning? If that was the case, then he was. At that thought, Zhang Yang's heart sank. Public Security Bureau conference room.
Lin Xi was presenting some materials to the group.
Fang Shuo sat nearby in handcuffs, looking somewhat out of place.
Were it not for the glass of water placed before him, one might mistake the scene for a suspect undergoing interrogation.
Following our new investigative lead, we quickly identified a suspect. Her name is Li Guixiang, 45 years old. She was formerly an attending physician in the cardiology department at Tianhai City's 5th People's Hospital. Several years ago, she resigned from the hospital to care for her daughter during college entrance exams. It's said she hasn't worked since. According to our inquiries, Li Guixiang divorced many years ago and has remained unmarried ever since. Lin Xi displayed a photograph. It was obtained from the hospital, showing Li Guixiang during her time as an employee.
In the photo, Li Guixiang appeared tall and slender, wearing gold-rimmed glasses. Though in her 40s, she seemed well-preserved. Combined with the naturally aloof demeanor of a doctor, she exuded a distinct feminine charm.
Excellent. How did you pinpoint this individual? Sun Haibo asked from the side. We pulled the deceased's call records and identified this individual.
The deceased had extensive call logs, making and receiving dozens of calls nearly every day. We confirmed this with her company. She was a business manager who interacted with numerous clients and employees daily. But the deceased's call history with this Li Guixiang started several months ago and increased over time. The last one was the day before the victim died.
Lin Xi said slowly. Was this the last call the deceased received? Sun Haibo's eyes lit up.
If that was the case, it would be almost certain that this Li Guixiang had a definite connection to the deceased. No, besides that call, there were 7 others. After we contacted them, they all turned out to be clients. According to them, they called the deceased to discuss project matters, but the deceased replied that he was on vacation and would handle the project matters after returning.
We've verified these clients with the victim's company. They're all legitimate clients.
Lin Xi explained to Sun Haibo.
Which means the victim was most likely vacationing with Li Guixiang.
And since the victim's body was found in Tianhai City, it suggests that this so-called vacation was likely a date with Li Guixiang. But something happened along the way that led to Li Guixiang committing the crime.
Sun Haibo nodded in agreement. Yes, that's what we thought too. We went to the address the hospital gave us for Li Guixiang, but no one was home. After obtaining a search warrant, we discovered some suspicious clues at Li Guixiang's residence.
It's highly probable that her home was the primary crime scene where the dismemberment occurred,
Lin Xi stated.
Hearing Lin Xi's words, everyone perked up. They hadn't expected such a major breakthrough this time, locating the crime scene and pinpointing a suspect.
Now they had a clear direction.
The primary crime scene could yield numerous clues. Moreover, using it as a base point, they might be able to deduce where the remaining body parts had been disposed of. All eyes turned to Fang Shuo, who sat quietly in the corner. Fang Shuo had been observing Lin Xi as she explained to the group. Dressed in her police uniform, Lin Xi radiated not only her usual beauty but also a crisp, commanding presence that had Fang Shuo momentarily mesmerized. Suddenly feeling all eyes on him, he quickly wiped his nose.
Ahem, well. Didn't you just say it was highly probable? Don't dismemberment cases usually leave a lot of traces?
As long as we can confirm the victim's blood, we can reach a conclusion.
Could there be some unexpected complication? Fang Shuo asked urgently. Right. Lin Xi was completely absorbed in the case and hadn't noticed Fang Shuo's gaze.
Based on our crime scene investigation, it appears someone meticulously cleaned the area. Not a single trace of blood or hair remains.
Even ultraviolet light couldn't reveal any traces of blood.
Li Guixian was originally a doctor, so she'd naturally be familiar with this sort of thing. Had she cleaned thoroughly, we likely wouldn't have found any traces.
However, the forensic team used luminous ammonia and dihydrofluorescein to detect the spray pattern fluorescence of bloodstains. It's essentially confirmed that Li Guixian's home was the murder scene.
However, the area was cleaned so thoroughly that no blood samples could be extracted, so we cannot confirm whether the bloodstains belonged to the victim and Shu Kai. Lin Xi explained to the group while displaying photos of the scene. It seems Dr. Li Guixian's medical credentials provided her considerable advantages.
This complicates matters. By the way, has the body been found? Sun Haiba frowned as well.
No, but we discovered a large freezer in the house, purchased just a month ago. It's highly likely a body was frozen inside. But there were no traces inside either. Lin Xi shook her head.
A month ago?
That means Li Guixian had been plotting this for a long time. No wonder she covered her tracks so thoroughly. Regardless, we need to find this Li Guixian first.
Sun Haiba said to Lin Xi.
We suspect she might have gone to find his daughter. The fact that she quit her job to care for her daughter's education shows how much she values her.
Our investigation shows her daughter is currently attending Shuemu University, a sophomore in the math department, class 1.
Lin Xi said slowly. She glanced toward Fang Shuo in the corner. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their gaze toward Fang Shuo, who was drinking water in the corner.
Put. Who? Math class 1? Someone from our class? Fang Shuo spit out his mouthful of water. Chapter 36, Shared Apartment. That's right. Do you know a girl named Li Min in your class?
Lin Xi asked Fang Shuo.
Li Min? Is there someone like that in our class? I honestly don't know.
Fang Shuo shook his head helplessly. All the police officers were dumbfounded.
What a student. What have they been doing all this time? The boys in the class not knowing is one thing, but even the girls don't know? Lin Xi nearly burst out laughing on the sidelines.
Others might not know, but she certainly did. Ever since that incident during military training, Fang Shuo had kept to himself, barely interacting with anyone. He probably couldn't even name all the boys in his class, let alone the girls.
Fang Shuo, we need your help with this. Go find out about this Li Min for us. If the police go directly, we might alert them. After all, Li Guixian might be living with Li Min. Sun Haiba cleared his throat and addressed Fang Shuo. Alright, so I'll. Fang Shuo raised his handcuffs. Captain. Zhang Yang has confessed.
He admitted setting up the whole scheme, scaring Zhou Yan and Lin Jiajiao to death.
He's also voluntarily confessing to the entire crime and begging for leniency.
The hood used for the scare is reportedly in a supermarket locker, and he's already given the combination.
Just then, a police officer rushed in. Good. Excellent. Sun Haiba jumped to his feet in excitement. It was like hitting a dead end only to find a new path ahead. Who would have thought Zhang Yang would turn himself in so quickly, and even confess to the hooded man? With this, the case could finally be closed. Fang Shuo, we owe you big time this time. Go unlock his handcuffs right away.
Well, whether it's a commendation banner or a certificate of merit, just name it.
I'll have someone deliver it to your school tomorrow. Sun Haiba grinned widely at Fang Shuo.
This Fang Shuo was nothing short of a lucky charm for their police squad. In Sun Haiba's view, this double triumph came precisely because he'd let Fang Shuo give it a shot, never expecting such remarkable results.
Not to mention, Fang Shuo's knack for instantly immersing himself in any role was incredibly useful. No. Bro, I'm begging you, don't give it away. Fang Shuo shook his head repeatedly at Sun Haiba's words. Last time, the instructor made a big ceremony out of the commendation banner.
They presented it to me with drums and gongs in front of a crowd, took photos. It felt like a Haidileo promotion.
So embarrassing. Just give me the money instead.
Apply for some bonus funds.
Fang Shuo's face twisted into a bitter smile.
Hearing Fang Shuo's words, the group of police officers burst into laughter. Just imagining the scene was comical, especially for someone like Fang Shuo.
Bonuses are a bit tricky.
You have no idea how stingy our chief is. Last time, he only shelled out money because headquarters pushed him to the limit.
He's notorious for being a tightwad. Don't think I'll cover for him just because he was trained by the chief himself. Right, Shaolin? Sun Haiba turned to ask Lin Xi. The moment the words left his mouth, he saw every pair of eyes in the room turn toward his back. Sun Haiba's heart skipped a beat as he swallowed hard. He turned to find Director Lin standing behind him, his face dark. Captain Sun, come to my office immediately. Report on the progress of the campus Morgan dismemberment case. Director Lin spoke in a flat tone, but his voice carried a palpable edge of gritted teeth. Sun Haiba's face instantly twisted into a grimace. Why the hell did I have to open my mouth just now? He slunk along behind the director upstairs. Fang Shuo. Everyone. Let's go. I'll walk you back to school. Lin Xi walked Fang Shuo out. Has your dad always had such a temper? Fang Shuo listened to the roaring echoing from upstairs, reverberating throughout the entire police station building. It's not that bad. Work pressure's intense right now. 2 cases popped up at once. Ever since that school morgue case took a turn, the higher-ups haven't stopped calling. My dad's been pushing through the pressure to buy us time. He's usually fine. Lin Xi said, pursing her lips. It's okay, it's okay. That scared the hell out of me. Fang Shuo exhaled deeply. What do you mean? Lin Xi tilted her head. If this is what my future father-in-law's like, I'm done for. Fang Shuo shrugged helplessly. Oomph. Nice try. You can go back on your own. I'm not seeing you off. Lin Xi's face flushed as she pinched Fang Shuo's waist, but noticing the surprised stares from their co-workers, she quickly turned and walked inside. Fang Shuo sighed helplessly and headed toward the bus stop. Shuimu University. One of Tianhai City's older universities, it was located in the city's historic district. Residential buildings surrounded the campus. Thanks to the student population of Shuimu University, the surrounding residents' small businesses were thriving. But the most thriving business around campus remains the rental housing. Besides the couples who come every weekend for passionate encounters, many students also rent rooms here during exam periods. At that moment, a girl carrying a large bag of food slipped into one of the apartment buildings. She made her way all the way to the door on the top floor. She unlocked the door with a key. Inside was a hallway cluttered with piles of trash. This was a shared rental unit. The modest 3-bedroom apartment had been subdivided into 7 or 8 smaller rooms. Most of the occupants were young couples in relationships. In such shared apartments, monthly rent was only 300 or 400 yuan. A standard hotel room cost 70 or 80 yuan per night, with cheaper options at 50 or 60 yuan. Over a month, the savings were substantial. Many landlords saw this opportunity and converted their properties into shared rentals like this one, creating a situation where demand far outstripped supply. The girl unlocked one of the rooms with her key and slipped inside. Inside that room at that moment, only a small bed and an old desk, barely enough space for 4 people to stand. Yet it was meticulously organized and spotless, starkly contrasting with the garbage-filled corridor outside. Oomph. You don't have to hide it from me. The other night was the weekend, and I finally figured out what you students are doing living here. Disgusting. Li Min, you make me sick. A middle-aged woman tossed her phone aside, sat up in bed, and glared at the girl entering the room with a face as pale as iron. Over the past 2 weekend nights, she had experienced it firsthand, a 360-degree, no angle missing, live surround sound broadcast. It was a relentless, competitive display of activity. This instantly exposed the lie Li Min had told her mother that renting the apartment was solely for better studying. I didn't force you to come here. Why did you insist on living here? You told me to focus on my studies and not date in high school. I did it. I did everything you said. Then in college, you wouldn't let me date anyone. You insisted I break up with him, so I did. What do you want now? Stalk me? Take over my space? Are you going to spy on me for the rest of my life? Li Min angrily tossed the items in her hands onto the bed and slammed the door shut with a bang. Watching her daughter storm out in a huff, Li Guixiang instinctively reached to follow her, but hesitated. She closed the door instead. She sighed softly, tidied up the items on the bed, and picked up her phone again. At that moment, the phone screen was lit, displaying a surveillance feed. Judging by the view, it appeared to be Li Guixiang's home. Chapter 37, Maintaining a Mistress. After years of development, Tianhai City had firmly established itself as a second-tier city. However, in the southern part of Tianhai City, there were still quite a few old neighborhoods. These old neighborhoods faced numerous land issues that needed to be resolved for demolition, so they had been left untouched for a long time. Fang Shuo's home was located in this southern district. Despite being part of the old city, its liveliness and convenience far surpassed many other areas. Every alleyway pulsed with the rich, everyday energy of life. After leaving the police station, Fang Shuo took the bus straight home. He hadn't made a single phone call during his 3 days at the station. Though he'd told his grandmother his schoolwork was demanding, Fang Shuo still felt a pang of concern. After buying a good amount of vegetables from the stall downstairs, Fang Shuo finally headed upstairs. Previously, whenever the neighbor Lian came over to cook, Fang Shuo would always buy the groceries in advance. He couldn't bear to trouble her with shopping trips. "Grandma, I'm home." Fang Shuo walked in carrying the groceries. "You again, why did you buy so many vegetables? Didn't Cici tell you she bought a lot and sent it over? If we don't eat it all, it'll go bad." Grandma was resting in her wheelchair in the living room.
Seeing Fang Shuo enter, she remarked with a hint of complaint.
"Who?" Fang Shuo froze. "Cici, of course. She's such a good kid. You silly boy. The day before yesterday, Cici came over just to see me.
She even brought a huge bag of vegetables, meat, and all sorts of things.
You little rascal. What luck you have to find such a wonderful girl like Cici. She doesn't mind our family's circumstances. You'd better treat her well, or Grandma won't approve." Grandma said to Fang Shuo. "She came the day before yesterday? What did she say?" Fang Shuo asked urgently.
He hadn't expected Lin Xi to come over. She probably didn't know the neighbors were taking care of things. She must have come because she was worried about Grandma being left alone if she ended up in the police station.
This thought warmed Fang Shuo's heart. What else could she say?
Cici's so busy with work. She saw Aunt Li here, chatted briefly, dropped off the things, and left.
She's got a hectic schedule. Why are you bothering her with this?
Grandma said with a smile.
Fang Shuo could tell.
Though Grandma was complaining to him, her joy was genuine.
Fang Shuo didn't quite know how to respond.
There are still more good people in this world. The hospital took pity on us and scheduled the surgery first.
Did you pay the fees? Grandma sighed. I did. That national scholarship came through, so I paid it right away. Fang Shuo replied evasively.
He didn't tell his grandmother the truth because he didn't want her to worry.
Very well. So you must study hard and repay the country and give back to society in the future.
Even though we're poor, we must have ambition. If you can do more for the country, you must give it your all.
Grandma lectured Fang Shuo. Yes, Grandma. Fang Shuo nodded. Though Grandma hadn't received much formal education, she understood the ways of the world.
From childhood onward, she had always taught Fang Shuo this way.
After you finish eating, hurry back to school. Cici told me your coursework is demanding lately, so you don't need to come back often.
I'm recovering well now, so don't worry too much about me.
After finishing his meal, Fang Shuo was sent back to school by his grandmother.
While waiting at the bus stop, Fang Shuo stared at Lin Xi's number on his phone, tempted to call and say thank you. But by the time the bus dropped him off at school, he still hadn't made the call. Today's game was such a shame. The other team was just too strong. Yeah, I shot at myself hoarse, but that guy's three-pointers were just too accurate.
Nothing we could do. Our next game is against the Software Technology College in 2 days, right?
I heard they have some real pros on their team.
We lost one game. If we lose another, we're out. We won't even make it to the qualifying round. This is killing me. Fang Shuo had just returned to the dorm when he overheard his roommates discussing today's game. Fang Shuo, where have you been these past 2 days?
Went home. Gao Yang, who slept on the bunk below Fang Shuo, asked as soon as he saw him return. As his roommates, they knew he sometimes stayed at home.
But Fang Shuo hadn't mentioned his grandmother's illness to them. Yeah. Did you guys just say there's a basketball game today? Did we lose? Fang Shuo inquired. Yeah, don't even get me started. We lost by over 10 points today. Hey Fang Shuo, you used to play all the time. Why didn't you join?
Another roommate asked. Although Fang Shuo wasn't exactly popular with the others, he was practically a father figure in the dorm because he regularly brought meals and fetched hot water for everyone. It wasn't that they were close, their paths rarely crossed in daily life, but they were familiar with each other nonetheless.
As for his mental health issues, Fang Shuo kept them under control with medication and hadn't had any episodes in front of others. The guys in their dorm weren't bad people. They were all kids from the countryside, with similar family backgrounds, and they got along well.
Especially Gao Yang, the guy in the lower bunk. His friendship with Fang Shuo was on a whole other level, like the kind where you share toilet paper.
I don't know. Nobody told me there was a game today. Forget it. Even if I wanted to go, they probably wouldn't let me play anyway. Fang Shuo shrugged his shoulders. Alright, guess that's a no-go this time. Quick, log in. If we can't win on the court, let's win in the game. Several roommates fired up their computers and logged in. Hey Gao Yang, I need to ask you about someone. Is there a Li Min in our class? Fang Shuo asked Gao Yang. Li Min? Yeah, what's up? Don't tell me you're trying to pursue Li Min. She wouldn't give us beggars the time of day.
I heard that Li Min's handbag alone cost thousands.
Gao Yang asked with a sneer. Li Min? Let me tell you, she was probably kept by someone before.
Hearing Fang Shuo and Gao Yang's conversation, the person on the opposite bed leaned in.
Kept? No way? Fang Shuo was taken aback. From what he knew, Li Min's mother was a senior physician at a major hospital. She certainly had plenty of money.
Even though she quit her job several years ago, their expenses shouldn't be too high.
Surely she wasn't being kept? It's true. I saw it with my own eyes. It was back in freshman year, before Xiaoyan and I broke up. On Friday nights when we went out, we'd often see Li Min getting into a BMW. A BMW 5 Series, with a license plate number that had 3 sevens in it. I remember it clearly. Once or twice could be a side gig, but I saw it many times, definitely a sugar daddy arrangement. Where else would she get all that money? That roommate was absolutely certain. Hey! I heard Li Min's dating some rich kid from the music department now. They're renting a place together and hardly ever come back. Guys like us? No chance. Cut the chatter. Game's on. Let's get to it. The group instantly immersed themselves in the game. Fang Shuo, however, looked thoroughly suspicious. Was he just out of touch, or was he too naive? Were mother-daughter relationships this complicated nowadays? Enough with the nonsense. Here, check out this man fuel station for yourself. The latest URL, updated with 500 new videos daily. If it weren't for how you look, I wouldn't even bring this up. Watching Fang Shuo frown, Gao Yang sent him a link via his phone. Fang Shuo rolled his eyes. He knew exactly what men's gas station was. He lay down on the bed and clicked it open. Hey, these are all old stuff. I've seen them before. They just dug them up and slapped new titles on them. I'll tell you. Fang Shuo scrolled through with obvious disdain, about to close the app, when his hand paused. He spotted a video title. Passionate Encounter in the Morgue. Fang Shuo froze in place. Chapter 38, Unexpected Windfall. After all, the campus morgue case had only just concluded. Although Zhang Yang had been convicted, 2 key points remained unresolved. One of them concerned Zhou Yan's sudden influx of money. Seeing this title, Fang Shuo suddenly considered a possibility. He'd heard rumors before about people specifically filming this kind of content, some even live streaming it and making a decent profit. Could it be that Zhou Yan had gotten into this line of work to make money? Had he gone to the morgue purely for the thrill of the macabre, to attract viewers? With that thought, Fang Shuo hurriedly clicked on the video. Sure enough, sounds of lovemaking filled the air. Gao Yang heard the sounds coming from Fang Shuo's bed and couldn't help but let out a faint, amused smile. Real men never need women. He put on his headphones and focused on his game. Meanwhile, Fang Shuo was utterly shocked. Though the screen was dark, illuminated only by the camera's faint light, Fang Shuo could still recognize the scene. It was the same morgue they had visited before. He recognized the mark on the corner of the table distinctly. However, the woman in the footage wasn't Lin Xiaojio, it was another girl. The man remained hidden in the shadows, his face indistinguishable, but his build bore a striking resemblance to Zhou Yan. If it really was Zhou Yan, then everything would make sense. In that case, did the people smuggling the bodies have no connection to Zhou Yan either? They had always assumed Zhou Yan earned money by participating in the corpse smuggling operation, but now it seemed that wasn't the case. Fang Shuo was thoroughly perplexed. Just as he was pondering this, he received a message from Lin Xi. Any progress on Li Min's case? Fang Shuo couldn't help but shake his head. No sooner had he returned than Lin Xi's inquiry arrived. This dismemberment case must be putting a lot of pressure on them. No wonder, with the other body parts still missing and not all remains recovered, they probably won't dump any more bodies. Finding them will only get harder. We've gathered some leads, but nothing groundbreaking yet. Fang Shuo paused briefly before replying truthfully. 10 minutes. School and trance. Immediately after, Lin Xi sent a voice message. From the background noise, it sounded like she was driving. Fang Shuo jumped to his feet. It seemed Lin Xi hadn't been joking earlier. Being inside the school grounds, he truly couldn't grasp the urgency of this kind of work. Not to mention, being a detective, Lin Xi and his team probably hadn't had a moment's rest these past few days. Fang Shuo didn't dwell on it. He hurried toward the school gate. He hadn't waited long before a car pulled up beside him. Get in. Lin Xi opened the passenger door for Fang Shuo. I thought you'd be driving a police car. Fang Shuo said as he climbed in. We detectives are a bit different from other officers. We usually don't drive them around too conspicuous. We mostly wear plain clothes too. Enough about that. Any leads? Lin Xi pressed Fang Shuo impatiently. Haven't eaten yet, have you? The school cafeteria was already out of food, so I just grabbed you a rice ball. Fang Shuo handed Lin Xi a rice ball. Wow, college students can be thoughtful too? Perfect timing, I'm starving. Go on. Lin Xi didn't hesitate, taking it and eating it in big bites. I looked into this Li Min. She might have been kept by someone before. Now she seems to be renting a place with her boyfriend. Apparently he's a rich kid. Fang Shuo said slowly. Kept as a mistress? Wait, you mean Li Min is renting a place off campus now? Where is the place? Lin Xi's eyes lit up. We don't know yet, but judging by the standards of a rich kid, it should be a decent place, probably not too far from campus. My guess is it might be near the faculty housing or talent apartments. Fang Shuo said. Great. This lead is very useful. Li Guixiang is likely hiding there.
No wonder we didn't find any record of Li Guixiang staying at any hotels or inns during our checks. So that's where she was.
This all makes sense now.
Lin Xi exclaimed excitedly.
Have you already launched a manhunt? Fang Shuo asked.
Yes. We conducted a thorough search of Li Guixiang's home and discovered 7 or 8 miniature cameras. Lin Xi frowned as she spoke.
Miniature cameras? Doesn't that mean? Fang Shuo froze, suddenly understanding why Lin Xi and the others were in such a rush. Exactly. It seems Li Guixiang left home after committing the crime and has been monitoring the house ever since. She must have seen us inspecting the scene and everything else. This means she's likely gone into hiding. If we delay any longer, we'll be at an even greater disadvantage.
Lin Xi nodded.
Could she have already left?
To think she'd even install cameras at home beforehand to gauge the police's progress, that's some seriously advanced counter-surveillance awareness.
Fang Shuo whistled in astonishment.
Hard to say. But what puzzles us is that judging by how outdated those cameras look, they must be years old. They could have been secondhand, which means we can't trace them that way.
Li Guixiang doesn't own a car.
We've been checking flights, trains, and buses for nearly a month now, but there's no trace of her.
Still, we can't rule out the possibility she left in an unlicensed taxi.
If she really did leave, we're completely stuck.
For Li Guixiang, her daughter is currently our only lead.
Even if she's gone, she'd still contact her daughter. But we absolutely mustn't tip her off. I'll arrange for someone to follow her daughter. You shouldn't track her yourself after all, you're classmates, and she might become suspicious. Lin Xi said to Fang Shuo.
Alright, you're right. Fang Shuo nodded.
Oh, and the previous case is closed.
But the body smuggling case? We had to let it go.
The school never reported it in the first place. When higher-ups heard about changing the case classification this time, one leader flew into a rage.
Thankfully we closed it smoothly, otherwise the pressure would have been immense.
Lin Xi sighed helplessly. That's like digging your own grave. The more they try to cover it up, the more it proves there's something worth investigating.
Fang Shuo said indignantly. Fang Shuo, sometimes things don't go as we expect. Even my father couldn't do anything about it. I hope you can understand.
Lin Xi said softly.
Yeah, I get it. Fang Shuo nodded and said no more.
Though still a student, he'd seen enough over the years to know that in this society, power and money were beyond the imagination of ordinary people.
For a moment, both fell silent.
The atmosphere felt heavy.
Alright. Speaking of the morgue case, I happen to have something good to show you.
Fang Shuo remembered something, pulled out his phone, and opened the link Gao Yang had sent.
Something interesting?
Lin Xi turned her head as well. Immediately after, sounds of lovemaking filled the air from Fang Shuo's phone.
Chapter 39, Profit-Making Methods. You're going to get yourself killed. Lin Xi's face flushed crimson as she smacked Fang Shuo on the head. Earlier, when Fang Shuo mentioned having something good, she'd assumed it was a new clue or a little gift and had eagerly leaned in. But this guy was actually watching a porn movie. And he was about to show it to a cop. Lin Xi was so furious she couldn't even find the words. No, look, where do you think this is? Fang Shuo rubbed his head, feeling utterly wronged. Oomph. Who cares where you are? You're spreading obscene films, which is a criminal offense. Don't keep going down this path of crime. Watch out, or I'll have you arrested. Lin Xi flushed red as she waved her tiny fists at Fang Shuo. No, this is a clue for the case. Look closely. Fang Shuo held his phone right up to Lin Xi's face. Hearing his voice so close, the tips of her ears turned crimson. In all her years, Lin Xi had never seen anything like this. Oomph. No way. Lin Xi was about to turn away, but when she glanced at the screen by accident, she froze. Let me see. Lin Xi's eyes widened in shock as she snatched Fang Shuo's phone away. Is this a morgue? It can't be. Lin Xi turned back, staring at Fang Shuo in disbelief. I think you should turn down the volume on your phone first. Haven't you noticed all the people looking over here? Fang Shuo rolled his eyes toward the outside of the car. Lin Xi frantically turned off the volume, glaring at Fang Shuo with a flushed face. Based on my analysis, this is definitely the medical school morgue. Forget the arrangement of those tables and the surrounding furnishings. The most crucial detail is the distinct damage along the edge of the table where the girl is lying. We saw this exact same damage inside the morgue before. It matches the footage perfectly. Fang Shuo grabbed the phone and paused the video at a specific frame. Lin Xi took it and saw the damage clearly visible between the two pale legs. This woman isn't Lin Jiaojiao, but the man should be Zhou Yan. Fang Shuo said to Lin Xi. So that's how it is. Does that mean Zhou Yan was filming these videos for profit? Lin Xi frowned, deep in thought. Exactly. And I checked the comments below, a lot of people are urging him to go live. I suspect Zhou Yan went to the medical school morgue specifically to livestream at night. Judging by this girl, he must have gone through quite a few. From his homepage, I see 5 videos posted, featuring 3 different girls. The earliest one was 2 months ago. That explains why he's pretending to be a ghost and still making so much money as a supposedly impoverished student. With that, the entire case is completely clear. Fang Shuo chimed in from the side. Zhang Yang's confession also confirmed that Lin Xiaoju was lured there by Zhou Yan's sweet talk and gifts. They even had a huge fight. Zhang Yang was already resentful about Zhou Yan getting the scholarship spot.
Adding the loss of his girlfriend to that gave him the motive for revenge.
But wait, doesn't that mean Zhou Yan had nothing to do with the body theft?
Lin Xi suddenly realized something.
Originally, their theory was that Zhou Yan's sudden wealth was linked to the medical school's body smuggling operation. But if his money came from adult live streaming, that connection would be severed. That seems to be the case for now.
By the way, those body smugglers you mentioned last time, you said the surveillance footage went missing during the investigation.
Where exactly? Fang Shuo asked Lin Xi.
In an old neighborhood south of the city, near Pingxiang Road.
The surveillance in that area is extremely outdated and practically useless. Plus, the roads are a maze of tangled alleys. Once they entered, they vanished without a trace.
Lin Xi shook her head.
Where exactly? Near Pingxiang Road? That's my neighborhood. Hearing Lin Xi's words, Fang Shuo froze in place. Near your place? But isn't your place on Luoyang Road?
Lin Xi was puzzled. The north-south road is called Luoyang Road, and the east-west one is called Pingxiang Road.
Anyway, it's all in that area. Fang Shuo gestured to explain to Lin Xi. Oh dear, last time I was rushing over, my mind was completely consumed by the dismemberment case. I didn't think much about it. I should have gone to check that area out earlier.
Lin Xi felt a pang of regret.
Well, thanks a lot.
I heard about it from my grandmother when I got home today. And you bought quite a lot of meat and vegetables too.
Fang Shuo stammered. You went home? It's nothing.
As a model citizen who assisted our police in solving a case, it's only right that we show concern for the families of citizens. That's what the police should do. Lin Xi said with a straight face, using official-sounding language.
Ha? Oh. Hearing Lin Xi's words, Fang Shuo felt a pang of disappointment.
Seeing Fang Shuo's disappointed expression, Lin Xi giggled triumphantly. The gesture may be official, but the money came straight out of my own pocket, you know.
So tell me, how are you going to thank me? Don't think you can get rid of me with just a meal.
Lin Xi said with a smile. For some reason, whenever she was with Fang Shuo, the pressure of the case and the weight on her heart always seemed to vanish into thin air. What was even more remarkable was that every case would gain breakthroughs and progress through Fang Shuo.
No wonder the captain called Fang Shuo their police squad's lucky charm. Fang Shuo.
Only then did he realize he'd been tricked by Lin Xi.
Sigh. Speaking of which, I've been worrying about this too.
This matter might be a bit troublesome.
Fang Shuo sighed heavily, his face heavy with concern. What's wrong? Has your grandmother's illness worsened? But I heard from Gao. Grandma that she was recovering well after the surgery?
Lin Xi asked with concern.
It's not that. You know Grandma's biggest dream is to hold her great-grandson before she passes away. And since you went to visit, she's convinced you're her future granddaughter-in-law. She said she'll have me bring you home soon to discuss marriage arrangements.
I explained to her that there's nothing between us, the police just did their duty, took pity on us, and helped out. But she won't believe me.
Sigh. I was just wondering how to bring this up with you. Fang Shuo sighed again. Ha?
This time, it was Lin Xi's turn to be dumbfounded.
Chapter 40, Mingho Group.
She hadn't thought much about it when she went. She was just worried about her grandmother having no one to look after her, so she squeezed in a visit. Once she learned a neighborly auntie was helping out, she felt reassured. At the time, Fang Shuo's grandmother had indeed taken her hand and chatted for a while. When introducing the neighbor, although it wasn't explicitly stated, it must have been implied. Recalling what her grandmother had said to Fang Shuo when she saw her right after surgery and how Fang Shuo had nodded in agreement, she realized he might have already mentioned something back then. And his own visit home had effectively confirmed it. Now there was no denying it. If I go, well, those two aren't even. And besides, Fang Shuo is still in school. Even if they were to. Ugh, no way. That's not happening anytime soon. But if I didn't go, wouldn't I be letting Grandma wait in vain and worry unnecessarily? Ahem. I say, why wait for another day? Let's just go now. Let's check out that car's tracks first, then swing by home. Fang Shuo watched as Lin Xi's nose glistened with beads of sweat, her face a picture of helplessness. He almost laughed. But he still pretended to add fuel to the fire. No, Fang Shuo, actually, Lin Xi stammered, unsure how to phrase it. If there really was nothing, she might have just refused outright, but Lin Xi didn't know what to do either. Ha ha ha. Watching Lin Xi squirm, Fang Shuo couldn't hold back any longer and burst out laughing. You bastard, you actually dared to lie to me. Seeing Fang Shuo's expression, Lin Xi instantly realized what was going on. Her embarrassment turned to anger, and she grabbed him by the waist. Ow, let go. I surrender. Lin Xi was in the heat of the moment and held nothing back, twisting so hard it brought tears to Fang Shuo's eyes. Oomph. Try pulling that stunt on me again, and you'll see what happens. Lin Xi gritted her teeth as she spoke. This is domestic violence.
I'm calling the police. Fang Shuo pulled out his phone. Pft, pft, pft. Who said anything about domestic violence? Buckle up.
Lin Xi's face flushed as she slammed her foot on the gas pedal, sending the car speeding toward the southern part of the city.
South City.
It was the quieter afternoon hours, with few pedestrians on the streets. At this hour, most elderly folks in the neighborhood were taking their afternoon naps. Young people were at work. Nearby shopkeepers took advantage of this rare lull, sitting or reclining on lounge chairs outside their stores, playing with their phones or catching a quick nap.
This leisurely pace would continue until just before quitting time.
Then the entire old town would come alive with noise once more. Fang Shuo and Lin Xi drove around for a while before parking and starting to walk through the neighborhood.
It's strange, actually. We've been pulling Li Guixian's bank records lately and haven't found any recent expenditures from her, not even online payments.
Otherwise, we might have been able to track her location through her spending patterns. Lin Xi walked alongside Fang Shuo, bringing up the dismemberment case again.
Was this Li Guixian wealthy? If she was planning to flee, wouldn't she have sent her daughter a large sum of money beforehand? Fang Shuo inquired.
No, and there were no large cash withdrawals either.
That's why we suspect she never left.
Combined with the complete absence of any expenses or expenditures, if Li Guixian didn't go to her daughter, it's highly likely something unexpected happened to her. Lin Xi said slowly. No wonder you've had Li Guixian in your sights for so long but haven't launched a full-scale search.
You were worried she might have been killed too? Fang Shuo realized. Exactly.
That's why we wanted to track her daughter first to make a judgment.
We also discovered something peculiar. Although Li Guixian resigned from the hospital, she still receives a steady monthly income.
At least since a year ago, a fixed sum of 50,000 yuan has been transferred to her account every month on the 20th. Lin Xi said to Fang Shuo.
50,000? That much? Do you think it's possible that both Li Guixian and her daughter are being kept by some wealthy benefactor? Fang Shuo rolled his eyes as he spoke. That money comes way too easy.
He worked himself to the bone every day doing odd jobs tutoring students only to be looked down upon by parents for his school's reputation, doing manual labor while being treated like a beast of burden, and enduring unreasonable customers' constant demands. After years of hard work, he still couldn't earn 50,000. Yet this woman just lies back, spreads her legs, moans comfortably, and the money rolls in. No wonder they say men go bad when they get rich, and women get rich when they go bad.
What are you thinking?
Lin Xi rolled her eyes beside him. According to our investigation, the initial payment came from a corporate account Manhwa Group. Later it switched to a personal account, but the recipient is a woman, the general manager of a pawnshop under Manhwa Group.
Lin Xi said slowly. Manhwa Group? The company owned by Tianhai City's richest man?
I hear it spans real estate, catering, healthcare, education, investment, and many other sectors.
Who in Tianhai City doesn't know about it? But this Li Guixian is just a doctor. What use could she possibly be to a pawnshop? Is she employed there? Fang Shuo was puzzled. We looked into it. She doesn't hold an official position there. Even when we contacted the HR department, they had no record of her. Since it wasn't directly related to the case, we didn't pursue it further. Lin Xi explained. It might not connect to the dismemberment case, but it could be linked to that medical school body theft case from before. Alright, that investigation was halted. Fang Shuo sighed helplessly. Given the tangled web of connections and the mountain of pressure mounting, this matter was far from straightforward. Over here. Don't move. Lin Xi was about to speak when Fang Shuo suddenly yanked her into his arms, pinning her against a wall in a wall dunk. Lin Xi felt both embarrassed and angry. This Fang Shuo was too brazen. They had serious business to attend to, yet here he was, doing this in broad daylight on the street? Just as she tried to push him away, Fang Shuo's face drew even closer. Don't make a sound. It's that van from before. Fang Shuo buried his face in her hair and whispered softly in her ear. Lin Xi froze. Peering over Fang Shuo's shoulder, she saw the van with the fake license plate drive past them. Behind the wheel sat one of the men they'd encountered in the morgue earlier. When she saw him looking over, Lin Xi quickly lowered her head only to accidentally bump her forehead against Fang Shuo's lips. Fang Shuo instinctively made a soft kissing sound. Both froze instantly. Chapter 41, Li Min's disappearance. Let's go. Quick, chase after them. Seeing the van turn the corner and drive away, Lin Xi flushed crimson as she wriggled free from Fang Shuo's embrace. It's too late. But I saw the van come out of that big compound over there. Fang Shuo pointed ahead. The two hurried toward the compound ahead, deliberately keeping a distance between them. Neither mentioned the incident as if it had never happened. People actually live in this compound? Fang Shuo approached the gate, clearly surprised. You know about this place? Lin Xi asked Fang Shuo. Of course. I grew up in this neighborhood. I even peed in this courtyard when I was a kid. They closed it off back there at some point. I stopped coming after I started school, and I never saw anyone inside during regular times either. Fang Shuo leaned against the door, peering through the crack with a puzzled look.
Suddenly, a massive black-backed wolfdog lunged through the gap.
Holy! Fang Shuo scrambled backward in fright. Get out of here! What's all the yelling about? Immediately after, an old man opened the iron gate. What do you want?
The old man, seeing two young men at the entrance, barked out in alarm.
Uncle Wang? Why, it's Uncle Wang. What are you doing guarding the gate in here?
Fang Shuo brushed the dust off his clothes, realizing he recognized the old man. He used to run a small shop in a street-facing unit downstairs.
Fang Shuo I used to visit often as a kid. Isn't this the kid from the 5th floor of the alley? You've grown so tall. So you're married now? Oh dear, this old sister of yours is being rude. Such a big event as getting married, and you didn't even tell the neighbors? I could have come to help out.
Old Wang opened the door as he spoke.
Haha, we're not married yet. We just brought her back for you to see first.
Don't worry, when we get married, we'll definitely invite you to share in our joy. Fang Shuo grinned, glancing at Lin Xi behind him. Lin Xi stood behind Fang Shuo, her face flushed. Having been misunderstood like this, she naturally couldn't defend herself. What was infuriating was that this Fang Shuo was actually pushing his luck. Look at that smug look on his face asking for a beating. Lin Xi clenched her little fists.
But Uncle Wang, are you closing your little shop? What is this place? Fang Shuo asked. Don't even get me started. Nowadays, supermarkets and convenience stores are everywhere.
Nobody shops at my place anymore. So I found this job. Don't underestimate being a gatekeeper. They provide room and board, plus 3,000 yuan a month. That's way more than I made running the shop. And let me tell you in confidence, this place belongs to Manhwa Group. Sometimes, a lot of luxury cars come here.
I hear it's for some kind of auction.
Old Wang whispered mysteriously to Fang Shuo.
It seemed meeting Fang Shuo today had gotten old Wang excited, and he couldn't help but open up. Manhwa Group's property? Fang Shuo turned and exchanged a glance with Lin Xi. Yep. Alright, no more chatter. The people inside are coming out. You're not allowed to talk to outsiders here. Come find me when you have time to hang out. Don't worry about that black dog.
Hearing footsteps approaching from the courtyard, old Wang hurriedly told Fang Shuo before closing the gate.
So that means that car could very well belong to Manhwa Group too. How strange.
Why would a Manhwa Group vehicle be at the morgue doing that sort of thing? Lin Xi frowned in thought, struggling to make sense of the connection.
Ring. Just then, Lin Xi's phone rang.
She glanced at the caller ID Sun Haiba and answered immediately.
Lin Xi, head to Shuimu University. Li Min is missing.
Sun Haiba said urgently.
What? Let's go.
Lin Xi wasted no time, rushing toward the parking lot with Fang Shuo in tow.
Shuimu University. There were quite a few cafes outside. Today's college students are quite fond of these pretentiously elegant establishments.
On a lovely afternoon, they'd order a cup of coffee, spread a book across the table, and then spend the entire afternoon playing with their phones. Only when the urge to pee becomes unbearable do they finally get up and leave. At that moment, at a window table in a cafe called Good Times,
3 men and 1 woman sat staring intently at the school gate. The cafe owner wavered between calling the police and waiting it out. Captain, what's going on? How did you know Li Min was missing?
Lin Xi whispered to Sun Haiba. When our people followed Li Min out of school today, she took a call and hurriedly got into a taxi before leaving. Our men followed, but the taxi stopped at a commercial building entrance. When our men rushed inside, Li Min had vanished.
We're analyzing the situation.
It's possible she got spooked, but we're puzzled. Our guys are all veteran operatives. They're extremely cautious when tailing targets.
How could she have been alerted? Sun Haiba couldn't make sense of it. Could it be that one of Li Min's classmates at the school spotted you guys or something? Fang Shuo suggested from the side.
That's possible. We're stuck now, just waiting for her to show up. Regarding the faculty apartments and talent housing you mentioned on the call, we've already dispatched personnel to investigate. Those residences are occupied solely by university faculty and staff. They should be able to detect students or strangers. However, no reports have come back yet. We've also deployed personnel in the surrounding areas. Even if Li Guixiang tried to escape, it would be impossible. Sun Haiba said slowly. By the way, how come you two are together? Sun Haiba shot Fang Shuo a suspicious look. Lin Xi had just entered with Fang Shuo. Clearly, they were together.
Just ran into each other. Fang Shuo gave an awkward chuckle.
He knew Captain Sun was a man who only believed in evidence.
Without concrete proof, no amount of explanation would help.
He didn't mention the clues they discovered related to Manhwa Group.
But waiting here isn't a solution. Shouldn't we try to find Li Min's boyfriend?
After all, Li Min renting that place was probably because of this boyfriend.
He must know where it is. Fang Shuo quickly changed the subject. Right. There's that guy too. Alright, let's split up. We'll keep watching here. Fang Shuo, this is your school. You know the area best.
You take Lin Xi and go find this boyfriend of Li Min's.
If necessary, take direct action. Sun Haiba instructed Fang Shuo and Lin Xi. Fang Shuo accepted the task without hesitation, leading Lin Xi toward the music conservatory. Almost every university has arts programs. Fang Shuo didn't know Li Min's boyfriend's name or what instrument he played, so he decided to head straight to a practice room.
Inside, a band was rehearsing.
Guys, police investigation. Need to ask a few questions. Fang Shuo waved Lin Xi's police ID in front of them.
Lin Xi, standing behind him, rolled her eyes. This Fang Shuo must have watched too many Hong Kong cop movies. But the moment Fang Shuo spoke, a guy with a guitar slung over his back swung it and hurled it at Fang Shuo and Lin Xi. He then jumped out the open window.
What the hell? What the hell is going on? Fang Shuo was instantly dumbfounded. Chapter 42, Pine Bamboo Garden. Bro, it wasn't worth it. Seriously, it wasn't that bad. Fang Shuo rushed over the moment he saw the student jump. But then he saw the student limping as he struggled to his feet. Damn it! Damn, it was only the second floor. Got me all worked up for nothing. Fang Shuo was utterly speechless.
He turned to see Lin Xi had already dashed out.
10 minutes later.
The boy sat sobbing in the rehearsal room. One hand was handcuffed to the radiator.
Officer, I swear I was just momentarily out of my mind.
I didn't know that stuff was nitrous oxide. Honestly, I swear on the lamp, I only took one puff, I swear.
The student said, tears and snot streaming down his face. Enough. You don't need to tell me anymore. The narcotics squad is already on their way. Go talk to them.
Lin Xi hadn't expected that while investigating a lead, he'd uncover a hidden nitrous oxide distribution network. This achievement came out of nowhere. When Lin Xi called her dad to request reinforcements earlier, she could practically hear him jumping up and down with excitement. When it came to exclusive cases like this, every police station fought tooth and nail for the credit. Lin Xi was the first to report it and actually apprehended the suspect that credit was as good as his.
I'm asking you guys, do you know anyone dating a sophomore girl from the math department?
Lin Xi asked the others.
Math department? No clue. Third guy, you know? You're always hitting on underclassmen, right? The drummer asked the other guitarist. Number 2, go F yourself.
Don't talk nonsense in front of the cops.
Do I look like that kind of person? Officer, don't listen to them. I'm an honest guy. The student waved his hands frantically. Third brother, I bet it's you. Come on, admit it. How many times have you gotten that freshman girl pregnant? The cops are after you now, aren't they? A chubby guy nearby chimed in. Damn it, it really wasn't me. Math department? Absolutely not.
I prefer to graze close to home. Those freshmen are all from our art department. I just gave them some free professional guidance.
Other departments? Mostly foreign languages, a few textiles majors, and some counselors.
But I swear to God, none from math. The student swore up and down, pointing at the sky.
Damn it. Fang Shuo was utterly speechless. Is this the legendary player?
Money really does make a difference.
Fang Shuo sized up the student before him head to toe in designer labels. Though he was a student too, his entire outfit probably didn't even cost $200.
No wonder Gao Yang had teased them earlier, saying Li Min looked down on them beggars.
I wasn't talking about you specifically, but students in your department. Think about it, do you know anyone?
Lin Xi asked coldly. She had zero sympathy for this womanizer who toyed with female students.
Yes. Let me think, someone from the math department? Now that you mention it,
I think the deadbeat Lu Xiaojun mentioned something about it before. He said he recently hooked up with another girl from the math department. I heard she's even renting a place outside campus.
Officer, it must be that bastard. He's juggling multiple relationships. Time management is something he's mastered to perfection.
The third guy slapped his thigh.
Broke eye? Fang Shuo felt a pang of disappointment.
He'd heard from Gao Yang that Li Min's boyfriend was a rich kid.
Anything else? Fang Shuo asked from the side. Bro, that's really all I've got. From now on, I'll turn over a new leaf. Oh, and officer, can I get your contact info? If I remember anything else, I'll let you know right away.
The third guy turned to Lin Xi with a sly grin.
Get lost.
Harassing an officer carries a penalty of up to 5 days detention or a fine of up to 500 yuan.
Come with us. Fang Shuo slapped the phone hard onto the ground. No.
I'm sorry. The third guy shook his head repeatedly. Lin Xi stood nearby, biting her lip and suppressing a laugh. This student truly was incorrigible, thinking he could get away with anything just because he was handsome and came from a wealthy family.
Fang Shuo's instinctive reaction, however, was something Lin Xi found quite satisfying. What department is that guy in? Where is he? Fang Shuo stepped forward and kicked him again as he asked.
After getting the details, he grabbed Lin Xi and pulled her out.
That guy asked for my contact info. Why did you stop me? My parents are pushing me to go on blind dates. Aren't you sabotaging my chances? You're not worried I'll get chased after, are you?
Once outside, Lin Xi pursed her lips and asked Fang Shuo.
Afraid? Who's afraid? I just didn't think that guy was any good. If something happened, you came with me today, I'd get dragged into trouble too, you know? Fang Shuo rolled his eyes. Cut it out. Stop talking nonsense. Let's go, we've got a case to solve. Who was the one complaining earlier about how busy workers are? Look at you, so bored. Fang Shuo was speechless, turning to head upstairs on his own. Watching Fang Shuo's excuses, Lin Xi smiled brightly and hurried after him. So you're Lu Xiaojun? Is Li Min your girlfriend? Fang Shuo asked as he approached a man smoking a cigarette. The man sported long hair, giving him a distinctly artsy vibe. Despite the mild weather, he wore a worn-out jacket, his bangs plastered to his forehead. Li Min? Who are you people? Lu Xiaojun eyed Fang Shuo and Lin Xi warily. Police. We need to ask you some questions. Lin Xi stepped forward and presented her police ID. Police? Lu Xiaojun's hand trembled, and his cigarette fell to the ground. Alright, we won't pursue your past matters. I'm asking you, did Li Min rent a place outside? Where is it? Lin Xi inquired. Oh, that. Lu Xiaojun instantly breathed a sigh of relief. It's inside the Songju Yuan Residential Complex, Unit 63, 6th floor, east side. That's the building directly across from the school gate. Lu Xiaojun pointed in a direction. Songju Garden? Wait, isn't that the old neighborhood next to the school that got demolished? Fang Shuo couldn't help but pause. Chapter 43, coming up empty. Songju Garden was supposedly an open residential area formed long ago from relocated households. It was quite chaotic inside, filled with old buildings. Many people had renovated the apartments there for rental. Most of those small inns and such were located inside. Yeah, exactly, Songju Garden. Speaking of which, officer, we haven't been there lately. I don't know what's going on. We've rented apartments, yet people still go to those small inns. I just needed a short stay, but Lu Xiaojun was explaining to Lin Xi beside him. Shut up. Lin Xi cut him off coldly and turned to leave. Now that she knew the place, she had no desire whatsoever to continue talking to him. These college students should be focusing on building their knowledge and skills. They're supposed to be the future pillars of the nation. Yet all they do at school is this nonsense. What a waste of their parents' hard-earned money and their precious youth. Lin Xi was furious. Fortunately, Fang Shuo wasn't one of them. Captain, we have a lead. Building 63, 6th floor, East Unit in Songju Garden. He's likely staying there. Lin Xi pulled out his phone. What's going on? Isn't that a talent apartment complex? Sun Haiba on the other end of the line sounded a bit puzzled. Captain Sun, this is my fault. When I checked the information earlier, it did indeed point to a rich kid, so I assumed the rental conditions would be better. But after seeing that person just now, I suspect he's a fake rich kid, just a persona he's putting on. The apartment was actually rented by a girl, so this time it should be fine. After listening, Fang Shuo took the phone and explained. Got it. Footsteps of Sun Haiba and the others could already be heard on the other end of the line. We should hurry over too. Lin Xi said urgently upon seeing this. Hold on a moment. Just now, something suddenly occurred to me. Fang Shuo abruptly pulled Lin Xi back. I think Li Min's sudden panic might not have been because a classmate spotted the plainclothes surveillance. Think about it, if a student hears from classmates that they're being followed, the best course of action would be to return to the dorm or head to a crowded place. Why would she suddenly take a taxi and leave? That doesn't make sense unless someone instructed her to do so. And earlier, that Lu Xiaojun mentioned Li Min's rental apartment faces the school gate directly and it's on the 6th floor. I'm worried it's highly possible that Li Guixiang saw Li Min being followed at the school gate from inside her room. After all, your undercover agents are professionals. It might be hard to notice them from the side, but from a high vantage point, especially when she knows she's wanted, she might be extra vigilant and spot them. Fang Shuo said slowly. Huh? Does that mean Li Guixiang got away? Lin Xi was taken aback. She's so cautious she probably wouldn't have done that then. After all, your plainclothes officers were nearby. If she'd shown herself recklessly, she might have walked right into a trap. But she wouldn't just sit around waiting to be caught. She'd try to get out as soon as possible. Come with me. I know there's a back entrance to Songju Garden. Fang Shuo paused briefly, then led Lin Xi toward the exit. At that moment, Sun Haiba and his team had already arrived at the address Lin Xi provided, stationing themselves below Building 63. They had already blocked off several surrounding exits. Sun Haiba personally led his men in a charge upstairs. Following behind him was the landlord, who had been dragged out from among the mahjong players downstairs earlier. It wasn't nighttime, so the building was relatively empty. Sun Haiba and his team searched each room systematically and soon discovered one that stood out, but it was unoccupied. Where's the person? Sun Haiba was taken aback. They had rushed over immediately after receiving the tip, only to find the person had vanished again. Captain, this girl says she heard some noise. At that moment, a police officer led a girl wearing a Pikachu pajama set over. Is this the person? Sun Haiba pulled out Li Guixiang's photo. Yes. I saw her earlier when I went to the bathroom. She was so mean.
She's not even my mom, yet she's telling me off for throwing away toilet paper. We're all sick of her.
She never leaves the apartment.
Just now when I came out of the bathroom, I heard her coming out too. I didn't want to run into her, so I hid behind the bathroom door for a moment. But then I saw her rushing out with her bag. Oh, and she was wearing a yellow wig. I thought she was going to that place or something. The girl said to Sun Haiba and the others.
Tell me, how long ago did she leave?
Sun Haiba was startled and asked urgently.
Less than 10 minutes, I think. Seeing Sun Haiba's reaction, the girl also got scared and stammered nervously. Oh no! Quick! Notify everyone around us immediately. Seal off the neighborhood. Look for a woman wearing a yellow wig. Sun Haiba didn't wait to say more, rushing out immediately.
10 minutes had already passed, and they'd only been downstairs for 3 or 4 minutes. Even if Li Guixian was acting cautiously, that was more than enough time for her to have left the compound.
Although they had deployed some personnel, Li Guixian was clearly disguised.
If she slipped away right under their noses, the Criminal Investigation Division would be utterly humiliated. Worse, Li Guixian had alerted her target. Without the connection to her daughter, tracking her down would be nearly impossible. Beads of sweat formed on Sun Haiba's forehead. In his haste to dash out of the stairwell, he even twisted his ankle. By the time Sun Haiba limped out of the stairwell, he saw Lin Xi and Fang Shuo approaching with a woman. A middle-aged woman with yellow hair.
Li Guixian? Sun Haiba was stunned. He immediately hopped over to them. It was indeed Li Guixian.
Where did you find her?
Sun Haiba was overjoyed.
Captain, it was all Fang Shuo's idea. He was worried Li Guixian might notice and leave early, so we went to the back door.
Sure enough, we spotted her hailing a cab.
To be honest, she was so heavily made up that even I didn't recognize her.
Thank goodness Fang Shuo spotted her in time, otherwise she would have gotten in the car and driven off.
Lin Xi pointed at Fang Shuo with admiration. Earlier, they all knew the plan had been compromised, but none expected Fang Shuo to instantly connect the dots that Li Guixian had seen them from upstairs. A hair's breadth made all the difference. If not for Fang Shuo, once Li Guixian left, she would have been impossible to track down.
How did you figure it out? Sun Haiba looked at Li Guixian before him. She appeared noticeably thinner than in the photo, wearing oversized sunglasses and a yellow wig. This flamboyant disguise stood in stark contrast to the Li Guixian in the picture. Had he not already known this information, he likely wouldn't have given her a second thought even if she'd walked right past him. Li Guixian was a top student from that era, exceptionally intelligent. She had precisely exploited the blind spots in the police investigation. That Fang Shuo had recognized her surprised even Sun Haiba. Chapter 44, The Remaining Bones. It's simple. If I were Li Guixian, having already left the residential complex with my identity exposed, the best course would be to hail a cab straight out of the city. I'm sure the police would have set up roadblocks at the train station or other key locations, making it impossible for her to leave directly. So I paid special attention to people hailing taxis. When we arrived, we happened to see Li Guixian flag down a cab and prepare to get in. Normally, a woman wearing a skirt and carrying a bag would sit down first, then pull her legs in, and finally grab her bag. I've seen this more than once while waiting for the bus. But that woman just dove straight in, looking rather flustered. It must mean she was in a hurry. Yet she was wearing makeup. If she were truly in a hurry, she wouldn't have had time for that. So I stepped forward to stop her. Before I could even ask anything, she confessed the moment I said police. Fang Shuo shrugged his shoulders. Waiting for the bus took forever. Fang Shuo had the cheapest data plan, which ran out in less than 2 weeks. So while waiting, he observed the diverse crowd around him. Over time, it had become a habit. Good for you. You're something else. Why don't you just join our police force after graduation? We absolutely can't let this lucky charm slip away. You guys, take him back. Sun Haiba slapped Fang Shuo's shoulder repeatedly, grinning from ear to ear. What the heck? Mascot? Fang Shuo rolled his eyes. Don't arrest my mom. Just then, a woman pushed through the crowd and ran over. It was Li Min. Following her mother's instructions, she had slipped out the back door of the mall, changed taxis twice, and finally made her way back. Only to find her mother had already been arrested. She immediately rushed over. Get lost. Get out of here. Before Li Min could reach her, Li Guixian kicked her hard. Li Min fell to the ground, wailing with heart-wrenching grief. Pull them apart. Get them back inside immediately. Sun Haiba watched as the crowd around them grew larger and larger. He hurriedly had someone escort Li Guixian into the car. Tianhai Municipal Public Security Bureau. To everyone's surprise, Li Guixian remained completely silent. Faced with all the evidence, she refused to say a word. Damn it! This Li Guixian knows that as long as she doesn't confess, we won't find the body. Without the body, we can't close this case. The top priority now is finding the entire body. Sun Haiba slammed the interrogation transcript onto the table in frustration. They had already searched every possible location, gathering scattered body parts, but the complete skeleton and head remained missing. Captain Sun, do we have a map of Tianhai City? Perhaps I can give it a try. Fang Shuo spoke up from the side. You? Quick, bring the map. Sun Haiba, recognizing Fang Shuo, ordered someone to take down the map from the wall without a second thought. After witnessing Fang Shuo's involvement in recent events, he had complete faith in his abilities. Fang Shuo said little as he walked into the interrogation room. Li Guixiang watched with some surprise as this boy, about the same age as her own daughter, walked in. Ignoring Li Guixiang's puzzled gaze, Fang Shuo laid the map on the table. You're a doctor, right? You should be very familiar with surgical knives. Unlike ordinary knives, they're extremely sharp. Combined with your experience, handling the flesh of a corpse would be a simple task. Fang Shuo said slowly. What are you getting at? Who are you? Li Guixiang stared at Fang Shuo with suspicion. That's not important. If I were you, after committing murder, the first thing I'd do is dispose of the body. All those bodies found earlier were discovered precisely because they weren't disposed of cleanly enough. Your method was cutting the flesh into small pieces and leaving them where wild dogs roam, hoping the dogs would dispose of the fragments. I've seen the photos, there are indeed such traces. But you overlooked one crucial detail: sanitation workers start their shifts very early. I imagine you choose to dump things between 2 and 3 a.m., when there's almost no one around. And before dawn, scavenging wild dogs would have cleaned up everything. Unfortunately for you, sanitation workers start their shifts around 4 a.m. and discovered your mess. Fang Shuo stared at Li Guixiang, continuing his monologue. What exactly are you trying to do? Li Guixiang's voice trembled noticeably. This strange person had walked in, sat down, and started talking to himself, and everything he said matched what she had done. It filled Li Guixiang with dread. After removing the internal organs and flesh, what remains are the bones. Bones are the hardest to dispose of, they retain human characteristics, making it difficult. And unlike flesh, I can't just stuff bones into a bag and toss them anywhere. So the remains must be somewhere close to the murder scene. Fang Shuo paid no attention to Li Guixiang, instead beginning to pore over the map. By now, he had fully immersed himself in the role of someone who had committed murder after Li Guixiang. Dumping the body directly into water means it'll float up after decomposing. As a doctor, you're no stranger to that. But if it's just the skeleton, weighted down with something heavy, that problem disappears. I see. You must have considered this when dismembering the body, which is why you froze the internal organs and such. And there's a river near your neighborhood. If I'm not mistaken, the bones should be in that river, right? As a woman, you couldn't have carried those things far. It must be on a high platform where it was convenient to dump them. Fang Shuo looked up at Li Guixiang. At that moment, Li Guixiang was so utterly stunned she couldn't speak. Quick! Immediately search the location Fang Shuo mentioned for the remains. Outside the interrogation room, Sun Haiba was equally stunned. He hurriedly addressed the person beside him. I confess. After a long pause, Li Guixiang slowly lowered her head. Moments later, Fang Shuo emerged holding a piece of paper. Captain Sun, you all heard that just now. Li Guixiang has stated that she and Shukai were merely casual partners, but her love turned to hatred, leading her to kill him. Here's a cloud storage account Li Guixiang provided. It contains the surveillance footage. Fang Shuo said to Sun Haiba. Fang Shuo, you're something else. I'm thoroughly impressed. Sun Haiba patted Fang Shuo on the shoulder. Ring ring. No sooner had he finished speaking than Sun Haiba's phone rang. Captain. We found skeletal remains in the river, just like Fang Shuo described. The excited voice on the other end belonged to one of the team members. Bring the skeleton back immediately for examination. Sun Haiba hung up the phone. Captain, we've reviewed the files from that cloud storage. It's definitely Li Guixiang and Shukai. Looks like they really were involved in that kind of relationship. An officer approached and reported. Got it. In that case, we can close the dismemberment case. Sun Haiba took a deep breath. Captain, while investigating Li Guixiang's background, we discovered a BMW registered under her residential complex. It belongs to the deceased, Shukai. At that moment, an officer approached carrying some documents. Oh, it's not important anymore. The case is about to be closed. Sun Haiba took the documents. What a shame. Now that Shukai is dead, doesn't that mean no one will claim the car? The license plate's pretty nice, 3 sevens. The officer chuckled. What did you say? What's the license plate number? Fang Shuo froze upon hearing this. Chapter 45, Destination. 3 sevens. That plate must have cost a pretty penny. The officer handed the photo to Fang Shuo. Fang Shuo quickly took it and froze in surprise. Captain Sun, this case might never be closed. I recommend arresting Li Min immediately. Fang Shuo said solemnly to Sun Haiba. Ha? What's going on? Sun Haiba was taken aback. Fang Shuo always seemed to have a knack for making shocking statements. I heard from classmates that Li Min was likely being kept by someone. The person keeping her drives a BMW just like this one. According to Li Guixiang's confession, Li Min had no idea about her relationship with Shukai.
From what I heard from classmates, this happened last year, but Li Guixiang said their relationship only started this year. So she lied. I suspect the one who was with Shu Kai from the start wasn't Li Guixiang, but Li Min. Fang Shuo slowly addressed the group. Are you serious? Sun Haibao was also taken aback. Right. It's quite possible that Li Guixiang was merely an accomplice, but only they know what really happened. Fang Shuo nodded. Captain, what do we do now? The surrounding officers were all a bit dumbfounded. The case was about to be closed, yet this unexpected development had emerged. Go to the school immediately and bring Li Min back. I'll take responsibility if anything happens. Sun Haibao said, frowning. After all these twists and turns, Sun Haibao could no longer afford to dismiss Fang Shuo's opinion lightly. Fang Shuo, I'll trust you one more time. But this isn't something to be taken lightly. Be prepared for the consequences. Sun Haibao turned to look at Fang Shuo. Yeah, I still stand by my idea. During my simulations earlier, I sensed that Li Guixiang's hatred toward her daughter seemed excessive. I considered the possibility of abandonment between a man and a woman, but I realized it wasn't enough. Far from it. If we add an element of suspicion, it might explain things. Fang Shuo nodded. Also, even the most shameless person wouldn't deliberately show others their private videos. She could have kept them hidden without any consequences. It seems she did it intentionally, as if desperate for us to believe she had an affair with Shu Kai. While watching the video, I noticed Li Guixiang constantly adjusting her position to keep Shu Kai's face directly facing the camera. Judging by his reaction, he definitely had no idea the camera was there. But in cases like this, it's almost always the guy who films it. Those domestic videos are full of you know. Fang Shuo was analyzing the suspicious aspects of Li Guixiang's video when he suddenly looked up and caught Lin Xi's murderous glare. He immediately cleared his throat awkwardly. That is indeed suspicious. At least from what I've seen, aside from one or two filmed by women, the rest were all men. Sun Haibao, standing nearby, stroked his chin and nodded in agreement. The circle of men around them all silently nodded in agreement. This instantly infuriated Lin Xi. Oomph. Men really are no good. Lin Xi slammed her cup down on the table with a loud thud. This abruptly snapped everyone out of their reverie. Sun Haibao awkwardly picked up the water glass on the table to cover his embarrassment, only to realize it was empty. He pretended to take a sip. Damn it! I totally forgot there was a lady here. That little bastard Fang Shuo nearly led us astray. We're police officers. Ahem, well, that part does raise some questions. Could Li Guixiang have filmed this video intending to blackmail Shu Kai later? Even if Li Guixiang still has her charms, she's over 40. And Shu Kai is only in his 30s, there's such a big age gap between them. Sun Haibao said slowly. Right, I had my doubts back then. Plus, that video was stored on a cloud drive. If she hadn't shown it to us, no one would have known it existed. She had no reason to bring it out. Fang Shuo nodded. Let's leave it at that for now. We'll know once the suspect is apprehended. Sun Haibao felt a bit awkward. To Sun Haibao's surprise, the phone rang almost immediately. Sun Haibao picked it up and saw it was from the colleague he'd just dispatched to arrest Li Min. His heart sank. Something must have gone wrong. Captain. Li Min is missing. Her classmates say she's not there, and no one knows where she went. Her roommate said she packed a suitcase in a hurry and left. Sure enough, the urgent voice of the officer came through on the other end of the line. What? This is bad. Quick. Immediately have the train station, airport, and bus station check for any ticket purchases under Li Min's name. Everyone, split up immediately and head to these locations to intercept her. Sun Haibao said anxiously. If she'd left via the train station or airport, it wouldn't be too bad. But if it was the bus station, she might already be gone. If not for Fang Shuo's warning this time, Li Min might have slipped away. But Sun Haibao had no time to say anything more to Fang Shuo. Even Fang Shuo was conscripted into the effort, assigned to follow Lin Xi to the bus station. Tianhai City train station. Li Min retrieved her train ticket bound for Xiangcheng. Xiangcheng was an unfamiliar city to her. A place she'd often heard about but had never visited. After divorcing her mother, Li Min's father had moved to Xiangcheng. As Li Min selected her destination, her finger almost instinctively scrolled down to the X column. Perhaps deep down, even though her father had been gone for many years so long that she couldn't even remember what he looked like, he remained her only anchor. She just wanted to go there. A city where her father was, even if they couldn't meet, at least she wouldn't be completely alone. It wasn't peak travel season for the spring festival rush or tourism, so Tianhai railway station wasn't crowded with waiting passengers. Li Min found a quiet corner and sat down. 2 tears slipped down her cheeks uncontrollably. In the end, she had come to this. The worst possible step. But did I do anything wrong? What choice did I have? Li Min rubbed her head in anguish. Before, she had hated her mother, even thinking more than once about running away from home, leaving her far behind, never to return. But now that the moment of departure had truly arrived, she found herself overcome with fear. What would she do from now on?
Was she an orphan now? Should she go back and turn herself in?
Li Min stared at the train ticket in her hand, her eyes filled with confusion and anguish.
Passengers traveling to Shangqing, please proceed to Gate C. The train has arrived.
Just then, the sweet voice of the announcer filled the air.
Li Min instinctively stood up.
She let out a soft sigh, wiped her face, and dragged her suitcase toward the ticket gate. She mechanically handed her ticket and ID to the ticket inspector. The attendant checked the ID and ticket, found no issues, and waved her through. Li Min picked up her suitcase and headed inside. Just as she was about to step onto the platform, she couldn't help but glance back and froze in place.
At that moment,
inside the waiting hall, several police officers were sprinting toward the ticket gate. Seeing this, Li Min breathed a sigh of relief as if a weight had been lifted, standing still in her spot. The train doors slowly closed behind her as the train sped away into the distance. Perhaps this was the best possible outcome.
Chapter 46, Chance Encounter. Shuemu University.
Lately, quite a few incidents had occurred on campus. Yet, under the relentless pressure from university administrators and the alluring prospect of rapidly increasing graduate school admission quotas, few seemed truly affected. Before long, the empty beds in the dorms would be filled with the belongings of new roommates. For most students from out of town, coming to Tianhai City for college was merely a 4-year stint in an unfamiliar city. By graduation, their families had already arranged their futures. Some head to the power bureau, others to the tobacco company, each pursuing their own path.
What has been the most important thing these past 4 years?
It was, of course, savoring life. On the university campus, there's always a vibrant scene. No elaborate decorations are needed, simply the sight of students running and playing freely, chatting and laughing in small groups, or snuggling and kissing tenderly that is the best answer to what youth is all about.
At this moment,
Lin Xi walked through the campus, her mood growing youthful and joyful. It felt as though she had returned to her own student days. But when you're actually living through it, you often don't feel much. It's only after everything has passed and you look back that you realize how beautiful it was. This time, if not for several cases at the school, Lin Xi would have found it hard to return. The recent cases had finally been resolved. Today was Lin Xi's day off. After sleeping in at home, she suddenly found herself bored. On her usual days off, she'd be like any other girl, binge-watching shows, snacking, or window shopping. But today, for some reason, she found herself strolling over to Shuemu University. But she hadn't told Fang Shuo. Deep down, Lin Xi harbored a quiet hope. If fate truly intended them to be together, perhaps today would bring a chance encounter within the vast campus grounds.
Girls always had these unrealistic yet romantic notions.
That's why there are so many little mood swings, so much wistful longing, and so much sentimental melancholy.
Age wasn't the issue, mindset wasn't the issue, experience wasn't the issue. Perhaps the presence or absence of love was the fundamental question.
As Lin Xi walked along, she heard bursts of shouts coming from the basketball court beside her.
It sounded like a basketball game was underway.
Lin Xi's eyes lit up and she hurried over. The game on the court was intensely close. Both teams were evenly matched, but when a player from the red team twisted his ankle during a layup and was substituted out, the replacement didn't seem up to the task. The opposing team dominated the court, and the score gap gradually widened. Oh no, our math department is going to lose. The software technology college team is pretty formidable. Oh my gosh, who would have thought they had a hidden ace up their sleeve?
This is so frustrating. 2 girls nearby were chatting about it. Math department?
Lin Xi froze. Lin Xi quickly scanned the crowd and spotted Fang Shuo watching the match from a corner. Lin Xi's face flushed bright red, her heart pounding so hard it felt like it might leap out of her throat. After finally calming down, she bit her lip and walked over casually, pretending not to notice. At that moment, Fang Shuo was squatting on the ground, frowning as he watched. Today was their class's game. They'd started off okay, but their stamina had faded later on. One of their teammates had even twisted an ankle, and the score gap was widening. It seemed unlikely they could catch up in the second half. They were going to lose. As the halftime whistle blew, the math department trailed by 11 points. Fang Shuo sighed, his face etched with frustration. Unable to bear watching any longer, he started to rise when a hand suddenly tapped his shoulder.
What a coincidence! Is that your class's game? Why aren't you playing?
Lin Xi appeared behind Fang Shuo.
What are you doing here? Nah, it's boring. Fang Shuo waved his hand listlessly, rising to his feet. He'd always been a loner, seen by others as a weirdo.
He never participated in class activities, and no one ever bothered to invite him.
Fang Shuo certainly couldn't bring himself to ask either. You, ha! Seeing Fang Shuo's expression, Lin Xi instantly understood his thoughts and situation.
Her heart ached for him. College was supposed to be the purest time for friendship, yet he'd always been excluded like this.
Could it really go on forever? Come with me.
Lin Xi thought for a moment, then without further ado, grabbed Fang Shuo and pulled him toward one side. At that moment, the math department team hung their heads in defeat. The sudden widening of the score gap had left them all feeling disheartened, with little confidence for the second half.
I doubt I can run in the second half. I'm too exhausted.
Their defense is too tight, my legs are cramping up. One player lay on the floor massaging his leg.
If you quit now, how are we supposed to play? We couldn't beat them before, and now it's over. Might as well just surrender. Yeah, hang in there. How the hell are we supposed to play with one less guy? Guys, we absolutely can't give up.
Several voices urged him simultaneously.
Excuse me, interrupting. Fang Shuo can take over.
Just then, Lin Xi dragged Fang Shuo through the crowd.
Fang Shuo? Don't be ridiculous. What if he has an episode during the game? Are we talking about fighting people or playing ball?
Seeing it was Fang Shuo, the people nearby shook their heads in dismay.
Nonsense.
He's willing to contribute to the class. What reason do you have to stop him?
Besides, which eye of yours saw him hit anyone?
Lin Xi shot back without mercy.
Well,
under Lin Xi's powerful aura, no one dared say another word.
At that moment, the opening whistle blew. Well, fine. Fang Shuo, do you know how to play? The class monitor asked Fang Shuo. I know a little bit. Fang Shuo hadn't expected the class monitor to actually let him play.
Alright, then go up there and pass the ball or something.
Don't just shoot randomly. Guozi Yuan, you take this chance to rest.
The captain turned to the guy who'd just cramped up.
Just relax. I can tell that number 8 and number 24 are tough. Just play defense like you did against me, and that'll be enough. Focus on defense, not offense. Fang Shuo was tying his shoelaces as Lin Xi urged him from the sidelines.
From their previous one-on-one match, she knew Fang Shuo's offense was average, but his height gave him solid defense.
Got it. Fang Shuo gave a wry smile.
He shot Lin Xi a grateful glance. He understood she was doing this to help him. While he genuinely wanted to play, he knew asking wouldn't get him on the court. It was Lin Xi who gave him a push. Watching Lin Xi chatter away beside him, Fang Shuo couldn't help but recall scenes from the court where players had girlfriends watching their games. A surge of emotion welled up inside him.
If we win, will you grant me one favor? Fang Shuo asked Lin Xi with a smile. What kind of favor?
Lin Xi was puzzled.
Just say yes first. Fang Shuo grinned slyly. Fine, fine. It's just a meal, right? I agree. But you have to win, okay?
I worked hard to get this for you, don't let me down. Lin Xi, thinking Fang Shuo was just trying to score a free meal again, readily agreed.
Fang Shuo chuckled and headed toward the court. Chapter 47, The Shift. Hey, senior, you look gorgeous.
Where did you get that dress? Lin Xi had just found a good spot to stand when two young girls approached her to strike up a conversation. Lin Xi, now wearing a sleek trench coat and white jeans that perfectly accentuated her figure, had her hair playfully tied in a ponytail, a mature look with a hint of youthful charm. Combined with her height, she instantly drew a lot of attention. A group of young girls, in particular, gathered around her.
If you cheer for the math department, I'll give you the link.
Lin Xi said with a smile.
Oh, okay, go math department. Go math department. Fang Shuo. Go.
Suddenly, a group of girls on the sidelines started cheering for the math department. The software technology college players on the court looked utterly bewildered.
What's going on? Weren't they all cheering for us just a moment ago?
They exchanged bewildered glances.
Fang Shuo? That psycho from math? How'd he get up here? Can't beat us fair, so he's resorting to dirty tricks? Watch out, guys, these days, psychos hitting people isn't illegal. Damn, look over there, didn't know our school had such a gorgeous goddess? Looks like a graduate student. Gotta make a good impression, might get her number. Everyone set me up for assists, I'm scoring another 20 points. Get lost. I'm dribbling, I'm dunking this.
After spotting Lin Xi on the sidelines, the software technology college guys were pumped like they'd been injected with adrenaline. Fang Shuo inbounded the ball to a teammate, but before he could dribble more than a few times, the ball was stolen by the opposing team. Just as he was about to strike a flashy pose for a pull-up layup, a pair of hands suddenly appeared behind him. A block swatted the ball right out of his hands. The player's face froze in shock. He turned to see it was Fang Shuo. His jaw nearly dropped. His first reaction wasn't to fight for the ball back, he bolted toward the backcourt like his tail was on fire. Fang Shuo sighed helplessly, waving at the guard who'd just lost the ball. I'll handle the dribble. Fang Shuo dribbled down the court with practiced ease. Damn it, who's guarding him? Not me. Me neither. As the opposing players argued over who would guard him, Fang Shuo had already reached the three-point line. With a swift release, the ball swished through the net. Wow! It's in! The math department finally snapped out of it and erupted in cheers. Coincidence. It must be coincidence. Get the ball in play. I want a fast break. The opposing players looked at Fang Shuo in disbelief, then hurriedly prepared to serve. But just as the ball was about to land in their hands, it was stolen. Before anyone could react, Fang Shuo drove to the basket in 3 quick steps and sank a layup for 2 points. Damn it! We fell for it. This guy's a damn pro. Get back on defense. The opposing team panicked after conceding 5 points in mere seconds.
Just as they were about to shoot, Fang Shuo swatted the ball away with a massive block, sending it into the hands of the math department. Give it to me. I'll dribble. You guys run your screens. Fang Shuo demanded the ball. He could tell their ball handling was weak, they'd likely get it stolen again. Come on, Fang Shuo. I didn't mean what I said earlier, counting on you. You have to lead us to victory. The class monitor patted Fang Shuo on the shoulder. Let's all give it our best. Fang Shuo smiled. This was the first time since the start of the semester that a classmate had shown him genuine kindness. Everyone, stay calm. Let's steady ourselves and focus on tying the score first. Dribbling the ball out to the perimeter, Fang Shuo had become the team's anchor after his recent plays. Ha, you think you can tie it up? If luck's on our side and the shot goes in. Before the defender could finish his sentence, Fang Shuo executed a dazzling spin move to blow past him. He reached the three-point line, jumped, and released the shot. The ball arced beautifully through the air, swishing cleanly through the net. Holy! That's so accurate. The defender guarding Fang Shuo was stunned. He must have been lucky. Don't panic, it's our turn to attack. The player muttered to himself as he went to catch the ball, only to have Fang Shuo steal it again in an instant and drive straight to the basket for the score. Still 1 point behind. Fang Shuo waved his finger lightly. Are you blind? Pass the ball. What were you doing just now? How was I supposed to know he'd be that fast? Damn it, we just got outscored by 10 points in under a minute. Where's our pride? Stop whining, inbound the ball. The software technology college side erupted, launching a lightning fast break. Meanwhile, the math department was running on fumes, with no one left to chase. But one dark figure still charged forward, refusing to give up. Fang Shuo, stop chasing. You can't catch up. The math department players had all given up. Just as the opposing player was about to lay it in effortlessly, Fang Shuo slammed it down from behind with a thunderous block, only to be sent flying backward by the sheer force of the impact. The crowd erupted in excitement. Fang Shuo is actually this good at basketball. Yeah, we've never seen him play before. If he'd been on the court last game, we might not have lost. Go Fang Shuo. Math department, we'll win. The math department crowd, who had been somewhat subdued, was now completely fired up by Fang Shuo's relentless hustle. Lin Xi, caught in the crowd, covered her mouth in disbelief. Fang Shuo was this good at basketball? When they'd played one-on-one before, had he been deliberately letting her win? This Fang Shuo sure knows how to make a girl smile. Are you guys Fang Shuo's classmates? Has Fang Shuo never had a girlfriend before? Lin Xi asked the girls beside her. No way. We're all scared of him. He usually keeps to himself. What a shame. He's so handsome, such a good student, and such a great basketball player. If he weren't mentally ill, I'd totally want to date him too. The two girls looked utterly starstruck. Lin Xi just smiled wryly. Then she recalled her own thoughts on the way to school, and her face flushed involuntarily. Only 10 seconds remained on the clock. After a momentary flurry of confusion, the opposing team had regained their composure. The score was neck and neck, with the math department still trailing by 2 points. Fang Shuo had the ball for one last offensive play. Quick! 3 players, step up for help defense. Don't let him take a 3. Before the man across the court could finish his sentence, he watched Fang Shuo dart left and right, crossing half court and preparing to shoot. The ball left his hands as the final buzzer sounded. All eyes were fixed on the basketball spinning through the air. Finally, with a swish, the ball swished through the net. 3-pointer good. Math department wins. The referee's shout sent the entire court erupting into chaos. Chapter 48, An Inevitable Destiny. Who would have thought that Fang Shuo's entry into the game could turn the tide and ultimately lead to a game-winning shot? Lin Xi jumped for joy like a child. Fang Shuo, however, stood frozen in place, letting his classmates swarm around him, hugging him tightly as they jumped and bounced. In that moment, he wasn't some crazy person, he was their hero. In that instant, Fang Shuo felt a joy he had never known before. It was the feeling of being accepted and recognized. Fang Shuo couldn't help but smile. His eyes scanned the perimeter, searching for Lin Xi's figure. Finally, he spotted her among a group of bouncing girls. Lin Xi stood quietly at the edge of the court, watching him. She gave him a thumbs up but didn't come over to disturb him, letting him fully savor this moment of triumph. In that instant, for reasons unknown, an impulse surged within Fang Shuo. Just as he was about to walk over, his classmates pulled him toward the grassy area for a group photo. After the group photo finally wrapped up, Fang Shuo made his way over to Lin Xi. Did you win? Nice game. You're quite popular, huh? Lin Xi beamed at him. Nah, I'm just playing the part. With looks like mine, I'm bound to be popular wherever I go. Fang Shuo grinned. Smooth talker. Alright, go change your clothes first. You're soaked in sweat. Lin Xi pinched her nose in disgust, pushing Fang Shuo toward the dormitory. What about you? Fang Shuo hesitated. Didn't you say I could treat you to dinner? Hurry up and go. If you're late, this lady won't wait around. Lin Xi pouted. Got it. Wait for me, I'll be quick. Fang Shuo dashed toward the dormitory. Watching Fang Shuo's frantic rush, Lin Xi smiled to herself. College days, they're truly wonderful. Why hadn't she met someone like him back then? Lin Xi tilted her little head. Numerous small eateries lined the streets near the university. Each was partitioned into small private rooms. So Li Min and Li Guixiang have confessed? Inside the private room, Fang Shuo and Lin Xi discussed the previous case over their meal. Yeah, to be honest, sometimes it's hard to say whether someone's actions are truly right or wrong. Both of them are actually quite pitiful. Lin Xi said slowly. Pitiful? Fang Shuo was puzzled. Li Guixiang was the murderer in the dismemberment case, how could she possibly be pitiful? Actually, your analysis is correct. The one who was initially within Shukai was indeed Li Min. They met by chance on the road and Shukai's car knocked over Li Min's shared bicycle. But their relationship, perhaps it wasn't exactly a sugar daddy arrangement, but more like a normal romantic relationship. Lin Xi said slowly. Let me guess then, the reason Li Guixiang divorced her husband was because of infidelity, right? That's why Li Guixiang hates men so much, restricting her daughter from interacting with any boys, let alone someone like in Shukai, who's significantly older than her. Fang Shuo speculated aloud. Exactly. Remember those old surveillance cameras we found in Li Guixiang's house? They weren't actually bought to monitor us police, they were to watch her daughter. Not even her daughter knew about it. Li Min said that starting in elementary school, she had to be home from school down to the minute. If she was even a minute late, her mother would interrogate her relentlessly. Once in middle school, she walked part of the way home with a male classmate because they were going the same way. But her mother found out, dragged her to the boy's house, and berated his entire family, making her feel utterly humiliated. She constantly dreamed of escaping her mother. When applying for university, she intended to study in another city, but her mother tampered with all her choices, forcing her to stay in Tianhai City. She began to give up on herself. After accidentally meeting in Shukai, they started dating. They had time in college, but eventually, Li Guixiang found out. Lin, she said helplessly. Shouldn't they have broken up after she found out? How did she end up back with Li Guixiang? Fang Shuo was puzzled. How should I put this? And Shukai was Li Min's first boyfriend. After all these years, all the emotions suppressed by her mother finally erupted. When her mother fiercely opposed their relationship, Li Min threatened suicide, even slashed her wrists, but was saved. After that, Li Guixiang dared not push Li Min any further. According to Li Guixiang, she wanted to find a pretty girl to test in Shukai's character. If he could resist temptation, it would prove he was a reliable man, and she might even approve of their relationship. But after much deliberation, she realized she couldn't discuss this with anyone else. That's when a wild idea took hold. Lin Xi shook her head as she spoke. You mean Li Guixiang personally seduced in Shukai to test his character? Fang Shuo's eyes widened. Was this kind of plot something you could hear for free? That's too explosive. Yes. You've seen Li Guixiang too. With a little dressing up, she's still got some appeal, especially for a man in Shukai's age. He likes pure students like Li Min, but he can't escape the temptation of a mature woman either. Li Guixiang said she deliberately chose a day when Li Min had class and wasn't home to invite in Shukai over to discuss their relationship. She even made sure to drink some alcohol. We'd already learned about in Shukai during our earlier interviews. Not only is he handsome, but he has a great personality too. As a manager, he possesses experience and status beyond the ordinary. For Li Guixiang, someone like him was irresistible. Perhaps even she hadn't anticipated this outcome at first. Fueled by alcohol, they ended up doing what was bound to happen. That video was originally meant to be evidence Li Guixiang wanted to keep. Lin Xi explained. Later, and Shukai felt guilty toward Li Min and gradually distanced himself. Yet behind her back, he continued that relationship with Li Guixiang. One time, it was exposed when Li Min came home to retrieve something and discovered it. Li Min, unaware of her mother's past actions, mistakenly believed in Shukai had been unfaithful. In a fit of rage, she accidentally stabbed him to death with a fruit knife. Li Guixiang dismembered the body to cover up the real cause of death for her daughter. Anticipating future exposure, she deliberately fabricated this entire story about her and in Shukai. She had sold an apartment earlier and given all the money to Li Min, enough for her to survive in another city. She never imagined she'd be caught in the end. Lin Xi sighed as he spoke. Being a cop meant constantly facing horrific crimes and tragic stories, which was incredibly depressing. Well, this is something else. Truly. Fang Shuo didn't know how to respond. Lin Xi was right, perhaps it was impossible to judge someone's right or wrong so decisively. Take Li Guixiang, for instance. The pain she endured at the hands of men drove her to smother her daughter with such suffocating, twisted love, all to shield her from suffering the same fate. Growing up in Li Guixiang's oppressive environment, Li Min's eventual outburst was almost inevitable. And Shukai himself wasn't at fault either. He was just the unlucky one caught between these two women, the most innocent victim of all. Alright, enough about this case. What about Li Guixiang's 50,000 yuan? What's the connection to Manhwa Group? Did they mention that? Fang Shuo asked as he ladled soup into Lin Xi's bowl. Chapter 49, Palpitations. She admitted it, but didn't elaborate. She just vaguely mentioned helping Manhwa Group.
I requested permission to question individuals from Manhwa Group, but the request was denied by higher-ups. They claimed the case had already been closed, that it had nothing to do with Li Guixiang, and refused to approve it.
The chairman of Manhwa Group has strong connections with city officials. There's nothing we can do about this sort of thing.
Besides, if we send a low-level cop over, he probably won't get anything out of them and might just raise suspicions. We'll have to wait until we have concrete evidence. Lin Xi said slowly.
Yeah, you're right.
A behemoth like that is beyond our comprehension.
Enough about that. Let's eat, everyone. Fang Shuo urged. I think I'm the one treating everyone. Come to think of it, every time I've visited your school lately, it's been for work. Aren't you going to show me around?
Lin Xi shot Fang Shuo a look.
It's just this rundown place. Then after we finish eating.
Fang Shuo blurted out instinctively, then quickly corrected himself.
After lunch, the two began wandering around campus.
It was mid-afternoon, and the grounds were nearly deserted.
They walked aimlessly.
Though Fang Shuo had felt a surge of impulse earlier, now that he'd calmed down, he genuinely didn't know how to broach the subject. He was just a poor student, while Lin Xi was a wealthy heiress.
Could their love ever have a future? Fang Shuo sighed softly, watching as Lin Xi touched her shoulder.
He then took off his jacket and draped it over her. Lin Xi bit her lip lightly, accepting it without protest.
Actually. Rying. Just as Fang Shuo was about to speak, Lin Xi's phone suddenly rang. Lin Xi gave Fang Shuo an apologetic smile before answering the call.
Standing nearby, Fang Shuo wiped the sweat from his forehead and let out a long sigh of relief.
A case just came in. I have to head over. Gotta go. What were you going to say?
Lin Xi asked Fang Shuo after hanging up.
Oh, nothing. You go ahead. Drive safely. Fang Shuo hurriedly replied.
Lin Xi didn't have time for further conversation. From Sun Haiba's tone, it didn't sound like a minor case. Only after getting into the car did Lin Xi realize she was still wearing Fang Shuo's jacket. She shook her head, deciding she'd return it another day. As she fastened her seatbelt, Lin Xi suddenly felt a bulge in the jacket pocket. Pulling it out, she discovered a rose woven from grass leaves. Lin Xi froze in place. Suddenly, she understood what Fang Shuo had been trying to say earlier, and the conditions he'd mentioned before. Could it be? For a moment, Lin Xi felt as if she'd been electrocuted, her vision blurring. But then she let out a soft sigh. Li Guixiang's case had only just passed, and this kind of age gap romance was undoubtedly difficult. Though she was 3 years older than him, Fang Shuo was still a student now. By the time he graduated, she would be even older. Who wouldn't prefer a younger woman? Perhaps he'd just acted on impulse. Lin Xi shook her head, pushing those thoughts aside for now, and drove toward Jiating Mountain.
Jiating Mountain was a natural park in Tianhai City.
Years ago, it was just a barren mountain where local residents dumped trash, filling the air with a foul stench. Later, urban planning initiatives began to transform this barren land. Winding paths and pavilions were added, and on pleasant days, many elderly residents enjoyed strolling here. But when some seniors tried to come for a stroll today, they found the path up the mountain blocked. Police officers had cordoned off the area with caution tape.
Old one, what's going on? Oh dear, I heard it's a murder case. Shanlan was so scared she ended up in the hospital. A murder? Don't scare me. It's true. They say it was a young woman.
A crowd of elderly folks gathered at the foot of the mountain, murmuring among themselves. Several nearby residents had even brought out folding stools to sit and watch. No one noticed that among the crowd not far away, a figure wearing a hat watched the busy police officers lick their lips and quietly turned to leave. At that moment on Jiating Mountain, Sun Haiba frowned as he surveyed the lush park before him. Lately, cases had been piling up one after another, leaving them no time to catch their breath. But judging by this corpse, it had likely been there for months. Just today, they received a report that several elderly people had discovered a body while walking on Jiating Mountain, prompting their urgent arrival. The body had been discovered by a dog. An elderly woman walking her dog had found a hand while searching for her pet, likely washed out by recent rains. After arriving at the scene, police discovered 3 more bodies beside the deep pit.
Sun Haiba's frown never relaxed. Captain, the forensic team has completed their examination.
Preliminary analysis indicates the earliest death occurred 3 years ago, while the most recent one happened within the last 10 days.
All victims are female.
All died from stab wounds to the heart, and there were numerous signs of abuse on the bodies. It appears to be the work of the same perpetrator.
An officer reported to Sun Haiba. Got it. Keep expanding the search perimeter. Bring in the police dogs too.
With such a wide time span, I'm worried.
Sun Haiba shook his head.
However, Sun Haiba breathed a sigh of relief when no additional bodies were found after completing the search.
Only then did he lead everyone back to headquarters. I won't go into the case details. The victim was an elderly woman from a racewalking group. Word has already spread among the older folks. Now everyone's talking about it that there's a serial killer near Jiaoding Mountain targeting young women. The social impact is significant. We must solve this case as quickly as possible. Sun Haiba addressed the group. Captain, we've identified the bodies. All 4 victims were students at Tianhai City University.
Lin Xi reported from the side.
University students? Why university students again? From Shuemu University? Sun Haiba shuddered violently.
Lately, these cases seemed inseparable from college students.
Not exactly. They're from different schools, 3 sophomores and 1 junior.
Lin Xi shook her head.
That's strange, isn't it? The earliest case happened 3 years ago. Why was there no movement before? And this latest one, it's been about 10 days, right? A college student goes missing and the school doesn't even care? Are there any missing person reports on file? Sun Haiba was puzzled. From what we understand, this latest girl didn't have the best reputation.
Her classmates say she was doing that kind of part-time work outside campus.
Staying out all night was common for her. And apparently she had a lot of money. She even rented an apartment off campus.
She hardly attended classes and failed quite a few courses.
The university can't really do anything about this sort of thing.
Lin Xi shook her head. It's possible the killer specifically targets female college students doing these part-time jobs.
These students tend to be more naive and easier to lure in. If that's the case, we have a direction now. Sun Haiba mused, stroking his chin. Captain Sun, there's a letter addressed to your Criminal Investigation Division. As the group discussed the case, an older police officer walked in with a smile. Uncle Wang, do you really need to make a special trip to deliver this letter? Why not just give me a call and I'll send someone to pick it up? Sun Haiba took it with a smile.
Old Wang, the security guard, had once been a veteran detective. After sustaining an injury, he was reassigned to a support role managing logistics. Later, as he grew older, having spent his entire career in public security and reluctant to leave, he was transferred to the security post. Sun Haiba and the others held him in high regard. Even Chief Lin, whether he had business or not, always enjoyed dropping by the guardhouse to have a cup of tea with him. I heard there's been another major case recently. I thought you might need a tip, so I brought it over as soon as I could. The guard smiled, then closed the door and left without disturbing Sun Haiba and the others.
Sun Haiba wasted no time tearing open the envelope. His pupils dilated instantly upon recognizing the handwriting.
The letter contained only one line, 7 p.m., Tianqi Stadium.
Another. Chapter 50, Provocation. Tianqi Stadium. Today, a concert by a certain artist was underway inside. Outside, the area was already packed with people, so crowded you couldn't move an inch. Not far away, by the roadside, a black Mercedes swayed gently.
Inside, a girl's neck was bound by a thin rope. She reached out, desperately trying to grab passers-by near the car.
But the Mercedes soundproofing was excellent.
Her increasingly faint cries were drowned out by the chaotic noise outside. Her eyes gradually filled with blood, turning dark red, and her consciousness grew increasingly hazy. Just as she was about to lose consciousness, a cold blade pierced her chest. The girl fell completely still. A dark figure in the driver's seat licked its lips, relishing the thrill of the moment. The Mercedes window tint was specially made visible only from the inside, completely opaque from the outside. The bustling crowd outside only heightened the thrill of the murder. The shadow adjusted the girl's seat, laying her down. Slowly, the car began to move. But the shadow didn't drive off immediately, as if waiting for something.
Moments later,
a convoy of police cars raced toward the scene from the distance, only to be completely blocked by the dense crowd. The shadow flashed a maniacal grin, weaving the car past the police vehicles and heading toward Jiaoding Mountain. 2 hours later, Sun Haiba and his team returned to headquarters. Apart from a blood-stained bracelet and a torn pair of flesh-colored stockings found on the sanitation worker, they had uncovered nothing else. The chaotic crowd and disorder had rendered the surveillance footage at the scene useless.
Lin Xi, go fetch Fang Shuo.
I want him to help us simulate the killer's mindset. We're too reactive right now, constantly being led by the killer's nose.
We need to find a way to get ahead of him. Sun Haiba instructed Lin Xi. I already told him on the way.
He should be arriving soon. Lin Xi replied from the side.
Ha? He's being so straightforward? You'd better be nice to him.
After all, we're the ones needing his help.
Sun Haiba was puzzled. Forget about him. Just have him handle things from now on. He's got nothing better to do anyway.
Besides, he actually enjoys helping out.
Lin Xi said nonchalantly.
The entire Criminal Investigation Division exchanged glances and shook their heads in unison. Judging by Lin Xi's tone, it seemed their police beauty had been charmed.
And the girl didn't even realize it. Who could be summoned at a moment's notice? How could she possibly be so indifferent?
That silly girl. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Fang Shuo walked in.
Hey, Fang Shuo. We need your help right now. You couldn't have come at a better time. Take a look at this first. As soon as Fang Shuo entered, Sun Haiba didn't bother with pleasantries and handed him the letter.
Fang Shuo was completely baffled, and the news in the letter startled him.
He instinctively glanced at his phone. It was nearly 9:30. Did the killer send this? So that means it's already. Fang Shuo asked. Sun Haiba nodded solemnly.
By the time we received this letter, it was already nearly 6 o'clock. It was Friday, rush hour, and the traffic was gridlocked. There was also a concert at the stadium. We searched for ages but only found these 2 items.
Preliminary findings suggest another murder has occurred. Sun Haiba handed the 2 items to Fang Shuo. Does this letter contain any clues? Fang Shuo asked. No fingerprints on the entire letter.
The text was printed, so no clues there. However, several fingerprints were found on the envelope. They're currently being run through the database for comparison. According to Uncle Wang's recollection, the person who delivered the letter was the same courier who'd been handling our deliveries.
Checking the shipping label, the sender is a sophomore at Tianhai Medical College named Zheng Huiwen.
Sun Haiba said, displaying a photo on the large screen.
We checked with the university. Zheng Huiwen is missing.
According to her roommate, she mentioned earlier today that she was going to see Lin Xi's concert and wouldn't be returning tonight. From what we understand, Zheng Huiwen also worked part-time jobs outside campus. The blood sample analysis results aren't back yet, but it's highly likely to be Zheng Huiwen. The top priority now is to locate this individual, whether alive or dead.
Every second counts.
Sun Haiba spoke slowly.
Fang Shuo looked at the documents before him and closed his eyes slightly. There was no doubt about it. This killer was incredibly arrogant, actually sending the police the time and location of the crime. If it were me, to truly provoke the police, I'd need to succeed first.
And if I were truly intent on provocation, choosing a bustling downtown area during a concert was undoubtedly meant to cause greater panic and mock the police's incompetence. Therefore, the most effective approach would be to kill someone right in front of the police and then walk away unscathed. With so many people at the concert venue, finding a spot to kill someone and then calmly walking away might not be that difficult. But clearly, that didn't happen. This suggests the killer was all bark and no bite. But why go to such elaborate lengths for this? The blood-stained stockings and bracelet. The bloodstains confirmed the killer succeeded. Therefore, they must have intended to mock the police. And why carry the body away? Wait. Fang Shuo's eyes snapped open. Jiating Mountain. Fang Shuo exclaimed to Sun Haiba and the others. What? Sun Haiba froze in surprise. The body is likely at Jiating Mountain. The place where that body was buried. Fang Shuo said to Sun Haiba. Well, the police have already cordoned off the scene today, and we've identified that location. I doubt they'd attempt it again, right? Sun Haiba froze. The reason the killer chose the stadium wasn't a feint, it was deliberate. He has a defiant streak, but don't forget he could have committed the crime inside the car. It's still quite chilly at this hour. Those stockings are sheer, it would be impossible to remove them outdoors unless in a warmer place like a car. So the killer must have taken Zheng Huiwen to the vicinity of the stadium, killed her at 7 o'clock, and by the time you arrived, he was calmly burying the body on Jiating Mountain. This way, he lured the police away, provoking them to satisfy his arrogance while ensuring no police attention was focused on Jiating Mountain. Burying the body in a location already known to the police is an act of defiance no less brazen than committing murder in plain sight. Fang Shuo spoke slowly. Chapter 51, Traces of Evidence. You lot, take men and go immediately. Sun Haiba hurriedly ordered his subordinates. Fang Shuo, how did you guess the killer would bury bodies at Jiating Mountain again? Sun Haiba asked Fang Shuo. I believe that beyond wanting to complete his provocation against the police, the fact that he buried so many bodies on Jiating Mountain before suggests it must hold some special significance for him. From a criminal psychology perspective, he probably won't change his tactics easily. The killer is intelligent and will exploit blind spots in police thinking. Lin Xi analyzed from the side. You kid, if you ever turned to crime, you'd be a real handful. Not bad. Sun Haiba patted Fang Shuo on the shoulder, then turned to give Lin Xi a meaningful look. What's so lucky about that? Fang Shuo rolled his eyes. Lin Xi, however, understood the meaning behind Sun Haiba's gaze. She lowered her head to organize her documents, choosing not to respond. An hour later, Sun Haiba received a call from his team members. Zheng Huiwen's body had indeed been discovered on Jiating Mountain, but there was no sign of the killer. Tianhai City Criminal Investigation Division Conference Room. After dropping Fang Shuo back at school, Lin Xi rushed back to the station. Captain, forensic analysis confirms the envelope's fingerprints match Zheng Huiwen's. We can definitively state that letter was mailed by Zheng Huiwen herself. A police officer addressed the group. That bastard. Sun Haiba was furious. The killer had the victim mail a letter detailing the time and location of their own death to the police before taking the body away. This wasn't just arrogance, it was pure audacity. Lin Xi, you're in charge of investigating the victim's social connections. See if there's any way to find guests linked to the victim. Wang Hai, you check surveillance near Jiating Mountain.
If the killer could transport the body so quickly, they must have had a vehicle. Chen, contact the anti-prostitution task force near the universities. If this killer started 3 years ago, they're a repeat offender. See if you can find any leads.
Hua Xiaonan, coordinate with the local police stations around Jiaoding Mountain.
Interview people in the vicinity to see if there are any leads on the killer. Get moving immediately. Sun Haiba barked out the orders to the team. Tianhai University of Science and Technology.
A girl in a miniskirt walked toward the exit, her chestnut hair cascading over her shoulders. She wore a pink blouse that stretched taut across her chest, paired with the miniskirt, black tights, and sneakers. Everywhere she went, she drew the admiring stares of every male student. But to this girl, it seemed as if she was oblivious. Having glimpsed another world, these penniless boys could scarcely capture her interest anymore. Of course. Except for their robust, tireless physiques. That was something those middle-aged men, hollowed out by drink and women, could never match. The girl walked out of the school gate, dialed a phone number. Then she walked toward the roadside. A Ferrari was parked by the roadside. With a delighted surprise, she opened the door to find a handsome young man seated inside. "Handsome, is this your car?" she asked in a sweet, flirtatious tone. "Yeah, I got tired of the old one, so I just got a new one. Hop in." The handsome young man invited the girl. Where are we going?" The girl's face flushed with shy timidity. If those guys from earlier saw this aloof goddess student acting so fawning, they'd probably spit blood. "Didn't we agree I'd take you shopping? Let's go," the young man said with a smile. "Really?" The girl couldn't quite believe it. "Yeah, but first, go mail something for me," the young man said, pulling a document envelope from nearby. The girl took it and glanced at the mailing address, startled. "Are you a cop?" The girl took a couple of cautious steps back. Police? Do cops drive cars like this?" The young man sneered contemptuously. "Oh, I suppose so." The girl visibly relaxed, took the document folder, and walked toward the nearby station. She returned shortly after. "Let's go." "Where do you want to go?" The young man glanced at the girl's empty hands and smiled faintly. "Hey, handsome. I actually have my eye on a bag. It's right over in Ginza. If you buy it for me, I'll do anything you want." The girl gently hooked her arm through his. "Oh? Willing to do anything?" The young man gently lowered her hand. She understood the hint and lowered her head. The Ferrari roared to life and sped toward the city center. Tianhai City Public Security Bureau. In the large conference room, all members of the Criminal Investigation Division were seated. Near the door sat Chief Lin and a deputy chief in charge of criminal investigation. Though present, they occupied observer seats. This alone underscored the gravity they placed on the case. This case not only involved multiple fatalities spanning several years, but more critically, it featured acts of defiance against the police, a development that had shocked even Chief Lin and his team. Upon hearing of such audacity, higher-ups were furious and ordered the case solved within a strict deadline. Meanwhile, Lin Xi had received no updates from the other two fronts. "We've made some progress on our end. We've combed through nearly half a month's worth of vehicle records in Jiaoding Mountain. Considering bodies are typically dumped at night, we've focused our screening exclusively on evening hours." Wang Hai explained. "I recall Jiaoding Mountain is a park. Do people drive up there at night?" The deputy chief in charge of criminal investigation asked from the side. "We initially assumed so too, but there are numerous charging stations on Jiaoding Mountain. They were part of a regional support project initiative. To attract traffic, many people drive up the mountain at night to charge their vehicles. Since it's fast charging and the parking lot charges fees, even at night, many locals drive up to charge their vehicles. There's significant traffic coming and going. Considering the burial site was on the mountain, the vehicle must have driven up. We discovered tire tracks and, based on the timing, identified a specific vehicle," Wang Hai said as he produced a photograph. From the appearance, it should be a Mercedes sedan, but the lighting was dim, and the license plate was unclear. "We followed this lead and located the Mercedes at an intersection outside the city. We followed it all the way, but lost track when it passed through an old neighborhood. The killer was very cautious. However, by cross-referencing photos from several intersections, we identified the vehicle's license plate number," Wang Hai said slowly. Chapter 52, At All Costs. Hearing Wang Hai's words, everyone perked up. Knowing the license plate number meant they had effectively identified the suspect. However, when we contacted the owner, they claimed the license plate was lost. "There was indeed a police report filed, but we've received no updates since," Wang Hai said with a hint of frustration. "Looks like the killer's pretty cunning knows we'd be checking surveillance footage." Sun Haiba frowned as he spoke. "Let me say a few words." Seeing the gloomy expressions on everyone's faces, the deputy chief slowly stood up. "This case reveals a killer of extreme arrogance, a direct provocation to the Tianhai City Police Department. You needn't worry about the pressure from above. Director Lin and I will handle it. Focus all your efforts on finding this killer. Remember this, the killer's challenge is nothing but a pathetic farce. Don't let it distract you."
Your duty is to give justice to the victims and to the people of Tianhai City, the deputy chief declared. Yes, sir. The team responded in unison. I will personally oversee this case. I swear on my honor here, if we don't catch this bastard within 3 days, I'll resign as chief on the spot. At that moment, Director Lin, who had been seated nearby, also stood up. Hearing Director Lin's words, Sun Haiba and the others perked up. Earlier, when Director Lin and Deputy Director Chen had taken seats at the entrance, they had already made their stance clear. While personally overseeing the case, they wouldn't interfere excessively. As for resources, they could likely be mobilized freely. Effective immediately, all personnel cancel their leave. Additionally, draw personnel from every police station and utilize every available resource to crack this case as quickly as possible. Find that person at any cost. Commissioner Lin declared coldly. Shuemu University. Since the last basketball game, things had started to pick up around Fang Shuo. People dared to sit next to him in class, and during meals, others even joined his table. There was even a bespectacled girl who asked for his contact information. Fang Shuo declined quite politely. Seeing the girl's disappointed expression, Fang Shuo felt helpless. Girl, it's not that you're not good enough, it's just that once you've seen the ocean, no other water compares. Cuteness pales in comparison to sex appeal. Glasses fetish or black stockings and beautiful legs? No contest, the latter wins hands down. But speaking of which, since Lin Xi last called him to the police station, he hadn't heard from her again. It had been several days now. He had no idea how things were going now. He considered sending her a message to ask, but couldn't think of a good reason offhand. Just then, Lin Xi's call came through. Fang Shuo instantly broke into a grin. What's up, Officer Lin? You didn't miss me already, did you? Fang Shuo teased. Cut the crap. Meet me at the school gate in 10 minutes. Lin Xi's urgent voice came through the phone. Huh? Should I bring my ID? Before Fang Shuo could finish asking, Lin Xi hung up. Fang Shuo was left speechless. But he didn't dare delay, quickly slipping out of the dorm. Before long, he spotted the car Lin Xi had driven earlier speeding toward him. What's the rush? Fang Shuo wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. If Lin Xi hadn't slammed on the brakes just now, he'd probably be in the hospital. It's still the same case. You'll find out once we get there. Lin Xi drove like the wind, rushing Fang Shuo back to the police station. We don't have a single lead right now, Lin Xi explained as they arrived. We need you to simulate the killer's general physical characteristics to help narrow down our search. Lin Xi explained as they went. Alright, I'll do my best. Fang Shuo nodded. What do you need? Lin Xi asked Fang Shuo. I need all the case files, crime scene photos, investigation reports, and autopsy photos. If possible, I'd like to see the body myself. Fang Shuo paused before speaking. For that, I'll need to submit a request to higher-ups. Lin Xi said slowly. No need. I've already approved it. At that moment, the deputy director in charge of criminal investigations walked in, followed by Director Lin. You must be Fang Shuo? Young and promising. I've heard about you for quite some time. This case will be demanding, but I know you're up for it. Deputy Director Chen said, patting Fang Shuo on the shoulder. Fang Shuo hadn't expected such courtesy from this man. No problem. It's my duty. Fang Shuo nodded. Watching the two senior officials walk away, Fang Shuo felt puzzled. He couldn't understand why these high-ranking leaders were being so courteous and placing such importance on him. Deputy Director Chen is exceptionally capable, especially in solving cases. I hear he was sent here by the Provincial Bureau for training and will eventually return there. He was once a student of the legendary detective Fang Lao, which explains why he's being so courteous to you. Lin Xi understood the underlying reasons. This time, the police were sparing no effort to crack the case, and it was Deputy Director Chen who had proactively suggested bringing Fang Shuo on board. Perhaps it was because he had witnessed Master Fang's investigative prowess before, or perhaps he wanted to commemorate something through Fang Shuo. Either way, he had strongly recommended him. Alright, but your dad, why does he keep giving me weird looks? Fang Shuo stood up. Him? Don't worry about him. Come on, I'll take you to the forensic team. Lin Xi pursed her lips without elaborating, leading Fang Shuo out. Inside the autopsy room. 4 bodies lay there. Even with Fang Shuo's nerves of steel, the sight of these bodies made him feel sick. 2 of them, in particular, had decomposed beyond recognition. After reviewing all the files and reports, Fang Shuo had gained an understanding of the murder sequence. But the available information was still too sparse. He could only speculate based on the motive and the killer's state of mind during the crime. Fang Shuo circled the 2 most recent corpses. Clear strangulation marks and whip scars were visible on the bodies. As he examined them, he mentally replayed the actions that must have occurred. He was waiting. He needed to commit these details to memory before the throbbing headache returned. Just as he scrutinized one particular wound, the agony surged through his mind once more. Why did I kill them? And why did I torture them so before killing them? Fang Shuo asked himself over and over. Was it just a perverted outlet? No.
The nature of these wounds was wrong.
The frequency was wrong too. Is it hatred or perhaps revenge? Yes. Fang Shuo's eyes snapped open.
Meanwhile, Lin Xi, having learned from her previous experience, had already retreated to a safe distance. Fang Shuo, however, had fully immersed himself in the role of the killer.
I hate. Why? My girlfriend does this kind of work too? Yes. She already has me, so why does she still do this? Is it for the money? Exactly. It's money. I don't have money, so I have to do this kind of thing, but does that mean there's no love? Women like this are the worst. I'll kill her. Kill them all.
These women are all quite tall. Conquering them would create a striking contrast, proving I'm not very tall myself.
Not very tall indeed. How could I kill them easily? No drugs or electric shocks.
During that moment, I hid a knife under the pillow and stabbed them directly. Judging by the wound pattern, the knife was thrust upward with a right-handed grip.
But that doesn't add up.
According to the coroner's report, the blood loss wasn't excessive, meaning it wasn't done during the act.
It must have been somewhere they couldn't move freely? Or perhaps a confined space. Right. Inside the car. Just like last time, the circumstances were likely similar. Fang Shuo suddenly understood. Chapter 53, Luring the Tiger Away from the Mountain. Inside the car would be convenient.
I just need to lure them out for a rendezvous. The confined space offers plenty of hiding spots for weapons. I could strike when they least expect it.
But that wouldn't count as torture.
Fang Shuo stared intently at the wounds before him, yet for some reason, he felt no pleasure. The usual thrill he felt in such situations wasn't present. No, to truly abuse them and make them submit, I needed money.
Right. These women took these jobs for the money.
As long as I paid them, they'd comply with any demand. It seemed he was quite wealthy, but where did this hatred come from?
Could it be that my girlfriend was caught doing side jobs? But that doesn't make sense either. If I have money, my girlfriend shouldn't be short on cash. Where did this discrepancy come from? Fang Shuo felt a pang of anguish, as if trapped in an inescapable knot.
Gritting his teeth against the pain, he examined the body.
These wounds weren't signs of sexual violence, but rather, a kind of frustration at someone's failure to live up to expectations? Yes, disappointment in a child's failure to live up to expectations, that's exactly it. It was the kind of resentment parents felt toward their children. Then it probably wasn't his girlfriend. I probably wasn't a student, but older. Did I have children? It didn't matter. It could have come from a relative.
The pain slowly receded, and Fang Shuo collapsed onto the floor, utterly drained.
How are you feeling?
Lin Xi hurriedly helped him up.
I can't make sense of it. There's one thing I can't figure out. Fang Shuo rubbed his temples lightly. What part?
Lin Xi looked slightly surprised. My current theory is that the killer isn't very tall, has a rather slender build, and is probably around 40 years old.
The crime likely took place inside a vehicle.
I'm not entirely sure about the source of his hatred toward women. It likely stems from someone close to him, perhaps a child, a sister, or even his mother. I lean more toward the former, but I sense a certain fragmentation in the origin of this hatred.
Fang Shuo spoke slowly. I understand what you mean. I recall criminal psychology theories suggesting many serial killers erupt from childhood trauma at this very moment.
Lin Xi chimed in from the side. After the last mention of serial killers, Lin Xi had gone back to review some introductory material on criminal psychology.
A common thread among them was experiencing tragic events or abuse during childhood. What did you say? Childhood? Yes. Why didn't I think of that? Family circumstances can change.
The killer likely grew up in poverty, but as an adult, their family situation improved. They might even be considered successful.
Fang Shuo listened to Lin Xi's words and suddenly understood.
The earlier sense of dissonance vanished. So the killer is a man around 40, relatively thin, who grew up in poverty and endured hardship. Now he's likely a successful individual, possibly with a child in college.
Lin Xi summarized. Exactly.
One more thing, since the killer has been dumping bodies in Jiaoding Mountain recently, it's highly likely he lived near there as a child.
We can investigate from that angle. Fang Shuo nodded. Alright, I'll inform the captain and the others immediately.
Just as the two were about to leave, Sun Haiba rushed in ahead of them.
What's the status of your findings? Hurry up. The killer sent another letter. Sun Haiba hurriedly addressed the two. What? Fang Shuo and Lin Xi were both startled. This time it's in Tiantong town outside the city. It's quite a distance away, so we'll dispatch officers immediately. Sun Haiba spoke as he prepared to leave. Captain Sun, wait a moment. Fang Shuo quickly grabbed Sun Haiba's arm. What are you doing? Time is extremely critical right now. If we delay any longer, the victim might not survive. Held back by Fang Shuo, Sun Haiba was clearly annoyed.
Based on my earlier simulation and analysis, the killer committed the crime inside the car.
So that location, though the crime scene, won't yield much useful information.
It's likely the killer's diversion tactic.
The killer deliberately gave us the time and location seemingly to provoke us, but in reality, it buys them significant time afterward. They likely used that time to dispose of the body. I suggest we set up an ambush directly at Jiating Mountain. The killer will likely return there today to bury the body. Fang Shuo said to Sun Haiba. The killer murdered someone in the car? Are you sure? Sun Haiba asked in shock. Fang Shuo then recounted the reasoning process from earlier. Though Sun Haiba trusted Fang Shuo's simulation, he still struggled to follow. But the victim might not even be dead yet. Sun Haiba exclaimed angrily. Since the killer chose that location, they must have known you couldn't make it in time. The killer used express delivery and likely obtained the girl's phone, which contained the delivery confirmation message. Once you signed for it, I suspect the girl had already been killed. Fang Shuo shook his head. Damn it! Sun Haiba cursed under his breath. Listening to Fang Shuo's analysis, he gradually calmed down. That's exactly how it is. It takes them over 2 hours to get there, plenty of time to accomplish a lot. Even so, we can't abandon the pursuit entirely. I'll send one squad to that location while the rest ambush at Jiating Mountain. We must capture that bastard today. Sun Haiba stormed out in a rage. At that moment, on a rural road in Tiantong town, a black Mercedes pulled over to the roadside, nearly blending into the rural path in the night. But the nearby village was asleep, and few people passed by at this hour. With no streetlights around, the area was pitch black. The Mercedes swayed gently but soon came to a halt. Inside the car were a man and a woman. The earlier swaying wasn't caused by the couple engaging in physical activity, but by the woman's struggle. Now the woman was dead. A seatbelt was wrapped around her neck. A knife was still lodged in her chest. Heh, you idiots. Come on then. The dark figure in the driver's seat flashed a chilling grin, stripped the blood-soaked clothes from the woman's body, and tossed them onto the ground. He started the car and drove toward the city. Chapter 54, Caught Red-Handed. It was now deep into the night. The area around Jiating Mountain was eerily quiet. At the mid-slope parking lot, the charging stations were all lit up. I'm ready. Same time tomorrow? One person, unplugging the cable, said to another waiting nearby. Around that time. I usually stop taking orders when it gets close. The platform's fees are too high now. It's just not worth it anymore. If it weren't for the cheap charging here, I'd have given up already. The driver handed the other man a cigarette. You're telling me charging at home used to cost an arm and a leg. These crappy batteries aren't holding up either. Wish I'd just gotten a gas guzzler instead. Let's go. After saying that, the man got into his car and drove off. Just as he started driving down the mountain, he nearly collided with another car. Damn it. Can't you turn on your lights in the dark? Damn it, it's a Mercedes. Probably got some chick in there for a quickie up the mountain. The man muttered a few sour curses before driving off. At that moment, inside the Mercedes, a figure rolled down the window. Jiating Mountain at night carried a hint of dampness. The night breeze carried away the thick scent of blood lingering inside the car. Looks like this car's no good anymore. It's soaked in blood. Guess I'll have to buy another one. The dark figure shook his head. Driving up the mountain, he found an inconspicuous spot to park the car and carried the woman out. 1, 2, 3, this way. The shadow counted the railings beside the trash bins as he walked deeper into the woods. But after just a few steps, he seemed to sense something and abruptly stopped, scanning his surroundings. The forest felt unnervingly quiet today. The shadow hesitated briefly, tossing the body from his shoulder onto the ground. Just as he turned to leave, countless flashlights suddenly illuminated the area from all directions, converging on the shadowy figure. Enveloped by the encircling beams of light, the shadow's true form was revealed to everyone. Take it back. Sun Haiba stared at the shadowy figure illuminated by the flashlights, then glanced at the corpse beside it. A surge of anger mixed with immense relief welled up from the depths of his heart. Thanks to Fang Shuo. Tianhai City Public Security Bureau interrogation room. Brightly lit. This time, they had caught the killer red-handed, and everyone was thrilled. Contrary to Sun Haiba and the others' expectations, the interrogation proceeded unusually smoothly. The killer detailed the entire crime process from the method of killing to the specifics and timing of the crime with remarkable clarity, even pinpointing the exact minute. He confessed to all his crimes, though interspersed with fragments of foreign languages and incomprehensible gibberish, making it seem somewhat bizarre. But ultimately, the case could be closed smoothly. Finally. I never imagined it would go so smoothly. Yeah, I thought this cunning killer would deny everything. What could he possibly deny? We caught him at the scene, with the body right beside him. There's no way he could deny it even if he wanted to. You're right. He described the crime in such detail there's no way he could have gotten it wrong. I never expected the killer to be this kind of person. It's not quite what Fang Shuo mentioned earlier. Keep your voice down. Fang Shuo meant well. Alright. Now we can finally get a few days rest. Damn it, this bastard actually fell asleep in the holding cell. A group of police officers murmured among themselves. Captain Sun, the autopsy is complete. This case seems a bit unusual.
At that moment, Old Chin the coroner approached Sun Haiba with the autopsy report.
Different? How is it different?
Sun Haiba, who had been writing the case report, looked up in surprise. Previously, the victims were killed with a single fatal stab directly to the heart.
However, since 2 of the bodies were decomposed, we couldn't determine the knife's trajectory.
But judging by the bone abrasions, it was most likely the right hand.
But in these last 2 cases, it was the left hand.
Forensic pathologist Old Chin said slowly.
Left hand? Are you certain? Sun Haiba frowned and asked.
The most recent ones are definite, but earlier ones are harder to say. The pressure points and cross-section of the blade are determined by examining the skin texture, but the earlier bodies were all decomposed. Old Chin shook his head.
Old Chin, this is a cunning killer.
If we hadn't set up an ambush in advance, he would have gotten away again this time. This individual has laid numerous red herrings for us. I suspect it might be because the burial site was exposed, prompting him to deliberately alter his modus operandi to make us believe it's an imitation crime. Now that the killer has confessed and all the details match up, it should be solid.
Sun Haiba pondered for a moment before speaking.
That does make sense.
I'm just the medical examiner. The final conclusions are up to you guys.
Old Chin chuckled and set the autopsy report aside. Fang Shuo, who had been listening nearby, hesitated for a moment before approaching Sun Haiba.
Captain Sun, I still find this a bit odd. Didn't this guy confess a little too easily?
And based on my previous simulations, it's completely different. The reason that person harmed those women, all college students working part-time jobs, was likely because he suffered some kind of setback in that area, which is why he became so obsessed. Plus, his childhood family background probably wasn't great, and he likely had a more reclusive personality. But this current killer comes from a very wealthy family. The contrast is too stark.
Fang Shuo addressed Sun Haiba. This killer was a true second-generation rich kid from birth.
His family ran an overseas trade business, and his parents showered him with money since childhood.
He was also tall and handsome.
The person Fang Shuo had in mind wasn't like this. Yet he was the murderer.
After apprehending the killer, Fang Shuo had begun to doubt himself. Hearing the coroner's words just now finally gave him the courage to stand up. Fang Shuo, it's all thanks to you this time.
That's why we caught him off guard. It was a complete surprise to the killer too.
When we apprehended him, the body was right there beside him.
There was no way to deny it. He had no room for excuses. As for your earlier analysis of the killer's profile, I still trust your judgment.
But making an occasional mistake is only human. Don't dwell on it too much.
After all, we didn't have an actual crime scene or sufficient evidence this time. Errors in your simulation were inevitable.
Sun Haiba smiled at Fang Shuo as he spoke. Chapter 55, Recanting. That's right, Fang Shuo. Don't let this setback discourage you.
All your previous cases were successful.
Exactly. We all believe in you. Wasn't it thanks to your reminder that we made such smooth progress this time? Come by more often when you have time. Or why not just sign up as an intern consultant?
A group of police officers gathered around.
Seeing everyone's reactions, Fang Shuo felt a wave of emotion. Well, I'll be heading out now. Sorry I couldn't be of more help. Fang Shuo nodded and stood up. Don't say that. You've been a huge help this time.
When we have our team dinner, you're definitely coming along, kid.
Hey, Lin Xi, you drive Fang Shuo back.
Sun Haiba patted Fang Shuo on the shoulder and said to Lin Xi. Lin Xi actually trusted Fang Shuo. Seeing his dejected expression, she didn't know how to comfort him. She trusted him, but she too was clueless about where the problem lay.
Alright, stop overthinking it. I believe in you. Next time there's a case, I'll need your help again.
Besides, the killer's been caught.
We can relax now. Go home and get some rest. I'll treat you to dinner another day.
Lin Xi got into the car first. Then I'll pick a nice restaurant.
Come to think of it, I've never been to a 5-star hotel before. Fang Shuo grinned as he slid into the passenger seat. Get lost.
Lin Xi playfully tapped Fang Shuo on the shoulder. Their playful banter eased the earlier tension considerably. Along the way, Lin Xi deliberately steered the conversation toward her grandmother's illness, and they chatted about other things for the rest of the ride.
As they neared Chuemu University, Lin Xi's phone rang.
She answered it and saw it was Sun Haiba.
What?
Hearing Sun Haiba's words, Lin Xi slammed on the brakes so hard that Fang Shuo's head slammed straight into the dashboard.
Whoa, holy crap. What's going on? Fang Shuo rubbed his head.
The suspect recanted his confession. Lin Xi dropped her phone in disbelief.
Huh? Fang Shuo was also taken aback. I'll head back immediately. You go back to school first.
Lin Xi said to Fang Shuo.
Alright, drive carefully. Fang Shuo hurriedly replied.
No sooner had he spoken than Lin Xi was already fading into the distance, her taillights swaying.
Fang Shuo took a deep breath. If his simulation hadn't been wrong, it seemed this case wasn't as straightforward as it appeared. Tianhai City Public Security Bureau. Outside the detention room. What's going on? Sun Haiba stormed over, fuming. Captain, this bastard slept the whole time after the interrogation. When he woke up, he started yelling he wanted to go out, saying everything he said before was made up. Two officers at the door explained helplessly. No sooner had they finished speaking than two officers emerged from inside. What's the situation? Sun Haiba demanded of the two officers. He claims everything he said earlier was from his dreams, things he imagined while asleep. He knows nothing, just made up a story. He also asked why we arrested him and is demanding to see a lawyer. One officer said, sounding somewhat exasperated. Bull. He was caught red-handed carrying a body on Jiading Mountain. What story is he talking about? Do you think we cops are pushovers? Sun Haiba cursed loudly. Captain, I told him too. But the guy was acting like a madman, babbling gibberish we couldn't understand, grinning like a maniac. The man beside him said. Damn it. Don't hold me back. I'm going in there and I'll give him a couple of punches today. Sun Haiba was about to charge inside. No. Captain, calm down. Don't make the same mistake as the third squad. Impulsiveness won't do. Two officers held Sun Haiba back with all their strength. I know. Let go of me. Lock this bastard up first. I'll see what tricks he can pull now. Sun Haiba broke free from their grip, panting heavily, and slammed his fist hard against the wall. Captain. Someone's here to see you. At that moment, a police officer walked in. Go away. Can't you see I'm busy? Sun Haiba waved him away impatiently. He claims to be a psychiatrist and says the killer was his patient. The officer said slowly. Patient? What kind of patient? A lunatic? Sun Haiba froze. Yes, that's exactly what the psychiatrist said. The visitor sounded helpless too. What? Sun Haiba's eyes widened. In the conference room. You mean his mental disorder is what they call insanity? That's utter nonsense. Sun Haiba stared at the man in the suit before him and spoke bluntly. As police officers, they understood exactly what the term mental illness implied. Captain Sun, I understand your point. To be honest, I didn't expect him to end up like this either. I have his report right here. The man handed over the report he was holding. I don't care about any report, and I don't care what kind of bird you are, you so-called psychologist. This man is the murderer. The evidence is irrefutable. He can't deny it. Submit him to the procuratorate immediately for a ruling. Sun Haiba said coldly. I didn't come here to defend him. He's just my patient, and I'm curious why he's become this way. I want to talk to him. Under these circumstances, even if we submit the case, it will still have some repercussions. The man ignored Sun Haiba's attitude and spoke slowly. Get out. Get out. Go back where you came from. Do you have any idea how many lives were lost? You think calling him mentally ill absolves you of responsibility? And you want to talk? What the hell do you think this place is? Even if he's a vegetable, he deserves the death penalty. Sun Haiba, furious and flustered, tried to kick the man out. But as he opened the door, Director Lin pushed his way inside. What's all this commotion? You're the criminal investigation team captain. How can you act so impulsively in front of your subordinates? Come with me to my office. Director Lin glared at Sun Haiba, only then noticing a man in a suit standing nearby. Who are you? Commissioner Lin looked puzzled. The nearby officer quickly stepped forward and explained the situation. Show me the report. This isn't where you should be. Please leave. Director Lin took the report from the man's hands and turned to walk out. Director's office. Commissioner, are we just ignoring him because he's mentally ill? He killed so many people. Now everyone claims to be mentally ill. What's the point of having police then? Sun Haiba spit flew from his mouth as he confronted Director Lin. He slammed the table and stomped on the chair. But across from him, Director Lin blew on the goji berries in his thermos, sipping occasionally, utterly unruffled. Finally, after Sun Haiba had talked himself hoarse, he sat down. All right, done venting? Director Lin slowly set down his thermos, observing his hot-tempered subordinate. Sun Haiba exhaled a long breath. Some things are fine to vent about in private, but is it appropriate to do so in front of so many people? And some of them are new recruits. What would they think hearing this? You're a law enforcement officer. You're supposed to act according to the law and evidence. Do I need to teach you that? Director Lin remarked coolly. Sun Haiba grumbled under his breath and turned his head away. The state enacts regulations for sound reasons. You can't dismiss national policies just because bad actors exploit loopholes. Haven't we seen enough cases where the law shows no mercy? If all police officers acted based on personal feelings, could you guarantee every officer would be a good one? Systems exist first and foremost to protect us officers. Submitting this case to the procuratorate would likely get it bounced back, leading to more bureaucratic wrangling. Commissioner Lin said slowly. I know that. So that's the end of this case? Sun Haiba felt a sense of reluctance. Chapter 56, Mental Evaluation. You're as stubborn as an ox. Just because someone says he's mentally ill makes it so? Does that mean their report is automatically accurate?
Since there's a possibility here, let's get this bastard a psychiatric evaluation. I'll pull in specialists from the provincial bureau.
If he's not mentally ill, send him straight to the procuratorate. If he really is sick, we'll deal with it then.
Director Lin picked up his thermos again. Seeing the sparse goji berries inside, he pulled out the entire bag from his drawer.
Right. Why didn't I think of that? The provincial bureau has experts too. Sun Haiba's eyes lit up. Give me a handful of your goji berries.
I've been pulling all-nighters lately, and my hair's falling out in clumps. Sun Haiba reached in and grabbed a handful of goji berries, stuffing them into his pocket. But eating too much of this stuff can make you overheated.
Remember, you're the captain. Everyone's watching you. Be careful with every word and action. Stop making me clean up your messes all the time.
Director Lin stood up, his face full of concern.
Got it, old man.
Sun Haiba slammed the door and stormed out.
Shuemu University. Fang Shuo and Lin Xi were walking side by side on campus. The case was overturned? Is that even possible? Fang Shuo frowned as Lin Xi recounted the case's unexpected turn. Yes, it couldn't be helped.
Long ago, when the judicial system was still underdeveloped, there were actually many cases of torture to extract confessions. Later, to standardize judicial procedures, certain regulations were established. Even if we submit the suspect to the procuratorate, if he recants his confession there, our police force will still be implicated. Lin Xi explained to Fang Shuo.
Actually, I thought it over carefully after returning that day.
I believe my reconstruction was entirely sound.
While some details might be fuzzy, the core elements are undeniably accurate. Do you think the killer could be someone else? Fang Shuo asked Lin Xi. Someone else? That can't be. After he was caught, his confession was consistent and precise. The evidence chain was complete. If he hadn't suddenly recanted, he'd probably already be submitted to the procuratorate. Even if someone ordered him to do it, it's unlikely. He's a rich kid with a comfortable life, why would he take the fall for someone else? That's a capital offense.
Lin Xi shook her head, finding Fang Shuo's idea rather absurd.
Yeah, I can't wrap my head around it either. Maybe I really am wrong. Fang Shuo shook his head too. But what if this guy is mentally unstable? What happens then? Does he just get off scot-free? Fang Shuo asked Lin Xi. Procedurally speaking, that's how it works. The person will be sent to a psychiatric hospital for observation. As for sentencing, that won't happen.
All we can do now is wait for the provincial department specialists to arrive.
Lin Xi nodded. That's great. Everyone says I'm crazy, can I apply for a certificate too?
Then whenever I see someone I don't like, I can just slap them across the face. I could be a subway judge and not break the law.
Fang Shuo shrugged self-deprecatingly. What are you thinking? It's not that simple. Everything needs to be certified.
Lin Xi tapped Fang Shuo's hand with the end of her chopsticks.
Pfft, those rich kids and officials' offspring, can't they just buy their way out? Fang Shuo scoffed dismissively.
Lin Xi was at a loss for words. There had been a similar case before. A rich kid hit someone with his car, got out without helping, then stabbed the victim to death. Somehow his family got him certified as mentally ill, so he avoided prison and ended up in a mental hospital. After a few months of maneuvering, he was released. Rumor had it he even raped a young girl while in the hospital before his family sent him abroad to live freely.
Sun Haiba had been furious over that case back then. By the way, if possible, you should visit the killer's home. Someone who commits so many crimes in succession must have some unique clues hidden there. If I could go, perhaps I'd be able to immerse myself in the case more effectively. Fang Shuo seemed to think of something.
I'll request that from the captain.
Never mind that. Come on, let's go. I'm treating you to dinner this time, it's on me.
Lin Xi said to Fang Shuo with a smile.
You're treating? Then why are we heading toward the cafeteria? Don't tell me you're planning to swipe my student card. Fang Shuo rolled his eyes.
Heh, it's not that the food outside isn't good, it's just that the school cafeteria offers better value for money.
I've been craving this for ages.
Lin Xi's eyes sparkled with excitement.
You're always freeloading off my meals. Is that really okay? We're not even officially together. Fang Shuo rolled his eyes. Put.
The captain said that last time you helped us catch Li Guixiong, the team specially approved a 200 yuan bonus. Swipe your card first, then I'll reimburse you. Lin Xi grinned.
Hold up, wait a minute. From what I'm hearing, that's my money. So you're treating, but I'm paying? No way, no way. Give me the money. We'll each get a bowl of noodles. I'll add an egg, a sausage, and a piece of tofu for you. The full loaded noodles, only 8 yuan. Fang Shuo's face lit up with anticipation. Nice try.
Lin Xi quickened her pace, dragging Fang Shuo toward the cafeteria.
3 days later. Director Lin had summoned a psychiatric expert from the provincial bureau. After evaluation, the killer was indeed diagnosed with psychosis.
Based on our analysis, this individual does indeed suffer from delusional disorder. Influenced by this condition, his substantive discernment and control capabilities were insufficient during the commission of the crime. In other words, he lacks criminal responsibility. The expert from the provincial bureau stated to Sun Haiba and the others. Bull. What do you mean, lacks criminal responsibility? So you're saying he's not guilty? What the hell kind of expert are you? What gives you the right to make that judgment? Do you even know this man? You ask a few questions and jump to conclusions? I don't believe it. Sun Haiba erupted in a torrent of curses. The other officers were equally stunned. The killer they'd worked so hard to catch, the man responsible for so many deaths, was suddenly absolved of all responsibility with a single label: mentally ill. Did all those people die for nothing? I understand your feelings completely, but based on our assessment, that's the conclusion. I respect the facts. The provincial bureau expert seemed accustomed to such situations, showing no irritation at Sun Haiba's attitude. I've studied this psychiatric evaluation process during my academic research. It's said to have been developed by researchers abroad. They compiled questions based on certain experiences, similar to today's big data. Then, by analyzing the direction of a person's responses, the questions gradually deepen, reducing the margin for error, thus reaching a conclusion. But I'm not entirely convinced by this approach. Lin Xi spoke up from the side, glancing at Sun Haiba before quickly adding. Yeah, I don't buy it either. What the hell kind of foreign theory is that? Absolutely not. Me neither. Screw those so-called experts. When your family gets killed, then you can go figure out if the killer was mentally ill. Several nearby officers gathered angrily around them. Chapter 57, The Killer's Secret. Shut up, all of you. Professor Liu, I apologize. The team's emotions are running high during this investigation. Please don't take their words to heart. At that moment, Chief Lin walked in. It's fine. This kind of reaction is understandable. These theories still lack practical application and haven't gained widespread acceptance domestically. Besides, they're all just focused on the case. I'm used to it. The forensic expert gave a somewhat resigned smile. Currently, their psychiatric assessments and psychological theories were borrowed from abroad. Even the most seasoned experts in the field were still in an exploratory phase, far from achieving mastery. Yet by applying these frameworks to current cases, they could grasp the fundamental traits of psychiatric patients. Conclusions rarely deviate significantly. Yet for frontline detectives, these conclusions were often difficult to accept. After personally escorting the expert out, Director Lin returned to the room. He did not reprimand anyone for their earlier reactions. He himself was unwilling to see such an outcome. I understand your feelings. I will seek another expert from the academic field for a second opinion. If there truly is evidence, this matter ends here. I do not wish to see reactions like those earlier again. Director Lin patted Sun Haiba on the shoulder and walked out. Captain, could this killer really be mentally ill? Does that mean none of his actions can be punished under the law? A police officer asked Wai Haiba. Based on their current assessment, even if we tried again, the result would likely be the same. Sun Haiba shook his head helplessly. If seeing the corpse beside the killer had filled Sun Haiba with overwhelming rage back then, now only helplessness remained. Another rich kid. This mental illness, this lack of accountability, is becoming a means to evade legal punishment. When did society stop viewing mental illness as a shame and instead start glorifying it? It's truly sickening. Everyone fell silent as they listened to Sun Haiba's words. The first time that rich kid killed someone after hitting them with his car, then used insanity as an excuse to reveal his past, people were just furious. But this was happening again, another brazen killer attempting to evade justice. Whether genuine or not, it was hard for anyone to accept. Captain, I want to go check the killer's home. There might be some clues. At that moment, recalling what Fang Shuo had told her, Lin Xi addressed Sun Haiba. Go ahead. Apply for a search warrant. We need to investigate. Don't let this case get to you. Oh, and bring Fang Shuo along if you go. He mentioned this to me last time too. Sun Haiba nodded. But judging by Sun Haiba's tone, he didn't hold much hope. The home of the murderer, Li Tianyu, was a spacious flat located in the city center. When Lin Xi and Fang Shuo presented their search warrant and had the dedicated butler unlock the door, they were rendered speechless by the sheer opulence of the interior. The entire suite covered over 500 square meters, with the living room alone spanning 200 square meters. It was filled with various priceless works of art. At first glance, it resembled a museum more than a place for living. The life of the wealthy really is so unpretentious, isn't it? Fang Shuo stared at the collection, his jaw dropping. Alright, enough with the banter. I'll look for any clues or leads. You figure out how to blend in as quickly as possible. Lin Xi instructed Fang Shuo as she began searching the room. Fang Shuo looked at the scene before him, trying to immerse himself, but he just couldn't. Everything here seems so out of place with him. Even if his parents spend most of their time abroad and he lives alone, it shouldn't be completely devoid of any signs of life, right? Fang Shuo watched from the side.
What do you mean?
Lin Xi peered over from the side.
It's like, it doesn't feel lived in at all. Are rich people's homes all like this? Being poor kinda limits my imagination. The decor here is kinda weird too. This living room doesn't even have a sofa. Where do they sit to watch TV normally? Wait, where's the TV? Fang Shuo scratched his head.
I heard TV and entertainment shows are just ways for rich people to waste our time.
Now I kinda believe it.
Lin Xi said with a smile. Though she came from a well-off family, she certainly couldn't afford such extravagant spending habits.
But I do know a bit about these things. These are some Nordic items, national symbols from different countries. Maybe his parents sent them over.
It's just that this tower looks a bit out of place.
Come take a look.
Lin Xi beckoned to Fang Shuo.
Fang Shuo stepped closer and immediately stopped Lin Xi, who was about to touch it.
From this angle, the dust on this tower looks off.
Fang Shuo pointed at it. Following Fang Shuo's direction, Lin Xi looked and indeed noticed that while all the other artifacts had a layer of dust on their surfaces, this pagoda was somewhat cleaner, even bearing fingerprints.
Had Fang Shuo not been viewing it against the light, the tower would have remained hidden in shadow.
Without touching the exhibits, one would never have noticed.
I spoke with the butler earlier. Their property management offers cleaning services, but this person has never used them.
Could it be because of this pagoda? Hey! What are you doing? These things are worth.
Lin Xi was mid-sentence when she saw Fang Shuo already reaching out to fiddle with the tower. She started to stop him, but the next scene left them both stunned.
As Fang Shuo rotated the tower, a hidden door suddenly appeared on the side. It seemed to lead into a secret chamber. Fang Shuo and Lin Xi exchanged a glance. Follow me. Fang Shuo pulled out his phone and activated the flashlight. Wait a moment, put on these gloves.
Lin Xi grabbed Fang Shuo's arm and handed him a glove.
There were likely clues inside. Fang Shuo stepped into the room first.
After fumbling along the wall to flip a switch, a small room came into view. The furnishings were quite simple. A bed, a desk, a laptop on the desk, along with numerous books and a large stack of documents.
Fang Shuo picked up a book and flipped through it, feeling a bit speechless.
These books were all in English. Although Fang Shuo had a strong command of the language, he could only understand parts of them. Many specialized terms remained incomprehensible, appearing in long strings throughout. Seems like books on psychology and the mind. Lin Xi, who was nearby, leaned in and said,
"The computer seems to be on standby. Let me take a look." Fang Shuo set the books down and walked over to the desk.
The computer had no password. Perhaps because it was in a secret room, the killer hadn't anticipated anyone finding their way here.
Aha! Baby, I'm dying.
The moment Fang Shuo opened the minimized webpage, waves of agonized female screams erupted from the computer.
Chapter 58, The Unexpected. What the hell are you doing?
Lin Xi, her face flushed crimson, gave Fang Shuo a sharp smack on the head. On the computer screen before Fang Shuo, an unspeakable scene unfolded between a man and a woman. Particularly jarring was the man's hand, clutching several peculiar props. The woman was wailing, her cries indistinguishable between pain and pleasure.
It wasn't me. It was like this when I opened it, that guy was watching it. Fang Shuo protested vehemently.
Lin Xi finally realized they were inside the murderer's secret room.
How disgusting. The killer really is a pervert watching this kind of thing.
Lin Xi flushed and glanced at it once before she couldn't bear to look any longer. Look at this research materials from psychiatric hospitals around the world. Many were downloaded from foreign websites, and some are in Chinese. Look at this document, Analysis of the Standard Basis for Psychiatric Evaluation.
Fang Shuo stared at the document on the desk with some surprise. Could it be that the killer anticipated a psychiatric evaluation all along? Lin Xi was visibly shocked. It seems so.
These documents contain numerous methods and procedures for psychiatric evaluations, along with all these supplementary materials. If reviewed beforehand, they could be used to steer the conclusions in a specific direction.
He's not mentally ill at all, he's faking it. Fang Shuo nodded in agreement. Lin Xi was stunned and quickly pulled out her phone. At that moment, inside the Tianhai Municipal Public Security Bureau, Sun Haiba and his team frowned as they listened to the second expert's assessment. The result was disappointing. Following the second evaluation, Li Tanyu was indeed diagnosed with mental illness.
Even if they refused to accept this conclusion, Sun Haiba and his team had no choice but to acknowledge it.
"Thank you for your hard work," Sun Haiba said to the expert before rising and walking out.
For the first time, he felt his resolve waver regarding the mission he carried. After years as a detective, he had seen all manner of murderers and horrific crimes.
Yet ultimately, they all fell into three categories.
The second type were those devoid of humanity, murderers driven by passion, brutality, greed, or lust.
For these individuals, justice was meted out with utter ruthlessness, fueled by unbridled fury.
The third type consists of the wealthy and powerful.
With these individuals, there is anger, helplessness, disappointment, and pressure. Yet the outcome is often unexpected.
The former captain of the criminal investigation team, unable to withstand the pressure from above, chose to cover things up and ended up behind bars. Sun Haiba's promotion by Chief Lin wasn't solely due to his investigative prowess, but largely because of his relentless pursuit of justice. Sun Haiba's explosive temper has caused many powerful offenders to meet their downfall at his hands. But this case left Sun Haiba deeply questioning his own actions. Ring ring. Just then, Sun Haiba's phone rang. He pulled it out to see it was Lin Xi. Sun Haiba suddenly remembered he hadn't seen Lin Xi all day and answered the call. After hearing just a few words, Sun Haiba sprang to his feet. He broke into a run toward the detention room. "Captain, calm down. Don't do anything rash. Quick, quick, someone come and stop him." A group of officers had just seen the experts off when they spotted Sun Haiba charging toward the detention room. They rushed over and grabbed him. "Let go of me, damn it. I'm not trying to hurt anyone. He's faking it. He tricked those experts." Sun Haiba shouted loudly, trying to push the crowd back, but the police paid no heed to what he said. They had no desire to see a repeat of what had happened in the 3rd Brigade not long ago. Just then, a sound of something crashing to the floor echoed from inside the detention cell. Sun Haiba and the others froze, then rushed to the detention room to look inside. "Oh no! Call an ambulance!" As Sun Haiba took in the scene inside the detention room, his heart sank completely. Inside the detention cell, the murderer had forcibly dislocated his wrist joint, breaking free from the handcuffs. His head slammed against the corner of the table, and he collapsed lifelessly onto the floor. Moments later, several doctors emerged from the detention cell, shaking their heads. "He's dead. He hit his temple directly," the doctor informed Sun Haiba. Hearing the doctor's words, Sun Haiba's mind went blank. The murderer was dead. Although no one at the police station had acted negligently, the fact remained that the person had died in the holding cell, and responsibility could not be avoided. However, everyone was relieved they hadn't had direct physical contact with the deceased and had restrained Sun Haiba, otherwise, it would have been impossible to explain. Everyone paused their work, waiting for higher-ups to arrive for investigation and judgment. It's truly baffling. Even if he heard we knew he was faking illness, it would have been difficult to discern. Why would he kill himself? Could it be he deliberately caused trouble for us, wanting to take us down with him? Lin Xi couldn't make sense of it. Everyone else felt equally disheartened. "Alright, everyone, pull yourselves together. This incident is primarily my responsibility, it has nothing to do with you. I was negligent." Since Fang Shuo and Lin Xi uncovered that person's situation, this case is definitely more complex than we imagined. We must continue investigating. Fang Shuo, I'm sorry about what happened earlier. If I'd trusted you more and valued your insights, perhaps things wouldn't have ended this way. Sun Haiba addressed Fang Shuo. "Captain Sun, it's nothing. I suspect that person rushed to commit suicide precisely to force a swift closure of the case. After all, he'd already confessed everything, and the evidence chain was complete. Once he was dead, whether he was mentally ill or not became irrelevant. Dying in custody not only wraps up the case neatly but also drags everyone involved down with him. I reckon that's the end of it. But this precisely indicates someone is pulling the strings behind the killer. From the very start of my simulations, I sensed the killer wasn't like this. So I think the real culprit might be someone else entirely." Fang Shuo addressed the group. "Yes, I've come to realize that too. That's why I need to ask you for a favor." Sun Haiba turned to look at Fang Shuo. "Ask me for a favor?" Fang Shuo was puzzled. "Exactly. We're both implicated in this case. After all, we were both outside when that person died. It was Lin Xi who went out with you, so she wasn't affected. But before that, Lin Xi had probably met with that person too, so it's not convenient for her. You're the only one I can think of. Though it might interfere with your classes." Sun Haiba said to Fang Shuo with a solemn tone. "Classes aren't really an issue. But Captain Sun, what exactly do you want me to do?" Fang Shuo asked, somewhat puzzled. "Investigate someone for us. I suspect he might be the real killer." Sun Haiba said slowly. "The real killer? Who is it?" Fang Shuo froze. "Zhao Jie, the deceased psychologist." Sun Haiba pulled out a stack of documents and handed them to Fang Shuo. On top lay a photograph of a man. Chapter 59, A Trusted Commission. Fang Shuo took it and saw a photograph of a slender middle-aged man. His attire and demeanor gave off an academic air. "Captain Sun, you suspect him?" Fang Shuo had never met this psychologist personally, only heard about him from Lin Xi. Right after the killer was apprehended, this psychologist had arrived, declaring the suspect mentally unstable and requesting a meeting with him. Yes. When this person arrived, our primary focus was on whether the killer was mentally unstable. We didn't think much beyond that. But after what just happened, I started reflecting on the earlier situation. The moment we apprehended the killer, that man came running at the sound of it. That means he'd been monitoring the killer's situation all along. Moreover, the entire psychopath theory was entirely guided by this individual. Combined with the killer's build you simulated earlier and the discrepancies pointed out by forensic old Chin, the image of that psychiatrist immediately popped into my mind. It matches exactly what you described. Sun Haiba said to Fang Shuo with a hint of frustration. Then, why didn't we arrest him directly? Fang Shuo was puzzled. You know this guy is incredibly cunning and intelligent. The fact he dared to strut into our police station shows his mental fortitude is far from ordinary, not to mention he's a psychiatrist himself. Acting rashly could alert him and scare the snake out of the grass. Besides, we only have suspicions right now, no concrete evidence. So I want you to start by gathering intelligence on him. Use your simulation skills to assess him. When dealing with someone like this, the more we know, the more private and in-depth the information, the more leverage we have. I'm confident your expertise will uncover crucial insights. Sun Haiba explained to Fang Shuo. I see. Got it. Fang Shuo nodded. It was the first time someone had placed such trust in him and entrusted him with such an important task. After leaving the police station, Fang Shuo first went to the school to take leave before heading to Lin Xi's car. All the information you asked me to look into is right here. I never would have guessed this Zhao Jie is quite the character. While he runs a psychological clinic, he also serves as a visiting professor at several universities, teaching psychology courses. Judging by his resume, he's a highly seasoned expert in this field. Lin Xi handed the phone to Fang Shuo. Fang Shuo took a look and nodded. It was pretty much what he'd expected. The more polished and respectable someone looks on the surface, the more uncertain their true nature might be behind the scenes. Let's go. Fang Shuo returned the phone to Lin Xi. Where to? Lin Xi froze. Manhwa village. Zhao Jie's hometown. Fang Shuo located the destination on his phone and displayed the navigation. 200 kilometers? Alright, let's head out now. If all goes smoothly, we can make it back tonight. Lin Xi nodded and reached for her seatbelt, but Fang Shuo stopped her. I'll drive first. You've been working non-stop on the case these past few days without rest. You should get some sleep. Fang Shuo said as he walked to the driver's side door. You know how to drive? Lin Xi's eyes widened, but she obediently slid into the passenger seat. Yeah, I've always had this dream to take my grandmother on a trip around the world. So, I took a part-time job at a driving school. College students are all learning to drive these days, and I was in charge of recruiting students for the school. After bringing in so many people, the manager saw how well I was doing and let me learn for free. I passed my test in just 28 days. Fang Shuo started the car with practiced ease. You can do that? Lin Xi was genuinely intrigued. Her college life had been fulfilling yet monotonous, and she was filled with curiosity about the diverse experiences Fang Shuo had encountered. Yeah, driving schools make a killing. And with students coming in waves like a never-ending crop, it's a huge market. Fang Shuo nodded as he spoke. Then why did you quit? Lin Xi adjusted her position in the passenger seat and settled in comfortably. I couldn't do it anymore. I hired a goddess who ended up bankrupting the driving school. Fang Shuo said helplessly. Huh? What happened? Lin Xi asked urgently. That goddess mistook the brake for the accelerator while practicing. She ran over the instructor's legs, then smashed through 3 trees, sent 3 trainees crouching beneath them flying, and finally crashed into a wall before stopping. I heard the car was totaled. Fang Shuo explained while driving. But that doesn't mean they'd go out of business. Lin Xi couldn't help but chuckle. It wouldn't have been that bad normally. But behind that wall, there were a few old men fishing and a military truck parked nearby. Rumor has it some big shot finally tracked down this secret fishing spot. The entire driving school was searched from top to bottom. They thought it was an assassination attempt. And that was the end of that. I was thinking of taking a part-time job at another driving school, but when the people there saw who I was, they gave me $500 and told me to go ask around somewhere else. So I didn't go back. Fang Shuo said with a sour expression. The path of part-time work is never smooth sailing. Ha 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 ha. The other driving schools probably thought you were deliberately trying to sabotage them. Lin Xi in the passenger seat burst out laughing. What nonsense. Let's go, we're hitting the highway. Fang Shuo rolled his eyes and accelerated toward the highway. Tianhong Psychological Research Institute. The female secretary, dressed in a business skirt suit and black stockings, kept glancing at her phone. Since returning, Zhao Jie had remained in his office, making no sound. Secretary Wu Dandan checked the time again. It was almost 1 o'clock. The meal prepared outside was getting cold, yet Zhao Jie still hadn't called her in. Could it be that today's lecture at the university had exhausted him? Wu Dandan felt a bit concerned. But he still had to eat, no matter how tired he was. Hesitating for a moment, she still made her way to the office door. She knocked softly twice, but there was no response from inside. She grasped the doorknob, turned it gently, and slowly pushed the door inward. To her surprise, Zhao Jie sat upright at his desk, staring blankly ahead, though his gaze clearly wasn't focused on any particular object. Wu Dandan shook her head softly and approached Zhao Jie. She gently took his hand. It's time to eat. The sudden soft touch of a woman's hand made Zhao Jie's body tremble slightly. He lifted his gaze to Wu Dandan's face, a delicate, feminine visage so close he could almost smell her intoxicating fragrance. Her professional skirt couldn't conceal her full figure nor her breathtaking legs encased in black stockings. Yet Zhao Jie instinctively pulled back, as if deliberately avoiding her. "Let's eat." Wu Dandan's eyes filled with loneliness as she quietly walked out. Zhao Jie sighed helplessly. He picked up the phone on the table. A message from his friend at the police station appeared. The case should be closed. Li Tianyu committed suicide. Chapter 60, Past Memories. Manhwa Village. With the rise of the migrant worker boom, the village was now sparsely populated. Once home to over 500 households, it had been considered a large village. Now, only about 100 households remained. The youngest permanent resident in the village was 42 years old. More and more villagers have left for work elsewhere. Those who haven't gone out to work have followed their children to the city to look after them. The village school has long since fallen into disuse. Often, the entire town couldn't even muster enough students to fill a single class. Fang Shuo and Lin Xi spent a long time asking around the village before finally locating the retired headmaster from back in the day. Zhao Jie? I remember that boy. I saw him come back the year before last. Yes, that's exactly what he looked like. The old principal listened to Fang Shuo's words and pointed to the photograph in his hand. When he was in school. That must have been many years ago, right? Fang Shuo was puzzled. It must be over 20 years now. Those two children were quite pitiful. I specifically asked old Wang from the kitchen to give them extra food back then. The old principal pushed his glasses up as he spoke. Two children? Fang Shuo and Lin Xi exchanged glances. Yes, he had a younger sister. I remember. She was about 8 or 9 years younger, I think. Come to think of it, they're from the same village. Back then, everyone in the township knew about their family situation. No matter how wrong the parents were, it has nothing to do with the children. The old principal said with a sigh. Hearing the old principal's words, Fang Shuo felt a wave of relief wash over him. The situation was aligning more and more closely with what he had previously simulated. What exactly happened back then? Fang Shuo pressed urgently. How to put it, such matters are rather shameful to recount. Back then, not many people went out to work. Most were farmers, and everyone knew each other's business. Zhao Jie's mother, less than a year after giving birth to his sister, was caught having an affair with a village bachelor in the cornfield at noon. When something like that happened in the village, everyone was eager to gossip. It could have been covered up, but it just kept getting worse. In the end, Zhao Jie's mother hanged herself. The problem was, someone maliciously took her clothes, leaving her naked and dying in disgrace. When her family found out, they came to the village to cause trouble. People from both villages fought like mad. That's when his father got beaten no one knows by whom and died that very night. The old principal shook his head as he spoke. Someone died? So back then. Lin Xi was taken aback. Things were different back then. Villages were bound by clan ties, and conflicts were commonplace. The police station couldn't intervene, people even kept guns hidden back then. The old principal explained. What happened after that? What happened to Zhao Jie and his sister? Wasn't his sister barely a year old back then? Fang Shuo asked from the side. Yeah, she was later adopted by her aunt. But back then in the village, every household barely had enough grain to spare. With so many children in each family, those two little ones often went hungry. It was pitiful. Later, rumors started spreading that Zhao Jie's sister, was the child of that village bachelor. Even her aunt called her a little bastard. We couldn't bear to listen. Zhao Jie was in 3rd or 4th grade then. He took his sister to school with him. Back then, our teachers lived at the school and farmed their own land, so we all looked out for each other. Later, I heard some relative took them away. After that, I remember coming back once to sweep the graves, but I never saw them again. By then I'd already retired, and he still brought his sister to kowtow to me. He said his sister got into college and came back to handle some household registration paperwork, visiting the ancestral home. The old principal recalled. Got into university? Which university? Lin Xi was overjoyed. The two seemed to be getting closer to the truth. Oh dear, I mentioned it back then, something about Tianhai University. Oh right, Tianhai University of Science and Technology. I was thrilled too back then. Those two kids had such a tough childhood, and now they've finally made something of themselves. The old principal said with a smile. Hearing the old principal's words, Fang Shuo and Lin Xi exchanged glances. It seemed Zhao Jie's sudden change had something to do with his sister. With that, they finally had a clue. By the time they left the village, dusk had fallen. They had considered speaking with Zhao Jie's aunt, but learned the family had long since moved to the city. With progress made on the case, they decided to hurry back. After all, Sun Haiba and the others were still under investigation. If they could uncover Zhao Jie's connection to this case, it might prove beneficial for them as well. By the time they returned to Tianhai City, it was past 1 a.m. What should we do? Should we go back home or head straight to Tianhai University of Science and Technology?
Looking at the map, it seems pretty far from the city center. Fang Shuo asked Lin Xi as soon as he exited the highway. Tomorrow's Monday. Let's head straight to the area near the university. It's too late for me to go home now, and it's inconvenient for you to return either. If we go back to the bureau without any substantial progress, we won't be able to explain it to the captain and the others. What do you think? Lin Xi pondered for a moment before asking Fang Shuo. I agree, but we might have to wait in the car until dawn. Too bad I didn't bring my ID this time, otherwise I could have booked a room with you. Fang Shuo grinned. Oomph. What do you think you're doing? Lin Xi's face flushed as she pinched Fang Shuo. Ouch. Feeling much more awake now. Fang Shuo grimaced, but Lin Xi's two-fingered pinch had clearly done the trick. The two drove toward Tianhai University of Science and Technology. Early the next morning. Much to Fang Shuo and Lin Xi's surprise, they expected it would take considerable effort to find out about Zhao Na. Yet when they located the academic affairs director, information about her surfaced immediately. That female student really gave us a hard time back then, the academic affairs director whispered. How should I put it, she didn't die a very honorable death. She bled to death during a miscarriage. The academic affairs director whispered. She died? Fang Shuo and Lin Xi exchanged glances. Miscarriage? Was it her boyfriend or? Lin Xi asked from the side. If she actually had a boyfriend, it might have been better. But from what we heard later, Zhao Na was doing that kind of thing outside. She didn't even know who the father was. These female students nowadays are all over the place, we can't keep track. It was her roommate who took her there. Only after it resulted in a fatality did our school find out. Going to a proper hospital would have been one thing, but she had to choose that Mary hospital. The academic director spoke while deflecting responsibility from the school. After Zhao Na died, did anyone come to handle her academic records or anything like that? Fang Shuo paused, then asked the academic affairs director. Yes, a man came. I initially thought he was her father, but later learned he was her brother. He took all her belongings. He didn't cause us any trouble at the school, and honestly, we weren't really at fault either. The director nodded. Take a look. Is this the man? Fang Shuo handed over Zhao Jia's photo. Yes. That's the one. His eyes back then looked like he could kill someone. I remember it clearly. The academic director nodded firmly after just one glance. Chapter 61, Splitting Up. Fang Shuo and Lin Xi returned to the car. It seems Zhao Jia's motive is quite clear now. After his sister died, he must have discovered what she'd been doing all these years and felt intense resentment. If it were me, I'd probably feel the same way. Having been labeled a bastard since childhood and living immorally himself, it makes sense he targeted those degenerate college students. Time-wise, the first attack happened shortly after his sister's death. Lin Xi spoke slowly. That makes sense. A tragic childhood, an introverted personality, and hatred toward college students involved in compensated dating, it all fits his profile. Some childhoods heal a lifetime, while others require a lifetime to heal. Fang Shuo nodded. What's our next move? Lin Xi asked. Let's go check out the area near Jiating Mountain. I suspect Zhao Jia wasn't wealthy when he first arrived in Tianhai City. And since his sister went to college, she must have attended middle school and high school. That area is full of old houses. Let's see if we can find any clues. Besides that, there's another issue. What about that mentally ill man? He essentially died in Zhao Jia's place. Looks like I need to go check on Zhao Jia myself. Fang Shuo pondered for a moment before speaking. Don't be ridiculous. Lin Xi grew tense upon hearing Fang Shuo's words. I'm not being reckless. Since Li Tianyu was his patient, he might have been manipulated by him. And if I'm going to step into Zhao Jia's shoes, I need to make actual contact to get a more direct sense of things. If I don't go now, I might never get another chance. Captain Sun probably anticipated this when he assigned me. I've never had direct contact with Zhao Jia, and since I'm a student, he'd never suspect I'm connected to the police. Huh, so does that make me a police informant too? Fang Shuo quipped. What kind of time is this to be joking around? He's a murderer. If he senses anything suspicious about you, he won't let you off the hook. No, you can't go. Lin Xi hurriedly protested. Relax, I'm not that stupid. Besides, if we can't find the connection between Li Tianyu and Zhao Jia, we won't be able to lessen Captain Sun's team's responsibility. I have to go. At a time like this, shouldn't you be telling me things like, wait until I come back safely, then you'll marry me? Fang Shuo joked playfully. Pfft, pfft, pfft. You wish. Lin Xi shot Fang Shuo a glare. This Fang Shuo, he's got some nerve, doesn't he? Doesn't act like a student at all. And he was so smooth talking, too utterly infuriating. We'll split up. I'll take a cab there. You go to the schools and police station near Jiating Mountain to investigate the household registration records. With the recent epidemic, the neighborhood office should have detailed resident and tenant information. Fang Shuo said as he got out of the car. Fang Shuo. Lin Xi called after him. What is it? Fang Shuo halted. Be extremely careful. If you come back safely this time, I'll consider your previous condition. Lin Xi said to Fang Shuo. Conditions? What condition? Fang Shuo was momentarily taken aback. Take your time figuring it out.
Lin Xi drove off, her face flushed.
Oh.
Only then did Fang Shuo recall the wild rose tucked in his pocket, leaving him momentarily stunned.
After a long moment, he finally hailed a cab and headed toward Zhaoingjia's company. Tianhan Psychological Research Institute. I'm sorry, but we require appointments. Fang Shuo was stopped at the door by the female secretary.
Frustrated, he was about to figure out another way when he spotted Zhaoingjia coming out.
Professor Zhao. Fang Shuo didn't hesitate, rushing straight over. Who are you? Zhaoingjia stopped the female secretary who was about to follow. I'm a student at Shuimu University. You taught our class. I feel like I'm going crazy lately. I want you to examine me. Fang Shuo had seen in Zhaoingjia's profile that he held a visiting professorship at the university. Earlier, while speaking with the secretary, Fang Shuo had glimpsed a schedule listing courses at Shuimu University.
Though not in their field, this identity would undoubtedly be the most convenient for him.
Get treated? What do you feel? Zhaoingjia chuckled.
He had no recollection of this student-looking individual before him.
I feel like I might have killed someone, but I haven't. It's like there's another me inside me, and I don't know what to do. I know it's not right to just come looking for you like this, but with so many people at school, I couldn't bring myself to say anything. Oh, and money isn't an issue.
Fang Shuo hurriedly explained. He believed Zhaoingjia must have chosen Li Tianyu for a reason. Though he didn't know what it was, pretending to be in the same situation as Li Tianyu might pique Zhaoingjia's interest.
Sure enough, upon hearing Fang Shuo's words, Zhaoingjia showed noticeable interest. What time is the afternoon research meeting? Zhaoingjia asked his female secretary. 2 o'clock. The secretary shot Fang Shuo a disapproving glance. That means I still have about 10 minutes. Come in. Let's talk. Zhaoingjia ushered Fang Shuo into his office. You mentioned earlier that you might have killed someone? Zhaoingjia asked with a smile. Yes, sometimes when I wake up, I have this feeling.
In my dreams, I've killed quite a few people. I can't tell if it's just in my dreams or if it's real. And even when I see my classmates normally, I find myself thinking about what weapon I'd use and where I'd kill them.
Do you think I'm sick? Fang Shuo asked Zhaoingjia. Do your parents know about this?
Zhaoingjia asked with a slight smile.
No, they don't.
My parents went abroad for business when I was young, and I've always lived with my grandmother.
Fang Shuo said slowly. Zhaoingjia looked into Fang Shuo's eyes. He didn't seem to be lying. Unexpectedly, after just losing one sample, another one had appeared.
In that case, he could keep another backup.
Actually, what you're describing isn't uncommon. Personality and the soul are incredibly complex matters.
Sometimes, your sleep might be a form of self-protection, helping you forget certain things.
Some things aren't necessarily real just because you see them, nor are they necessarily non-existent just because you can't see them.
In this situation, what you need to do first is accept yourself.
Accept the other you.
Zhaoingjia spoke slowly.
Chapter 62, New Sample. Listening to Zhaoingjia's words, a barely perceptible smile touched Fang Shuo's lips.
His expression and demeanor were feigned, something Zhaoingjia was unaware of, so he made little effort to conceal his micro-expressions. The surprise in his eyes and the subtle guidance in his words were unmistakable. Based on Li Tianyu's previous situation, Zhaoingjia's manipulation would attribute his past actions to Li Tianyu, even convincing him that those deeds were his own. The hatred would be grafted onto him. That way, he could walk away scot-free. Li Tianyu might not have been intentionally taking the fall for Zhaoingjia, but rather unconsciously guided into it.
Fang Shuo suddenly understood the situation. You, what's wrong? Oh, right, I still don't know your name.
Zhaoingjia watched Fang Shuo fall deep in thought, slightly surprised.
Judging by this student's reaction, he seemed even more easily led than Li Tianyu. My name is Fang Shuo. I was just thinking about something. Could I really have a mental illness? Fang Shuo asked. That depends on how you choose to see it.
Sometimes society has its biases, and there are so-called diagnostic methods used to make judgments.
The key is how you see yourself.
Whether you can truly accept yourself.
Alright, we don't have much time today. We can talk properly another day. Wait here for a moment while I check my schedule. Zhaoingjia said as he walked out.
Seeing Zhaoingjia leave, Fang Shuo hurriedly began flipping through the papers on the table.
Outside the room. Cancelled tomorrow night's dinner meeting. I want to talk with this student. Zhaoingjia instructed his female secretary. Why are you so concerned about this student?
The secretary was puzzled.
He gives me a familiar feeling, one that could help me continue some research.
Also, go to Shuimu University and find out if this Fang Shuo has any signs of mental illness.
Don't approach anyone from his own department. If there are genuine abnormalities, people from other departments would certainly be aware of them.
Zhaoingjia lowered his voice as he spoke.
What's wrong?
The secretary nodded. It just feels a bit too coincidental.
If it's not someone deliberately targeting us, then it really is fate. Zhao Yingjie remarked meaningfully. After leaving the Psychology Institute, Fang Shuo couldn't help but take a deep breath. This Zhao Yingjie was truly a formidable individual. Though they'd only spoken briefly, Fang Shuo was already feeling utterly bewildered by these profound-sounding words. If this kept up, he'd go mad or at least feel like he was. Lin Xi, I've made some discoveries. Fang Shuo dialed Lin Xi's number. Me too. Come straight over. It's at Jiading Mountain Residential Complex, Building 2, Unit 301.
This is Zhao Yingjie's old place. Lin Xi said on the other end of the line.
At that moment, inside Jiading Mountain Residential Complex, numerous police officers were already present.
These were officers from other squads, not Sun Haiba's team. When Fang Shuo arrived, the forensic team inside had already finished fluorescent extraction of the bloodstains. Seeing Fang Shuo enter, an officer casually handed him a pair of gloves.
How did you find this place? Fang Shuo asked Lin Xi.
An elderly woman who works at the neighborhood office recognized the situation. When I described it, she immediately said she often saw an unfamiliar man around here. She thought it was suspicious, so she went to the neighborhood office to check. Turns out he really is the owner. During the epidemic screening, they went door to door checking every household. There's documentation. When we arrived at the door, we smelled a foul stench. I recognized it immediately, the smell of a corpse. So we called for backup immediately. Lin Xi pointed to the elderly woman chatting with the police at the entrance.
There's a body here? Fang Shuo was startled. Inside the freezer.
It's been dead for quite some time, but since it was frozen, the coroner needs to make a more definitive determination. There was a power outage here a few days ago. This freezer is an old model that requires manual restarting after a power failure, which is why decomposition occurred. It's only because the body was in the freezer that neighbors didn't notice sooner, otherwise, they would have called the police long ago. Lin Xi said, glancing at the freezer beside them. In that case, there's no issue. This is the primary crime scene. He probably never imagined we'd pinpoint him so quickly. Fang Shuo breathed a sigh of relief. With this evidence alone, Zhao Yingjie won't get away. Records show he bought this place long ago and always came here discreetly. Although the interior had been cleaned, there were no other fingerprints here, not even the murder weapon, which was found in the freezer. Conviction is assured, but the key is linking this to the other cases. Lin Xi frowned as she spoke. I think we should avoid alerting him for now. He's invited me over tomorrow. I'll go meet him. Fang Shuo pondered for a moment before saying. No way? What does he want? Did you notice anything unusual when you went today? Lin Xi asked with concern. I took photos of quite a few things, evidence related to Li Tianyu.
He does indeed have schizophrenia.
And I suspect that when he confessed to being the murderer earlier, it wasn't because he subjectively wanted to take the blame for Zhao Yingjie.
Rather, Zhao Yingjie deliberately led him to do it, making Li Tianyu believe those past incidents were his doing. Fang Shuo explained slowly. So that's how it is. Then doesn't that make it an ironclad case?
Lin Xi was utterly shocked.
To make someone believe they're a murderer, that's terrifying. It's not that simple. Zhao Yingjie only threw Li Tianyu under the bus because he knew this case wouldn't implicate him. We know everything, yet we lack evidence unless we can break him through his weakest point. Fang Shuo frowned as he spoke. Then, are you confident?
Lin Xi felt uneasy dealing with such a killer. For a serial killer, his crime rate will only increase.
After we arrested Li Tianyu, his urge to commit crimes couldn't be satisfied. He'll definitely be itching to strike again. At least I get the sense he's a proud man.
And he seems particularly interested in me. If he sees me as a second Li Tianyu, he'll reenact the crime for me, giving me a real case to immerse myself in while pinning this one on me.
That's why he'll strike again. Fang Shuo spoke slowly. Then, Lin Xi began to grasp Fang Shuo's reasoning. He intended to leverage Li Tianyu's identity to force Zhao Yingjie into committing another crime.
Only by catching him in the act could they secure evidence. This was undoubtedly a highly risky approach.
Li Tianyu writing to the police, I believe that was also guided by Zhao Yingjie. In other words, Li Tianyu was merely Zhao Yingjie's tool.
The arrogance behind it all actually stems from Zhao Yingjie.
The police are at a complete loss right now.
This is the perfect time to strike, which is why he was so eager to meet with me.
And the time he'll strike is most likely tomorrow night. Fang Shuo voiced his speculation. Chapter 63, The Heir. Then what should we?
Lin Xi was already struggling to keep up with Fang Shuo's train of thought.
If I were Zhao Yingjie, placing the body near Jiading Mountain would be the most effective way to provoke the police.
And now that he has me as his new decoy, any new case that surfaces will only further muddy the waters surrounding the previous case involving Li Tianyu. But since there's already been a murder at Jiading Mountain, driving up there again to the exact same spot would likely raise suspicions.
He'd probably take his victim straight to the mountain to do it. So, Fang Shuo turned to look at Lin Xi. I understand.
Lin Xi nodded without hesitation. Tonight might be their best chance to catch Zhao Yingjie.
Tianhai Municipal Public Security Bureau.
Sun Haiba and the rest of the Criminal Investigation Division sat in the office, chain-smoking one cigarette after another. The room was already thick with smoke. Today, the investigation team from headquarters had arrived.
Each of them had been questioned.
Though they hadn't done anything wrong, Li Tianyu had died inside the police station, and they were responsible. Moreover, after Li Tianyu's death, his parents had heard the news and returned to the country. They had stormed into the police station more than once, shouting that the police had driven Li Tianyu to his death.
What kind of situation is this? Li Tianyu was clearly the murderer. Yet they treat us like criminals. Does having money mean you can do whatever you want? The ironclad evidence is right here. I don't believe any lawyer could argue against it. An officer muttered indignantly. Enough. Why are you bringing this up again? What's done is done. I'll take full responsibility. Everyone, pull yourselves together.
Sun Haiba stubbed out his cigarette and addressed the group coldly.
But Captain, I just can't help but be furious. The officer retorted angrily. If you can't stand it, then screw the case. Fang Shuo and Lin Xi are still out there searching.
Just now, old Qin came over and said they've already discovered the body at Zhao Yingjia's home. We're all police officers, we should understand how remarkable it is for them to make such progress in just 2 short days. They returned to Tianhai City without coming back to the station.
Why? They're holding their breath to help us. Fang Shuo's just a student, yet he's willing to push himself this hard for this case. What about us? Just coasting along here? Sun Haiba slammed his fist on the table and stood up.
Hearing Sun Haiba's words, every officer froze in place. For days, they'd been dwelling on their own grievances, yet they'd overlooked how Fang Shuo and Lin Xi were still tirelessly working on the case.
Open the windows. Put out all the cigarettes. Review every single file from this case, don't overlook a single detail.
They're on the front lines, and there's still a lot of investigative work behind them. We need to make sure they know they're not fighting alone.
Sun Haiba commanded the team. Tianhong Psychological Research Institute. Fang Shuo arrived as scheduled. It was already evening, yet many offices in the building remained brightly lit. Bosses were out carousing while their employees toiled away at overtime, a commonplace reality in society.
Yet these lights offered Fang Shuo some comfort. He knocked on the door of the Psychology Institute, where the same female secretary was waiting for him.
Only then did Fang Shuo notice how strikingly alluring she was.
Her well-tailored women's suit, paired with sheer, high-end black stockings, perfectly accentuated her graceful figure. She radiated the aura of a formidable career woman, yet possessed an undeniably feminine charm. It had to be said, despite Zhao Yingjia's twisted nature, his taste was undeniably impeccable. Led by the secretary, Fang Shuo made his way into Zhao Yingjia's office. "You're here?" Zhao Yingjia was reviewing documents when he looked up at Fang Shuo's entrance. "Hello, Professor Zhao." Fang Shuo tried his best to adopt a student-like demeanor, sitting down with some nervousness. "Don't be nervous. We're just having a casual chat. What do you usually like to do in your free time? Play games? Watch movies?" Zhao Yingjia sat down beside Fang Shuo. "Watching movies and reading novels, I guess. I especially love Hitchcock's suspense films and some mystery novels." Fang Shuo replied slowly. "Oh? I enjoy those too. Last time you mentioned you always have this urge to kill. Do you often encounter it in your dreams?" Zhao Yingjia asked Fang Shuo. "Yes, and I also have a habit of sleepwalking. So sometimes I don't even sleep at school." Fang Shuo nodded. Zhao Yingjia smiled faintly. He had already sent his secretary to inquire at Shuimu University. Whenever Fang Shuo's name came up, many people called him a lunatic, which had completely dispelled Zhao Yingjia's doubts. "Sleepwalking? So that's it." Zhao Yingjia feigned sudden understanding. "What's wrong, Teacher Zhao? Am I really sick?" Fang Shuo asked anxiously. "Actually, there are many theories about sleepwalking. Some believe it's an instinctive bodily reaction, while others think it's the awakening of a second personality in the subconscious. Have you heard that you should never forcefully wake someone during sleepwalking, or they might become mentally impaired? That's precisely the reason. In your case, I suspect you might possess a second personality. When you sleep, this alter ego emerges, though it may appear at other times too, especially whenever you experience unusual sensations." Zhao Yingjia slowly appraised Fang Shuo before him, growing increasingly satisfied with this perfect stand-in. "Then, what effect will it have on me? How can I eliminate him?" Fang Shuo asked. "I've said it before, what you need to do isn't eliminate him, but accept him. Even as a second personality, you share the same body. His consciousness is your consciousness. His actions are your consequences." Zhao Yingjia straightened his posture, realizing he'd spoken a bit too much today and perhaps too bluntly. Such matters should be approached gradually. Today had been too joyful, and he'd been too eager. "Alright, let's call it a day for now. Don't overthink it. I've prepared some materials for you to review at home. Rest assured, I've handled cases like yours before." He's already proven his worth. Zhao Yingjia glanced at his watch and stood up.
He had intended to have a thorough discussion today, but now that he knew Fang Shuo's background was solid, he felt no need to rush things. At the very least, there was one crucial step to complete before proceeding, one that would allow them to aim precisely. Alright, thank you, Teacher Zhao. Fang Shuo rose and walked out. Shortly after Fang Shuo left, the female secretary pushed open the door and entered. My stomach hurts a bit. Could you give me a ride home on your way? The secretary leaned against the doorway, gazing at Zhao Jie with a look of affection. Stomachache? I'm not feeling well today. I have an appointment. Zhao Jie shook his head gently. You have plans? The secretary was clearly taken aback. She hadn't known Zhao Jie had plans for tonight. She'd figured that by the time he finished talking with Fang Shuo, it would be quite late, so she planned to ask him to drive her home as an excuse. Everything was ready at home, but Zhao Jie had actually made plans with someone else. Could it be a woman? The secretary's body trembled involuntarily. Don't get the wrong idea. Drink plenty of hot water when you get home. Zhao Jie approached the secretary, lightly touching her lower abdomen. She leaned forward slightly, and instinctively, he pulled her into his embrace. You like me too, don't you? Feeling Zhao Jie's arms around her, the secretary's face lit up with delight as she leaned in closer. Ah. If it still hurts tomorrow, take the day off. No need to come in. I'll be going now. Zhao Jie dodged the secretary's passionate lips and walked out, looking somewhat flustered. The secretary's face fell with disappointment. But watching Zhao Jie's retreating figure, she hesitated for a moment before following after him. Chapter 64, The Hunt. At the entrance of Shuimu University. A young, beautiful girl stood by the roadside, waiting for something. Soon, an old Buick pulled up in front of her. Just as she was about to step aside in disgust, the window rolled down. Her face lit up with delight as she climbed in. Teacher Zhao. She called out sweetly. Are you a little put off by my old car? The person inside the car was none other than Zhao Jie. Not at all, I just thought you'd be driving the one you used before. The girl hurriedly explained. That car looked familiar, and to be honest, I never expected you to do something like this. Zhao Jie drove slowly, taking in the girl from head to toe. Clearly, she'd put on makeup today and was dressed in a school uniform, innocent yet alluring. Mr. Zhao, do you look down on me? The thing is, my family's in a tough spot financially, and I have 2 younger brothers in school. That doesn't matter. My goal is to help you to free you from all this. Do you understand? A faint smile touched the corner of Zhao Jie's mouth. Yes, I understand. Teacher, where are we going? The girl gazed out the car window, looking somewhat surprised. How about I take you somewhere exciting? Zhao Jie said with a smile. Teacher, do whatever you want. I'll repay you handsomely. As she spoke, the girl unbuckled her seatbelt, leaned her entire body onto Zhao Jie's lap, and pulled down his zipper. Zhao Jie didn't refuse, though his mind was filled with thoughts of his secretary, Sha. The car sped along the road, heading toward Jiading Mountain. Jiading Mountain Park. Following the recent string of tragic incidents, few people ventured out for evening strolls. But this provided ample cover for thrill seekers. When Zhao Jie took the girl's hand and led her up the mountain, she showed no resistance. Zhao Jie was handsome, charming, and well off. His graceful demeanor in class made him exactly the type of guy girls his age admired most. Moreover, when it came to outdoor encounters, she had seen all sorts of bizarre requests from clients during her part-time work and had long since grown accustomed to it. Especially when it was with her own teacher, whom she admired. This is the spot. Zhao Jie surveyed the spot and stopped beneath a tree. Teacher Zhao, this place feels so eerie. I'm a little scared. The girl glanced around at the surrounding woods. She'd never ventured this deep into the forest during outdoor encounters with clients before. It'll be over soon. Zhao Jie licked his lips and undid his belt. Seeing this, the girl knelt before him and began unbuttoning his pants. But to her surprise, after removing the belt, Zhao Jie didn't proceed as expected. Instead, he held the belt in both hands. Mr. Zhao, you. Before she could finish, Zhao Jie's belt tightened around her neck. Feeling the suffocating pressure closing in, she desperately slapped at Zhao Jie's arms. Though she'd encountered clients who enjoyed sadism before, none had been as utterly unpredictable as this. Waves of suffocation washed over her, and her consciousness began to blur. A savage grin spread across Zhao Jie's face. Watching her slip into unconsciousness, he pulled a dagger from his pocket, his face twisted in a maniacal grin of satisfaction. Stop! Police! Just as Zhao Jie was about to strike, several flashlights illuminated him. Zhao Jie stared in disbelief at the officers closing in around him. But he quickly regained his composure amid the chaos. He tossed the knife to the ground and raised his hands high. Sorry, officers. I admitted I made an arrangement with an escort for some excitement. It's certainly unethical, but this should fall under public order jurisdiction. Zhao Jie said calmly. Was the knife in your hand also for thrills? Lin Xi listened to Zhao Jie's evasive answer and replied coldly. Yeah, just a tool for BDSM play. Everyone in our circle knows that if I intended to kill her, she'd be dead by now. Otherwise, you can ask her when she wakes up.
Zhao Jie gestured toward the girl beside him.
Cut the crap. Take him away. Get the girl to the hospital immediately. Lin Xi stepped forward and cuffed Zhao Jie.
The scene of Zhao Jie being led to the police car was witnessed by the female secretary who had rushed over in a taxi. She covered her mouth in disbelief. Glancing at the girl being carried into the ambulance, then at the sign for Jiating Mountain Park, the secretary instinctively took a few steps back, as if recalling something dreadful.
Driver, back to Nord Plaza. Sasha instructed the taxi driver. Tianhai Municipal Public Security Bureau.
When news of Zhao Jie's capture reached them, Sun Haiba and the others perked up. They had suspected Zhao Jie might be the culprit all along, and now that he was in custody, it meant Fang Shuo and Lin Xi must have solid evidence.
But to Sun Haiba's surprise, Fang Shuo and Lin Xi soon entered the room, their brows furrowed. What's the situation? Has Zhao Jie confessed?
Sun Haiba and the others immediately crowded around.
He confessed, but not everything.
He denied it at first, but when we presented the body found in Jiating Mountain residential area, he couldn't deny it in the face of this evidence.
He had to admit to killing that woman.
As for this latest scene, it's at most attempted murder. According to his account, he just wanted to take the girl out into the wilderness for thrills.
The location matching the dismemberment case was purely coincidental.
Lin, she said with a hint of resignation.
So he admits to this murder but denies involvement in the previous serial killings? Sun Haiba interjected. Correct. Lin Xi nodded. But why? He's already facing the death penalty, why is he still clinging to this? It's pointless. Sun Haiba was utterly baffled. I think he might be waiting for someone more precisely, an heir.
And the reason he confessed so readily might be that he's already found the right person. At that moment, Fang Shuo spoke up with a bitter smile. He placed the materials Zhao Jie had given him earlier on the table.
A suitable candidate? Who is it? Sun Haiba froze in surprise.
He had no idea what Fang Shuo had been up to lately.
Me. Last time I went, I made it perfectly clear.
The materials he gave me were all his handwritten notes and previous chat records with Li Tianyu. If I weren't me, I might have actually been swayed by this stuff. He wouldn't even have needed to say anything himself.
I expect he'll demand to meet me next.
Perhaps by stepping forward now, I'll shatter his last shred of hope.
Fang Shuo shrugged.
I'll go meet him. He stood up and headed toward the exit.
Let's go. Everyone, let's go see. Sun Haiba couldn't wait to lead everyone outside. Chapter 65, The Last Hope. Interrogation Room. Zhao Jie sat with his eyes half closed, replaying today's events in his mind, utterly perplexed.
His plan for tonight had been a spur-of-the-moment decision. Although he had already hooked up with that female student before, he hadn't taken action until now. It was only because of that student who suddenly appeared that he became so excited and decided to act ahead of schedule.
No one could have known. Yet judging by the police ambush, it seemed they had known about his move all along. How could this be? Zhao Jie frowned as he pondered.
Then there was the evidence the police had just presented, the body found in the apartment at Jiating Mountain Residential Complex.
That was something he couldn't deny.
Fortunately, he had already passed the documents to that student.
From their brief interaction, the student's comprehension seemed even sharper than Li Tianyu's.
With those materials as a starting point, coupled with his guidance, the student could carry on his great work. With no need for a substitute, there was no longer any requirement to restrict the location of the corpse. In the future, it would be much harder for the police to discover it. But still, he must meet with that student as soon as possible. As these thoughts swirled, the door suddenly swung open.
Fang Shuo then entered slowly.
Upon seeing Fang Shuo, Zhao Jie smiled, his face lighting up with surprise. But immediately afterward, his entire body went cold.
You were sent by the police? Zhao Jie realized. Not exactly.
More accurately, I came here on my own initiative to help the police.
You seem a bit disappointed? Fang Shuo sat down in front of Zhao Jie. No wonder your background fits so perfectly.
I misjudged you.
But I had people look into you. This shouldn't be happening. Zhao Jie still found it hard to believe. That doesn't matter. Truthfully, I do have some regrets. If I hadn't appeared like that, that girl wouldn't have been killed by you so quickly, right? Were you trying to guide me, just like you guided Li Tianyu back then? Fang Shuo asked coldly. You figured it out?
You're truly clever beyond my expectations. Zhao Jie was genuinely surprised that this student understood him so deeply.
I went to Manhwa village and spoke with an old principal. Fang Shuo smiled faintly. Hearing Fang Shuo's words, Zhao Jie felt his back stiffen.
After that, we visited a university and learned about a female student who suffered severe bleeding after an abortion.
Fang Shuo observed Zhao Jie's reaction and continued. It was from that moment on that you began to despise these university students who couldn't even keep themselves in check, right?
Your rage had nowhere to vent, which is why you killed your first victim shortly after your sister died. It was precisely that act that unlocked the devil's shackles within you.
Fang Shuo spoke slowly. Zhao Jie stared intently at Fang Shuo, saying nothing.
You're a smart man. You knew murder might vent your rage, but it wasn't a lasting solution. The police will catch up with you eventually. So you needed a stand in someone to transfer and perpetuate these crimes. Because the pleasure you derive comes from seeing these college girls get revenge, not necessarily from doing it yourself.
That's why you kept screening patients until you found Li Tianyu. Fang Shuo placed the files he'd photographed of Li Tianyu on the table. From these records and conversations, it's clear Li Tianyu suffers from schizophrenia. What you guided was the independent existence and cognition of another personality.
During treatment, you grafted your past actions onto Li Tianyu's subconscious, making him believe his second personality committed those acts. That's why you persuaded him and me to accept ourselves, to accept our other personalities. Which means accepting the filthy sins that should have been yours.
Fang Shuo said calmly. I admit, I underestimated you. To grasp this at such a young age, I'm impressed. It's truly a pity. Given the chance, you would have done better than me. Zhao Jie looked at Fang Shuo with genuine admiration. But I don't understand what you're talking about. You say I killed those people, what proof do you have? The bodies in my house?
I have no idea how they got there.
Maybe my alter ego did it.
But tonight, I just wanted to have some excitement with that escort student. Those were just props.
And I'm requesting a psychiatric evaluation. Zhao Jie watched Fang Shuo with keen interest.
That bastard. All the evidence is right here, yet he's trying to pull the same stunt Li Tianyu pulled before. If Li Tianyu could fool the psychiatric evaluation, this bastard can too. Outside the interrogation room, a police officer shouted in frustration.
Shut up. Fang Shuo doesn't seem upset, he must have something up his sleeve. Sun Haiba scolded the officer.
Sure enough, as everyone turned to look at Fang Shuo, he stood there arms crossed, a faint smile on his face, completely unfazed by Zhao Jie's outburst.
Are you done? Fang Shuo asked Zhao Jie indifferently. What do you mean? Zhao Jie sensed a hint of danger in Fang Shuo's composure. Originally, before I entered, I thought I was your last hope. You wanted to make me your successor. If you discovered everything was my doing, you should have given up by now. But you didn't.
Perhaps for a fleeting moment, but then something seemed to occur to you, making you change your mind.
Fang Shuo stared intently at Zhao Jie before him. Even though Zhao Jie was a psychology professor, Fang Shuo's gaze sent a chill down his spine. It wasn't because Fang Shuo's gaze was particularly piercing.
Rather, it was because Zhao Jie recognized something familiar within that gaze. That feeling, the same one he'd experienced when looking into a mirror and locking eyes with his own reflection.
So I've been wondering, who exactly was that woman you killed in your home?
She must have been someone very important to you to have been able to enter your home before you became so successful. And when I went to find you and saw that female secretary, I couldn't shake the feeling of familiarity. I suspect the woman you killed was your former secretary, right? Or perhaps, to put it more bluntly, she wasn't just your secretary, she was your girlfriend? Your lover?
Fang Shuo spoke slowly to Zhao Jie.
Zhao Jie stared at Fang Shuo in disbelief, his eyes wide with shock. You killed her because she didn't accept your ideology, right? A woman you loved who didn't approve of you, and who knew your secret she couldn't have ended any other way.
Fang Shuo shook his head gently.
Across from him, Zhao Jie had completely lost the composed demeanor he'd displayed moments earlier. His entire body hunched over, head bowed low. He was even trembling slightly, unable to control it. Quick! Go control Zhao Jie's current secretary immediately. It's highly likely this man is the one Fang Shuo mentioned, Zhao Jie's last resort. Sun Haiba perked up outside the interrogation room and said to the officer beside him. Several officers immediately dashed outside. To Sun Haiba's surprise, however, the officers returned in a hurry shortly after leaving.
Captain, a woman just turned herself in. She claims to be Zhao Jie's secretary.
She claims she committed all those previous crimes. The officer reported breathlessly to Sun Haiba.
Chapter 66, I Love Black Stockings. Inside Zhao Jie's interrogation room, Zhao Jie felt utterly defeated.
Since Fang Shuo had guessed the identity of the previous corpse, he must also know Zhao's next move. Everything had lost all meaning.
Fang Shuo watched Zhao Jie weeping before him, about to speak again, when the interrogation room door swung open. Sun Haiba entered carrying some documents. Fang Shuo, you've done well. You did a great job. Sun Haiba patted Fang Shuo on the shoulder.
But, he still hasn't confessed.
Fang Shuo stood up, looking somewhat surprised. He will.
Sun Haiba smiled and handed the documents to Zhao Jie.
Take a look yourself. He's right next door. The choice is yours.
But let me tell you this, the police will never let any murderer go unpunished.
Sun Haiba said to Zhao Jie. Zhao Jie took the documents. He stood up abruptly.
But then he let out a long sigh and sat back down heavily. She had nothing to do with it. All the previous cases were my doing.
I admit my guilt.
Zhao Jie said slowly. Listening to Zhao Jie's words,
Sun Haiba nodded and led Fang Shuo out. Captain Sun, what was that thing? Fang Shuo asked curiously. The interrogation transcript. The interrogation records from earlier. Zhao Yingjia's female secretary turned herself in. She confessed to doing it, trying to clear Zhao Yingjia's name.
But she didn't know about the person he killed at home earlier.
Sun Haiba shook his head as he spoke. Fang Shuo couldn't help but freeze in shock.
He had sensed something off about the way this secretary looked at Zhao Yingjia before, assuming it was just the usual sleazy boss-secretary dynamic. He never imagined her feelings could run so deep. Love can be intoxicating, and it can drive people mad. At least this case had finally been resolved.
Inside a small restaurant next to the police station,
a plump auntie bustled about serving dishes as Captain Sun and his team sat in a circle.
Fang Shuo was also present. Fang Shuo, how does your brain work? If it weren't for you this time, we wouldn't have succeeded so smoothly.
No, not just this time, those 2 previous times too, we owe it all to you. Cheers. One officer was already slurring his words.
Yeah, Fang Shuo.
Compared to you, all those years I spent on the front lines of criminal investigation feel like a total waste. Honestly, you should just join our police force as an honorary member.
Our case-solving rate would go through the roof. You're drinking too.
A nearby officer grinned.
Everyone felt genuine admiration and gratitude toward Fang Shuo. Among men, emotions are often expressed through alcohol. Before long, Fang Shuo was feeling lightheaded. Eat some food. Why are you just drinking?
Lin Xi, seated beside Fang Shuo, kept serving him dishes. But before Fang Shuo could take a few bites, Sun Haiba approached again, glass in hand.
Hey, Captain, that's enough. Fang Shuo hasn't had proper rest these past few days. Is it really appropriate for you guys to keep pushing drinks on him like this?
Sun Haiba was still trying to get others to keep pouring drinks for Fang Shuo. Lin Xi pulled Fang Shuo up, clearly displeased. Seeing this, Fang Shuo decisively feigned nausea and left the table with Lin Xi's support.
Captain, I'll take Fang Shuo back to campus first.
Lin Xi shot Sun Haiba a withering glance before guiding the staggering Fang Shuo out.
Originally,
Fang Shuo had felt fine, but after taking those first few steps, the wind hit him. The half-pound of baijiu he'd down came rushing back up. The moment he touched the passenger seat, he slumped down, drowsy and disoriented. Lin Xi looked at Fang Shuo with utter helplessness. How come he was so sharp when solving cases, yet completely clueless when it came to drinking? Watching Fang Shuo mumble incoherently, Lin Xi's eyes darted around. She'd heard the saying before, truth comes out when drunk.
Should she seize the moment to ask? Ahem. Fang Shuo, do you like Lin Xi?
Lin Xi whispered softly into Fang Shuo's ear. The moment the words left her lips, she felt her ears flush crimson.
Lin Xi. I do like her. Of course I like her. She's not getting away. I'll definitely win her over. Fang Shuo mumbled dazedly.
Hearing Fang Shuo's words, Lin Xi pressed her lips together, unable to suppress the smile spreading across her face.
I knew it. This guy really does like me. He pretends not to care, but it seems drinking made him spill the truth?
Lin Xi's face flushed as she gazed at Fang Shuo before her heart brimming with sweetness and delight. Big bear, what a shame he doesn't like wearing black stockings. If she wore black stockings, she'd be perfect. Those legs are just...
I'm getting jealous. You wore black stockings on dates with others, letting them stare, but you're so conservative with me? How dare you? Fang Shuo kept his eyes closed, seemingly unaware of who stood before him. Hearing Fang Shuo's words, Lin Xi felt both embarrassed and angry.
She never imagined that Fang Shuo, who usually seemed like such a model student, actually liked her in black stockings. And thinking back to the misunderstanding during her previous blind date, she couldn't explain it away. She twisted his waist hard.
Fang Shuo's dazed lips twitched slightly as he shifted position.
Soon, faint snoring sounds began to emerge. Lin Xi had no choice but to drive Fang Shuo to school. They finally reached the school gates, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't wake Fang Shuo.
Plus, it was already late at night. By the time she managed to get him inside, the dorm doors would likely be locked.
There were small inns near the school, but leaving Fang Shuo alone after drinking could lead to trouble. After much deliberation, he had no choice but to carry Fang Shuo toward his own home.
Today, the serial killer had been apprehended, mobilizing nearly the entire Tianhai Municipal Public Security Bureau. Chief Lin naturally had to oversee operations personally. He wasn't home at the moment.
When Lin Xi helped Fang Shuo to the front door, it startled Lin Xi's mother, who had just returned from an inspection tour.
So soon?
Lin Xi's mother stared at Fang Shuo, supported by her daughter, her face frozen in shock. She hadn't expected this. In just the few days she'd been away on research, her daughter had already brought a man home. Seeing the delight on her mother's face, Lin Xi was utterly speechless.
Mom, I can't carry him anymore. Give me a hand.
Lin Xi called out to her dazed mother. The two women stumbled as they managed to get Fang Shuo onto the sofa. Lin Xi sat down beside them, panting heavily.
Oh my, he's quite the handsome young man. He looks younger than you. How old is he? Where does he work? Where's he from?
Lin's mother, who had been utterly exhausted moments ago, suddenly perked up with curiosity.
Chapter 67, The Enthusiastic Mrs. Lin.
Lin's mother was utterly worried about her daughter. Blame it on her daughter being too beautiful and accomplished. Ordinary men just couldn't measure up. With her daughter approaching 30, marriage had long been a thorn in Mrs. Lin's side. But now, seeing Fang Shuo sprawled on the sofa, she beamed with delight. Look at him. This young man was so much more handsome. Tall and handsome, he's truly wonderful. Mom! What are you thinking? He's still a student. He helped us solve the case, but our captain got him drunk. He had nowhere to go, so I brought him back.
Don't you dare say that.
Lin Xi said to her mother, her face flushed.
Alright, I understand.
Oh my, still a student, yet he managed to win my daughter's heart.
That's quite something. Oh, so this must be Fang Shuo, the one your father mentioned?
Your dad sure knows how to praise someone. He's never spoken so highly of any young man before, not even your team captain, who got chewed out by him back then. Lin's mother said cheerfully. Seeing her daughter's face flush as red as an apple, how could she not understand her daughter's feelings? Come to think of it, this was the first time her daughter had ever brought a boy home since she was a little girl. As these thoughts crossed her mind, Mrs. Lin stood up.
Mom, why are you mopping the floor this late at night?
Lin Xi watched her mother pick up the mop, utterly speechless.
And you have the nerve to say that?
I was only gone for a few days, and look at this place, you two have turned it into a pigsty.
Fang Shuo's coming tomorrow. Don't you think we should make a good impression on him?
Off you go, hurry up and take a shower.
Get up early tomorrow to make us breakfast and leave a good impression on him.
Lin's mother urged her daughter. Lin Xi felt a wave of exasperation wash over her. For the first time, she regretted bringing Fang Shuo home.
Early the next morning,
when Fang Shuo woke up groggily, he caught the scent of something sweet yet tinged with a hint of burnt in the air.
He was actually feeling a bit hungry.
He'd barely touched his food last night, constantly pressured by Sun Haiba to drink. After the hangover hit, his hunger only intensified. He hoped the cafeteria still had.
Wait a minute. Something was wrong. When did my bed get so narrow? Fang Shuo's eyes snapped open.
Only then did he realize he was in an unfamiliar place.
Quick! Fang Shuo's awake. Hurry up and take this out. Don't forget, say it was made by you.
A voice called out from nearby. Immediately after, Lin Xi rolled her eyes as she carried some breakfast out.
Awake?
Lin Xi placed it on the table.
Is this your place? You didn't do anything to me, did you? Fang Shuo quickly checked his belt. Thankfully, it was still fastened at the third buckle. Like hell I did. And you still have the nerve to say that?
Heavy as hell, nearly killed me carrying you.
Alright, let's eat. This is my mom's cooking, mine turned out burnt.
Lin Xi rolled her eyes as she spoke.
Your mom's home too? Fang Shuo jumped to his feet. This must be Fang Shuo?
Just then, a middle-aged woman in a cheapao emerged. Lin Xi's eyes widened instantly.
Mom, you don't have to go this overboard, do you? Her mom was actually wearing makeup? And she'd even brought out that custom-made cheongsam she'd ordered earlier?
Lin Xi pressed her hand to her forehead.
Don't talk nonsense.
Lin's mother sat down on the sofa with a beaming smile. The more Fang Shuo looked at him, the more satisfied she felt. A man's character shows in how he drinks.
He'd been perfectly well behaved all night after drinking, just slept, no vomiting, no fuss.
This kid must have good character.
Hello, Auntie.
Fang Shuo hurriedly stood up and said. Come, no need for formalities. Make yourself at home. Come eat breakfast. All this food was made by Cici early this morning. That girl loves cooking and cleaning when she has free time. Aunt Lin bustled around, fussing over Fang Shuo.
Fang Shuo felt a bit awkward. He'd heard every word just now.
He never expected this woman who might become his future mother-in-law on their very first meeting to be so warm and welcoming.
Oh, come on, Mom. Fang Shuo has class today.
I'll take him back to school. He'll be late and end up skipping class. Lin Xi's eyes nearly popped out of her head.
Oh, right. I'll pack it up, we can eat on the way.
Such a rush. Fang Shuo, come back another time when Auntie has a proper meal cooked at home. Lin's mom hurriedly stood up and packed up the entire breakfast spread for Fang Shuo. As they were leaving, she slipped a theater ticket into each of Lin Xi and Fang Shuo's hands.
These?
A friend gave them to us. We old folks don't know anything about this stuff. You young folks should go check it out sometime. It's tonight, anyway, since Cici's done with work. Have Cici pick you up from school tonight. Lin's mother enthusiastically made arrangements for Fang Shuo, not forgetting to give Lin Xi a stern look beside her. Your mom sure is enthusiastic. Looks like I'll have to make a good impression as her son-in-law. Fang Shuo sat in the passenger seat, enjoying the conversation. What son-in-law? Eat your eggs. Lin Xi glared at Fang Shuo, her face flushed. Fang Shuo smiled but said nothing. Some things are best left unsaid. Lin Xi drove Fang Shuo back to campus. What time tonight? Fang Shuo asked as he got out of the car. What time? Lin Xi was a bit confused.
The play, Auntie made all the arrangements. It'd be a bit awkward not to go, right? Fang Shuo waved the ticket in his hand. Go to hell. Lin Xi glared at Fang Shuo and floored the gas pedal, speeding away. Fang Shuo stood there speechless. He'd been hoping to finally spend some alone time with Lin Xi doing something unrelated to the case, but it seemed today was a bust. Just as he turned to leave, his phone pinged. 5 o'clock this afternoon. Be at the school gate early. If you dare be late, just wait and see what I'll do to you. 2 voice messages from Lin Xi. Fang Shuo grinned and headed toward the school. Music Academy. A band was rehearsing in the practice room. It was the very same band Fang Shuo and Lin Xi had encountered while searching for clues. Only now, the guitarist had been replaced by a cool-looking girl. She was swaying her hair wildly with her eyes closed, looking utterly possessed. Suddenly, the drum beats, keyboard, and bass all stopped. Thinking she'd made a mistake, the girl opened her eyes in confusion, only to find several figures in black had entered the rehearsal room unnoticed. To be precise, they were men dressed in black suits. They looked completely out of place in this artistic setting. I heard a student brought the police here looking for someone? Which student is it? The leader of the group in black asked. No. I don't know. The others exchanged glances and shook their heads. You don't know? Oomph. The leader kicked over the drum set. No. We just remembered he's from the math department. His name's Fang Shuo. He's a nutcase. The chubby guy beside him quickly chimed in. Fang Shuo? Let's go. The group immediately walked out. The remaining band members exchanged bewildered glances. Chapter 68 Performance Incident. 4:50 p.m. When Fang Shuo arrived early at the school gate, he just caught sight of Lin Xi's car pulling up slowly by the roadside. The moment Fang Shuo got in, he spotted a pair of stunning legs in black stockings. Fang Shuo's eyes lit up instantly. What are you looking at? Lin Xi flushed and glared at Fang Shuo. Ever since she learned Fang Shuo liked seeing her in black stockings, she'd hesitated for a full half hour before leaving home today. In the end, she'd chosen a relatively low-key pair of black stockings to wear. But seeing the gleam in Fang Shuo's eyes just now, Lin Xi couldn't help but feel a little pleased inside. Oh, it's nothing. Fang Shuo sat down awkwardly. He had absolutely no recollection of what he'd said that drunken night and had no idea Lin Xi was wearing those black stockings for him today. Though he avoided direct eye contact, Fang Shuo's peripheral vision never left her. Today, Lin Xi wore a beige dress. As she drove, the skirt naturally slid to the sides, revealing her 2 beautiful legs clad in black stockings. Her legs were already long, and the black stockings made Fang Shuo's mouth go dry. If you don't like it, I'll take them off. It's probably better to dress more conservatively from now on. Seeing Fang Shuo's hesitant gaze, Lin Xi nearly burst out laughing. Nonsense. How is this not conservative? You're a modern woman, why should you care what others think? You should always dress according to your own wishes, what you like is what matters most. Fang Shuo immediately grew flustered. Damn it, finally seeing this girl in black stockings, she looked absolutely perfect. He hadn't even had his fill yet, and now she wanted to take them off? No way. Ha! Seeing Fang Shuo's anxious expression, Lin Xi managed to stifle her laughter. Alright, just kidding. Let's go. Lin Xi flushed slightly and drove toward the theater. Mathematics department. Fang Shuo's advisor was about to clock out when he saw the class monitor leading several men in black suits walk in. Sir, these people said they were looking for Fang Shuo, but he's not here. They wouldn't believe me, so I. The class monitor looked at them fearfully. Their attitude had been downright intimidating just now. Looking for Fang Shuo? I understand. You may leave now. The counselor waved the class monitor away. I'm Fang Shuo's counselor. Did he get into trouble outside? The counselor asked the group. Misbehaved? Well, sort of. That's why we're looking for him. We just checked the classroom and the dorm, but he's nowhere to be found. You're his teacher, you should know where he might be, right? The leader stepped forward to ask. His tone toward the counselor was actually quite polite. These types were masters at reading people, and college students were the easiest to intimidate. Well, have you two ever been to college? The counselor looked at them with a hint of exasperation. Who is university? The men in black exchanged glances. University management is relatively free compared to high school. As your so-called counselor, I only oversee academic arrangements and coursework. I don't know everything about your personal lives. Besides, Fang Shuo often takes on part-time jobs and isn't on campus most of the time. The counselor addressed the group. All right. The leader sighed. Since they couldn't find out, they just have to wait and see. Hey. Who are you guys? What do you want with Fang Shuo? Just as the group was about to walk out, the counselor called them back. Oh, we're from Manhwa Group. Fang Shuo, he used to work part-time for us. We have some work-related questions for him. The leader explained with a smile. Before the counselor could respond, the group had already left. Tianhai City Grand Theater. A tragic love story was unfolding on stage. I've seen this story before. It's about two people who agreed to elope, then staged a fake suicide pact, only to live a life of shameless debauchery afterward. Who knew this foreign tale would be adapted into a play? During intermission, Fang Shuo lowered his voice and said to Lin Xi, "You've seen it too?" Lin Xi beside him looked quite surprised. As they spoke, gasps suddenly erupted around them. Fang Shuo and Lin Xi looked toward the stage to see the male actor from earlier running toward the female actress, holding a large bouquet of flowers. He knelt down on one knee. Wait, this scene isn't in the story. Fang Shuo was puzzled. Dumb. He's proposing during the intermission. Oh my, how romantic. I wish someone would propose to me with such thoughtfulness someday. Lin Xi watched the romantic scene on stage, her eyes sparkling with admiration. What you should be worried about is whether you'll ever get married. Fang Shuo muttered timidly from the side. Fang Shuo. If you want to die, just say so. Lin Xi lashed out, arms flailing. After the intermission, the stage play resumed. After a brief build-up, the climax arrived swiftly. The male lead on stage drank the poison and breathed his last. The female lead then took a knife and killed herself before the corpse of the male lead. As the surrounding lights gradually dimmed, the climax of the entire play should have unfolded, the male and female leads waking up one after another, walking together toward a new beginning. But to everyone's surprise, the male lead had indeed awakened. The female lead, however, showed no signs of movement. The male actor waited a long time, fearing an awkward pause, before finally rising from the floor and approaching the female actress. But immediately, he collapsed onto her body, crying out in anguish. Quick! An ambulance! Call an ambulance! The actor wailed with heart-wrenching urgency. The actress now seemed lifeless, her limp body slumped in the actor's arms. A dagger protruded from her chest and her clothes were soaked through with blood. Only then did the audience below the stage realize something was terribly wrong. Chaos erupted throughout the theater. Chapter 69, Murder. Oh no, it looks like the woman is really dead. Fang Shuo also stood up, watching the scene on stage. But many people in the theater were now rushing toward the exits. Even if Fang Shuo and his group wanted to get to the stage to investigate, they couldn't get through the crowd anytime soon. Only after the crowd had largely dispersed did Fang Shuo and Lin Xi make their way onto the stage. Police! Don't move her yet. Wait until the ambulance arrives. Lin Xi identified herself as she watched the male lead embrace the female lead in grief, weeping inconsolably. Hearing that Lin Xi was a police officer, the drama club actors seemed to find their anchor. Officer, how did such a terrible accident happen? A middle-aged man beside him kept explaining. He appeared to be the troupe's director. What exactly happened? Lin Xi asked the director. I don't know. This knife should be a prop, one of those spring knives that retracts immediately once it pierces the skin. Then it just hooks through the blood bag under the costume and that's it. Who knew it would actually pierce through? Maybe they grabbed the wrong prop. That's just careless. The director explained, visibly flustered. Whatever the reason, an accident happening in front of so many people meant he, as the troupe leader, bore heavy responsibility. Even if this case were resolved, the theater troupe could forget about performing again. Listening to the director's words, Lin Xi approached the female lead. Truthfully. At this point, whether the ambulance arrived or not no longer mattered. The female lead was already dead. A sharp dagger had pierced straight through her heart. There was absolutely no chance of saving her. Director, are actors responsible for their own props? At that moment, Fang Shuo emerged from backstage. Lin Xi looked puzzled. After going on stage with Fang Shuo earlier, she'd been busy up front and hadn't noticed he'd gone backstage. Yes, these props are all crafted by our props team and then handed over to the actors for use. After all, having props means we can rehearse anytime. In our line of work, 1 minute on stage takes 10 years of practice behind the scenes. That's just how it is. Each of them has their own designated storage space for props. The troupe leader hurriedly explained to Fang Shuo. Fang Shuo had arrived with Lin Xi, so the director instinctively assumed he was a police officer too. One more question: when stabbing someone, is this always the force used? Fang Shuo gestured toward the corpse beside them. Lin Xi froze, then realized what he meant. Even with a real dagger, a normal person acting wouldn't stab themselves to death like that. The force required was immense. Well, how should I put it, it's always been this forceful. On one hand, when crafting our props, we designed the internal mechanisms to require significant force to trigger, ensuring they wouldn't retract with a light push to avoid giving away the secret. On the other hand, it's also an artistic necessity. When the female lead sees the male lead dead, overcome with grief, she needs to show her resolute determination to kill herself. That requires stabbing her heart with force. The troupe leader explained to Fang Shuo. Fang Shuo nodded. Both points made sense. He'd seen props like that before, from a magician. Since magicians often show their props to the audience, they couldn't reveal any clues. But this development did offer a chance to verify Fang Shuo's hypothesis. Fang Shuo, what did you discover? Lin Xi asked Fang Shuo from the side. Based on her understanding of him, Fang Shuo would never ask such questions casually.
I suspect this wasn't an accident, it was murder.
Fang Shuo stated to Lin Xi. Murder? Hearing Fang Shuo's words, the drama troupe members all looked utterly incredulous. You mean, this knife was switched? Lin Xi quickly caught on. Everyone step aside. No one leaves. Is anyone still backstage? Get them all over here.
Lin Xi hurriedly stood up and addressed the troop leader. Given the current situation, it was clear the killer was someone within the troop.
What?
Hearing Lin Xi's words, the troop leader shuddered violently but stumbled off to gather people. Meanwhile, the male lead sat slumped in a corner, looking utterly lost.
He hadn't joined the others standing together.
Seeing this, Lin Xi said nothing. Just moments ago, the male lead proposed to the female lead, and from the scene at the time, it was clear she had accepted. But unexpectedly, they were soon separated by death. No one could bear such a blow.
Not long after, the paramedics arrived first.
As Lin Xi had suspected, the person was already dead, and there was no need for resuscitation. Upon confirming it was a homicide, Lin Xi notified headquarters. Soon, Sun Haiba arrived at the scene with the forensic team.
What's going on?
Sun Haiba stared at Lin Xi and Fang Shuo, his face frozen in shock.
We suspect someone within the troupe deliberately swapped out the props, causing this accident. It appears to be intentional homicide. Lin Xi addressed Sun Haiba. That's not what I'm asking. How did you two end up here?
Sun Haiba gestured toward Fang Shuo behind him.
Well.
Lin Xi's mind was completely occupied with the case, and she genuinely hadn't processed the question yet. Haha, Captain Sun, this is personal business. You don't need to get involved.
Going on a date after work? That's perfectly normal, isn't it? Fang Shuo grinned as he walked over. You kid, moving fast, huh? Got back to the dorm last night okay? Didn't throw up in the dorm, did you?
Sun Haiba slung his arm around Fang Shuo's shoulder familiarly. After a round of drinks, their bond had grown considerably stronger. As for Lin Xi, given Sun Haiba's mentor-apprentice relationship with director Lin, he naturally took great interest in her, treating her like his own little sister. With this marriage matter settled, he was naturally delighted.
I didn't go back to the dorm.
I woke up at Lin Xi's place.
Her aunt even made me a big breakfast. Fang Shuo said with a laugh. You're something else, kid. You actually went home? You didn't pretend to be drunk last night, did you? Sun Haiba winked.
I was a little at first, but I got genuinely drunk later.
I'll show you. Before Fang Shuo could finish his sentence, Lin Xi twisted his ear. Captain, what are you two doing here? We're at a murder scene right now. You two stop talking nonsense.
Lin Xi glared at the two chatting away, her face flushed.
Oh. Right. Hearing Lin Xi's words, Sun Haiba finally snapped out of it.
Damn it, they were here for a murder case. He nearly got led astray by that damn kid. He quickly composed himself, his expression turning solemn as he strode toward the crowd.
Chapter 70, The Knife. Fang Shuo, the crime scene evidence is all here. What makes you think this is murder? After surveying the entire scene, Sun Haiba approached Fang Shuo and asked. The knife. Fang Shuo replied slowly. The knife? Sun Haiba looked puzzled. That's right.
This knife was originally supposed to be a prop knife. These prop knives are specially crafted, there's no way they could be mistaken. I checked the old photos and that empty box. This murder weapon is identical to the prop knife. These prop knives are usually made larger for better visibility by the audience. Plus, the structure of these props is different, even if damaged, they won't penetrate completely. Fang Shuo pointed to the murder weapon nearby. Only then did Sun Haiba and the others notice that this knife was indeed larger than an ordinary one. If it had merely been a small paring knife, it likely wouldn't have been lethal enough to kill outright. It's fundamentally different from a regular knife. In other words, this prop knife has no practical use beyond demonstrations. So no one would make a real knife identical to a prop knife unless. Fang Shuo scanned the theater crew standing nearby. Unless someone deliberately swapped the knife to cause an accident. Sun Haiba's eyes lit up. The others suddenly understood. No wonder Fang Shuo called it murder. Accidents simply don't happen with prop knives like this. So that means the prop master is the prime suspect. Where's the prop master? A police officer beside him exclaimed excitedly. The prop master? He took the day off. He's not here. The troop leader wiped the sweat from his forehead as he spoke. Who would have thought someone in his troop would want to kill someone? Taking a day off? Sun Haiba couldn't help but frown. Yeah, we even had lunch together today. But halfway through, he had to rush off to the bathroom. He ended up in the hospital and has been hooked up to N4 ever since. All the props were prepared in advance, so we didn't ask him to come today. The director explained to Sun Haiba. The more the director spoke, the more suspicious this prop master seemed. What's the relationship between this props master and the woman? Fang Shuo suddenly interjected from the side. What kind of relationship? It's hard to say if there is a relationship, but it's also hard to say there isn't one. The captain replied hesitantly. What do you mean?
Fang Shuo couldn't help but freeze.
Well, the props master had been pursuing Lin Xi, the female lead, but she turned him down. The director explained slowly.
Love turned to hate?
Lin Xi recalled the earlier scene of the successful proposal. It was highly likely the prop master had learned about the man's proposal today and deliberately orchestrated this stunt.
Since he couldn't have it, he'd destroy everything. Where is that prop master now? Sun Haiba asked urgently. Where? He should be back at the dorm by now? Should I call him now and tell him to come over? The team leader tremblingly pulled out his phone. Don't tip off the target. Write down the address. You guys, go arrest him immediately. You all come with us back to headquarters.
Sun Haiba blocked the commander.
What's going on here? Who the hell is this?
Only then did Sun Haiba notice the man beside them, sobbing until he passed out.
He's the male lead actor. He should be Lin Jingjing's boyfriend.
Lin Xi recounted the events that had transpired earlier.
It's really a bit pitiful. Take the person back too. Take a statement. We need to gather more clues. Sun Haiba shook his head. Hey, where's Fang Shuo? Wasn't he just here? Sun Haiba turned around only to find Fang Shuo gone. Did he go backstage?
Lin Xi was puzzled too. The two headed toward the backstage area and spotted Fang Shuo rummaging through boxes and cabinets, searching for something.
What are you doing? Don't go rummaging through their stuff, they'll blame us later.
Lin Xi said to Fang Shuo.
I'm looking for a knife. Fang Shuo didn't even look up as he continued rummaging. Looking for a knife? Sun Haiba and Lin Xi exchanged puzzled glances. Since the prop master had prepared replacements beforehand, why would the prop knife be left here? I asked earlier.
Before the official performance, they all went through rehearsals, and the suicide scene was part of those rehearsals.
The female lead couldn't have failed to notice.
In other words, she used the prop knife before the performance. It was switched out just before she went on stage.
Fang Shuo addressed Sun Haiba and Lin Xi. What did you say?
The two looked utterly incredulous.
It's true.
I think the killer probably wasn't the prop master, but someone who was actually present at the scene.
Fang Shuo said slowly. Tianhai City Public Security Bureau.
Everyone from the theater had been brought back, including the props master who had been eating instant noodles in his dorm room. After verification, it was confirmed that the dressing rooms for the main actors had keys, making them inaccessible to ordinary people. Only 6 individuals had access. The deceased, Lin Jingjing the second female lead, Fang Xi the third female lead, Wang Xiaqiao the male lead, Zhang Shuai the props master, Ho Yong and the troop leader. The props master has been interrogated, but he won't admit to anything. He claims to know nothing. But he mentioned that 2 prop knives were made earlier. He was worried one might be defective, so the second one was kept as a backup.
Sun Haiba walked in. A backup? Where is it? Can I go in and ask him? Fang Shuo asked urgently. This did answer one of his questions.
Fang Shuo had previously felt that it would be rather difficult for ordinary people to prepare 2 identical knives. If they had been available from the start, it would have been far too simple.
That's not going to be easy. He's in the bathroom. Let's wait for him to come out. Sun Haiba sighed helplessly. Could it be he was deliberately targeted? Fang Shuo frowned. What do you mean, deliberately? Sun Haiba looked puzzled. I mean, the prop master's stomachache wasn't an accident, it was deliberate. The goal was to make us think the prop master was the prime suspect. But that doesn't quite add up. There's an obvious problem here. Fang Shuo was puzzled. Fang Shuo, you're getting too hung up on details.
To everyone's surprise, Sun Haiba, standing nearby, chuckled and patted Fang Shuo on the shoulder.
Getting hung up on details? What do you mean? Fang Shuo looked puzzled.
You're imagining murderers in this world to be far too clever.
Let me put it this way.
In all my years as a detective, I've solved countless cases. It's not that I'm particularly brilliant, but rather that over the years, our criminal investigation teams have developed a highly systematic and comprehensive investigative process. By following this process and using modern investigative techniques, almost no killer can achieve a perfect crime.
Moreover, most murders are crimes of passion, they don't involve such elaborate planning.
From the start, you've naturally placed the killer on the same level as yourself, but in reality, there aren't that many people who are that capable.
To put it bluntly, you're overthinking things, kid. Sun Haiba said with a laugh. Chapter 71, The Prop Master. Alright. Fang Shuo shrugged helplessly. Sun Haiba was right, the world wasn't overflowing with geniuses. At least for these theater troupe members, they'd entered this line of work at a very young age. It wasn't necessarily true that those with higher education were automatically smarter.
It was just that these theater troupe members, confined to this environment from the start, couldn't think things through as thoroughly as he did. Inside the interrogation room, a middle-aged man with a sallow complexion sat inside. He appeared to be on the verge of collapse. Did you give both prop knives to Lin Jingjing? Fang Shuo cut straight to the point without further preamble. No, they only replace them when they break. I usually keep them in that prop box, not just the prop knives, but all the other props too. The prop master explained slowly. So if I wanted to modify a prop knife into a real one, would that be feasible? Fang Shuo pressed further. Easy to modify. It's basically just a spring inside. Just remove it and pad the space with something. The prop master demonstrated with his hands. Fang Shuo nodded. Why did you get diarrhea? But then Fang Shuo asked a completely unrelated question. I don't know either. I felt sick after eating hot pot at lunch. The doctor said it's acute gastroenteritis, but I didn't eat anything unusual. I'm really unlucky. The prop master said, somewhat speechless. Do you usually lock your prop box? Fang Shuo asked. Yes. After the performers use the props, they all hand them back to me for centralized management. Since performances cause wear and tear, I repair them. That's part of my daily duties. But I had diarrhea, so I didn't go. I gave the key to the troop leader. The prop master hurriedly explained. Alright, I understand. Fang Shuo nodded and walked out. Hey! It's got nothing to do with me. I didn't kill anyone. The prop master yelled after Fang Shuo. So? Any luck? Sun Haiba rushed over to ask as soon as he saw Fang Shuo emerge. Let's go. He probably isn't the killer. Fang Shuo shook his head. Just because he confessed to all this? It could be a deliberate attempt to mislead us. Sun Haiba remained skeptical. No, it's still the same reason. The knife must have been switched before the performance, and he wasn't present at the time. I checked with the doctor. He's been here receiving 4 fluids the whole time and never left. Fang Shuo addressed Sun Haiba. Alright, who should we question next? Sun Haiba glanced at the person in the adjacent interrogation room. The battalion commander. Fang Shuo headed toward one of the rooms. The director? He couldn't possibly be the killer, could he? Even if he wanted to act, he absolutely wouldn't use this method. It'd be like destroying the entire troop. He's a businessman. He wouldn't be that foolish. Sun Haiba looked puzzled. I know. That's not what I'm asking about. Fang Shuo turned to face Sun Haiba. Then what are you asking? Sun Haiba was completely baffled. Their relationship and the motive for the murder. Fang Shuo finished speaking and pushed open the door to walk inside. Captain, what did Fang Shuo mean by that? The surrounding officers exchanged bewildered glances. He was clearly the least likely suspect, yet he was the first one interrogated. This Fang Shuo is pretty sharp. Sun Haiba, standing nearby, stroked his chin and chuckled. Ha! The officers were all baffled. Think about it. We know nothing about these people. If the killer is among them, they'll definitely fabricate lies, and we'll be at their mercy. Don't you see? Why would the killer commit murder in public? It must be because they have some grudge against the female lead. Know your enemy and know yourself, and you will win every battle. If we go in knowing nothing, we'll be led by the killer. That's why Fang Shuo wants to start with the person least connected to the case, yet who knows the most about it. Sun Haiba explained to the group. Hearing Sun Haiba's words, the others finally understood. At that moment, before the battalion commander, Fang Shuo calmly inquired about something, carefully trying to put the commander at ease. He needed unbiased information from the commander. Are you asking about the prop box? I opened it as soon as I arrived. They can just take whatever items they need directly. I have to coordinate many things across the entire venue. I can't stay glued to the backstage area the whole time. The director explained slowly. How are their relationships with each other? Are they close? Fang Shuo pressed further. Their relationship? Well, how should I put it? Our troupe is constantly touring all over the country, so we rarely interact with outsiders. Plus, with all the rehearsals, it's only natural for feelings to develop over time within the troupe. My wife and I met within the troupe back in the day. This Zhang Shuai has always been quite popular. Several girls pursued him, but it wasn't until today that he settled down, and then this happened. The troop leader sighed wistfully. You mean Lin Jingjing, Fang Xi, and Huang Qiaqiao, all 3 of them were pursuing Zhang Shuai? Fang Shuo looked surprised. Yeah. Well, how should I put it? Zhang Shuai is kind-hearted and doesn't know how to say no. So, things always get a bit messy. I've told him before to be more decisive, but he says he's afraid of hurting their feelings. This time, I was the one encouraging him. Sigh. The expression on the captain's face was hard to pin down. Regret, perhaps? So that means both Fang Xi and Huang Qiaqiao are major suspects? So it was those 2. Outside the interrogation room, a police officer blurted out instinctively. Can you keep your cool? Haven't you noticed Fang Shuo isn't ready to come out yet? Keep your voice down. Sun Haiba scolded them with obvious displeasure. His subordinates, all formally trained in criminal investigation, couldn't even hold a candle to a college student. It left Sun Haiba utterly speechless. What was their relationship like normally? Fang Shuo continued to ask from inside the room. Usually? She and Fang Xi don't get along well. They often argue. Lin Jingjing is the lead actress, while Fang Xi is the second lead. As you know, the opportunities for the lead and second lead are different. They were rivals before, but Lin Jingjing has better presence, so she got the lead role in the end. Even though they argued, Fang Shuo probably wouldn't go this far. Huang Qiaqiu and Lin Jingjing were actually quite close. How should I put it? Huang was practically a little fangirl. The troop leader said hesitantly. Got it. Fang Shuo nodded and stepped out. Fang Shuo, it's clear. Let's start with this Fang Shi. Seeing Fang Shuo emerge, Sun Haiba stepped forward and said. Captain Sun, you guys go inside. I want to make another trip to the theater. Fang Shuo shook his head. You're not going in? Sun Haiba looked surprised. I doubt it'll be that straightforward. The killer staged this spectacle in front of so many people. They must have anticipated the police would come looking. They'll have a solid story ready. The key lies with that prop knife. If we can find that prop knife, the fingerprints and evidence on it will tell the whole story. Fang Shuo said slowly. Alright, Lin Xi, you go with Fang Shuo. Sun Haiba struggled to follow Fang Shuo's reasoning, but he decided to interrogate him first and see where it led. Chapter 72, Switcheroo. Tianhai City Grand Theater. After tonight's incident, the entire theater had been cordoned off. Fang Shuo and Lin Xi made their way backstage, but Fang Shuo found an empty spot and sat cross-legged. What are you doing? Didn't you say we were here to find something? Lin Xi looked puzzled. I've already scanned this entire backstage area once, but it was crowded then and I didn't have time to think properly. My eyes have searched everywhere and found nothing. Now I need to use my brain. Fang Shuo chuckled. Use my brain? Lin Xi was speechless. Not everyone was as twisted as Fang Shuo. Seeing Fang Shuo close his eyes, Lin Xi said nothing more and began searching the room quietly. At that moment, Fang Shuo felt as if he had returned to the chaotic backstage room before the performance. Time had been too short back then to hide anything too elaborately. Plus, there were others in the dressing room. Hiding successfully wasn't exactly simple, yet he hadn't managed to find it. How did they manage that? Or perhaps there was no substitution at all. It was like that from the start? Did Lin Jingjing not actually stab it during the demonstration? This opens up more possibilities. Hey Fang Shuo, could it be that someone came back during halftime to switch it out? Lin Xi suddenly thought of something and turned to Fang Shuo. During the proposal, everyone's attention was on the stage. No one noticed what was happening backstage. Lin Xi moved closer to Fang Shuo. No way. Did you notice where that knife came from? Fang Shuo opened his eyes. No. Lin Xi shook her head. It was on the table. To be precise, it was inside the fruit basket on the table. And that fruit basket prop had been set up right from the start when the scene was being arranged. So it must have been swapped out before the opening scene. Fang Shuo explained to Lin Xi. That's really strange. Lin Xi shook her head, completely baffled. Alright, sit here. Fang Shuo stood up and guided Lin Xi to sit where Lin Jingjing was applying makeup. What are you doing? Lin Xi didn't understand what Fang Shuo meant. Just do your makeup normally. Don't mind me. Fang Shuo instructed Lin Xi. Lin Xi had no choice but to pretend to apply makeup in front of the mirror. Fang Shuo walked to one side of Lin Xi, stepped back, then peered over from the other side, shaking his head again. What's wrong? Lin Xi found it somewhat amusing. The mirror. Fang Shuo pointed ahead. What do you mean? Lin Xi was puzzled. A mirror reveals everything. If you're in front of your makeup mirror, you'd see me if I tried to swap anything out. Besides, Fang Shi and her don't get along. If she comes over, she'll definitely be on high alert. Fang Shuo shook his head. That makes sense. Then there's no way around it? Lin Xi understood the situation. Not exactly. At least for me, it might not be that complicated. Let me show you an experiment. Fang Shuo spoke as he wrote the number 1 on a piece of paper, then folded a knife and placed it inside the box beside him. Close your eyes first. Open them when I come back through the door. With that, Fang Shuo walked out. Hey, busy? Fang Shuo said as he pushed open the door and walked in, sitting down beside Lin Xi like an old friend. Heh, you're here, little brother? Lin Xi responded in kind. That knife of yours is pretty intimidating. Fang Shuo said, picking it up and waving it around. Don't break it. Put it back quickly. Lin Xi also got into character. Alright, make sure you put on a good show when you go on stage later. Fang Shuo said, putting the knife back in its sheath. That's it? Lin Xi looked puzzled. Yep, it's done. Fang Shuo nodded. But it's still the same knife, isn't it? Lin Xi picked up the knife and examined it. Open it up and see. Fang Shuo smiled. Lin Xi unwrapped the paper knife and found the number 2 written inside. Where's the original one? When did you switch it? Lin Xi was puzzled. Fang Shuo had clearly put it back just now. It's right here. I prepared one in advance and kept it on me. When I picked it up, I deliberately stood behind you, blocking the mirror. When I put it back, it was a case of swapping the real for the fake. That's all there is to it. Fang Shuo pulled the original paper knife from his pocket.
So that means the knife is now on the killer's person? Lin Xi suddenly understood the purpose of Fang Shuo's demonstration. Exactly. That should be the case. They're all wearing theatrical costumes, which are much looser than regular clothes. Hiding a knife in there would be easy enough. That explains why we couldn't find it here all along. Fang Shuo nodded. Then let's hurry back.
Lin Xiting jumped to his feet. Whoever is found with that prop knife must be the murderer.
No rush. They're already at the police station.
There's nowhere to dispose of this knife, it must still be hidden somewhere.
I still have one question.
Judging by their relationships, the one with the strongest motive might be Fang Xi. But there are 2 points of doubt. One is what you saw earlier. At the very least, it had to be someone very close to Lin Jingjing. If it were someone hostile, Lin Jingjing would have been cautious, even suspicious. It's highly unlikely she would have taken it casually. Second, if Fang Xi killed someone in public, given her history of bad blood with Lin Jingjing, people would easily connect it to her. If I were Fang Xi, I'd probably stage an accident. Even swapping it out during rehearsal would be better.
That way, it wouldn't have to be so blatant. Wouldn't that make it easier to cover up? Fang Shuo shook his head. Honestly, this whole thing is straightforward. You don't need to overthink it. We'll go back and search everyone. Whoever the dagger is found on is the culprit. There's no denying it in a case like this.
Lin Xi said to Fang Shuo.
You're right. It should be straightforward. Let's go. Fang Shuo nodded. Tianhai City Public Security Bureau. What? Body search? That doesn't seem quite by the book.
Listening to Fang Shuo and Lin Xi, Sun Haiba shook his head.
They're not officially suspects yet.
If they cooperate, fine.
But if they don't, we'll be in trouble. The police force isn't what it used to be. Our priority is self-protection. Don't forget the lesson from the 3rd Brigade.
If they turn around and sue us after this, we'd be in deep trouble unless we have solid evidence.
Sun Haiba stated. Captain Sun, how are things on your end? Fang Shuo asked Sun Haiba. Don't even get me started. Everyone claims ignorance, and there aren't any obvious clues. The guy just broke down and won't say a word. Sun Haiba said.
In that case, Captain Sun, I'll need to trouble you with one more thing.
Fang Shuo thought for a moment before addressing Sun Haiba. Chapter 73, I want to turn myself in. At that moment.
Inside the room, the others were scattered about, each sitting separately. Zhang Shuai crouched in the corner with his head bowed, occasionally sniffling. The others remained silent, sitting far apart from one another. By now, they all knew that Lin Jingjing's death was intentional murder, so they were wary of each other. Fang Xi sat in the farthest corner, coldly observing those around her. Earlier, upon entering, Huang Qiaoqiao had confronted her, and everyone present suspected her involvement. After all, she was the one in the entire troupe who had the worst relationship with Lin Jingjing, making her the prime suspect. Compounding this, the two had argued during rehearsal, directing everyone's suspicion squarely at her. Although the troop leader hadn't mentioned this argument when Fang Shuo inquired, deep down he also believed Fang Xi was responsible. Fang Xi was understandably furious. Meanwhile, Wang Qiaoqiao approached Zhang Shuai and whispered something to him. Just then, Sun Haiba pushed open the door and entered.
Get ready. We're going to conduct a search on you all. Sun Haiba said slowly. Body search? On what grounds?
Hearing Sun Haiba's words, Fang Shiting jumped to his feet. She'd already been feeling annoyed earlier, and now Sun Haiba's words clearly targeted her. After all, Sun Haiba was staring directly at her as he spoke.
Exactly. We're not the murderer, why search us? Why not just search the murderer?
Huang Qiaoqiao chimed in from the side, glancing over at Fang Xi.
Huang Qiaoqiao, what do you mean by that? Fang Xi instantly grew furious. What could I possibly mean? The killer knows who they are. Seeing Fang Xi's menacing expression, Huang Qiaoqiao shrank back fearfully toward Zhang Shuai. All right, stop arguing for now. Officer, this is going too far. Isn't a body search an insult to us?
The prop master standing nearby also stood up at this moment. Seeing their reactions, Sun Haiba smiled faintly. It seemed even the theater troupe members believed Fang Xi was the culprit. He said nothing more and walked out. Is that acceptable? Sun Haiba asked Fang Shuo. Yes, I just wanted to see their reactions. Now it seems clear enough. Fang Shuo nodded. What Fang Shuo wanted was for Sun Haiba to spread the word about the search. After all, the prop knife was hidden on one of them. He couldn't possibly remain unaffected upon hearing about the search. No matter how calculating someone might be, subtle facial expressions weren't so easy to control. As for conducting a search without absolute evidence, it was possible but carried certain risks. It wouldn't be as troublesome as the 3rd Brigade situation, but it would still have consequences. If they refused to cooperate, Sun Haiba and his team would be powerless. Then it's over, isn't it? It's almost certainly this Fang Xi. Let's take a gamble and search only Fang Xi. If we find it, all's well, case closed. If not, I'll take responsibility. Sun Haiba chimed in from the side. Fang Xi? No way. Actually, the killer is.
I want to turn myself in.
Before Fang Shuo could finish his sentence, Zheng Shuai arrived at the interrogation room door and shouted loudly outside.
What? You want to turn yourself in? Sun Haiba and the others were startled by Zheng Shuai's appearance at the doorway.
Yes. I killed Lin Jingjing. Zheng Shuai said slowly.
Interrogation room.
Zheng Shuai sat in the interrogation chair. His eyes no longer bore the sorrow and blankness of before, instead, they held a certain resolve.
Fang Shuo watched him from the side, surprised by this change. Zheng Shuai, what exactly happened? You mean, you killed Lin Jingjing? How did you kill her? Sun Haiba demanded of Zheng Shuai. Before the performance, I swapped out the prop knife. During rehearsal, at the last minute, I told her we should just do a quick demonstration to save time. Then you all know what happened.
Zheng Shuai said slowly to Sun Haiba.
Didn't you just propose? Do you even know what you're saying? Sun Haiba looked utterly shocked.
He never imagined that Zheng Shuai could be the murderer.
I did it on purpose. That way, you wouldn't suspect me. If I hadn't come forward, you'd never have known. Zheng Shuai gave a helpless smile. Sun Haiba was instantly speechless. Zheng Shuai was right.
Seeing him cry himself unconscious back then, it didn't seem like he was faking it at all. Sun Haiba and his team had investigated numerous cases where perpetrators killed their wives or lovers and then voluntarily turned themselves in, often weeping just as profusely. Based on Sun Haiba's experience, Zheng Shuai's state back then was undoubtedly genuine. But now it seemed Zheng Shuai was simply an exceptional actor.
Then why are you speaking up now? Sun Haiba asked coldly. Because I've come to terms with it. The one I truly love is Lin Jingjing. I've wronged her.
I want to die with her. Zheng Shuai said slowly.
What the hell is this nonsense? Sun Haiba looked utterly speechless.
From the very beginning, Lin Jingjing, Fang Xi, and Huang Xiaoqiao all pursued me.
I didn't know what to do.
I loved Lin Jingjing's gentle grace, Fang Xi's fiery passion, and Huang Xiaoqiao's petite charm.
I couldn't commit to any one of them.
I feared hurting the other two, and besides, I couldn't bear the thought of either of them being with other men. But Lin Jingjing gave me an ultimatum: I had to choose, or she'd start going on blind dates. I had no choice but to orchestrate this whole charade.
Zheng Shuai said slowly. This is...
Listening to Zheng Shuai's words, Sun Haiba felt his blood boil with rage at the sheer audacity of it all.
Is this what you call kindness? This is just a scumbag. Are you saying you swapped out the prop knife from the very beginning?
At that moment, Fang Shuo, who had been standing nearby, asked slowly.
Zheng Shuai nodded. Seeing Zheng Shuai's expression, Fang Shuo let out a soft sigh. You're lying. Fang Shuo shook his head.
He fixed Zheng Shuai with a cold stare. Zheng Shuai's eyes instinctively shifted away, but he looked back immediately.
I don't understand what you're talking about.
Zheng Shuai said in a flat tone.
Yes, of course you don't understand. That much is true.
Because you didn't kill that person at all, yet you insist on taking responsibility.
Why? Fang Shuo's eyes seemed to pierce through everything.
Hearing Fang Shuo's words, Zheng Shuai shuddered. Sun Haiba, standing beside Fang Shuo, noticed Zheng Shuai's reaction and shuddered as well.
What the hell is going on?
My brain can't keep up, for God's sake.
Sun Haiba hurriedly sat back down. Let me think.
The shift in your attitude started when Huang Xiaoqiao came to see you. The reason for the change might lie in what she said to you.
What could she have said? Ask you to die for her?
Fang Shuo continued speaking calmly from the side, as if discussing something utterly ordinary.
Chapter 74, The Truth. Hearing Fang Shuo's words, Sun Haiba's eyes widened in surprise. Huang Xiaoqiao? The murderer was Huang Xiaoqiao?
Recalling the unfinished sentence Fang Shuo had uttered earlier, a storm of shock surged within Sun Haiba.
Perhaps, from the very beginning, the one with the deepest connection to you wasn't the overt figures like Lin Jingjing and Fang Xi, but Huang Xiaoqiao?
Fang Shuo said with a smile. Judging by Zheng Shuai's reaction just now, he knew his guess was correct. Moreover, while observing the reactions of the others in the room, Fang Shuo had also deduced the truth. While the others showed confusion and anger, Huang Xiaoqiao was the only one whose first reaction was guilt. Only later did she follow Fang Xi in reconciling.
Alright then, the facts are clear enough.
If she comes clean about everything voluntarily, we'll consider it a voluntary confession.
Captain, do you think that's feasible? Fang Shuo turned to ask Sun Haiba. Well, sure. Absolutely. Sun Haiba nodded quickly. Tell us, what did she say? Why did you lie? Fang Shuo said slowly. Huang Xiaoqiao, she's pregnant.
After a long pause, Zheng Shuai finally spoke, his whole body slumped in the chair as he buried his face in his hands and wept.
10 minutes later. Huang Xiaoqiao pulled the prop knife from inside her underwear. Just as Fang Shuo had anticipated.
Huang Xiaoqiao had leveraged her relationship with Lin Jingjing to retrieve the prop knife from the prop box opened by the troop leader in advance, stuffing it with toilet paper. Earlier, Huang Xiaoqiao had casually asked the prop master about modifications, learning how to alter it. While Lin Jingjing was getting her makeup done, Huang Xiaoqiao had hovered around her. Seizing a moment when Lin wasn't paying attention, she had grabbed the knife and swapped it out. The blade had retracted, leaving only the handle-sized object. Hidden within the loose costume, it was nearly impossible to detect. After being brought to the police station, Huang Qiaqia felt uneasy, which is why she deliberately approached Zhang Shuai and told him about her pregnancy, hoping he would follow her lead and drag Fang Shuo into the mess. Upon hearing Huang Qiaqia was carrying his child, Zhang Shuai's mind went completely blank. But upon seeing Huang Qiaqia's expression, Zhang Shuai deduced who the murderer was. Torn by guilt, believing he had caused Lin Jingjing's death, he chose to turn himself in. He believed this would both ease his guilt and protect Huang Qiaqia. Yet he underestimated both the police and Fang Shuo's capabilities. Faced with the evidence, neither he nor Huang Qiaqia could offer a convincing defense.
Criminal Investigation Division Office. Hey, Fang Shuo, have another sausage. I've got a pickled egg here too. Hey, you. Hurry up. I saw you hiding some konjac jelly in the cabinet, bring it over to Fang Shuo right now. Fang Shuo's bowl of instant noodles was now piled high with 4 sausages and 8 eggs. The noodles were completely hidden beneath the toppings. Fang Shuo was utterly speechless. You kid, you've really done us a solid this time. Solving the case within 3 hours of the incident? Our Criminal Investigation Division's year-end bonus is in the bag now. Sun Haiba grinned widely from the side. Just luck, really. I only helped out a little. It's all thanks to Captain Sun orchestrating everything behind the scenes.
Fang Shuo replied modestly, slipping in a well-timed compliment.
Stop being so modest, kid. This really opened my eyes. The relationships within this troupe are quite complicated. Who would have thought that delicate-looking Huang Qiaqia would be the culprit? Sun Haiba remarked with a sigh.
Actually, women are probably all like that, they know how to hide themselves well.
Isn't there an old saying that goes, in this world, only women and petty people are difficult to deal with?
Huang Qiaqia knew she couldn't compete openly with Lin Jingjing and Fang Shi, so she secretly took Zhang Shuai behind the scenes. And Zhang Shuai probably realized he'd made a mistake, which is why he finally decided to propose. I think before he proposed, he must have told Huang Qiaqia he was cutting ties with her completely. That's what made Huang Qiaqia want revenge. What Huang Qiaqia told Zhang Shuai earlier was likely about her pregnancy, using that to blackmail him into helping her frame Fang Shi.
But she still didn't understand Zhang Shuai well enough.
Come to think of it, even though Zhang Shuai is a jerk, he's still fundamentally a kind person at heart.
Fang Shuo shook his head. It doesn't matter now. The case is closed.
But since Huang Qiaqia is pregnant, she can't be sentenced to death. It's just that this child is going to suffer terribly.
Sun Haiba patted Fang Shuo on the shoulder. No point dwelling on it. It's late now. If you head back to the dorm, you'll definitely miss it. Just eat and sleep here at the bureau. We have dorms. Lin Xi, is that okay?
The chief went home today.
Sun Haiba turned to tease Lin Xi with a grin. Oomph. Who cares about him? Isn't it said that only women and petty people are hard to deal with? Then why ask me, a woman?
Lin Xi shot a withering glance at Sun Haiba and Fang Shuo.
Sun Haiba. Fang Shuo. Indeed, the ancients never deceive us. At that moment,
outside the men's dormitory building at Shuemu University, in the shadows, several shivering figures stood trembling, surrounded by a sea of cigarette butts littering the ground before them.
Bro, something's off. The men's dorms are locked up tight. Is this Fang Shuo guy even coming back?
One of them picked up a cigarette butt from the ground. Seeing a white tip still intact, he quickly lit it up.
Like hell he is. Everything's closed, where the hell is he coming back from? Damn it.
The leader spat angrily. Today, they had arrived at the dormitory building at 5 o'clock sharp, each holding a photo of Fang Shuo, yet they hadn't seen this guy named Fang Shuo enter or leave the dormitory. They were nearly exhausted.
Boss, why didn't we just ask for Fang Shuo's phone number? We could have called him out.
One of the younger members asked.
That. If you call him, won't he know someone's looking for him?
These college kids are as crafty as monkeys these days.
You think they're all like those female students?
Besides, if we call him, the cops could trace it back to us later. The leader noticed the kid still had a cigarette hanging from his mouth and snatched it away. But after taking 2 puffs, he realized it had burned down to the filter and angrily flung it to the ground.
So what do we do now, boss? Didn't the boss tell us to find this Fang Shuo?
The subordinate asked with a sour expression.
How the hell should I know? This Fang Shuo guy messed up our sales network on campus. We gotta teach him a lesson. Let's go. We'll come back first thing tomorrow morning.
The leader waved his hand and headed outside.
Fang Shuo knew nothing about any of this.
At that moment, he lay in the police station dormitory, crammed onto a bed with Sun Haiba, his face utterly devoid of hope.
Originally, Fang Shuo had assumed the police dorms would be at least a bit better than their school dorms.
But upon entering, he found the conditions here resembled those in certain industrial parks in Southeast Asia.
Having trouble sleeping? Sun Haiba rolled over, the bed creaking loudly as if it might collapse. It's okay. Fang Shuo rolled over too, ending up face to face with Sun Haiba. The bed was already narrow. Two grown men lying face to face like this. If it were a beautiful woman, the atmosphere would be suggestive. But with two grown men, it just felt awkward. Sun Haiba and Fang Shuo rolled over in unison. Their backs now faced each other. Chapter 75, The Shadow in the Police Station. Honestly, we cops don't really have set work hours. When a case breaks, pulling all-nighters for days straight is common. When we're utterly exhausted, we just come in for a quick nap. We don't have time to tidy up these things either. Sun Haiba explained to Fang Shuo. Fang Shuo nodded. Previously, he hadn't understood much about police life and work, only knowing that among all civil servants, police officers earned the highest salaries. But now that he had seen it firsthand, Fang Shuo felt genuine admiration for these unsung heroes. He had always thought that the saying, "there is no such thing as peaceful times someone is just carrying the burden," was just some inspirational cliché. Only now did he truly grasp the weight of the title People's Police. Captain Sun, I must admit I'm starting to regret my decision. If I'd known it would be like this, I might have applied to the police academy. Fang Shuo said slowly. That's out of the question. You can't be a cop anymore, kid. To everyone's surprise, upon hearing Fang Shuo's words, Sun Haiba sat up abruptly. Huh? Fang Shuo was puzzled. Actually, we all know about you in Shaolin. And we all approve. Police work is incredibly demanding. Girls like Shaolin who can endure such hardship are extremely rare. In fact, if it weren't for Director Lin being her father and having such a profound influence on her from childhood, she probably wouldn't have ended up in this line of work. Since you're not in the system, you can help take care of her daily life. Truthfully, Xiaolin is a wonderful girl. Sun Haiba said earnestly to Fang Shuo. Nothing's set in stone yet. Fang Shuo was utterly speechless. What's there to wait for? I've watched this girl grow up. Don't you think I know what's on her mind? All these years, when have you ever seen her care so much about a guy? I'm not bragging, but Lin Xi turned down the son of a department head, the son of a bureau chief, the son of a bank president, and the son of a company chairman. Yet you managed to win her over. You should be happy about that. Sun Haiba chuckled. Secretly happy? When we have our wedding, shouldn't we invite all these guys too? Set up a suitor's table. We could rake in some extra wedding gifts. Fang Shuo grinned. You're just too crazy. Young people are just young people, their minds work differently. Alright, cut it out. Time to sleep. Sun Haiba rolled his eyes and flopped down. Fang Shuo chuckled and was about to lie down when he suddenly heard the sound of shattering glass outside. Hearing the sound, Sun Haiba leapt off the bed in an instant. Without a second thought for Fang Shuo, he dashed out the door. What's going on? What's going on? Sun Haiba urgently asked the people nearby. Hurry! Close the main gate. Someone's here to kill. A police officer rushed out frantically. What? Killing people at the police station? What the hell is going on? Sun Haiba's eyes widened. Fang Shuo also rushed out. Captain, I just went to take a leak and accidentally saw a figure heading toward the detention cells. I was wondering why there was still an interrogation this late with no updates. I asked about it, but I never expected that person to escape. They smashed the glass with something at the staircase corner and jumped off the second floor. I followed and picked it up. It was a handgun. The officer quickly recounted the incident to Sun Haiba. What? A handgun? Where did he get a pistol? Hearing that someone had a handgun, Sun Haiba shuddered. If this gun had been stolen from their police station, it would be a real problem. It's a homemade pistol, but it's very sophisticated and has a silencer. I've already sent it to the evidence department. The officer said. That's good, that's good. Sun Haiba breathed a sigh of relief. Seal off the main gate immediately. Everyone, get fully armed. You two come with me to the holding cell. I want to see what this guy is up to. Fang Shuo, you come with me too. Sun Haiba led the group toward the detention room. Inside the holding cell at that moment were 7 or 8 individuals detained for various offenses. The group was divided into 2 sections, one huddled together in one corner, while another sat alone, curled up in a corner. Spotting Sun Haiba and his group approaching, the group scrambled over, stumbling and crawling. Police! Someone was trying to kill someone just now. Aren't you guys from the police station? This is way too dangerous. Yeah, boss, let us out quick. Don't drag us down with you. The crowd tearfully pleaded with Sun Haiba. The way they looked at him, they practically treated Sun Haiba like a savior. What's going on here? Sun Haiba asked the crowd. Someone just came over here trying to kill someone. He pointed a gun right at that person. We were scared to death. Yeah, thank goodness we weren't asleep. If that guy had gone on a random killing spree, we'd have been killed for no reason. Several people pointed at the figure in the corner and demanded. Sun Haiba walked toward the person. Before he even reached them, he caught the stench of feces and urine. It seemed the man had been so terrified he'd lost control of his bladder. Sun Haiba frowned as he looked at the man. This individual was a petty criminal.
During their investigation of the dismemberment case at Shuemu University, Lin Xi and the others had accidentally uncovered a campus nitrous oxide supply chain.
Following the trail, they had apprehended this man.
He was a crucial hub in the operation, and they had planned to use him to dismantle the entire network behind it.
Unexpectedly,
someone had come to kill him.
That meant he still knew a great deal. What was the guy wearing just now? How tall? What was his build like? Fang Shuo asked the others standing nearby. No idea. Didn't see anything. Just saw a hand holding a gun.
Then when we noticed, a figure flashed by and was gone.
One of them replied.
The others nodded in agreement. These guys, after all, were mostly in for fighting or other minor offenses. When it came to guns, they were still pretty scared.
Looks like they came prepared. To actually come into our police station to kill and silence witnesses, that's just too brazen. Take him away and have someone keep a close watch on him. Sun Haiba led the trembling man aside. Fang Shuo, meanwhile, approached the shattered window. The commotion earlier was quite loud, but if I were the killer, why would I break the window? There was a corridor right next to it. He could have slipped away unnoticed by simply heading down the corridor at that moment. Fang Shuo stared at the corridor beside the window, thoroughly puzzled. Chapter 76, Vanished without a trace. By now, every officer in the entire police bureau had been alerted. Everyone was armed with various weapons, including handguns. After all, no one knew if the killer might have a second gun. Any sign of him yet? Where is he?
Sun Haiba demanded of the team leaders.
Nothing yet, Captain. We've searched every room in the bureau and found absolutely no one. This is bizarre. He jumped from the second floor and didn't die from the fall. Where could he possibly be hiding? Could he have slipped out the front door earlier?
The group turned to Sun Haiba.
No way.
I already checked, no suspicious people left through the gate. Plus, I had people search the perimeter wall, no direct exit points found. The person must still be here. Sun Haiba said coldly. If they couldn't find this person, the Tianhai Municipal Public Security Bureau would be in big trouble. Captain Sun, since that killer had the chance to leave but didn't, it's highly likely they still have something to accomplish. If that killer was targeting that person, having gone to the lengths of infiltrating the police bureau to silence witnesses, they certainly won't give up so easily.
Hurry back to where that person is being held. I suspect the killer might be posing as a police officer to strike. Fang Shuo urged Sun Haiba urgently. Impersonating a cop? What the hell, is this a damn movie? Sun Haiba's eyes widened in shock. No time to explain. Hurry up. Fang Shuo urged. Sun Haiba didn't have time to think twice. He immediately led his men toward the detention area where the drug dealer was being held. As soon as they reached the upper floor, they spotted a uniformed officer opening the cell door from a distance. The two officers guarding the entrance lay motionless on the floor. Damn it! Freeze! Sun Haiba bellowed. Stop yelling and go catch him. But we're still so far away. Fang Shuo rolled his eyes and kicked Sun Haiba from behind. Hearing Sun Haiba's commotion, the figure darted toward the nearby staircase. Chase him. Don't let him get away.
Sun Haiba shouted in frustration. But after searching the area, the man had vanished.
Where is he? This place isn't that big. How could he just vanish? The surveillance cameras didn't catch anything?
A chill ran down Sun Haiba's spine.
Fang Shuo, who followed behind Sun Haiba, was also taken aback. But this clearly wasn't some supernatural occurrence.
The only explanation was that the killer knew the police station inside out. Knowing the blind spots of the surveillance system, it must be someone from the police station.
They must have hidden themselves.
Sun Haiba had already dispatched officers to search every room. Fang Shuo thought for a moment, then headed back to the room where the drug dealer had been detained earlier.
Fortunately, those two officers hadn't been killed, they'd been knocked unconscious by an electric shock. Fang Shuo looked down the hallway outside the room, puzzled.
This room was located near the end of the corridor, with a long hallway on one side and a staircase on the other. No matter who approached from either direction, the two officers stationed at the door would have noticed them. To incapacitate two officers so swiftly in such a short time was practically impossible.
Unless they knew each other.
Only when someone familiar approached would they lower their guard completely, leaving themselves open to a surprise attack. Earlier, they had seen the person from a distance, and he was wearing a police uniform. Could the killer be a police officer from the station? That would make this case truly complicated.
Fang Shuo, what did you find?
This is bizarre. We've searched everywhere, yet there's no one here.
Damn it, if you hadn't reacted in time, we'd have been in real trouble.
At that moment, Sun Haiba came up, panting heavily.
Captain Sun, did you know that guy earlier? Fang Shuo looked up and asked Sun Haiba. Did I know him? Like hell I know him. So you're saying that guy was?
Sun Haiba caught on to what Fang Shuo was implying.
I'm afraid so. Fang Shuo nodded silently. Are you sure?
Sun Haiba's voice trembled slightly. As the head of the criminal investigation team, this was a scenario he simply couldn't accept.
I'd been suspicious earlier.
When the perpetrator was discovered committing the crime, if he'd simply bolted through the main gate, he could have escaped.
But he didn't.
Instead, he used the gun to shatter the glass, which is what alerted the entire police station and set them into action.
At first, I suspected the killer hadn't completed his mission.
That's why he used the gun to distract us to lure the tiger away from the mountain so he could return and continue killing. As it turned out, that was exactly the case.
Fang Shuo spoke slowly.
Listening to Fang Shuo, Sun Haiba finally understood why Fang Shuo had urged them to come to this drug dealer's detention location.
Without Fang Shuo's warning, the man might have succeeded.
But now it seems it might not be that simple after all. I suspect the killer never intended to leave from the start. According to his plan, after successfully killing the drug dealer, he intended to remain hidden here. If he had left, his identity would have been exposed the moment you began your personnel screening.
Fang Shuo analyzed. So that's how it is.
Then the surveillance malfunction a few days ago must have been his doing too.
Sun Haiba said through gritted teeth. The surveillance malfunctioned? Fang Shuo froze. Yeah, we noticed the problem a few days ago. The tech department checked it out and said it wasn't a big deal, just some loose connections. Sun Haiba nodded. Loose connectors? Fang Shuo's eyes lit up. He walked over to the camera in the corner of the hallway.
The camera was mounted in the corner of the wall, fixed in place, but the wires were exposed.
Reaching for it directly was clearly out of reach. But what if? Captain Sun, where's the storage room? Fang Shuo hurriedly asked Sun Haiba. Chapter 77, The Ingenious Part. The storage room? It's around the corner on the first floor. What's up? Sun Haiba was a bit puzzled. Let's go. Fang Shuo headed downstairs.
Though Sun Haiba wasn't quite sure why, he motioned for the others to follow Fang Shuo downstairs.
Will there be cleaning staff on duty tonight? When Fang Shuo entered the storage room, it was empty. Of course.
Old Wang, the janitor.
Our bureau has round-the-clock shifts. Cases frequently arise here. Like the security guards, they're all stationed permanently at the bureau.
Old Wang's been here for ages.
You wouldn't be suspecting Old Wang, would you? Sun Haiba asked Fang Shuo, his face filled with shock. Where is he now? Fang Shuo inquired. He's right outside.
I saw him just now when we were looking for someone.
Sun Haiba pointed outside. No way? The figure I saw earlier definitely wasn't Old Wang. Old Wang isn't that burly. Sun Haiba shook his head repeatedly. No.
Never trust what you see with your own eyes completely.
Fang Shuo shook his head and began rummaging through the storage room. Why does this feel like I'm not getting it? You guys, go find Old Wang. Sun Haiba scratched his head and instructed the others. Yeah, I don't get it either, but I believe it. That's what German philosopher Karl said. Fang Shuo glanced around the storage room, a faint smile playing on his lips. A moment later,
a middle-aged man was brought over. Though called middle-aged, he looked practically like an old man. His entire body was hunched over, making him look completely different from that person. No wonder Sun Haiba and the others hadn't suspected him earlier.
You might as well confess. Fang Shuo said to Old Wang. What? Confess what? Captain Sun, what does this mean? I don't understand.
Old Wang turned back at Sun Haiba, puzzled.
Yeah, what's going on here? Sun Haiba was also puzzled. When you went to the holding cell to kill someone, you didn't expect so many people to be locked up in there, did you?
And with the lights off inside, you couldn't locate your target right away.
That's why you took so long and ended up getting caught.
Judging by the state of the holding cell, it seems you were very close to succeeding.
Fang Shuo didn't respond to Sun Haiba, instead turning to Old Wang. After that, you had no choice but to flee.
I suspect you had two contingency plans from the start.
When the first failed, you switched to the second. You know, if you just run out like that, you might have gotten away.
But the guard would have recognized you for sure.
Then all your planning at the police station would have been wasted. Captain Sun said it himself, you've been here for years. That cover is undoubtedly valuable. So you tossed the gun.
It seems counterintuitive, but keeping the pistol on you at that moment would have been a liability. You'd have had to hide it, and if discovered, you'd be completely exposed. Besides, you know full well how Sun Haiba and his team handle gun-related cases. They'll mobilize every resource.
This is your second chance. Fang Shuo spoke slowly. Fang Shuo, is any of this true? Old Wang, what's going on?
Sun Haiba looked utterly incredulous. Old Wang also looked utterly perplexed, seemingly unable to comprehend a single word Fang Shuo had said.
The surrounding officers frowned at Fang Shuo. Though they wanted to believe him, Old Wang was someone they interacted with daily. How could he possibly be the killer now? That doesn't add up, Fang Shuo. Old Wang's build is nothing like what I saw. Are you sure you're not mistaken? Sun Haiba asked Fang Shuo. That's precisely his genius.
During the first assassination attempt, when no one knew anything, he didn't need to disguise himself at all. So, according to those people's accounts, he only reached his hand in at first without revealing his face. Otherwise, if those people came forward to identify him, he'd be exposed. But the second time was different. He had to disguise himself, and the simplest disguise was that of a police officer. As for the disguise materials, they were probably hidden in the ceiling of the storage room, right? And this camera's connection cable, you pulled it out with the broom you use for cleaning, right? That's why there's an iron hook on one end of the broom. Fang Shuo looked at old Wang and spoke slowly. Hearing Fang Shuo's words, the calm expression in old Wang's eyes finally began to shift. The time you had after being chased down was extremely limited. There was no way you could have fled elsewhere. And your storage room is right here. It was probably the most convenient option. Proving it is simple. Just ask when the officers came searching, you must have been inside the storage room. Hiding things in the storage room is easy to discover, but not on the ceiling. As Fang Shuo spoke, he pulled a broom out from inside the storage room. Sure enough, there was an iron hook up there. By now, old Wang had shed his earlier confusion and bewilderment, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Go! Sun Haiba ordered the officers behind him. One officer nimbly stepped onto the table and pried open a section of the ceiling panel. Captain! There really is a police uniform. The officer pulled down the uniform with a look of delight, and inside it were several wooden coat hangers. Chapter 78, The Reason. Old Wang. It really is you. Sun Haiba was so stunned he couldn't speak. The moment the uniform was revealed, old Wang had already lost all hope, collapsing onto the floor. It's over. I'm finished. Old Wang trembled uncontrollably, his body covered in goosebumps. Take old Wang away. I'll interrogate him myself. Sun Haiba stared coldly at old Wang before him, his heart filled with mixed emotions but mostly anger and confusion. Fang Shuo, today has truly been. Thanks a lot. Sun Haiba gave Fang Shuo a firm pat on the shoulder. If Fang Shuo hadn't been here tonight, they probably never would have suspected old Wang. It had to be said there was a certain luck at work in the shadows. Captain Sun, this is likely just the beginning. Fang Shuo's face showed no sign of joy as he cautioned Sun Haiba. Yeah, old Wang came a long time ago. If he'd been bribed midway, that'd be one thing, but if he was in on it from the start. Sun Haiba shook his head. This matter involved not only drug traffickers but also internal affairs within their police bureau. It was clearly no ordinary case. 10 minutes later. Commissioner Lin rushed back to headquarters with Lin Xi in tow. Such a major incident had naturally alarmed Chief Lin long ago. Lin Xi had just returned home not long ago, finished washing up, and was about to go to sleep when she unexpectedly found herself drawn back into the chaos. Are you okay? Are you hurt? I heard there were guns. You just can't stay out of trouble. Lin Xi approached Fang Shuo and asked. Ouch, I can't take it anymore. When I was helping Captain Sun apprehend the suspect, the criminal kicked me. My ribs still hurt, they might be broken. Fang Shuo grimaced and collapsed onto the ground. Ha? Are you okay? Quick, let me help you to the hospital. Lin Xi spoke as she helped Fang Shuo to his feet. But unexpectedly, Fang Shuo had already completely passed out. Help! Someone help! Lin Xi shouted anxiously to the people nearby. Sun Haiba darted out of the house like a rabbit. Tonight, it seemed like every little thing was making him jump. What's going on? What's going on now? Sun Haiba hurriedly asked Lin Xi. Captain, Fang Shuo's injured. The killer probably kicked him in the ribs just now, he's unconscious now. Hurry up and call an ambulance. What the hell are you all standing around for? Lin Xi shouted anxiously. In the rush to leave tonight, she'd left her phone charging on the bedside table and hadn't brought it with her. Fang Shuo? Kicked by the killer until his ribs broke? What the hell is going on? Sun Haiba's eyes widened. Ahem. Well, maybe I got that wrong. Oh dear, suddenly feeling a bit sleepy. Anyway, you guys carry on. I'm going to catch some shut-eye. Fang Shuo couldn't hold back any longer as he lay on the floor. After all, Sun Haiba and the others were already out here, there was no way to hide it. Just as he turned to leave, Lin Xi suddenly grabbed his ear. Fang Shuo. If you want to die, just say so. Just you wait till I get my hands on you. Only then did Lin Xi realize she'd been tricked by Fang Shuo. Come to think of it, Sun Haiba and the others had been right there the whole time. How could Fang Shuo have gotten hurt without anyone noticing? Damn it, she'd been so flustered earlier that she hadn't thought it through. Recalling her own frantic expression, Lin Xi felt her face flush crimson. She could only vent her frustration on Fang Shuo's ear. I'm calling the police. Police beating people. Fang Shuo yelped in pain. This time Lin Xi hadn't held back at all. Alright, stop it. Lin Xi, go back to the drug dealer and continue the interrogation. I still need Fang Shuo to help me question old Wang. Bring him over first. Sun Haiba stepped in to save Fang Shuo. Old Wang? No way? Hearing Sun Haiba's words, Lin Xi was stunned beyond belief. It's a long story. Let's get to work first. Sun Haiba shook his head. Seizing the moment, Fang Shuo swiftly made his way over to Sun Haiba. This woman was way too aggressive. If he ever married her, he'd never win a fight, and yelling at her would just invite more trouble.
What was he supposed to do? Looks like once I get back to school, I'll have to join the taekwondo club and learn a few moves. Fang Shuo silently resolved. At that moment, inside the interrogation room, old Wang sat with his head bowed. Wang, it's come to this. What is it you can't say? What are you stubbornly clinging to? What happened today was premeditated murder. Even if it was attempted, the circumstances are extremely heinous.
Even if you're not a police officer, after all this time at the station, you should understand how serious this matter is.
Sun Haiba tapped the table lightly.
Ever since he'd walked in, old Wang hadn't uttered a word. Sun Haiba and the others had tried both persuasion and pressure, but he still wouldn't speak. Earlier, Sun Haiba had rushed out, though it appeared to be to help Fang Shuo escape. It was also to buy himself a moment to catch his breath. He couldn't fathom why, with the evidence and suspect caught red-handed, old Wang only admitted to the murder without uttering a word about his motives. Only when Fang Shuo entered did old Wang lift his head to glance at him. Seeing old Wang's expression infuriated Sun Haiba. Tell us about the gun. Fang Shuo, who had been flipping through documents nearby, suddenly spoke up. Uncle Wang, I looked over your records. Before coming to the police station, you worked in sanitation. You were arrested for fighting. That's how you lost your job. It was only because a leader in the logistics department learned about your situation that you were kept on. You had no diploma, no education, no experience. It was impossible for you to get a gun on your own. That means someone must have given it to you. This gun, I recalled Captain Sun mentioning, though homemade, is crafted with remarkable precision and even has a silencer. The police have their own channels to trace the origin of this gun, but there's no denying that whoever could get their hands on such a weapon is no ordinary person. Fang Shuo looked at old Wang as he spoke. You're Fang Shuo? You, sigh. Old Wang glanced at Fang Shuo, hesitating to speak. Seeing his expression, Sun Haiba, standing nearby, nearly choked on his anger, but Fang Shuo stopped him. There's no one else in this interrogation room today. Captain Sun, why don't you turn off the camera first? Fang Shuo turned to address Sun Haiba. Sun Haiba hesitated for a moment before getting up to switch off the camera. Sometimes, when someone doesn't speak up, there's definitely a reason for it. Judging by the attitude of Captain Sun and the other officers toward you, it seems you've maintained a fairly good relationship with them in the past. That's what puzzles me. What could possibly drive you to do something like this? There must be something beyond all that. Looking at the events back then, it doesn't seem premeditated. Your life trajectory before was clear, and the police's background check was thorough. So I suspect your transformation must have occurred after joining the police force? Fang Shuo asked Lao Wang. Old Wang stared at Fang Shuo, wide-eyed. According to the records, you got into that fight because of your daughter? Based on her age, she should be in college now. The only thing that could drive someone to act so irrationally is probably their own family. Fang Shuo placed the documents on the table as he spoke. Shut up. To everyone's surprise, old Wang leapt to his feet the moment he heard Fang Shuo's words and lunged toward him. But shackled to the chair, he struggled violently. Meanwhile, Sun Haiba stood frozen in shock. Chapter 79, The Man Behind the Scenes. Old Town, Tianhai City. In a dilapidated courtyard, two large black-backed wolfdogs lay crouched behind the iron gate. Their ears twitched intermittently, alert to the slightest sound from the surroundings. This was the very courtyard where Fang Shuo and Lin Xi had accidentally encountered the van earlier. At that moment, inside the courtyard house, though the exterior appeared dilapidated, the interior was lavishly decorated. Even at night, with no lights on, the various glow-in-the-dark devices revealed the extent of its opulence. In one of the rooms, a figure clad in black sat on a large sofa. His entire figure seemed to sink into the sofa, blending seamlessly with the surrounding darkness. Ring ring. A shrill ringing sound suddenly filled the air. The shadow answered the phone. Boss, it looks like the old man slipped up. We're watching outside the police station. The main gate's closed, and all the lights are on. A hurried voice came from the other end of the line. Got it. The shadowy figure replied indifferently before hanging up. After a moment's hesitation, he waved over a man. First thing tomorrow morning, go to the police station to confirm. If things really go wrong, you know what to do. The shadowy figure spoke slowly. Yes, sir. The man nodded and walked toward the exit. This is strange. When did it all start going wrong? Why have so many things gone wrong lately? The medical school cadaver discovery, the autopsy doctor's crime, the campus channel being shut down, the informant vanishing, and now the police have slipped up too. What could be causing all this? The shadowy figure muttered to himself, rubbing his temples hard. It felt as though an invisible hand was manipulating everything from behind the scenes. But that couldn't be right. In Tianhai City, who could possibly wield greater power than himself? This is too strange. Tianhai City Public Security Bureau. Inside the interrogation room. Uncle Wang, it's fine if you don't want to talk. But I suspect the person behind this is also monitoring your movements today, right? At the latest, they'll have news by tomorrow morning.
And you've undoubtedly failed. So what will they do next? Fang Shuo pressed old Wang. At the very least, they'll cut you off. Can you guarantee they won't take any action? Before old Wang could respond, Fang Shuo pressed on. If you cooperate, I have a way that might help you a chance to atone for your sins. After speaking, Fang Shuo turned to glance at Sun Haiba. That's right. Old Wang, this is our last resort.
Think it through carefully.
Sun Haiba nodded silently. Though he didn't fully grasp the meaning behind Fang Shuo's words, cooperation was necessary at this juncture. Are you serious? Seeing Sun Haiba's reaction, old Wang finally spoke up. Tonight, to apprehend you, we've shut down the entire police station.
Only the Criminal Investigation Division knows exactly what happened here. So, up until now, very few people know whether you succeeded or not. In other words, we can control this situation.
Fang Shuo spoke slowly. You're right.
Old Wang, we can set up a cover story for tonight's events to help you get away with it. But it all depends on how you play your part. Listening to Fang Shuo, Sun Haiba quickly caught on. Fang Shuo intended to turn the tables on them. Given that this incident occurred within the police station, the forces behind it must be extremely powerful. Throughout this process, they would inevitably use their connections within the police force to gather intelligence. This way, they could follow the trail and seize the initiative. Damn it! That kid Fang Shuo is a genius. Listening to Sun Haiba's words, old Wang's expression began to tremble. Clearly, he was wrestling with intense inner conflict. After a long pause, old Wang slowly lifted his head. My daughter attends Shuemu University. Earlier, to buy a fruit-branded phone, she had her photo taken. Old Wang said helplessly. Hearing old Wang's words, Sun Haiba and Fang Shuo exchanged glances. Though old Wang hadn't specified what kind of photos they were, they both understood this was likely one of those campus loan schemes involving nude photos. So you're saying the people behind this are those campus loan sharks? How could they be involved with drug dealers? Sun Haiba asked, puzzled. I didn't know either at the time. After my daughter couldn't repay the loan, they called me. Once they found out I worked in logistics at the bureau, they made me sign an IOU, saying I could pay it back gradually. But just a few days ago, they tracked me down, handed me that pistol, and instructed me to find an opportunity to kill that person. They'd already laid out the entire plan for me. They said if I killed this person, I wouldn't face consequences, and my daughter would get a job at Manhwa Group. That's when I realized Manhwa Group was probably behind this. They threatened that if I refused, they'd distribute my daughter's photos all over her university campus, ruining her reputation. Captain Sun, I had no choice. Old Wang began to sob uncontrollably. Old Wang, I understand your situation, but there are laws to be followed. You broke the law, and you must face the consequences. I'll do everything I can to help you. As for your daughter, we'll protect her. Sun Haiba shook his head and slowly stood up. Meanwhile, Fang Shuo stood nearby, looking somewhat dazed. Manhwa Group? The medical school morgue, the dismemberment case of Li Guixiang, and now this case. Why does Manhwa Group's shadow loom behind them all? Wasn't Manhwa Group in real estate? How could it have so many underground operations? Looks like he really should find time to go back and see Uncle Wang. Fang Shuo pondered the courtyard near his home, rubbing his chin. Chapter 80, Close Protection. Following Fang Shuo's interrogation, Sun Haiba and his team were also assigned duties within the bureau. The drug dealer had been secretly transferred and was now being held in Director Lin's office, guarded by several absolutely trustworthy individuals. Commissioner Lin personally intervened in this matter, furious as he unleashed a tirade within the bureau, demanding absolute secrecy from everyone involved. He made it known to the rest of the officers in the bureau that old Wang had already killed the drug dealer. Upon learning that Manhwa Group had sent men to silence him, the drug dealer confessed everything he knew. It turned out that Manhwa Group controlled the entire underground network in Tianhai City. Recently, they had shifted their focus to several universities in Tianhai City. Naturally, they couldn't operate openly, but universities never lacked wealthy students. They intended to use these affluent students to gradually expand their market. They had just started to gain traction. Last time, Fang Shuo and Lin Xi stumbled upon them, and the police immediately shut down the operation. This drug dealer was the final link in that chain. He was responsible for liaising with Manhwa Group. Because he knew a lot of Manhwa Group's dirty secrets, that's why this time, the people from Manhwa Group took the risk of killing him to silence him. That was close. If it weren't for that kid Fang Shuo, the Tianhai Municipal Public Security Bureau would have lost all face. Bureau Chief Lin remarked, still shaken. Yeah, I couldn't keep up with that kid's thinking all night. Finally, we managed to catch a tiny bit of the tail. This plan to turn their own scheme against them was Fang Shuo's idea. Sun Haiba chimed in from the side. Since that's the case, let's get started. An incident like this absolutely must be investigated. Anyone daring to pull stunts inside our police station, whether they're from Manhwa Group or any other organization, will be thoroughly investigated. Commissioner Lin said coldly. Commissioner, Manhwa Group is a major corporation in Tianhai City. Its chairman, Li Mingho, is a key figure.
Without crucial evidence, higher-ups likely won't approve this investigation.
Come to think of it, when we investigated the Shuimu University morgue case earlier, Manhwa Group was implicated.
And headquarters specifically intervened then. Sun Haiba frowned as he spoke. Pull one hair and the whole body moves.
If we can't touch the big fish, we'll start with the small fry. I refuse to believe they've left no traces after all they've done.
Find one lead and clamp down on it hard. Go all out, I'll take the fall if anything goes wrong. Director Lin instructed Sun Haiba. Understood. But now that you mention it, I do think Fang Shuo might be in some danger. It was Fang Shuo who led us to the campus sales network we stumbled upon earlier. Sun Haiba pondered for a moment before speaking. No way? With so many people on campus, how could they possibly recognize Fang Shuo? Director Lin immediately sat up straight.
Well, if it were any other student, they probably wouldn't have been able to track him down. They might not even have suspected it was a student.
But Fang Shuo is different.
Back then, quite a few people at school knew he was a bit of a nutcase, a minor celebrity of sorts. If those people wanted to get back at Fang Shuo, they could find him pretty easily. Sun Haiba explained.
Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and send someone to protect Fang Shuo.
At the very least, he got involved because he helped us solve the case. And even if that's not the main reason, knowing about this situation, we can't just stand by and do nothing.
But you're sending Lin Xi to follow him, doesn't that mean she'll also have to go to the school to protect old Wang's daughter? It's perfect for them to gather evidence together. The most critical task now is finding a way into Manhwa Group. Have them focus their efforts there.
Director Lin pondered for a moment before speaking.
Heh, we're on the same page. Sun Haiba grinned. We're on the same page? My ass. Is Fang Shuo your subordinate? How dare you boss him around like that? Go to the school ahead of time and find his teacher to explain the situation.
It wouldn't be good if it affected Fang Shuo's studies.
Director Lin added from behind. Yes. Director Lin always thinks ahead. I'll go make arrangements then. Sun Haiba stood up with a smile. Judging by Director Lin's reaction, Fang Shuo was likely already his pre-selected son-in-law. That would make utilizing Fang Shuo much more convenient in the future. After all, he was practically family now. Old Town, Tianhai City. Fang Shuo and Lin Xi wandered around for nearly half an hour before finally finding a parking spot. Goodness, that was tough.
Lin Xi rubbed her aching calves and pouted.
They said this whole area was slated for demolition, but for some reason, nothing's happened since.
If I'd gotten rich from that demolition, you'd be living high on the hog with me from now on.
Fang Shuo chuckled. Get lost. Like I'd ever want to.
Lin Xi glared at Fang Shuo, her face flushed.
Whatever. I don't care. My grandma's convinced you're the one anyway. Real or not, you'd better act the part. Let's go. Fang Shuo grinned, dragging Lin Xi toward their home.
After leaving the police station this time, Sun Haiba had warned that Fang Shuo might face retaliation, instructing Lin Xi to stay by his side at all times. The moment Fang Shuo heard the words "stay by his side," he immediately declared he hadn't been home in days and needed to visit his grandmother.
Perfectly reasonable. But he had ulterior motives. Hold on, I need to buy something first. I can't go empty-handed.
Lin Xi walked over to the small shop nearby.
Fang Shuo, it's been ages since you've been back. Been busy with your graduate school entrance exams? Oh my, and who might this be?
The shopkeeper greeted Fang Shuo warmly, then noticed Lin Xi beside him and perked up with interest.
Fang Shuo had lived here since childhood among old neighbors.
Given his circumstances, the community had always supported him, so they never treated him as an outsider.
Ahem, this. Fang Shuo turned to look at Lin Xi, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Lin Xi's face flushed bright red.
There was no way she could explain she was a police officer right now.
Oh my goodness, you've got a girlfriend now. You lucky guy, what kind of fortune is this?
She's gorgeous, and with that big butt, she'll definitely bear sons.
Oh no, look at this auntie's big mouth. The auntie looked at Fang Shuo and Lin Xi and immediately caught on. We're just going home for dinner together.
She insisted on buying something.
Auntie, how's business been lately? Fang Shuo grinned, neither confirming nor denying. Busy as ever. This stuff's flying off the shelves lately. Let me tell you a secret, uncle who went to work at that convenience store. 4,000 a month.
Young lady, let me tell you, Fang Shuo's aunt just loves our pine flower cakes.
Buy these, she'll absolutely adore them.
Auntie Zhang bustled about. Under her persuasion, Lin Xi and Fang Shuo emerged laden with bags. Even though everything was sold at cost price, their 4 hands were still full.
Fang Shuo and Lin Xi both wore wry smiles. CC's here?
As soon as they entered the door, Fang Shuo's grandmother beamed with joy and came out to greet them.
Chapter 81, The Feeling of Home. Hello, Grandma.
Lin Xi adopted a well-behaved demeanor and sat down beside her grandmother.
I'll go cook. Fang Shuo rolled his eyes from the side. It was hard to imagine this well-behaved girl was the same fierce-looking person from before.
Fang Shuo headed to the kitchen to prepare the meal, while in the living room, Lin Xi chatted with her grandmother.
Soon, the sizzling sounds of cooking filled the kitchen. The once quiet room instantly came alive. Grandma, does Fang Shuo know how to cook?
Lin Xi peered in with curiosity.
Yes, this child has always been so thoughtful. I'm getting too old for this.
Back when he was in high school, he'd get up around 5 every morning to prepare all my meals for the day. He got busier in college, but whenever he comes home, he always cooks.
His food is absolutely delicious. When you two get married, just let him do the cooking.
Grandma said, smiling as she held Lin Xi's hand. Lin Xi blushed slightly, feeling embarrassed. Partly because Grandma mentioned marriage, partly because her own cooking skills were practically disastrous. The last time her mom forced her to make breakfast for Fang Shuo, she managed to burn 6 eggs to a crisp. Her mom nearly shoved her into the pot with her spatula. Lin Xi knew Fang Shuo came home less often since starting college, probably because he had so many part-time jobs.
Who would have thought that Fang Shuo, usually so carefree and playful, could be so devoted to his family? Cici, I hear you're a top student? Ah, it's such a shame about our little Shuo.
His scores were good enough for a top school, but he held back to take care of me, this useless person.
Actually, Xiao Shuo is still quite outstanding.
Grandma said to Lin Xi with a hint of worry.
Ever since Lin Xi's last visit, Grandma had been overcome with disbelief.
Lin Xi was fair-skinned, beautiful, and graceful, a rare gem you couldn't find even with a lantern. She feared Fang Shuo wasn't good enough for her.
Grandma, what are you saying? Fang Shuo is already quite outstanding. And environment won't be an issue either.
I believe in him no matter the circumstances, he'll shine. Lin Xi glanced toward the kitchen. Through her time with Fang Shuo, Lin Xi's feelings had evolved from initial underestimation to profound awe, and now deep respect. It wasn't just his investigative skills and talent that impressed her, but more importantly, his character and integrity. Often, when he set his sights on a direction, his unwavering confidence and stubborn determination to uncover the truth surpassed even that of the police officers.
Not to mention, Fang Shuo's optimistic spirit often served as an inspiration to those around him.
That's what makes a man truly remarkable.
That's good, that's good. As for your marriage,
Xiao Shuo is still in school, so there's no rush, but it'd be best to settle it soon. This old body of mine, who knows how much longer it'll hold out. If only I could hold my great-grandchild in my arms.
Grandma said to Lin Xi.
Lin Xi listened, her face flushing crimson. She couldn't agree, nor could she refuse. She could only excuse herself to use the restroom and stood up.
In the kitchen, Fang Shuo was flipping a wok when he saw Lin Xi walk in. Smells amazing, Chef Fang. Who knew?
Lin Xi smiled as she entered the kitchen. Several plates of dishes Fang Shuo had already stir-fried sat nearby.
Hungry? I'll be fine in a bit.
Fang Shuo turned to speak, only to catch Lin Xi secretly picking up a piece of meat and popping it into her mouth. Caught by Fang Shuo, Lin Xi stuck out her tongue.
Knock knock knock. Fang Shuo chuckled. What does that mean?
Lin Xi's mouth was greasy, her expression adorably dazed.
So it was you, little glutton. Fang Shuo turned off the stove with a smile.
Lin Xi pouted, a feeling she'd never experienced before welling up inside her. The cozy room, the cramped kitchen, the bustling figure, and that sudden flutter of emotion. Lin Xi suddenly found herself loving this feeling. If coming here before had been for Fang Shuo's care.
But in this moment, Lin Xi truly began to savor Fang Shuo's little home.
After finishing their meal, the two helped tidy up the house before stepping outside.
It was already evening.
The bustling old town, lively all day, had finally quieted down.
I'm stuffed. What if I gain weight?
Lin Xi pinched the flesh on her stomach with a hint of worry.
Gaining 2 pounds after one meal, it really wasn't an exaggeration. So, are you planning to come over for free meals whenever you feel like it? By the way, what were you and my grandmother talking about in the living room earlier? Fang Shuo asked Lin Xi. None of your business. That's between me and Grandma.
Lin Xi said, pursing her lips.
Like I care. Let's go back to campus first. No idea if old Wan's daughter is back yet.
Her advisors said she took sick leave, probably off doing part-time work. Can't track her down at all, just gotta wait till she returns.
Wang Zirwei, freshman in chemistry, she's a junior. Should I use my charm to lure her out? Fang Shuo suggested to Lin Xi.
Fang Shuo, if you're itching for trouble, just say so, I'll help you.
Listen up, I'm heading to school first thing tomorrow morning. Then the two of us will keep a close eye on her. We can't let anything happen.
Lin Xi puffed out her cheeks and clenched her fists.
Calm down, calm down.
By the way, all those previous cases were connected to Mingho Group.
Didn't we have a Mingho Group compound nearby before? Could it be connected? It's not a drug den, is it? Fang Shuo recalled something and said to Lin Xi. No sooner had Fang Shuo finished speaking than a Rolls-Royce Phantom pulled up beside them. Holy crap! A luxury car. You don't see those around here very often. Fang Shuo's eyes lit up instantly.
Men, you know, seeing a luxury car gets them just as excited as seeing a beautiful woman.
Wait a minute. Fang Shuo suddenly remembered something and exchanged a glance with Lin Xi. Lin Xi silently nodded. The two scanned their surroundings, finding no one nearby. They tiptoed toward the direction the luxury car had driven off. Chapter 82, The Auction. Old Town, within the Manhwa Group compound. The courtyard was already filled with various luxury vehicles. However, in the very center, several cars bearing the 4-ring emblem were parked. While the 4-ring brand was considered a high-end sedan, it looked rather shabby among the sea of luxury cars. Yet this spot faced the entrance directly, clearly the prime location. The black German shepherds that had guarded the entrance were now locked in a small dark room. Whatever trick had been used on them, they were completely silent. Looks like quite a few big shots have already arrived. This seems like some major event. From an abandoned stairwell beside the courtyard, Fang Shuo and Lin Xi observed the scene. Strange. If it's truly some shady business, it shouldn't be this conspicuous. Even if most people around here are asleep, all these luxury cars are still too conspicuous. Lin Xi was also puzzled. Look over there. When they entered, they seemed to hand something to the person at the gate, who then let them in. Besides those who drove here, there are also people arriving on foot. They probably didn't want to expose themselves by parking their cars inside. Fang Shuo pointed toward the entrance. Could it be some kind of invitation? Lin Xi had witnessed the scene too. An invitation? Let's go. Let's sneak in and check it out. Fang Shuo's eyes lit up. Lin Xi tried to stop Fang Shuo, but when she turned around, he was already gone. She hurried after him. At that moment, less than 2 blocks away, a Maybach pulled over to the curb. An elderly man stepped out of the vehicle. Sir, shall I accompany you? The driver also stepped out. No need. I didn't want to come this time anyway. But since the invitation arrived, I suppose I should at least take a look. Frankly, I have little interest in these auctions Manhwa Group puts on. You needn't come over. This car draws too much attention. Find somewhere to park and stay in the car. I'll call you when it's over. It'll be good to stretch my legs. The old man stretched his arms, then leaned on his dragon-headed cane and headed toward the courtyard. But just as he reached a crossroads, suddenly, a dog's barking erupted nearby, sending the old man into a panic. He dropped his cane and fell flat on the ground. Wang Kai, where did you run off to? At that moment, Lin Xi rushed over in a panic. Oh no, I think I scared someone. Are you all right, old man? Fang Shuo also climbed down from the nearby wall. The two helped the old man to his feet. Ouch, I think I pulled a muscle. That dog sure barked loud just now. Is that your dog? The old man still looked shaken. Yes, it's a big black German shepherd. Did you happen to see where it ran off to? Fang Shuo nodded repeatedly. No, I didn't. Ouch, after this fall, I'm definitely not going anywhere. Ha? Where's my invitation? Only then did the old man realize that in his fall, both his walking stick and the invitation had been flung from his grasp. Invitation? Is this walking stick yours? Fang Shuo walked over holding the cane. Fine, lost is lost. I didn't feel like going today anyway. Next time you walk your dog, make sure it's on a leash. If it had been someone else, they'd have extorted you two young folks big time today, wouldn't they? The old man said to Fang Shuo. Yes. Usually, I'm the one who takes it out for walks. But today my wife insisted on holding the leash. She just couldn't keep it under control. See? Women never listen. Fang Shuo said with a grimace. Lin Xi gritted her teeth behind Fang Shuo, but couldn't explain anything in front of the old man. Once the old man had left, Lin Xi's hand shot straight for Fang Shuo's ear. You sure called her wife pretty smoothly just now, didn't you? Lin Xi's face flushed as she tightened her grip. Stop. Don't mess up my face, we still have to go into the venue. Fang Shuo hurriedly said, handing her an invitation. Ha? Lin Xi quickly let go and took it. An auction? Lin Xi was puzzled. You wouldn't be thinking of going to Manhwa Group's auction, would you? Lin Xi instantly understood what Fang Shuo meant. What else? Let's go, little secretary. Fang Shuo smiled. At the courtyard gate. Is it about time? Several men in black glanced at the deserted street outside. Should be about time, but we sent out quite a few new invitations this round. Let's wait a bit longer. The leader said. No sooner had he finished speaking than two figures approached. They're here. Wait, why are they so young? And why are they dressed so casually? One of them murmured in confusion. Don't concern yourself with who they are. We honor the invitation, not the person. Anyone who received this invitation is no ordinary individual. These young masters are unpredictable. Just focus on your own duties. The leader waved his hand dismissively. Excuse me, may I see your invitation? The man addressed Fang Shuo. Fang Shuo said nothing as he handed over the invitation. The man in black glanced at it, then bowed to Fang Shuo and Lin Xi. Fang Shuo smiled faintly and led Lin Xi inside. Phew, that scared the life out of me. Lin Xi clung to Fang Shuo's arm, her heart still trembling. It wasn't just because they'd slipped through undetected. More importantly, they seemed to be closing in on the secrets of Manhwa Group. Without any warning. Lin Xi hadn't prepared at all. Set your phones to silent and video mode. Just hold them in your hands like this, no need to make it obvious you're recording. This time, our main goal is to gather evidence. We won't make a big scene. Don't be nervous, I'm here. Fang Shuo murmured to Lin Xi, his head bowed. At that moment, Lin Xi was arm in arm with Fang Shuo. Fang Shuo turned his head, his breath brushing against Lin Xi's ear. A wave of tingling sensation washed over Lin Xi, easing her nerves considerably. You really are bold. If I were you, I wouldn't be so reckless. Lin Xi whispered softly. Don't you think the two of us right now are like a pair of ancient vigilantes, male and female, punishing evil and rooting out injustice? Fang Shuo grinned. Lin Xi squeezed Fang Shuo's arm tightly. Before either could say another word, they had already stepped into the venue. Chapter 83, The Secret of Manhwa Group. Holy moly, this is just too. Fang Shuo's eyes widened at the opulent decor inside. He had thought the home of that rich kid Li Tianyu was already extravagant enough, but compared to this place, it was like comparing apples to oranges, not even in the same league. Before Fang Shuo could finish his exclamation, Lin Xi gave his arm a sharp pinch and pulled him toward a secluded corner to sit down. Only then did Fang Shuo notice that while he felt like an outsider gawking at a grand mansion, everyone else sat quietly in their places. Familiar faces whispered among themselves, but the venue remained largely subdued. After waiting a while, 2 more people entered before the main doors finally closed. Immediately afterward, the enormous floor-to-ceiling windows surrounding the room transformed, completely obscuring the outside view. At the same time, the lights in the hall went out. Fang Shuo felt Lin Xi, whose arm was linked through his, flinch uncomfortably. Fang Shuo gently patted Lin Xi's hand. The show was about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, your presence today graces this humble abode. At that moment, a middle-aged man stepped forward. This is Mr. Li Mingho, chairman of the board of Manhwa Group. Lin Xi whispered in Fang Shuo's ear. Fang Shuo nodded. It seemed that Li Mingho had used the auction as a means to win over quite a few people. But such tactics should only work on high-ranking officials. Judging by the vehicles present, there must be many wealthy individuals here. Money shouldn't hold much appeal for them. Fang Shuo was puzzled. However, Li Mingho didn't say much more. Under his direction, numerous collectibles were gradually brought out. The live bidding continued non-stop. Fang Shuo knew little about such matters, but he still shook his head doubtfully. What's wrong? Did you notice something? Lin Xi leaned lightly against Fang Shuo's shoulder. Even if someone saw them, it wouldn't raise much suspicion. I think, maybe I was wrong. This time, it might just be another scheme by Manhwa Group to rake in money. If only we could verify the authenticity of those artifacts. But I'm still puzzled, those people arriving in cars with 4 rings on them just don't add up. Fang Shuo shook his head. Over a dozen pieces had already been auctioned off at the venue. Some eyes sparkled with excitement, others showed utter disinterest, and still others remained silent. Fang Shuo couldn't make heads or tails of it all. Alright, that wraps up tonight's opening acts. Now, we come to tonight's pivotal moment. Bring it out. Li Mingho spoke slowly at this moment. Hearing Li Mingho's words, Fang Shuo noticed several people who had seemed listless straighten up. Some even looked expectant and eager. Fang Shuo froze. Could this be tonight's main event? But what followed left Fang Shuo utterly stunned. Several men in black suits emerged, pushing a long table. Placed atop the table were massive glass vessels, each containing a distinct human organ. At this sight, many in the crowd jumped to their feet in fright. Several women in elegant gowns even let out shrieks, clearly unprepared for such a scene. Even Lin Xi instinctively rose to her feet. But Fang Shuo gently pressed her back into her seat. Fang Shuo scanned the crowd. Some eyes gleamed with eager anticipation. Clearly, they were well acquainted with such matters, perhaps having attended similar auctions before. Others, however, were filled with terror, obviously first-timers who hadn't known what kind of items would be up for auction before arriving. Fang Shuo instantly understood. So that's it. The cadavers from the medical school had all ended up here. And Li Guixiong, the former head of surgery who had resigned, perfect for harvesting organs for Manhwa Group. No wonder they paid her so much every month. And no wonder Li Guixiong never said a word. Judging by the attendees, they were either wealthy or influential. And it's not just Tianhai City license plates, meaning wealthy businessmen from other regions have come too. It seems Manhwa Group has some serious ambitions. Meanwhile, Lin Xi, under the guise of viewing the exhibits, was secretly recording evidence with her phone. I've been collecting precious jewels and calligraphy for many years, but the feelings these objects evoke in me pale in comparison to these. Only the human body is God's most perfect work of art. Rest assured, everyone. These items were all acquired through legal means. It's just that it's not convenient to display them in their entirety. Beyond individual organs, we can also provide entire cadavers. However, appointments and waiting periods are required. Li Mingho spoke slowly to the assembled crowd. Fang Shuo and Lin Xi hadn't yet recovered from the shock of Li Mingho's words when they were rendered speechless by the next auction scene.
If the previous auction had been driven by personal preference and rationality. But when Li Mingho announced the auction prices, many people seemed to go mad.
The numbers shouted from their mouths sounded as if money meant nothing to them. Fang Shuo and Lin Xi were profoundly affected.
Even after the auction concluded, the two remained in a state of stunned disbelief. After leaving, they returned to their car, still struggling to believe what they'd witnessed.
Fang Shuo, the highest bid just now was 20 million, right?
For a little girl's remains? Lin Xi asked Fang Shuo in a daze.
Yep. Rough estimate Mingho Group's profits tonight alone will top 100 million. No wonder Mingho Group is so wealthy, that's an insane profit margin. Fang Shuo was utterly astonished.
In that case, the medical school case and Li Guixian's money are connected. It seems those deans and leaders from the medical school who fiercely opposed it back then must have been bought off by Mingho Group.
We have the evidence. This makes things much easier.
Lin Xi said slowly.
What's easy about it? You're not planning to hand this evidence over, are you? Fang Shuo asked Lin Xi.
Yes, what else? Now that we know about Mingho Group's shady dealings behind the scenes, they should at least be charged with desecration of a corpse.
Lin Xi nodded. Should I call you naive or just plain foolish? Fang Shuo shook his head in exasperation. How am I being naive?
Lin Xi pouted, clearly displeased.
Chapter 84, The Stalker.
First, you saw those guys with the 4 rings today, right?
I won't go into what they are. Have you ever considered why people like them who should be extremely cautious and avoid exposing their identities would drive around so conspicuously?
The person who delivered our invitation didn't drive there precisely to avoid suspicion.
Fang Shuo asked Lin Xi.
Lin Xi was at a loss for words.
She hadn't really thought it through.
You saw it tonight, there were probably quite a few first-timers. It's highly likely these people were there to show support for Mingho Group.
Fang Shuo said slowly. So that's how it is. Lin Xi suddenly understood.
Then think about it, even if you report this to higher-ups, they'll probably sweep it under the rug. After all, this isn't some heinous crime. They could just find a scapegoat to pin it on, and then we'd be in real trouble.
Fang Shuo said to Lin Xi. Alright, I oversimplified it. Lin Xi nodded. Her father's position as bureau chief apparently carried less weight than she imagined in their eyes.
Secondly, judging by Mingho Group's current moves, far too many people are implicated. Even if it's just for self-preservation, they'll inevitably side with Mingho Group unless there's a bottom line that forces them all to cut ties voluntarily.
Fang Shuo said slowly. You mean the drug trafficking incident on campus?
Lin Xi's eyes lit up. In such a situation, no one would dare to cover it up or participate.
That's one aspect.
Another concerns the origin of this corpse. Last time we were in the medical school basement, we overheard those guys complaining about a shortage of bodies, mentioning hospitals and such. Judging by today's volume and the frenzy among buyers, this market is likely facing a severe shortage.
Relying solely on bodies from natural deaths at the medical school or hospitals would be insufficient.
Therefore, I suspect Mingho Group must be involved in other businesses behind the scenes.
Fang Shuo said. You mean, it can't be?
Lin Xi had already guessed what Fang Shuo meant.
If they're willing to deal in human organs, what wouldn't they dare to do?
Sometimes, the more respectable and virtuous someone appears on the surface, the dirtier their underhanded dealings are behind the scenes.
Fang Shuo shook his head.
All right. Lin Xi disagreed with Fang Shuo's words, but she couldn't refute them.
Wait, quick, get down. Get down on my lap. Just then, Fang Shuo suddenly pressed Lin Xi's head down onto his lap. What are you doing? Lin Xi was thoroughly annoyed by Fang Shuo's abruptness. Don't move. Someone's coming, it's people from Mingho Group. Fang Shuo whispered to Lin Xi in a hushed voice.
He simultaneously pulled the baseball cap from the car over her head, pulling the brim low. Immediately after, 3 men in black approached, each with a girl on their arm. They were heading straight toward the front of Fang Shuo's car. Under the streetlight, they were clearly visible, there was no way to avoid them.
Sure enough,
those individuals quickly spotted Fang Shuo sitting inside the car. They approached with caution. In their hands, they held several batons. The old district was nearly deserted at this hour, and tonight was the night Mingho Group held their auction. A car sitting here with someone inside, seemingly out of nowhere, looked highly suspicious.
Could it be someone tailing their Mingho Group?
But when they approached the car window and looked inside, they burst into derisive laughter. Inside the driver's seat, a man lay comfortably, his face hidden beneath a cap. Between his legs, he held a woman's head, moving it up and down rhythmically. The moment the group saw this, they instantly understood what was happening. Leering grins spread across their faces as they turned and walked away, each arm wrapped around a girl.
Only after the group had disappeared into the distance did Fang Shuo finally exhale in relief. They're gone?
Lin Xi lifted her head. Her hair was disheveled now, completely tousled from Fang Shuo's rough grip on the back of her head earlier, yet it gave her an unusual beauty.
You're going to get yourself killed. What was that about just now? Why did you grab my head like that? If we keep moving like this, someone's bound to notice us.
Lin Xi shot Fang Shuo a disapproving glare.
Though mortified, she didn't fully grasp his motive.
Having been raised with strict home discipline, Lin Xi had never seen any adult films and had no prior exposure to such matters.
She was completely inexperienced in this area. You really don't get it? Fang Shuo looked utterly speechless. Oomph. It can't be anything good. Come on, tell me, what was that move you just did? Lin Xi's face flushed as she twisted Fang Shuo's ear. Stop it, it's nothing. Oh, right, I think I just saw Wang Zirwei.
Fang Shuo couldn't possibly tell Lin Xi the truth, otherwise he'd likely become a famous historical figure today, so he quickly changed the subject.
Wang Zirwei? Are you sure?
Lin Xi looked surprised.
Yes.
When their group came over earlier, I saw Wang Zirwei among those girls. You know my memory, I've seen her photo, so I shouldn't have mistaken her.
Fang Shuo nodded. What's she doing here? Could it be related to the Manhwa group auction earlier? Lin Xi was taken aback. Hard to say.
She's already been threatened by Manhwa group, so it's definitely connected.
There were also some service staff at today's auction.
They were probably called in to work.
Fang Shuo pondered for a moment before speaking. Then what about them?
Lin Xi felt a pang of worry. Wang Zirwei probably won't be able to return to school anytime soon. Since we've finally found him, let's follow him and see what happens. We've underestimated this Manhwa group. Their backers likely uncovered our plans.
If that's the case, Wang Zirwei is in danger. Fang Shuo said. Yeah, you're right.
I'll brief the captain on tonight's situation, then we'll head out to investigate.
Lin Xi nodded. At that moment,
the men in black had already brought the girls to a hotel. These men in black were merely henchmen under Manhwa group, while the girls had been controlled by the organization due to compromising photos and campus loans. Using these girls meant there was no risk of them leaking information. These girls often held little status or influence. After the auction concluded today, they could have left separately. Yet the moment they stepped outside, these henchmen intercepted them. They knew exactly what these henchmen intended to do to them. Since falling into this abyss, such incidents had become all too familiar. They only hoped this nightmarish ordeal would end quickly. Come on, hand over your ID. Keep your hat on to cover your face. Fang Shuo handed the hat back to Lin Xi. My ID? What for? Lin Xi froze. To get a hotel room. How else are we supposed to keep following them? Fang Shuo looked utterly speechless. Chapter 85, Fang Shuo's Threat. Inside the hotel room. Fang Shuo pressed his ear against the wall, eyes wide, listening intently to the sounds from the next room. Lin Xi sat on the bed beside him, her face flushed crimson. This was the old city district, and the hotel was one of those old-fashioned establishments with terrible soundproofing. Compounded by the crowded room next door, several women were screaming as if being slaughtered. Yet, based on Fang Shuo's years of movie-watching experience, these cries weren't deliberate attempts at pleasure, nor were they excited moans. They sounded more like the sounds of someone being abused. It seemed these girls held little standing in the hands of these henchmen. Looks like it's over. Come listen, maybe we'll catch something. I'm going to the bathroom. Fang Shuo handed the makeshift paper cup eavesdropping device to Lin Xi. Lin Xi rolled her eyes and reluctantly took it. Put. What could possibly be new? You're so silly. Lin Xi shot Fang Shuo a disapproving look. Hey, aren't you a student at Shuemu University? Ever heard of a guy named Fang Shuo? No sooner had Lin Xi finished speaking than a voice from the next room asked a question. The room had been filled with screams like a slaughterhouse moments ago, but now it had suddenly fallen silent. This voice, however, was distinctly clear. Lin Xi and Fang Shuo exchanged glances and immediately pressed their ears against the wall. I'm not sure. A weak voice came from inside. Get lost. That damn Fang Shuo. We've been camped outside his dorm for 2 days straight, not going to class, not coming back to the dorm. Something's off. If it weren't for today's auction letting us come back to rest, we'd have suffocated these past few days. One voice said. You can say that again. Once we catch that kid, we'll teach him a lesson he won't forget. He's got a death wish messing with our Manhwa group. You know what? Third brother and the others won't even need to find extra bodies. Just take care of him ourselves, right? Another voice chimed in. Fang Shuo, listening from the next room, broke out in a cold sweat. These past few days, he'd been fortunate to be out working on the case with Lin Xi. If not for Sun Haiba forcing him to stay overnight at the police station, he might have been in real danger. Lin Xi, standing nearby, also breathed a sigh of relief. This time, it was fortunate he'd gone home. If he'd been sent straight back to school, things would have gotten messy. What should we do? Lin Xi pulled Fang Shuo back a few steps quietly. Call the police. What's there to hesitate about in a situation like this? Let's get them arrested first. This is definitely a group activity. Fang Shuo blurted out. These guys weren't people you wanted to mess with. Here's what we'll do. I'll get the chief of the local police station to come.
This area falls under Pingxiang Road Police Station, and I know the chief personally. That way we can arrest these henchmen and take Wang Zirwei away too.
Our criminal investigation division can then secure them. Lin Xi said after a moment's thought. If they announce the criminal investigation division's arrival now, it wouldn't be appropriate given their lack of expertise.
But for the local district police station, cracking down on prostitution and illegal publications was routine work. 10 minutes later. Shrieks echoed from the next room. Fang Shuo knew these men had worked hard to gather these female students together.
They wouldn't be satisfied with just one round, they'd definitely want to switch partners.
15 minutes later. A squad of police officers kicked the door open using their access cards. Those engaged in various activities froze in shock. But the leader, frantically pulling on his clothes, recognized the arriving officers. Oh my, isn't this Chief Hu? What a surprise. I'm Huzi from Manhwa Group. It's no big deal. Come on, have a smoke.
The leader instantly relaxed upon recognizing the visitor as the local police station chief. He didn't even bother putting his top half back on, pulling 2 cigarettes from his clothes and handing them over. Chief Hu's face turned green. Tonight, he was on duty at the station, playing Minesweeper all night. Just as he was about to catch a quick nap, he got a call from Lin Xi. He had previously worked under Director Lin, so he was naturally familiar with Lin Xi. After receiving Lin Xi's tip, he personally led a team to the scene. He didn't know how Lin Xi had obtained such precise details about the room's occupants, but the fact that the numbers she mentioned matched perfectly suggested she might be nearby.
What if there were hidden cameras or something? Wouldn't that mean he was exposed? That damn lackey. Just because I had a few meals with your Manhwa Group people, accepted a few cards, and received a few gifts? Did you really think I was one of you? What's your status compared to mine? If I let them off today and Director Lin finds out back at headquarters, this won't just be about losing my badge. Get lost. Do I look like your buddy? Take them all back.
Chief Hu snapped, furious.
Ha? Huzi was stunned. Was Chief Hu on fire today? Even mentioning Manhwa Group didn't seem to work anymore?
Hearing the others being taken away, Fang Shuo and Lin Xi in the next room didn't rush out.
Let's just sleep here tonight. I'm not going back anyway. Looks like we'll be sleeping at home for the foreseeable future. Fang Shuo lay down on the bed. This time, he truly hadn't expected those people to target him. Unless he dealt with Manhwa Group, he wouldn't find peace. But judging by the situation, they didn't seem to know where he actually lived. Even his advisor didn't know his real address. He hadn't specified the exact street when filling out the paperwork. When I applied for my ID card, I used my original household registration address, not my current one.
Well, Lin Xi stood by, hesitating. The room they booked today was a double room with only one bed. If she slept there, wouldn't she be sharing a bed with Fang Shuo? Oh, well, I'll just sleep on the couch. The bed's yours. Just catch a few hours of sleep. It won't be long before dawn. Once it's light, we'll head back. I need to talk to your dad about what happened today. Seeing Lin Xi's expression, Fang Shuo quickly got up from the bed and moved to the sofa beside it. Who knew you could be so considerate? Lin Xi smiled as she watched Fang Shuo's reluctant expression. Put. I'm not being considerate. What if we end up sleeping in the same bed and you can't resist my charm? If the cops come doing room checks, how would we explain it? I've got my pride too. Fang Shuo shrugged. Fang Shuo, is your skin itching again? Lin Xi raised her hand, making a pinching motion in the air with 2 fingers. Fang Shuo jolted awake. He gave Lin Xi the back of his head. The two spent the night in silence, though neither seemed to have slept. Early the next morning, both emerged from the hotel with dark circles under their eyes, looking utterly exhausted. The front desk clerk stared at them in astonishment. Tianhai City Public Security Bureau. Commissioner's office. Commissioner Lin stared intently at the footage on his phone, his expression grave. He paused intermittently, taking up his glasses to examine the details closely before frowning and resuming playback. The video finally finished playing. Director Lin exhaled a long breath. This video, no one else has seen it, right? Director Lin asked Lin Xi and Fang Shuo. Chapter 86, The Death of Li Mingho. No. Fang Shuo said not to show it to the captain yet, and to come find you first. So we came straight here. Lin Xi shook her head. Very good. Fang Shuo, you did the right thing. If this girl hadn't had her own mind, she might have shown it to Sun Haiba. Director Lin gave Fang Shuo a look of genuine appreciation. Come to think of it, this was actually their first formal meeting. This Fang Shuo proved far more mature in his actions than he had anticipated. Dad, now is the perfect time to target the traffickers. No matter what he does, we can take him down directly. Lin Xi interjected from the side. It's not that simple. Director Lin waved his hand dismissively. This matter was far more complicated than he had imagined. Many of the individuals in that video would likely be difficult to deal with. Put simply, if someone were to plant a bomb at the auction site, half of Tianhai City's businesses would be paralyzed the next day. But are we just supposed to sit here and wait? Lin Xi voiced her discontent. In her view, her father lacked the boldness of Fang Shuo.
Don't get ahead of yourself. Director Lin is considering this more thoroughly than we are. My thoughts on this matter are the same. We can't rush into anything. Fang Shuo tugged at Lin Xi's sleeve. Exactly. There are things you simply don't know.
Just this morning, I received 2 pieces of news that really took me aback. First, I heard that last night, you reported some matters to Hu Liang. Director Lin said slowly.
That's right. Even if I'm not a cop, I still have a duty to report illegal activities when I see them, don't I?
Lin Xi stated directly.
Fang Shuo, standing nearby, looked utterly speechless. He hadn't been able to stop her.
This Lin Xi, does she even think before speaking in front of her own father?
How did you find out?
Director Lin sighed helplessly. Lin Xi instantly grasped her father's meaning. Her face flushed crimson, and after stammering for a long while, she still couldn't bring herself to say it. Truthfully, there was no need for explanations. Last night, when they checked into the hotel room, they swiped both their IDs. Her father had only to look into it to figure everything out.
Ahem, well, it happened like this. Fang Shuo, standing nearby, straightened his posture.
He recounted last night's events in detail, explaining that they had followed Wang Zirwei to the hotel out of concern that he might be silenced.
Alright, young people like you need to learn to keep things in perspective. I won't say more. Young man, don't let me down.
Director Lin patted Fang Shuo on the shoulder. Lin Xi stood nearby, her face flushed crimson, while Fang Shuo looked utterly bewildered.
What was going on? Where did this sudden father-in-law vibe come from? Alright, let's move on to the second matter. This matter might concern you as well.
Early this morning, I received a call Li Mingho is dead. Director Lin said slowly.
Li Mingho is dead? Li Mingho of Mingho Group? Fang Shuo asked, visibly shocked.
Lin Xi, standing nearby, was equally stunned.
They had just watched Li Mingho preside over the auction last night. How could he have died in just one night? Yes.
Reportedly, he was murdered in his office. Because his position is sensitive, it wasn't treated as a routine police report. But officers will arrive shortly. I'll send Sun Haiba to the scene. You two should go with him.
Director Lin addressed the two. Wait. The connections here are tangled.
Remember, your task is to solve the case.
Stay away from everything else.
As the two were about to leave, Director Lin called them back with a final reminder before waving them out.
Mingho Group headquarters. Located in the heart of Tianhai City.
A 33-story skyscraper.
Li Mingho's office occupied the top floor. When Sun Haiba and the others arrived, they identified themselves only to be told they needed an appointment. Are you kidding me? This is just two.
Lin Xi found it utterly unbelievable. They were police officers, here to solve a case, yet they were turned away at the door.
People at this level, there's nothing we can do. Be patient.
Our goal is to solve the case. Sun Haiba sighed helplessly beside him.
Even people at that level, aren't they dead too?
We're all just 2 shoulders carrying 1 head.
No difference at all.
Lin Xi chuckled.
Sun Haiba shook his head. Fang Shuo really had a unique way of looking at things.
Soon, led by a woman, the group arrived at the top floor.
The office was now a complete mess. A massive fish tank lay shattered, yet no glass fragments littered the floor. The wet surface bore numerous chaotic footprints. Judging by the scene, most evidence had likely vanished.
Brother Hua, these are the guys from the Criminal Investigation Division. The woman addressed the man leading the group.
What exactly happened here?
Sun Haiba asked the man called Brother Hua. It seemed these people gathered around him were under his command.
Fang Shuo quietly shifted to one side. He recognized this bodyguard. He had been standing not far from Li Mingho yesterday.
The boss just returned from a business trip last night, but with so much going on at the group lately, they came straight back to handle matters at the company. Brother Hua addressed the group.
Last night? What time was that?
Sun Haiba asked, puzzled.
Around 2 o'clock. There are security cameras in the building. You can check the footage.
Brother Hua's face remained expressionless.
Working this late?
Sun Haiba was puzzled. Yeah, our boss has a lot on his plate, so his schedule isn't like most people's. Hearing Brother Hua's words, Fang Shuo and Lin Xi exchanged glances.
Last night's auction must have been highly confidential at that hour. He'd likely just returned. Go on. Sun Haiba nodded.
After he got back, I found a package had arrived for our boss. Brother Hua continued.
A package?
Sun Haiba was a bit puzzled.
Could it be that even someone at the level of Mingho Group's CEO still shops online?
Yeah, I was puzzled too. Normally, the boss's stuff is signed for directly by the secretary. But this one, after the secretary received it, had to the attention of our boss written on it, so they delivered it here. Brother Hua explained.
Our boss didn't know what was inside either. Out of caution, I opened it and found a bomb inside.
Brother Hua said coldly.
Chapter 87, The Vanished Order. A bomb? Sun Haiba was utterly shocked. Yeah, how should I put it? I was pretty shaken up at the time too.
To be honest, with our boss running such a big operation, he naturally has plenty of enemies. We deal with all sorts of messy situations regularly, including threats like this. But this time was different. When I opened the package, it seemed to trigger some kind of mechanism, activating the bomb. With only 10 seconds left, I didn't have time to dodge. I just threw it into that fish tank. Brother Hua gestured toward the fish tank beside him as he spoke. Fang Shuo and the others finally understood. Earlier, they'd noticed the aquarium occupied over 10 square meters of floor space, its glass panels exceptionally thick. No wonder it had been shattered like that. Otherwise, an aquarium this thick probably wouldn't break easily even with a hammer. But then again, if it weren't for this fish tank, this place probably wouldn't look like this. Fang Shuo shook his head. According to the information we received, Li Mingho was killed by having his throat slit. Was this bomb also sent by the killer? What were the shipping details? Sun Haiba frowned as he asked. Definitely. We found traces of that delivery box, but couldn't trace any information. I suspect this might be a two-pronged approach. Brother Hua chimed in from the side. Two-pronged approach? Sun Haiba said as he followed Brother Hua inside. Exactly. This person probably didn't know the boss never opens packages himself. After this plan fails, he'll sneak back in to assassinate our boss. Brother Hua explained slowly. Sun Haiba and the others had already entered Li Mingho's office. Fang Shuo followed behind, unfazed by the scene unfolding before him. If one had to describe the decor of this office, it resembled the presidential suite of the White Eagle Nation. Besides the boss's desk and chair, there were only a few sofas scattered around the perimeter. Beyond that, there was nothing else. Within the office space, there was also a separate suite. Judging by its size, it was probably around 300 to 400 square meters. It's fully equipped with a TV, bed, and everything else you'd expect. Because our boss often works late into the night, he sometimes stays here. That night, we received word that Chen Ruoxiong, the second in command of the board, and Wang Dehai, the third in command, had both received a delivery box. However, due to our boss's situation, they didn't open theirs. Testing confirmed they also contained bombs. It's clear someone wants to wipe out the entire top management of Mingho Group. Brother Hua said through gritted teeth. So you're saying this person wasn't just after Li Mingho? But also the other two? Fang Shuo asked from the side. Originally, Fang Shuo had speculated that the killer targeting Li Mingho might be motivated by personal grudges. But if that were the case, the killer's motives wouldn't be limited to revenge. It was highly likely connected to Mingho Group as well. That's likely the case. Brother Hua glanced at Fang Shuo, feeling a sense of familiarity with the man, though he couldn't quite place where he'd seen him before. Last night's events had kept Brother Hua awake, leaving his head pounding. With something like this happening, why didn't you call the police immediately? Sun Haiba asked, his tone tinged with displeasure. The floor inside the room was now covered in a chaotic mess of footprints, the scene already ruined beyond recognition. It was likely caused by all the bodyguards and thugs rushing in after discovering Li Mingho's murder. Sun Haiba was furious about this. Even if we had called the police, what good would it have done? We've seen threats like this before. That's exactly why we're here to handle situations like this. You saw it yourselves when you came up. Mingho Group's security is absolutely top-notch. After last night's incident, we immediately summoned the 3 leaders to our Mingho Group headquarters. Brother Hua stated calmly. If there were no issues, this wouldn't have happened. Could there be a mole? Sun Haiba retorted coldly. This Brother Hua clearly didn't trust the police. For a conglomerate like Mingho Group, it was inevitable that there would be plenty of shady and gray areas. Sun Haiba knew full well that Mingho Group was secretly involved in drug trafficking. Given their opposition to the police, such circumstances weren't surprising. We've already ruled out the possibility of an insider. That's impossible. At the time, our boss was resting in the suite. The second and third bosses were in the outer office. We were stationed outside. There was absolutely no one else present. We monitored the entire situation through surveillance cameras. Brother Hua shook his head and said, Wait. You have surveillance footage? Did you see the killer? Sun Haiba asked urgently. Unfortunately, no. Brother Hua sighed. How could that be? Could it be poison gas? Sun Haiba exclaimed in surprise. Could it be a power outage? At that moment, Fang Shuo asked from the side. How did you know? Brother Hua looked at Fang Shuo with some surprise. A hint of wariness flashed in his eyes. You have surveillance, but you didn't see the killer. If the killer wanted to strike, they'd have to cut off the surveillance feed. The simplest way to do that is to cut the power. Plus, when we arrived today, we saw several power company workers leaving the area. That's why I wondered if a power outage might be possible. Fang Shuo explained. You're sharp. Brother Hua glanced at Fang Shuo. You flatter me. Fang Shuo replied, feigning composure. The man before him, known as Brother Hua, gave off a dangerous vibe. His eyes seemed to pierce through everything. Moreover, his entire aura radiated an overwhelming presence.
What relieved Fang Shuo, however, was that this man didn't seem to know who he was. It appeared that the person seeking revenge against him wasn't someone arranged by this brother Hua. Judging by this, Hua Gu was clearly more than just a bodyguard. In that case, let's check the surveillance footage. Also, Lin Xi, you go with Fang Shuo to investigate that parcel bomb. Sun Haiba thought for a moment before giving instructions to the people behind him. Lin Xi and Fang Shuo finally stepped out. What's your take on this? As soon as Lin Xi stepped out, she eagerly asked Fang Shuo. Ever since they learned about Li Mingho's actions, they'd been able to uncover more information and possibilities. Hard to say. I can't shake the feeling that Brother Hua knows something, but he hasn't told us everything. Fang Shuo shook his head. Let's go. I've got the delivery box. The shipping label is from a nearby station. All shipments now require real name registration. There should be clues. Lin Xi led Fang Shuo toward the Datong Express station. Tracking number 0458? Nothing in the system. The station manager took the number to the computer to check, but there were no records at all. Chapter 88, growing more and more like. No records? That can't be right? Isn't yours the only Daxing Express location around here? Fang Shuo was puzzled. That's true, but look at this shipping label, there's no stamp from us. Normally, everything that goes through us has our stamp. This slip is completely clean. And look at the information printed here. Our old machine always smudges the ink, but this one's crystal clear. It definitely didn't come from us. The manager pointed at the shipping label number as he explained to Fang Shuo and the others. Got it. Thanks. Fang Shuo nodded. How could this happen? Lin Xi was puzzled. Let's go back and check the surveillance footage. These packages must have been delivered by the killer himself. Fang Shuo said. Unlike the surveillance in Li Mingho's office, the lobby cameras of Manhwa Group were stored on the building's shared server. Guided by a receptionist, they made their way to the property management office. Stop right there. That's him. Scrolling through the footage to the relevant time, Fang Shuo quickly spotted a deliveryman. Wearing a Datong Express uniform, he was carrying numerous boxes as he walked inside. But for some reason, he stumbled on the steps and seemed to have hurt himself badly. Just then, a man in a suit approached from behind and helped the courier to his feet. The two exchanged a few words before the suited man walked inside carrying a large bag, while the courier limped away. The man in the suit walked straight to the front desk, placed the sack beside the counter, and promptly walked away. Moments later, someone approached and opened it. Inside were precisely the 3 delivery boxes that Li Mingho and the others had received. Looks like that suit guy brought in the packages. Could they be working together? Fang Shuo frowned as he spoke. Wait, are you looking for this guy? I recognize this guy. He came for an interview, but I don't think he got the job. At that moment, the girl who had led Fang Shuo and the others inside spoke up. An interviewer? Fang Shuo froze. As an interviewee, he could come and go freely within Manhwa Group. Right, I'm the one responsible for bringing them in. That person earlier was me, but I didn't wash my hair that day, so I wore a hat. The girl explained with a smile. Do you have his address? Fang Shuo asked urgently. I should have it. I have his interview registration form. The girl nodded. Inside a rented room. Get moving already. What the hell are you doing hiding in the bushes? A young man lay sprawled on the bed, greasy hair matted, engrossed in a video game. He muttered curses under his breath from time to time. Just as he was about to push the tower, an untimely phone call rang. Hello, is this Mr. Li Yoji? This is Tianza Information Technology. We received your interview application. A man's voice came from the other end of the line. An interview? What's the monthly salary? The young man asked, clearly annoyed. A male HR representative at a company? This company is bound to have no future. Based on your qualifications and the position's requirements, we're starting you at 3,500. After that, if you can. Enough. You expect me to work like a dog for just 3,500? Let me tell you, even if Manhwa Group offered me 8,000 a month, I wouldn't take it. The young man hung up the phone in frustration. After hanging up, he logged back online to find his crystal had been pushed aside. Fuming, he flung his phone aside. Just as he was about to get up for a drink of water, a knock suddenly sounded at the door. Who's there? The young man shouted. Landlady, open up. A woman's loud voice boomed outside the door. The young man scurried to the door, about to open it, but glanced back at the pigsty-like room and hurriedly gave it a few quick sweeps before unlocking it. But the one who entered was a man, who looked even younger than himself. Behind the boy stood the landlord and a goddess-like beauty. Police. Fang Shuo pulled out Lin Xi's police badge. He was starting to love this feeling. Police? The young man flinched violently. Officer, I made a mistake last night. I shouldn't have visited that kind of website. I opened it by accident. It was my first time. I'll never do it again. The young man hurriedly addressed Fang Shuo. I'm not asking about that. This bag, did you help the delivery person bring it inside?
Fang Shuo pinched his nose, pulled out a photo, and asked the young man.
The stench in this room was overwhelming. Delivery? Oh, that. Yeah, I brought it in. I thought it was part of the interview questions. I heard online that someone got hired just for picking up a piece of paper by the trash can. But I still got rejected. These online tips don't work. The young man said, wiping away cold sweat. What did that delivery guy look like? Fang Shuo asked, speechless. No idea. He was wearing a hat and a mask. I figured he was trying to hide his identity from me since he works for Manhwa Group. Too bad it didn't work out. The young man sighed. Let's go. Fang Shuo felt deeply disappointed. He'd hoped to get some information, but instead, he'd been used. It seemed the killer was no ordinary villain. Aren't we going to ask? Lin Xi was puzzled. The moment the door opened, a pungent odor flooded out, making Lin Xi hesitate. She hurriedly pulled Fang Shuo toward the exit, their backs echoing with the landlord's roaring voice. It wasn't him, and he doesn't know anything either. He was just exploited by chance. Fang Shuo shook his head. Doesn't that mean we've lost another lead? Lin Xi's face fell with disappointment. Not entirely. Actually, his actions have exposed another issue. This person is extremely familiar with Manhwa Group. And bombs aren't something just anyone can make. This case may seem dead-end, but it's actually left us with plenty of clues. Let's eliminate them one by one. We should head back and see what Captain Sun and the others have discovered. Fang Shuo said to Lin Xi. You're becoming more and more like him. Lin Xi chuckled from behind Fang Shuo. Like what? Handsome? Well, I am, aren't I? Fang Shuo rolled his eyes. Put. 2 compliments and you're already getting a big head. Lin Xi pouted. Let's go. Fang Shuo wasted no time, and the two headed back to the bureau. Chapter 89, An Unbelievable Turn of Events. By the time Fang Shuo and Lin Xi returned, Sun Haiba had already been back at the bureau. After reviewing all the surveillance footage, they found no useful leads. There was a 5-minute power outage during that time. We suspect the killer took advantage of that 5-minute window to act. Sun Haiba addressed the group. That can't be right. How could it take that long? Under normal circumstances, there should be a backup power supply. The startup time for a backup power supply, if it's a good one, can be within a minute. Fang Shuo asked with some doubt. You're right. The backup power supply was also sabotaged. Sun Haiba looked at Fang Shuo in surprise. None of his officers had noticed this earlier, yet Fang Shuo brought it up immediately. Destroyed? Then it must have been done by someone on the inside? Fang Shuo quickly interjected. Yes, that possibility can't be ruled out. But it could also be someone who snuck in. With so many people coming and going in a place like this, it wouldn't be hard to blend in. Sun Haiba said. Fang Shuo nodded. He recalled an online joke he'd seen before, carrying a maintenance ladder practically grants you access anywhere. Here's what happened last night. After the explosion, that guy Hua, knowing someone was targeting Li Mingho and the other 2 executives, called them to Li Mingho's office. Li Mingho's office is on the top floor of Manhwa Group, accessible only by a private elevator. No one can reach it directly. Sun Haiba explained to the group. Fang Shuo suddenly understood. No wonder the killer went to such lengths to have the package delivered inside. They likely knew about this arrangement from the start. But this further indicated the killer's deep knowledge of Manhwa Group. It was highly likely someone from within the company. We've already searched Li Mingho's office. There's nowhere inside to hide a person. The exterior windows are all large floor-to-ceiling panes. I confirmed that for security reasons, none of them open, and the entire glass is made of specially reinforced bulletproof glass. Sun Haiba displayed several photographs. Then it's a sealed room? Then how did the killer get in? There's no way to enter. Lin Xi remarked in surprise from the side. The chimney. Fang Shuo frowned as he spoke. Huh? Lin Xi was puzzled. If there are no windows under normal circumstances, to ensure ventilation inside, they'd likely install this kind of ventilation system. Fang Shuo explained to Lin Xi. Right, we considered that too. Since there are no windows, the room relies on a very powerful exhaust system to maintain good ventilation. But we inspected the chimney flue. There's no sign of dust inside. If someone had used it to enter or exit, it wouldn't look like that. Plus, they install protective netting inside the flue, and there's no evidence it's been tampered with. Sun Haiba remarked. That's really strange. Fang Shuo shook his head, thoroughly perplexed. With no windows and guards stationed at the entrance, how had the killer managed to enter, commit the murder, and then depart so calmly? The problem was, they only had 5 minutes. Either he's Superman, or he must have been lying in wait inside. But he'd inspected that office himself. There was nowhere to hide a person. And after the explosion, he was sure the bodyguards had already searched it thoroughly. Fang Shuo took a deep breath. The situation seemed to have reached a dead end. After those executives went inside, the bodyguards waited outside. When the explosion happened, the one called Ahua called everyone over. There were about 40 or 50 people.
Li Mingho was sleeping inside, while Chan Ruoxiong and Wang Dahai were resting on the sofa outside.
Sun Haiba continued. Fang Shuo inwardly gasped. High-level figures, indeed, they could actually sleep through someone planting a bomb. That's something I'm curious about too. I asked about it. Noticing Fang Shuo's expression, Sun Haiba added from the side.
According to Ahua, their boss has encountered this kind of thing too many times, especially when he was in real estate.
You could even call it a life of violence and conflict. Situations like this don't faze them.
They just take sleeping pills to ensure deep sleep. Sun Haiba explained.
Sleeping pills? Fang Shuo was taken aback.
Yes, specially formulated by their personal physician.
They guarantee 3 hours of deep, uninterrupted sleep to maintain energy levels. Sun Haiba nodded.
This had puzzled him at the time too, so he'd questioned that Ahua in detail. Well, the world of the wealthy truly isn't what ordinary people imagine.
Fang Shuo shook his head.
According to the schedule, it was from 2:30 to 5:30, but something happened at 3:30. Sun Haiba explained. First, the entire building lost power.
At first, they didn't panic. They said their backup power should have kicked in automatically within 30 seconds.
But after a full minute passed without it kicking in, they realized something was wrong and immediately sent someone to the backup power room. Upon arriving at the backup power room, they discovered the backup power supply's wires had been cut. Under normal circumstances, the backup power isn't used, so it was impossible to notice. The cause of the power outage was someone planting a miniature acid bomb. The corrosive acid from the explosion damaged the wires, causing a short circuit.
The main circuit is difficult to repair quickly. They only temporarily fixed the backup power.
The people you saw when we arrived were there to repair the main circuit. That's how, 5 minutes later, power was restored, and nothing unusual appeared on the surveillance footage.
Sun Haiba continued. Nothing unusual? But shouldn't someone have been killed?
A nearby officer asked. That's the strange part. From the surveillance footage, the situation inside was exactly the same as before the power outage. Since all three were already asleep, even their sleeping positions hadn't changed and the lights were off inside anyway, the power outage made no difference to them.
Plus, only 5 minutes had passed. The bodyguards were stationed outside and didn't hear a thing.
According to Ahua's theory, the killer might have cut the power to create chaos, intending to slip in during the confusion and take them out directly. That's why Ahua didn't let his men make any rash moves. Sun Haiba had clearly already questioned Ahua.
Fang Shuo nodded.
This Ahua was quite the formidable character. Adapting to any situation with unwavering composure was indeed the wisest approach. He'd seen that office himself as long as someone was inside, it was essentially a giant safe. The moment the door opened was when trouble could arise. Perhaps the killer was hiding among the bodyguards. That's how it went until 5:30, when Chan Ruoxiong and Wang Dahai outside gradually woke up one after another. But Li Mingho inside remained motionless. That's when they grew anxious and sent the two outside to check. When Chan Ruoxiong and Wang Dahai entered, they found Li Mingho already dead. Sun Haiba frowned as he spoke.
Chapter 90, Brother Hua. How could that be?
A nearby officer blurted out.
Everyone else looked utterly shocked, clearly echoing the thought on everyone's mind.
That's the reality of the situation.
Share your thoughts. Sun Haiba sighed and addressed the group. Silence. Everyone kept their heads down, silent. To them, this seemed utterly impossible. To silently kill someone in a completely sealed room and then vanish without a trace, was it some kind of ghost?
Sun Haiba glanced around with a hint of resignation, his gaze finally settling on Fang Shuo.
Even Sun Haiba was surprised.
He couldn't recall when exactly Fang Shuo had become so dependent on him, even eagerly awaiting his opinion.
Who turned on the lights? Fang Shuo asked, frowning. What?
Sun Haiba froze, baffled by Fang Shuo's abrupt question.
I mean, when we went into Li Mingho's room, who turned on the light? Fang Shuo pressed Sun Haiba. Let me think.
They yelled for a while with no response, so they just kicked the door down. Once inside, Li Mingho went straight to the bedside, and Wang Dahai turned on the light from behind. By the time the surveillance lights came on, Li Mingho was already dead. Then Ahua and his men stormed in too. The cut was on the underside of his neck where he lay. There was no spurting blood, but the bedding was soaked red. Sun Haiba explained to Fang Shuo. Although the room was pitch black at the time, the infrared surveillance captured everything clearly.
What about the exact time of death? Fang Shuo's eyes lit up. Between 2:30 and 3:30 a.m. Sun Haiba replied. Between 2:30 and 3:30? Did I guess wrong? Fang Shuo shook his head in puzzlement. Did you discover something? Seeing Fang Shuo's expression, Sun Haiba's interest was piqued. I have a hunch, but I can't be certain yet. I want to take a look at that footage. Fang Shuo nodded. Mingho Group Headquarters. Brother Hua sat there coldly, smoking his cigarette. This man called Brother Hua was tall and imposing, with a sharp, stern face. He seemed to have no name except for Li Mingho, who called him Ahua. Everyone else referred to him as Brother Hua. Even Chen Ruoxiong and Wang Dahai did the same. Brother Hua, should we really trust the police? If they dig too deep, might they uncover things they shouldn't know? One of his henchmen asked from the side.
Not long ago, during their anti-prostitution crackdown, they arrested Huzi and a few others, along with several female students.
They might already know about us.
Another henchman spoke slowly beside him.
Chief who knows Tiger. Brother Hua said coldly. What? The henchman clearly didn't grasp Brother Hua's meaning.
I said chief who knew Huzi, but they still arrested him.
Don't you think something's fishy here?
Brother Hua said impatiently. His men were like idiots. They were fine for arranging fights when needed, but the moment any brainpower was required, they were utterly useless.
Go get the surveillance footage. I need to review it again. Brother Hua ordered one of them. Brother Hua, the police took all the footage. One henchman replied with a grimace.
He'd wanted to stop them, but the detective captain's glare had instantly cowed him.
Taken away? Let's leave it at that for now. Brother Hua waved his hand impatiently.
They hadn't planned to involve the police in this matter, but that cowardly Wang Dahai had gone and called them. But thinking about it, he couldn't really blame him. He hadn't experienced the kind of violence they'd been through before, and this bomb incident was indeed the most dangerous one in all these years. Brother Hua rubbed his temples. He hadn't slept for a day and night and was utterly exhausted.
Everyone, leave. I need to rest. Don't let anyone disturb me until I wake up. Brother Hua waved his hand at the others and lay down on the sofa.
Though he intended to rest, his mind kept replaying the events of the past few hours.
This operation was clearly premeditated.
Even he had fallen into the trap, being led step by step by the killer.
But how had the killer managed it?
He had men guarding the exterior, and the interior was a completely sealed room.
Moreover, the boss was right there in the inner chamber.
This place was undoubtedly the safest. Even if he'd known someone was making a move, he would still have chosen this spot.
If only he had gone inside.
Brother Hua thought bitterly, waves of drowsiness gradually washing over him. Just as he was about to drift off, a knock sounded at the door. Brother Hua frowned involuntarily but sat up nonetheless. He had already given orders no one was to knock unless it was urgent.
Come in.
Brother Hua called out, lighting a cigarette.
Stepping inside were Chen Ruoxiong and Wang Dahai.
Brother Hua, we need to discuss something with you.
Chen Ruoxiong addressed Brother Hua the moment he entered.
Hearing the nickname, Brother Hua frowned slightly but didn't show it, merely stubbing out his cigarette. With the boss in this state, the whole group is in complete chaos today. Rumors are swirling outside, saying our Manhwa group is going under. A lot of people have come looking for us. If this continues, it will be very detrimental to our Manhwa group. Our top priority now is to stabilize the situation at Manhwa group.
Chen Ruoxiong addressed Brother Hua. I did overlook that point. Brother Hua nodded and lit another cigarette.
After Li Mingho's death, Brother Hua had been fixated on identifying the killer and hadn't considered this angle.
Now that Li Mingho was gone, Manhwa group was indeed in trouble. I just discussed it with Dahai.
We plan to have the madam step in to take charge of the situation.
But you know, it'd be easier if you were the one to talk to the wife about this. Chen Ruoxiong addressed Brother Hua. Have the madam step forward?
Brother Hua froze. That might be tricky. While our boss was alive, the wife never got involved in company operations. You know as well as I do that the real profits come from other ventures. Besides, she's already hospitalized over my brother's situation. I can only discuss it with her, but I doubt she'll take over. From my perspective, I don't want her to take over either. Brother Hua said slowly. Unlike the two men before him, his feelings toward the Li Mingho family were more akin to those of family. So when this situation arose, his concerns extended far beyond just Mingho group.
Then what about this?
Chen Ruoxiong and Wang Dahai exchanged glances. In that case, the group's affairs will be temporarily managed by the two of you. However, with the police paying extra attention lately, some operations will need to be put on hold for now to lie low. Brother Hua paused, then addressed them. Ah Hua, forgive me for saying this, but all these years you've been with the boss, we've never seen you as just a bodyguard.
You know what the boss does, why don't you get involved too? Chen Ruoxiong asked Brother Hua. No thanks. I've no interest in that sort of thing. I want revenge.
Brother Hua replied indifferently.
Chapter 91, Illusion. Revenge?
Chen Ruoxiong and Wang Dahai exchanged glances. Ah Hua, there's something I'm not sure if I should say or not. Chen Ruoxiong leaned closer. Go ahead. Brother Hua blew out a smoke ring. The boss is dead, and we're all devastated. But in our line of work, violence and bloodshed are inevitable. If you keep digging into this, what will happen to the group? Everything is interconnected. We can't just watch Mingho group crumble to pieces. Chen Ruoxiong spat out, spittle flying.
What do you mean? Brother Hua stared coldly at Chen Ruoxiong.
Chen Ruoxiong felt a chill run down his spine, as if a tiger had locked onto him.
No. What I mean is, revenge must be taken. Leave the group's affairs to us too. You can rest assured. In that case, we'll be leaving now. After speaking, Chen Ruoxiong dragged Wang Dahai out. Brother Hua watched them leave with a cold stare, letting out a long sigh. 1,000 thoughts surged like mountains and seas, pressing down on him. For some reason, a phrase Li Mingho had once told him surfaced in his mind. Everything happens for a reason. Don't be fooled by appearances. What matters is seeing who truly benefits. At this thought, Brother Hua snapped his eyes open, staring at the receding figures of the two men. Tianhai City Public Security Bureau. Fang Shuo gently massaged his temples as surveillance footage retrieved from Mingho Group lay before him. Pause it here. What's the relationship between this Chen Ruoxiong and Li Mingho? Fang Shuo turned to ask Sun Haiba. Rumor has it he was one of the early followers who built the empire with Li Mingho, a founding patriarch of Mingho Group. Mingho Group's origins weren't exactly clean.
Many people got into trouble back then, and Chen Ruoxiong is the highest-ranking survivor.
Wang Dahai joined later. He's said to handle company management and such.
Though his position isn't low, ultimately, he still falls far short of Chen Ruoxiong. Sun Haiba explained to Fang Shuo. He had previously gathered quite a bit of information about Mingho Group.
That's peculiar. Fang Shuo frowned. Finished reading? What did you find? Sun Haiba asked.
Hard to say, Captain Sunday.
Is murder really that simple? Fang Shuo asked with a smile. What? What are you doing? Sun Haiba was startled. I just wanted to confirm if it's possible, like, when you're supporting someone, could you just kill them outright? Fang Shuo demonstrated with a gesture. Maybe it's possible.
Well, at the very least, you'd need some martial arts skills. Sun Haiba hesitated before speaking.
Wait, are you suspecting Chen Ruoxiong? Sun Haiba watched Fang Shuo's gestures, then glanced at the surveillance footage. At that moment, Chen Ruoxiong was helping Li Mingho lie down on the bed. He instantly understood Fang Shuo's meaning. That can't be right?
He also received the killer's parcel bomb.
Sun Haiba quickly interjected. Precisely because of that, I'm suspicious. Fang Shuo nodded. What do you mean? Sun Haiba froze.
If I really wanted to take out all three at once, the best approach would be to gather them together and detonate the bomb. But sending 3 bombs at once while it appears targeted at all 3 doesn't hold up upon closer inspection. It's impossible for all 3 to open their packages simultaneously.
If one explodes, the other 2 definitely won't detonate. It just wouldn't work.
Plus, people at their level probably don't open their own packages.
If they have someone else open them, it'd be even harder to pull off. Fang Shuo analyzed. Are you saying receiving the bombs was just a ruse?
Sun Haiba and the others were all shocked.
Following Fang Shuo's reasoning, it seemed plausible.
If the goal was truly to target the 3 individuals, there was no need for such a method. The impact would be too significant, making it easy for the police to pinpoint the culprits. Taking out the top 3 executives of Mingho Group at once would elevate the incident from a simple vendetta to corporate rivalry, making it far easier to pinpoint the culprits.
Not to mention, Mingho Group had numerous underlings who could also deduce the killer's identity.
That would be extremely dangerous. For them, it would be a case of hurting the enemy 1,000 while hurting themselves 800, utterly pointless.
Right, I've had my doubts from the start.
Looking back now, it seems they deliberately used the courier service to shift suspicion away from themselves. Beyond that, there are other reasons.
One is familiarity with Li Mingho's habits. It definitely had to be someone from within Mingho.
Then there's the power outage issue. For an ordinary person, even if they wanted to tamper with something, it wouldn't be that simple. But as a high-ranking executive at Mingho Group, it's different. But the most crucial clue remains that elusive killer. In my view, no matter how skilled the killer, it's impossible to murder someone in a locked room from a distance and then slip away undetected. Perhaps from the very beginning, we've been led astray, conditioned to believe there must be a killer who entered the room to commit the murder. Think about it, this misdirection started the moment someone delivered the bomb. But what if the killer wasn't trying to get in at all? What if they were already inside and never left? That would explain everything. Fang Shuo explained to the group. Following your logic, it does explain every single issue that arose during the process. Sun Haiba followed Fang Shuo's reasoning, reviewing the events from start to finish, and found it to be true. In that case, does that mean Wang Dahai is also a suspect? Sun Haiba asked. No, he never had any contact with Li Mingho.
Fang Shuo shook his head. You mean? No wonder you asked me earlier how to kill someone. Sun Haiba suddenly understood. Right.
I suspect Chen Ruoxiong struck when he helped Li Mingho onto the bed. Since he came from that chaotic situation, he must have known some martial arts. When the bomb exploded, the fish tank shattered.
Li Mingho stumbled and fell, injuring his leg.
It makes sense that Chen Ruoxiong helped him over. Plus, Chen Ruoxiong had been with him for so many years. He wouldn't have suspected him, which is why he was so easily taken advantage of. That's why I suspect. Li Mingho was already dead by the time Chen Ruoxiong helped him to the floor. Afterwards, Chen Ruoxiong pretended to know nothing, went outside to lie down, and by then, under the surveillance, he had no suspicious activity whatsoever.
Fang Shuo spoke slowly. Chapter 92, Disappearance. Listening to Fang Shuo's words, the police officers in the room collectively sucked in a sharp breath.
What had been a completely baffling case suddenly became crystal clear as Fang Shuo unraveled it layer by layer.
It felt as though Fang Shuo had witnessed it all firsthand. Though no evidence existed, every doubt and question in the entire sequence could be accounted for. This is incredible.
So the killer never existed from the start.
I knew it.
I never believed this could be possible from the start. No wonder we couldn't figure out how the killer did it no matter how hard we tried.
This is just. The surrounding police officers began murmuring among themselves.
The way they looked at Fang Shuo was like they were staring at Sherlock Holmes.
Fang Shuo, how did you figure this out?
Lin Xi asked, equally stunned. While others were utterly stunned by this turn of events, Lin Xi felt not only shock but also a profound sense of defeat. She had been with Fang Shuo the entire time.
She knew everything he did, yet she hadn't a clue.
She had even been pondering the killer's method all along, even considering mimicking Fang Shuo's earlier approach to conduct a simulation. Yet she never imagined the killer wasn't real at all. Her direction had been wrong from the very beginning.
Actually, it was the motive, right?
Given Li Mingho's status, whoever targeted him couldn't be ordinary. It's almost impossible. At first, I thought it was a revenge killing, but once I learned that 3 people from Mingho group had all received bombs, I sensed it wasn't what I'd imagined. It's not that I'm particularly clever, it's that the killer's cleverness backfired. If it weren't for the bombs, I might never have considered this angle. A conglomerate as massive as Mingho Group, whether it's an empire or a corporation, often collapses not due to external pressures, but because of internal strife.
Fang Shuo explained to Lin Xi. How did you figure all this out?
Lin Xi looked utterly shocked. This wasn't the kind of knowledge a college student should possess.
It's all written in novels. Don't you read online novels? Fang Shuo chuckled.
Alright. Lin Xi was at a loss for words.
It wasn't just Lin Xi, almost everyone in the room wore the same expression.
The room fell back into its previous silence. No one had expected that Fang Shuo would crack such a convoluted case in just a single day.
There really was a gap between people. So what do we do next? Even if all our deductions are true, we still lack solid evidence.
Lin Xi frowned as she asked. My idea is still to start with the bomb.
I've always felt that bombs aren't something just anyone can make, right? There's the materials and all that.
Additionally, we should try to locate Chen Ruoxiong and Wang Dahai, especially Wang Dahai.
He must know something.
As for Chen Ruoxiong, we don't need to expose ourselves. We can approach him normally and test the waters.
Fang Shuo considered it before addressing the group. Agreed, let's do it. Everyone, get moving immediately. Sun Haiba clapped his hands and addressed the group. Fang Shuo, how's things going with Lin Xi lately? After everyone had left, Sun Haiba grinned as he approached Fang Shuo.
Huh?
Fang Shuo was taken aback, unsure why Sun Haiba had suddenly brought up this topic. I'm talking about your marriage plans. Get moving on it already.
Listen to me, since she's into you and you're into her, just go for it.
Sun Haiba spoke with the air of someone who'd been there. Put. Seal the deal? Fang Shuo spit out a mouthful of water. What the heck was that supposed to mean? Well, I'm still in school. No rush. Nothing's even close to happening yet. Fang Shuo stammered nervously. Did the bureau already know about him and Lin Xi staying in a hotel room? Did they think he'd already, with Lin Xi? Oh no. Damn, what a loss. If I'd known, I wouldn't have gotten out of bed. Fang Shuo felt deeply regretful. Fang Shuo, what are you standing there for? Let's go.
Lin Xi walked out, but after waiting a while without Fang Shuo following, she came back, clearly annoyed.
Coming. Could you be a little nicer?
I'm not a cop, I'm doing this for free.
Fang Shuo muttered as he trailed behind. Watching Fang Shuo walk out, Sun Haiba couldn't help but frown.
Fang Shuo was practically a genius at solving cases. But if he applied for a civil service position, there was no guarantee he'd get assigned here. Someone else might snatch him up. The safest bet was still the bureau chief's earlier suggestion: secure the man. After all, he was the chief's son-in-law, that alone made him usable. Besides, if they waited for the civil service exam, Fang Shuo wouldn't even be graduated yet. It would take years. They couldn't afford to wait that long.
Becoming Director Lin's son-in-law would change everything.
Whether you're in school or not, if there's a case here, you're coming. But looking at Fang Shuo, he didn't seem particularly anxious. No, we need to push things along.
He needs to feel a sense of urgency.
A talent like this must be brought into our fold. Sun Haiba silently resolved within himself.
Mingho Group.
After such a major incident unfolded, the situation unfolded exactly as Chen Ruoxiong and the others had feared.
The entire group was in a state of gloom. To be precise, Mingho Group was built from the ground up by Li Mingho himself.
He was the backbone of every aspect of the group. His sudden misfortune seemed to signal the beginning of something.
When Li Mingho was still around, it could be said that no enterprise or individual in Tianhai City dared to disregard Mingho Group.
In many bidding processes, other companies would step aside and avoid competing if Manhwa Group participated. But now, things were different.
Everyone believed Manhwa Group might be on the brink of collapse.
Within just a few days, Manhwa Group's operations had suffered significant setbacks. Several deals that were about to close had been indefinitely delayed. When Fang Shuo and Lin Xi were escorted into the conference room, its disarray spoke volumes about Manhwa Group's current predicament. Moments later,
Chen Ruoxiong's secretary entered.
"I'm sorry, officers, but our CEO Chen is unavailable." The secretary addressed Lin Xi and Fang Shuo.
Not here? Then where is Mr. Wang?
We'll ask for Mr. Wang instead. Fang Shuo inquired.
Well, our president Wang isn't here either.
The secretary replied hesitantly. Hearing the secretary's words, Fang Shuo and Lin Xi exchanged glances.
Could it be that these two had already caught on? Did they know the police were already suspecting them, so they deliberately refused to see anyone?
We're police officers.
This is a summons. Please inform both executives truthfully.
Lin Xi said coldly. Actually, we don't know where the two executives are either. They arrived today but left in a hurry. There were several meetings scheduled for them today, meetings the two executives specifically arranged yesterday. But now we can't get in touch with either of them. The secretary said helplessly.
So you're saying both executives have gone missing?
Fang Shuo's eyes turned cold.
Chapter 93, Internal Strife.
I suppose you could say that. But our CEO has a lot on his plate. It's not unusual for him to be unreachable sometimes. The secretary hastily added. Since they organized the meeting, there's absolutely no reason for them to leave without cause.
Did they say anything before they finally left?
Fang Shuo asked the secretary.
Not specifically. I recall President Chen took a call then.
I heard him say something about heading over immediately, but I don't know where exactly.
The female secretary replied truthfully.
All right, I understand. If either of the executives returns, please notify us immediately.
Fang Shuo nodded.
Judging by the secretary's flustered state, she didn't seem to be lying.
What do you think?
Why would they just disappear like that? We finally got a lead, and now it's gone cold. As soon as they got into the car, Lin Xi asked.
Who do you think could make both CEOs drop everything and rush over immediately? What could be more urgent than the current chaos at Manhwa Group?
Fang Shuo frowned and thought. It must be someone even higher up than them, but such people are probably few and far between.
But it must be someone they know. Could it be that guy called Brother Hua?
Lin Xi speculated.
Brother Hua?
It's possible.
This guy gives me a distinctly unusual vibe. But why would he be looking for the two CEOs? Could he have picked up on something too?
Fang Shuo's mind raced.
Could someone that formidable really exist?
Lin Xi was taken aback. In Lin Xi's view, Fang Shuo could deduce the current situation only because of his exceptional abilities and the wealth of information they possessed.
But that guy Hua Go?
He was just a bodyguard, how could he possibly analyze all this? There's always someone better out there. And I had a feeling back then that this brother Hua probably knew a lot more than he was telling us. This guy is quite formidable. He might actually be able to figure something out. If that's the case, those two are in real trouble. Fang Shuo felt uneasy. For the police, suspecting a murderer required solid evidence. But with Hua, it was different. They could even resort to torture to extract a confession. There was nothing they wouldn't dare do.
Should we go back and request an arrest warrant?
Lin Xi also considered this question. If Hua is just speculating, stirring things up like this will only alert the target. Since they left by car, let's check the surveillance footage and see where they might have gone.
Fang Shuo considered it before suggesting to Lin Xi.
Lin Xi wasted no time, immediately calling Sun Haiba to report Chen Ruoxiong and the other man's disappearance.
Sun Haiba promptly dispatched personnel to review surveillance footage.
We should head back too. Lin Xi started the car.
Hold on a moment.
If I were Hua, I'd definitely be looking for a place that's both safe and hidden right now.
Do you think they might have gone there?
Fang Shuo stopped Lin Xi.
You mean?
Lin Xi finally understood. It's possible. If Hua's certain, by the time Captain Sun and the others finish their sweep, it'll be too late. Let's go check it out first.
You never know.
Fang Shuo nodded.
At that moment,
in that courtyard within the old city district, Old Wang, the gatekeeper, was puzzled as he closed the main gate. Just moments ago, several high-ranking officials had arrived and instructed him to lock the gate, barring anyone from entering. They had even brought two massive black-backed wolf dogs inside. Old Wang was unaware that Li Mingho had been murdered. As a mere gatekeeper, he naturally had no access to such classified information.
Arg! Just as Old Wang was puzzling over this, a blood-curdling scream erupted from inside the building.
The sudden noise made Old Wang jump. After a moment's hesitation, he retreated to his guard booth and shut the door. From his very first day here, he'd understood Manhwa Group's unspoken rule: do more, ask less, make fewer mistakes. Besides, the visitors included Brother Hua, along with the second boss and third boss, all heavyweights within Mingho Group. As a lowly security guard, he certainly had no business knowing about such matters. Inside the courtyard house,
Chen Ruoxiong and Wang Dahai were bound to chairs. Chen Ruoxiong's arm was being torn at by a black-backed wolfdog.
This breed, purchased by Li Mingho for over 100,000 yuan from the western mountains, was pure-bred dog capable of taking on a wolf in a fight. One bite tore a chunk of flesh from Chen Ruoxiong's arm.
Are you out of your mind?
Damn it, I told you this has nothing to do with me. Chen Ruoxiong's face contorted in agony as he yelled at Ahua standing before him. Beside him, Wang Dahai had long since turned pale with fear, a foul stench emanating from between his legs.
He was a legitimate professional manager with an MBA from Peking University. When it came to corporate management, he had a few tricks up his sleeve. But when it came to ruthlessness, he was a complete novice. I'll ask one more time. How did the boss die?
Ahua asked coldly, his face expressionless.
I told you, I don't know.
Chen Ruoxiong glared at Ahua through gritted teeth.
You've got a mouth on you. Looks like you still have some of that old fire left in you. As for you. Ahua didn't press Chen Ruoxiong further. Instead, he led the dog over to Wang Dahai.
No, no, no.
Don't bite me. Don't bite me.
Wang Dahai struggled violently in terror.
I'm giving you one chance. What do you know about Big Brother's death?
Ahua said coldly.
I.
Wang Dahai stammered, glancing at Chen Ruoxiong, but ultimately remained silent. Seeing this, Ahua shook his head.
He loosened his grip on the iron chain. No, please don't. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything.
Wang Dahai saw the giant wolf dog, now taller than him when standing, lunging toward him. He let out a series of loud yells.
Seeing this, Ahua quickly pulled the chain back. Damn it, stop talking nonsense.
Hearing Wang Dahai's words, Chen Ruoxiong, who had been standing nearby, also burst into curses.
Shut up.
Ahua delivered a flying kick, sending Chen Ruoxiong crashing to the floor along with his chair.
Speak. What do you know?
Seeing their reactions, Ahua felt certain of his suspicions. I saw bloodstains on Brother Chen. No, on Chen Ruoxiong's body earlier. Wang Dahai stammered, trembling as he spoke to Ahua.
Bloodstains? Ahua froze. Yes. Right after Chen Ruoxiong helped Big Brother lie down and came back, I saw bloodstains on half his body. Wang Dahai hurriedly added.
Now that he'd spoken up, he didn't care about the consequences anymore.
So it was you.
No wonder you rushed straight for my brother without even turning on the lights when you came in. You were trying to cover up the blood on yourself.
Hearing Wang Dahai's words, Ahua suddenly understood.
Ahua turned to look at Chen Ruoxiong. But to his utter surprise, Chen Ruoxiong, who had been lying on the floor, suddenly sprang to his feet. Clutching a chair leg, he swung it viciously toward Ahua. Ahua hadn't anticipated that Chen Ruoxiong had managed to break free from the ropes. The blow landed squarely on his head. By the time Ahua reacted, Chen Ruoxiong had already bolted out the door.
Damn it! Ahua cursed under his breath, staggering as he gave chase. Chapter 94. When the wall falls, everyone pushes. Outside the courtyard at that moment, Fang Shuo and Lin Xi had quietly made their way over.
This time, however, they avoided the front gate. It was broad daylight, and since they had previously entered by posing as locals, they risked being recognized.
Their goal was to confirm whether any vehicles were inside the courtyard. Mingho Group's license plates were either sequential numbers or repeating digits easy to spot. Come on, step on my back. Let's climb the wall and take a look. Fang Shuo crouched down beside the wall. Lin Xi nodded and stepped onto Fang Shuo's shoulders.
Vocal.
You're heavy. Fang Shuo stood up unsteadily. You're gonna kill me. Lin Xi, embarrassed and angry, pushed down hard. How dare you call me fat? Fang Shuo nearly coughed up a mouthful of blood from Lin Xi's shove.
Just as he was about to retort, someone suddenly tumbled off the wall beside them. Startled, Lin Xi immediately jumped off Fang Shuo. What the hell? The figure clearly hadn't expected anyone to be outside. Fang Shuo and Lin Xi froze in shock when they recognized the man before them. Wasn't this Chen Ruoxiong? The second in command of a major corporation? How had he ended up like this? Damn it! Got a car? Before Fang Shuo and Lin Xi could react, Chen Ruoxiong barked at them first. Don't! Yes, we do. Bro, you gotta calm down. Don't you dare kidnap me to drive for you. Lin Xi nearly shouted don't move, but Fang Shuo covered her mouth. What the hell are you talking about? Come with me. Chen Ruoxiong yanked Fang Shuo toward him. Fang Shuo meekly led Chen Ruoxiong toward the parking lot. Lin Xi, standing nearby, had already understood the meaning in Fang Shuo's eyes and hurried off to the side. The moment Chen Ruoxiong dragged Fang Shuo around the corner, Ahua leapt down from the wall. Glancing at the bloodstains on the ground, he gave chase toward the direction Chen Ruoxiong had fled. But he was too late. He could only watch helplessly as Chen Ruoxiong got into a car and drove away. "B brother, where are we headed?" Fang Shuo asked shakily from the driver's seat.
Out of the city. Oh, and find a pet hospital first, I need a shot. Chen Ruoxiong snapped, furious. He'd been bitten by that black-backed wolf dog. If he didn't get the rabies vaccine in time, even if he managed to escape, he'd be in big trouble. Alright. Hold on tight. I know a pet hospital. Fang Shuo nodded and floored the accelerator. At that moment, inside the Tianhai City Public Security Bureau. Found it already? Where did they go? Sun Haiba asked someone.
Captain, surveillance footage shows that the man named Ahua drove off with Chen Ruoxiong and Wang Dahai. They headed toward the old city district, but surveillance coverage thins out significantly there.
They disappeared around a corner. The officer reported to Sun Haiba. Alright, send people to investigate that area first. Start searching from that intersection and see where they went. Sun Haiba said after a moment's thought. No one had reported them missing yet, so they couldn't conduct a full-scale search. Ring ring. No sooner had Sun Haiba finished speaking than his phone rang. What? Sun Haiba's eyes widened the moment he answered the call. Get back here. Get back here. Notify everyone immediately, we're moving out. Sun Haiba bellowed. Unaware of the situation, everyone from the police station rushed to the vehicles in the compound. Where are we going? No clue. Just said everyone stand by, didn't say where. What's going on? Seems to be about the Manhwa group case. Everyone looked utterly bewildered. Just as they were starting their vehicles to pull out, another car suddenly barreled in. Fang Shuo slammed on the brakes, sending Chen Ruoxiong in the backseat crashing into the seat in front. We're here. Fang Shuo announced as he yanked open the door and leaped out. We're here? The pet hospital? That can't be right. Why are there so many? Chen Ruoxiong got out of the car and stared dumbfounded at the surrounding police vehicles and officers. What's going on? Sun Haiba rushed out in a panic, only to freeze in place upon seeing the scene before him. Help! I'm turning myself in. Chen Ruoxiong, true to his reputation as a cunning mastermind, saw the situation and knew there was no way out. He might as well turn himself in. Now that Ahua knew he was the one who killed Li Mingho, there was absolutely no chance of escape. Had he simply fled the city, he might have managed to scrape by for a few more years? But this delay had dashed any hope of survival. Better to confess and hope for leniency. Perhaps he could even send Ahua and his entire gang to prison. After all, he knew everything about the shady dealings behind Ahua and Mingho group. Turn himself in? Chen Ruoxiong? This time, it was Sun Haiba and the others who were stunned. Inside the interrogation room, Chen Ruoxiong spilled everything like beans from a bamboo tube, recounting the entire crime in detail matching Fang Shuo's account word for word. He even spilled the beans on all the shady dealings between Ahua and Mingho group, hoping to secure a reduced sentence as a cooperating witness. Sometimes, to save one's own life, people truly will do anything. Following Chen Ruoxiong's confession, the police successfully rescued Wang Dahai from a courtyard in the old city district. With the second in command and third in command of Mingho group providing incriminating testimony, the entire organization collapsed overnight. After these revelations surfaced, Chief Lin worried that others connected to Mingho group might come forward. But Li Mingho was dead. Now, nearly everyone was actively distancing themselves from Mingho group. Had Li Mingho survived, even with the second in command turning against him, the situation likely wouldn't have unfolded so easily. The proverb "when the wall falls, everyone pushes" was vividly demonstrated at that moment. Fang Shuo, you little rascal. You've done us a huge favor this time. I've specially applied for a 300,000 yuan bonus for you. Sun Haiba grinned widely as he slapped Fang Shuo on the shoulder. This isn't quite right. How did so many end up here? And I didn't make them all by myself. Fang Shuo was genuinely surprised. Too many? This time we not only busted the Black Society, but also dismantled the drug trafficking ring and uncovered a lot of shady stuff. You deserve major credit for this. No need to be modest. As for us, don't worry, we're all getting second-class merit awards this time. The bonus won't be small either. Your bonus was specially approved by Director Lin. You brought the entire gang right into the police station, everyone saw it. No one will object. Sun Haiba said to Fang Shuo. Is that even possible? Fang Shuo was stunned. Though Sun Haiba hadn't revealed many details, Fang Shuo suspected the forces behind Mingho group were far beyond his imagination. Head back to campus first. We'll be busy for a while. Once we're done with this, I'll invite you to the dinner gathering. Sun Haiba gave Fang Shui a smile. When Fang Shuo returned to campus, he still felt a bit dazed. Compared to the cutthroat world outside, the tranquil life on campus felt like paradise. Fang Shuo? Just as Fang Shuo was heading back to his dorm, a voice called out from behind him. He turned around and instantly went pale. Standing behind him was none other than Brother Hua from Mingho Group. Chapter 95, Brother Hua. Why would Hua be looking for him? In an instant, countless possibilities flashed through Fang Shuo's mind. Ever since he exposed their scheme last time, Mingho Group had been tailing him. He narrowly escaped when he didn't return to the dorm that day. He assumed the incident had blown over after that. But he never expected Brother Hua himself to show up. Come to think of it, this time it was because he brought Chen Ruoxiong to the police station, directly leading to Mingho Group's collapse. Could Brother Hua be here to seek revenge? Fang Shuo was at a loss for words. Even if he wanted to run now, it was probably impossible. Fang Shuo hesitated for a moment before walking over. Brother Hua, were you waiting for me? Fang Shuo asked Hua. You still remember me after all. Brother Hua flicked the cigarette from his hand and crushed it under his shoe. Fang Shuo gave a wry smile. You're from Mingho Group, how could I forget? I actually thought you were a cop. I was shocked to later hear you were the student they'd been searching for all along. Brother Hua said slowly. When Fang Shuo had followed along back then, his on-site analysis had left an impression on Brother Hua. Brother Hua, an honest man, doesn't do shady things. That incident at the Conservatory of Music, it was indeed me who led the team there. It was while investigating another case we stumbled upon it by accident. Regardless, I led the police there. I won't deny it. If you want to come after me, I won't argue. Fang Shuo spoke slowly. Previously, when he was targeted by those underlings, Fang Shuo had no recourse. Now that this big shot had set his sights on him, Fang Shuo had come to terms with it. In Fang Shuo's eyes, this Hua was no ordinary man. At this point, acting timid and hesitant would only make him look down on him. Better to take a gamble. Oh? You're not afraid? Hua was genuinely surprised by Fang Shuo's reaction. I am afraid. Of course I am. But even if I am scared, since Brother Hua wants to deal with me, there's nothing I can do about it. Fang Shuo shook his head. Not bad. You've got some guts. Hua actually smiled, lighting a cigarette. He offered one to Fang Shuo too. Though Fang Shuo didn't smoke, he accepted it and mimicked the gesture, shielding the flame from the wind as he lit it. That thing you mentioned earlier? It's no big deal. I heard you took Chen Ruoxiong to the police station. Do you even know what he did? Hua stared coldly at Fang Shuo. Just as Fang Shuo was about to breathe a sigh of relief, his heart sank to the bottom. The moment Chen Ruoxiong walked into the station, he confessed everything. Fang Shuo realized Hua must know he killed Li Mingho. That's why he wanted to silence him. Chen Ruoxiong, seeking self-preservation, turned himself in to the police. So Brother Hua had come looking for him because of this. Wasn't this the end? Ahem. I know. That's why I drove to the police station back then. Fang Shuo nodded. You know? Hua's eyes turned cold. Yes. I'd already deduced that Chen Ruoxiong was the killer. And when I went there, I was also looking for Chen Ruoxiong. Fang Shuo nodded. This Brother Hua was no amateur on the streets. A single glance sent a chill down Fang Shuo's spine. Fang Shuo thought for a moment, then decided to tell the truth. Go on. Hua blew out a smoke ring. He intended to force me to drive him out of the city. He probably wanted me behind the wheel to avoid any checks from you guys or the police. Once we were out of Tianhai City, he would have killed me and disposed of the body. For me, I couldn't just sit there and wait to die. And for you guys, if Chen Ruoxiong escaped and you tried to track him down, it wouldn't be that simple. He was arrested by the police. Even if he confessed to some things, if he could avoid the death penalty, life imprisonment would be unavoidable. In the end, Chen Ruoxiong didn't escape, and I survived. That was my reasoning at the time. Fang Shuo said to Hua. You really are a smart guy. To be honest, if it had been anyone else this time, he might have actually gotten away. In that sense, I should thank you. Hua looked into Fang Shuo's eyes and spoke slowly. Fang Shuo froze, then exhaled a long stream of smoke. That was terrifying. But it was precisely because you sent Chen Ruoxiong to the police that bastard destroyed Mingho Group. All those years of development gone in an instant. From that perspective, I'd like nothing more than to see you disappear from this world. Hua said slowly. Fang Shuo was utterly speechless. Brother Hua, are you messing with me? 1 minute you want to thank me, the next you want to kill me. Is this some kind of joke? But you did give me an idea just now. Fine then. Hua turned and walked toward the exit. Fang Shuo stood frozen in place. I don't get why Hua suddenly came looking for me out of the blue. Brother Hua, can I ask what you're planning to do? Fang Shuo instinctively called out to Hua. You? A trace of disdain flashed across Brother Hua's face. Here's the deal, you do me a favor, and I'll give you credit for it. Brother Hua looked at Fang Shuo before him, thought for a moment, then turned away. Credit? Fang Shuo froze. Yes. Call the police. Tell them you found me here. Even though the police haven't found me yet, based on what they've confessed, it's only a matter of time before they come for me. Hua said with a smile. Ha? Brother Hua, stop messing around. What do you mean by that? Fang Shuo was completely baffled. Chen Ruoxiong must be taken care of personally by me. Take this bracelet to room VIP 1 at Tianhai City First People's Hospital. Hand it to the lady inside. No need to say anything. Consider it a favor for me. Brother Hua stubbed out his cigarette and slipped the bracelet off his wrist. Fang Shuo reached out to take it, finally grasping Brother Hua's meaning. Hesitantly, he pulled out his phone. Moments later, Sun Haiba rushed over with his men, looking frantic. What's going on?
Sun Haiba stared at Fang Shuo and Brother Hua crouched by the roadside, unable to believe his eyes. They had just gone to arrest Hua, only to discover he had vanished. Then Fang Shuo's call came through. What was Hua doing coming to see Fang Shuo? And how had Fang Shuo managed to apprehend him? Looking at the scattered cigarette butts on the ground, had these two just been having a heart-to-heart? Tang Sanzang possessed him? Sun Haiba felt a chill run down his spine. Chapter 96, adding fuel to the fire. Oh, I want to take this kid down. I didn't expect him to call the cops. I know you're looking for me. Let's just leave it at that. Hua reached out his hand. What? Sun Haiba and Lin Xi were utterly stunned. Tianhai City Public Security Bureau. You're an idiot. How could you not think to take action against Fang Shuo at this moment? If that kid hadn't been quick-witted, what would we have done? Did you leave your brain at home? That guy called Hua hasn't even been caught yet, and you're this careless? You're a complete moron. Inside Director Lin's office, the director, his fingers thick as water radishes, had been berating Sun Haiba for quite some time. Upon learning Hua intended to target Fang Shuo, Director Lin broke out in a cold sweat. Guys like Hua wouldn't hesitate to do anything. Forget an ordinary student, even someone like Sun Haiba would struggle against Hua alone. If they took out Fang Shuo, they wouldn't just lose a valuable asset in solving cases, they'd lose a perfect son-in-law. How could he not be furious? Sun Haiba wiped the spittle from his forehead, which had nearly glued his hair together. He knew exactly what Chief Lin was worried about. When he received Fang Shuo's call earlier, he'd been scared half to death himself. Fang Shuo really is something else. Who knows how he managed to intimidate that Hua and stall him until we arrived. This time, catching Hua, that fish that slipped through the net, is another major achievement. Director, about the reward. Sun Haiba rubbed his hands together and grinned. Do I even need to say it? Your criminal investigation division hitting it big with Fang Shuo? That's pure luck. If it weren't for Fang Shuo, you'd all be sitting at home unemployed by now. Let me tell you, with Hua and those others seeking revenge against Fang Shuo this time, we absolutely must take this seriously. We have to find a way to ensure Fang Shuo's safety. There are still plenty of Mingho Group holdouts out there. We might not bother with the small fry, but they're a real headache when it comes to Fang Shuo. If he were a police officer, those criminals might hold back. But once they learn he's just a student, they'll inevitably get ideas. Director Lin said solemnly to Sun Haiba. Well, our manpower is limited here. We're already stretched thin with other tasks. Assigning someone solely for this isn't feasible. Sun Haiba looked troubled. Director Lin frowned as well. Director, actually, I do have an idea. Sun Haiba leaned in. Go ahead. Director Lin glanced at Sun Haiba. You see, Lin Xi is definitely into Fang Shuo. Last time we were drinking, she even dared to glare at me just to stop Fang Shuo from drinking more. If they make their relationship official first, they'll inevitably spend time together regularly. Even if they're not together, they'll stay in constant contact. That way, we can keep tabs on Fang Shuo at all times. That would be the end of security, wouldn't it? Sun Haiba quickly chimed in. That does make some sense. Director Lin stroked his chin and nodded. But this Fang Shuo, from what I can tell, he doesn't seem particularly eager. We need to figure out a way. Sun Haiba felt reassured upon hearing Director Lin shared his concern. You're right. But how can I get my daughter to take the initiative in this matter? Back in the day, your sister-in-law pursued me herself. Yet all these years of marriage, she still nags about it. We need to find a way to get Fang Shuo to take the initiative. Director Lin nodded in agreement. If Lin Xi were here now, she'd probably go crazy. Her superior and her own father were actually plotting to help someone else win her over. This wasn't just turning their backs on her, it was like their arms had grown onto someone else's body. I have an idea. If a man isn't proactive, it means he lacks a sense of urgency. Why not arrange a blind date for that girl Lin Xi? If those two truly have feelings for each other, this might just be the push they need to take that step. Sun Haiba had already thought of a solution. A blind date? Isn't that a bit awkward? Last night your sister-in-law was still going on about inviting Fang Shuo over for dinner sometime. Your sister-in-law has long had her heart set on Fang Shuo as her son-in-law. Director Lin shuddered. Think about it, Director. If she's already set her sights on him, what does that tell you? Fang Shuo's character, his abilities, everything about him is absolutely top-notch. Right now he's just at school, so not many people know about him. But once someone like him enters society, won't he be in high demand? We can't afford to wait any longer. Sun Haiba urged. You're right. I'll discuss this with your sister-in-law as soon as I get back. Director Lin rose silently. Sun Haiba finally let out a long sigh of relief. This guy had finally managed to convince the boss. If Fang Shuo and Lin Xi became a couple, then whenever a case came up, he could naturally get involved without anyone finding fault. Sun Haibal walked out of the director's office with a grin on his face. With Hua's arrest, the Mingho Group case had finally come to a close. Regarding the situation with Wang Zirwei, the daughter of Wang from logistics, her case had also been formally investigated. Upon learning of the things old Wang had done behind her back for her sake, she was filled with regret. But with matters having reached this point, there was no turning back. Old Wang was convicted of attempted murder and dereliction of duty. However, due to coercion and his cooperative attitude during sentencing, he received a 10-year prison term. Chen Ruoxiong was convicted of intentional homicide. However, due to his voluntary surrender and subsequent role as a cooperating witness where he exposed most of Mingho Group's criminal activities, demonstrating significant meritorious service, he received a life sentence. Wang Dehai was convicted of harboring a criminal and instructing the fabrication of false accounts, as well as illegal business operations, and was sentenced to 8 years in prison. Hua was involved in organized crime and drug trafficking and received a life sentence. The remaining members of Mingho Group also received appropriate punishment. The case should have concluded here. But a few days later, while these individuals were being transferred from the detention center to prison, Hua broke free from his handcuffs and bit through Chen Ruoxiong's throat. Chen Ruoxiong died instantly. Chapter 97, I Only Want Fang Shuo. Shuimu University. Fang Shuo was in class when he received a bank notification. Fang Shuo glanced down, his breathing quickening. Yi! Fang Shuo blurted out in surprise. Everyone in the classroom was startled by his sudden outburst and turned to look at him. Fang Shuo froze, realizing he was in the middle of class. Ahem, teacher, I'm having a bit of stomach pain. Fang Shuo quickly bent over. Stomach ache? Then hurry to the school clinic. Almost all the teachers admired Fang Shuo, the top student, and immediately let him leave early. But it wasn't Fang Shuo's fault. The amount that had just appeared in his account was 350,000. He counted it 3 times to be sure. Lin Xi had hinted earlier that this time would bring a major surprise. Fang Shuo had expected maybe 10 or 20,000 at best, never imagining such a huge sum. What Fang Shuo didn't know was that Director Lin had liquidated every single honor and commendation he possessed for Fang Shuo's sake. And it was precisely because of Fang Shuo that the Criminal Investigation Division collectively received a second-class merit award. A portion of that bonus came from the second-class merit award. For the Criminal Investigation Division, they hadn't contributed much to the process and even felt somewhat guilty about it. They had no objections whatsoever to setting aside the bonus to give to Fang Shuo. Just as Fang Shuo was about to call Lin Xi now that he had money, they could finally go out to eat. Lin Xi's call came through first. Hee, you know the money came in? When are you free? I'll treat you to dinner. Fang Shuo chuckled to Lin Xi. Meet me at the school gate in 15 minutes. Lin Xi's voice came through the phone. What's going on? Fang Shuo froze. Why did Lin Xi's tone sound a bit hostile? But before Fang Shuo could ask anything, Lin Xi had already hung up. While Fang Shuo was still reeling, an unfamiliar number called. Hello? Fang Shuo tentatively answered. Is this Fang Shuo? This is Lin Xi's mother. Do you remember Auntie? The voice on the other end belonged to his future mother-in-law. Of course I remember. Hello, Auntie. Fang Shuo hurriedly replied. Oh my, Fang Shuo. Auntie has something urgent to tell you. That stubborn old man still doesn't know about you and Cici. He set up a blind date for Cici to date. I'm furious. But it's already set up, just a formality. Fang Shuo, please don't take it personally. Whatever you do, don't go to Green Vine Western Restaurant and definitely don't sit at table 21. Come over for dinner another day when I've prepared something special. Lin Xi's mother said to Fang Shuo on the other end of the line. Alright. Fang Shuo was completely baffled. Before he could ask any further questions, Lin Xi's mother hung up. What was going on? Did Director Lin arrange a blind date for Lin Xi tonight? And Lin Xi's mom called specifically to tell him? She even knew the restaurant and table number? Could it be she wants me to crash the event? Fang Shuo was completely baffled. Before he could process it, another call came in from an unknown number. Hello? Fang Shuo answered. Hello? Hello? Fang Shuo, right? This is Lin Xi's dad. A deep, booming voice came through the phone. Ha? Hello, Director Lin. Fang Shuo was completely dumbfounded. Stop calling me director this and that, just call me uncle. Listen, Fang Shuo, there's an emergency. Your aunt, she doesn't know about you and Cici has set up another blind date for Cici tonight. I couldn't stop her. I heard this guy is 6 feet 5 inches, has 8-pack abs, and is incredibly handsome. Cici absolutely loves that type. It's at table 21 in Green Vine Western Restaurant. Psychos don't get arrested for assault. Director Lin yelled into the phone. Before Fang Shuo could ask anything else, Director Lin hung up. Fang Shuo was left speechless. What's the point of emphasizing that last line? You want me to go? To beat someone up? Is this something a police chief should be saying? Fang Shuo rolled his eyes.
But things were starting to make a bit more sense.
Lin Xi had rushed over to see him today, probably because of the blind date.
So what's the deal with this old couple? Didn't they even coordinate their stories? Why do I get this feeling of a conspiracy? Fang Shuo scratched his head and headed toward the school gate anyway.
15 minutes later, Lin Xi's car arrived right on time.
What's going on?
As soon as Fang Shuo got in the car, he saw Lin Xi with a dark expression.
My parents made me go on a blind date tonight. If I don't go, they'll disown me.
Lin Xi gritted her teeth as she spoke.
Just as expected. Fang Shuo looked utterly speechless.
He seemed to have figured out the purpose of those 2 calls earlier.
What's with that look? I'm about to go on a blind date, and you don't care? Then I'm leaving right now.
Lin Xi had expected that after telling Fang Shuo this news, even if he didn't shout about eloping with her, he would at least be deeply upset and angry.
But unexpectedly, Fang Shuo was so calm.
It was as if he didn't care. Lin Xi instantly lost her temper.
Cough cough, matchmaking? Forget it. I'm not going. You absolutely can't go. If you go, I'll be furious. Fang Shuo cleared his throat and addressed Lin Xi with utmost seriousness. Mind your own business. I'm not your anything.
Hearing Fang Shuo's words, Lin Xi's expression finally softened, though she still pouted, maintaining an air of lingering annoyance.
Come on, get out of the car.
I'll take you somewhere.
Fang Shuo smiled.
Glancing at her profile, he thought she looked just as beautiful even when upset.
Where are we going? If I don't go, how am I supposed to explain it to my parents?
Lin Xi reluctantly got out of the car.
Come on, follow me. Why are you making such a fuss? Fang Shuo said no more, grabbing Lin Xi's hand and running toward the school.
The university campus at dusk was perhaps the most beautiful time of the day. Couples strolled in small groups through every corner of the campus, discussing dinner plans, date spots, and occasionally sharing dreams about the future.
At that moment, on the school sports field, a crowd had already gathered in a circle.
On the central lawn, a band is performing a pop song.
Is this a performance?
Lin Xi and Fang Shuo sat off to the side. Soft singing, the setting sun, the first streetlights coming on, and hands that refused to let go.
A campus band's special performance.
You've been pushing yourself too hard lately.
What you need most is a good rest. Fang Shuo stretched out comfortably on the grass.
Seeing Fang Shuo like this, Lin Xi suddenly felt deeply moved. In this world, it seemed only Fang Shuo truly understood what she needed. Yes, she had been exhausted lately, endless cases piling up, plus her parents' constant arrangements to manage. The pressure from work alone was already overwhelming, and now the pressures of life were piling on top of her, leaving her breathless. That's why she loved coming to see Fang Shuo. He didn't even need to do anything special. Just bantering with him, chatting, having him by her side, it made her happy. After a busy day, now with Fang Shuo by her side, comfortably seated on the grass, listening to soothing music, watching the lazy evening unfold, what could be more delightful than this? As for blind dates? To hell with them. I only want Fang Shuo. Chapter 98, The Wall of the Heart. At that moment, in Lin Xi's home, Director Lin and his wife sat across from each other at the dining table, staring at one another. Sigh. I wonder how things are going now. Do you think Fang Shuo will go? Director Lin frowned. Of course he will. Do you think Fang Shuo is as cowardly as you? But you better figure out how to explain this to your daughter. Did you lose your mind? Couldn't you just find someone to cover for you? Just wait until Cici goes there and finds no one. She'll come back and tear you apart. Mrs. Lin shot Director Lin a disapproving glare. But I called Fang Shuo ahead of time and told him everything. Director Lin's voice trailed off. No sooner had he finished speaking than a text notification sounded from his phone. Director Lin noticed he'd received a multimedia message. He opened it and immediately broke into a grin. Look at this. Fang Shuo is with Cici right now. Director Lin couldn't wait to pass the phone over. Mrs. Lin hurried over to take a look. In the photo, Fang Shuo and Lin Xi were sitting on a grassy field, surrounded by what appeared to be a crowd in neon lights. Alongside it was Fang Shuo's message, got it done. Oh my, see? I told you so. Fang Shuo is absolutely fine. He's taken Lin Xi away directly. At least he didn't take her to a Western restaurant. Even though her own daughter had been swept off her feet, Mrs. Lin couldn't stop smiling. Wait, something's off. They didn't go? What about the expensive Western dinner I booked? Director Lin stood there dumbfounded. He'd imagined Lin Xi waiting alone, the blind date no-show, Fang Shuo stepping in, and the two smoothly enjoying a candlelit dinner, problem solved. But Fang Shuo didn't play by the script, they both just didn't show up? What are you standing there for? Hurry up and get dressed. I've never had Western food before, You old geezer never took me out to try it. Upon hearing this, Mrs. Lin immediately called out to Director Lin. Shall we go together? Director Lin was dumbfounded. Got a problem with that? Mrs. Lin glared at him. No. Let's go.
Director Lin scrambled to his feet. Shui Mu University.
The band's concert had reached its climax. Many students were immersed in the music, and Lin Xi was waving her arms to the beat.
Music is magical. Regardless of age or state of mind, it always pulls people into a certain atmosphere. Add to that the uncontrollable burst of youthful energy all around.
Lin Xi felt as if she had returned to that vibrant age of youth. As the song ended, Lin Xi turned to say something to Fang Shuo, only to find he was gone. Lin Xi froze, about to look around, when he saw someone carrying a guitar walk onto the stage ahead.
Fang Shuo. It's Fang Shuo. Wow. Fang Shuo can actually play guitar. So cool. Many students below gasped in surprise. Fang Shuo had previously been known to many as a bit of a weirdo.
But during the subsequent basketball tournament, his appearance on the court saw him single-handedly lead the math department team into the school's top 4. He had completely changed many people's perceptions. Combined with his handsome looks, he'd already amassed a large group of fangirls. Watching Fang Shuo take the stage, Lin Xi was also taken aback, unsure what he intended to do. "Hello everyone, I'm here to sing a song for someone special," Fang Shuo said with a smile. As his fingers glided across the strings, his distinctive voice filled the air with a moving melody.
Outside the window, a light drizzle begins to fall. Clouds obscured the stars. It's late at night, yet I still can't sleep. Tossing and turning, thinking of you. The ticking of the clock seems to whisper I love you. 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, 6 o'clock. I long to see you soon. The distance to happiness. Even if it's 10,000 miles.
In your eyes lies the courage I seek. Flying from the South Pole to the North Pole.
From Nanjing to Beijing. Your smile outshines all the scenery.
With simple acoustic guitar accompaniment and a delicate vocal delivery, this straightforward love song was sung by Fang Shuo with heartfelt emotion.
Wow, that's so beautiful. Could Fang Shuo be singing this just for me? Oh my gosh, this is so touching. No way, I have to go for Fang Shuo. Snap out of it. Fang Shuo has a girlfriend, okay? Did you forget about that goddess senior sitting next to us at the basketball game? Fine, I was blind before.
The girl's eyes sparkled with admiration. Lin Xi, standing among the crowd, listened to the girl's chatter, gently biting her lip. Her vision gradually blurred.
It sounded so beautiful. Was he really singing it for me?
Lin Xi recalled the grass ring she'd found in Fang Shuo's pocket earlier. For some reason, she suddenly felt like crying. Throughout her life, she had received all kinds of gifts: gold, silver, jewels, but none had ever touched her heart like Fang Shuo's simple grass ring. It turned out that when you were with someone you loved, material things truly didn't matter. As Fang Shuo's gaze met hers from the stage, Lin Xi gathered her courage and held his eyes. Often, silence spoke louder than 1,000 words. There was no need for further confirmation. Fang Shuo's love for her had been fully expressed through the song. After the concert ended, Fang Shuo took Lin Xi's hand and walked her out of the school. Lin Xi naturally slipped her arm through his, just as they had done when attending the Manhwa group event before. But back then, it had been nothing more than a charade. At this very moment, something invisible between them seemed to shatter. Fang Shuo felt his arm sink into a sea of softness. Today, Lin Xi wore a simple t-shirt, her body pressed close to his, sending waves of distraction through Fang Shuo. Lin Xi, however, remained immersed in the lingering atmosphere of their earlier moment. They walked in silence. Any words seemed superfluous. Well, I should be going now. Lin Xi got into the car. Alright, drive carefully. Fang Shuo reluctantly let go of her hand. Seeing Fang Shuo's reluctant expression, Lin Xi chuckled softly and waved at him. What is it? Fang Shuo leaned closer. Here, this is for you. I've agreed to your earlier request. Lin Xi placed something in Fang Shuo's hand. While he was still startled, she gently kissed his cheek. Before Fang Shuo could say anything, Lin Xi frantically drove off. Fang Shuo stared in disbelief at the lingering warmth on his cheek, then looked down at his palm. It was a ring woven from grass leaves. Fang Shuo froze in place. Bar Street in Tianhai City. During the day, it was deserted and quiet, but come nightfall, it transformed into a bustling hub. Luxury cars, handsome men, and beautiful women frequently appeared. The scene unfolds from around 8 or 9 p.m., lasting until 2 or 3 a.m. It was now 2:30 in the morning. Several figures crouched in the bushes outside the bars. They gather in small groups or stand alone. Judging by their attire, they weren't wealthy individuals, yet they kept glancing toward the bar entrance. They had an unsavory nickname, corpse pickers. Chapter 99, The Curse of the Raven. Before long, several women staggered out of the bar, supported by others. These women were all tall, with influencer-perfect faces in sexy outfits, either flashing pairs of gleaming white legs or clad in black stockings, looking especially alluring in the night. Without exception, however, they were all in a hazy stupor. One or two were even unconscious, supported by several men. They waved down taxis parked along the roadside. Most pairs consisted of one man and one woman, while others involved 2 or 3 men sharing one woman before they climbed in and drove off.
The scavengers shook their heads in disappointment. After waiting patiently for a while longer, they finally spotted two relatively sober beauties supporting each other as they emerged from inside. The scavengers immediately lit up and rushed over. Though the women struggled fiercely, once outside the bar, the chill wind hit them and the alcohol kicked in, leaving them with virtually no ability to resist. The two women were divided among them. If all went according to plan, when they woke up again, they would find themselves either in a bed in a seedy motel or lying in some forest or grassy field. As the scavengers led the women away, they failed to notice that not far off, in the nearby parking lot, a car quietly started its engine. The driver adjusted his glasses with a subtle movement, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Watching them depart, he slowly followed in his car. Tianhai City Public Security Bureau. Commissioner's Office. The chief is so insightful. Ever since Lin Xi showed up today, that smile hasn't left her face. She's clearly in love. Sun Haiba grinned. You don't have to tell me that. Look who's talking. Director Lin blew on the tea leaves in his cup and took a sip. Last night, the elderly couple had already eaten dinner, then went to a Western restaurant for steak, and still felt like they hadn't digested it. Well, that makes things easy. From now on, whenever our bureau has a case we can't crack, we can officially call on Fang Shuo for help. Director, that kid Fang Shuo is quite something. Even without that murderer simulation condition, his deductive skills are formidable. That kid was practically born to be a detective. Sun Haiba remarked with great satisfaction. If you don't know how to speak, just keep your mouth shut. Where would all these cases come from? Wouldn't it be better if the world were peaceful? It'd be great if there were no cases at all. Chief Lin shot Sun Haiba a displeased glare. Lately, they'd been busier than monkeys. When would the day come when work meant just reading the paper and sipping tea? That would be true peace and prosperity. Knock knock knock. No sooner had Director Lin finished speaking than a series of urgent knocks sounded at the door. Come in. Director Lin lifted his teacup. Director. Captain. Something's happened. We just got a report that a body was found in the woods of Tianha Park. A police officer rushed in. Put. What? Sun Haiba, you jinx. I'll beat you to a pulp. Director Lin spit out his tea in anger, yelling at Sun Haiba. Get out. Get out. Director, I'm heading to the scene first. Sun Haiba fled like a scared rat. Damn it. How could this happen? I just mentioned a case, and here it comes? Better watch my mouth from now on. Tianha Park. This is a modestly sized park in Tianhai City. But since it's in the old city district, many elderly people gather here to practice Tai Chi or dance during regular hours. Early this morning. After arriving, many elderly men and women noticed money scattered throughout the park and began searching everywhere. One old man followed the trail into the woods. As soon as he entered, he spotted something white and shiny in the distance. As he approached to take a closer look, the old man was so terrified he nearly wet himself. It was a corpse. Hearing the old man's blood-curdling scream, several people rushed over and called the police. What's going on? Sun Haiba arrived at the scene with his team. Officers from the local police station and a medical examiner had already arrived. Captain Sun, the one who reported it, was an old man. We've already screened the surrounding crowd but found no valuable leads. An officer from the station addressed Sun Haiba. Got it. Sun Haiba nodded, slipped on gloves, and walked toward the woods. Old Chin, how's it going? Sun Haiba asked the forensic doctor. The victim is female, aged between 20 and 25. She was completely naked, with minor injuries and signs of sexual assault. Time of death is approximately 6 hours ago. Cause of death is undetermined. No obvious fatal injuries are visible externally. Further examination is required after transporting the body back. The medical examiner replied slowly. Captain, we found the victim's clothes nearby, along with her bag containing her ID card. At that moment, an officer approached and handed Sun Haiba an evidence bag containing an ID card. Is this the same person? Sun Haiba examined the ID photo, then looked at the corpse before him. The difference in appearance was striking. It's hard to say. It could be two different people, or it could be plastic surgery. The officer said slowly. Alright, let's take these items back first. Sun Haiba nodded. The body lay facing outward in the woods, while the clothes were inside. Could it be that the person had been preparing to escape? Sun Haiba hesitated before venturing deeper into the woods. The area where the victim's clothes had been found was already cordoned off. Damn it! Damn it, another one dead. My own bad luck. I thought it was over, but this guy. Sun Haiba pulled out a cigarette, ready to light it. But glancing around, he walked a bit deeper into the area before lighting up. Just as he was about to review the case, he suddenly noticed something in the dirt ahead. Sun Haiba froze, quickly stubbed out his cigarette, and hurried deeper into the area. When Sun Haiba finally made out what lay hidden among the weeds, his face drained of color. It was unmistakably a human hand. Chapter 100, Conditions. Tianhai City Public Security Bureau. Conference room. The forensic report has just come in. The first victim is female. Testing revealed bodily fluids from 5 individuals in her system. Database comparisons are underway, but our database is newly established, so the results aren't ideal. Additionally, the victim's identity has been confirmed as Fang Shuo, matching the ID card. According to our information, the victim had undergone plastic surgery previously. On the night in question, she visited a bar called Tremor before being found in Tianhe Park. Cause of death: excessive convulsions leading to cardiac arrest. The other victim, a 45-year-old male employee of Shunlu Logistics, died from massive hemorrhage due to a severed organ. Sun Haiba addressed the group. Hearing Sun Haiba's words, everyone sucked in a sharp breath. What kind of situation was this? Spasms so severe they caused cardiac arrest. In plain terms, that's basically being strangled to death. And the man being cut, leading to massive bleeding that suggests it happened during physical activity. What kind of grudge could be that deep? There was a peculiar detail at the scene: the killer deliberately scattered a large amount of cash. Forensic analysis confirmed it was all genuine currency, exclusively $100 bills. Based on the current count, the total exceeds $20,000. Everyone, speak up. What's going on here? Sun Haiba frowned as he addressed the group. Captain, if the killer scattered this money, doesn't that amount to a provocation against the police? Without this money, the body might not have been discovered so quickly. Has the killer become this brazen now? A police officer said indignantly. The incident where Li Tianyu had written a letter to provoke the police was still fresh in their minds. I also believe this man is likely targeting us police. He chose that woman because she was an easy target. She was drunk at the time. As for the man, he was likely an accomplice who got killed over something. After all, being hacked to death at that moment doesn't make sense. Another officer analyzed. Let's proceed this way for now. You two start by investigating the victim's identity. You go to the vibration bar and look into last night's events. Sun Haiba listened to everyone's discussion but couldn't grasp the key points. The current information and clues were still insufficient. Captain, what about me? Lin Xi, noticing Sun Haiba hadn't assigned her a task, stepped forward to ask. Haven't you and Fang Shuo gone out to eat in a while? Sun Haiba asked Lin Xi. Huh? No, we just had dinner yesterday. Look, how about this, you go have dinner with Fang Shuo first. We have enough manpower for this case right now. The statements from those previous cases haven't been transcribed yet. Go take care of that. Lin Xi was cut off before she could finish her sentence. For Sun Haiba, this new case was already giving him a headache just thinking about it. Probably another sociopath seeking revenge on society. This time, several elderly witnesses had seen the body. Word was that a few had fainted from shock, and the incident was already causing a stir. If they couldn't crack this case quickly, the pressure would be immense. Captain, the chief wants you in his office. No sooner had Sun Haiba finished speaking to Lin Xi than an officer walked in to relay the message. Sun Haiba's face immediately fell. After giving Lin Xi a few instructions, he hurried off toward Chief Lin's office. Shuemu University. Lin Xi sat pouting in front of Fang Shuo, eating her meal. She was deeply dissatisfied with the captain's assignment. In Lin Xi's view, she worked in the Criminal Investigation Division based on her skills, not as a mere ornament. You mean the killer scattered cash at the scene? 2,000 or 3,000 in cash? Hearing Lin Xi's words, Fang Shuo was also taken aback. Yeah, another lunatic. And according to the forensic pathologist, the killer acted incredibly fast. It's baffling. Lin Xi shook her head as she spoke. Though they'd come to record Fang Shuo's statement, the two inevitably discussed the case. He's a madman, no doubt, but a clever one. Fang Shuo remarked while eating. A clever madman? What do you mean? Lin Xi was puzzled. I think the reason this killer scattered money might be to provoke the police, but more likely, it's to eliminate evidence at the scene. Fang Shuo explained to Lin Xi. Cover up traces? You mean, footprints? Lin Xi suddenly snapped back to reality. Exactly. If I wanted more people to discover the body, or to provoke the police and cause a stir, I could have simply placed the body in plain sight. No need to make it so complicated. And in this day and age, hardly anyone carries tens of thousands in cash on them. It could be money taken on short notice. Going to such lengths likely left behind traces at the scene that are hard to cover up. Like footprints or drag marks and so on. And with the money there, those old folks would definitely search everywhere, likely ruining the scene in the process. That's precisely why I say the killer is a very clever individual. Fang Shuo analyzed. I see. Why didn't I think of that before? But according to your theory, doesn't that mean it wasn't the primary crime scene? Lin Xi asked doubtfully. Hard to say. We need to examine the scene first. Fang Shuo shook his head. Then what are we waiting for? I'll take you there right now. Lin Xi jumped to her feet. She now understood why the captain had sent her to find Fang Shuo. Taking statements was merely an excuse. The real goal was to hear Fang Shuo's perspective on this new case and see if they'd overlooked anything. Sure enough, there was a certain deviation in the direction. But I have class this afternoon, sis. Fang Shuo looked utterly helpless.
Suddenly, he felt like he'd been cast into the role of a freeloader.
Once this girl had him hooked, wouldn't she just come freeloading off him for every case she encountered? You have class?
Lin Xi hesitated upon hearing this. After all, she didn't want to interfere with Fang Shuo's studies. Here's the deal, agree to one condition of mine, and I'll go with you.
I'll make up for the classes by working overtime. Fang Shuo watched Lin Xi's hesitation and said to her. Alright, go ahead. Lin Xi perked up instantly.
Fang Shuo leaned close and whispered something in her ear.
Lin Xi flushed bright red and immediately twisted his ear. You're going to get yourself killed. How dare you go get me a leave of absence right now? You're coming with me to the scene this afternoon, or else I won't let you off the hook.
Lin Xi gritted her teeth as she confronted Fang Shuo. Earlier, Fang Shuo had told her that if this case was solved smoothly, she'd have to wear black stockings on their date. Last time, Lin Xi had deliberately worn black stockings for Fang Shuo to see, but they'd gotten caught up in a case.
Fang Shuo had been fixated on it ever since.
Now that he finally had a chance, this woman had turned on him.
Fine, let go first. I'll go ask for leave right now.
Meet me at the school gate, but the terms are set.
Fang Shuo quickly wriggled free from Lin Xi's grasp and dashed outside. Chapter 101, Unlicensed Vehicle. Tianhe Park. Fang Shuo led Lin Xi into the grove of trees.
Police had already cordoned off the perimeter, and many nearby residents had heard about the incident. The area was now deserted.
This is where the female body was found.
The male body is a bit further in. Lin Xi pointed to the ground and explained to Fang Shuo.
2 bodies. Even if they came here on their own, they'd need some kind of tool, right? And the killer. Let's go check the path on the other side. Fang Shuo frowned as he spoke.
The scene had already been examined by Sun Haiba and his team.
Even those experienced criminal investigators hadn't found any valuable clues, so it was unlikely Fang Shuo and his team would uncover anything different. Led by Fang Shuo, the two took a detour to the other side of the mountain, where a parking lot was located. Tianhe Park had numerous paths.
The official routes numbered 3, branching off in 3 different directions. Additionally, some elderly residents preferred hiking trails through the hills. What began as untrodden paths gradually became trails through sheer foot traffic. But this is the Old Town area, and since Tianhe Park isn't very large, most visitors are local residents. Not many people drive here specifically, so this parking lot looks a bit run down. Judging by the tire marks, it looks like it happened not too long ago. It rained a few days ago, and no one cleaned up here. It's pretty muddy. At that moment, Lin Xi spotted a set of tire tracks. Just as I thought. Looks like the killer must have come up the mountain from here. Fang Shuo came over to take a look. Fang Shuo pointed to the other side of the mountain path. There wasn't much of a trail here, and since it was quite remote, not many people came by. The hillside was covered in weeds, leaving no footprints behind. But it was clear someone had passed through. Let's go up and take a look. We might find something else. Fang Shuo led Lin Xi up the slope. Just as they reached the top, before they could say anything, they spotted a dark figure in the distance, bent over and searching for something. Fang Shuo and Lin Xi exchanged glances. Could it be the killer returning? Knowing there were traces left behind, had they come back to cover their tracks? Lin Xi signaled to Fang Shuo, indicating they should flank the figure from both sides. The figure ahead remained unaware of Lin Xi and Fang Shuo approaching from behind. Strange, why is it gone? Am I just that unlucky? The figure was muttering to himself when suddenly, rustling footsteps echoed behind him. The figure spun around violently. Before they could even see what was behind them, they felt themselves being yanked upward by a tremendous force, then slammed hard onto the ground. Freeze! Police! Lin Xi had already pinned the man to the ground. The scene left Fang Shuo, watching from behind Lin Xi, utterly stunned. He recalled the fear he'd felt when Lin Xi had dominated him back in the girls' dormitory. No way! He needed to train his fists. Otherwise, once married, he'd just get beaten all the time. And he couldn't even call the police. Where would he go to seek justice? Police? Hey! Do cops just beat people up randomly? The man on the ground wailed and squirmed. Shut up! Now, tell me honestly, what are you doing here? Lin Xi glared. To pick up money. Is that illegal? It's not like I threw it away. The man said, clearly annoyed. Pick up money? Lin Xi froze. Only then did he notice the crumpled bill clutched in the man's hand. Recalling how the man had been rummaging around earlier, searching here and there, it seemed he was genuinely looking for something, not like a murderer trying to destroy evidence. Turns out, this guy was a local thug. He hadn't been here when the money was scattered around earlier. After hearing about the cash, he came over and actually found a bill in the grass. The thug's interest was instantly piqued. However, the mountain path ahead had seen a death, and he dared not go alone. He planned to climb up from the rear instead. That's when Fang Shuo and Lin Xi stumbled upon him. Ahem, do you live around here? Fang Shuo noticed Lin Xi looking a bit flustered and grinned as he stepped forward. Yeah, I'm just taking a stroll. That's not illegal, is it? The thug rubbed his arm in annoyance.
For guys like them, dealing with cops was nothing new. They knew the police routine inside out. As long as they hadn't done anything wrong, there was nothing to fear. Have you noticed any suspicious individuals lately? If you provide useful leads to help us cops, the police actually offer rewards. Fang Shuo addressed the thug.
This guy came to pick up money, which means he loves cash and needs it.
Using money as bait is the perfect approach. Reward? How much is it? Sure enough, the moment he heard about money, the thug's eyes lit up. That depends on the information you provide.
If you directly turn in the killer, I guarantee you'll be very satisfied with the reward.
Fang Shuo smiled faintly. Hold on, let me think this through.
The thug immediately furrowed his brow in thought.
Meanwhile, Lin Xi behind Fang Shuo pouted reluctantly, her face clearly unhappy. Fang Shuo clearly wasn't a cop, yet he handled things with such seasoned professionalism.
If she had been in this situation today, things would never have unfolded like this. Lin Xi despised these thugs and would never have considered negotiating with them.
But that also meant she couldn't use these people.
Today, it was all thanks to Fang Shuo being there. Lin Xi sighed silently.
Hey, you know what? I just remembered something. The thug suddenly slapped his thigh and said to Fang Shuo. You know there's a parking lot down there, right? Normally, hardly anyone parks here. But come nightfall, quite a few people drive in for activities. We used to come by to keep things tidy and maintain order. But last night, just as we were leaving, we saw 2 cars pull in. The thug said to Fang Shuo. Maintaining the environment and security? You guys?
Lin Xi looked utterly confused.
Don't say anything. Keep talking. What kind of vehicles were they? Fang Shuo rolled his eyes, but there was no time to explain to Lin Xi now.
One was a Jetta. We were talking about it, then how could someone pick up girls in such a beat-up car?
It's just not fair.
The one behind it was an electric car, all black and shadowy, no lights on, couldn't tell what kind it was.
We even joked it might be catching a mistress.
The thug chuckled.
Go on. Fang Shuo nodded.
That's all.
The thug shook his head. Nothing else? You guys aren't doing business anymore? Fang Shuo was speechless. Bro, come on, we have our principles. We basically stop working after 2 o'clock.
Old Mrs. Lee's barbecue stall over there stays open till 3. If you go too late, it's gone. The thug said with a straight face.
Enough.
Thought it was some crucial lead, but it's nothing.
Let's get out of here. Fang Shuo waved his hand dismissively. Huh? Useless? No, just give me some, you know?
The thug was dumbfounded.
That money in your hand is stolen property. No matter who finds it, it all goes to the authorities. Come on, hand it over now. Fang Shuo held out his hand toward the thug. This is ridiculous. I'm outta here.
The thug quickly stuffed the money into his pants pocket and bolted, head down.
Did you notice anything?
Lin Xi leaned in.
She didn't buy Fang Shuo's story.
Right, let's go. We need to check the surveillance footage.
Fang Shuo nodded. Chapter 102, Surveillance. By the way, what kind of job was that thug talking about earlier? You seem to have figured it out instantly.
Lin Xi asked Fang Shuo as she started the car.
He'd been curious about it since earlier. Remember that parking lot incident during the Jiaoding Mountain case? Fang Shuo addressed Lin Xi. Huh? You mean, here too? Lin Xi's face flushed bright red. Yes. If I'm not mistaken, these parking lots are prime spots for outdoor encounters. That's why so many people come here.
And these thugs probably hide nearby, waiting to spot couples having sex before approaching them to take photos and extort money. People who come here for outdoor sex are either thrill seekers or having affairs too scared to book a hotel room. Either way, their little business must be booming.
Fang Shuo explained to Lin Xi. How do you know all this? Don't tell me you just guessed.
Lin Xi glared at Fang Shuo, her face flushing.
What's the big deal?
There's plenty of this kind of stuff in the domestic section. This.
We should head back quickly.
Fang Shuo was about to share his movie-watching insights, but seeing Lin Xi's murderous glare, he immediately shut up. Lin Xi floored the gas pedal, and the two sped toward the city center.
Tianhai City Public Security Bureau. Based on our current surveillance review, we've narrowed down the vehicle.
Although the vehicle had its lights off, we traced it in reverse and identified it at an intersection.
However, it had no license plate. We've confirmed it left from the tremor bar. Sun Haiba addressed the group.
After Fang Shuo and Lin Xi brought back the information, Sun Haiba immediately dispatched personnel to investigate and swiftly identified the vehicle.
No license plate? Fang Shuo froze. Right. We're considering 2 possibilities.
One is that the killer anticipated our surveillance checks and deliberately removed the license plate since it was late at night. There wouldn't be any traffic police around. The other possibility is that this might be a new vehicle with only a temporary registration plate. It hasn't been officially registered yet, and temporary plates can be easily removed. From the surveillance footage, the killer was very careful, wearing a hat to cover their face and carrying nothing that could reveal their identity.
This killer is quite clever. Sun Haiba said slowly. What about the car in front? Wasn't that electric bike following him? Fang Shuo pondered before asking.
The first vehicle, 2 people got in with the victim, but they got out partway through the journey. Well, judging by the reaction of the person who got off, it seems they molested the victim while still in the car. Then they got off midway, leaving only the 2 victims. They continued all the way to Tianhe Park, and that tram was indeed following behind.
Sun Haiba nodded. Wait a minute. Didn't the forensic pathologist say they found bodily fluids from 5 different people on the female victim's body? Even if we add the killer, that only makes 3.
Lin Xi asked from the side.
Ahem, well.
That place was a bar, after all.
A woman that drunk?
She must have been, well, while she was still there.
And 5 people's bodily fluids were found, plus quite a few war condoms, right? That number doesn't mean anything. Fang Shuo gently tugged at Lin Xi and whispered in her ear.
Lin Xi blushed and sat down. Though she was a police officer, having graduated from a public security academy, she'd never encountered situations like this in nightclubs or bars before.
She genuinely didn't know. That's all the leads we have for now.
Our preliminary analysis suggests the killer was scouting and selecting victims at Tremor Bar.
Of course, the entire bar district is under suspicion. It's not limited to just Tremor Bar.
But places like bars, if we go in, people will spot us as cops immediately.
So this time, Sun Haiba turned his head toward Fang Shuo as he spoke. Captain Sun, if you want a free ride, just say so. No need to be so hypocritical. Fang Shuo rolled his eyes.
Heh, we're all from proper academies.
Our mannerisms just don't mesh with that kind of atmosphere. This time, you'll go with Lin Xi. Besides, you 2 are a couple anyway. No one will suspect a thing. Sun Haiba grinned widely. Who said we're a couple?
Lin Xi flushed and glared.
She hadn't expected everyone on the team already knew about her and Fang Shuo. Ahem, honey, that's where you're wrong. The public eye is sharp. Fang Shuo stood up and said with a straight face. Fang Shuo. What nonsense are you spouting?
Lin Xi flew into a rage upon hearing Fang Shuo call her wife in front of everyone.
8 o'clock at night. Outside the entrance of the Quake Bar. Fang Shuo and Lin Xi were crouched inside a car. Fang Shuo, are you sure this is the place? Didn't the captain say we're not limited to just Tremor Bar?
Besides, the killer just got what they wanted from Tremor Bar.
They probably won't stick around here.
Lin Xi asked Fang Shuo.
No.
If I were the killer, I'd still choose this spot.
Fang Shuo shook his head. Did you notice anything different about this Tremor Bar compared to the others? Fang Shuo asked Lin Xi. Different?
Lin Xi looked up and scanned the bar street. If I had to say, this vibration bar seems a bit larger than the others.
Lin Xi hadn't noticed anything special about the neon signs. Size is one thing, but did you notice that no other bars are adjacent to this vibration bar?
That suggests this vibrant bar must have quite a few private rooms.
These private rooms are probably used for shady dealings. You could say that.
The other bars are mostly quiet lounges. Relatively speaking, they're still legitimate. But this Tremor Bar is a bit more chaotic.
Only when things get chaotic will there be more prey. Fang Shuo explained to Lin Xi. How do you know all this?
Lin Xi was quite puzzled.
From books. Fang Shuo nearly let it slip.
He'd read a forum post before, specifically about someone's experiences picking up women at bars. Of course, it was basically like reading a Liu Bei-style story.
Naturally, Fang Shuo couldn't let Lin Xi know about that.
One more thing, this Tremor Bar is located right on a corner, making it convenient for scouting prey. Plus, this parking lot is pretty close to the bar's entrance, so you can keep a good watch from inside the car.
Just like where we're parked now. Fang Shuo explained to Lin Xi. Then we get down.
Lin Xi was about to ask something when Fang Shuo pressed her down between his legs once more. This time, Lin Xi knew exactly what Fang Shuo's action meant.
Furious and embarrassed, she tried to struggle free. Here it comes, that unlicensed electric bike. Fang Shuo quickly pressed himself against Lin Xi's back and whispered softly into her ear. Chapter 103, Car Sex. Hearing Fang Shuo's words, Lin Xi's struggling movements abruptly ceased. She knew full well this was Fang Shuo's ruse. Otherwise, if the killer drove in and saw the 2 of them just sitting there in the car, suspicion would surely arise. This killer was a clever one. Once alerted, trouble would follow. Fang Shuo lay back in the driver's seat, feigning enjoyment, one hand gently stroking the back of Lin Xi's head. He squinted as he watched the unlicensed electric vehicle pull up. But then Fang Shuo inwardly groaned. The unlicensed electric vehicle was actually heading straight toward their current parking spot. Earlier, Fang Shuo and his crew had deliberately chosen a spot near the entrance for better observation. And this spot happened to be the perfect vantage point for the killer as well. The awkward part was that the killer had parked right in front of their car. Since Lin Xi was in the driver's seat and Fang Shuo sat beside her, he now found himself separated from the occupants of the adjacent vehicle only by a pane of glass. Fang Shuo appeared through the window. The opposite car's windows seemed to have privacy film applied, making it impossible to see anyone inside.
However, although their own windows also had film, it was still somewhat possible to make out the presence of people inside. Lin Xi, who was sitting on Fang Shuo's lap, had also heard the sound of the car pulling up. Startled, she dared not move a muscle. Fortunately, Fang Shuo's acting was convincing enough. His body suddenly jerked violently, followed by a series of moans. Lin Xi's face flushed crimson. But she knew Fang Shuo was deliberately putting on a show for the person outside, so she could only continue lying there, her face flushed. Lick your lips, then pretend to swallow something. Since we've come this far, we might as well keep acting. Fang Shuo whispered softly into Lin Xi's ear. Just as Lin Xi was about to move, Fang Shuo unexpectedly unbuttoned his pants while opening the car door. Lin Xi was startled. But she quickly did as Fang Shuo instructed, lightly licking her lips and swallowing. Fang Shuo then stepped out of the car, trousers in hand. Who the hell is this, parking so close? When Fang Shuo opened the door, he deliberately swung it wide, causing it to slam heavily against the electric scooter parked beside it. Fang Shuo leaned over to inspect the electric car's door. Immediately, the window of the electric car's driver's compartment rolled down. Damn it! How could someone be here? Dude, you parked way too close, didn't you? I didn't mean to. Fang Shuo feigned surprise as he asked. The man before him wasn't too old, in his 30s, wearing glasses. Judging by his attire, he came from a well-off family. This matched the killer's previous description. Be more careful next time. The man frowned, shot Fang Shuo a displeased look, glanced at Lin Xi inside the car, and started rolling up the window. Hey, don't pull this stunt on me. If you want money or whatever, just say so now. Don't try to pull a hit and run on me later, I've been burned before. Hurry up, I'll transfer you $200. Then record a liability waiver for me. Fang Shuo stubbornly pried at the window, forcing the man to get out of the car with a resigned sigh. He knew that anyone having sex in a car in such a crowded place was definitely some kind of thug. Add to that Fang Shuo's deliberately laid-back attitude, and this guy clearly didn't want any trouble. Otherwise, if Fang Shuo kept this up, more people in the parking lot would start noticing him. The guy complied with Fang Shuo's demands, opened the payment QR code, accepted the 50 yuan Fang Shuo had haggled down to, and was then forced by Fang Shuo to record a video disclaimer. Let's go! Watching the man finish everything, Fang Shuo got back into his car, spat out a thick glob of phlegm, and climbed inside. Lin Xi dared not ask any further questions and simply started the car and drove off. Aren't we going to wait for him? Lin Xi asked Fang Shuo. No point. The way he's acting, he'll just wait in the car. If we get in and don't drive off, it'll arouse his suspicion. Or, if we want to pull off a convincing act inside the car, I'm all for it. But what about you? As Fang Shuo spoke, he tentatively slid his hand toward Lin Xi's leg. Before he could get close, Lin Xi slapped his hand away. Oomph. Then what should we do? Lin Xi asked, her face flushing. Back to headquarters. Investigate this man's identity. Also, have Captain Sun keep sending people to monitor him at the surrounding intersections. The two of us are exposed now, we can't be used anymore. Fang Shuo said after a moment's thought. All right. Lin Xi nodded. By the way, you guys, do you all like that? Lin Xi stammered as she drove, turning to ask Fang Shuo. She was practically a novice in this area, but given the circumstances of these recent cases, such situations seemed to be quite common, making Lin Xi start to wonder. Ahem. Well, I'll teach you about it later. I know a lot about it. Let me tell you, I've taken lessons from hundreds of teachers. My experience is absolutely OW. Fang Shuo was talking a mile a minute when Lin Xi suddenly launched her two-fingered attack. The taillights flashed as Fang Shuo's cries of pain echoed behind them, heading toward the police station. Half an hour later, several vehicles pulled up along the roadside outside the bar district. No matter where that unlicensed vehicle departed from, they could guarantee someone would be hot on its tail. Tianhai City Public Security Bureau. Fang Shuo, we've run the background check on the person you brought in. He's the principal of a training school. Here's his detailed file. Sun Haiba handed the documents to Fang Shuo. A training school? Su Shan, principal of future education. He's been in the K-12 after-school tutoring business for over a decade. Fang Shuo was puzzled. He took it and saw it contained an introduction to future education company. How can the principal of a training school be so wealthy? Lin Xi was quite surprised. You bet. This education training business has always been a highly profitable industry. I heard that just signing up for a class could cost thousands, even tens of thousands. But I heard they banned these kinds of training programs now. Guess he made a killing back then. Fang Shuo chimed in from the side. No. You guys don't get it. Even though it's officially banned, there are tons of private classes popping up. You don't have kids, so you wouldn't understand. Just the other day, my wife signed our daughter up for an Olympiad math class over 20,000 yuan. They all operate covertly. Oh, and payments must be made in cash, no transfers allowed. They're afraid of being investigated. At that moment, Sun Haiba chimed in from the side. No matter how smart Fang Shuo and the others were, without children, they simply lacked this kind of practical experience.
Cash payments? Fang Shuo noticed this detail. You mean? Sun Haiba, standing nearby, also caught on. Chapter 104, Luring the Snake Out of Its Hole. Exactly.
I thought about it before. In today's society, aside from corrupt officials, few people would casually carry around cash like that. At the time, I assumed it was withdrawn from the bank that same evening, but after you guys checked the withdrawal records for the hours surrounding the crime, nothing matched up. It was too late at night. Few people make withdrawals then, so errors are rare.
But if it's a principal who only accepts cash, that's a different story. Fang Shuo nodded. Then we. Rying.
Just as Sun Haiba was about to speak, his phone suddenly rang.
Captain, the unlicensed vehicle has already left. We're tracking it? A police officer's voice came through the phone. The unlicensed vehicle is gone? Did you track any vehicles?
Sun Haiba asked urgently, simultaneously switching his phone to speaker mode.
No vehicle was being followed. It drove off on its own. It's currently on Manhwa Road, about to make a left turn.
The officer replied slowly.
Don't pursue it.
It's nighttime now, with not many cars on the road.
If you pursue it, you'll be too conspicuous. If he notices, we'll be in trouble later.
We can track and lock onto it through the surveillance cameras.
Fang Shuo hurriedly interjected. You guys turn right immediately.
Sun Haiba also urged.
The officers in the car didn't dare delay.
They quickly activated the right turn signal and steered the vehicle to the right.
Meanwhile,
at the Tianhai City Public Security Bureau Monitoring Center, Sun Haiba and his team had already identified the unlicensed vehicle through the surveillance feed.
What the hell is that bastard doing, just driving around aimlessly? It's been half an hour and he's circling back again. He's being overly cautious, isn't he?
Sun Haiba watched the screen coldly.
We don't have any concrete evidence yet. Given his behavior, it's not unreasonable. In that case, even if we pinpoint his residence, it'll be tough to find any leads. Fang Shuo remarked from the side.
Yeah, this guy's in education, he's got high intelligence, but he's just a sicko.
Sun Haiba remarked coldly. But I do have an idea. Fang Shuo frowned as he spoke. Go ahead, don't be afraid to make mistakes.
As long as you have an idea, I'll fully support you.
Sun Haiba addressed Fang Shuo. Lure the snake out of its hole. Fang Shuo said slowly. Lure the snake out of its hole? You mean, you plan to? No way.
Before Sun Haiba could say anything, Lin Xi, standing nearby, interrupted them. She understood exactly what Fang Shuo meant, but this man was a murderer.
Judging by his clean, precise technique, he possessed considerable skill. If Fang Shuo really crossed paths with him, it could be extremely dangerous. Don't worry, I won't be reckless. Judging from the last incident, this killer targets victims when they're in that state.
Besides ensuring a quick death, it also satisfies some kind of fetish he has.
If I never exercise, that problem doesn't exist. Fang Shuo explained. This. Sun Haiba hesitated as well.
Following Fang Shuo's plan offered a high probability of catching the killer, but it also put Fang Shuo in genuine danger.
I have to catch the killer quickly. Someone has agreed to my terms. It'll be fine. Fang Shuo flashed a grin at Lin Xi. You. Who cares about you? Seeing Fang Shuo's expression, Lin Xi felt both angry and annoyed. What was he thinking, dwelling on such things at a time like this?
Her face flushed red as she stomped off in a huff.
Then Captain Sun is settled.
When he spotted us at the scene, the impression I left behind might actually be useful. But you guys should try to visit that future training school. Learning more about this guy won't hurt.
After all, even if we catch him, we'll need to win him over. Fang Shuo said to Sun Haiba. Fang Shuo, you must be extremely careful.
If anything feels off, pull out immediately. Sun Haiba said, his voice trembling.
Fang Shuo was now Director Lin's favored son-in-law. If anything happened to him, Sun Haiba would be in serious trouble. Shock bar. It was already late at night. Yet the atmosphere along this bar street remained wildly energetic.
Handsome men and beautiful women, luxury cars and stylish young men flowed in an unending stream. When Fang Shuo pulled up in Lin Xi's car to the parking lot outside Tremor Bar, the lot was nearly full. Expecting this, Fang Shuo casually rolled down the window and drove to the same spot he'd parked last time.
Sure enough,
there was the same electric scooter he'd seen before, but now it had a license plate. He glanced over from a distance and saw someone inside.
Fang Shuo smiled faintly, parking his car near the electric vehicle. His position didn't completely block it, but there was no way the electric vehicle could get out.
Only then did Fang Shuo step out of his car.
Damn it! Why are there still so many cars? Fang Shuo looked around in frustration, spat a thick glob of phlegm, and stuffed his hands into his pockets, ready to walk away. Hey, hey!
Fang Shuo was about to leave when someone called out to him.
What's up? Fang Shuo deliberately pretended not to recognize the man. You parked your car here, how am I supposed to get out later?
The man pushed his glasses up, speaking to Fang Shuo with a hint of annoyance. Just moments ago, he'd been waiting inside his car for the right prey when he saw another vehicle pull up. Instinctively, he ducked back. He'd assumed the driver would leave once they couldn't find a spot. But to his surprise, this inconsiderate driver was actually going to abandon the car. He recognized the driver. It was the same guy who'd dented his car door yesterday. Last time, he'd brought a woman here for a tryst. Judging by his previous boorish behavior, he wasn't a good sort, probably some kind of thug. But now he'd just parked his car here, and who knew when he'd return? I couldn't leave either. No choice, I had to get out of the car. Damn it, if you're leaving, just get the hell out of here already. If you're not leaving, what the hell are you doing in the car? You wouldn't happen to have a chick in there, would you? Fang Shuo chuckled lewdly as he approached the car. Hey, don't stare around like that. Just drive the damn car away already. I need to get out. Seeing Fang Shuo acting so shamelessly, the man had no choice but to abandon his plans for the night. Hold on, buddy. Looks like we're in the same boat, right? Come on, let's do this together. Seeing the man about to leave, Fang Shuo quickly grabbed his neck. Same line of work? What are you doing? The man was clearly on guard. Alright, stop pretending. The dent on this car door reminded me you were here yesterday too, weren't you? Waiting here day after day, and still no suitable target? You need to move up. Haven't you seen how close everyone else is to the door? Fang Shuo grinned at the man. He nodded toward the bar entrance. Well. Seeing Fang Shuo's unapologetic expression, the man momentarily didn't know what to do. There were quite a few people gathered at the bar entrance now, and his usual principle was to keep a low profile. Otherwise, someone might recognize him. What are you afraid of? Come on, follow me. I'll find someone. Let's have a wild time tonight. I've been wanting to try group activities. Without another word, Fang Shuo grabbed the man and dragged him inside the bar. Chapter 105, Caught Red-Handed. Inside the Quake Bar, the crowd was now in a frenzy. The deafening music and dazzling neon lights could conceal a great deal. Upon entering the bar, Fang Shuo couldn't help but pause. Truth be told, this was his first time in such a place, and he felt somewhat at a loss. Fortunately, the person beside him seemed even less accustomed to the environment, covering his head in annoyance. Fang Shuo scanned the room. The booths were all occupied, so he led the other man toward the restroom. The moment they entered, an indescribable sound echoed from within. Hurry up, are you done yet? This babe's got a killer body. I spotted her the moment she walked in. Hold on, this chick's on something. I can barely handle it. Judging by the voices, there seemed to be 3 or 4 people inside. Fang Shuo gave a lecherous grin, feigning worldly experience. The other guy seemed somewhat disgusted, but Fang Shuo still dragged him into another cubicle. Fortunately, it only took a few minutes before they finished one after another. Let's go. Fang Shuo nudged the man beside him. The man froze for a moment before following Fang Shuo into the other stall. Sure enough, a woman lay disheveled inside. Though she seemed unconscious, she was struggling to get up and put her clothes back on. She seemed conscious, yet completely unaware of their approach. Quick, support her. I'll go check if anyone's around. Fang Shuo wasn't keen on handling her himself, so he let the other man take charge. The two of them helped the woman out. Immediately, a pack of scavengers, drawn like cats to blood, swarmed around them. Get lost. All of you, back off. Fang Shuo cursed and shooed them away. Fang Shuo knew most of these scavengers were cowards, not even proper thugs. Any thug with a shred of nerve would have already snuck into the bar to cause trouble. Fang Shuo and the other man carried the unconscious woman to their car. Buddy, my car's too small for this. Not satisfying. Come on. Let's find a secluded spot to get down to business. Fang Shuo couldn't wait to say to the other guy. The other guy stared at the scene in disbelief. Originally, after what happened last time, he felt his emotions growing harder to suppress. He knew full well the police were likely already watching Tremor Bar, yet he still came last night. But fear had grown overwhelming, and he'd left without finding his target, deliberately taking a long detour to ensure no one was following him. Throughout the entire day, no police had come knocking. Relief washed over him. He had been extremely discreet during the operation, deliberately scattering money at the scene. Those greedy old folks would surely clean up every trace. As for his car, it had been registered today, so they wouldn't recognize it. He thought encountering that thug today might ruin his plans, but unexpectedly, the thug had practically walked right into his trap. Let's go. I know a park where there's hardly anyone. Having sex out in the wild would be so thrilling. The man licked his lips. What are we waiting for? Let's get moving. Fang Shuo urged impatiently. Here's the plan, I'll drive ahead, and you follow me. Don't let anyone see us. We don't need to draw a crowd. Fang Shuo warned the man. He drove out first, with the other man following behind. While driving, Fang Shuo dialed Sun Haiba's number. Tianha Park. Fang Shuo parked the car inside the lot. He glanced at the woman beside him with a hint of sympathy. Such a nice girl, and she didn't look that old either. What was she doing in a place like that? Those guys were skilled at drugging people. If he hadn't come this time, the girl probably wouldn't even know where she was right now. But with something like this happening, trouble was bound to follow. Fang Shuo shook his head and stepped out of the car. The man also pulled up in his electric car. You first or me first? Fang Shuo gave a sly grin. You go first. I'll go check the area for anyone else. The man cautiously began circling the area. Fang Shuo was utterly speechless. Damn it. How much longer do we have to keep this up? He couldn't actually go through with it, could he? Fang Shuo could only lay the woman flat on the backseat and help her adjust her clothes. She wasn't wearing much to begin with, and after the struggle in the bathroom, it barely covered anything. To make matters worse, she had a killer body that left Fang Shuo speechless. I've been facing away from you for ages. You should be making your move by now. Fang Shuo was about to crack. Suddenly, footsteps echoed behind him. Fang Shuo froze. He quickly pretended to be exercising. He kept a close ear out for any movement behind him. The footsteps grew louder and louder. Just as they reached his back, Fang Shuo heard a whooshing sound and quickly ducked his head. Thud! A rock slammed heavily onto the car. Had Fang Shuo not ducked in time, that blow would have split his skull open. Freeze! Stop! The man pulled a dagger from his pocket, poised to stab Fang Shuo again. Suddenly, police officers swarmed in from all directions, their flashlights blinding the assailant. Police! Li Dongshang, you're under arrest. Sun Haiba stepped forward coldly. The moment the man saw the police, he flung the dagger towards Sun Haiba and took off running. But surrounded by officers, escape was impossible. Within seconds, he was taken down with a shoulder throw, pinned to the ground, and handcuffed. Fang Shuo, are you okay? You! Lin Xi rushed to Fang Shuo's side, about to check for injuries, when she spotted the disheveled woman lying on the back seat. I didn't do anything. Fang Shuo was dumbfounded. Oomph! You dare? Lin Xi shot Fang Shuo a withering look. Tianhai City Public Security Bureau. Criminal Investigation Division Office. Fang Shuo, you're one bold kid. That was so dangerous just now. Impressive. If you were a cop, you'd probably get a third-class merit award for this. This isn't just baiting the snake out of its hole, you practically pried its mouth open and took pictures at the scene. The moment that guy heard Fang Shuo was one of us, he froze up and spilled everything. Fang Shuo, the girl's family sent us a banner of appreciation. We didn't disclose the details, but the girl is safe for now. We've taken advantage of you again. We only handled the scene investigation and the arrest, nothing else happened during the process. You tell me who deserves the credit. A group of people gathered around Fang Shuo, chatting and laughing. Chapter 106, Reward. During this case, while Fang Shuo was conducting the sting operation that night, the Criminal Investigation Division was still painstakingly analyzing clues, desperately searching for evidence. Meanwhile, Fang Shuo made a single call to Sun Haiba, instructing him to bring a camera and make the arrest. Not only did they capture the entire crime on video, but they also caught the suspect red-handed with a murder weapon in hand. Combined with the existing evidence and reconstruction of the crime, the suspect confessed immediately. I merely uncovered some clues based on your investigative work. Besides, this kind of sting operation I can pull it off, but you guys, being police officers, can't exactly do that. It's not that I'm particularly brilliant, it's the result of our joint efforts. Fang Shuo said with a smile to the group. Sun Haiba, who had just entered, heard Fang Shuo's words and couldn't help but give him an admiring look. Look at Fang Shuo's awareness. He knows how to talk the talk and walk the walk. No wonder the director took a liking to him. Those other chaotic individuals, how could they compare to Fang Shuo? Alright. It's getting late. Everyone, go back to your duties. Sun Haiba waved his hand dismissively at the group. Oh, Fang Shuo, are you staying here with me tonight or what? Sun Haiba asked Fang Shuo with a smile. No. I'd rather sleep at home. Fang Shuo recalled the awkwardness and discomfort of squeezing onto that small bed with Sun Haiba, not to mention the incident that happened that night. There was no way he could stay. Alright, I'll have Lin Xi drive you home. It's too late for public transportation now. Sun Haiba waved at Lin Xi. Lin Xi pouted in displeasure. But she stood up anyway. I didn't do anything, you know? I didn't see a thing. Fang Shuo said to Lin Xi in the car, feeling a bit guilty. The woman's clothes had been torn to shreds, back then Fang Shuo would have to be blind not to notice. I'm eating at school tomorrow. Family portrait. Lin Xi gritted her teeth as she said to Fang Shuo. No problem. Fang Shuo finally let out a sigh of relief. Women really are a handful. This meant his earlier condition would be harder to fulfill now. Fang Shuo sighed helplessly. The next day at noon, Fang Shuo arrived early and waited by the school gate. But after waiting for ages, Lin Xi's car still hadn't shown up. Just as Fang Shuo was about to call and check, a taxi pulled up beside him. Fang Shuo froze. Then he saw Lin Xi step out of the cab. Today, Lin Xi wore a dress, her feet in a pair of pink high heels, black sheer stockings tightly hugging her long, beautiful legs. Fang Shuo was instantly mesmerized.
What are you staring at? Couldn't you have pulled me along?
Lin Xi pouted and held out her hand to Fang Shuo.
Oh. Fang Shuo finally snapped out of it and hurried over to help Lin Xi down.
Ugh, it's been so long since I wore heels, I can barely walk straight. Lin Xi complained as she hooked her arm through Fang Shuo's. As they passed a small pothole, Lin Xi lost her balance and nearly stumbled. Fortunately, Fang Shuo acted swiftly, catching her waist. As he held her waist, Fang Shuo was genuinely surprised. He hadn't expected her waist to be so slender.
Those so-called A4 waists you see online? They're nothing compared to this. Combined with her figure, it was downright tempting. Ha. Come on, let's go eat first. Fang Shuo couldn't tear his eyes away from Lin Xi's appearance.
He thought his earlier conditions were out of the question, but unexpectedly, Lin Xi had still agreed to them. Lin Xi was already tall and slender, and with the heels, she was nearly as tall as Fang Shuo. With that figure and outfit, she wasn't just a goddess anymore, she looked like a celestial being descended from heaven. But dressed like this, Fang Shuo certainly wasn't taking Lin Xi to the cafeteria. Men always have their own selfish desires. The sexy side of his girlfriend was naturally meant for his own enjoyment. Instead, he deliberately headed to the food court outside the school gates, bought various snacks, and pulled Lin Xi onto the campus sports field.
What is this?
It's so delicious. Lin Xi kept pounding her chest, choking on her food. Slow down, take a sip of milk tea. This is grilled cold noodles.
Don't tell me you've never tried it. Fang Shuo was a bit speechless. Never had it. Back in college, I only ate at the cafeteria.
After starting work, it was either cafeteria food or bread, instant noodles, and sausage.
I'm having this again.
Lin Xi raved about these snacks.
Fang Shuo was a bit taken aback. But then again, considering Lin Xi's background, takeout wasn't fully widespread during her school days.
After starting work as a police officer, her shifts meant that when hunger struck, she'd often miss the window for ordering delivery. Even if she could order, it wouldn't be as quick as grabbing something on the go. They didn't have time to wait.
Then eat up. It's all yours. Fang Shuo pushed all the snacks toward Lin Xi. Oh, come on, I'm not a pig.
Then I'll just take a tiny bite.
Would you still eat it?
Lin Xi shot Fang Shuo a disapproving look.
Of course I will. You're my girlfriend, I'm not going to reject you. Fang Shuo grinned. Humph. Who said I'm your girlfriend? Lin Xi pouted.
But you were the one who confessed to me.
I accepted, so doesn't that make us girlfriend and boyfriend? You'll have to come over to my place sometime soon. We need to discuss the engagement arrangements. Fang Shuo picked up Lin Xi's bubble tea and took a sip.
Lin Xi blushed as she watched his movements, her hands clamping onto his waist again.
Fang Shuo instinctively dodged.
Just as Lin Xi was about to pursue him again, she forgot she was wearing high heels and suddenly twisted her ankle. The pain made tears well up in her eyes.
What happened? Did you twist your ankle? Fang Shuo quickly helped Lin Xi sit down.
Lin Xi clutched her ankle and nodded.
Don't move.
I used to sprain my ankle all the time playing ball.
Let me take a look. Fang Shuo lifted Lin Xi's foot onto his lap.
You? Lin Xi flushed instantly. Even though their relationship had changed, such an intimate gesture still made her feel awkward. It reminded her of the time she'd mustered the courage to kiss him. Her heart had pounded wildly the entire drive home afterward.
Fang Shuo gently slipped off Lin Xi's high-heeled shoe.
Revealed beneath the black stockings were her beautiful feet, adorned with several red-painted toenails that teased through the sheer fabric. It must be said, Lin Xi's feet were exceptionally beautiful, dainty and rounded, irresistibly charming.
But the swollen ankles marred that beauty.
I need to tear the stockings open.
Don't move. Fang Shuo said to Lin Xi as he lifted a section of the stocking with his fingers and tore it forcefully.
A tear instantly ran from her ankle all the way up.
It spread all the way up into Lin Xi's dress.
Lin Xi was instantly dumbfounded.
Fang Shuo froze in place too.
Chapter 107, Still Beautiful Without Them.
Ahem, I didn't mean to. You believe me, right? Fang Shuo shuddered.
Peering through the tear in the stockings, he could vaguely make out something beneath. You're still looking.
Did you do that on purpose? Lin Xi's face flushed as she twisted Fang Shuo's ear. Ow. Look at my ankles first. Fang Shuo was holding Lin Xi's foot at the moment and couldn't move freely.
Fortunately, the moment Lin Xi tried to move, the sharp pain in her ankle made her stop. Fang Shuo gently moved her ankle, causing Lin Xi to break out in a cold sweat from the pain.
It might be sprained. Don't move it around carelessly. I'll carry you to the infirmary. Fang Shuo frowned as he saw the swollen ankle already puffed up high.
He'd sprained his ankle playing basketball before, and it had kept him off his feet for at least a week. Though embarrassed, Lin Xi had no choice but to comply as Fang Shuo hoisted her onto his back.
Fang Shuo felt something soft and yielding pressing against his back.
Lin Xi noticed this too and tried to stretch her body backward, causing both of them to nearly fall backward.
Don't move around. Stay still like this. Fang Shuo was utterly speechless.
Lin Xi bit her lip and settled back onto Fang Shuo's back. Truth be told, since childhood, Lin Xi's parents had been perpetually busy with work, fostering in her a habit of independence and resilience. She had never been carried or held by anyone before. Ever since she and Fang Shuo had crossed that line, Lin Xi had grown quite attached to him. Even though Fang Shuo was a few years younger than her, when she was with him, Lin Xi often felt like a little girl who knew nothing. Now, pressed against Fang Shuo's broad, strong back, Lin Xi felt an indescribable sense of security. Her hands, which had been propping herself up, naturally wrapped around Fang Shuo's neck. Fang Shuo carried Lin Xi on his back, her arms wrapped around his neck, still clutching the 2 pairs of high heels in her hands. The dappled tree shadows along the path made Lin Xi feel a bit dazed, wishing Fang Shuo would carry her like this forever. School infirmary. You must avoid strenuous activity for the time being. You must minimize physical exertion to prevent long-term complications, the doctor at the school clinic told Lin Xi. But Lin Xi felt a bit troubled. It seemed she'd have to take a few days off. If it were before, she would have taken the leave without hesitation. But now, with her ankle sprained, taking time off meant she couldn't be with Fang Shuo, and that felt a bit disappointing. Alright, listen to the doctor. Focus on healing first. Fang Shuo said to Lin Xi. Heh, you're a decent kid. Much better than those greenhorns at school. Don't make your girlfriend wear high heels and black stockings for no reason. Let her wear whatever she finds comfortable. The doctor beside them chuckled at Fang Shuo. Lin Xi's face flushed bright red. She'd deliberately worn these black stockings and high heels today just for Fang Shuo. Who could have predicted this would happen? And this doctor lady clearly knew what she was talking about. Lin Xi felt exposed, as if her little scheme had been uncovered. Yes, it's all my fault. I didn't think things through. Fang Shuo nodded sincerely, which made Lin Xi feel quite satisfied. A man should own up to his actions, especially when taking responsibility for her. Come on, hold me. Don't hurt your feet. Fang Shuo said to Lin Xi. The doctor at the school clinic had already immobilized her ankle, and carrying her would only make things more difficult. Lin Xi obediently wrapped her arms around Fang Shuo's neck, letting him lift her up in a princess carry. Though Lin Xi was tall, Fang Shuo towered over her by a full head. In his arms, she felt like a little bird clinging to its nest. See? When looking for a boyfriend, you really should find someone taller than yourself. The moment Fang Shuo carried Lin Xi into the car, her phone rang. Captain. Seeing it was Sun Haiba's number, Lin Xi quickly answered. Lin Xi, are you with Fang Shuo? We've got another case. Head back to the station first. This one's a bit unusual, we need a female officer. Sorry to trouble you. Sun Haiba's resigned voice came through the phone. After wrapping up the previous case, everyone at the station had been working overtime. They'd finally gotten some time off to rest, but now that a new case had come up, they had no choice but to return. But go back. I'll accompany you. Lin Xi glanced at her ankle with some hesitation, about to protest, but Fang Shuo cut her off. Seeing the look on Fang Shuo's face, Lin Xi could only nod. I'm heading back now. Lin Xi said to Sun Haiba. After hanging up, Lin Xi felt a bit troubled. Looks like another case has come up. But judging by the captain's tone, it doesn't seem urgent. Still, I can't walk like this, so I doubt I'll be much help. Lin Xi felt disheartened. She possessed a strong sense of responsibility, the very reason she had become a police officer. Now that a case had arisen, she felt deeply disappointed that she couldn't participate due to her sprained ankle. Don't worry, I'm here for you. From now on, I'm your legs. Wherever you want to go, I'll carry you there. Besides, you wore those heels for me, your boyfriend, so of course I'll help you out. Fang Shuo grinned from the side. Oomph. You wish. Who said it was for you? Who said you get to carry me around everywhere? Lin Xi flushed at the thought of Fang Shuo carrying her back to the bureau. Fine. Not for me to see, for other guys to see. Fang Shuo teased. Fang Shuo. If you want to die, just say so. Lin Xi waved her tiny fist. Alright. Let's go. Fang Shuo climbed into the driver's seat. Wait a minute. Go take a walk first. I'll take off my stockings. Lin Xi said to Fang Shuo. She was wearing black stockings now, and one leg stocking had been torn to shreds by Fang Shuo. Going to the police station like this would be utterly embarrassing. Then what about your foot? Well, I'll make the effort and help you take them off. Fang Shuo said to Lin Xi with feigned seriousness. Get lost. Who asked you to take it off? Get out of the car now. Without another word, Lin Xi pushed Fang Shuo off the car, her face flushed. Are you kidding me? The black stockings Lin Xi wore today were full-body ones. If Fang Shuo took them off, wouldn't everything be exposed? That Fang Shuo. His mind is filled with nothing but such things. Oomph. Lin Xi decisively kicked Fang Shuo off the car and didn't forget to lock the doors. I'll go take care of getting permission to leave work. Wait here for me. Fang Shuo said to Lin Xi before walking off into the distance. Watching Fang Shuo disappear into the distance, Lin Xi saw no one around. Only then did she reach under her skirt and pull off her stockings. She crumpled them into a ball, but with nowhere to toss them, she stuffed them into her bag for now.
It took quite a while before Fang Shuo finally came running back. By then,
Lin Xi had already removed her black stockings, revealing 2 long, straight, and flawlessly white legs.
what are you looking at?
Lin Xi shot Fang Shuo a reproachful glare.
Hee, actually, you look good in anything. Well, you look good even without anything on.
Fang Shuo grinned, his lips stretching into a wide smile.
Chapter 108, The Criminal Gang. You're going to get yourself killed. Let's get out of here.
Lin Xi pretended to punch Fang Shuo, but he didn't dodge, taking a punch to the shoulder.
Hold on, give me your other foot. Fang Shuo crouched before Lin Xi, cradling her other foot and slipping on a flat shoe. What are you? Lin Xi was taken aback. Just bought it. You can't show up at the bureau barefoot, and high heels would be inconvenient. Let's go. Fang Shuo finally returned to the driver's seat. He drove toward the police station.
Lin Xi, sitting in the passenger seat, glanced down at her own pink flats, then looked back at Fang Shuo, who was focused on driving. 1,000 flowers seemed to bloom in her heart.
Tianhai City Public Security Bureau.
We just received a report of a missing 6-year-old girl.
Surveillance footage shows she was abducted by a minivan.
While coordinating with various police stations, we learned that multiple precincts have recently received reports of missing children.
All within the past week. We've concluded that a criminal gang has recently entered Tianhai City. Sun Haiba addressed the group. Captain, why would a missing persons case like this be assigned to our Criminal Investigation Division? Isn't that the police station's job? A police officer nearby asked with some confusion.
The Criminal Investigation Division primarily handled homicide and major crimes, rarely taking on cases like this.
You hit the nail on the head. Sun Haiba motioned for the man to sit down.
The large screen displayed numerous photos selected from surveillance footage. This child abduction case is different from previous ones. Previous cases of this nature were characterized by suddenness, concealment, and untraceability. Things often happened very quickly. Within an hour, the trafficked child would appear at the train station with a new hairstyle and clothes.
Finding them was like searching for a needle in a haystack. But this time is different.
This criminal gang seems unusually brazen. Over the past few days, they've been scouting for targets in the villages surrounding our city of Tianhai.
Judging by the frequency and planning of their operations, we have reason to believe this is an organized, premeditated gang.
On another front, our strongest suspicion now is that these abducted children haven't been moved yet.
Sun Haiba frowned as he addressed the group. That can't be right, Captain.
Based on previous cases, they'd leave immediately after abducting the children. A nearby officer voiced his doubt.
The numbers. Fang Shuo spoke slowly. Ha?
The officer turned to look. Actually, based on what Captain Sun said earlier, at least 10 children have been taken during this period. With such a large number, appearing frequently at places like train stations or bus terminals would be quite conspicuous. Especially once someone reports it, security at these locations will be tightened, putting them at greater risk.
But these people haven't left yet.
They might have a way to transport the children out in bulk.
Fang Shuo explained to the man. Exactly. Sun Haiba nodded in agreement. Fang Shuo is right.
The police station has been reviewing surveillance footage from the train and bus stations over the past few days. They haven't found many children, and it's not peak season now, so there aren't many people at the train and bus stations. We're certain these children are still within Tianhai city limits, so we need to race against the traffickers for time.
We must find these children before they leave. Sun Haiba addressed the group.
Hearing Sun Haiba's words, everyone understood the gravity of the situation.
This operation likely involved more than just their Criminal Investigation Division. Probably the entire Tianhai City police force would be mobilized.
If these criminal gangs were allowed to smuggle so many children out of Tianhai City, it would be a resounding slap in the face.
Captain, let's issue a joint investigation notice right away.
Mobilize the neighborhood watch groups, those aunties and uncles on every street.
Even if these criminals are hiding, there must be clues somewhere. Yeah, Captain, why not just offer a reward? I refuse to believe that with so many people, not a single one could spot them. Exactly. Let's deploy a human wave tactic, dig to the third layer of Earth if we have to track them down.
Several officers nearby turned to Sun Haiba and suggested.
No, that would alert them. If those traffickers realize the police are conducting a large-scale investigation, they'll likely just leave. Fang Shuo quickly interjected. Why isn't anyone using their heads? Fang Shuo is right. We need to find the child before they catch on. If we do it your way, those traffickers will probably bolt immediately. Where will we find them once they're gone? That's why we must prioritize stealth in this operation.
Sun Haiba shot his men a look of exasperation.
That's final. Divide into teams and move out immediately.
Sun Haiba waved his hand dismissively.
Lin Xi, is your foot still okay? After everyone had left, Sun Haiba approached Lin Xi and asked. I'm fine. I'm here, aren't I? These human traffickers are despicable. As an ordinary citizen of Tianhai City, I must do my part. This time, I'll be in her team. Just assign the mission. Before Lin Xi could respond, Fang Shuo piped up from the side. In that case, I won't hesitate to accept. With you on board, I won't assign specific tasks. Just do what you think is best. This time, it's all about speed. You can access any of our materials through Lin Xi whenever you need them. Sun Haiba patted Fang Shuo on the shoulder. Truthfully, he had already planned to enlist Fang Shuo's help for today's operation. The sooner they found clues about the human traffickers, the better their chances. Where do we start? Lin Xi asked Fang Shuo. I need a complete map of Tianhai City, the larger the better. Fang Shuo told Lin Xi. Chapter 109, Screening. Following the surge in child trafficking cases, every police station across Tianhai City had mobilized its personnel. Now, at nearly every intersection, plainclothes officers and traffic police could be seen. Their primary focus was to closely monitor any minivans that appeared. Especially during school dismissal times, it felt like there weren't enough officers to go around. Yet after thousands of Tianhai City police spent an entire day staking out the streets, they uncovered no valuable leads. Not even a single suspicious minivan had appeared. Inside the Tianhai City Public Security Bureau conference room. This is strange. We've searched all day and found absolutely no clues. What's going on? Could it be that the traffickers heard something and left Tianhai City? Who knows? I was staking out the school entrance today. With all the chaos there, if someone really tried to snatch a child, they wouldn't even notice. What are we to do? Dragging this out will only make things worse. A group of police officers discussed their day's surveillance. It was evening now, and there were hardly any stray children outside, so there was no need for them to go out. By the way, have Fang Shuo and Lin Xi come back yet? Sun Haiba only then noticed that Fang Shuo and Lin Xi weren't in the room. Fang Shuo and Lin Xi? They haven't left at all today. They've been in the office next door the whole time. A logistics staff member addressed Sun Haiba. He was responsible for delivering meals to everyone today. Although he had gone out on field assignments, he had returned several times in between and even stopped by the room to ask Fang Shuo and Lin Xi if they wanted to eat. In the room? Sun Haiba walked over, his face full of suspicion. At that moment, in a separate office nearby, the desks, chairs, and sofas that had originally filled the office had all been pushed against the walls. A large map covered the floor. Fang Shuo was bent over it, marking something, while Lin Xi searched for information on her phone nearby. Phew. We've got it pretty much figured out. Fang Shuo let out a long sigh of relief. Found it? Lin Xi looked at Fang Shuo and asked. So far, we've pinpointed these 3 locations. How about your end? Fang Shuo pointed to the 3 large circles circled on the map. Just as you predicted, there were indeed plans to demolish this Shuiping neighborhood before. But 4 brothers from one family joined forces to resist the demolition. The news said they demanded 100 million yuan each. The whole thing just stalled. Even though everyone else moved out, because these 4 families refused, the demolition plans for the entire street were put on hold. I heard the head of the demolition office responsible for this later ended up behind bars, and that was the end of that. As for the other 2 villages, they're basically abandoned now. Even the police station has moved out, and there aren't many villagers left inside. Lin Xi explained to Fang Shuo. Knock knock knock. Before Fang Shuo could respond, Sun Haiba pushed open the door and walked in. What's going on here? Seeing the scene inside, Sun Haiba froze in place. Captain Sun, I might know where those human traffickers are. Fang Shuo said slowly. What? You know? Sun Haiba exclaimed in surprise. Yes. We reviewed all the surveillance footage today. Although the minivans took different routes, we marked their final vanishing points on the map. So far, we've identified 3 suspicious vans that appeared 17 times. After converging their routes, they all point to one specific area. Fang Shuo explained while marking the points on the map. Then we investigated some of these locations. To hold children captive while maintaining secrecy, they'd need a small group. After ruling out certain areas, the scope narrowed further. Since they use vehicles, they need fuel. They avoid city gas stations to prevent leaving visual evidence, so there must be convenient refueling points near their base or along their routes. We've pinpointed these 3 areas. Fang Shuo pointed to 3 red circles on the map. Tianhong Village, Shijuazhen Town, Shuiping Subdistrict? Sun Haiba leaned in eagerly. All 3 are possibilities. Most residents of Tianhong Village and Shijuo Town have migrated to the city for work, leaving very few behind. We can't rule out the possibility that those individuals might be original villagers. Then there's Shuiping Street. As for the demolition situation there, Captain Sun, you should be aware that most of the buildings are vacant now. Fang Shuo addressed Sun Haiba. Assemble everyone. Move out immediately. Sun Haiba quickly shouted outside. Captain Sun, might this be a bit too conspicuous? My suggestion is to send someone out for reconnaissance first. Fang Shuo hadn't expected Sun Haiba to send men straight in for the arrest. It might be too late. Given our current situation, we haven't found any leads on those people all day. I'm worried they might leave, and tonight might be the best opportunity. We can't wait any longer. Sun Haiba spoke as he dashed out. Alright, leave it to the captain and the others. You've been working hard all day. Get some rest. Lin Xi said to Fang Shuo. Though neither of them had gone out today, neither had stopped working. Fang Shuo single-handedly monitored over 20 surveillance feeds simultaneously, leaving the technical officers beside him stunned. This workload would normally require 7 or 8 people working non-stop for 2 or 3 days to complete. But Fang Shuo was alone, watching at double speed while jotting notes in his notebook. After finishing, he collapsed onto the floor, gasping for breath. After resting for just over 10 minutes, he immediately headed out, announcing he'd made a discovery. The technicians were left staring in stunned silence. Others might not have known, but Lin Xi did. For this case, Fang Shuo had once again endured an entire day without taking his medication. It made her heart ache in waves. I'm fine. But I can't shake the feeling that something's missing. Let me think some more. Fang Shuo shook his head and returned to the map, folding his arms as he studied the situation. Right, you mentioned so many children. How will they manage meals? And drinking water? I recall the demolition site had its water and electricity cut off, right? Fang Shuo suddenly remembered something. Yeah, that should be the case. But those traffickers must have prepared supplies in advance, right? Lin Xi said hesitantly. You're giving human traffickers too much credit. Fang Shuo shook his head. He began searching the map again. Wait. On the outskirts of Tsuaping Street, there's an industrial zone. It's not included in the demolition area, but it's deserted now. And inside the factory grounds, there should be water. Fang Shuo quickly pulled out his phone. Chapter 110, Nothing. Tsuaping Street. Ever since this area became a demolition zone that wasn't demolished, it had practically turned into a ghost town. During the day, vehicles might occasionally pass through. But come nightfall, the area plunged into pitch darkness, devoid of any human presence or light. At the edge of Tsuaping Street stood a large cluster of industrial buildings. Originally, when demolition plans for Tsuaping Street were announced, the factory owners eagerly anticipated a windfall and began preparing for relocation. However, when the final demolition boundaries were announced, their factory zone was deliberately excluded. This angered many factory owners, leading to prolonged protests. However, after several holdouts emerged in Tsuaping Street and the demolition failed, the issue gradually faded away. Yet these factory buildings remained abandoned. At this moment, at the entrance to a warehouse within one of the factory buildings, 2 refrigerated trucks were parked. What's the situation, number 2? Asked a man with a scar on his face. Almost done, boss. With this compartment, we won't have to worry about inspections anymore. Go get those kids hooked up with the drugs. A lanky man instructed the scarred man. Third brother and the others are already doing it. With this stuff, they'll be out cold for at least 2 days. Once we deliver the goods, they're no longer our problem. Just make sure they're alive when we hand them over. Scarface said with a sinister grin. Big boss, this is a huge deal, isn't it? Who'd have thought this big boss would want so many at once? Each girl is worth 200,000 yuan. 14 girls means 2,800,000. The lanky man's face flushed with excitement. If it weren't for you idiots getting caught during the job, we could have stayed in Tianhai City a couple more days and snatched up a few more. This money is nothing to us, but to the big boss, it's just a drop in the bucket. That whole mining area belongs to the big boss. Just wait, if we make it back safely, the bonus he casually hands us might even be more than this. Broaden your horizons. Now that we've caught the big boss's eye, things will be easier from here on out. Scarface lit a cigarette. Big brother, what do you think the big boss wants with all these kids? And they're all girls. Usually when they kidnap kids, it's the boys that are in demand, right? And aren't these dolls a bit too old? The lanky guy asked, puzzled. Are you stupid? Do you really think the big boss would resort to such methods to make money? Besides, the big boss has countless mistresses and plenty of sons and daughters. What the big boss uses them for is none of our business. You keep your mouth shut and don't ask about everything. Get to work. We'll leave via the provincial highway under cover of night. Scarface ordered the lanky man. Got it, I'll. Before the lanky man could finish, a swarm of police car lights began flashing in the distance, heading straight for them. Boss! The cops are here. What do we do? The lanky guy panicked the moment he saw them. Quick! Get them to turn off every light. Hide all the dolls. Scarface frantically ordered the lanky man. Soon, all the lights in the factory building went dark. Boss, what should we do? Maybe we should fight the cops. If the cops catch us with these cases on us, we won't just get one firing squad. The lanky man asked Scarface, trembling. Fight? That. With all these kids as hostages, we've got a chance to escape. It's weird how the cops found this place. Scarface said coldly to the brothers around him. Just as they all braced for battle, the police cars roared past the factory entrance. Though flashing neon lights, there were no sirens. It felt like a dream to them. Boss, what's going on? Why aren't the cops coming in?
The lanky guy stared blankly at the passing officers.
Looks like they're not after us. Seems they've gone next door. You. Over here. Which side? Didn't you say that street was empty? Why would the cops be here? Scarface yanked someone over and demanded. Big brother, I really don't know.
That Shui Ping Street has been slated for demolition for years, but it never happened. It's been deserted for ages.
I swear I don't know.
When I got into trouble and left Tianhai City, this place was already abandoned.
The man said helplessly.
This group had come from another province. But this particular man was a native of Tianhai City. They all shared one thing in common: they were all fugitives who had holed up in a mining factory. That's how all this mess started. Everyone, while the police are all over there, load the dolls onto the truck immediately. We don't know what the cops are doing over there, but this place is too close, they could easily come sniffing around.
We'll use this chance to get out of here.
Scarface addressed the group.
Meanwhile,
on the Shui Ping Street side, Sun Haiba and the others had already led everyone to the center of the street.
Hurry!
Secure the exits of Tsuweiping Street.
No vehicles or personnel are to enter or leave. Everyone, start searching immediately. Don't skip a single house. Sun Haiba commanded the group. Soon, everyone sprang into action.
Shui Ping Street was now shrouded in darkness. Many areas had already been largely demolished, reduced to ruins uninhabitable by humans. The search of Tsuweiping Street was completed swiftly.
Captain. Nothing found here. We haven't found any clues over here either.
We've confirmed with those holdouts no one's home, and no one's seen anyone coming or going in Shuiping Street.
Captain, nothing here either. Search results from numerous officers trickled back in. Nothing? That shouldn't be possible. Could Fang Shuo have miscalculated? Sun Haiba couldn't help but frown.
Just as he reached for his phone to call Fang Shuo for clarification, he noticed over a dozen missed calls. Tonight's operation meant everyone had either turned off their phones or set them to silent mode from the start. Fang Shuo had called over a dozen times without getting through.
The same went for the rest of the team. Ah, my captain, you finally picked up. Sun Haiba had just dialed back when Fang Shuo's voice came through. What's the situation? Fang Shuo, we finished searching the Tsuweiping Street area and haven't found anyone. Sun Haiba asked Fang Shuo. Captain, they're not in Tsuweiping Street. He's in the abandoned factory buildings near Shuiping Street. Fang Shuo said to Sun Haiba while driving.
After failing to reach Sun Haiba by phone, Fang Shuo decisively brought Lin Xi along.
What? Abandoned factory buildings? Sun Haiba froze in surprise. Chapter 111 came up empty-handed. No time to explain. If you've already reached Tsuweiping Street, those criminal gangs have likely spotted you. They'll probably take this chance to escape. Hurry up! Fang Shuo urged Sun Haiba urgently. Hurry! Everyone get in the car. That abandoned factory building over there. Sun Haiba was already bellowing orders.
Soon, all the police cars arrived at the abandoned factory.
Captain.
There's a lot of household trash here, clearly someone's been living here. Captain, there are quite a few children's belongings here: backpacks, hair clips, shoes.
Captain, there are tire tracks on the ground. Looks like they were made by a large truck or something similar. Captain, several burned out vans were found in the back warehouse.
A steady stream of reports reached Sun Haiba's ears. All the evidence pointed to one conclusion: this was the place where the children were being held captive.
But now there's no one here. Could it be that they had arrived too late after all? Sun Haiba was furious. Ring ring. Just then, Sun Haiba's phone rang. It was Fang Shuo. Sun Haiba answered immediately. Captain Sun, hurry. 2 refrigerated trucks are heading toward the city. I'm tailing them, they're driving toward the highway entrance. Organize an immediate interception. Fang Shuo ordered Sun Haiba. Just moments ago. As Fang Shuo drove toward Tsuweiping Street, he passed right by the 2 refrigerated trucks. At first, Fang Shuo didn't notice anything unusual. But as they passed, he noticed significant water stains on the rear of the refrigerated trucks. Fang Shuo instantly sensed something was wrong. Refrigerated trucks appearing at this hour were usually for routine transport. With their air conditioning running, water stains meant the units had malfunctioned. Such vehicles would be rendered useless and certainly not continue operating. And 2 refrigerated trucks appearing simultaneously? Even less likely. Fang Shuo decisively made a U-turn, the force of the maneuver slamming Lin Xi hard against the door. Fortunately, the refrigerated trucks weren't moving fast, and Fang Shuo managed to follow them closely.
Suburban Expressway Toll Plaza.
Nighttime traffic was sparse. A bored toll collector stared aimlessly at a video screen.
Despite the current push to popularize ETC, nearly half the vehicles still lack the device. Therefore, manual toll booths remained operational at highway entrances. Just as the attendant was engrossed in the video, he looked up to see 2 trucks approaching. The attendant reluctantly put away his phone. 90% of these trucks don't have ETC. He couldn't let them see him playing with his phone.
he still had to smile and serve them. He couldn't help but wonder what good it had done for his family to spend over 200,000 yuan getting him this toll collector job. Just as the toll collector was about to hand over the card, he suddenly saw a sedan speeding toward the adjacent ETC lane. Its speed was approaching 100 km/h. At that speed, the ETC system wouldn't have time to recognize it. The attendant scrambled to his feet. He watched helplessly as the car smashed through the barrier and barreled into the lane. The toll collector's mind went blank. What the hell? A toll evader? Just as he was about to call the police, the car unexpectedly didn't speed onto the highway. Instead, it made a U-turn and blocked the front of the manual lane. It blocked the path of the two trucks. What the hell are you doing? Damaging public property means you'll pay for it. The toll collector immediately ran out. The people in the trucks were stunned. They were already at the highway entrance. Once they got on the freeway, they'd be completely safe. With this money, they could hide anywhere and live comfortably for the rest of their lives. Success seemed within reach. But suddenly, a car shot out. Freeze! We're the police! Fang Shuo stared coldly at the toll collector and the people in the car. What? Bro, he seems to be saying he's a cop. What should we do? The tall, thin driver asked the man with the scarred face. Run him over. Scarface stared coldly at Fang Shuo before him. Huh? The lanky driver jumped in surprise. I said run him over. He's only got 2 people. Nothing to be scared of. Even if he is a cop, once we're on the highway, it won't be so easy for the police to block us. Scarface said viciously. But the guy right in front of us is a cop. The lanky guy stammered. So what if he's a cop? Back in the day, Before Scarface could finish, the wail of police sirens pierced the air behind them. Scarface quickly glanced at the rearview mirror. He saw over a dozen police cars speeding toward the toll booth. We're done for, boss. The cops are here. We can't get away now. The person beside him stammered, trembling. Shut up, all of you. Number 2, is the false bottom okay? Scarface asked the lanky guy. Absolutely no problem. We anticipated vehicle inspections back then. The lanky man quickly replied. Alright, since that's settled, you head to the rear car. Everyone else, go to sleep. The 2 of us will handle this. Proceed as previously discussed. Remember, don't panic under any circumstances. Scarface instructed the lanky man. Soon, Sun Haiba and his crew arrived outside the toll booth. Seeing the 2 trucks blocked by Fang Shuo, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. If those 2 vehicles had made it onto the highway, it would have been a complete disaster. With so many children on board, it would be impossible to forcibly intercept them. Without their surrender, it would be nearly impossible to stop them by force. Get out! Everyone out! Open the cargo doors! Sun Haiba ordered his men to surround the 2 trucks. Officer, what's going on here? Why are you stopping us? At that moment, Scarface stepped up to Sun Haiba. Handcuff him and take him aside. Hurry up and save the child. Sun Haiba stared coldly at the man approaching. Soon, police officers stepped forward and handcuffed the group. Captain, nothing's there. Both carriages are empty. At that moment, the officer opened the compartment and found nothing inside except for some water stains. What? Nothing at all? Sun Haiba was taken aback. He walked to the rear compartment to look for himself. Sure enough, it was completely empty. Cold sweat instantly broke out on Sun Haiba's forehead. Wrong target? Then where were those children? Sun Haiba's mind went blank. At that moment, Fang Shuo also arrived at the rear of the carriage and peered inside, his brow furrowing involuntarily. Judging by the reactions of those people earlier, it only reinforced his suspicions. But why was there no one here? Could it be that they were deliberately lured away? Luring the tiger away from the mountain? Beads of sweat began to form on Fang Shuo's forehead. If that were truly the case, his guilt would be immense. Chapter 112, The Hero. Hey, officer, you guys got the wrong place, didn't you? What's all this commotion about? We're just ordinary citizens. Handcuffing us without any explanation, isn't that a bit much? At that moment, Scarface turned to Sun Haiba and asked. You're the driver? Registration. Driver's license. Sun Haiba said coldly. They're both in the driver's seat. You've got us cuffed like this, how are we supposed to get them? Scarface grinned. Earlier, when the police opened the rear cargo compartment, he had genuinely been startled. But seeing the officers search thoroughly and find nothing, the scarred man couldn't help but sneer inwardly. Number 2 did a good job. Plus, it was nighttime now, with poor lighting, making it even less likely they'd find anything. Those kids have been drugged. They won't make a sound. Go ahead and search. The scarred man was already starting to gloat. Sun Haiba, his face ashen, approached the driver's compartment and produced the vehicle registration and driver's license. Nothing seemed amiss. Their gaze shifted to Fang Shuo. Tonight, the police force had made a huge mistake. Hold on. Fang Shuo slowly approached the man with the scarred face.
He caught the mocking expression in the scarred man's eyes, took a deep breath, and stepped into the train car. Just moments ago, Fang Shuo had doubted whether his judgment had been flawed. But when he saw the scarred man's expression, something felt off. Under normal circumstances, being apprehended by police in such a manner should have filled him with fear. Yet this scarred man seemed to feel a sense of relief. That was all wrong. Moreover, vehicles heading onto the expressway should be carrying cargo. How could 2 trucks be running empty? Fang Shuo used his phone's flashlight to carefully inspect the cargo compartment. Apart from water stains, there was nothing else inside the cargo compartment. Where were the people? This shouldn't be happening. Fang Shuo rubbed his temples in frustration. He hadn't taken his medication all day because of the case. Now the headache was returning. Fang Shuo crouched down in the train car, clutching his head. Fang Shuo, are you okay? Get out first. Sun Haiba sighed at the sight of Fang Shuo. Tonight, it seemed like a complete failure. All right. Fang Shuo nodded. He was nearing his limit too. Just as he forced himself to stand, he suddenly noticed a crack in the farthest corner of the carriage. Fang Shuo froze in place. I know what to do. Fang Shuo sprang to his feet. What? What did you figure out? Sun Haiba, seeing Fang Shuo's expression, hurriedly asked. Captain Sun, there's a hidden compartment in this car. The child must be in the false compartment. Fang Shuo declared to Sun Haiba and the others. What? A false compartment? Sun Haiba froze in shock. Hearing Fang Shuo's voice, the scarred man and the lanky guy beside him shuddered violently. The lanky one was shaking so hard he nearly wet himself. Seeing the reactions of the scarred man and the lanky guy, Sun Haiba slapped his thigh. Quick! Hurry up and save him! Sun Haiba shouted loudly. Soon, several officers pried open the compartment's hidden compartment and indeed found the missing children inside. They're unconscious, but still breathing. Those bastards! One officer said to Sun Haiba. Hurry! Get the kids to the hospital immediately. Take all these bastards back with me. Sun Haiba shouted through gritted teeth. Fang Shuo, this is just, what can I say? If it weren't for you this time, we would have missed it for sure. That was a close call just now, right under our noses. If they'd succeeded, we'd never live with ourselves. Sun Haiba said to Fang Shuo. Earlier, if Fang Shuo hadn't discovered the hidden compartment in the truck in time, he might have let those people walk free. At that point, he would have been the one to destroy these children's futures. The sheer weight of that guilt sent shivers down Sun Haiba's spine. That was a close call indeed. But the outcome was good. That's what matters most. Fang Shuo was still shaken. Enough said. We'll commend you properly when we get back. You go back and get some rest. Leave the rest to us. Sun Haiba patted Fang Shuo on the shoulder. Seeing Fang Shuo's current state, Sun Haiba knew his condition had flared up again. Fang Shuo didn't push himself any further. He got behind the wheel and drove toward the city center with Lin Xi. Just as Sun Haiba was about to get in, he was called back by the toll collector behind him. You're the police, right? Your plainclothes officer just rammed through our barrier, breaking the gate in the process. These gates are imported, each one costs 50,000 yuan. Which of your supervisors will sign off on compensation? The toll collector addressed Sun Haiba. What? How much? Sun Haiba was stunned. Fang Shuo drove while rolling down the window. The car wasn't moving fast and the night breeze rushed in from outside, helping Fang Shuo clear his head a bit. Today had truly worn him out. He'd already had several episodes during the day, trying to pinpoint possible locations. Tonight it had struck again, and his physical strength was at its limit. Turn right up ahead. As Fang Shuo drove in a daze, Lin Xi in the passenger seat spoke slowly. Turn right? Where to? Fang Shuo froze. Only then did he realize he'd subconsciously been driving toward the police station. It was already late at night, returning to campus was out of the question. Back to my place. You can sleep in my room. Lin Xi said to Fang Shuo. Huh? Fang Shuo stared at Lin Xi in disbelief. What? You don't want to? If you don't want to, then forget it. Lin Xi bit her lip lightly. No. I want to. Fang Shuo grinned widely, pressing down harder with his feet. Whoa, slow down. Lin Xi flushed as she looked at Fang Shuo. Tonight, Fang Shuo had once again astonished Lin Xi. Whether it was his deductive skills or his self-assurance, Lin Xi couldn't help but feel a pang of inadequacy. Back when those trucks were about to enter the highway, if it had been her, she might have gotten out to intercept them. But at that moment, she would have risked exposure and likely achieved nothing. Fang Shuo, however, had simply charged through the barrier. He forcibly stopped them. In the end, he trusted his instincts completely and single-handedly rescued those children. In that moment when the children were saved, Fang Shuo became the hero in Lin Xi's eyes. And this hero happened to be her boyfriend. Could anything be more wonderful than that? But heroes get tired too. She needed to be his harbor of rest. Perhaps that is the very meaning of two people being together.
Chapter 113, Turning Against Her Own Kind.
When Fang Shuo awoke in bed, the first thing that filled his mind wasn't the room overflowing with pink cartoons. Instead, it was a refreshingly sweet scent. Fang Shuo lay motionless on the bed for a full half-minute before his senses returned. He was indeed lying in Lin Xi's bed, covered by her quilt. He quickly reached under the covers to feel around, then breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. His underwear was still there, and he felt no lingering fatigue, proof that nothing had happened last night. Fang Shuo couldn't quite recall what had happened yesterday. He only remembered feeling incredibly exhausted, being helped to some place, and then drifting off into a hazy sleep. Fang Shuo got up, dressed, and sat on the bed. Just as he was about to open the door and leave, he noticed several undelivered delivery bags behind it. He picked them up and saw they were delivery slips for various stockings and high heels. Judging by the timestamps, they must have just arrived. Fang Shuo smirked and walked out the door. Lin Xi's home was quiet at that moment. The bedroom next door was empty, but the kitchen echoed with the clinking and clanking of dishes. Fang Shuo tiptoed over. He saw Lin Xi frantically cracking eggs, one foot still wrapped in gauze. The oil in the pan was already hot, splattering everywhere. Occasionally, it would hit Lin Xi, causing her to flinch and fling the freshly cracked egg away. Fang Shuo chuckled. Let me handle it. Fang Shuo stepped forward, shielding Lin Xi behind him. You're awake? Lin Xi stood behind Fang Shuo, pouting. She planned to make breakfast before Fang Shuo woke up, but after wasting 18 eggs and still failing to fry a single edible one, Lin Xi was on the verge of giving up. When frying eggs, don't use high heat at first and don't rush to flip them. Wait until one side is set before turning it over. Fang Shuo demonstrated with a smooth flip of the spatula. The pancake-shaped egg flipped itself off the edge of the pan. Watching this, Lin Xi couldn't help but pout. Before meeting Fang Shuo, Lin Xi had always considered herself quite capable, the kind of model child everyone admired for years. But compared to Fang Shuo, she often felt like a complete fool. Still, no matter how amazing Fang Shuo was, hadn't she managed to win him over? Oomph. I can't cook, but he can, right? Once we're married, he can do all the cooking. At that thought, Lin Xi burst out laughing. But her face flushed instantly. Ugh, Lin Xi, where did your mind go? Why am I even thinking about marriage? What's wrong? Getting ready to eat. By the way, where are your parents? Fang Shuo asked Lin Xi. Oh, them? They left early this morning. Said they were visiting some relatives. Who knows where they ended up? Lin Xi rolled her eyes. Other parents were always worried their daughters might get taken advantage of, but her own parents? They practically shoved her into Fang Shuo's arms. Just last night when she got home, her mom actually wanted her to sleep in the same room as Fang Shuo. If her dad hadn't been the more level-headed one and stopped her mom in time, something would have definitely happened last night. Fine, let's eat then. In your condition, you shouldn't go to work today. The case is solved anyway. Just take a few days off to rest at home. Fang Shuo helped Lin Xi to the dining table and sat her down. I'll be so bored at home alone. Going to work to write reports and such won't hurt. Lin Xi shook her head. Well then, how about I stay home with you for a few days? But that's not really convenient. Still, once your parents go to work, I can sneak over. Fang Shuo said with a raised eyebrow. You're going to get me killed. You make it sound like we're having an affair. Lin Xi blushed and tapped Fang Shuo on the head. Ahem, it's just such a waste. Fang Shuo sighed helplessly. What's such a pity? Lin Xi was puzzled. We were supposed to go on a proper date wearing that outfit. Who knows, maybe things could have gone even further. Now look at me, twisted my ankle. Ah, fate. Fang Shuo shook his head in despair. Oomph. Lin Xi knew exactly what Fang Shuo was thinking. He definitely still wanted to see her in black stockings and high heels. Men, huh? It's just what you wear, isn't it? What's the big deal? But it doesn't matter. I see you bought several pairs of stockings. There'll be other chances. As for the high heels, you don't have to wear them outside. Honestly, wearing them indoors is just as good. Fang Shuo changed the subject, grinning as he spoke. Fang Shuo. You're going to get yourself killed. Hearing Fang Shuo's words, Lin Xi flushed bright red. She never imagined Fang Shuo would discover her delivery slips. And what did he mean? It's the same if you wear it indoors. Why would you wear that indoors? Could it be something worn for that kind of thing? Curious and embarrassed, Lin Xi lashed out at Fang Shuo, fists flying. Just then, the front door swung open. Lin Xi's parents walked in from outside, their faces frozen in shock. They witnessed the moment Lin Xi and Fang Shuo were about to come to blows. To the elderly couple, however, this scene looked like nothing more than playful bickering between a young couple. Their timing couldn't have been worse. You two, carry on. Your dad and I forgot something. We're heading out. Lin Xi's mother said, dragging director Lin, who was about to take off his shoes and come inside out the door. Why are we leaving again? You dragged me over 30 kilometers this morning. My old back is about to break. Besides, I haven't even had breakfast yet. Director Lin grumbled to his wife.
Eat, 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 all you ever think about is eating. Can't you see that couple enjoying their alone time? Go on, go to work. Grab a bun on the way. Oh, and by the way, I'll be working late at the office tonight. I'm not allowed back before 10. I've got plans to meet up with some girlfriends too. Let's go.
Without another word, Lin Xi's mother dragged the utterly disheartened director Lin toward the stairs. Left behind, Lin Xi and Fang Shuo stared at each other in silence.
Tianhai City Public Security Bureau.
Lin Xi firmly refused Fang Shuo's offer to carry her inside.
With Fang Shuo's support, she walked inside. Lin Xi and Fang Shuo are here? The captain just mentioned it.
He said to have you come straight to him once you arrived.
An officer greeted them with a smile. Chapter 114, Meritorious Service.
After working together for so long, the Tianhai City Police Department officers had come to hold Fang Shuo in high regard. It was precisely because of Fang Shuo that, when faced with difficult cases, they not only avoided disciplinary action but also solved cases swiftly, repeatedly earning commendations. Originally, Tianhai City Public Security Bureau's case clearance rate had hovered around the lower middle range.
Bonuses weren't entirely absent, but the amounts hardly felt like rewards.
As for honors, they were grateful just to complete their assigned tasks each time. After Fang Shuo arrived, in this short period of time, not to mention the 100% case clearance rate, just those few cases that had alarmed higher authorities were solved by Fang Shuo before the expert team even arrived in Tianhai City. The team had already received 2 collective third-class meritorious service awards. At this rate, his year-end bonus might well exceed his annual salary.
All thanks to Fang Shuo. To put it bluntly, Fang Shuo's status within the Tianhai Municipal Public Security Bureau has skyrocketed from being a mere mascot to a veritable money-drawing cat. Captain, you wanted to see me? Lin Xi asked Sun Haiba the moment he walked in. I knew you two would show up today. It's about the case from last time. Fang Shuo, you're about to earn some serious credit.
Sun Haiba stared at Fang Shuo before him, at a loss for words.
Earn merit? Saving those children is the duty and obligation of every citizen. I believe anyone would have done the same.
Whether it counts as a merit or not doesn't matter.
What matters is that there's a reward. Fang Shuo grinned. You're still the same as ever, kid. That's not what I'm talking about.
I'm talking about the mastermind behind this case.
Sun Haiba motioned for the two to sit down. The mastermind behind it? Captain, are you saying there's someone else behind this case?
Lin Xi asked, a hint of surprise in his voice.
That's right. This situation has greatly exceeded our expectations. After those human traffickers returned, we interrogated them through the night.
It turns out every single one of them has a murder on their record. Especially the leader with the scarred face. He's a wanted criminal from a neighboring province, but his appearance had changed drastically, so we didn't recognize him at first glance. Not only that, but this time they were acting under someone else's orders.
That person is a major coal mine owner. We've already submitted the relevant leads to the local police. They've already opened an investigation. Based on the evidence we have now, we're almost certain of this. Sun Haiba said with a smile to the two men. Captain Sun, you guys are amazing.
You managed to dig up so many clues.
Fang Shuo grinned. It really wasn't much to do with us.
This time, you first helped us intercept those trafficked children, then apprehended the murderous traffickers, and subsequently exposed the mastermind behind it all.
That's 3 major achievements.
The provincial bureau leadership even called earlier specifically to have us commend you.
You know how competitive neighboring provinces can be.
This time, they owe us a major favor.
Sun Haiba patted Fang Shuo on the shoulder as he spoke. Fang Shuo's repeated last-minute rescues and dramatic turnarounds. They'd reaped huge benefits from following his lead. Ahem.
It's all thanks to your keen insight, Captain Sunday.
If you hadn't overruled everyone and let me join that case, I doubt I'd have gotten involved time and again.
At the end of the day, it's all thanks to your foresight, Captain Sunday. As the saying goes, talented individuals are common, but those with discerning eyes are rare. Sometimes, a person's vision is the fundamental factor that determines everything.
Fang Shuo flattered Sun Haiba.
Well, there was a tiny bit of that involved, I suppose.
You know, back then you were just a student. Hardly anyone trusted you. But I saw right away you weren't ordinary. How about that? Pretty sharp eye, huh? Everyone was against you back then, but I stood by you all the way. Sun Haiba said, his face glowing. Lin Xi.
Lin Xi stood by, utterly speechless as he watched these two engage in mutual praise and self-aggrandizement, his face etched with helpless resignation. Ironically, every single thing they said was only slightly exaggerated, so slightly that Lin Xi couldn't even find a point to refute.
Captain, we've got trouble.
Just as they were talking, an officer rushed in.
What happened? With me and Fang Shuo here, what's there to fear? Spit it out. Sun Haiba said with a grin. Captain, this matter.
Fang Shuo isn't officially with the bureau, and the higher-up specifically said this needs to be kept as confidential as possible.
I mean.
The officer spoke hesitantly.
What's wrong with Fang Shuo? If it weren't for Fang Shuo, would we have cracked this case so smoothly? Fang Shuo's one of us. Just say what's on your mind.
Sun Haiba said casually, picking up the water cup on the table.
The office building was burglarized.
I heard every single office was ransacked.
Secretary Liu just came to report it.
The officer said slowly.
Put. What? Sun Haiba spit out a mouthful of water. An office building burglary?
No wonder this guy insisted on keeping it confidential earlier. This isn't just embarrassing, it's a disaster waiting to happen. Fang Shuo, standing nearby, was also stunned. The office building was where all the city leaders of Tianhai worked. Thieves had actually gotten inside? Forget about the stolen items. What if someone had secretly planted a bomb or something inside? That would be the end of it. No wonder they were being so cautious.
I understand. I didn't hear anything.
Fang Shuo hurriedly said when he saw Sun Haiba looking over.
That's not what I'm talking about, Fang Shuo. This time, we're counting on you. Sun Haiba said to Fang Shuo with a grimace. What the hell? Wouldn't it be more appropriate for me to handle this? Fang Shuo hesitated.
After all, with such an embarrassing situation unfolding, Fang Shuo's status probably wouldn't allow him to get involved.
There's no one more suitable than you. You're now Director Lin's prospective son-in-law. That status trumps everything else. Sun Haiba addressed Fang Shuo. Is it really that high profile? Fang Shuo felt a bit helpless. What do you think?
Let me tell you, even if you think about it with your toes, you'll know this case is more complicated than most. Otherwise, they wouldn't have come to us in criminal investigation. But once they do, if we catch the thief, fine. If we don't, we're in trouble.
Enough talk. You two, come with me immediately. Sun Haiba jumped to his feet in a flurry of urgency. Chapter 115, The Bizarre Crime Scene.
At that moment, inside the Tianhai City Government Office Building, the leader emerged from inside, his face ashen. After getting into the car, he drove off immediately.
The repercussions of this incident were extremely damaging.
Most importantly, the leaders were growing restless.
Are you kidding me? Thieves have already broken into the office.
If they'd just taken a few things, that would be manageable.
We wouldn't be foolish enough to leave anything valuable in the office anyway. There are plenty of houses outside, just find one to put them in. But the real problem is, what if the thieves planted something? Like a listening device or something? Then we couldn't do anything in the office.
Might as well go out and do some field research.
It's just part of our normal work anyway.
As for the other leaders at different levels, they sat uneasily in their offices, waiting for the police to send someone to investigate.
The higher-ups had ordered that everything be left as is whenever possible. Captain Sun, these thieves are incredibly bold, breaking into an office building to steal. What could possibly be worth taking? Fang Shuo asked Sun Haiba in the car. You just don't get it, do you? Everything's online payment now. All those skills thieves spent years honing are useless. Do you know how many thieves have lost their jobs? They've been forced to learn advanced, contactless online theft techniques.
Many have even switched to fraud. Over the years, thefts have mainly happened in old neighborhoods and rural areas, or hotspots like train and bus stations.
But office buildings? Honestly, I never would have guessed. But as for your question, what's worth stealing in an office building? Well, that's not entirely accurate. Actually, the things inside office buildings are far more valuable than you might imagine. Sun Haiba's expression was hard to read. I see. Fang Shuo nodded.
He'd seen a news report before about a thief who got caught and confessed to robbing several offices. The stolen cash from various countries added up to hundreds of thousands. Yet despite the thief's confession, the police had received no reports of theft. When investigators visited those offices to inquire, they received flat denials. No one reported anything stolen. In the end, even the thief himself was completely baffled. But this case was definitely impossible to cover up. Because it wasn't just one office that had its lock picked, every single office had been broken into. After all, not every office contains secrets. Judging by the lock-picking marks, this was the work of a seasoned professional. Sun Haiba stood at the door of one office, examining it. Not only were the locks picked, but the building's surveillance cameras didn't capture a thing. The office building has security guards and access control, and the building is locked up at night. Fang Shuo approached as well. As soon as they arrived at the office building, they immediately launched an on-site investigation. That's really strange. How did they get in? And they must have taken quite a lot of stuff. How did they manage to carry it all out? Sun Haiba was quite astonished. Has anyone reported anything stolen? Fang Shuo asked. Of course not. These thieves aren't exactly angels. Once inside, they probably went straight for the most valuable items. And no one would ever admit to owning those kinds of things. Sun Haiba said meaningfully. Since we don't know how they got in, I think there are two possibilities. Either a thief snuck in ahead of time, posing as a service worker or delivery person, hid inside, and waited until nightfall to commit the theft. Then slipped out after the doors opened. Or there's an unusual route allowing access to the office building. Like underground pipes or something. Fang Shuo frowned as he spoke.
That shouldn't be possible. Office buildings aren't like other places. Delivery personnel and food couriers aren't allowed inside.
Even if someone comes in for business, they need an appointment, facial recognition, and registration. Any thief with a record would be flagged instantly.
So it's impossible for outsiders to sneak in. As for that other unusual route, that's harder to say.
Even if there were underground pipes, they couldn't possibly lead directly into the building.
Sun Haiba addressed Fang Shuo. That's strange. Given the scale of this operation, there must be quite a few people involved, right? What could be the motive? Fang Shuo couldn't wrap his head around it. Alright, you two walk around and explore.
I'll head over to the technical department to see if we can extract any fingerprints or similar evidence.
Sun Haiba said to Fang Shuo and the others before walking away. Fang Shuo, do you think there was more than one thief?
Lin Xi asked, puzzled.
Yeah, that's probably it. Think about it.
If it was just one person, even if it took 10 seconds to break into a room and 20 seconds to ransack it, with 8 floors and over 40 rooms per floor, that's over 6,000 seconds, nearly 2 hours, and that's the absolute fastest possible time. And that doesn't even factor in how long it would take them to dispose of the stolen goods afterward.
It's just not realistic.
That's why I suspect there's more than one killer. Of course, it's also possible the killer was deliberately provoking us. Maybe they didn't even steal anything.
Just one person breaking into every room without actually stealing anything inside.
But I don't think there are thieves that conscientious.
So the most crucial thing now is to determine the motive. Fang Shuo said slowly. But how can we confirm the motive when we don't even know who the thief is?
Lin Xi was puzzled. Under normal circumstances, their investigative process involved first confirming the victim's identity or other details, then using that information to trace the victim's connections and establish a motive. But with no leads at all, trying to pinpoint the motive right off the bat was indeed tricky.
No, don't you think the thieves involved this time were exceptionally skilled?
They slipped in silently, picked the lock, and left no trace.
More importantly, this is an office building.
Someone like that, with that kind of nerve and skill, couldn't possibly be a nobody in the underworld.
We should just ask around. Fang Shuo said with a smile. Ha? Who should we ask?
Lin Xi couldn't help but widen her eyes.
Come with me.
Fang Shuo said, pushing Lin Xi out the door as he spoke.
Chapter 116, The Beggar's Sect.
In every city, there exists such a group of people. By day, they roam crowded intersections. By night, most retreat into the city's darkest corners. They are beggars. Yet in every city, 99.99% of these beggars are not truly beggars. They have organizations, divisions of labor, and territories. Whether by choice or circumstance, they know the city's hidden side intimately. At this moment, outside Tianhai City People's Hospital, a girl clad in rags knelt on the ground. Before her lay an old woman wrapped in blankets. A sign told a heartbreaking story. Occasionally, passers-by would offer them some alms. But that wasn't their goal. Their goal was to search. In nature, many creatures lie dormant for long periods, waiting to strike with a single, powerful blow for a single meal. They were no different. For a city, hospitals undoubtedly represent the largest and most stable cash flow. If we were to compare it to a bank, the cash flow of a county-level city hospital could rival that of a major bank branch. Moreover, many people still prefer to pay in cash. Whether this cash is scraped together or borrowed. These individuals are precisely the targets of beggars. The girl counted the insects crawling past her feet with a blank expression. Suddenly, a figure blocked her view. The girl froze, then immediately bowed her head to the figure before her. This was a routine drilled into her by the leader, now an instinctive action. But the expected gesture of placing money did not follow. The girl stared blankly at the person before her. So handsome. At 15, she was in the prime of her life, once filled with dreams of the future and love. Come with me. Fang Shuo didn't wait for a response, grabbing the girl and pulling her toward the hospital entrance. Clearly caught off guard, the girl hadn't anticipated this tall, handsome boy would simply grab her. Before she could react, she found herself inside the hospital. The old woman lying on the ground, supposedly crippled according to the story, saw the girl being led away. She gave up pretending and scrambled to her feet, rushing into the hospital after them. After taking a few steps, she turned back, grabbed the donation jar, and rushed inside. If you're being forced into this, nod your head. I can help you. Fang Shuo dragged the girl to an empty corridor beside the hospital. Hearing Fang Shuo's words, the girl froze. For some reason, this boy before her exuded an aura that commanded trust. She burst into tears, too overwhelmed to respond to Fang Shuo's questions. Fang Shuo sighed in exasperation. But before long, the old woman came rushing in. You little brat. You want to die? Dare to take one of ours? You little, I'll kill you today. Police. Get down on your knees with your hands behind your head. The old hag came over cursing and swearing, about to grab Fang Shuo and tear into him, when Fang Shuo kicked her straight into the air. He then pulled out Lin Xi's police badge. Lin Xi, whose leg was injured, was waiting in the car. But the handcuffs on Fang Shuo and his police badge were the real deal. Police? The old woman hadn't expected the person before her to be a police officer. Seeing the girl crying hysterically, she realized she'd been exposed. Without bothering to cause trouble, she took off running. But Fang Shuo was quick as lightning. He cuffed one wrist to the old woman and the other to the radiator. Murder! The police are beating people. Help! The old woman immediately started playing the fool. Hearing the commotion, a crowd gathered, including several hospital security guards. Police! This person was trafficking children and stealing. She's been apprehended. Please warn the public to be cautious, there may be accomplices still at large. Fang Shuo flashed his police ID. By now, Fang Shuo could produce Officer Lin Xi's badge without breaking a sweat. The security guard glanced at the police badge, then at the handcuffs, and hurried off to alert the people nearby. I ask, you answer. Consider this your surrender. Fang Shuo addressed the elderly woman. Any recent activity on the streets? Has anyone come out of hiding or been up to anything big? Fang Shuo didn't wait for the old woman's reaction before asking directly. Come out of hiding? Movements in the underworld? The old woman froze. She'd assumed Fang Shuo was inquiring about their affairs, but never expected this. If I tell you, will you let me go? Why should I tell you if you won't let me go? The old woman pondered for a moment before addressing Fang Shuo. Not necessarily. Fang Shuo gave a cold laugh. I'm not after you people. Otherwise, I wouldn't have brought you here. But this girl, I'm taking her back to the station. Fang Shuo turned to look at the girl. The old woman kept her head bowed, not responding, lost in thought. I don't have much patience. I'll count to 3. Fang Shuo glanced at the growing crowd around him and stood up impatiently. No. I know something. I know what you cops have been looking for lately, but you have to promise me once I tell you, you let me go. The old woman hurriedly pleaded with Fang Shuo. Go on. Fang Shuo said expressionlessly. Recently, I heard about a contest among the underworld. I don't know the exact reason, but I know many top-tier fighters have come to Tianhai City. Seems like something big is brewing. I heard a notorious thief king is involved, but I don't know the details. The old woman continued to Fang Shuo. Go on. Fang Shuo was secretly startled inside. It was exactly as he had suspected. Yet his expression remained impassive as he pressed on with his questions. Well, I heard it's about the train routes. This time, they're here to redraw the turf boundaries. That's all I know. The old woman said with a pained expression. Fang Shuo looked at the old woman before him and knew he'd gotten as much as he could. If he pressed further, it would likely become impossible to distinguish truth from lies. Get out of here. Don't let me see you again. Fang Shuo said as he unlocked the handcuffs. The old woman shot the girl a fierce glare before hurrying out. Fang Shuo led the girl to the car waiting outside. What's going on? Lin Xi looked at Fang Shuo, surprised to see him bring back a girl dressed in rags. Take her to the station first. I've got something to attend to. After handing the girl over to Lin Xi with a few brief instructions, Fang Shuo hurried off. Although Fang Shuo had already gleaned some useful information from the old woman, he absolutely couldn't let her go just yet. He had let her go earlier partly to extract information from her, but also to set a long-term trap for a bigger catch. After stepping outside, Fang Shuo spotted the old woman rolling up her blanket and heading off in one direction. Fang Shuo immediately followed. Chapter 117, No Clues. Tianhai City Public Security Bureau. Sun Haiba and his team sat in the conference room, their faces clouded with worry. Everyone, share what you know about the current situation. Sun Haiba stubbed out his cigarette and addressed the group. We've completed the surveillance review. Several cameras were found to have been manually moved. Our analysis suggests someone used a wooden stick to alter their positions. As for the other cameras, aside from a figure glimpsed at one corner, we haven't found any other clues. A police officer stood up to report. We collected fingerprints from the scene. Aside from some soil marks, we found no footprints or fingerprints. Another officer added. We interviewed the people inside. What we know so far is that 18 safes were pried open, but apparently none contained anything. They were just empty safes purchased for future use. However, according to their reports, numerous pending approval documents, whistleblower letters, and archival materials were missing from the scene. The biggest loss was in the accountant's office. It said that all the vouchers and detailed invoices accumulated over the years were stolen. An officer remarked with evident resignation. I can't go into too much detail about many things, especially for those of you who are new to the job. You'll have to figure it out for yourselves. You need to be selective about what you take from this. In other words, we still have no solid leads at this point. We can't even confirm whether it was one thief or multiple. However, we can't rule out the possibility of an inside job, someone within the office building colluding with the thief. While there's suspicion of an insider, the technical team confirmed the lockpicking method used this time was exceptionally sophisticated. That possibility is slim, but we can't rule it out. Sun Haiba frowned as he addressed the group. A moment of silence fell over the group.
There was absolutely no lead on the thief. There was no direction for the investigation whatsoever. By the way, where are Fang Shuo and Lin Xi?
Just then, Sun Haiba realized the two were missing.
In Sun Haiba's mind, Fang Shuo had already become part of their police team.
Captain, Lin Xi just brought back a girl.
She was trafficked from a neighboring province years ago. We're currently contacting her parents and our colleagues there.
Lin Xi intended to come over, but the girl became terrified when Lin Xi tried to leave. She clung to Lin Xi, refusing to let him go. Lin Xi had no choice but to stay with her for now. As for Fang Shuo, he still hasn't returned. Lin Xi said he had something to attend to.
A nearby officer chimed in. They brought back a girl? A trafficked one? What's going on? Sun Haiba looked completely baffled.
Well, we're not entirely sure ourselves.
The officer shook his head. Forget it. Let's focus our efforts on this case for now. The office building is really pushing us hard.
Some want us to wrap this up quickly, others demand we crack down hard. They're all higher ups, so it's tough to handle. But we're police officers.
Punishing crime is our unshirkable duty. Sun Haiba addressed the group.
Yes, sir.
The team replied in unison. But then, everyone fell silent. Even Sun Haiba frowned, searching for solutions and avenues to pursue. There was no direction whatsoever. The silence was deafening. Well, Sun Haiba felt a headache coming on.
The team members could remain silent, but as their captain, he couldn't just stay quiet. The problem was, Sun Haiba himself had no clue either.
The atmosphere grew awkward. Ring ring. Just then, a cell phone rang. Who is it? Whose phone is that? How many times have I told you? Silence your phones during meetings. Sun Haiba said with obvious annoyance.
Everyone quickly pulled out their phones to check, all looking utterly confused.
No calls were coming in.
After staring at his phone for a while, Sun Haiba finally realized it was his own ringing.
Sun Haiba's face flushed crimson.
He picked it up and saw it was Fang Shuo calling. His eyes lit up instantly.
Fang Shuo, any leads? Sun Haiba asked urgently. The surrounding officers, hearing it was Fang Shuo calling, collectively breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, pretending to be cool requires real skill. Earlier had been a perfect opportunity to play the hero, but without the skills, one couldn't seize it. Captain Sun, in Miaogu village at the urban-rural fringe, there's a begging ring involving dozens of children trafficked from other regions. The group itself has about a dozen members, but they're holding 50 to 60 children. They're likely to move tonight. Dispatch officers immediately rescue the children first. Fang Shuo urgently relayed to Sun Haiba. What? What does this mean? Sun Haiba was completely baffled. He thought Fang Shuo was going to discuss the theft case, but now it was about child trafficking? No time to explain. The more people who come, the better. That's all. I'm hanging up. Fang Shuo hurriedly said before hanging up. Captain, what's going on? Everyone looked at Sun Haiba's expression and rushed forward to ask. Everyone, hurry. Head to Miaogu village at the urban-rural fringe immediately. Without pausing to think, Sun Haiba urgently rallied the entire police squad to mobilize. When Sun Haiba and his team arrived outside Miaogu village at the urban-rural fringe, they spotted several minivans pulling out. Upon seeing the police vehicles, the vans abruptly stopped and the occupants scattered in all directions. Fortunately, Sun Haiba had brought ample reinforcements this time. With 3 or 4 officers chasing each suspect, they were all apprehended in no time. What shocked Sun Haiba even more was the discovery of dozens of children inside the vans. The majority of them were disabled, some with broken limbs, others blinded, and still others suffering from severe burns. The sight sent a chill through Sun Haiba. Fang Shuo, what the hell is going on here? Sun Haiba stared at Fang Shuo, who was walking over, his face frozen in shock. Only then did Fang Shuo recount today's events to Sun Haiba. After following the old woman as she left, Fang Shuo knew she would inevitably return to her hideout. He followed her all the way. But when they reached the urban-rural fringe, Fang Shuo's car drew too much attention and he nearly lost her. In the end, he followed some beggars who had been rounded up back to this hideout. Based on Fang Shuo's assessment, once the old woman learned they had taken the girl back, she would likely find out their hiding place from the girl. Therefore, they would definitely relocate tonight. After all, if so many disabled children appeared all at once during the day, it would inevitably arouse suspicion. They avoided main roads, sticking to rural paths instead. They didn't need to leave the area entirely, just hiding nearby for a while would allow them to return later. They had encountered this kind of situation many times before. Fortunately, Fang Shuo had located this place in time and notified Sun Haiba, allowing them to apprehend the entire group. Listening to Fang Shuo's account, Sun Haiba found it hard to believe. Another major achievement? Had their criminal investigation division somehow stumbled upon solving another major human trafficking and begging case? Sun Haiba could scarcely believe his ears. They were supposed to be investigating a theft case, yet they cracked such a big case first. What was this guy up to? By the way, you mentioned earlier that you learned something from that old woman's mouth? Sun Haiba asked Fang Shuo. Oh, you mean that theft case? I've pretty much figured it out now. Fang Shuo replied with a smile to Sun Haiba. Chapter 118, Thieves Meeting. Tianhai City All-Purpose Locksmith Company. Even though it was nighttime, the company's compound was still bustling with people.
By normal standards, locksmith companies operating at this hour were nothing unusual, but this particular compound was hard to fathom.
Old Pai, what's so special about this operation?
My guys brought in the most cash, over 500,000 yuan.
Add in the money and gold from Eaglehead Nation, and we're looking at over 2 million yuan total.
Your guys only found a little over 1 million.
The gap is already obvious.
The old master always said our trade depends on skill. Whoever's most capable gets the biggest share, no complaints there. An old man addressed a middle-aged man. Judging by their positions in the room, they seemed divided into two factions. The old man sat in the center, flanked by two others of similar age, sipping tea. On the other side, the middle-aged man also sat in the center, but those around him were standing and appeared younger. Het Gong Yi, for this contest between us, you've actually invited Ghost Hand Yun Shursan and Thief Saint Hai Yi. Naturally, you hold the upper hand in thieving techniques. The middle-aged man chuckled, glancing at the two seated beside the old man. Ghost Hand Yun Shursan and Thief Saint Hai Yi were both legendary figures from the older generation who had once dominated the underworld of thievery. Truth be told, they had retired from the limelight many years ago. Yet being summoned out of retirement this time proved they hadn't lost their edge. On the other hand, the train was now the only place left where they could operate freely. Their disciples and followers all depended on this route for their livelihood. Especially with the spring festival travel rush approaching in winter, that's their prime opportunity to rake in the biggest haul of the year. So they have no choice. People like them, having retired without pension benefits, rely entirely on the seasonal offerings from their disciples and followers. If their disciples and followers can no longer make ends meet, their twilight years will be even more miserable. This time, stepping out of retirement is for others and for themselves. So you're admitting defeat? Which means the two most lucrative routes currently are. Hold on a moment. The old man was about to speak when the middle-aged man cut him off. We admit your technology is superior, but we must say, you old-timers are already outdated. In this era, it's not just about money and gold. There's also something called virtual property. And some things hold value far beyond what can be measured. The middle-aged man stood up and addressed the crowd. What do you mean? The old man stared at the unflappable middle-aged man before him, a sudden unease gripping his heart. Could it be that this man had some hidden ace up his sleeve? This USB drive contains quite a bit of material, all retrieved from computers in the office building. I'll show you a portion, and you should understand. As he spoke, the man handed the USB drive to one of his henchmen, who swiftly pulled out a computer. He opened a set of images on the computer. The crowd immediately gathered around, but soon gasps of astonishment filled the air. The photos contained one explicit scene after another. You might not recognize the people in these photos, but I'll just say they're from a certain Housing and Urban Rural Development Bureau. They hold the authority to stamp approvals. And as you know, many projects involving land are reviewed by these very people, and they can easily stall things. Even bribes don't always work. But with this, things would be different. If we sell these photos to the right people, how much do you think they'd pay? The middle-aged man said with a smile. Hearing the middle-aged man's words, the old man visibly froze. Perhaps other thieves might not have access to such things, but for people of their standing, it was perfectly clear. The sums involved here weren't just a matter of a few million. It could also be used to hold leverage over someone, or to secure a major favor. The benefits were countless. What do you say? Still think you're the winners now? The middle-aged man spoke slowly. Well, the old man hesitated. Even after doing all this, it's useless. On the train, there's nothing like that. We just steal wallets and phones. A young guy beside him snapped at the middle-aged man in obvious frustration. You! Who do you think you are? Who do you think you are to speak up? Another person beside them said coldly. Forget it, just a kid who doesn't know any better. You old farts are still clinging to outdated ways. You stole a phone, so you think selling it for cash is all there is to it. But what you don't realize is that sometimes the information inside that phone is worth many times more than the phone itself. Your era is over. The middle-aged man remarked indifferently. The old man opened his mouth but couldn't find the words to respond. He knew the middle-aged man was probably right about everything. For old-timers like them, their thieving skills might be masterful, but in this era, there wasn't much left for them to do. Money now resided entirely within mobile phones. And with each new generation of phones becoming more advanced, the moment they got the hang of one model, it was already obsolete. While they clung to the old ways of their ancestors in the thieving world, the younger generation had already begun adapting to the modern era. Computers, the internet, these things were beyond their grasp. Even if they did, their years of habit demanded stealth and discretion. Even if they knew about those images, they couldn't bring themselves to step out into the open and demand money. They lived in the shadows beneath the surface, while the new generation was already emerging into the light. You're quite right. In that case, The old man spoke as he slowly rose to his feet.
Freeze! Freeze! Police! Just as everyone stood frozen in silence. Suddenly, the front door was kicked open from the outside. Countless police officers stormed in from outside. Chapter 119, A Windfall from Above. Tianhai City Public Security Bureau. The building was now brightly lit. Chief Lin personally took charge at the scene with a megaphone in hand. The group over there, head to the new office space has been cleared over there. Hey, hey, hey! Everyone over there, stay crouched down. No one lift your head. Sun Haiba, where's everyone? Are all the people here? Start interrogating them immediately. Old Lu, has the boxed meals arrived yet? Keep pushing them. Get some dumplings too, and bring more clothes. Director Lin bellowed and barked orders. Several deputy directors scrambled about like errand boys, jumping through hoops at his command. Two major events unfolded that night. The first was the crackdown on a major child trafficking and begging ring. 18 suspects were apprehended, and 153 trafficked children were rescued. Additionally, based on the suspects' confessions, police collaborated with armed police officers to simultaneously dismantle two other begging dens in Tianhai City. A total of 371 children were rescued. Based on information provided by these trafficked children, local police departments across the country have been notified and are already en route. It was also reported that journalists from across the country, having received the news, were simultaneously heading to the scene. For Sun Haiba, this operation was an absolute triumph. Once this news breaks, the honor for the Tianhai Municipal Public Security Bureau goes without saying. As its chief, he stands to gain the most. The second matter was the successful dismantling of Tianhai City's theft ring tonight. They apprehended over 70 individuals. If it were merely 70-odd thieves, it would be considered a minor achievement at best. But the issue now was that these 70-plus individuals were among the most skilled thieves in Tianhai City, if not the entire province. Among them alone, 4 or 5 were masters of their craft. Moreover, this operation directly solved the recent office building burglary case. What thrilled Sun Haiba even more was the discovery of several million yuan in unclaimed stolen funds. According to the thieves' confessions, this money was stolen from the office building. Yet not a single person in the office building has claimed ownership of this money. This meant the money had no claimants. For the time being, it could only be confiscated in its entirety. It was allocated to the Public Security Bureau's budget. Although somewhat irregular, when Sun Haiba proposed this suggestion to his superiors, it surprisingly received unanimous approval. They even proposed allocating a substantial portion of the funds to reward those involved in cracking this major case. There was just one requirement: this theft case must be closed promptly and brought to a definitive conclusion. Of course, the official explanation was quite straightforward. After all, the theft had occurred in an office building, and maintaining appearances was essential. Sun Haiba suddenly found himself with several million yuan in unexpected bonus funds. He was already calculating how to replace the outdated computers at various police stations. And those beat-up patrol cars? He could procure a new fleet. At the very least, every station should have one decent new vehicle. How could one describe Sun Haiba's mood at that moment? It was like being dragged kicking and screaming to spend 30 bucks on a buffet. He'd assumed a 30 yuan buffet wouldn't offer much. But when he arrived, he found sea cucumbers, abalone, king crab, everything imaginable, and unlimited. What's more, when he finished eating and was about to leave, they even offered to pack up the leftovers. One surprise after another. But the real game changer? The mastermind behind it all was his son-in-law, Fang Shuo. Even though the engagement isn't official yet, from this moment on, Fang Shuo is my daughter Lin Xi's husband. Anyone who dares say otherwise again, I'll beat them to a pulp. Director Lin was utterly ecstatic. As the hero of the day, Fang Shuo sat in his office as Lin Xi approached, accompanied by a young girl. This girl was the very same child Fang Shuo had rescued earliest. Ever since returning, she had clung to Lin Xi without letting go. Fortunately, Lin Xi had sprained her ankle and couldn't move around much, so she had to stay put, perfect for keeping the girl company. Fang Shuo had been sitting here ever since returning to the bureau. Fang Shuo. Sun Haiba pushed open the door and walked in. Captain Sun, what brings you here? Aren't you swamped with work? Fang Shuo asked, puzzled. Someone wants to see you. This person knows quite a bit. We were hoping to get him to spill during interrogation and uncover some leads. But people like that have seen it all, it's tough. But he specifically requested to meet you. This task falls on your shoulders. Sun Haiba said to Fang Shuo with a hint of resignation. Meet me? Who is he? Fang Shuo was puzzled. The Bandit King. Sun Haiba said with a hint of resignation. Inside an interrogation room. The middle-aged man sat inside, his face expressionless. Everything that had unfolded tonight still left him reeling. Every notable figure in the entire Tianhai City area had been rounded up by the police. Such a thing would be hard to believe if told to anyone. This time was no ordinary fall from grace. With so many of them involved, they'd stolen from the office building and assumed the police had no evidence.
Even if someone reported it, they figured with that much money stolen, it would surely be swept under the rug.
But it seems things didn't turn out that way.
Within a single day, the police not only pinpointed their location but wiped them out completely.
He had only just cemented his status as Tianhai City's top thief when he was arrested along with the entire crew.
Many of his brothers now looked at him with suspicion, as if he were a mole.
This was simply unbearable for him. When did the police become so efficient? When did the police become so efficient? If that were truly the case, how could they have survived all these years? During interrogation, he kept asking questions until he learned it was actually a young man who had discovered their trail and deduced their hiding place. Therefore, he wanted to meet this young man. He wouldn't say anything until he met this young man.
He knew the police were desperate to uncover the secrets he held, and they would stop at nothing to get them.
Sure enough. Before long,
a student-looking person pushed open the door and walked in. The middle-aged man looked at Fang Shuo with some surprise.
So you're the one who tracked us down?
The middle-aged man seemed almost incredulous.
That's right. I'm Fang Shuo. What should I call you, boss?
Fang Shuo nodded and sat down in the chair before him.
Fang Shuo didn't feel particularly afraid to meet this man.
Not only were they inside the police station with numerous officers outside, but even facing this notorious criminal kingpin alone, he felt little trepidation. In these criminal circles, the higher one climbed, the more they adhered to the rules. They possessed the ability to weigh pros and cons. Truthfully, the most dangerous were the greenhorns just starting out in the underworld. They treated life and death lightly, ready to fight at the drop of a hat. They fought without restraint, never considering the consequences. Old Peel, that's what everyone in the underworld calls him.
Judging by your age, you're a student? How did you find our place? And how did you discover us? Lao Pai asked Fang Shuo. Chapter 120, You're out of touch. Actually, it's not that I discovered you left clues behind yourselves. Fang Shuo shook his head. What do you mean? Lao Pai was puzzled. The motive. Fang Shuo said slowly. Motivation? Lao Pai couldn't help but frown. Exactly.
To get inside the office building and pull this off so cleanly, it had to be either a seasoned pro or someone with a specific goal.
But seasoned criminals wouldn't be foolish enough to pry open every single office door. They'd selectively target a few, restore them afterward, and even if money was stolen, victims wouldn't report it.
This time, however, every door was forced open and left ajar.
It's clearly a provocation. And the purpose of this provocation doesn't seem to be simple revenge.
If that were the case, the logical move would be to scatter all the stolen money inside the office building.
But that didn't happen. So I'm wondering if someone might be deliberately stirring up trouble here. Fang Shuo said to Lao Pai. Even if you know all this, how did you find out about our business? Only those in the underworld would know about our affairs. Lao Pai clearly didn't quite believe Fang Shuo's words, finding it hard to accept that Fang Shuo could deduce this much from the current situation alone. Exactly. I'm not part of the underworld, so naturally I wouldn't know. Did you notice the situation in this bureau when you arrived?
Tonight, they also arrested some others people organizing begging operations. You wouldn't think much of these people, but they're scattered throughout every corner of this city, knowing all sorts of things. To save their own skins, we can certainly extract some information from them.
Fang Shuo spoke slowly. So that's how it is.
Those scum might have heard about us. This operation was too high profile. But even so, you still don't know our exact location.
So how did you pinpoint us here? Lao Pai asked, puzzled. Surveillance. Fang Shuo replied slowly. Surveillance? Impossible. We've already adjusted all the cameras inside to different angles. There's no way they could see us. We avoided all the cameras along the way too.
There's absolutely no way you could have caught us on camera.
Lao Pai found it utterly unbelievable. You're right. We checked the surveillance footage and you weren't on any of it. But that doesn't mean we don't know your direction.
Though I didn't know exactly how much you stole before, I'm sure it wasn't a small amount. That means either there were a lot of people involved, or you used a vehicle. But when I followed that line of thinking, I didn't find anything until I spotted some trampled grass outside a flower bed near the police station.
Fang Shuo smiled faintly.
Hearing Fang Shuo's words, the contemptuous expression on Lao Pai's face froze instantly.
At first, I thought maybe someone had urinated there or something like that.
But with this kind of turf, it usually springs back immediately after being stepped on. By the time I arrived, quite some time had passed, yet it still hadn't recovered. That points to one thing: it's highly likely many people have walked over this patch of turf.
That's a bit odd. What could so many people be doing in there?
I went in to look around and found a manhole cover. This type of cover connects to another world beneath the city. That's why you're so certain the police couldn't find any footage of you on surveillance, because you never appeared above ground.
After coming up through this manhole cover, you ended up in the backyard of the police station. You climbed over the wall where the cameras couldn't see you. Then you entered the building through an open window on the second floor. That height is a breeze for master thieves like you. Fang Shuo explained to Lao Pai.
At this moment, Old Pai's face was frozen in utter shock.
Then I started wondering where you'd come out.
The underground drainage system is a maze impossible to search.
With so many people stealing such a large sum, there must be a meeting point.
The city center has extensive surveillance, making it nearly impossible to evade all cameras.
Therefore, the location must be either in the old city district or on the outskirts. Police resources often exceed your imagination.
Construction records for these underground pipelines are filed with relevant departments. We can obtain the pipeline maps.
And if I were the king of thieves, I'd choose a relatively respectable location.
Somewhere spacious enough for many people, yet unlikely to raise suspicion. Then, while cross-referencing the pipeline maps with city layouts, I spotted a manhole cover right in the middle of a large courtyard.
Fang Shuo said with a smile. So that's why you came? Isn't this just gambling? Lao Pai was taken aback. Gamble? No way. When so many police are deployed at once, there has to be evidence. When you were chatting in the courtyard back then, you must not have looked up, right? Fang Shuo asked Lao Pai. Look up? Look at what? Lao Pai froze. Drones, of course. The police have so many tools these days. You guys seem a bit behind the times. From the investigation phase to the arrest, you've been under police surveillance the entire time.
Our drones can reach a maximum speed of 70 kilometers per hour, have a range of 1,000 kilometers, and can hover in place while recording in all directions.
But they're incredibly expensive, so they're rarely deployed. But this time is different. With so many of you apprehended, it was well worth the cost. Fang Shuo grinned.
Listening to Fang Shuo's words, Old Pai remained stunned for a long moment. Just moments ago, he had mocked those old fools for being out of touch with new technology. Little did he know that compared to the police's methods, they were even more outdated. The future of this era truly belonged to the young.
Let them come in. I've lost. I'll tell them everything they want to know. Lao Pai sighed heavily and said to Fang Shuo. Chapter 121, How about squeezing in?
When Fang Shuo emerged from the interrogation room, Sun Haiba and the others gathered around him with curiosity.
Fang Shuo, what did he tell you? Why did it take so long? Sun Haiba hurriedly asked Fang Shuo.
After all, just moments ago, this notorious criminal had been acting all high and mighty inside, completely ignoring them, yet he'd spent so much time talking with Fang Shuo.
Nothing much.
He just wanted to know how I tracked them down. Oh, and he said he'd confess to anything.
You guys can send someone in now. Fang Shuo said slowly. Willing to confess everything? What kind of magic do you have on you, kid? Sun Haiba stared in disbelief. Maybe. I'm just really handsome? Fang Shuo shrugged. Could be. Sun Haiba nodded solemnly. Fang Shuo. Well, if there's nothing else, I'm gonna hit the dorm for a quick nap. Just call me if you need anything. Fang Shuo said to Sun Haiba.
After all the commotion tonight, he was already exhausted.
I'm afraid that won't be possible. The employee dorms are already full. We didn't expect to apprehend so many tonight. There's simply no space for interrogations. And our staff dorms have been cleared out for the trafficked children. The earliest relatives we could contact won't arrive until tomorrow. Sun Haiba said with obvious distress. Well, fine, I guess I'll head home then. Fang Shuo scratched his head. Tonight, the entire Tianhai City Public Security Bureau would likely be working through the night. There wasn't much he could do to help here. Take Lin Xi home with you too.
We've made arrangements for that girl, and she's gradually adjusting.
I saw everyone rushing in and out earlier. Lin Xi was pushing the wheelchair and couldn't really join in. She looked a bit upset. That kid has such a strong sense of responsibility. Sun Haiba said to Fang Shuo with a hint of helplessness.
Lin Xi naturally wanted to help, but her sprained ankle made it impossible for her to get involved. Her frustration was written all over her face. However, the remaining tasks were mostly administrative, so there was no need for her to stay.
All right, I understand. Fang Shuo nodded and headed back into the office.
At that moment, Lin Xi stood beside the water dispenser, trying to lift the large water jug to replace the empty one. She had run out of water while making instant noodles for them earlier. But sitting in her wheelchair, she couldn't reach it. Frustrated, she tried to stand up.
Let me handle it. At that moment, Fang Shuo reached over and took it from her. Finished with your work?
Lin Xi wiped the sweat from her forehead as she asked.
Yeah, the case should wrap up smoothly. But you guys might be swamped for a while. Fang Shuo nodded. Oh man, just my luck I had to sprain my ankle right now. Can't help with anything.
Lin Xi said indignantly. She shot Fang Shuo a glare before sighing helplessly. After all, wearing black stockings and high heels for Fang Shuo was partly because he liked it, but it was also her own choice.
Come on, I'll walk you back to rest.
You're here now, and it's awkward for others to bother you with tasks while also having to consider your feelings.
Don't cause trouble for everyone.
Besides, these cases were both led by us too.
Let them handle the wrap-up. Fang Shuo grinned at Lin Xi.
Lin Xi hesitated for a moment before silently nodding.
Why don't you come home with me tonight?
Come to think of it, it's been a while since I visited my grandmother.
Fang Shuo said to Lin Xi as soon as he got into the car.
He was starting to feel a bit intimidated by his future mother-in-law's enthusiasm. If they go out again tonight, my mother-in-law will probably have them share a bed under the pretext of making it easier to look after Lin Xi. The thing is, I'm still in school. If I were already a dad, wouldn't that make all the other students green with envy? Ahem. Stay calm. Go to your place? It's so late, grandma must be asleep already, right? Lin Xi's face flushed bright red. When I had that part-time job, I sometimes got home really late. Grandma's usually asleep by then. If we're quiet, we probably won't wake her up. Fang Shuo whispered. After saying that, he started the car and drove off without waiting for Lin Xi's response. The old town. Far removed from the bustling city lights and nightlife, the night here was exceptionally peaceful. Fang Shuo parked the car a good distance away and carried Lin Xi on his back as they walked home. The old town retired early and woke up early the next day. Many vegetable vendors had to head out early in the morning. If he parked nearby, he might have to get up early to move the car. Come to think of it, this was the second time Fang Shuo had carried Lin Xi on his back. Gone was the coyness of the first time she now wrapped her arms around his neck with ease. Still, Fang Shuo couldn't help but feel his mind wander along the way. Those two big things on his back, he could feel their texture so clearly. It's just not fair. The proportions of that figure were completely unreal. But then, wouldn't that make pushing the cart feel really unstable? Where'd you go? Keep going and you'll crash into that utility pole. Fang Shuo was lost in his own thoughts when Lin Xi, who was behind him, spoke up. Fang Shuo's face flushed crimson. Earlier, he'd unconsciously reviewed his teacher's lessons in his mind. Unexpectedly, revisiting the old brought new insights. He suddenly grasped the truth that practice makes perfect. Lost in thought, he nearly crashed into the utility pole. What are you thinking about? Lin Xi asked, her face flushed. Nothing. Fang Shuo looked guilty as sin. If Lin Xi found out he'd been mentally rehearsing all sorts of positions just now, he'd be done for. Fang Shuo carried Lin Xi all the way to the door, pulled out his keys, and quietly unlocked it. Sure enough, Grandma had already gone to bed. The two of them took off their shoes and tiptoed into Fang Shuo's room. Fang Shuo's home was a two-bedroom apartment. One room was for Grandma, and Fang Shuo occupied the other. The living room was also quite small, making it impossible to stay there. But when they entered Fang Shuo's room, Lin Xi was stunned. How were they supposed to sleep? Could it be they'd have to share one bed? You take the bed, and I'll sleep on the floor. It's getting late. Let's get some rest. Fang Shuo helped Lin Xi onto the bed before lying down on the floor beside it. Lin Xi bit her lip lightly, unable to fall asleep for a long time. She glanced over to see if Fang Shuo was asleep, only to find him staring wide-eyed at the ceiling. Why aren't you asleep yet? Can't sleep? Lin Xi asked softly. Sigh. I was thinking, when we get married someday, we absolutely have to buy a better sofa, one you can actually sleep on. Otherwise, if you kick me out of the bedroom someday, I can't sleep on the floor, it's way too hard. Fang Shuo propped himself up on his elbows as he spoke. Ha ha. Lin Xi couldn't help but giggle at Fang Shuo's helpless expression. She didn't even care about the marriage talk he brought up. Only then did she notice that Fang Shuo's room contained nothing but a single set of bedding. How could he possibly be comfortable lying fully clothed on the floor like that? How about, you come up and squeeze in? But just so you know, you can't do anything. Lin Xi hesitated for a moment before pouting and adding. Chapter 122, A Little Reward. Ha? Of course. I'm a proper gentleman, I'd never do anything. Fang Shuo sprang up from the floor. Before long, the two on the bed lay side by side like wooden planks. Lin Xi stiffened completely, nearly burying her entire face in the quilt. Fang Shuo managed somewhat, but fearing he might bump Lin Xi's sprained ankle, he kept teetering on the edge of falling off the bed. For a moment, neither of them spoke. They remained in this tense standoff all night, drifting off to sleep at some unknown hour. Early the next morning. Before Lin Xi could even open her eyes, she felt a sudden tightness in her chest. Opening her eyes, she saw Fang Shuo's arm pressed against her chest as he held her close. His head was buried deep in her hair. Feeling Fang Shuo's breath so close and his weight pressing against her chest, Lin Xi found it hard to breathe. She gently rolled over, which helped a little. But now she was face to face with Fang Shuo, and Lin Xi couldn't help but feel a wave of shyness wash over her. Oh my! Thank goodness he was asleep. If he woke up, how awkward would that be? They hadn't even done anything yet, and she'd ended up sleeping at his place, sharing his bed. It was utterly mortifying. But at this moment, Lin Xi wished time could freeze forever. Come to think of it. Although she'd studied Fang Shuo closely before, she'd never looked at him so openly like this. Up close, he was so handsome. Lin Xi pursed her lips, as if admiring a treasure that belonged solely to her. Seeing no sign of Fang Shuo waking up, she gently bit her lip, gathered her courage, and kissed his cheek. She immediately pulled back. Lin Xi's hair brushed against Fang Shuo's nose, gently rousing him from his daze. Lin Xi quickly nestled into Fang Shuo's embrace, pretending she hadn't woken up. Fang Shuo blinked sleepily, only then realizing he'd held Lin Xi in his arms all night without knowing it. He hastily withdrew his arm, but it brushed against Lin Xi's thigh. The sleeping Lin Xi couldn't help but let out a soft moan.
Fang Shuo froze instantly. He gazed at the beauty in his arms, curled up like a kitten, her beautiful eyelashes fluttering. Fang Shuo instantly realized what that sensation on his cheek had been.
Turns out this little minx had been awake the whole time.
Fang Shuo's eyes darted around as he feigned ignorance, leaning closer to Lin Xi.
Inhaling the sweet scent emanating from her body, Fang Shuo's breathing grew heavier. His lips drew ever closer to her cherry-red mouth. From the increasingly close sensation of his breath, Lin Xi seemed to guess what he intended to do.
Her entire body instantly tensed up.
Just as Fang Shuo was about to kiss Lin Xi, he suddenly stopped. Lin Xi waited with her eyes closed for a long time, but Fang Shuo didn't kiss her. She froze in surprise. Curiosity made her open her eyes to look, only to find Fang Shuo pursing his lips as he gazed at her.
Oh my!
Lin Xi quickly pretended to startle awake. She quickly closed her eyes again.
Awake? Fang Shuo asked with a smile.
Lin Xi said, her face flushing. When I was dreaming just now, it felt like someone kissed me.
Do you know who it was?
Fang Shuo grinned as he asked.
I don't know.
You probably just dreamed it. Lin Xi shook her head quickly. Before she could finish speaking, Fang Shuo leaned in and kissed her lips.
This time, it was completely unexpected.
Lin Xi's mind went completely blank.
You're awake? Just then, Fang Shuo's grandmother's voice came from outside. Coming.
Hearing her grandmother's voice, Fang Shuo and Lin Xi scrambled off the bed.
Grandma, how did you know we were back?
Fang Shuo opened the door and stepped outside. I woke up early this morning and saw both of your shoes by the door.
You too. Why didn't you tell me Cici was coming? I just got up early to make these buns. I need to let the dough rise a bit. Let's steam them right away. Grandma couldn't stop smiling. Good morning, Grandma.
At that moment, Lin Xi emerged from the house, her face flushed. Sleeping in the same room with Fang Shuo was already embarrassing enough, let alone the fact that he'd just stolen a kiss from her moments ago. Her heart was still pounding wildly.
Oh dear, what happened to your foot? Quick, sit down. Fang Shuo's grandmother hurriedly bustled about. It's nothing, just a sprain. Fang Shuo helped Lin Xi sit down on the sofa. What do you mean, nothing's wrong? You must have done something wrong. How could you not take care of Cici properly when you're with her? Grandma scolded Fang Shuo with obvious displeasure. It wasn't me. I had nothing to do with it. Fang Shuo looked utterly speechless. It was her idea to wear black stockings and high heels for that thing. Grandma, it was him. He didn't even take care of me properly.
Lin Xi finally had someone backing her up. Back at her own place, those two old folks practically wanted to tie her up and hand her over to Fang Shuo. Now that she was at Fang Shuo's place, this was her turf.
Get out of here. Hurry up and light the fire. Keep an eye on the pot.
Oh, and make some millet porridge.
Grandma shooed Fang Shuo into the kitchen to work.
She tugged Lin Xi's hand as they chatted about everyday life. Lin Xi was the kind of girl with high emotional intelligence. She followed Grandma's lead, coaxing her into smiling with her eyes crinkled the whole time. Thanks to Grandma's bustling around, Lin Xi polished off 4 steamed buns during breakfast. When Fang Shuo tried to carry her downstairs, he couldn't bend over at all. In the end, he had to carry her princess style.
After dropping me off, you can take the car to school. No need to pick me up tonight, my dad and I will drive back.
I've caused you to miss quite a few classes lately. Make sure you catch up and don't fall behind. At the entrance of the Public Security Bureau, Lin Xi said to Fang Shuo.
Wait, shouldn't we have a little reward before parting? Fang Shuo grinned and pointed to his cheek. Bullying me first thing in the morning, haven't you had enough?
We'll see how you behave from now on. Lin Xi flushed and shot Fang Shuo a disapproving look.
Fang Shuo chuckled and drove toward the school.
Chapter 123, The Medal. Ever since that string of cases last time, Sun Haiba and his team had been kept busy for quite a while. The accolades and bonuses had come so thick and fast they could barely keep up. It wasn't just Sun Haiba's criminal investigation division, even Chief Lin's phone hadn't stopped ringing lately.
Hey, old Lin, has the Tianhai Municipal Public Security Bureau been secretly recruiting some kind of talent lately? How come you've been solving so many cases so quickly lately?
I've heard several times that experts from the Provincial Bureau have started assembling, preparing to form a task force to support your Tianhai city.
But before the task force could even mobilize personnel, you've already cracked the cases? Something's fishy here, Lin. The chief of Manhwa City Public Security Bureau asked Director Lin over the phone.
Haha, I won't keep it from you, we really did discover a talent recently. Since we're old comrades, I'll share a bit more with you.
This time, it's all thanks to this talent.
Director Lin's grin stretched almost to his ears. Over the years, the case clearance rate at Tianhai City Public Security Bureau had been neither particularly high nor low.
Neither high nor low.
They always narrowly avoided criticism but never quite made the cut for awards. Director Lin had endured no shortage of teasing from his old comrades over the years.
But ever since Fang Shuo arrived, that situation had completely turned around.
The Tianhai Municipal Public Security Bureau has now garnered significant attention from the provincial department. Cases previously handled by Tianhai have even been discussed at provincial department meetings, with commendations issued collectively. Phone calls from his old comrades in arms started pouring in.
Did you actually find a talent? Be honest, what channel did you get him through? Where's he from?
Speaking of which, we have a case here.
Can we borrow him?
The voice on the other end said.
Pfft, old man, like I don't know what you're thinking? You just saw I got someone good and now you want to poach them, right? Let me tell you, you won't be taking him this time. This kid is family.
Director Lin grinned. Previously, Tianhai City had indeed been lacking in retaining talent.
It wasn't that no talent was ever assigned to Tianhai City,
but other regions had managed to poach them all. The benefits within this bureau were tied to overall performance evaluations.
Since Director Lin stepped back from frontline duties, Tianhai City hadn't held much of an advantage in these assessments. But Fang Shuo was different.
I have to admit, Sun Haiba may not be the sharpest tool in the shed when it comes to solving cases, but he sure has a knack for picking the right people for the job. If it weren't for him bringing Fang Shuo into the case back then, none of this would have happened. More importantly, Sun Haiba's plan to use Shishi to keep Fang Shuo in line was truly brilliant.
Put.
What do you mean, tie Fang Shuo down with Shishi?
It's clearly mutual affection between two young people.
With Lin Xi around now, Director Lin needn't worry about Fang Shuo being lured away by anyone else.
Is she one of your people? What do you mean? You wouldn't be referring to your son-in-law, would you? Shishi is getting married?
The voice on the other end sounded utterly shocked. They were deeply invested in the marriages of their old comrades' children. No rush for the wedding, we'll wait 2 years.
But it's already a done deal.
You know our CC, only someone this outstanding is worthy of her.
Ha ha ha.
Director Lin laughed excitedly to himself as he spoke.
Alright then, in that case, lend him to me for a bit. We've got a tricky case here lately that's proving quite troublesome. Actually, Cece hasn't visited our place in ages. Why not bring her along for the trip? Came from the other end of the line. Wait, you mean there really is a case? Not trying to kidnap my people? Director Lin sounded skeptical.
Of course.
Do I look like that kind of person?
The voice on the other end sounded distinctly annoyed.
Well, I'll think about it. I've got another call coming in. Gotta go. Ha ha ha, old boss, how come you have time to call me? Director Lin took a quick sip of water and answered the next call.
After 7 or 8 calls, Director Lin was parched from all the talking. Having boasted his fill, he finally poured himself a cup of tea, puffing and panting, then sipped it with his eyes half closed. Today he'd only been on the phone for 2 hours, and his throat was already on fire.
Back in his younger days, he could have gone all day. Knock knock knock.
A knock sounded at the door.
Come in. Director Lin called out.
Haha, Director, the medal from headquarters has finally arrived.
Sun Haiba grinned as he walked in. Medal? A medal this time? Director Lin was also taken aback.
Yep. I just got back from a meeting at the provincial headquarters where I consolidated reports on our recent cases. The provincial bureau felt that submitting each one individually would be too many, and other bureaus might object. So this time, they consolidated the awards and granted us a collective second-class merit. Director, after all these years, we finally get to see this medal.
Sun Haiba's mouth stretched wide with a grin.
By the way, did you hear anything about any cases in Manhwa City during your meeting at the provincial bureau today?
Director Lin, having weathered many storms, wasn't nearly as surprised by the medal as Sun Haiba. Manhwa City?
Yeah, heard they got a thorough dressing down and a deadline to crack the case.
Apparently it's a dismemberment case, and they haven't even found all the body parts yet. Sun Haiba replied.
Attending provincial bureau meetings meant they naturally kept tabs on each other's cases.
A dismemberment case? Is it complicated? Director Lin frowned.
He had initially thought his old comrade was pulling his leg, but it seemed they were genuinely in trouble.
Well, it's not exactly dismemberment. We found 3 right arms and 2 left feet.
Guess there were multiple victims. As the head of the criminal investigation team, Sun Haiba knew this case was no small matter. They already called me earlier, asking if Fang Shuo could lend a hand. I figured it's only right for sister units to lend each other a hand.
Let Fang Shuo go. He's got nothing else on his plate lately anyway.
This counts as a joint investigation. Have CC accompany him on official business. Director Lin pondered for a moment before addressing Sun Haiba.
Well, Chief, Fang Shuo isn't one of our people. Even if he and Lin Xi have that kind of relationship, it's not exactly something we can just come out and say, is it? Sun Haiba hesitated. Are you kidding me? Saying it outright definitely won't work, but you can send CC. Her foot isn't fully healed yet. If Fang Shuo finds out, he'll definitely volunteer to accompany CC.
That kid, I'd never misjudge him.
Director Lin rolled his eyes. I see.
Sun Haiba slapped his forehead.
The director really is the director, so smart. Sun Haiba gave him a thumbs up. Get moving on the arrangements. Manhwa City is waiting. I'll call him right now. This time, he'll owe me a favor.
Director Lin settled back comfortably in his chair and picked up his phone once more.
Chapter 124, Troubles Brewing. Shuemu University. After the last case, Fang Shuo had actually studied diligently for several days.
Midterm exams were approaching.
Though Fang Shuo was an academic star, he'd missed quite a few classes recently due to frequent absences.
University courses were such that even after the professor finished explaining, you still didn't grasp the meaning. And without attending lectures, he could only piece things together bit by bit.
Meanwhile, another factor disrupting Fang Shuo's studies had emerged: Lin Xi.
After cuddling and sleeping together at home last time, their relationship had deepened considerably. Now it seemed like they had endless things to talk about. Even when brewing jasmine tea at the bureau, Lin Xi would snap a photo and send it to Fang Shuo. When he was free, Fang Shuo would occasionally tease her playfully. His phone, which used to last 2 days on a single charge, now drained completely by mid-morning. Not to mention they video called each other during meals.
They never seemed to tire of it. Midterms wrapped up smoothly.
Fang Shuo sensed that while he wouldn't fail this time, maintaining his top spot in the class seemed increasingly unrealistic.
Sigh. Just as I thought. Women really do slow down a man's reflexes. And I haven't even done much yet, my IQ and memory are already slipping.
What a disaster.
Fang Shuo emerged from the classroom building with a sigh of resignation.
Today, the midterms were finally over. While university exams weren't as crucial as high school ones, they were still exams. He was sure the small eateries and budget hotels near the school gates would be bustling again tonight.
Before, Fang Shuo hadn't really felt anything.
Now that Lin Xi was in his life, he found himself wanting to reach out to her. Just as he was about to call her, his phone rang first. It was Lin Xi calling.
Finished your exam?
Lin Xi's voice came through the phone.
Yeah, where are you? Fang Shuo could hear some noise on the other end of the line. I just arrived in Manhwa City. Just settled in, heading to my place now.
Lin Xi told Fang Shuo.
Huh? Why did you go to Manhwa City? Weren't you still in Tianhai City yesterday? Fang Shuo was puzzled. Yeah, the captain told me last night.
He said there's a case in Manhwa City that needs our assistance, so I came over. I knew you had an exam today, so I didn't tell you.
It's fine. Just routine work.
Lin Xi said to Fang Shuo.
Are you the only one here? What kind of case is it? Fang Shuo asked with concern, inwardly displeased with Sun Haiba's arrangement. Her foot had barely recovered, and now he was sending her out on a solo business trip? That was just heartless. It seems to be a dismemberment case. I don't know the specifics yet. I'll tell you more after I get there tomorrow.
Lin Xi told Fang Shuo.
But this? Fang Shuo sighed helplessly. Alright. Don't worry. I'll call you tomorrow morning. I need to check in now.
Lin Xi said to Fang Shuo before hanging up.
Fang Shuo felt a bit down. He walked slowly toward the cafeteria alone. Wait a minute. Now that midterms are over, I've got nothing else to do. Why not just go find her?
She's right here in Manhwa City, and earlier.
With that thought, Fang Shuo hesitated no longer and quickly opened the ticket buying app. Meanwhile, inside the Tianhai City Public Security Bureau,
Sun Haiba stared in disbelief as the officer in front of him delivered the report.
Are you certain she went alone? Sun Haiba asked urgently. Of course. I drove her to the station, how could I not know? I was almost late. Captain, you guys are rushing this a bit. The officer nodded. No, but was there really no one else in the waiting hall? No one else went with Lin Xi? Sun Haiba's eyes widened. No, Captain. Did you assign someone else?
The officer looked equally puzzled.
Oh no. This is going to be a huge problem. Sun Haiba didn't bother asking more questions. He rushed straight toward the chief's office. Ha, old Wang, you owe me one this time.
I sent CC over with our top detective.
You need to delegate boldly.
I'm telling you, once this case is solved, you're buying me a feast, no matter what. As soon as Sun Haiba burst in, he heard Director Lin's booming laughter.
Director, there's.
Sun Haiba, recalling Director Lin's earlier phone call, stopped himself mid-sentence.
What is it? What's all the fuss about? Don't you know to knock?
Director Lin jumped at the sound and immediately snapped at Sun Haiba.
Well. Sun Haiba was sweating profusely.
Director Lin and Director Wang were on the phone right now, and the director had already made his big promise. If he said now that only Lin Xi was going, the director's face would probably be saved.
Director, do you have any more tea leaves? We're all out in the office. Sun Haiba quickly came up with an excuse. Help yourselves. Close the door. Director Lin shot Sun Haiba a displeased glare. He'd just gotten into the swing of talking, only to be interrupted by Sun Haiba.
Sun Haiba breathed a sigh of relief and hurried out with the tea leaves.
Old Wang, where were we? Right. Here's the thing, I'm all out of tea. Send me 2 pounds of that premium stuff you have over there. Inside the director's office, Director Lin was still excitedly talking away. Outside the door, Sun Haiba let out a long sigh. Now that Lin Xi had left, whether he hadn't told Fang Shuo or Fang Shuo hadn't gone, it was too late now. The last train had departed. What a mess. Director, why did you have to be so absolute? Should I call in sick tomorrow morning with stomach pains? Or take personal leave to fix my car? Sun Haiba shook his head and headed downstairs. The 8 Days Hotel next to Manhwa City Public Security Bureau. Originally, Lin Xi could have gone directly to contact the people here. But by the time she arrived by car, it was already evening. If she went alone, they'd likely insist on entertaining her and taking her out to dinner. Lin Xi wasn't particularly fond of navigating such social situations. Instead, he checked into a hotel next to the police station. That way, he could dive straight into the case first thing in the morning. After showering, Lin Xi boiled some instant noodles and initiated a video call with Fang Shuo. But Fang Shuo declined the call. My class is having a dinner gathering tonight. Fang Shuo replied quickly. Then get some rest early and don't drink too much. I'm going to bed now. Lin Xi sent the message with a hint of disappointment. For Lin Xi, she actually hoped to chat with Fang Shuo. But after all, Fang Shuo was still at school with his own social life, he couldn't be with her all the time. Lin Xi opened the instant noodles, but she couldn't muster an appetite for a long while. So she turned on the TV. After nearly 2 hours of aimless watching, Lin Xi still hadn't received a message from Fang Shuo. She wanted to ask if he'd gone back yet, but held back. She didn't want to come across as overly controlling. Lin Xi took a deep breath, ready to turn off the lights and sleep. Knock knock knock. Just then, a series of knocks sounded at the door. Chapter 125, You're responsible for this. Hearing the knock at the door, Lin Xi jumped in surprise. She was in Manhwa City now. She had come here on her own. Her colleagues in Manhwa City didn't know about it. Why would someone be looking for her? Could it be some kind of special worker? With that thought, Lin Xi sat up in bed, his face darkening. These flyer distributors were getting way too bold. This 8 Days Hotel was right next to the Manhwa City Public Security Bureau. How could they be so brazen? Or do they have some kind of protection? Lin Xi tiptoed to the door and peered through the peephole, but saw no one. Thinking they'd left, he hesitated for a moment before deciding to let it go. After all, this was Manhwa City. If he made a scene, it would inevitably embarrass his colleagues here. Having worked under Chief Lin for so many years, she understood the ins and outs of officialdom, even if she disdained it. But just as Lin Xi settled back into bed, the knocking sounded again. Lin Xi shot upright. You had your chance and blew it. If that's the case, don't blame me. Lin Xi quietly unlocked the door chain and burst out. Spotting a figure by the door, he didn't hesitate. With a swift shoulder throw, he slammed the person to the floor. What the? Fang Shuo? Lin Xi was about to demand the intruder's identity, but when she recognized the face before her, she covered her mouth in shock. The person beneath her was Fang Shuo. Seriously, sis, you just go for it without a second thought. My back. Fang Shuo lay on the floor, utterly speechless. Thankfully, the hotel hallway was carpeted, otherwise, this fall would have been brutal. Hey, hey, hey! Who's that? Can't you let people sleep? Fighting in the hallway this late at night? There are kids around here. Just then, a grumbling voice echoed, followed by the sound of a door opening. Hearing this, Fang Shuo scrambled to his feet, dragging Lin Xi into the room. Lin Xi was only wearing her pajamas. If they were spotted in the hallway like this, it would be hard to explain. Sure enough, the moment they closed the door, they saw a grumbling, overweight figure pacing the hallway through the peephole. Why are you here? Lin Xi whispered to Fang Shuo. Her eyes sparkled with uncontrollable delight. I tell you, your captain's son is so unreliable. Your ankle injury barely healed, and he sends you on a business trip alone. Guess they don't care about their own people. I'm not so sure I trust them. Fang Shuo rubbed his waist as he sat down on the bed. That fall Lin Xi had just thrown him wasn't exactly gentle. Lin Xi pursed her lips as she listened to Fang Shuo's complaints. Her mind drifted back to the message he'd sent earlier, claiming he was at a dinner gathering. In truth, he must have already been on his way here at that moment, deliberately avoiding her video call to avoid giving himself away. He'd rushed over in a car just because he cared about her. Lin Xi was deeply moved. All her earlier frustration and disappointment vanished instantly, replaced by overflowing happiness. Wait, how did you find this place? I only told you I was in Manhwa City, but I never mentioned where exactly I was staying. Lin Xi sat down beside Fang Shuo, puzzled. Kiss me, and I'll tell you. Fang Shuo grinned and leaned in. Arg. The moment she moved, a sharp pain shot through her waist. The defining feature of a shoulder throw is that before the victim's limbs can react, they're forced into a 360-degree spin by sheer momentum. Fang Shuo's back gave out. You, still cracking jokes at a time like this? Lie down, I'll rub it for you. Lin Xi rolled her eyes at Fang Shuo. Only then did Fang Shuo obediently lie down on Lin Xi's bed. She smells so good. My wife smells wonderful no matter where she lies. Fang Shuo greedily inhaled the scent lingering on Lin Xi's bed. Oomph. Who said you're my wife? Lin Xi's hand massaging Fang Shuo's waist tightened involuntarily. Then who else could it be? You slept with me, so you have to take responsibility. Fang Shuo grimaced in pain. What did you say? Who slept with you?
Lin Xi's face flushed crimson as she flailed her arms.
Spit it out. How did you find me here?
Lin Xi squeezed Fang Shuo's waist hard. I heard the front desk say welcome to the 8 Days Hotel on the phone.
So I came looking for it. Fang Shuo hurriedly explained. But that doesn't make sense. There are tons of 8 Days hotels in Manhwa City. How did you know it was this one? And how did you know the exact door number?
Lin Xi remained deeply puzzled.
Think about it. Given your personality, you wouldn't want to bother others lightly. Plus, you video called me, which means you were alone tonight and didn't interact with any Wangwashi police officers. Since you're staying overnight, that means you're near the Huanghua City Public Security Bureau. That way, you can go straight there first thing tomorrow morning. So I searched for 8 Days Hotel on Huanghua City's map and pinpointed this one. As for your room number, that was a bit trickier. Fang Shuo grinned at Lin Xi. Don't even think about it.
Lin Xi flushed and glared at Fang Shuo.
How could she not know what Fang Shuo was up to? He was definitely trying to take advantage of her again. Actually, it's simple. I just bought one outside. My bubble tea. Fang Shuo hurriedly pointed to the backpack beside him.
Lin Xi smiled as she picked it up. Inside were 2 cups of milk tea, plus a large bag of spicy duck necks, wings, and duck gizzards.
Lin Xi's eyes lit up instantly.
She hadn't eaten much of her instant noodles earlier because she was in a bad mood, and now she was feeling hungry.
Well then, I won't hold back.
Lin Xi eagerly pulled out a duck wing and began munching.
Good thing it didn't spill. I told you there was a woman who bought these and asked me to bring them in. Then I forgot the exact room number, so I described your appearance to the front desk and they knew right away.
I was trying to surprise you, but it almost turned into a murder mystery.
Fang Shuo said as he spread the items out on the bed. Oomph. So spicy, so spicy.
Lin Xi ate while sticking out her tongue from the heat.
Fang Shuo grinned.
Seeing Lin Xi like this, he figured she wouldn't be able to sleep anytime soon. He decided to turn on the TV, slipped on his gloves, and prepared to dig in.
Knock knock knock. At that moment, the knocking sounded once more. Chapter 126, Room Inspection. Fang Shuo and Lin Xi both froze. What was going on? Open up. Police room inspection. A loud shout came from outside. Fang Shuo and Lin Xi exchanged glances. Still, they quickly got up and opened the door. 2 police officers walked in immediately.
Seeing the duck products laid out on the bed, Lin Xi grimacing from the spicy flavor, Fang Shuo gnawing on a duck neck while wearing gloves, and the entertainment variety show playing on the TV, they were momentarily stunned.
Ahem, well, we received a tip from the public about suspected prostitution activity here. You guys, carry on. The lead officer gave Fang Shuo a knowing smile before leading his men out. Not this place. It should be next door.
The officer said after the others had left.
Fang Shuo.
The door had barely closed when a piercing scream erupted from the adjacent room.
Fang Shuo hurriedly peered through the peephole.
Moments later, he saw a man wrapped in a towel and 2 women being let out.
Fang Shuo felt utterly helpless. Bro, sorry about this. I'm the one who dragged you into this mess. Put. Serves you right. Ordering 2 at once. You deserve it.
Lin Xi on the bed looked utterly helpless.
Who'd have thought they'd get caught during a room inspection?
Probably the noise they made earlier tipped someone off, and that person called the cops straight away.
Wouldn't she be humiliated tomorrow?
I'll go with you tomorrow.
That should take care of it. Fang Shuo noticed Lin Xi's embarrassment and said with a smile. You're coming too? Lin Xi was taken aback. She hadn't even considered Fang Shuo's arrangements yet. Of course. Can't you bring a secretary? A man and a woman working together makes the task easier, right? Fang Shuo grinned. You, huh? It's not as simple as you think. If it were any other matter, fine.
But this involves some cases. I don't know what the Huanghua City Police Department's stance is. Since you're not part of the system, they'll have reservations.
It's getting late now.
If I'd known, I would have told my dad earlier so he could make arrangements with them.
But it's too late to do anything about it now.
Lin Xi said with some hesitation.
It's fine. I'll accompany you first. Just say your foot isn't feeling well. Let's see how they react first.
If they refuse, I'll just pretend I came here for a vacation. Speaking of which, Huanghua City has some great sights.
Fang Shuo said with a smile. You, huh? It's settled then.
Lin Xi nodded with a smile.
Fang Shuo always radiated an infectious optimism and confidence.
It easily rubbed off on those around him, making everything seem manageable. Perhaps it was precisely because of this that, over such a long period, Fang Shuo had been able to help them solve so many cases.
Well, ahem, it's getting late. Let's wash up and turn in. Fang Shuo cleared his throat. Huh?
Lin Xi was dumbfounded. She'd booked a double bedroom today. How could they sleep with Fang Shuo here?
There was only one bed, one blanket. Last time at Fang Shuo's place, it had been exactly like this. They'd ended up cuddling all night. But this was a hotel room. Surely they wouldn't. A thought struck Lin Xi, and her face flushed crimson as she bit her lip lightly. What are you thinking about? We have to work tomorrow. Listen to me, we absolutely can't do anything tonight. Otherwise, we won't be able to get up early tomorrow, and the Manhwa City Public Security Bureau will laugh at us. Fang Shuo pinched Lin Xi's cheek as he spoke. Fang Shuo, you're going to get me in trouble.
Lin Xi instantly flew into a rage, chasing Fang Shuo around the room playfully.
Manhwa City Public Security Bureau. Chief Wang arrived early in the morning. Chief, why so early today? For that dismemberment case? We're investigating it. We spent all night reviewing surveillance footage. I'm handling it, no need for you to hover. Zhou Yahuai, head of the Criminal Investigation Division, addressed Chief Wang. It's not just this case. The people I invited have arrived today. They should be helpful with the case. Commissioner Wang replied slowly. Chief, you didn't bring in that genius detective from Tianhai City, did you? Zhou Yahuai exclaimed, his face filled with shock. That's right. Old Lin and I go way back. Others couldn't get him, but I managed. The old codger actually gave me some face. Though he did extort 2 pounds of premium tea from me. But if he can help us crack this case, it's all worth it. Listen, when he arrives, be sure to treat him with respect. I hear he's quite young. Remind our people not to judge him by appearances. Old Lin is a proud man. Anyone who can win him over must be truly formidable. Understand? Director Wang said to Zhou Yahuai. Got it. Rest assured. If he does come, I'll personally assist him as his team leader. All resources are at his disposal. But, what does he look like? We haven't seen him before. By the way, when are they arriving? Should we go pick them up at the station or something? Zhou Yahuai quickly asked. No need. This time, Cici's girl is coming with him. Come to think of it, if it weren't for that girl Cici, we might not have been able to persuade him to come at all. Director Wang waved his hand dismissively. Cici? You mean Director Lin's daughter? So this genius detective must be Director Lin's son-in-law, right? Zhou Yahuai asked in shock. Since their neighboring districts often collaborated on investigations, they were quite familiar with each other's affairs. Especially Lin Xi, this police beauty renowned across the judicial, procuratorial, and police systems, was known to many. 9 times out of 10. But you should know by now that old Lin holds his precious daughter in the highest regard. Back then, he even turned down Mayor Zhang's marriage proposal just to save face. Yet he approved of this young man. Just how impressive must this kid be? Now you understand, right? Director Wang said to Zhou Yahuai. Holy cow! Should we have the bureau cleaned up now? Zhou Yahuai jumped to his feet. That's not important. What matters is sorting out the case as quickly as possible. When the people arrive, we can't look too incompetent. They're here to solve the case, not inspect our work. Right. I'll immediately organize a meeting to review the case details. But based on the current situation, they probably won't arrive too soon. Zhou Yahuai stood up. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a series of knocks sounded from outside the door. Come in. Commissioner Wang said slowly. Director, there are 2 people outside. They say they've come from Tianhai City to assist with our investigation. An officer entered and reported. What? They're here already? Director Wang and Zhou Yahuai exchanged glances. Let's go, let's go. I'll go down to greet them personally. Commissioner Wang hurriedly stood up and led Zhou Yahuai out. Chapter 127, High-Level Reception. At that moment, in the first-floor lobby of the Manhwa City Public Security Bureau, Lin Xi was waiting there with Fang Shuo and others. Director Wang of Manhwa City and Director Lin were old comrades in arms who kept in touch regularly, so Lin Xi was naturally very familiar with him. Although Lin Xi was Director Lin's daughter, this was an official duty, so she did not go directly to Uncle Wang. She followed standard protocol. From childhood, Director Lin had always taught Lin Xi that she must never abuse her privilege for personal gain. Fang Shuo, don't say anything. Just stay behind me. I'll say you're my colleague. If they don't press for details, it'll be fine. You don't need to say anything on your own. Lin Xi instructed Fang Shuo. Oh my, Cici, why are you here so early? You didn't even call. I could have picked you up at the station. Just then, Director Wang came down the stairs with a wide grin. Good morning, Director Wang. Hello, Captain Zhou. Why did you both come down personally? I can't accept such honor. Lin Xi said with a smile, surprised that Director Wang and Zhou Yahuai had personally come down to greet them. This must be Fang Shuo? The genius detective. Meeting you today, you truly live up to your reputation, even younger than I imagined. Truly, heroes emerge from youth since ancient times. Just as Lin Xi was about to step forward, Director Wang unexpectedly said something to her before quickly jogging over to Fang Shuo. He grabbed both of Fang Shuo's hands and shook them vigorously. Fang Shuo, it's great you're here. This case depends entirely on you. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Zhou Yahuai, head of the Criminal Investigation Division in Manhwa City. We'll do whatever you say. No sooner had Director Wang released Fang Shuo's hand than Zhou Yuwei seized it before Fang could withdraw it. He spoke with great enthusiasm. Lin Xi. Fang Shuo. What's going on? The two stared at each other, exchanging bewildered glances. How did you know he was Fang Shuo's? Lin Xi was taken aback. Fang Shuo hadn't mentioned coming this time, and judging by their expressions, they seemed to have known he was coming all alone. Lin Xi suddenly understood. Chickens fed ginseng. There was an old tale about a landowner's daughter who fell gravely ill. She wanted to nourish her body with ginseng, but feared its potent effects if consumed directly. So she devised a plan: feed the ginseng to chickens first, then eat the eggs they laid. It was obvious. Fang Shuo was the egg they wanted, and she was the clueless chicken. Lin Xi couldn't help but pout. Well, actually, I'd be honored. Fang Shuo was at a loss for words. Seeing Lin Xi's expression, he knew he'd fallen into her trap this time. Good. Excellent. With two experts like you on board, this case will be a breeze. Come on, I'll take you to the conference room. Zhou Yahuai promptly led the two men toward the conference room. Tianhai Municipal Public Security Bureau. Commissioner's office. You're going to get me killed. Why didn't you say anything sooner? If I'd known earlier, I wouldn't have slept a wink last night. I would have tied Fang Shuo up and dragged him to Manhwa City myself. What do we do now? It's too late for excuses now. Director Lin raged at Sun Haiba, his face flushed with fury. His fingers, thick as water radishes, pointed at Sun Haiba, spittle flying from his mouth. Sun Haiba kept his head bowed obediently, not daring to wipe the sweat from his brow. It was just this morning. Despite a sleepless night, Sun Haiba had resolved to come to the director first thing and come clean, hoping they could figure something out together. Sure enough. When Director Lin heard Sun Haiba's words, he nearly suffered a heart attack. After regaining his composure, he unleashed a torrent of curses at Sun Haiba. Yesterday, he'd bragged excessively over the phone and even extorted 2 pounds of premium tea and a lavish banquet from Director Wang. But he never imagined Fang Shuo wouldn't show up? What was he to do now? Lin Xi was probably already on her way to the police station. Even if they rushed Fang Shuo there by plane right now, it would be too late. Director Lin could already picture Wang's expression when he saw only Lin Xi had arrived. He'd probably call him shortly, and his reputation would be utterly ruined. Director, I didn't expect this either. Lin Xi didn't tell Fang Shuo. Logically, they chat daily. Fang Shuo should have known Lin Xi was heading to Manhwa City. This is truly strange. Sun Haiba stammered nervously. You didn't expect it? Didn't you think to ask yesterday? Director Lin glared at him. I just thought, since Lin Xi might have been with Fang Shuo yesterday, calling her might have been a bit inappropriate. Sun Haiba said with a look of helplessness on his face. He certainly couldn't let Director Lin know that he'd already found out last night that Lin Xi had gone alone. Otherwise, he'd probably get an even worse scolding today. You didn't even call your own father, yet you're blaming me? Sun Haiba muttered under his breath. Hurry up and figure something out. Ring ring. Just as Director Lin was about to speak, the phone on the desk rang. Director Lin picked it up and turned green. It was Director Wang from Manhwa City calling. You take it. Tell him I'm in a meeting. Director Lin handed the phone to Sun Haiba. Ha? Sun Haiba was dumbfounded. But under Director Lin's stern insistence, he nervously answered the call. Director Wang. Sun Haiba said. Old Lin, I never imagined Fang Shuo would be so young. He's quite the handsome fellow, isn't he? He and Shi are a perfect match. Make sure to let me know when you're getting things done. I absolutely have to be there. Director Wang's booming voice came through the phone. Oh no. He's calling me out. Director Lin instantly felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. Old Wang must think he's reluctant to let go of Fang Shuo as his son-in-law, worried someone might poach him. That's why he deliberately kept Fang Shuo away. Well, Director Wang, I'm truly sorry about this matter. Sun Haiba said with a pained expression. Your son Haiba? You little rascal. How did old Lin's phone end up in your hands? Only then did Director Wang on the other end of the line sense something was amiss. Well, our director's at a meeting. How about you wait for him to return and call you back? Sun Haiba quickly offered. A meeting? How come he's always at meetings? All right. Just tell him I'll remember this favor. Once we crack this case, I'll personally deliver some tea to him and treat him to a meal. Commissioner Wang said. Chapter 128, The Barbecue and the Severed Arm. Ha? Hearing Director Wang's words, Director Lin and Sun Haiba both froze in shock. What's going on? Wait, Director Wang, this Fang Shuo. Sun Haiba asked tentatively. They're here already? Arrived bright and early. You tell me about these two young men, they've put us in such an awkward position. We didn't arrange transportation or accommodations for them.
Rest assured, at Manhwa City Public Security Bureau, we'd never shortchange your precious ones. Commissioner Wang said with a grin.
Hold on. Old Wang. Are you saying Fang Shuo has already left? Director Lin, standing nearby, couldn't help but widen his eyes and quickly grabbed his phone. Lin? Aren't you supposed to be at a meeting? What the hell is going on?
Director Wang on the other end sounded utterly bewildered.
Never mind me. Tell me, did Fang Shuo go? When did he go?
Director Lin asked urgently.
Lin, are you still hungover? Did you drink too much last night? Didn't you tell Cici to bring Fang Shuo? They came together first thing this morning. At your age, you should be mindful of your image. Don't give people a reason to criticize you. What are you doing drinking on the job? Old Wang's scolding came through the phone. Ha 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 ha. How about that? My son-in-law's pretty great, huh? Listen up, you better take good care of him. Make sure to send him back in a car when it's time. If he's even a pound lighter when he gets back, I'll never forgive you. Director Lin heard Fang Shuo had actually gone. Though he still didn't understand how it all happened, at least his face was saved. Get lost. Enough. I've got a meeting to attend. With your son-in-law here, I need to make an appearance. Director Wang hung up as he spoke. Director, did Fang Shuo really go? Sun Haiba asked urgently. You don't have to ask. Do you think Fang Shuo is as unreliable as you? He probably caught a late-night bus last night. I definitely didn't misjudge him. Back in my younger days, when my wife went on a business trip, I tagged along like a puppy. Director Lin grinned. The earlier gloom vanished completely, replaced by sheer excitement and swagger. Sun Haiba rolled his eyes. You old fart, you think I don't know what you're up to? Back then, you clearly forgot your keys after work. Since getting a locksmith would have cost a fortune, you couldn't bring yourself to pay. So you took the overnight train in a hard seat just to get the key from my sister-in-law. She teased me about it endlessly. And now you're trying to make it sound like some glorious achievement? You shameless old fool. What's with that look? Get lost. Leave me alone. You've been yelling at me all morning. I haven't even had a proper sip of water. Get out of here. Director Lin shooed Sun Haiba out. Manhwa City Public Security Bureau conference room.
Fang Shuo was poring over the case files before him.
His brow furrowed into a knot.
No wonder the Manhwa police had been at a loss this time. The case was indeed quite complex. It all began with someone barbecuing by the river.
Manhwa City had a river. Downstream, there were some tidal flats with pleasant scenery.
People often gathered there for barbecues and such. While one group was grilling, someone stepped away to relieve himself and noticed a homeless man barbecuing nearby on the riverbank. When he went to investigate, the man was so terrified he wet himself. The homeless man's fire pit was roasting a severed arm. With many people barbecuing that night, the scene immediately caused chaos. Right nearby, a SWAT team on duty had just received a report from the public and immediately rushed over. The homeless man, who had mental health issues, was completely unaware of his situation. Seeing people gather around, he mistakenly thought someone was trying to take his food and immediately swung his severed arm, starting a fight. The scene descended into utter chaos. It took considerable effort to finally subdue the homeless man. By then, the severed arm had been partially roasted and even had several bite marks. Even many seasoned officers who had seen it all ended up vomiting. However, after being brought to the police station, it became clear the homeless man was mentally unstable, completely unaware of what was happening, and highly agitated. He was temporarily detained. Subsequent searches along the riverbank uncovered 2 additional severed arms and 2 severed feet. Based on the evidence, at least 3 people had been killed. Preliminary analysis suggested the bodies had been dismembered and floated downstream, where they were discovered by a homeless man drinking from the river. Inspired by the barbecue scene, he attempted to cook the severed arm. However, after a lengthy investigation, they found no leads and failed to locate the remaining bodies. The case remained unsolved. The Provincial Bureau had set a deadline for solving the case, leaving them with no other option. To date, no one has reported missing persons, and we have no basic information about the bodies. This case is truly bizarre, as if these 3 people died without anyone knowing. Zhou Yahuai remarked helplessly from the sidelines. I want to examine the bodies. Fang Shuo had finished reviewing the case files, but relying solely on photographs presented certain challenges. Let's go. I'll take you there. Zhou Yahuai didn't hesitate, immediately leading Fang Shuo and Lin Xi to the coroner's office. At that moment, the severed limbs and body parts were laid out on the table. One arm was charred beyond recognition, offering no investigative clues whatsoever. Another arm, soaked in water until it had turned slightly white, bore a tattoo that was now barely discernible. Another arm had thick hair, indicating it belonged to a man. As for the 2 severed feet, they had been gnawed beyond recognition by river fish, offering few clues. What we know so far is that the dismemberment tool was likely a hacksaw. Fingerprint comparisons yielded no matches in our records.
The only lead is this tattoo, but it's incomplete. A crucial part is missing, and we can't identify what it was. The medical examiner addressed the group. Wait a minute. Why is this fingernail so strange? At that moment, Fang Shuo noticed something peculiar and began scrutinizing one of the arms. The fingernail? What about the fingernail? Zhou Yahuai hurried over. They had already examined it and found nothing unusual. The nails on this arm are peculiar. Look here, the middle and ring fingers have clearly been trimmed, with perfectly rounded cross-sections. But the other 3 fingers are rough, as if they'd just been cut. The cross-sections haven't been smoothed out. Now that they're soaked in water, the difference is magnified and clearly visible. Fang Shuo pointed at the nails as he explained to the others. What does this indicate? Zhou Yahuai examined them and confirmed Fang Shuo's description, though he didn't grasp Fang Shuo's meaning. I think I might know the victim's identity now. Fang Shuo said slowly. Chapter 129, Seeing the Big Picture in Small Details. What? You know the victim's identity? You're not joking? Zhou Yahuai stood speechless beside him, stunned. They'd been sifting through information for days without a single lead. How could this man identify the victim just by glancing at the body? Even for a genius detective, that seemed a bit too miraculous, didn't it? Yeah, but it's just a hunch. We still need to verify it. Fang Shuo nodded. Just tell us already. Even if it's just a hunch, it's better than us having absolutely nothing right now. Zhou Yahuai urged. I think this victim was likely a special worker, the kind you find in high-end nightclubs. Fang Shuo said to Zhou Yahuai. Special worker? But the victim is male. And how did you even know about this high-end nightclub? Zhou Yahuai asked, sounding a bit surprised. These workers aren't just women, there are men too. After all, quite a few wealthy women enjoy this sort of thing. I've heard about this sort of thing before, ahem. Usually, it's only found in high-end nightclubs like this. Fang Shuo explained to Zhou Yahuai. He'd seen some videos in the domestic section before and almost let it slip earlier. You mean gigolos? Zhou Yahuai immediately caught on. That's probably it. These special workers need to use their middle and ring fingers, which is why their nails are deliberately trimmed like that. Since the transverse wounds on all the bodies were made by the same tool, we have reason to believe these people were part of the same group. We can use the tattoo to search nightclubs in Manhwa City. Fang Shuo said to Zhou Yahuai. Oh my! How did we overlook such a crucial detail before? Didn't you notice it during the autopsy? Zhou Yahuai tapped his forehead in frustration, glancing at the forensic doctor beside him with a hint of annoyance. I saw it, but who could have imagined that the different times the nails were trimmed could cause this? The medical examiner was also taken aback. He had indeed noticed that part of the fingernail at the time, but hadn't given it much thought. Yet it was precisely this small, inconspicuous detail that allowed Fang Shuo to uncover a crucial clue. Let's go. I'll deploy the next steps immediately. Zhou Yahuai wasted no time explaining further, immediately leading the 2 men out. In the conference room. Surely not? Captain, isn't this too hasty? What if the victim's nails simply grow at different rates? Yeah, Captain. Can we really draw any conclusions from just one nail? If we start investigating this nightclub, there's so much to sift through. What if we're barking up the wrong tree? All this effort would be wasted. Captain, if someone went missing from the nightclub, they'd have reported it by now. But we haven't received any missing persons reports. I can't shake the feeling something's off here. When Zhou Yahuai shared Fang Shuo's discovery with the team, it immediately sparked considerable skepticism. Is that all? Tell me, besides the direction Fang Shuo just proposed, do any of you have other constructive suggestions? Seeing details others miss, that's what makes someone capable. From this moment on, no one is permitted to utter another discouraging word. Immediately commence the investigation into the missing persons at the nightclub. Zhou Yahuai said coldly. Though he didn't entirely trust Fang Shuo's theory either. For now, it was the only option left. Besides, Fang Shuo had been personally invited by their bureau chief from Wenxianshan City. If he sabotaged this effort now, the entire operation would likely collapse. Fang Shuo, don't take it personally. That's just how these people are. Zhou Yahuai turned to Fang Shuo with an apologetic look. It's fine. I'm used to it. It was the same back in Tianhai City. Fang Shuo waved his hand dismissively. Lin Xi, standing nearby, smiled too. Back then, when she had forcibly brought Fang Shuo into the police force to work on cases, nearly everyone had been skeptical. But time and again, Fang Shuo proved them wrong and won their respect. Now, everyone at Tianhai City Public Security Bureau held Fang Shuo in genuine admiration. In fact, many things sounded more convincing coming from Fang Shuo than from Sun Haiba. Recognition and respect from others could only be earned through one's own abilities. By the way, Captain Zhou, since you're investigating, I'd like to visit the crime scene. Fang Shuo addressed Zhou Yahuai. No problem, I'll have someone take you there. Zhou Yahuai replied promptly. No need, no need. This investigation requires a lot of manpower. Just tell me the location, and Lin Xi and I will go on our own. Fang Shuo quickly replied. Since you insist, I won't refuse.
We've been short-handed lately.
Zhou Yahuai nodded. Several rivers flow through Huanghua City. In its early days, Huanghua City rose to prominence through industry, and its development progressed far more rapidly than Tianhai cities.
During that era, it also produced a large number of wealthy individuals. However, as environmental awareness grew, industrial production faced restrictions and relocations, allowing Tianhai City to overtake it later. Nevertheless, Huanghua City's fundamental layout remains largely intact.
For most industrial enterprises, water is essential.
Whether for industrial water use or wastewater discharge, building factories along rivers was the optimal choice. Consequently, the rivers in Huanghua City used to be stained with various colors and emitted foul odors. Fortunately, after years of remediation by Huanghua City, these rivers have been restored to a presentable state. The riverbanks have been rehabilitated, with numerous parks constructed.
On pleasant evenings, many citizens often gather here to enjoy themselves.
However, after severed limbs were discovered along the riverbank, the area became deserted.
When Fang Shuo and Lin Xi arrived at the riverside, not a soul was in sight. Looks like this is where that homeless man was found. Fang Shuo approached a pile of embers and stared at it.
The area had been cordoned off.
The river's current isn't slow.
The body was most likely swept downstream from upstream. This spot has a bend in the river, which is why it washed ashore here. Lin Xi observed the river surface.
Upstream lay an industrial zone. This is strange. Logically, the torso should be the most likely part to wash ashore, yet it's nowhere to be found. Where could it have gone? Fang Shuo frowned as he stared at the river.
Let's go check out that industrial zone upstream.
We might find something. Fang Shuo stood up.
The two arrived at the industrial zone and surveyed the area, which appeared to have been abandoned for quite some time.
While not exactly dilapidated, there was hardly anyone around. Look here, these tire tracks seem fresh.
A vehicle must have passed through recently. Just as Lin Xi was about to step inside, Fang Shuo crouched down beside the road. Among the numerous tire tracks on the ground, one set stood out distinctly.
Chapter 130, The Rich Woman. A vehicle was here? Could it be that production hasn't stopped yet?
Lin Xi was puzzled.
These aren't production vehicle tracks. This vehicle must be a sedan. Judging by the width, it's a high-end sedan. That's strange. What would a luxury sedan be doing in a place like this? Fang Shuo was puzzled. Could it be the owner of these factory buildings coming to inspect something?
These factory buildings are remnants from the restructuring era, tied to the land.
They can't be bought or sold normally.
Lin Xi explained slowly. Numerous tire tracks were visible before them now, along with scattered footprints. I checked the factory buildings earlier, they're all locked up tight.
No way to get inside. Should we climb in?
But this is Huanghua City. We're strangers here. If there are still guards on duty inside, it might be hard to explain. We've caught quite a few people breaking into abandoned factories to steal steel for money before. Lin Xi asked Fang Shuo.
No need to go in.
Judging by these marks, Captain Zhou's team must have already checked it out.
They know this place better than we do. They probably didn't find anything. Fang Shuo pointed to the ground.
When Zhou Yahuai and his team discovered the body by the river, they must have searched both upstream and downstream.
Fang Shuo had seen some notes about it in the case files. Then what do we do?
Lin Xi looked disappointed.
Come here and look at this. Fang Shuo walked to the side of the road and pointed at the ground. What is it? Lin Xi crouched down, curiosity piqued. Look at this hole. How did it form? Why are there so many holes here? Fang Shuo looked at the marks on the ground with puzzlement. Are you deliberately playing dumb? It's the heel of a high-heeled shoe.
When I bought mine before, I saw this kind. There's a little nub on the back.
Kicking someone with it really hurts. I should have bought those heels back then. If you dare to be dishonest, I'll kick you.
Lin Xi rolled her eyes at Fang Shuo. She thought Fang Shuo was teasing her.
High heels? So, a woman was here? That's odd. Let's go check the surveillance cameras along the way. Fang Shuo nodded in confusion. Huanghua City Public Security Bureau.
When Fang Shuo and Lin Xi returned, they noticed the others were looking at them differently.
Fang Shuo and Lin Xi were puzzled. What's up? Is there something on my face? Fang Shuo asked Lin Xi. No, nothing.
Lin Xi took a good look at Fang Shuo's face.
Then why is everyone smiling at me? Forget it. Never mind. Hurry up and tell Captain Zhou to check the surveillance footage immediately. Fang Shuo headed toward the conference room. Oh, Fang Shuo, you're back? It had to be you.
The victim's identity has been confirmed. As soon as Zhou Yahuai saw Fang Shuo enter, he hurried over to him.
Found it? Fang Shuo breathed a sigh of relief. Yep. We followed your lead and searched the nightclub. At first, they were all shouting about no special services or whatever.
But once we got the local police station to assist, they all straightened up. From what we gathered, 4 young men at a place called Phoenix Nightclub all quit their jobs at the same time and went back to their hometowns. Word is these 4 guys were taken out by 4 wealthy women. After that, they texted in their resignations without even collecting their monthly wages.
Actually, this kind of thing is quite common in their nightclub.
It's not unusual for women or men to be taken under the wing of a big boss and become their kept ones.
They couldn't wait to get out of that place.
When the owner learned the 4 had quit, he assumed they'd gone out that night, satisfied the wealthy women, and received generous payments before heading home.
When our police were investigating missing persons cases, we didn't provide information closely related to this dismemberment case, so the boss didn't report it. But when we showed him the tattoo this time, the boss recognized it immediately. It was one of those 4. They all had a dragon tattooed on their arms together. This guy had the middle section, it wasn't very noticeable. Zhou Yahuai explained to Fang Shuo and Lin Xi. Doesn't that mean these 4 wealthy women are major suspects? Fang Shuo said slowly. Exactly. We've already sent people to apprehend them. Fang Shuo, we owe this one to you.
Once we bring these people in, things should fall into place.
Zhou Yahuai's face lit up with excitement. Unexpectedly, the case they'd been struggling with for so long without any leads. Fang Shuo had only been here a few hours, yet he'd already identified the culprits. Truly a master detective. Earlier, he'd thought old Lin was being unreasonable asking for 2 pounds of premium tea and a lavish meal. Now it seemed he owed the old man a huge favor.
Captain, bad news. Those 4 said they went on a trip. We found nothing. No sooner had Zhou Yahuai finished speaking than several officers walked in.
What? They went abroad? Did they flee ahead of time?
Zhou Yuwei was taken aback. Given the current situation, the killer was almost certainly one of those 4 wealthy women. But they likely fled immediately after the murder and dismemberment.
If they'd gone abroad, that would be the end of it. When did they leave? Fang Shuo frowned as he asked from the side.
According to their company, they left half a month ago for the United States and haven't returned yet. They also claimed the timeframe we're alleging for the crime never existed.
One officer stated. That doesn't make sense. Weren't there any security camera footage showing those people leaving the nightclub? That's the evidence.
Lin Xi interjected from the side. Lin Xi, we've already reviewed the surveillance footage.
There's nothing on it. Places like nightclubs are dimly lit to begin with.
Plus, many of those who brought out ladies and gentlemen for entertainment have cameras installed specifically to protect that privacy. The coverage areas are cleverly designed to avoid capturing such scenes.
There's absolutely no leads.
Zhou Yahuai said helplessly from the side.
So does that mean the trail has gone cold again? The officer's face also showed disappointment. No. They haven't left. And I have evidence. Fang Shuo said slowly. Chapter 131, Abandoned Factory. You have evidence? What kind of evidence? Wait, you mean they haven't left yet? How did you find out?
Zhou Yahuai felt completely lost trying to follow Fang Shuo's train of thought.
I want to review the surveillance footage from the intersection of Chuanhua Road and Yongning Road. Within the past week, look for a luxury vehicle turning from Yongning Road onto Chuanhua Road.
It's highly likely they drove the vehicle used to dump the body.
Fang Shuo said slowly. Chuanhua Road and Yongning Road? Isn't that area in an abandoned industrial park? There's hardly any traffic over there.
Zhou Yahuai looked puzzled.
That's right.
We checked surveillance cameras at several intersections along the route, but most were broken, some deliberately vandalized, though that happened quite a while ago. But to reach that industrial park, no matter which direction you come from, you have to pass through that intersection.
Fang Shuo explained slowly.
After leaving the industrial park today, Fang Shuo and Lin Xi had driven around in a police vehicle, finally locating this one operational surveillance camera.
I'll have someone check it immediately. What do you mean they haven't left yet? Fang Shuo, this is no laughing matter. If they've already left the country, it'll be much harder for us to catch them.
Zhou Yahuai said to Fang Shuo with a hint of helplessness. We found high-heel footprints on the road near the industrial park.
Judging by the timing, they should be from the past day or 2.
And that was precisely when you discovered the bodies.
Moreover, the high-heel footprints were left on top of your police footprints.
They must have realized this, which is why they went to the abandoned industrial park to try and eliminate some evidence.
But for some reason, they didn't manage to finish the job.
So I suspect they won't leave until they're sure the crucial evidence is gone.
Leaving now would only raise suspicion. Fang Shuo speculated. But where could they be? Zhou Yahuai asked. I don't know either. But I know they'll definitely go somewhere. Fang Shuo said slowly. Abandoned factory building. After nightfall, hardly anyone came here. The entire factory complex lay shrouded in darkness.
Previously, they had hired an old man from a nearby village to keep watch here, preventing people from breaking in to dismantle and sell the machinery for profit. Though production had ceased in these abandoned factories, the equipment inside remained intact. But today, even the old guard was gone. The factory interior was pitch black. At that moment, a Mercedes-Benz S-Class sedan approached the abandoned factory complex from the distance. Its headlights remained off as it moved slowly along the road. It came to a stop at the entrance of one of the factory buildings. Four stoutly built women stepped out of the vehicle.
That should be enough for today, right? Hurry up and wrap things up here. I've already booked our tickets to Hawaii. This time, I'm using the company team building trip as an excuse to take everyone along. You're telling me. I've made my plans too this time I'm not coming back. It's all your fault. We could have left much earlier, but you insisted on waiting until now. I heard the cops are already on our trail. You guys think you're so clever. That stuff stored in our factory building, you expect me to deal with it alone? Let me tell you, we're all in this together. No one's getting away. Think leaving the country means you're off the hook?
You're underestimating the police in Great Xia.
They might just extradite you back. Sister Hua, there's no extradition treaty between White Eagle Nation and Daxia. Shut up. Let's go.
The four women headed toward the factory building. Though the factory was dark, the four women navigated confidently to the entrance of a basement. It took them a while to climb down. Inside the basement, a gruesome scene unfolded. Numerous severed limbs lay scattered across a table, and bloodstains had already congealed on the floor. Internal organs were stored in containers nearby. It resembled a massive slaughterhouse.
Let's begin.
The leader, Sister Hua, donned a mask and retrieved the chainsaw from nearby.
Freeze! Police!
Just as the four women were about to pick up their tools and resume dismembering the body, police officers suddenly appeared through the basement opening. The four women froze in place.
Fang Shuo, you really are sharp. Who would have thought there was such a well-hidden basement down here? We didn't even notice it when we came to look around earlier. Zhou Yahuai remarked to Fang Shuo.
The entrance to this basement was extremely well hidden. Had they not followed those four women earlier, they would never have found it even if they had deliberately searched this abandoned factory. Moreover, the basement was deep and narrow, with a thick, pungent smell of blood that didn't permeate the air, making it extremely difficult to detect.
Honestly, I never imagined they'd go this far. Then why go to such unnecessary trouble?
If they really had left the bodies here, no one would ever have found out.
Fang Shuo surveyed the gruesome scene inside the basement, utterly perplexed. Never mind. We've caught them red-handed. We'll find out once we interrogate them back at headquarters.
Zhou Yahuai waved his hand, and the four women, now limp as mud, were led away.
Manhwa City Public Security Bureau. Spill it. How did you kill them? Sitting before Zhou Yuwei was Sister Hua.
Compared to the other three women, Sister Hua was barely able to speak.
I just took some medicine. Sister Hua stammered. Took some medicine? What kind of medicine? Zhou Yahuai's eyes turned cold.
Blue pills. I told them 7 or 8 times would be enough, but they insisted on continuing. They were clearly done for, so we had to keep giving them more.
Who knew she'd start foaming at the mouth and convulsing halfway through? We didn't mean for this to happen. They paid us a lot of money.
Sister Hua explained slowly.
What did you say? You guys literally worked her to death, and you have the nerve to say that? Zhou Yahuai was utterly dumbfounded. We paid for a service. What law in this world says women can't sell themselves?
If we paid for services, we naturally want to enjoy them properly.
Enough. Explain why you dismembered the body.
Sister Hua was about to launch into another tirade when Zhou Yahuai cut her off.
We had no choice. All 4 were dead.
They'd be discovered sooner or later.
We looked it up online.
It said if you cut the bodies into small pieces and dump them in the river, the fish and shrimp would eat them clean. Even if bones were found, people would just think they were dog bones.
Turns out everything online was bull. But we'd already dismembered them. We had no choice but to keep going. We originally thought about using the steel melting machines at the factory to incinerate the bodies.
But we don't know how to operate the machinery, and we can't ask anyone for help.
This is the only way. We figured if we cut the body into pieces you wouldn't recognize, the cops wouldn't be able to do anything.
Sister Hua said to Zhou Yahuai with a look of satisfaction.
As if she hadn't been dismembering a human body, but some kind of animal. Chapter 132, The Genius Detective. Enough. You people have money and power, why couldn't you do something decent? Why did you have to do this? You'll face the full force of the law. Zhou Yahuai rose to his feet in disgust.
Most of the criminals he'd encountered before were men, but he never imagined women could be even more cold-blooded than men when committing crimes.
You're poor. It's only natural you wouldn't understand.
For us, this world holds no joy left.
Our dead husbands had countless women on the outside. What's wrong with us women playing with men? You must be the captain, right? Here's the deal, let me go, and I'll give you 100 million. What do you say? Sister Hua looked at Zhou Yahuai and said.
Write this down, bribery of a police officer to evade criminal liability. Zhou Yuwei said coldly to the clerk beside him, then slammed the door and walked out.
So far,
the case had become quite clear. The reason police had few leads earlier was partly due to blind spots in the nightclub's surveillance, and partly because of property issues at the abandoned factory.
According to the investigation,
A large portion of that abandoned factory complex belonged to Sister Hua. At the time, Sister Hua's husband had several mistresses on the side who had given birth to sons one after another. They were all scrambling to secure legal recognition, as only those with legal status could inherit the family fortune. Sister Hua, however, had led a rather wild lifestyle in her youth and was unable to bear children. She was forced into divorce. Under pressure from his mistresses, the tycoon transferred ownership of the abandoned factory buildings and land to Sister Hua during the divorce settlement. Though seemingly valuable on the surface, these assets proved nearly impossible to liquidate. It was precisely because of these abandoned factory buildings that Sister Hua had a place to dispose of the bodies. Had they been a bit more clever, they could have simply placed the bodies in those basements and buried them with cement or sand. It's likely no one would ever have known about the deaths of these 4 people. Come to think of it, they were all migrant workers who had come to Manhwa City from other places. At home, they were either orphans or had not returned for years, drifting alone in the city. Even in death, no one would care. Fortunately, what lurks in the shadows never stays hidden forever. Fang Shuo, no more talk. I'm doing it. Let me be honest with you, the provincial bureau has already formed an investigation team. They're coming to Manhwa City to oversee things. Don't mistake their arrival as a good thing. It's slapping us in the face. It's telling everyone our Manhwa City criminal investigation team is incompetent and needs help from above. But you came and cracked the case immediately. I owe you big time. Zhou Yahuai raised his glass to Fang Shuo. Originally, they were supposed to host a welcome banquet for Fang Shuo and Lin Xi. But after Fang Shuo and Lin Xi arrived, the entire case suddenly gained momentum. Everyone was so busy rushing around that they completely forgot about it. Now that the case has been successfully concluded, Director Wang waved his hand generously and specially approved a large sum of funds to treat Fang Shuo and Lin Xi. No, this is the result of everyone's hard work. I'll take it. Fang Shuo grinned. At this moment, Fang Shuo once again demonstrated his high emotional intelligence. The more others praised him, the more he avoided taking credit. Sure enough, Zhou Yuwei beamed at Fang Shuo's words. You're absolutely right. We've been working day and night these past few days, and our hard work has finally paid off. By the way, when are you and Lin Xi getting married? Be sure to let us know when the time comes. I'll definitely be there to celebrate. Zhou Yuwei glanced at Lin Xi, who was busily serving food to Fang Shuo beside him, and asked with a smile. Nothing's set yet. We'll see after I graduate. But I'll probably set the date soon. Lots of people have their eyes on my future wife. Fang Shuo said with a laugh. Hearing Fang Shuo call her wife repeatedly, Lin Xi's face flushed bright red like a ripe apple. Unable to argue back in front of Zhou Yuwei, she could only sneakily twist his waist. The pain made Fang Shuo grimace. Ha ha ha. Seeing Fang Shuo's expression, Zhou Yuwei, who had been through it all before, couldn't help but laugh. Since you two have finally made it to Manhwa City, there's no need to rush back. I'll personally tell Director Lin later. You two can stay and enjoy yourselves for a few days. Manhwa City has developed quite nicely over the past few years. There are plenty of attractions here. I'll cover all your expenses. Zhou Yuwei said with a smile to Fang Shuo and Lin Xi. Then we'll be putting you out, Captain Zhou. Fang Shuo nodded. No need to be so polite. I just mentioned there's a bit of wrap-up work left on the case that needs your help. Go ahead and enjoy yourselves. Zhou Yahuai grinned, raising his glass once more. It must be said. The people of Manhwa City were incredibly warm and hospitable. By the time Lin Xi helped Fang Shuo back to the hotel, he was already passed out drunk. It couldn't be helped. Fang Shuo had helped the Manhwa City police crack such a major case this time, and coupled with his reputation as a genius detective, nearly everyone had toasting him with a glass of wine. Among men, camaraderie meant downing drinks in one gulp. Fang Shuo had decent tolerance, but after this round, even he was struggling. Many had also tried to toast Lin Xi, but Fang Shuo had intercepted them all. The result? Lin Xi hadn't taken a single sip, while Fang Shuo was completely out cold. Fortunately, tomorrow was free of commitments, allowing for a good rest. Seeing Fang Shuo's drunken state, Lin Xi felt no resentment whatsoever. Earlier, Fang Shuo had drunk a lot on her behalf, and given the circumstances, he simply couldn't refuse. Back when Director Lin used to get drunk often, Lin Xi had looked down on him. But as she grew older, she came to understand that in the adult world, there were countless circumstances beyond one's control. Especially for men, it was unavoidable in their professional lives. Seeing Fang Shuo's discomfort, Lin Xi felt a pang of pity. After a moment's thought, she walked over to the bed and began undressing Fang Shuo. Sleeping fully clothed like that must be terribly uncomfortable. When she reached his underwear, Lin Xi hesitated for a moment. But seeing Fang Shuo unconscious, she blushed and removed all his clothes. Then she used a damp towel to gently wipe his face and body. Just as Lin Xi closed her eyes to continue wiping him, her fingers suddenly brushed against something. Strange. Why was Fang Shuo still carrying a stick? Lin Xi froze. But she quickly snapped back to reality, remembering the scene she'd witnessed in the school grove. Her face flushed crimson. Chapter 133, Love's Confusion.
Early the next morning, Fang Shuo woke up groggily. His head still felt heavy. Recalling how Zhou Yewei and the others had enthusiastically plied him with drinks the night before, Fang Shuo felt a bit helpless. The people of Wanwashi were just too hospitable. He glanced over at Lin Xi, still asleep on the bed beside him, and smiled. This hotel had been booked by Zhou Yewei and the others. The upside was he didn't have to spend his own money. The downside was they'd booked a standard double room. A standard room with 2 beds. Fang Shuo quietly got up to use the restroom. As he walked over, he suddenly froze. Something was wrong. He clearly remembered being fully clothed when he came back today. So why was he now wearing only boxer shorts? Where were his clothes? Who took them off? Fang Shuo was a bit dumbfounded. He looked over at Lin Xi, fast asleep on the bed beside him. Could it be? Lin Xi took them off for me? Does that mean she saw everything? Damn it! I knew it. I really shouldn't have gotten drunk. If I hadn't gotten drunk last night, maybe I could have gotten some hands-on practice. Don't move. Sleepy. Fang Shuo approached Lin Xi's bed, intending to crawl under the covers. But as soon as he pulled back the covers, Lin Xi turned over in her sleep. Fang Shuo rolled his eyes. You had your chance and blew it. You're awake? Lin Xi opened her bleary eyes. Spotting Fang Shuo sitting by her bedside, she abruptly yanked the blanket and pulled back. What are you doing? Lin Xi's eyes widened. What am I doing? Guess? Hey, sweetheart, now that you're in my clutches, what do you think you're going to do? Fang Shuo deliberately adopted an impatient expression, rubbing his hands together with lust-filled intent. Don't move a muscle. I'll scream. Lin Xi had just woken up, her mind still foggy. She'd completely forgotten she was a cop. Go ahead and scream. Even if you scream yourself hoarse, no one will come to save you. Fang Shuo felt like he was playing the villain from those old movies. The act had gone this far. Wouldn't it be a bit awkward not to pounce now? Just as Fang Shuo was contemplating how to tease Lin Xi delivered a flying kick that sent him flying across the room and crashing into the bed on the other side. Dare to assault an officer? You think I'm some pushover? Lin Xi's face flushed as she wrapped her long legs in the blanket. She'd already realized she was a cop. Ow. My manhood is about to snap. You're being way too harsh. Fang Shuo lay on the bed, looking utterly dejected. If we ever do role-playing after getting married, I'd never stand a chance. Was he supposed to play the cop and let her boss him around? That'd be so miserable. Oomph. What were you trying to do just now? Lin Xi glared at Fang Shuo. I just saw your blanket wasn't tucked in properly, so I was going to fix it for you. Who knew you'd suddenly wake up? I was just trying to play a little joke on you. Do I look like the type to do something like that? If I wanted to make a move, wouldn't I have done it already? Fang Shuo shouted, clutching his crotch. Hearing Fang Shuo's words, Lin Xi thought about it. It seemed true. All those little rewards she'd given him before had actually been her own initiative. Are you okay? Lin Xi asked, feeling a bit embarrassed. That kick earlier had been anything but fake. How could I be fine? Oh no. Our Fang family is going to die out. Hurry up and help me fix this. Fang Shuo moaned from his bed. How am I supposed to fix it? Lin Xi's face flushed crimson, recalling how she'd accidentally touched that thing last night. Just rub it? Fang Shuo narrowed his eyes, watching Lin Xi's reaction. Huh? Lin Xi was dumbfounded. Yeah, just massage the swollen area until it goes down. Otherwise, if it stays like this, it might get so engorged it explodes. Fang Shuo said with a grave expression. But Lin Xi was completely clueless about such matters. Hearing Fang Shuo's words, she hesitated, biting her lip lightly. If Fang Shuo got hurt from her kick, wouldn't she be responsible? It was her fault, after all. In the heat of the moment, she hadn't held back at all. Maybe she should massage it for him? Lin Xi took a deep breath, seemingly making up her mind. Just as she was about to head over to Fang Shuo's bed, she noticed him watching her with half-closed eyes. Catching her gaze, he immediately feigned pain and let out a whimper. Oh, you dare trick me. Lin Xi instantly realized what was happening. The thought that he'd nearly been tricked into massaging that area made Lin Xi flush bright red with embarrassment. You're dead meat. Lin Xi covered the quilt with one hand while twisting Fang Shuo's ear with the other. Ow. I just remembered. I think I can do it myself. Fang Shuo looked guilty as sin. Oomph. I'm ignoring you. Lin Xi was furious with embarrassment. Just as she turned to leave, Fang Shuo abruptly yanked the blanket, pulling her into his arms. At that moment, Lin Xi and Fang Shuo lay face to face, mere inches apart. Lin Xi's flushed cheeks hadn't faded yet. Fine beads of sweat dotted her nose, strands of hair clung to her forehead, and she gently bit her lip. Her sensuality carried a hint of allure, leaving Fang Shuo momentarily mesmerized. Lin Xi felt a bit embarrassed. Before she could struggle to sit up, Fang Shuo's lips pressed against hers. Though this wasn't their first kiss, Lin Xi's mind went completely blank. The kiss seemed to last an eternity. Only then did they slowly pull apart, both feeling as if they'd been unable to breathe.
Lin Xi gazed at Fang Shuo with tender eyes, about to speak, when suddenly she felt something hard beneath her. It felt like a stick, and it was warm. Lin Xi quickly sat up from Fang Shuo's lap. She already knew what it was. How amazing. But as Lin Xi sat up abruptly, the pressure landed precisely on that spot. Fang Shuo let out a sharp cry, glaring at her with a look of pure resentment. Lin Xi pursed her lips and chuckled. Oomph. Nice try. Get up. Lin Xi understood perfectly what Fang Shuo wanted from her, judging by the look in his eyes. Though she had felt a momentary impulse just now. But now wasn't the time. Fine, let's grab breakfast first. Let's see what good eats Wangwashi has to offer. Fang Shuo tucked his weapon away and jumped off the bed. Oh, and accompany me to Yijia today. Tianhai City doesn't have one, but since Manhwa City developed earlier, there's one here. I hear their furniture is quite nice. Lin Xi seemed to remember something and said to Fang Shuo. Furniture? Are we furnishing the wedding home already? Then I'll need to earn some extra bonuses. Fang Shuo also entered the bathroom. Pft, pft, pft. Who said we're furnishing a wedding home? I might not even marry you in the future. Lin Xi looked smug. If not me, then who? Dare to say another word, and tonight I'll make you mine, no turning back. Fang Shuo shot Lin Xi a withering look. Oomph. Why are you still thinking about that kind of thing? You rascal. Lin Xi glanced at a certain prominent bulge on Fang Shuo's body, her face flushing as she shot him a sidelong glance. This is a perfectly normal physiological reaction, okay? Who's to blame but you for being so irresistible? Fang Shuo grinned. Oomph. Smart ass. Go take a shower already, you stink. Lin Xi pushed Fang Shuo into the bathroom, her face flushed. Chapter 134, Severed Finger. Yijia. Fang Shuo finally understood what people meant when they said shopping with women was more exhausting than bricklaying. And he never imagined Yijia would be this enormous. After accompanying Lin Xi for an entire morning, they had only managed to cover the first floor. I'm exhausted. Let's grab something to eat. Lin Xi said, linking her arm through his. After all that walking around this morning, they hadn't bought a single thing. What was the point of all that wandering? You actually get tired? I thought all you women were robots. Fang Shuo looked utterly exasperated. Oomph. You're already complaining about spending a little time with me? Come on, come on. I'll treat you to a nice lunch. I hear Yi's place has great food. Lin Xi didn't wait for a response, dragging Fang Shuo toward the restaurant. Ah. Just as Lin Xi was about to order lunch, a startled cry echoed from the dining area. Instantly, several people began rushing toward the exit. What's going on? What happened? Fang Shuo grabbed a fleeing person and demanded. There's a human finger in the food. Ugh. The man retched as he spoke. What? Fang Shuo and Lin Xi exchanged glances and hurried forward. At that moment, 3 girls sat on the floor beside a table, their faces frozen in horror. Vomit surrounded them. On the table lay 3 meals. Within one dish of tomato braised beef brisket, a finger joint with its nail still intact was clearly visible. The nail even sported a cartoon-style manicure. The 3 girls were frozen in terror. Don't move. I'm the police. Fang Shuo, secure the scene. I'll call Captain Zhou. Lin Xi spoke while blocking several Yijia staff members who tried to approach, then produced her police ID. Hearing that Lin Xi was a police officer, the Yijia staff visibly relaxed. Fang Shuo stepped to the table and examined the finger. The knuckle was clearly cooked through, the nail half detached. Judging by the cross-section, it had been severed by something extremely sharp. Keep everyone away from here. I'm heading to the kitchen to investigate. Fang Shuo instructed the staff before rushing toward the kitchen. Meanwhile, the kitchen staff had already learned of the incident in the dining area. They all froze in place. Where's the braised beef brisket with tomatoes? Freeze. Fang Shuo entered the kitchen. It's right there. What's going on here? Officer, we really don't know anything about this. At that moment, the kitchen manager emerged, bowing and scraping. Is everyone from the kitchen here? Fang Shuo asked. 2 more are in the back warehouse moving supplies. I'll get them right away. Everyone, drop what you're doing and follow the officer's instructions. The supervisor was no fool. He suspected one of these individuals might be the killer. Fang Shuo scanned the remaining beef brisket stewed with tomatoes but found no further traces of human tissue. Moreover, this tomato braised beef brisket had been a popular dish, with many portions already sold. The knuckle had been spotted because it still had the fingernail attached. If other parts had been small enough, they could easily have been mistaken for beef and consumed, which would have been a serious problem. Judging by the condition of the finger, it hadn't been added after cooking. Instead, it had been placed in the pot with the raw ingredients during preparation. Either the chef who stir-fried the dish had done it deliberately, or the killer had hidden the body parts among the ingredients without the chef's knowledge. After all, in most kitchens, semi-processed ingredients are commonly used. They're typically ready to cook without further preparation. Shortly after, the 2 men who had been moving things in the back were also summoned over.
They looked utterly bewildered, unaware of what had transpired. When was this batch of beef delivered? Fang Shuo asked the two men. Beef? It was delivered early this morning. It's from our regular supplier. Is there a problem? One of them asked in confusion. They say they found human flesh in it. Another person whispered to them. What? Don't scare me. The man was startled upon hearing this. Take me to see it. I want to inspect the remaining ingredients. Fang Shuo said slowly. Soon, Fang Shuo was led to the kitchen storage area. It must be said that the back kitchen warehouse at Yijia was quite well maintained. Supplies were delivered through fixed channels, keeping things relatively clean. Fang Shuo rummaged through the remaining beef but found no other human tissue. This was rather peculiar. Fang Shuo, what's going on here? Have you made any progress? Just then, Zhou Yahuai walked in from outside. After receiving Lin Xi's call earlier, he'd rushed over with his team. He had already heard the details of the incident from Lin Xi. The body tissue should be mixed in with these frozen goods, but no other tissues have been found. It could be that only this small amount was scattered, or it might have been consumed, it's hard to say. Fang Shuo shook his head. Ha? Hearing Fang Shuo's words, Zhou Yuwei's heart sank to the bottom. If this supplier was compromised, it meant the rest of the dismembered body might have been mixed into these shipments and sold. In that case, it might have been going on for a long time, and it might not just be supplying Yijia. If other hotels or restaurants discovered human remains in their food, the consequences would be severe. Moreover, since these items had already been distributed, there was absolutely no way to recall them. Captain, we've got a problem. Just got a call from the dispatch center. They found chopped meat in a dish of black pepper beef at the Yellow Sea restaurant. An officer rushed in, visibly flustered. What? Zhou Yahuai's heart sank to the bottom. What he feared most had come to pass. Captain Zhou, this pretty much confirms it has nothing to do with Yijia. We need to get to the supplier's factory ASAP. The reports are all coming in today. It's highly likely the contaminated batch is from the same shipment. I just questioned the logistics staff here. They confirmed this batch was delivered today. Going to the supplier's factory should yield some clues. Fang Shuo hurriedly added from the side. Lu, you stay here and secure the scene. Also, screen all the vegetables, including those in the trash bins, to see if there's any other human tissue. Fang Shuo, could you spare yourself the trouble and come with me? I still need to deploy personnel to the Yellow Sea restaurant. We're a bit short-handed. Zhou Yahuai rubbed his hands together as he asked Fang Shuo. Why be so polite? Since we're already here, it's our duty. Fang Shuo nodded. He followed Zhou Yuhui out. Chapter 135, Cold Storage. Rerisheng Supply Chain Processing Plant. When Zhou Yahuai and his team arrived, the factory was still churning out goods. These supply chain processing plants specialize in sourcing raw materials, performing preliminary processing, and then distributing the finished products to supermarkets, hotels, and commercial kitchens. For them, a pound of potatoes might be purchased for just a few cents, given their enormous volume requirements. After machine washing and shredding, these potatoes become shredded potatoes that sell for several yuan per pound. The profit margin on these pre-processed vegetables is substantial. Most restaurants today adopt a pre-prepared food model, and fast food stalls rarely have fully equipped kitchen staff. Therefore, they adopt this procurement model to save substantial processing costs. Traditionally, restaurant kitchens required numerous staff, head chefs, sous chefs, cutters, and prep cooks. Now, only a chef is needed. These chefs don't even need to be professionals, as the seasonings are pre-made with pre-mixed ratios, ready for immediate use. They claim it's freshly cooked, not pre-made. This allows them to charge higher prices. This supply chain processing plant specializes in this very operation. They purchase beef, process it through cutting, then sort and freeze it. As soon as Zhou Yahuai and his team arrived, they halted all production lines and gathered every employee together. Since most of the equipment is mechanized, this large factory only employs about 20 workers. Officer, are you sure you've got the wrong place? We're a conscientious processing plant. How could we possibly have something like that? Forget the rest, just look at the meat we receive. It's all legitimate, with the cattle carcasses still intact. Otherwise, we wouldn't be approved as a supplier for Yijia. Yijia's standards are extremely strict. The factory owner hurriedly explained to Zhou Yahuai after hearing his question. When was the beef from batch GHJT 7786 processed this morning? Is there any inventory left? Zhou Yahuai cut straight to the point without beating around the bush. Batch GHJT 7786 beef? The batch that was just shipped this morning? It was produced last week. We still have some inventory left this week, so it was mixed in with the shipments. Honestly, there's no difference between freezing this meat for 1 week or 1 month. The boss panicked upon hearing this. We're not from the Quality Inspection Bureau. We're not interested in what you're saying. First, take us to see the production line. Zhou Yahuai said. Soon, the group arrived at the processing workshop. The machinery here was fully automated.
Once a cow was secured in place, it would undergo a complete processing cycle, resulting in the animal being dissected into various parts. If human bodies were placed here, it would be a ready-made processing site. Moreover, the entire production line was already completely covered in blood, making it impossible to verify whether human blood was present. Zhou Yahuai stared at the production line before him with a grave expression. After such a long period of slaughter, few clues would remain. But it was essentially confirmed that this was the primary crime scene.
Ring ring. Just as Zhou Yuwei was surveying the scene, the phone rang again. After hanging up, Zhou Yuwei's face darkened completely.
The third dismembered body has been discovered in another restaurant.
Zhou Yuwei informed Fang Shuo. Fang Shuo wasn't surprised.
Boss, contact every supplier you sourced from this morning. Tell them under no circumstances to use the beef delivered this morning.
Hurry! Zhou Yuwei grabbed the dazed owner by the arm and dragged him outside. Meanwhile, Fang Shuo continued to pace around the workshop.
Even if they used this production line to dismember the bodies, it couldn't be done too openly. While the line only required a few people to maintain, getting a body out would be tricky.
Judging by the nails, the body was likely a young woman.
Even if there were women working in the factory, they wouldn't wear nails like that. Therefore, the body must have been brought in from outside. And if it was cut up on the production line, the person at the beginning and the person at the end would be different.
There's no way to avoid detection. How did he manage it? Wait a minute.
Fang Shuo recalled the finger he'd seen earlier. Given the current production line setup, it couldn't have been cut that small unless it happened at the final mesh cutting section.
Fang Shuo walked over to inspect it, but the modules of this production line were interconnected. It was impossible to activate just one section.
What's this room for?
Fang Shuo asked, pointing at a closed door nearby.
This is a cold storage room. Our production line requires immediate freezing after manufacturing, otherwise the products spoil easily in summer. The main cold storage facility is quite far away, so our factory manager converted some areas inside the plant into cold storage rooms. An employee explained to Fang Shuo.
Do you guys run production at night too?
Fang Shuo inquired. We don't normally work nights, but with the holiday season approaching, demand has surged, so we're putting in overtime shifts.
But we don't run all production lines during overtime.
We just keep a few lines operational with our staff working in shifts.
The employee added. Got it. Is there a key for this warehouse? Can I go inside and take a look? Fang Shuo asked. Hold on a moment.
The key to this cold storage is with our production staff.
I'll go get it,
the man said as he walked out. Soon he returned with the key and unlocked the cold storage.
Fang Shuo stepped inside wearing his cotton coat, yet still felt the bone-chilling cold.
The temperature inside was at least -30 or 40 degrees Celsius.
Have any goods been stored in here recently? Fang Shuo asked the employee standing outside the door.
This warehouse is nearly full, so we haven't been able to use any of the recently produced goods. The employee replied slowly.
Who is this production worker with the key? Fang Shuo emerged from the cold storage. The production worker? You mean Old Wang? He's a very honest and straightforward guy.
He's been working at the factory for many years. Otherwise, our boss wouldn't trust him with the cold storage keys.
Previous cold storage managers have been caught stealing from the facility, the employee said to Fang Shuo. Honest? Fang Shuo looked doubtful. Yes. The employee nodded.
You mentioned earlier that you've been working night shifts lately.
Could I see the most recent duty roster? Fang Shuo inquired. Chapter 136, The Missing Piece.
Just as Zhou Yanhui had finished making frantic calls to all the restaurants supplied by the factory manager, he received another call from Director Wang. This time, the restaurants connected to the supplier were all high-end establishments. And the patrons dining at these establishments were, for the most part, either wealthy or influential. Moreover, with many young people in the household after such an incident occurred, they took to social media platforms to share the story, sparking massive attention.
This has now become a news story.
Not to mention another drinking gathering, reportedly a banquet hosted by Wang Washi for foreign business partners.
Yet such an incident occurred. Director Wang was furious. He immediately ordered Zhou Yanhui to solve the case within a set time frame. Zhou Yuwei felt utterly helpless.
He hadn't expected that just after solving a dismemberment case by the river, another one would suddenly surface.
This was simply unbearable.
Fortunately, the situation had been brought under control, and the process of gradually retrieving this batch of goods had begun.
This would prevent the situation from escalating further.
Now, the most critical task was to identify the body and confirm the killer.
Fang Shuo, any findings on your end? Zhou Yahuai asked as Fang Shuo approached.
I think I figured out the process of how the body was dismembered and have a preliminary theory, but I'm not sure if it's correct.
Fang Shuo replied slowly. What? You know who the killer is now? Zhou Yahuai looked utterly incredulous. He couldn't follow Fang Shuo's train of thought anymore. It's just a possibility I'm considering, Fang Shuo said slowly. Manhwa City Public Security Bureau. Inside the detention cell. An old man sat inside. His eyes were hollow and vacant, lost in thought. This man was the production worker with the cold storage key, known as Old Wang. Fang Shuo, are you certain it's this man? When I went to bring him over just now, the factory manager said he's a very honest man. Zhou Yahuai asked Fang Shuo with some puzzlement. I'm just suspicious. But for now, he's the only one with both the means and opportunity. At this point, we have no choice but to try. Fang Shuo said slowly. Try it? What do you mean? Zhou Yahuai was puzzled. I looked into this old Wang's education elementary school graduate. He probably doesn't have that many tricks up his sleeve. The reason he dismembered the body, I think, is that besides the method, there's some hatred involved. This hatred feels somewhat aimless to me. I want to investigate if this old Wang has any family or social connections. Fang Shuo said to Zhou Yuwei. Not interrogating him now? Zhou Yuwei was puzzled. No need. If we interrogate him now, we'd likely have no angle to work with. It'd be completely ineffective. Besides, the longer we hold him without questioning, the more time he has to think things through. Fang Shuo explained. Fang Shuo, are you really just a college student? Didn't you attend a specialized police academy? How do you know all these interrogation techniques? Zhou Yahuai asked, visibly shocked. He had heard rumors about Fang Shuo before, knowing he was merely a college student. And that he possessed exceptional case-solving abilities. But the technique Fang Shuo just mentioned was one they frequently used during interrogations. A tactic police jokingly called silence speaks louder than words. Fang Shuo actually knew about it. And he'd actually used it right now. It's all in the books. I guess you could call it self-taught. Fang Shuo scratched his head. Zhou Yahuai, the criminal investigation team leader, now looked at Fang Shuo with a hint of eagerness in his eyes. What a pity. If Director Wang had a daughter instead of a son, Fang Shuo might have become his son-in-law. Then, the case clearance rate at Manhwa City Public Security Bureau would skyrocket, wouldn't it? Soon, Fang Shuo arrived before the factory director. Given the magnitude of the incident, the factory director had also been brought in. You mean Old Wang? His wife passed away early, leaving him with just one son. The boy got married last year. I even gave him a big red envelope for the occasion. But it seems his son works in the city and has never visited. Factories like ours, according to city planning, can only operate in outlying areas like this. It's quite remote, but there's nothing we can do about it. Old Wang usually lived right here at the factory. Many of our workers are villagers from nearby areas who go back home after their shifts. The factory manager explained to Fang Shuo and the others. Your factory's surveillance system is all broken? Why haven't you fixed them sooner? Zhou Yahuai interjected from the side. They had expected to see the situation on the surveillance footage, but discovered the cameras were merely decorations. There weren't even any wires connected. It's out of my hands. This village has its own power grid. When we connected our production line, the electricity demand was too high, and the villagers strongly objected. The surveillance system runs 24/7, so when I tried to connect it to the power, the villagers flat out refused. I explained that it wouldn't use much electricity, but they wouldn't believe me. I just installed half the system and left it at that. Having something to fool people is enough. Those villagers don't understand anything anyway. The factory manager said with a hint of resignation. Listening to the factory manager, Fang Shuo couldn't help but shake his head. He had previously speculated that Old Wang, having been single and lonely for too long, might have been up to something with certain women, but something had gone wrong. But now it seemed something else was at play. This factory was somewhat remote. Judging by the fingernail, it should belong to a young girl. Such girls were probably rare in the village. The origin of this person was rather peculiar. Speaking of Old Wang, there's something else I should mention. A few days ago, I sensed Old Wang was in a strange mood, so I asked him about it. He said his son and daughter-in-law were fighting, talking about divorce or something. But since it's a family matter, I didn't pry further. I wonder if something happened. At that moment, the factory director addressed Fang Shuo and the others. Ha! Hearing the factory director's words, Fang Shuo's eyes lit up. The missing piece of the puzzle suddenly seemed to fall into place. Do you know where Old Wang's son works? Do you have any contact information? Fang Shuo asked the factory manager. Chapter 137, Psychological Warfare. With the modernization process spreading from cities to rural areas, most young people who had previously studied away from home had either graduated from university or found other ways to settle in various cities. Meanwhile, due to various policy changes, the land they once cultivated in the villages now sees very few people farming there. Once upon a time, Old Wang had also considered that he might spend his entire life in the countryside, farming, selling grain and vegetables. Then he'd arrange a marriage for his son, build a house not far from his old home. His son would then give him a grandson. When he could no longer work the fields, he would hand it over to his son and grandson and enjoy his twilight years in peace. At least, that was his plan 3 years ago. That was until 3 years ago, when his son rushed home to announce he'd found a girlfriend and needed to sell their house in town to afford the wedding.
Old Wang hadn't even recovered from the joy of the news when the 50,000 yuan down payment nearly stopped his heart.
50,000 yuan.
He had worked tirelessly his entire life. After his wife passed away, he never remarried. Over the years, he had only managed to save 30,000 yuan. He thought his son could earn another 100,000 yuan working away from home for a few years. That's how houses were built in the countryside. But who could have known that a house in the city would cost over 3 million yuan? Later he heard that the girl's family was well off, and they demanded a house no smaller than 150 square meters. And it had to be located in the city center. Old Wang and his son drank in silence all night. Early the next morning, Old Wang packed his bedding and followed his son onto the bus heading into the city. Old Wang had spent his entire life farming and knew nothing else in the city. After much effort, he found a job at this factory through connections. Just learning to operate the machinery took over a month.
Fortunately, the boss recognized Old Wang's honest nature.
He lived and ate at the factory and also worked as a security guard. He was doing the work of 2 men for 1 man's pay. The boss kept him on. But even the boss probably never imagined that this seemingly honest old man would cause him such a huge headache. Old Wang massaged his temples. He hadn't slept well these past few days.
But he hadn't done anything wrong.
For his son, it was all worth it. Just as Old Wang was lost in his thoughts, a young man pushed open the door and walked in. Old Wang looked up, puzzled. Police officers had come to question him before. When they arrested him, Old Wang had already made up his mind, even if they beat him to death, he would never say a word. The officers who just entered hadn't gotten anything out of him either, so they'd slunk out dejectedly.
Ahem. Wang Yukai? Fang Shuo sat down at the interrogation desk.
After all, he was now at the Manhwa City Public Security Bureau, facing this old man alone, and he felt somewhat uneasy.
Outside the interrogation room, Zhou Yahuai and a group of officers waited outside. Captain, is it really okay to send Fang Shuo in alone?
Yeah, Captain.
This is an interrogation. Even if Fang Shuo is a top-notch detective, interrogation requires specialized skills, right? Captain, did Fang Shuo bring back any leads? Are we sure about this?
Several officers from Manhwa City Public Security Bureau voiced their concerns to Zhou Yahuai.
Shut up, all of you.
Listen carefully to what Fang Shuo does. Let me tell you this, geniuses are geniuses because there are many things we need to learn, but for them, it comes instinctively. Watch closely. As for what clues Fang Shuo and the others brought back from their trip, I don't know either.
But judging by Fang Shuo's demeanor, he seems quite confident.
Zhou Yahuai addressed the group. Lin Xi, standing beside Zhou Yuwei, let a faint smile touch her lips. Yes, perhaps Fang Shuo truly was that kind of genius. Back in Tianhai City, his colleagues had all been thoroughly impressed by him in the same way. It seemed the colleagues in Huanghua City were about to experience the same process. Lin Xi glanced toward the interrogation room. Who are you? Old Wang demanded of Fang Shuo. This young man, if he was a cop, he wasn't wearing a uniform. Yet to say he wasn't a cop? His gaze was sharper than any officer's.
Who I am doesn't matter.
What matters is that I just came back from New Hope Network Technology Company.
There's a salesman there named Wang Shuai. Fang Shuo spoke slowly.
Hearing Fang Shuo's words, Old Wang abruptly lifted his head.
What did you say? You've seen my son?
Old Wang asked, his face frozen in shock. Don't worry, I didn't tell him about what you did. I just had a chat with him and learned a few things. Including the breakup with his girlfriend.
Fang Shuo observed Old Wang's reaction, smiled faintly, and spoke calmly.
Old Wang stared at Fang Shuo in disbelief.
But there's one thing you probably don't know.
According to his co-workers, Wang Shuai had been really down lately. He kept making mistakes at work, and one order caused huge losses for the company. He got fired. I ran into him because he happened to come to the company demanding his wages, only to get beaten up by the company staff. Seeing Old Wang fall silent, Fang Shuo continued slowly.
What? What about my son? How could I not know he got fired? And how can this company not pay him? My son worked for them. What right did they have to beat him?
Upon hearing his son had been assaulted, Old Wang immediately struggled to his feet. Seeing this, the police outside were about to rush in to help, but Zhou Yahuai stopped them.
Everyone calm down.
Fang Shuo isn't scared, so why are you all so worked up?
Zhou Yahuai shot a displeased glance at the surrounding officers.
He felt a sense of frustration akin to Sun Haiba's disappointment in someone not living up to their potential.
Relax, it's fine.
We're the police. When we encounter something like this, we won't just stand by and do nothing. Besides, we got your son's money back.
Fang Shuo said slowly. Thank you. Conquer.
Old Wang said hesitantly.
Enough about that. Let's talk about the case you're working on. You're you, and Wang Shuai is Wang Shuai.
I know you did this for his sake, but the law doesn't make exceptions for personal feelings.
Do you realize we already have all the evidence of your crimes? Yet we haven't directly interrogated you. Why do you think that is? Do you really think we know nothing? Fang Shuo pressed Old Wang.
Old Wang opened his mouth, hesitated, but said nothing. Next to your workshop, there's a small cold storage room. That's where you temporarily hid the body after killing him, right? Then you used the equipment to cut up the body at night when the workshop was empty. But to avoid suspicion, you mixed the body parts in with the beef. So during the final sorting, you inevitably left some behind. After all, freshly cut flesh and beef are both bloody. It's hard to tell them apart without careful inspection. As for the rest, we've completely cleared out the warehouse and found those dismembered remains. So you plan to randomly mix those body parts into several shipments later on, so no one will ever know? Do I need to continue? If you do, you won't need to say anything else. We can convict you without a single word from you. I'm giving you a chance to turn yourself in. Fang Shuo spoke slowly to Old Wang. Chapter 138, Genius. Hearing Fang Shuo's words, it was Old Wang who was most shocked. First it was the police officers waiting outside. What is Fang Shuo talking about? I don't understand a single word. How does he know the details of the crime? Yeah, when did Old Wang even have a son? Wait, what does this breakup have to do with Old Wang? The police officers murmured among themselves. Even Zhou Yahuai folded his arms, frowning as he analyzed the situation. Judging by Old Wang's reaction, Fang Shuo's account of the events was clearly accurate. Could it be that Fang Shuo had pieced this entire sequence together through deduction? He hadn't arranged for anyone to search that cold storage facility, nor had any remaining bodies been discovered. How did he know? Watching everyone's reactions, Lin Xi smiled slightly. This wasn't the first time she'd witnessed Fang Shuo interrogate a suspect. Unlike the standard police approach, interrogations typically followed a structured process where evidence was gradually revealed to coax confessions. But Fang Shuo didn't present any direct evidence right away. Instead, he went straight for the psychological angle. He'd start with small talk, and once the suspect relaxed, Fang Shuo would lay out the entire crime. This approach had its pros and cons. The advantage, of course, was that it could completely shock the suspect. Typically, without sufficient evidence, it's impossible to reconstruct the entire crime scene. The downside, however, is that it's extremely difficult. After all, if any single point in the reasoning is off, it could give the suspect false hope or even backfire. Therefore, law enforcement rarely employs this tactic without sufficient evidence. Yet when Fang Shuo employed it, it proved consistently effective. Sure enough. Listening to Fang Shuo's words, Old Wang, sitting in the interrogation room, could no longer remain seated. Actually. So if I confess now, does that count as turning myself in? Old Wang stammered for a long while before finally asking. It depends on whether what you say is true. As for whether it counts as a confession, that's not up to me, it's up to the relevant authorities. But at least by doing this, you'll be able to face your son with a clear conscience. I'll speak up for you. Fang Shuo said slowly. His words were neither definitive nor a refusal. Alright, first tell me how Wang Shuai's girlfriend ended up at your factory. Fang Shuo steered the conversation further. I called her myself. I tricked her into coming to pick up money. Old Wang exhaled deeply and addressed Fang Shuo. Go on. Fang Shuo said nothing. To be honest, everything Fang Shuo had deduced earlier had already been spoken. At this point, saying more would only invite slip-ups. When I found out my son had found a wife in the city, I was actually quite happy. If my son could put down roots in the city, it would be far better than me spending my whole life toiling in the fields. Besides, it would be more respectable. I figured even if the dowry was an issue, I was still strong enough to work in the city. If my son and I lived frugally, we could save up the money in a few years. But every time I earned a little money, it wouldn't even get warm in my pocket before my son asked for it. He said Zhao Zhao needed this or that, or some kind of eyelid surgery. I didn't understand it, but I gave it to him when he asked. After all, Zhao Zhao was already pregnant. Raising a child naturally costs money. This past year, not a single penny was left. I heard my son even racked up over 100,000 in online debts. If that were all, it wouldn't be so bad. Money can always be paid back little by little. But I never imagined Zhao Zhao would abort the baby. Does she despise our family for being poor? But that was my grandchild. That wicked woman. She was carrying my son's child, yet she still wanted to break up. And that good-for-nothing son of mine actually agreed. As Old Wang spoke, his lips trembled. Fang Shuo, sitting before Old Wang, nodded in understanding. Now it all made sense. This Zhao Zhao girl probably wasn't a proper young lady at all. Children who come to the city from the countryside usually carry a simple, honest way of being. To many, this is a precious quality, but to those with ulterior motives, it makes them easy targets. Recalling Wang Shuai's appearance back then, he did seem rather honest and slow-witted. That's why the company didn't even bother paying him. If they'd encountered someone truly capable, they probably wouldn't have pushed him to the brink like that. That's just how this society works. Honest people always get pushed around. As for the debts he owed, they were likely money he borrowed from various platforms after being tricked by that girl. Even the pregnancy might have been fake. A fake pregnancy test was all it took to trick an honest soul into taking the fall. Now that this honest soul has no more value or use, Naturally, she'll cut ties as soon as possible to scout out her next target. These marriage scam schemes are still quite common.
So you lured her to the factory under the pretense of paying her, then murdered her and hid the body in the cold storage? Did you ever consider the consequences of doing this? Fang Shuo asked slowly. I'd met Zhao Zhao once before. She was such a good girl. But this time when she came, she was full of contempt and even spoke ill of my son. I couldn't control myself and lost my temper. I never expected her to be so weak. The production line was running at the time, and I was the only one on duty. I dragged her into the workshop. Old Wang sighed as he spoke. What about her clothes? What about her phone and other belongings? Fang Shuo asked. In the woods behind our factory. I dug a hole and buried them. Old Wang replied. Go now. Let's move now. Zhou Yahuai outside the door perked up. He hadn't expected it to go so smoothly. Old Wang had confessed everything. This case could finally be closed. Wow. I'm just too brilliant. If I hadn't told Lin Xi and Fang Shuo to stay in Manhwa City for a few days, and even booked them a room for 3 days just in case they needed a place to stay. This was absolutely the right call. If Fang Shuo hadn't been there, this case probably wouldn't have gone so smoothly. Director, why couldn't you have given birth to a daughter? Zhou Yahuai sighed helplessly. A moment later. Fang Shuo emerged from the interrogation room. Old Wang had confessed to the entire sequence of events, matching Fang Shuo's deductions perfectly. Moreover, Old Wang had revealed the whereabouts of several key items. Once located, the chain of evidence would be complete. Fang Shuo, no need for words, just thank you. Now I understand why Tianhai City Police Bureau's case clearance rate has skyrocketed lately. If you were here in Huanghua City, our numbers would be soaring too. Let's continue tonight. I absolutely must treat you to a proper meal. Zhou Yahuai patted Fang Shuo on the shoulder as he spoke. Chapter 139, Grab me a shirt. No, I really can't drink anymore. I passed out cold after getting home that night. I couldn't do anything. Today I was finally planning to rest, but then this happened. Let's just skip it. Fang Shuo said helplessly. Lin Xi, standing nearby, shot Fang Shuo a glare. What do you mean you couldn't do anything? What else did you expect to do? Ah, you're right. That's just how things are done around here in Huanghua City. We wouldn't want to neglect you. Well then, I won't keep you any longer. You should stay in Huanghua City a few more days and enjoy yourselves. We still need to wrap up this case. Speaking of which, this case has significant repercussions. We need to handle it as thoroughly as possible. Zhou Yahuai said to Fang Shuo. Captain Zhou, there's something else I'd like to discuss with you. Fang Shuo addressed Zhou Yahuai. Are you planning to plead for leniency for the suspect? I heard everything you said in the interrogation room earlier. Rest assured, I'll advocate for him appropriately when compiling the case materials. Zhou Yahuai gave Fang Shuo an appreciative look. He understood that in this case, although Old Wang had committed murder, at the end of the day, he wasn't some utterly depraved individual. In fact, he was a pitiful man. Given his cooperative attitude during confession, it made sense. I trust you'll handle this fairly. But what I want to discuss is something else. Judging from Wang Shuai's experience, there really is a gang operating in Huanghua City that uses marriage as a cover to scam people out of money. Judging by Zhao Zhao and Wang Shuai's cases, the operation is remarkably smooth and tightly organized. It doesn't seem like the work of a single individual. You should look into this lending agency, it might lead you straight to the fraud ring behind it. Otherwise, similar incidents are likely to occur again in the future. Fang Shuo said to Zhou Yahuai. Exactly. How could I have forgotten about this? Look at my brain. Zhou Yahuai slapped his forehead. At the end of the day, this whole thing was orchestrated by that fraud ring. Now that Wang Shuai has fallen for it, there will be Li Shuai, Chen Shuai, and others to follow. I suggest you start with this girl named Xiao Jiao. She's dead now, after all. Her gang can't just sit idly by, especially since her death was so sudden. A significant amount of money was likely still in Xiao Jiao's possession. They must be searching for her. Fang Shuo reminded Zhou Yahuai. Got it. I'll get on it immediately. Fang Shuo, thank you. Zhou Yahuai said sincerely to Fang Shuo. Not only had Fang Shuo alerted him to the nearly overlooked case within a case, but he'd also pointed them in the right direction. This favor was one he'd owed dearly. By the time they returned to the hotel from Huanghua City Police Headquarters, it was already late at night. On the way back, Fang Shuo couldn't stop yawning. After returning, Lin Xi went to take a shower first, while Fang Shuo nearly fell asleep on the bed. Fang Shuo, could you grab me a shirt? Just as Fang Shuo was drifting off, Lin Xi's voice called from the bathroom. Ha? What is it? Fang Shuo sat up. I accidentally got my clothes wet, so I can't wear them. Could you grab another set for me? They're in my suitcase. Lin Xi called out to Fang Shuo from the bathroom. Fang Shuo hurried over to the suitcase and began searching. To his surprise, there was even a set of underwear inside. Fang Shuo's face flushed crimson. This is a bit big. Must be a G cup. Did you find it?
Lin Xi's voice urged him. She knew exactly what was inside the suitcase. If she hadn't been desperate, she never would have asked Fang Shuo to search through it.
Found it. Here you go. Fang Shuo hurriedly handed over a set of pajamas. Oh, close your eyes. Lin Xi opened the bathroom door just a crack. Seriously, you've seen everything and touched everything. I'm totally at a disadvantage here. Fang Shuo muttered under his breath. Fang Shuo. Just you wait.
Lin Xi snatched the nightgown inside and slammed the bathroom door shut.
Fang Shuo quickly burrowed under the covers. Sure enough, Lin Xi soon emerged wearing her pajamas.
Spotting Fang Shuo lying in bed, she stormed over, arms flailing.
Hey, hey, hey! I'm telling you, I'm not wearing any clothes. Don't come over here. I've pulled back the covers. Fang Shuo yelled, clutching the covers. You! Lin Xi's face flushed crimson. He couldn't move forward, nor could he retreat. I'm turning it on. Fang Shuo abruptly pulled back the covers, and Lin Xi quickly covered her eyes.
After a long moment, hearing no movement from Fang Shuo, she finally peeked through narrowed eyes between her fingers. To her surprise, Fang Shuo stood there fully dressed. Only then did Lin Xi realize she'd been tricked by Fang Shuo. The legendary two-fingered Zen technique made its return. One hand landed on her ear, the other on her waist.
Fang Shuo begged for mercy repeatedly.
After a playful scuffle, Lin Xi finally urged Fang Shuo to go take a shower.
Fang Shuo, you came with just this little bag? Where are your clothes?
As soon as Fang Shuo emerged, Lin Xi asked him.
While Fang Shuo was showering, Lin Xi had intended to tidy up his belongings but discovered his backpack was completely empty. I didn't bring any. I heard you were traveling alone and rushed over in a panic. Who had time to pack? This power bank? I borrowed it from someone else. Fang Shuo spread his hands helplessly. It was only because he'd helped Sun Haiba and the others crack quite a few cases earlier that he'd earned some bonus money. Back in the day, he might have had to ask someone for the bus fare too. By the way, what if you didn't bring your medicine? Should we go buy some now? Otherwise, you'll get a headache again.
Lin Xi asked Fang Shuo.
Speaking of headaches, I haven't had one in 2 days. It's really strange. Before, I'd get one almost every day. If I didn't take my medicine, I'd probably get several. But lately, I've been so busy with the case that I almost forgot to take my pills. I don't feel any pain now either. Fang Shuo shook his head. Chapter 140, Case Within a Case. Huh? What on earth is going on? Lin Xi was taken aback. I don't know. Maybe it's the power of love. Fang Shuo said with a laugh. Oomph. You smart aleck.
Lin Xi playfully nudged Fang Shuo, but she still couldn't help but smile, clearly delighted. But didn't you always rely on these headaches to simulate the killer's process before? How did you manage these recent cases? I thought you were just enduring it all along. Making me worry for nothing. Lin Xi asked, a hint of confusion in her voice. I just used normal deductive reasoning. I didn't really focus on the headaches that much. I guess there might be more to come. Fang Shuo shook his head. You deduced this yourself? Lin Xi was quite surprised. Originally, she thought Fang Shuo could solve those complex cases because of his chronic headaches. But now it seemed that wasn't entirely the case. Yeah, my college entrance exam score was close to 700 points. It wasn't all thanks to my condition. Fang Shuo blinked. All right. Earlier, I heard my dad mention that there's a legendary cop in the public security system with a situation exactly like yours. I specifically researched this condition back then. Apparently, it involves some kind of neural stimulation that can provide relief, but it really depends on the individual. Lin Xi said slowly. It doesn't matter. Even if it exists, I've grown accustomed to it. If it doesn't, that's even better. Fang Shuo shrugged. Lin Xi looked at Fang Shuo, unsure whether to feel relieved or heartbroken. Actually, earlier, Lin Xi hadn't fully expressed it. Such hidden wounds were likely a form of self-protection, causing one to deliberately forget certain unpleasant memories. Just like Fang Shuo's condition, which emerged after his parents' car accident. It was likely the body's own defense mechanism at work. It was Fang Shuo's optimism that made Lin Xi feel a pang of sympathy. Hey, now that you mention it, my head is actually starting to hurt. Your words are like a curse. Fang Shuo now felt a sharp, throbbing pain in his head. What should we do? I'll go buy you some medicine. Lin Xi said, starting to get dressed. It's the middle of the night and we're in a strange place. Where are we supposed to go? I'll be fine after lying down for a bit. This stuff comes on fast and goes away just as quickly. Fang Shuo hurriedly lay back down on the bed. Then let me rub it for you. Lin Xi also sat down on the bed, letting Fang Shuo lie across her lap as she gently massaged him. Fang Shuo felt the warmth and smoothness of Lin Xi's thigh against his skin, inhaling the unique scent emanating from her body. A wave of heat washed over him. Feeling better? Lin Xi asked Fang Shuo. It hurts. It still hurts badly. It's getting worse. Fang Shuo kept his eyes closed, his face etched with pure pleasure. Lin Xi watched him, pursing her lips to avoid calling him out. She continued massaging him gently. For Lin Xi, she too cherished every moment spent with Fang Shuo. Being together, no matter what they did, felt incredibly precious.
Shall we go back tomorrow?
After an unknown amount of time, Fang Shuo slowly opened his eyes.
Go back? Didn't you promise Captain Zhou you'd stay in Manhwa City a few more days?
Lin Xi was puzzled.
Auntie said she'd treat me to a meal, didn't she? Actually, there are a few things I'd like to discuss with Auntie and Uncle. Fang Shuo said with a smile. You? Hearing Fang Shuo's words, Lin Xi's face flushed instantly.
She seemed to have guessed what Fang Shuo intended to discuss with her parents.
Hee, what if we just take the kid back first? Wouldn't that make things simpler? Fang Shuo grinned. Get lost. Nice try. Lin Xi kicked Fang Shuo off the bed. Go to sleep. We've got an early train tomorrow.
Lin Xi burrowed under the covers, her face flushed.
Fang Shuo was utterly speechless. Getting back to that taekwondo class had to be put on the agenda. Tianhai City. Lin Xi's home.
You said Shi and Fang Shuo went to Huanghua City for several days.
Shouldn't they be back by now? Is the case that difficult? Lin Xi's mother asked Director Lin. Don't even get me started.
That kid Fang Shuo has really impressed me.
Last night, old Wang called me.
They originally went for that dismemberment case, but after just one day, they cracked it. Not only that, but behind this dismemberment case lies a fraud ring with over 10 million yuan involved. Moreover, behind this fraud case, we encountered an illegal software development company. Through this software development company, several more cases related to doctoral-level software have surfaced. This whole chain of cases has kept the Huanghua City Public Security Bureau swamped. Old Wang, that guy, was practically grinning from ear to ear when he called me. That old fox, after borrowing Fang Shuo, was clearly planning to milk the situation for all it's worth. I heard Fang Shuo and his team have had to change their train tickets multiple times.
Director Lin said with a hint of resignation. Still, he secretly felt relieved that he'd made a wise decision this time, sending Fang Shuo along with Lin Xi. If Fang Shuo had gone alone, things could have gotten messy. But with Lin Xi tagging along, at least he wouldn't have to worry about Fang Shuo getting kidnapped. Given old Wang's usual behavior. Even though Fang Shuo was just a college student now. If Fang Shuo were willing to stay, old Wang could probably arrange for him to graduate early. Compared to our place, Huanghua City's development started much earlier. Old Wang definitely has some guts. What were you thinking, insisting Fang Shuo go there in the first place? If Fang Shuo had been kept over there, I'd have given you a piece of my mind. Lin Xi's mother shot Director Lin a glare. Ahem. Well, that's unlikely. Fang Shuo isn't that kind of person. Director Lin began to feel uneasy too. After all, Fang Shuo's excellence had even surprised him. To be perfectly honest, if he and old Wang had switched places when Fang Shuo came to their Tianhai City, Director Lin would have done everything in his power to keep Fang Shuo there. Mom, Dad, I'm home. Just then, Lin Xi opened the door and walked in. You're back? Where's Fang Shuo? Why didn't he come? Then why did you come back? Lin Xi's mother saw him and hurried over to greet him. But when she didn't see Fang Shuo behind him, her expression immediately soured. Chapter 141, The Bomb. You came back alone? Where's Fang Shuo? Lin Xi's mother glanced behind her daughter with a hint of reluctance, only to find no one there. Her face instantly fell with disappointment. Mom, I'm your daughter, okay? Why does it feel like Fang Shuo is your real son? Lin Xi was utterly speechless. After all, she had been away on a business trip for several days, working on solving a case. Though she hadn't exerted much effort, most of the work had been done by Fang Shuo. Lin Xi had still been exhausted by it all. I wish I had a son as good as that Fang Shuo. You should be grateful, girl. If it weren't for Fang Shuo, I wouldn't bother with you at all. Lin Xi's mother said, utterly speechless. He went downstairs to the supermarket to buy something. I told him it wasn't necessary, but he insisted on checking it out. So I came up ahead. I don't know why your eldest son is being so polite. Lin Xi teased her mother. Look at Fang Shuo. He knows how to show proper courtesy. By the way, when you visited Fang Shuo's house earlier, you didn't go empty-handed, did you? Lin Xi's mother quickly asked her son. Of course not. I bought plenty of things. Lin Xi rolled her eyes at her mother and walked inside on her own. A moment later, Fang Shuo came up carrying bags of all sizes. Last time he came over, Fang Shuo had been drunk and had to be supported by Lin Xi. He hadn't known anything at all. But this time, he was sober, so naturally, he had to act with some decorum. Besides, with the bonus he'd received earlier, money wasn't an issue either. Oh, Fang Shuo's here? You just show up whenever you feel like it. Why all the formalities? Next time, don't even think about buying anything. You treat this place like your own home. Lin Xi's mother beamed as she welcomed Fang Shuo inside. Director Lin also grinned as he invited Fang Shuo to have some tea. This scene infuriated Lin Xi no end.
There was nothing she could do. Lin Xi's mother had long had her eye on Fang Shuo as a potential son-in-law.
As for Director Lin,
he had already received a call from Chief Wang of Manhwa City Public Security Bureau.
He held Fang Shuo in the utmost admiration and, of course, owed Director Lin a favor.
Commissioner Lin was naturally thrilled. On a larger scale, this joint operation between Tianhai City Public Security Bureau and Huanghua City Public Security Bureau had yielded such significant results in one fell swoop. On a smaller scale, Fang Shuo was his future son-in-law.
He only helped you all because of me. Beyond that, Director Lin couldn't help but feel a bit smug. With Fang Shuo rising so fast, old Wang would definitely try to poach him.
But with Lin Xi involved now, old Wang can only watch helplessly. I'm just letting you see this gem so you understand how invaluable Fang Shuo is. As for what happens next, he'll still be one of us at Tianhai City Public Security Bureau.
Fang Shuo had brought Director Lin great honor, and naturally, Director Lin was overjoyed. Ding dong. Just then, the doorbell rang outside. Cici, go answer the door. I'm talking to Fang Shuo right now.
Director Lin called out to Lin Xi. Lin Xi stomped angrily to the door. But when she got there, the delivery person was already gone. Only a delivery box remained. This delivery service is terrible. Lin Xi picked up the box with a hint of dissatisfaction.
Dad, you've started shopping online now?
That's pretty rare. Lin Xi glanced at the box and saw it was addressed to his own father. He immediately teased his dad. Despite being a high-ranking bureau chief, Lin was quite clueless about high-tech gadgets. If it weren't for the health code requirement, he probably wouldn't have bothered upgrading to a smartphone. That old Nokia phone probably wouldn't break even if Director Lin passed away.
A package I ordered? No way. When did I buy anything? Didn't Pinduoduo help me slash the price a few times earlier? So now they're delivering something to me? Director Lin took it with a puzzled look. Don't touch it.
Director Lin was about to open it to see what he'd bought.
Fang Shuo suddenly grabbed Director Lin's wrist. What's wrong? Seeing Fang Shuo's grave expression, Director Lin also paused his movements. There might be a bomb in here. Fang Shuo said to Director Lin. What? Don't scare me. Director Lin stared at Fang Shuo in utter shock. It's probably real. There's a strong smell of nitric acid and ether in here. I learned about these substances during my part-time job. Besides their use in bombs, I can't think of any other applications. Fang Shuo explained to Director Lin. By now, Director Lin had tremblingly placed the delivery box on the table.
Hearing the commotion, Lin Xi and her mother approached, their faces drained of color. No need to panic for now. My analysis suggests the killer couldn't have known exactly when we'd handle this box.
It's highly likely a pull-type detonator. Once the parcel is opened, it could explode. It's best to let the professionals handle this. Don't touch this package.
I'll chase after the delivery person. He should still be nearby.
Fang Shuo spoke as he started to chase after him. I'm coming with you.
Lin Xi hurried out after hearing this.
No. Stay here.
If the killer realizes the package didn't explode and comes back for revenge, we're in trouble.
Get your parents out of here immediately.
Since the killer used your father's name on this package, it's clear he's targeting him.
Right now, his safety is the priority.
Fang Shuo refused Lin Xi's request and said to her. But, you have to be careful. Lin Xi said to Fang Shuo, her voice tinged with anxiety.
Got it. Fang Shuo hurried out.
From what Lin Xi had just complained about, the killer must have dropped the package and walked straight out, so Lin Xi had no idea what he looked like. But it had only taken a minute or two. He couldn't have gotten far.
Chapter 142, The Delivery Man.
When Fang Shuo chased out from the stairwell, he found nothing. It was highly likely that the delivery driver hadn't turned off the engine before going upstairs, allowing him to simply hop on and ride away after coming down. After all, delivery bikes are common downstairs in residential complexes, and no one would tamper with them.
Fang Shuo didn't panic.
Instead of hurrying away, he strolled around downstairs as if nothing had happened. From this stairwell to the community gate was a straight path. Aside from another stairwell beside it, there was nowhere else to go. Either the killer had fled on the bike, or else they'd gone into hiding, waiting for the explosion to occur. Fang Shuo waited for a while but didn't spot any suspicious individuals. The other building required access through a security gate, making it impossible for someone to enter so quickly. The only way to enter this building was likely by tailing a resident inside. After all, dressed as a delivery man, he could practically go anywhere. After ruling out the possibility of the killer hiding nearby, Fang Shuo headed toward the community's security guard booth. Since the killer had already left, it meant they'd departed on a delivery bike.
Fang Shuo couldn't possibly catch up by chasing on foot alone. Did any delivery bikes leave earlier? Fang Shuo asked the two security guards.
Yes, did you need to send a package?
One guard inquired. Is the delivery person someone who regularly delivers packages to your neighborhood? What kind of uniform do they wear? Fang Shuo inquired. Who are you? Why are you asking so many questions?
The two security guards asked warily.
Police. Someone just tried to enter the complex posing as a delivery man to commit a crime. If anything happens, you'll be the ones held responsible. Fang Shuo addressed them with a straight face.
Seeing how young Fang Shuo was, the two security guards looked at him with suspicion.
You say you're a cop? What proof do you have? One of the guards demanded. Fang Shuo froze.
He hadn't expected these two security guards to be so alert.
Before, he'd been able to bluff his way through with every single one.
Just as Fang Shuo was at a loss for words, two police cars approached with their lights flashing.
The two security guards spotted them and hurried out. Fang Shuo couldn't help but chuckle. It was none other than Sun Haiba and his team. It seemed that after discovering the bomb, Chief Lin had immediately called Sun Haiba. After all, Director Lin was the head of Tianhai City's Public Security Bureau. A bomb being planted at the home of the bureau chief was no small matter. When Sun Haiba received Director Lin's call, he nearly collapsed on the spot. If anything happened to Director Lin, he'd be in deep trouble. Captain Sun, you're here? You got here pretty fast. Hurry up and go upstairs. Fang Shuo poked his head out of the security room and greeted Sun Haiba. Fang Shuo? What are you doing here? Sun Haiba asked Fang Shuo, his face filled with shock. Don't even ask. It's a long story.
You guys go upstairs and handle things first.
I'll look into a few things over here. Fang Shuo waved to Sun Haiba and the others. Sun Haiba didn't dare delay and quickly led everyone toward Director Lin's residence.
He had already contacted the bomb squad, who were now on their way.
So, what else do you need me to prove? Fang Shuo addressed the two security guards. No. Officer, we didn't recognize a mountain when we saw it. What were you going to ask us again?
The two security guards were now completely dumbfounded. When the police arrived earlier, they seemed very familiar with this man.
What else needed explaining? Did any delivery vehicles or personnel leave earlier? What did they look like? Which direction did they go? Fang Shuo asked the two men.
Well, the two exchanged glances, looking at each other with a somewhat bewildered expression. Fang Shuo glanced at the phones in their hands, feeling a bit helpless. No need to guess, these two were probably playing with their phones in the security room and hadn't seen a thing.
Originally,
Fang Shuo had assumed that in Lin Xi's upscale neighborhood, with its young security guards, things would be handled more responsibly than by those elderly gentlemen.
But judging by this situation, they probably weren't as conscientious as the elderly gatekeeper. I need to review the surveillance footage. Take me to see it. Fang Shuo instructed the two men.
Soon, guided by one of them, he arrived at the property management office. The property manager was playing cards over tea when he heard the police had arrived.
He immediately stood up. Officer, what's the matter?
The property manager asked urgently.
Don't ask questions you shouldn't.
I need to review the surveillance footage of everyone entering and exiting the main gate within the last hour.
Fang Shuo offered no further explanation.
If news of the bomb threat spread, it would not only affect Director Lin but also cause panic. There was no need to elaborate at this moment. Seeing Fang Shuo's stern expression, the property manager dared not pry further. From the security guard's whispered conversation, he already knew a fleet of police cars had arrived at the complex. Something major must have happened.
Fang Shuo studied the figures on the surveillance footage.
Dressed as a delivery man, but wearing a cap that hid his face.
He did indeed ride out on a delivery bike, heading right. Where's the nearest DTC Express drop-off point to the right? Fang Shuo asked the property manager. Just 2 blocks away.
You'll see lots of delivery tricycles there. The property manager hurriedly explained to Fang Shuo.
Fang Shuo nodded and headed in that direction.
After Fang Shuo left, the property manager was about to call the security guard over to ask for details when he saw several police officers walk in with grim expressions.
Leading them was none other than Sun Haiba. Earlier, after arriving at Director Lin's residence, Sun Haiba and his team nearly burst into tears upon discovering the parcel bomb.
They had come with a glimmer of hope, but the smell emanating from it left no room for doubt. Hearing that Fang Shuo had stopped Director Lin's actions, Sun Haiba felt an overwhelming urge to kneel before him. But Director Lin had already recovered from his initial shock, his face now twisted with fury. If the head of the Public Security Bureau were blown to bits, it would be a major news story of the century.
Sun Haiba was subjected to a torrent of curses from Director Lin.
While the riot squad handled the bomb, he stormed off to find evidence.
What? You say our plainclothes officers have already reviewed the surveillance footage? Where did he go? Sun Haiba pressed the property manager for details. Seems like he went to that DTC Express place.
The property manager replied.
Oh no. Could Fang Shuo have already found some clues? If that's the case, isn't Fang Shuo in danger? Sun Haiba's heart skipped a beat. Although Fang Shuo was quite skilled at deduction, his practical combat abilities were extremely weak.
Not to mention, if this killer could make bombs, he might also be skilled in martial arts.
Fang Shuo had just returned from Manhwa City, where he was now a hot topic between the Tianhai and Manhwa police departments. If anything happened to him, Sun Haiba could already picture himself being dragged away and beaten by both chiefs. Hurry up! Hurry up! Sun Haiba bellowed, leading everyone toward Datong Express. Chapter 143, Suspicious Identity. Outside Datong Express at that moment, Fang Shuo was working out on a piece of exercise equipment. Across from Datong Express was a small park equipped with fitness equipment. Fang Shuo didn't rush inside to look for anyone.
He had already seen the killer's appearance on the surveillance footage, but after scanning the area, he found nothing unusual.
Based on Fang Shuo's deduction,
the killer was unlikely to be someone from this delivery station.
Therefore, it couldn't be an employee here.
Yet the individual had indeed used a vehicle from this location, the very one now parked by the roadside.
The person, however, was nowhere to be found. There are some inconsistencies here.
The killer most likely stole the vehicle from here.
Just now, Fang Shuo had already seen it.
At this parcel sorting center, a large truck delivers numerous packages, which are then categorized by region. Then the couriers responsible for each area handle the deliveries. But judging by these delivery vehicles, it seems not all of them are in use. 3 vehicles were parked off to the side. And since the killer had discovered this place, they must live nearby.
Fang Shuo frowned as he pondered. There was little point in asking questions now.
The delivery sorting center had no surveillance either. This killer was a clever one. Just as Fang Shuo was deep in thought, he spotted Sun Haiba and his group running toward them from a distance.
Seeing the police uniforms on Sun Haiba and the others, Fang Shuo hesitated.
He didn't stop them but quietly slipped away to hide nearby.
Some time had passed since the incident. The bomb hadn't detonated, which meant either Director Lin wasn't home or he had noticed something.
The killer lived in a nearby residential complex. Earlier, the commotion from Sun Haiba's police car was loud enough that even if the killer couldn't see them, they'd likely hear about it through social media or neighborhood groups. If Sun Haiba and his team went to the delivery point to investigate now, it would be a normal procedure.
But Fang Shuo knew this killer wasn't afraid.
The delivery guy was merely a cover he deliberately created. He wasn't a delivery guy at all, so he had nothing to fear from an investigation. This only reinforced the fact that the killer lives nearby. Perhaps
he might be watching this very spot from a window right now. Fang Shuo scanned the surroundings.
There were indeed several residential complexes nearby, all with clear views of this spot. The parcel sorting center was located here precisely because of the dense residential areas surrounding it, making it more convenient. But that only made the search more difficult.
Not long after, Fang Shuo spotted Sun Haiba and the others emerging from the delivery point, looking utterly defeated. Just as he'd suspected, there wouldn't be any useful clues to be found here. It seemed that directly finding the culprit would be quite difficult at this stage. And without a lead, conducting a high-profile search in the immediate vicinity risked alerting the culprit. If it were any other killer, it wouldn't be such a big deal. But this killer could make bombs. No one could guarantee the killer didn't still have explosives on hand. If cornered, the consequences would be unimaginable. By the time Fang Shuo returned to Lin Xi's residence, the bomb squad had already neutralized the explosive device.
Fang Shuo, you scared the life out of me.
I couldn't find you anywhere, and you didn't answer my calls.
Where the hell were you just now? As soon as Sun Haiba saw Fang Shuo walk in, he hurried over.
I deliberately silenced my phone when I went to look for someone earlier. I really didn't see it. Fang Shuo pulled out his phone with a hint of resignation. You went looking for someone? Any leads?
Sun Haiba's eyes widened at Fang Shuo's words.
Not exactly nothing. I might know where the killer lives. Fang Shuo said slowly. You know where the killer is? What's going on? Sun Haiba looked utterly shocked. Fang Shuo then explained his reasoning process to everyone present. So you're saying the killer is one of the nearby residents? Disguised as a delivery person? Sun Haiba asked. Exactly.
That's the only way to explain how this person so easily rode off on the delivery vehicle. As for the delivery clothes and such, I saw them on the surveillance footage. They were brand new, probably just bought online.
Fang Shuo nodded. Well, that complicates things. We might scare the snake out of its hole. Sun Haiba frowned too.
He clearly recalled Fang Shuo's earlier concerns.
But I think we can approach this from the motive angle. Why would this person send a bomb to Director Lin? Has Director Lin offended anyone recently? Fang Shuo asked Director Lin. That can't be.
If you're talking about when I was still on the front lines, maybe I frequently dealt with criminals and inevitably drew attention. But I've been director for so many years now, I haven't dealt with them directly for ages.
How could it come to me? Director Lin was clearly taken aback.
The box was labeled for Director Lin only.
At the time, I didn't think much of it, but now I realize it was definitely meant for you. It's not impossible that it's someone seeking revenge on society, but how did they know your exact address? Director Lin never shops online. Leaking his address that way is impossible. That's what makes this so strange. Fang Shuo chimed in from the side. For the detailed address of a district police chief, it's absolutely impossible for an ordinary person to know. True. Could he have gotten it from Cece or someone else? It's unlikely he volunteered the information. The most probable source is the delivery slip. The fact that he thought to impersonate a deliveryman suggests he has prior experience with the delivery industry. Commissioner Lin remarked from the sidelines. Having risen through the ranks from frontline criminal investigation, Director Lin had his own insights at this point. Listening to Director Lin's words, Fang Shuo frowned as he recalled something. This detail had slipped his mind when he first saw the car. But according to Director Lin's reasoning, this possibility did exist. Where exactly had they gone wrong? Captain Sun, what's the status on that bomb? Is it that difficult to make a bomb? Fang Shuo pondered for a moment before asking Sun Haiba. The explosives team reported it was a homemade chemical bomb.
While not extremely powerful, it was more than sufficient to kill someone.
Making a bomb isn't that simple, of course. Just getting the materials is tough enough. What's up? Oh, I never asked how did you know there was a bomb inside? Sun Haiba asked Fang Shuo, looking puzzled. Me?
We learned about it in chemistry class before, and I'm interested in chemistry too. I minored in it at university. I just wondered someone capable of making bombs must be a high achiever.
Why would they work as a courier? Fang Shuo seemed to have realized something. Chapter 144, Surveillance. What do you mean? Hearing Fang Shuo's words, Sun Haiba and Director Lin exchanged bewildered glances.
Fang Shuo's habit of speaking in half sentences left them completely unable to follow his train of thought. I'll go back to that delivery point and ask again. Also, I want to review every case Director Lin has handled before, and check if anyone has been released from prison recently.
Fang Shuo spoke as he walked out. Director, what should we do? We just got back from the delivery point. And all these things Fang Shuo mentioned.
Sun Haiba was momentarily dumbfounded.
Fang Shuo is right.
It could be someone released from prison seeking revenge against me, but that makes the scope much broader.
Keep this confidential. Don't let word get out.
On one hand, we'll screen leads based on Fang Shuo's theory. On the other, we'll await clues from the forensics division.
As Fang Shuo noted, the bomb's components aren't easily obtained. That's one avenue to pursue. Director Lin instructed Sun Haiba. Oh, and Shi, you'll accompany Fang Shuo.
He's not a police officer, so certain tasks might be inconvenient for him, and there could be risks involved.
You must ensure Fang Shuo's safety at all times and report any developments immediately. Director Lin instructed Lin Xi, who stood nearby.
When he turned around, Lin Xi was gone.
When Fang Shuo ran out just now, Lin Xi followed him. Sun Haiba reminded him from the side. That girl? Alright, let's proceed with this first.
Also, notify everyone in our system to be extra cautious with any packages they receive recently. At this point, we still don't know the killer's motive or target. If it's revenge against society, it wouldn't be limited to just me.
Director Lin cautioned Sun Haiba. Yes, sir. Sun Haiba couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. At that moment. At the Datong Express branch. You mean the recent resignations? Plenty.
Our delivery industry has high turnover and a large workforce.
Several left just a few days ago. The owner of the delivery station said to Fang Shuo. Then do you know who previously drove the vehicle with number 48? Fang Shuo pondered for a moment before asking the owner. We do have records for that.
Our delivery trikes don't have cameras, and since they're electric, they get scratched up pretty often.
Plus, a lot of people don't care. We have a one-person, one-vehicle policy. We keep detailed registration logs so we can trace them if anything happens.
The boss hurriedly explained.
Then can I see who's used that particular vehicle over the past 3 months? Fang Shuo inquired.
In Fang Shuo's view, even if the killer intended revenge, procuring materials and assembling a bomb would require a certain amount of time. Moreover, since the killer was so certain that the police wouldn't find any clues at this delivery point, it means he's at least been cut off from the delivery point for some time.
No problem. Shortly after, the owner retrieved the registration list. Fang Shuo froze upon seeing it. 11 people? That many? Fang Shuo was taken aback.
He had thought only a few people might quit, but this was far more than he expected.
It can't be helped.
Don't be fooled by our ads promising monthly salaries of 10,000 yuan.
This industry is incredibly demanding.
Many people come for the high pay, but they can't handle the grind, so they end up leaving. The boss gave a resigned chuckle.
Do we have any onboarding records for these people? Fang Shuo asked. Well, our courier industry isn't that formal.
Basically, people just do a simple registration when they arrive and can start working.
But we do have copies of their ID cards. The boss stood up and went to fetch them. Fang Shuo, are you suspecting that the killer is someone recently released from prison?
Lin Xi asked Fang Shuo. Earlier, Fang Shuo had instructed Sun Haiba and the others to investigate past cases and recently released prisoners.
Probably not.
Delivering packages might not have high barriers to entry, but it's not that simple for someone with a criminal record to do. More importantly, delivery work requires operating certain software and familiarity with local traffic conditions. While this area isn't exactly a new development, there are quite a few new residential complexes. All these factors make it unlikely for someone released from prison just a few months ago to handle it. After all, your dad hasn't been on the front lines for ages. Even those who were sent to prison before him served long sentences.
It's highly unlikely. Fang Shuo shook his head. Then why did you have our captain look into it?
Lin Xi was puzzled. While those individuals themselves are unlikely, someone close to them might be.
After all, there has to be some kind of trigger. This is the only possibility I can think of. Judging by the surveillance footage, that person doesn't seem very old. That's the only way I can speculate. Fang Shuo explained slowly.
Just then, the owner approached with a stack of ID copies.
Fang Shuo thanked the owner and left. What should we do next?
Lin Xi asked.
Let's keep an eye on these 3 individuals for now. Fang Shuo pulled out 3 ID copies from the stack. How do you know it's these 3?
Lin Xi took them with some confusion.
All 3 have local household registrations.
Whether it's new or old neighborhoods around here, prices aren't exactly cheap. It'd be tough for a delivery guy to afford one just based on his income.
So it's highly likely they're locals who bought before prices skyrocketed. Fang Shuo explained. I see.
Lin Xi's eyes lit up.
Should I talk to the captain about having a few people keep an eye on the place?
Lin Xi asked Fang Shuo.
That's a good idea.
We can split up and monitor simultaneously, but it'd be best to find some experienced people.
My guess is this killer is pretty cunning. Fang Shuo cautioned. What should we do next?
Lin Xi asked.
We'll go check out where this person lives. We're a newly graduated couple looking for a place to rent. Doesn't that sound perfectly normal?
Fang Shuo said with a smile.
Ha!
Lin Xi froze for a moment.
Come on, let's go to the real estate agency next door. Fang Shuo started walking toward the side. Chapter 145, The Scent. Jinxiu Garden Residential Complex. The complex was divided into 2 phases. Phase 1 consisted of regular commercial housing, while Phase 2 was made up of resettlement housing. Most residents in Phase 2 were originally from nearby villages. Back then, demolition compensation wasn't as lucrative as it is today. At that time, each family received one apartment, selected by lottery. Inside one of the units, an elderly man sat cross-legged on the floor. Beside him sat a young man. Why didn't you buy me any liquor?
Where's the liquor?
Hurry up and bring me the liquor.
The old man, sitting on the ground, slurred at the young man with drunken eyes. The young man remained silent.
Hurry up. Damn it. Even if I end up in the slammer, I'm still your old man.
The old man staggered to his feet, yanked out his belt, and lunged forward to strike the young man. But as he pulled the belt free, his pants fell down. The old man lost his balance and fell flat on the floor. His head hit the corner of the table squarely, blood gushing instantly. The young man stared coldly at the old man's outstretched hand, taking 2 steps back. Watching the old man slowly collapse, the youth finally approached to check his pulse.
It's finally over.
Perhaps you're fortunate. The young man stared coldly at the old man before him. After a moment's thought, he did nothing and turned to walk back into the house.
At that moment, outside a stairwell, Fang Shuo and Lin Xi were inside a car.
Earlier, Fang Shuo had considered checking if there were any apartments available for rent upstairs, downstairs, or across the hall from that person's place. That way, he could have a legitimate reason to get closer. But after searching the entire area, he found almost no units available for rent in this old neighborhood. The 2 of them had no choice but to stake out from outside.
Fang Shuo, shouldn't we go up and take a look? If we keep waiting here, who knows how long it'll take? Why don't I stay here and keep watch?
You should head back to school. You've already taken so much time off. Lin Xi asked. Although she participated in many surveillance operations before, being alone with Fang Shuo this time still felt awkward. Deep down, she didn't want Fang Shuo involved at all. She had become a police officer because of her father's influence. But she also knew being a cop was incredibly demanding work. It often involved danger, and she certainly didn't want Fang Shuo to get involved lightly. Besides, there was absolutely no justification for her dad and the captain agreeing to let Fang Shuo investigate this case and even putting him on the front lines to crack it.
Lin Xi felt deeply indignant on Fang Shuo's behalf.
To put it bluntly, they're police officers. It's their job to do this kind of thing.
But Fang Shuo isn't. In Lin Xi's view,
the only reason Fang Shuo agreed, the only reason he threw caution to the wind and willingly got involved in this whole process was entirely because of her. That Fang Shuo would drive alone from Tianhai City to Manhwa City in the dead of night out of concern for her safety, then get involved in the case. His immediate agreement this time stemmed from the fact that the killer's target was someone from his own family.
Fang Shuo's feelings needed no explanation, but Lin Xi felt a pang of guilt. That's not right. If anything happens, I can help you. I might not be able to beat you, but I'm still a man, you know.
Besides, the killer's being super cautious.
If we get spotted, we can just pretend we're having a car sex session to cover it up. Otherwise, what's the deal with you hanging out in the car alone? That'd be totally suspicious, okay? Fang Shuo rolled his eyes. If this were any other case not handled by Lin Xi, Fang Shuo probably wouldn't have gotten involved. But this time, the killer had delivered the bomb directly to Lin Xi's home. Even now, Fang Shuo felt a chill run down his spine. If Lin Xi had been at the door at that moment and the killer hadn't gotten far, she could have been in grave danger. They had to catch this killer fast. Just as Lin Xi was about to speak, an ambulance suddenly appeared, speeding toward them. What's going on? Fang Shuo watched in surprise as several people disembarked from the ambulance and rushed into the building stairwell. Could it be someone's elderly relative fell ill? This is an older neighborhood with quite a few elderly residents. Lin Xi remarked. I'll go check it out. Fang Shuo said as he headed downstairs. A moment later, the doctors came down from the upper floors. Doctor, whose family is this? What happened? Fang Shuo asked one of the doctors. 5th floor. An old man. He's already cold. Dead. The doctor shook his head, seemingly realizing he'd said too much, and hurriedly got into his car and drove off. 5th floor? Hearing the doctor's words, Fang Shuo's heart skipped a beat. The person they were tailing this time lived on the 5th floor. Could it be that coincidental? Fang Shuo hesitated for a moment before heading upstairs. This section of the building was slated for demolition. Most of the residents in this building knew each other. And these folks loved to gossip more than anyone. When the ambulance arrived earlier, they'd all come out of their homes and gathered at the 5th floor entrance, whispering among themselves. Well, that old geezer finally kicked the bucket. Keep your voice down, Jiejia's still inside. What's there to fear? That old bastard's been in prison all these years. Jiejia had it rough on his own. The moment he got back, he started drinking and yelling. What kind of person is he? Yeah, old Wang's right. Back when he was in the village, he bullied us all the time. We thought he'd change after getting out of jail, but he's just the same, even worse. If it weren't for that drunkard getting wasted every day, he'd probably be causing trouble for us again. A group of people were talking on the 5th floor. Fang Shuo looked at that room. It was indeed the man he'd been tailing, and he couldn't help but frown. Make way, everyone. We're from the police station. At that moment, several people came up from below. Fang Shuo quickly made way for them. From the police station's questioning, they learned the deceased was Sun Dahai, released from prison several months prior. Under normal circumstances, released prisoners are registered with the police station and they are closely monitored. Earlier, the 120 emergency service had received a call reporting someone had fallen and was unconscious. When the paramedics arrived, they found the man already cold. He had been dead for at least 2 hours. Upon hearing the news, the police station personnel naturally came to investigate. Among the crowd, Fang Shuo spotted a young man. It was the son of the deceased, Sun Dahai. The moment Fang Shuo spotted him, he immediately headed downstairs. What's wrong? I just saw someone from the police station go upstairs. What's going on? Lin Xi saw Fang Shuo coming down and hurried over to ask. Call for backup. That man is likely the killer. Fang Shuo said to Lin Xi. Huh? How do you know? Lin Xi froze. The smell. That young man carries a strong chemical odor on him. Fang Shuo said slowly. Chapter 146, Family Matters. Tianhai City Public Security Bureau. The young man from earlier sat in the interrogation room, head bowed, silent. But even if he said nothing, it wouldn't matter. At his residence, police had discovered numerous leftover chemical materials and 2 additional bombs. Forensic analysis confirmed they were identical to the bomb received earlier by Chief Lin. With such irrefutable evidence, a conviction could be secured without a single word of confession. Yet everyone was desperate to understand what had truly transpired. Given that the perpetrator had manufactured 2 additional bombs, it appeared this wasn't solely intended for Director Lin. It was likely that the other 2 deputy directors would also receive them. But with the suspect refusing to speak, there was nothing anyone could do. We really owe this one to Fang Shuo. If Fang Shuo hadn't tracked this person down in time, the remaining 2 bombs would likely have been delivered. Any unforeseen complications, and this wouldn't be a minor case. Director Lin remarked, still visibly shaken. Seated before him were the other 2 deputy directors and Sun Haibo. Sun Haibo's forehead was now covered in sweat. That was too close for comfort. This was a bomb, after all. If it had exploded inside the building, it could have easily taken out both floors above and below. That would have been a major disaster. This is really weird. I haven't offended anyone. Why is this happening to us? A deputy director sighed helplessly. This Fang Shuo is the young man who handled the bonus approvals last time, right? I previously thought this bonus was too high, but I take that back now. The bonuses that should be given must be paid in full. Another deputy director quickly interjected. That's not the issue. Fang Shuo is family. Let me tell you this, if it weren't for Fang Shuo, I might not be sitting here talking to you right now. Naturally, the killer wouldn't have been caught so quickly either. And you certainly wouldn't have gotten off so easily. Director Lin said with a faint smile. I heard from the staff earlier that CC is getting engaged. Is this the Fang Shuo? Oh my, that's wonderful news. Right? Director, you're actually helping us expand enrollment, aren't you? Make sure to tell me when they get engaged. I absolutely must give them a big red envelope. This is a life-saving favor, after all. The two deputy directors chatted on the sidelines. Keep it low-key, keep it low-key. We're all family here, no need for such formality. Director Lin once again put on a show in front of the two deputy directors. Though Director Lin typically handled major decisions, certain responsibilities fell under the deputy's purview. Previously, due to seniority issues, these two had harbored some reservations when Lin assumed his position. But after this incident, their attitudes had clearly shifted considerably. Director Lin was thoroughly pleased. What did this signify? All of this was secured for him by his son-in-law. Director, this guy hasn't confessed yet, so we don't know if there's a gang or anything. And another thing happened at his home. This time his father died. They say it was an accidental fall, and the doctor confirmed it, though it does seem a bit suspicious. That Sun Jie was at home at the time. How could he not have heard a thing? Could the drunk fall have been deliberately staged? Sun Haiba chimed in from the side. Even though the killer was caught, the case remained extremely complicated. The more I hear about it, the more I wonder, aren't the three bureau chiefs planning a celebratory banquet tonight? Ahem. Well, that's a good point. Since you guys have no leads, why not let this Fang Shuo give it a shot? Wasn't this case supposed to be under his direct supervision the whole time? A deputy director scratched his nose and spoke up. Well, Deputy Director Li, Fang Shuo has already taken several days off for that Manhwa City case. Now he's delayed another 2 days for ours. Using him again might be a bit. Sun Haiba hesitated as he spoke. He was internally conflicted. For heaven's sake. We're the Criminal Investigation Division, aren't we? You keep sending Fang Shuo over, making our Criminal Investigation Division look like a bunch of useless fools. We're getting paid too, you know. If this keeps up, how can we even justify collecting our paychecks? Sun Haiba felt utterly helpless. What's there to fear? He's Director Lin's son-in-law, that makes him family. Besides, this matter involves his father-in-law, so he can come. As for the bonus, there's no need to worry. As the deputy director in charge of logistics, even if the bonus allocation is tight, I absolutely won't shortchange him. A deputy director immediately chimed in. He was in charge of logistics. All the perks and benefits within the public security system, big and small, fell under his purview. Bonuses required multiple layers of approval due to the numerous expenses involved, but for logistical supplies, his word alone was sufficient. He'd had some friction with Director Lin before, and this was the perfect chance to settle things with his son-in-law. Alright then, Xiao-sun, give Fang Shuo a call and have him come back. Actually, have Cici go pick him up. He won't refuse. Director Lin turned to Sun Haiba and said. Clearly, the deputy director's earlier words had pleased him greatly. Fine. Sun Haiba walked out listlessly. Given how reliant they were on Fang Shuo at this point, if things kept going like this, their entire criminal investigation division might soon be out of a job. At the entrance of Shuimu University, Fang Shuo opened the door to Lin Xi's car. There she sat, puffing out her cheeks in annoyance. What's wrong? The case isn't going well? That can't be. Didn't we find all the evidence at the scene? Fang Shuo observed Lin Xi's expression and asked with a smile. I just can't figure it out. Does that mean our criminal investigation division can't function without you around? Why do they always call you in at the slightest problem? Don't they ever think about it? Do you still have classes to attend? Don't they feel ashamed taking their salaries? Lin Xi fumed as she vented to Fang Shuo. Same old line, serving the people. Enough talk. Let's go. Fang Shuo gave a somewhat helpless smile. He didn't harbor any resentment toward the Tianhai Municipal Public Security Bureau's request. If not for the special bonus allocated by the bureau back then, his grandmother's surgery wouldn't have gone so smoothly. Not to mention, Chief Lin was Lin Xi's father, and Lin Xi herself was part of the Criminal Investigation Division. Fang Shuo felt it was his duty. You're such a fool. You're going to wear yourself out. Lin Xi grumbled as she started the car. This bomb was targeting your family. How dangerous. Even if it's just for you, I have to help solve this case as soon as possible. But going in like this probably won't work. Captain Sun and the others couldn't get him to talk, and me going in directly will likely end up the same. Fang Shuo said to Lin Xi. Then what should we do? Lin Xi frowned in worry. I want to go back to his place and take another look. Maybe we'll find something. Fang Shuo pondered for a moment before suggesting. Chapter 147, Unexpected Discovery. When Fang Shuo and Lin Xi arrived at Sun Jie's residence, police tape had already been stretched across the entrance. After all, a bomb had been discovered inside Sun Jie's residence. Unfortunately, Sun Jie's family had already locked the door. Fang Shuo and the others didn't have a key. What do we do now? Lin Xi frowned in frustration. Call a locksmith. Aren't we cops? Isn't this a crime scene? Fang Shuo found a locksmith's number in the hallway and dialed it. 5 minutes later, a motorcycle pulled up downstairs. Hello, please show me your ID. Forgot your keys? The locksmith arrived and asked Fang Shuo and Lin Xi.
He assumed the young couple had forgotten their keys.
We're police officers. Something's happened, and we came specifically to see you. Fang Shuo was borrowing authority.
No sooner had the words left his mouth than he saw the locksmith take off running.
Fang Shuo froze.
Without a second thought, he immediately gave chase. Hearing someone chasing him, the lockpicker leaped straight out of the second-floor window.
He stumbled upon landing, limping as he started his motorcycle to flee. Fang Shuo picked up a rock and smashed it right off the motorcycle. Talk. What are you running for? Fang Shuo stepped forward and pinned the man down.
Lin Xi had also caught up and cuffed him. Anyone who tries to run at the sight of police is definitely up to no good.
I swear I didn't do it.
I swear I never stole from their house.
The locksmith protested urgently. You didn't steal? Then why are we waiting for you here? Think it over. Do you want to explain here, or take it back to the station with us? If we go back, the chance will be gone.
Fang Shuo saw Lin Xi about to speak and quickly stopped her, turning to confront the man. Lin Xi and the man on the ground both widened their eyes in shock. The locksmith was the first to recover.
Right here. Understood. The locksmith hurriedly replied to Fang Shuo.
His own affairs could be either minor or major, it all depended on how they were defined. If he really got taken back to the station today, the situation here would be blown out of proportion.
And the chance this young cop had just mentioned?
Well, that chance was right here.
Tell me first. I'll see how honest you are.
Fang Shuo said with a slight smile, gesturing for Lin Xi to unlock the man's handcuffs.
Standing nearby, Lin Xi reluctantly unlocked the handcuffs.
Just moments ago, she had been about to ask the man what crime he had committed. But Fang Shuo had stepped in, acting as if he already knew everything. The difference between the two approaches was like night and day. If she had asked based on her own understanding, the person before her could have remained completely silent if they were clever. She'd have no way to press further. But when Fang Shuo phrased it this way, the entire exchange felt as though the two of them had been waiting here specifically for him. That feeling was vastly different. Being with Fang Shuo was just too much pressure. Well, I just took a quick look while unlocking doors, checking which homes had money inside, which only had elderly people or children, and made a mental note.
But I really didn't steal anything.
The man hurriedly explained.
Fang Shuo gave a cold laugh and said nothing. And this?
I only broke into a few places occasionally, but I never actually stole anything.
People around here don't have much money anyway.
The man continued.
If you keep talking like this, then forget it. Let's go. We'll talk at the station. Fang Shuo made a move to take the man back. No.
Big brother, I swear, it was your place today.
I went inside and saw people counting money. A lot of money. I was planning to come steal it tonight.
The man hurriedly explained. Hearing this, Fang Shuo and Lin Xi exchanged glances.
Go on.
Fang Shuo said coldly.
That's all, big brother, really. I actually live nearby. We knew each other before. I just learned a trade and moved out.
Ever since that old Sun guy got out, he keeps coming over demanding money. I only borrowed 3,000 from him back then. I already paid him back, but he insists that 3,000 10 years ago isn't the same as 3,000 now. He's demanding 30,000 from me.
Officer, tell me, isn't this bullying?
The man said to Fang Shuo.
So you plan to take matters into your own hands? Fang Shuo asked. No, I wasn't. But this morning, I don't know what got into him. He showed up early again and annoyed me to no end.
I treated him to a big meal at noon, and after he got drunk, I drove him home. But he couldn't find his keys anywhere, so I helped him get inside. Once inside, that old son passed out drunk, and it really pissed me off. He's always taking advantage of the favor I owe him and his past prison record. These past 2 months, he's been constantly freeloading off me.
I just wanted to teach him a lesson.
But all I did was kick him off the couch a few times, knocked him onto the floor, that's all.
I swear I didn't do anything else.
The man said to Fang Shuo. Listening to the man's words, Lin Xi, standing nearby, took a deep breath.
It seemed he couldn't afford to be so straightforward anymore. Otherwise, how could he have learned so much? Looks like your intel isn't exactly accurate. Old son is dead today. Fang Shuo said slowly. Huh? Not me. How could I possibly kill someone? Right. It must have been his son. Absolutely. I saw it.
The man hurriedly exclaimed.
Chapter 148, I'm not a cop. Oh? You saw it? Go on, tell me what you saw. Fang Shuo struggled to contain his excitement, showing no sign of unusual emotion.
He never imagined he'd stumble upon such a crucial witness today.
I was inside the house at the time.
After kicking him, I thought I'd see if there was any money around. After all, it's common for old son to lose things when he goes out drinking.
But I didn't find a thing. Just as I was searching, I suddenly heard the right door open.
I quickly hid behind the curtains.
I couldn't help it. It's hard to explain. Then I saw his son come back. I didn't dare come out, afraid he'd see I'd hit his dad. But I never expected this son Jia. He just kicked old son a few times and even cursed, saying he'd kill him or something. The man said to Fang Shuo. Isn't son Jia his son? They don't get along? Lin Xi asked from the side. It's more than just bad. We neighbors know everything. Back then, old son's wife ran off with someone, leaving behind this Jia. But who knows if Jia is even old son's kid? At least old son doesn't think so. Back then, there was no such thing as paternity testing. It simply didn't exist. But judging by his wife's behavior, it was probably not his. Old son ended up in jail over that mess, and Jiajia's been living with his aunt or whoever ever since. Everything was going well. After graduating from college, Jiajia got a job at a chemical plant. But that old son is such a scumbag. After getting out of prison, he went to the factory demanding money from Jiajia. When Jiajia refused, he caused a scene at the plant. Word is he wrecked some equipment, cost the company a fortune in damages, and ended up losing his job. The man said to Fang Shuo. Fang Shuo nodded. With that, many previous events suddenly connected. It seemed everything changed after old son got out of prison. First, he cost son Jia his job. With no other options, son Jia had to take a delivery job. But something else must have happened in between that made him quit the courier job, leading him to finally seek revenge against director Lin and the others. What happened next? Fang Shuo asked. I don't know. All I know about the earlier events is from neighbors. Later, he came asking me for money, so I kept my distance. When I saw them there, they got into a fight. Then Jiajia went out, and old son fell asleep again. That's when I took my chance and ran out. But I definitely didn't kill old Sunday. It was Jiajia. He must have hated old son to death. The man said. Not bad. That matches everything we know so far. No wonder we found so many of your fingerprints inside the house. Remember this, don't ever exploit your work privileges for such matters again. Next time, it won't be so easy. Fang Shuo glared at the man. Ha? But I wore gloves the entire time. How could I have left fingerprints? The man looked utterly shocked. Earlier, Fang Shuo had mentioned to Sun Haiba and the others that the proliferation of detective shows and movies had made criminal activities and counter-surveillance tactics common knowledge among ordinary people. Almost everyone knew some basic knowledge. Even if they hadn't before, the explosion of short video platforms meant that even illiterate people had likely picked up quite a bit. Lin Xi, standing nearby, felt a sudden chill run through her. Oh no, she was about to be exposed. She hadn't expected this man to be so savvy. Have you been watching too many movies? Do you really think wearing gloves means you won't leave fingerprints or traces? Police methods are incredibly advanced these days. Mark my words, never do anything like this again. Fang Shuo sneered coldly. Yes. Absolutely not. The man nodded frantically. Open the door. Let's go. Fang Shuo waved his hand. The man then swiftly and expertly opened the door and dashed off. Fang Shuo, you're something else. I never imagined we'd find a clue this way. Now so much is finally clear. Lin Xi exclaimed excitedly to Fang Shuo. There are still a few unresolved questions. But for now, this is enough. Let's go inside and take a look. Fang Shuo gestured toward the room. Before leaving, the man had been instructed by Fang Shuo to unlock the door. The two stepped inside. Tianhai City Public Security Bureau. Sun Jia was confined in a holding cell. After the interrogation yielded no results, Sun Jia had been detained. For Sun Haiba and the others, their only hope now rested with Fang Shuo. Fortunately, this time there was solid evidence against Sun Jia. Thus, there was no limit to how long he could be detained. Shortly after, a police officer entered and escorted Sun Jia into the interrogation room. Sun Jia wore a blank expression. In truth, from the moment he was apprehended, Sun Jia had made up his mind. Leaving everyone with eternal questions was also a form of regret. His father was already dead. After he saw death, no one would ever know the answers. What surprised Sun Jia, however, was that the person who entered wasn't a police officer but a young man. A young man much younger than himself. Sun Jia, I've reviewed your resume. You're an outstanding college graduate. I too feel regret that you had to endure such a father. Fang Shuo sat down and addressed Sun Jia. Who are you? Sun Jia eyed the young man before him warily. No need to be nervous. I'm not the police. Your case is already closed. The evidence we found at your residence is sufficient for a conviction. I'm just following the police procedures. Fang Shuo said with a smile. Oh, by the way, haven't you eaten anything? I brought you some fried rice. Fang Shuo pulled out a plate of fried rice from behind. Sun Jia looked at Fang Shuo with some surprise. The aroma of the fried rice wafting up made him forget his reservations. He opened it and started eating immediately. Wait a minute. This is the fried rice from Old Wang on the backstreet of our university. Only he can make it taste like this. Sun Jia froze mid-bite. Yeah, I go there often too. Nice to meet you. Shuemu University, Fang Shuo. Fang Shuo offered a slight smile as he addressed Sun Jie. Chapter 149, We're the same kind of people. Shuemu University? You're a student at Shuemu University too?
Sun Jie stared at Fang Shuo in front of him, his face filled with astonishment.
Seeing Sun Jie's reaction, Fang Shuo smiled faintly.
At Sun Jie's home, he had found Sun Jie's previous diploma. It was indeed from the chemistry department of Shuemu University.
So from the very beginning, Fang Shuo had planned to use this identity as his entry point. Yes, though technically, I'd be your junior. Fang Shuo said with a smile. Then what brings you here?
Sun Jie asked curiously, shoveling fried rice into his mouth. Because you tried to fry my girlfriend to death.
Fang Shuo shrugged. Ha? Sun Jie choked on his food.
You sent a bomb to my girlfriend's house.
Fang Shuo said slowly. Sorry. Sun Jie stopped eating.
He genuinely hadn't expected that the boy standing before him was the son-in-law of the Public Security Bureau chief.
Why did Fang Shuo just blurt that out? Won't that cause problems?
Outside the interrogation room, Sun Haiba and his team were observing the proceedings inside.
Director Lin and the others standing nearby couldn't help but frown.
They had expected Fang Shuo to employ some interrogation technique to make the man talk, but unexpectedly, he had been telling the absolute truth the entire time.
Don't jump to conclusions. Fang Shuo isn't that kind of person.
He always has his own methods and plans before taking action.
Let's wait and see.
Lin Xi addressed the group from the sidelines. Whether he apologizes or not isn't really important.
You're after my future father-in-law, aren't you? If only you could get what you want. Immediately after, Fang Shuo addressed Sun Jie. Ha? Sun Jie was dumbfounded once more.
Earlier, when he heard Fang Shuo mention delivering the bomb, he'd assumed Fang was here to confront him. But now it seemed things weren't quite what he'd thought.
Ha? What's going on here?
Hearing Fang Shuo's words, the crowd outside froze in shock, all turning to stare at Director Lin. Director Lin nearly choked on his own blood.
Did this Fang Shuo even know what he was saying?
Never mind that he was the chief of the Public Security Bureau, he was also your future father-in-law.
And you're wishing me dead? Director Lin's face instantly turned ashen. Everyone, please calm down. Fang Shuo probably didn't mean it that way.
Lin Xi hurriedly interjected.
From what you're saying, you have a conflict with the police chief? Sun Jie quickly asked. Of course I do. I'm just a poor student, how could someone like the police chief ever take notice of me?
To be honest, if it weren't for my annual scholarship, I couldn't even afford tuition. In this society, everyone looks at money, connections, and family background.
Fang Shuo shook his head. You're absolutely right.
This society is so unfair to us poor people. Sun Jie nodded in agreement. Looking at Fang Shuo before him, he felt like he'd found a kindred spirit. To be honest, when I heard someone sent a bomb to my girlfriend's house this time, I was scared, but I also secretly hoped that if my girlfriend was okay, that old man would be gone. Then no one would stand in the way of me and my girlfriend.
Seriously, couldn't you have found another way?
I heard it was my girlfriend who picked up the package.
If she'd opened it, wouldn't that have been the end? Fang Shuo complained to Sun Jie. I didn't think that far ahead. Once I got the address, I just delivered it straight there. The guy said this would work best.
Sun Jie looked at Fang Shuo apologetically. Hearing Sun Jie's words, Director Lin, whose face had turned ashen outside, froze in place.
Director, from the sound of it, this kid has someone backing him. He's just a gun. Fang Shuo's too clever. He actually managed to get that out of him. Sun Haiba, standing nearby, finally caught on too.
Lin Xi let out a long sigh of relief. If this had happened earlier, they might have suspected Fang Shuo was doing it on purpose. But this time, with his father listening outside and the matter involving the two of them, Fang Shuo had completely diverted everyone's attention. Even those two deputy directors were on the verge of confronting her father about why he opposed them. What the hell kind of effect is that? Why didn't you just send it to this police bureau? Wouldn't that have caused an even bigger uproar? Fang Shuo retorted to Sun Jie. Well, I suppose you're right. But when I got the address, I didn't think much of it. The guy just told me to deliver it to that address, and then the money was transferred to me. Sun Jie scratched his head. Still, you're pretty impressive making bombs yourself. Seems our teaching at Shuemu University is top-notch after all. Where did you get those materials? They must be hard to come by, right? Fang Shuo pressed further. That person delivered all the materials to me. If I'd bought them myself, I'd have left traces. The police could have tracked me down easily with those clues. Sun Jie explained. You keep mentioning that person, who exactly? So this wasn't a solo operation after all? Fang Shuo lowered his voice as he questioned Sun Jie. No, I never said that. I did it all by myself. Sun Jie quickly corrected himself. I knew it. Then why did you do this? Do you have a grudge against my future father-in-law? Even if you help me out, if you know anything my future father-in-law has done wrong, I'll have leverage over him. Then I can threaten him. To be honest, when they came to persuade you to confess, I saw it as my chance to ask you about it. Fang Shuo slowly leaned forward. Hearing Fang Shuo's words, Sun Jie hesitated. But looking at the person before him, he did appear to be a student. Moreover, knowing the exact location of the stalls near the back gate of Shuemu University confirmed he must be a student there. Shuemu University wasn't a police academy, there wouldn't be any police officers there. If this guy ended up at the police station, he might actually say what he claimed. He probably couldn't get out of this situation. If he could continue this unfinished business, wouldn't that mean he'd have a successor? At this thought, Sun Jie's gaze toward Fang Shuo grew earnest. I can tell you what's behind this, but I'm already at the police station. I can't say too much. Here's what you do, go to a certain place and find a certain person. He'll tell you everything. Sun Jie beckoned Fang Shuo closer. Fang Shuo leaned in, and Sun Jie whispered a few words into his ear. Just as Fang Shuo was reeling from the shock, Sun Jie suddenly slammed his head into Fang Shuo's chest. Get lost. I never want to see you again. I won't say a thing. Sun Jie screamed hysterically at Fang Shuo. Chapter 150, The Man Behind the Scenes. Hearing the commotion from the interrogation room, Sun Haiba and the others outside immediately rushed in. They dragged Sun Jie out. Fang Shuo, are you okay? What just happened? Sun Haiba hurriedly asked Fang Shuo. He did it on purpose, trying to make you think our talks broke down and we got nothing. You have to admit, he's a clever one. I'm sure he'll figure out what happened today once he gets back, but it doesn't matter now. Fang Shuo said, clutching his chest. Sun Jie had charged straight at him without any pretense, sending Fang Shuo tumbling right off his chair. What did he say to you just now? Sun Haiba asked urgently. Perhaps I know who's pulling the strings behind this. Fang Shuo spoke slowly. Green Vine Cafe. Fang Shuo arrived outside in Lin Xi's car. Maybe I should go with you? Lin Xi asked Fang Shuo, still feeling uneasy. No need. More people might make it awkward. Just stay calm and follow my lead. Stay calm. Fang Shuo smiled at Lin Xi, got out of the car, and walked into the coffee shop. Hello, what would you like? No sooner had Fang Shuo sat down by the window than a middle-aged man approached him. One Americano. Extra sugar. Fang Shuo replied. To be honest, he really didn't like coffee. He couldn't understand what was so great about it. People said coffee kept you awake. But in Fang Shuo's view, tea was the way to go. While the person went to brew his coffee, Fang Shuo surveyed the surroundings. The coffee shop wasn't very large. There were only 7 or 8 tables inside. There was only one server. Moreover, Fang Shuo couldn't be certain if the person before him was the one he was looking for. Your coffee. Shortly after, the person arrived at Fang Shuo's table carrying the coffee. Is your boss here? Fang Shuo inquired. I'm the boss. What can I do for you? The middle-aged man looked at the student-like figure before him with some surprise. In truth, the middle-aged man had been about to close up shop just moments ago. For coffee shops like theirs, not many people came by at night. Coffee was meant to keep people awake, no one would deliberately make things difficult for themselves. The busiest time for the cafe was in the afternoon. Whether it was couples or girls seeking a touch of bohemian flair, they'd buy a cup of coffee, bring their fruit-colored laptops, take a bathroom break, and linger all afternoon. I want to work here. I'll dedicate everything I have to the coffee business. Fang Shuo declared to the middle-aged man before him. Hearing Fang Shuo's words, the man froze in surprise. Are you sure? The man looked Fang Shuo up and down, a peculiar smile spreading across his face. Absolutely. Sun Jie has already been arrested. Fang Shuo said indifferently. Oh my, I knew it. Should have closed up shop earlier. The middle-aged man walked to the door, pulled out the remote control, and lowered the rolling shutter. At that moment, Sun Haiba and his men, who had been lying in wait outside, watched in panic as the roller door began to descend. If things went as expected, the person inside was the mastermind behind the bombing. If that was the case, Fang Shuo was in serious danger. Captain, after Fang Shuo went in, we kept our phones on. I can hear their conversation now, he's fine. Don't make any rash moves. Just as Sun Haiba and the others felt at a loss, Lin Xi's voice came through the walkie-talkie. Hearing Lin Xi talking to Fang Shuo, Sun Haiba and the others instantly breathed a sigh of relief. You know Sun Jie? Inside the coffee shop, the middle-aged man asked Fang Shuo. We're alumni. Back then, he had some documents to return to the university, and I helped him make the arrangements. That's how we met. I'm originally from Tianhai City too. Fang Shuo replied slowly. Hearing Fang Shuo's local accent, the middle-aged man also relaxed. How did you find out he was arrested? The middle-aged man inquired. He told me. I was at school when he called, then started saying some strange things and told me to come find you. Fang Shuo said without breaking a sweat. Did he tell you why to come find me? The middle-aged man smiled. Not really sure. Fang Shuo shook his head.
Who else is in your family? The middle-aged man asked Fang Shuo. Just my grandmother. Fang Shuo replied indifferently. I see. Now I understand why Sun Jie chose you.
The middle-aged man looked into Fang Shuo's eyes, his expression unreadable.
No one would lie about something like this. What exactly? Fang Shuo feigned confusion. Do you think this world is good? The middle-aged man blurted out this question out of the blue. What's good about it? It's all about money and power.
People like me, with no money, get bullied all the time, from childhood onward.
Fang Shuo retorted angrily. Listening to the man's words earlier, he seemed to have grasped the purpose of the person before him.
Of course, he knew exactly what the middle-aged man wanted to hear.
Actually, when I was very young, I was just like you. And Sun Jie too, we all share one thing in common, our childhoods were miserable. But thankfully, we now have the power to change our lives. You're still a student now, you could say this is the best time in school. But once you truly enter society, you'll understand what helplessness really means. This society is unfair. At least for us, it's even more unjust. Institutions that should uphold justice have become tools of money and power. That's the tragedy of society.
Our purpose is to make these people realize that this society isn't theirs to exploit at will. The middle-aged man patted Fang Shuo on the shoulder as he spoke.
What do you mean? How do we do it? Fang Shuo feigned surprise as he asked. What did you study?
The middle-aged man asked with a faint smile. He seemed to relish the almost worshipful look in the other man's eyes.
Mathematics. Fang Shuo replied slowly. Mathematics?
The middle-aged man looked taken aback, then his face lit up with delight. While mathematics might not offer the hands-on appeal of a field like chemistry, those who study it are almost invariably intelligent individuals. And intelligent people are capable of orchestrating everything behind the scenes. All these years, he had been waiting for just such a person. Now, at last, they had appeared.
Chapter 151, The Invitation.
Outside the cafe, Lin Xi sat in his car, listening to the conversation between Fang Shuo and the middle-aged man. A storm was brewing inside him. Judging by this middle-aged man's words, he seemed to have grand ambitions.
It made sense. Anyone bold enough to target a regional police bureau possessed formidable audacity and other formidable qualities.
What depressed Lin Xi even more was that they were police officers themselves. Their duty was to uphold justice. Yet the words of this man before him were filled with suspicion and disappointment toward the police force. Despite their best efforts to take action, such perceptions persisted, a reality Lin Xi naturally found unacceptable.
Do you know what Sun Jie's specialty is?
The middle-aged man sat down in front of Fang Shuo.
Chemistry. We've discussed that before. Fang Shuo nodded.
So he made a bomb and sent it to the police chief. The middle-aged man smiled faintly.
Ha! Fang Shuo feigned surprise.
The fact that you found your way to me means Sun Jie trusts you.
There's nothing he wouldn't tell you. This is how we operate. It's only the beginning. But it seems Sun Jie has already failed.
The middle-aged man shrugged helplessly.
What can I do? I don't know anything. Fang Shuo froze. Most of the time, it doesn't require you to take action. I know quite a few people, and not just those with chemistry backgrounds. But after this setback, they'll be more cautious. We need a tighter plan. What do you say? Want to join us?
The middle-aged man asked Fang Shuo.
Listening to the man's words, Fang Shuo couldn't help but swallow hard.
He had already considered the possibility that this middle-aged man might not be alone, but he hadn't expected them to have an established organization.
This meant they couldn't rush into action tonight.
If they moved now, they might capture this man, but he'd never reveal the others.
By the time they launched their operation, things would only get more complicated.
But the man before him seemed intent on saying more.
What should he do? Fang Shuo took a deep breath and placed his hand on the table.
His phone lay face down on the table. Lin Xi on the other end was equally stunned by the news, when suddenly she heard a series of tapping sounds. Lin Xi froze.
Then it dawned on her. Fang Shuo never tapped on the table like that. He must be sending a message. Morse code?
Lin Xi listened for a moment, then quickly closed her eyes to hear more clearly. Moments later, Lin Xi abruptly opened his eyes, ended the call with Fang Shuo, and grabbed the walkie-talkie.
Captain! Halt all operations immediately. Fang Shuo just relayed word that the plan has changed.
We need to withdraw temporarily. Lin Xi announced to Sun Haiba and the others.
Retreat? But Fang Shuo is still inside.
Sun Haiba and the others had no idea what was happening inside. They had been anxiously awaiting Fang Shuo's arrest order, but now they were being told to retreat.
Sun Haiba found it hard to accept at first. Fang Shuo should be fine. Captain, you retreat first. Otherwise, Fang Shuo will be in danger.
Lin Xi finally caught on, grasping Fang Shuo's meaning.
All right then, we'll pull out first.
You stay in ambush and make absolutely sure Fang Shuo stays safe.
Sun Haiba said to Lin Xi. Inside the coffee shop, Fang Shuo frowned and pondered for a moment before sitting up straight. Can I understand this as follows? We're a group seeking revenge against society, with many members, and you're the leader? And now you want me to join, handling the actual planning? Fang Shuo asked the middle-aged man. Exactly. You're quite sharp. The middle-aged man nodded. I feel like most of your questions are redundant. Since I already know about your existence and purpose, if I refuse, would you let me leave? Fang Shuo smiled wryly. Perhaps. Under normal circumstances, I wouldn't. But I'd still like to believe that since you came here at Sun Jie's request without much resistance, it means we're cut from the same cloth. I trust you'll make the right choice. The middle-aged man spoke slowly. No problem. But I'm still in school, so there's not much I can do. Fang Shuo nodded. No rush. In a few days, I'll gather everyone for a proper introduction. That way, you can start preparing for future plans. Let's call it a day for now. Give me your contact information. The middle-aged man rose slowly. After leaving his phone number, Fang Shuo walked out. But instead of heading toward where Lin Xi had parked, he walked toward a nearby bus stop. Don't follow me. You go back first. He pulled out his phone and sent Lin Xi a message. Then he boarded the bus. By this time, it was already evening and the bus wasn't crowded. Fang Shuo found a window seat and sat down. Sure enough. After 2 stops, a sedan began trailing the bus at a leisurely pace. The night bus sped along, so it wasn't too noticeable. Fang Shuo smiled faintly. It seemed the middle-aged man still didn't trust him. Fang Shuo didn't do anything unusual. He rode the bus all the way to the school gate, then walked straight in, heading straight to the dormitory building. Once inside his dorm, he looked out the window and sure enough, spotted the middle-aged man following behind, then walking away. Only then did Fang Shuo breathe a sigh of relief. Fang Shuo, where have you been these past few days? Did you find another part-time job lately? His roommate asked as soon as he arrived. Lately, Fang Shuo had been absent from the dorm. Even when he had multiple part-time jobs, he usually attended classes. But lately, he'd been taking leave one after another and no one had seen him. Don't even ask. I broke something while working, and now they're holding me back to pay for it. I'm speechless. Fang Shuo said helplessly to everyone. That happened? Don't let them take advantage of you. If you need help, just give us a shout, we'll back you up. His roommates urged him. Ever since that incident last time, their bond with Fang Shuo had grown much stronger. No problem. Come on, come on. It's been ages since we played together. Let's set up a game tonight. Fang Shuo said to the group with great enthusiasm. Chapter 152, You're a Cop. Tianhai City Public Security Bureau. Although Fang Shuo's mission was complete, Sun Haiba and the others still had work to do. That's the full report on Fang Shuo. He's returned to campus and will remain there for now. He's concerned about potential surveillance, so he's avoiding contact with us entirely. Lin Xi addressed the group. Excellent. That's Fang Shuo for you. Who would have thought this kid could pull off something like this? He's incredible. Sun Haiba nodded in agreement from the side. Captain, what should we do about this? Someone nearby asked. Follow Fang Shuo's plan exactly. Once that person contacts Fang Shuo, it means he's cleared the test. He'll gather everyone together and we'll take them all down at once. But for now, be extremely careful. Leave absolutely no evidence of contact with Fang Shuo. Also, remind the university advisor under no circumstances should Fang Shuo's connection to us be exposed. Lin Xi, you two for safety's sake, avoid meeting Fang Shuo for now. Sun Haiba paused, then addressed the group. Understood. Lin Xi nodded. Fang Shuo had already called her after returning to the dorm. To be honest, this case has been a huge eye-opener for me. Before, we always focused on following procedures. But this time, Fang Shuo didn't stick to the process, and that's why we made such significant progress. We need to reflect on this. Moving forward, we must be more flexible in our actions. Sometimes, you have to learn that all's fair in love and war. Sun Haiba addressed the group. And another thing, recent cases have almost entirely relied on Fang Shuo. What about us? What are we doing? Can't you guys make me proud for once? Where am I supposed to put my old face? Sun Haiba seemed to think of something else and addressed the group again. Hearing Sun Haiba's words, the others shook their heads helplessly. There was no escaping this reality. Ever since Fang Shuo arrived, they seemed to have lost their minds. Keeping up with Fang Shuo's train of thought was already incredibly difficult. Trying to surpass him? That was practically impossible. Alright, everyone, break it up. You're all just staring blankly. Sun Haiba watched the dejected faces of his team and couldn't help but feel exasperated. He waved his hand, dismissing them. Since the bomb incident, several key figures had moved into the guest house. Although the mastermind behind this incident was under surveillance, this individual didn't act directly but controlled others to carry out the operation. Modern communication methods were numerous and difficult to guard against. Fang Shuo had also fully returned to campus these past few days. After joining Lin Xi and the others in the case, he had declined all his previous part-time jobs. Though attending classes normally on campus, he frequently spotted the middle-aged man's figure.
3 days passed before Fang Shuo received another call from the middle-aged man. To his surprise, the meeting location was inside a subway station. Fang Shuo sensed that this operation might not be straightforward. Subway stations were labyrinthine, bustling with people. Setting aside the difficulty of an arrest, if something went wrong, it could easily escalate into a major incident. Therefore, after notifying Sun Haiba, he instructed them to hold off on any rash actions and headed toward the subway station himself.
I'm already at Tongan Road Station. Fang Shuo told the middle-aged man.
Take the next train heading east to west and get off at Songshan Station. The middle-aged man instructed Fang Shuo before hanging up.
Fang Shuo shook his head. Just as he had expected.
Though the middle-aged man had tentatively trusted him, they remained extremely cautious. Thankfully, he hadn't sent Sun Haiba and the others to Tongan Road Station ahead of time to make preparations.
Otherwise, they might have blown their cover. Following the middle-aged man's instructions, Fang Shuo arrived at Songshan Station and called him back. Continue. Switch to line 3. Take the westbound train and get off at Liwu Station. The middle-aged man instructed again. Fang Shuo was utterly speechless.
After several such transfers, it became utterly impossible to make any advance preparations. It seemed he had underestimated this middle-aged man. He was quite skilled indeed.
Following the middle-aged man's instructions, Fang Shuo spent 2 hours zigzagging through the subway system before finally arriving at a public restroom marked under repair.
The moment he stepped inside, a burly man pressed a knife against his throat.
What's this about? I did everything you told me to do.
Fang Shuo confronted the middle-aged man before him. Heh, you're a cop. You're still too green to mess with us. The middle-aged man smiled faintly as he looked at Fang Shuo.
Fang Shuo's mind went blank. How did he know? When did he find out? Impossible. Fang Shuo couldn't quite believe it. Wait a minute. Fang Shuo suddenly snapped out of it.
I'm not a damn cop, I'm the husband of a cop, for crying out loud. Besides, now that you know I'm a cop, the best move would have been to just disappear. Even if you wanted to take me out, one person would have been enough, no need for this many people to show up. And since leaving that cafe, he hadn't had any contact with anyone from the police side. There was no way he could have any leads. He'd been tailing him for days and hadn't found anything.
All's fair in love and war. Fang Shuo instantly understood. What cop? Are you out of your mind? I followed your instructions all the way here, and this is how you treat me?
Don't you dare let me out, or I'll really call the cops on you.
Fang Shuo glared at the middle-aged man.
The man said nothing, instead emptying Fang Shuo's phone and pockets, then conducting a thorough body search. He found nothing. He found no clues in the phone either.
Alright, you, let him go. After a moment, the middle-aged man waved to the burly man. Sorry, we have to be cautious. Welcome aboard.
The middle-aged man handed the phone to Fang Shuo.
Damn it. Is this how you guys play? Fang Shuo put the phone away, clearly annoyed.
He silently thanked his luck. During those idle nights in the dorm, he'd watched a few movies where undercover agents got exposed. So before coming today, he'd notified everyone, including Lin Xi, and deleted all records from his phone. That's how he managed to slip through unscathed.
Chapter 153, The Organization. Let me introduce myself. I'm Wang Li. The one who just took you down is OU. The others standing here are all our people. There are 2 reasons for convening everyone today. Wang Li motioned for Fang Shuo to find a place to sit. Fang Shuo squatted down on a toilet.
You should all be aware of what happened with Sun Jia recently. Now that Sun Jia has been arrested, it's hard to know whether he's implicated us. That's why I called everyone here. As long as we're all accounted for, we're in the clear. None of you were directly involved in the entire incident. Even if the police come looking for you, it won't concern you. Wang Li looked around at the group as he spoke.
Second, whatever plans you're currently preparing, put them on hold for now.
After Sun Jia's failure, those targets will likely be on high alert.
It'll be tough to pull anything off in the short term. When you get back, hide everything. I'll let you know when it's time to use it.
Wang Li said slowly. From this moment on, Fang Shuo is officially part of our team. I'll teach him the code words.
He'll make arrangements for us in the group chat.
When the time comes, everyone will act according to the plan. Wang Li gestured toward Fang Shuo standing nearby. After Wang Li finished speaking, everyone picked up their tools and walked out. Only then did Fang Shuo realize that while Wang Li had been looking at his phone earlier, he had already added him to a group chat. The group chat was named Be a Good Person. Fang Shuo felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. Alright, let's go. Grab a tool to disguise yourself when we head out. Stay in touch. Wang Li gestured to Fang Shuo and headed toward the exit. Fang Shuo hesitated, not immediately contacting Sun Haiba and the others. They had already left, and now they were inside the subway station, a labyrinth of passages where he had no clue which direction they'd gone. Fortunately, he was now part of the group. There was plenty of time ahead. From Wang Li's words, it seemed many of them had other plans brewing behind the scenes. Given his current status, there was still a chance.
To be cautious, Fang Shuo headed straight back to campus after leaving. He didn't rush to contact Sun Haiba and the others. After returning, Fang Shuo kept checking the group chat messages. But there was no response whatsoever. It seemed none of them chatted casually in the group normally. Or perhaps Wang Li had already initiated private chats with them individually. Fang Shuo hesitated, wondering whether to add each of them individually, but ultimately held back. Adding them right after meeting might make them feel awkward. If they didn't accept, he'd lose the initiative. Meanwhile, Sun Haiba and his team weren't idle either.
Although they knew who the mastermind was, crucial evidence was still missing. Sun Jia, who had been arrested, hadn't directly implicated Wang Li either. This made the situation extremely difficult to resolve.
Moreover, Wang Li had not participated in any part of this bomb incident.
Nevertheless, Sun Haiba and his team managed to uncover some clues by tracing the source of the chemical fuel.
Originally, if Sun Haiba and his team hadn't confirmed Wang Li's identity, it might not have drawn much attention.
But now that they knew who Wang Li was, they deliberately searched for him and discovered his identity through surveillance footage.
This solidified evidence of Wang Li procuring bomb components.
Even though Wang Li made purchases at multiple stores, they managed to piece together the entire chain.
At the very least, it was certain that Wang Li was inextricably linked to the incident. Captain, I've traced the identities of the individuals linked to the phone numbers Fang Shuo provided. However, only 2 of them use their phone numbers as WeChat IDs. One works in real estate brokerage and the other sells steamed buns. Both communicate via WeChat.
Lin Xi reported to Sun Haiba.
Excellent. Set up surveillance immediately. Be ready to apprehend them at any moment.
Sun Haiba exclaimed excitedly to the group upon hearing this. Just look at Fang Shuo, he handled it so quietly. I feel like the curriculum for criminal investigation studies might need some rethinking from now on. We worked our asses off on so many cases before. If we'd stuck with our current methods, who knows how this one would have turned out. Just look at how times have changed.
Sun Haiba remarked with deep emotion. He's just an anomaly. We can't take him seriously. Who else could possibly work like that? Plus, he hasn't let me call or text him these past few days. Looks like he's back at school and completely forgotten who he is.
Lin Xi pouted from the side.
Don't worry about it.
As the saying goes, once you've tasted the ocean, no other water will do.
Those little girls at school? Fang Shuo probably doesn't even look their way anymore. Sun Haiba grinned from the side. As someone who'd been there, he knew exactly what he was talking about. Captain, I've got something to say about that.
Fang Shuo is still a student, yet he's helping us solve this case and has already gotten involved in this matter.
We can't just stand by and watch, can we? Lin Xi addressed Sun Haiba.
Well, that is a bit inappropriate. I did mention this earlier, but the problem is, your father.
Sun Haiba hesitated.
He was just a captain. Many decisions were within his scope to recommend, but not to approve.
I know.
If I were to bring this up with my dad, well, he's the type to flat out refuse. Considering the potential conflict of interest, it wouldn't be appropriate for me to suggest it. Lin Xi spoke slowly.
So you were waiting here for me? So you want me to talk to him? Go on, what do you want from your little boyfriend? Sun Haiba grinned. He's a student. What could he possibly need?
But you know he only lives with his grandmother.
When it comes to living expenses. Besides, didn't we get that big chunk of funding earlier?
Lin Xi smiled at Sun Haiba.
Alright, just wait for the letter. Sun Haiba said as he stood up. At that moment, in Director Lin's office. Director Lin sat frowning over tea with 2 other deputy directors.
Lin, no offense, but as director, you're clean and incorruptible. We can't fault you for that.
But Fang Shuo isn't your man right now. He's still a student. Aren't you worried people will gossip about you? Hiring child labor. One deputy director grinned. He's a college student, for crying out loud. Besides, I didn't even involve him. He's just running errands for that girl Shi.
The constructive suggestions came from Sun Haiba and the others.
Director Lin grinned.
If Fang Shuo were an outsider, he'd have to speak up for him. But the problem was, Fang Shuo was now his future son-in-law. Given Director Lin's usual habits, there was absolutely no way he'd say anything favorable about Fang Shuo.
Give me a break. I've heard it from the guys on the ground. This Fang Shuo? He's been pulling his weight big time. Our criminal investigation team leader Sun Haiba?
He's just been coasting on others' efforts, contributing nothing.
But judging by the current accumulation of credit, Sun Haiba probably won't be long before he gets promoted. Another deputy director chuckled. At that moment,
Sun Haiba, who was about to knock on the door outside, suddenly felt a wave of frustration wash over him.
Oh my gosh. Is this a good thing or a bad thing?
If you say it's good, it makes you look utterly incompetent. But if you say it's bad news, well, as some wise person once said, every cloud has a silver lining. You might actually get promoted. Even if the promotion comes out of nowhere, it's still a promotion.
Knock knock knock.
Sun Haiba hesitated for a moment before knocking and stepping inside.
Chapter 154, Our Objective. Hee hee, 3 leaders having a chat? Sun Highball walked in with a broad smile. Well, isn't this Captain Sun about to get promoted? A deputy director teased. Director Lee, please stop teasing me. What can I possibly do now? People are different after all. Sun Highball sat down with a look of resignation. Alright, shame leads to courage. For us police, our purpose is to maintain social order and punish criminals. In this process, we can't rely solely on ourselves, we must unite every force we can. Think about it, if society had more people like Fang Shuo, perhaps there wouldn't be so much crime in this world. Bureau Chief Lin spoke slowly to the others standing nearby. Hearing Lin's words, everyone froze. They looked at him with admiration. Over the years, Director Lin's rise to his position was no accident. It must be said. Director Lin's words were spoken from a remarkably elevated perspective. It was nothing short of a dimension-lowering strike. Quite right. The director's words are spot on. Captain Sun, what brings you here? A deputy director asked Sun Highball. Well, considering Fang Shuo's sensitive background, I thought I'd come to the bureau to request some sort of bonus or recognition for him. You all know about Fang Shuo's family situation. Sun Highball said hesitantly. No problem. Old Lin, you don't need to get involved in this. As the deputy director in charge of logistics, I'll take care of it myself. Go back and draft the request, I'll approve it. The other deputy director said with a smile. Seeing this, Director Lin didn't try to stop it. Ring ring. Just then, Sun Highball's phone rang. It's Fang Shuo calling. Looks like something's up. Sun Highball perked up instantly upon seeing Fang Shuo's name on the screen. After exchanging a few words, he hurriedly hung up. What's going on? Director Lin asked urgently. Director, Fang Shuo just called. He said Wang Li asked to meet him. Fang Shuo suggested we take control of Wang Li first, he has a way to get everyone out. Sun Highball quickly relayed the message to the others. Then what are you waiting for? Get moving immediately. The others urged him, and Sun Highball immediately dashed out. At the entrance of Shui Mu University, Fang Shuo waited by the roadside. Soon, a Mercedes pulled up. You run a coffee shop, how did you get so rich? Fang Shuo stared at Wang Li inside the car. The coffee shop is just a front. The real money in this world isn't what you see. Get in. I'll take you somewhere. Wang Li beckoned to Fang Shuo. Didn't we agree not to make any moves for now? Fang Shuo asked, puzzled. Nothing's happened these past few days, so it doesn't really matter. Anyway, our next target isn't the Public Security Bureau. Right now, the cops might be focusing all their attention on the Public Security Bureau, which could make them overlook other departments. This is our chance. Wang Li said while driving. Other departments? Fang Shuo froze. He had assumed Wang Li and his crew were solely targeting the Public Security Bureau, but now it seemed that wasn't the case. Exactly. Didn't you find some departments went way overboard during the city demolition projects? 3 years ago, during the demolition of a shantytown redevelopment zone, an elderly couple refused to leave. Their son had been abducted by traffickers when he was very young. They stayed put not for the compensation money, but so their child wouldn't lose their home if they ever found them. But guess what those Housing and Urban Rural Development Bureau officials did? Wang Li asked Fang Shuo. Fang Shuo froze. He vaguely remembered the incident. Back when he was in high school, neighbors had discussed it during his trips home. His recollection was that the elderly couple had made an outrageous demand for 100 million yuan in demolition compensation, then threatened to set themselves on fire with gasoline if they weren't moved. In the end, for reasons unknown, rumor had it they accidentally ignited the gasoline themselves, they perished. But now, hearing it from Wang Li, it sounded different. They had people pour gasoline outside while the couple slept, then set it ablaze. After the elderly died, they claimed the couple had prepared the gasoline themselves to resist demolition and accidentally ignited it. Ha, how ridiculous. Setting aside that the couple was in their 70s or 80s, how could they possibly have carried several hundred pounds of gasoline themselves? And yet, this flimsy excuse was readily accepted and widely reported. Since no one is speaking up for them, we'll take on the task of vindicating them. Wang Li spoke slowly to Fang Shuo. You mean, arson? Fang Shuo froze. Exactly. I told you earlier the methods used by those who truly make money are beyond your imagination. Take our city's Housing and Urban Rural Development Bureau leader, for example. From what I know, he owns 3 villas and 72 properties. As for women, I've no idea how many he has. And in one of those villas, every nook and cranny is stuffed with cash. Every Friday night, this official makes a trip there. Wang Li smiled faintly. Only then did Fang Shuo understand why Wang Li had connections across so many industries. If you wanted to uncover this kind of information, it would be nearly impossible to do it suddenly. Why don't we just notify the relevant authorities? If he has this evidence, he probably won't be able to escape legal consequences. Fang Shuo asked, a hint of confusion in his voice. The law? Heh, do you know what happens to these people after they're supposedly arrested? Have you seen the so-called detention centers where they're held? Do you know what kind of treatment those people supposedly receive after they fall from power? Let me tell you this, even if these people are locked up, their standard of living still surpasses 99% of the world's population. Not to mention, they've already transferred a significant portion of their wealth abroad, and what's truly been moved out is never recovered. Their descendants could live off that money for generations without ever spending it all. And after serving a few years in prison, they'll find ways to get out and continue enjoying it all. Fang Shuo, you're sharp, I admire that. But much of this society's darkness is beyond your grasp in university now. You'll understand it all in time. Wang Li spoke slowly to Fang Shuo. Hearing Wang Li's words, Fang Shuo hesitated. To be honest, he had underestimated Wang Li. Chapter 155, Operation. Before, he had dismissed Wang Li as a madman seeking revenge on society. But now it seemed that this madman, though certainly unstable, wasn't acting purely on impulse. At the very least, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say this housing bureau leader got what he deserved. The problem lay in this. Punishing criminals through criminal means might seem justified, but in the long run, it's difficult to maintain so-called fairness. Take Wang Li now, he's clearly cast himself as a champion of justice. But such a mindset is ever-shifting, and human desires are boundless. Once he becomes truly unrestrained in this process, he will inevitably become an abuser of power. Examples of dragon slayers becoming dragons themselves are not uncommon. Truthfully, had Fang Shuo not encountered Lin Xi and Sun Haiba, he might have harbored some hesitation. But now, he harbors almost no other thoughts whatsoever. So what should we do? Go wait for him at that villa? Fang Shuo asked Wang Li. No need. This time, we're just spectators. One of our guys is a locksmith. He's already inside setting things up. We just wait for him to return. Often, it's not about having extraordinary skills, but finding that one crucial point. Once you pinpoint it, everything else falls into place effortlessly. This is the approach you'll need to master going forward. Wang Li explained to Fang Shuo. Bringing Fang Shuo along this time was precisely to let him experience the process, to make him understand what they were doing now, so that one day he could take over everything from him. Wang Li wasn't being so kind. He was selecting a successor to ensure his own escape from legal consequences. With a successor in place, Wang Li could step back into the shadows as a mentor. Even if trouble arose later, it would spare him direct accountability. That's how people like Wang Li operate. They preach lofty ideals when it suits them, but when their own interests are at stake, they're fiercely protective of their own skin. Wang Li led Fang Shuo to a quiet villa district. The neighborhood was eerily quiet. Such villas were rarely used for actual residents. An occupancy rate of 30% was considered quite good for such a development. Fang Shuo waited in the car, growing increasingly anxious, but he couldn't contact Sun Haiba and the others right now. I'm going to take a piss. Fang Shuo thought for a moment before saying to Wang Li. Don't go down there. The villa area is deserted anyway, it'll raise suspicion. There's no one else around here. Just take care of it right here. Wang Li said, handing Fang Shuo a bottle. Fang Shuo was utterly speechless. But the arrow was already on the string, he had no choice but to shoot. He started to unbutton his pants. The opening on this bottle is a bit small. I think I'll just hold it in. Fang Shuo reluctantly handed the bottle back. Wang Li froze. He glanced at Fang Shuo, then took the bottle back with a hint of frustration. By the way, do you have a girlfriend yet? We should remind you about this kind of thing, it's best not to tell anyone. Not even your girlfriend or wife can be fully trusted. Wang Li said. Huh? Should I tell my girlfriend right away? I was planning to head back soon and hadn't mentioned it to her. What if she comes looking for me in the dorm without knowing? That'd be a mess. Fang Shuo, who had been worried about not having a chance to inform Lin Xi, seized the opportunity to speak up. Well, then just play here. Wang Li thought for a moment and nodded. All right. Fang Shuo pulled out his phone. Hey, it's me. Still in the dorm? Fang Shuo called Lin Xi. The moment the call connected, he blurted out. Lin Xi on the other end already felt something was off. After all, Fang Shuo had told her not to call unless it was urgent. Yet here he was, calling her first. But what he said was rather baffling. She couldn't possibly be in the dorm, she'd never even stayed there. But Lin Xi quickly caught on. Right, I'm back already. You're not still out partying, are you? Lin Xi said into the phone. On the other end, Fang Shuo was already in the car with Wang Li. In such a confined space, even though Lin Xi's voice wasn't loud, they heard every word clearly. I found a part-time job outside. You've been wanting that bag for ages, right? I'll buy it for you once I earn enough. But I might be back late tonight, so don't come looking for me. Also, I'm about to start my shift. They don't allow phones, so don't try to contact me. Fang Shuo told Lin Xi. Alright, I'll let your class monitor know. Just take care of yourself. Lin Xi suddenly understood and hurriedly replied. Hearing Lin Xi's response, Fang Shuo knew she understood his meaning and hung up the phone. Don't worry. Money will be the last thing we need to worry about later. Wang Li smiled faintly and patted Fang Shuo on the shoulder. Ha? Fang Shuo was puzzled.
Take this time, for instance.
You don't seriously think we discovered all this money and just burned it all, did you? Our activities require funding too.
Wang Li explained to Fang Shuo.
I see. Fang Shuo nodded.
If it really was as Wang Li described, this money did come rather easily.
Last time, you mentioned targeting the police chief. Has this police chief done anything wrong before? Fang Shuo asked Wang Li with some confusion. Not really. I looked into it before.
Those two deputies had some minor shady dealings, but nothing compared to this guy from the Housing and Urban Rural Development Bureau.
As for that director Lin, he's squeaky clean. Wang Li shook his head. Then why are we targeting them? Fang Shuo exhaled in relief, his confusion lingering.
We want to make as big a splash as possible to tell every corrupt official that we're starting to take action against them.
The Public Security Bureau chief is a sensitive target, which is why we chose them.
As for who they are, that's not really important.
Wang Li shook his head. Fang Shuo was stunned. If Fang Shuo had harbored any lingering hesitation before, Wang Li's words now sealed his resolve.
Their reckless actions were, in essence, even more despicable than those of the others.
I must stop tonight's operation. Chapter 156, I was right to find you.
Just as Fang Shuo and Wang Li were waiting, a car with its lights off approached them.
Fang Shuo quickly ducked his head to look. It was one of those old-style Jinbei vans, quite cheap by today's standards. Just as Fang Shuo was wondering, a pot-bellied middle-aged man stepped out.
He looked around warily. Wang Li, standing nearby, gave Fang Shuo a subtle nod, indicating that this man was the official from the Housing and Urban Rural Development Bureau.
We're in for a show. Wang Li whispered to Fang Shuo. Hold on.
If this Housing Bureau guy gets burned to death today, his identity won't be kept secret. If something happens to such a high-ranking official, the police will definitely comb through the surveillance footage.
I noticed on the way here that the surveillance in this villa area is quite comprehensive. The two of us drove here and never got out of the car would probably be noticed. Fang Shuo cautioned Wang Li. Are you sure? Wang Li was taken aback. He hadn't considered the surveillance issue. The surveillance in this villa complex is secondary.
The real concern is the dashcams in those luxury cars. They record 24/7. If the vehicles behind us have dashcams, we're in trouble. If they trace it back to us, this will be hard to explain.
It could easily link tonight's incident to the bomb we sent to the police chief earlier. Fang Shuo nodded. You're absolutely right. You really are smarter than me. So what do you suggest we do? Should we call off tonight's operation? Wang Li asked. Canceling the operation is secondary.
After hearing what that Housing Bureau official did, I'm seething with rage.
Just burning him alive would be too easy on him. I have a way to make him suffer first. We can finish him off later. Fang Shuo said slowly. Oh? Tonight, then? Wang Li looked at Fang Shuo hesitantly. Withdraw first. Let's retreat and discuss it later. Fang Shuo nodded. Let's go.
Wang Li pulled out his phone, sent a message, then quietly started the car and drove Fang Shuo out.
What's this plan you mentioned? Wang Li asked Fang Shuo. Handling the house and splitting the money.
Dealing with the house is a hassle, but splitting the money is pretty straightforward. All his money is likely ill-gotten gains.
Even if he loses it, he won't report it to the police, he'll just suffer in silence.
And since he takes bribes, it proves he loves money. We'll gradually distribute his wealth to those he's wronged. We'll use his name to elevate him to the point of being destroyed by his own success, leaving him unable to speak his grievances.
Fang Shuo explained slowly. Ha? But isn't that letting him off too easy? Wang Li looked at Fang Shuo with a hint of disappointment.
Upon hearing Fang Shuo's new plan earlier, he had immediately altered his own strategy, a clear sign of his high regard for Fang Shuo. But he had expected Fang Shuo to propose something truly brilliant. So far, however, it seemed to fall short of Wang Li's expectations. This is just the first step. Fang Shuo shook his head. Once his affairs are exposed, this leader won't have that much money. The source of these assets will become a problem, and someone will come for him. And when that happens, he won't just sit back and wait for it. If he disappears, then everyone will assume he fled to evade justice. We can deal with him however we want. Fang Shuo spoke slowly. Looks like I made the right choice coming to you. You're even more ruthless than I am. We'll proceed as you suggested. You handle everything. I'll notify them. Wang Li gave a slight nod. If Fang Shuo succeeded in this matter, he would have blood on his hands and possess sufficient capability to lead the others. Wang Li himself could then rest easy. Tianhai Municipal Public Security Bureau. After Sun Haiba and his team withdrew, they anxiously awaited news from Fang Shuo. Before receiving news from Fang Shuo today, Sun Haiba's team had already planted a tracking program on Fang Shuo's phone, allowing them to pinpoint his location. When Fang Shuo and Wang Li were outside the villa complex, Sun Haiba's team had already positioned themselves in ambush outside the compound, following their prior plan with Fang Shuo. But before they could move, they received a message from Lin Xi instructing them to withdraw temporarily.
Though puzzled, Sun Haiba withdrew his men once more. What the hell is going on?
From what Fang Shuo implied, they might make a move tonight. If something goes wrong, we're in big trouble.
Sun Haiba paced restlessly. Last time, those people targeted the police chief. Whoever they're after now can't be just anyone either. If they followed the same pattern, it would be dangerous.
Captain, since Fang Shuo called us back, I'm sure he has a way to stop tonight's operation.
At least so far, we haven't received any reports of incidents.
Lin Xi chimed in from the side. She had absolute confidence in Fang Shuo.
That's exactly what I'm afraid of.
It's nighttime now, so it might go undetected. If it drags on until tomorrow, trouble will surely come.
Sun Haiba said with a grimace. Knock knock knock.
Just then, a series of knocks sounded at the door.
Immediately after, Fang Shuo pushed open the door and walked in. Fang Shuo? What brings you here? Didn't we agree to avoid contact for now? Sun Haiba jumped to his feet the moment he recognized Fang Shuo.
Don't worry, I was dragged in here.
It's no big deal. Fang Shuo grinned. Only then did everyone notice the large bruise on Fang Shuo's face. What happened?
Lin Xi hurried over.
It was obvious he'd been beaten. The school was already closed at that hour, so I asked Wan Li to drop me off at an internet cafe.
There was this guy smoking nearby.
I said a couple of words to him, and then he hit me.
He called the cops, and they arrested both of us. That was the fastest solution I could think of, but I didn't expect that guy to just go for it without hesitation.
Fang Shuo sounded resigned. I'm seriously impressed with you. What couldn't have been handled over the phone? Why did you insist on coming here?
Lin Xi complained to Fang Shuo. I've got a plan and need to discuss it in person with Director Lin.
Fang Shuo explained slowly to the group. Chapter 157, A Good Leader. Emperor Mansion Restaurant.
The senior leader of Tianhai City's Housing and Urban Rural Development Bureau staggered out the back door. His driver had been waiting with the car ready.
Boss, we had a great time drinking today. You did have a bit too much to drink.
Let Jiao Jiao drive you home, we wouldn't feel right leaving you otherwise.
Oh, and we've packed some local specialties in the trunk for you to try when you get home. Several people followed behind them as they walked out.
Following behind the boss was a girl as beautiful as a flower. Judging by her appearance, she seemed to be a college student, still carrying a hint of nervousness. For these leaders, who were used to seeing beautiful women, heavily made-up women were actually unappealing. They preferred the pure, inexperienced college girls.
No problem.
Bring the contract to me first thing tomorrow morning for my signature.
Business is business. Don't forget to find a few other bidders to go through the motions.
The leader slurred his words as he spoke to the person. The girl helped him into the car. The driver was used to such scenes. He drove toward the usual spot. The car finally came to a stop in a parking lot. The driver deftly got out, intending to lock the car and return later. But he was called back by his boss.
Shaoli, you won't be needed tonight. You can go home first.
And you won't need to pick me up tomorrow either. The boss said to the driver. The driver glanced at the flushed girl beside him, said nothing, nodded, and walked out.
As a leader's driver, the most important rule was to see little and ask less.
After the driver left, the car began to sway rhythmically. But this motion didn't last long before it stopped.
Take the money and get a cab.
The disheveled girl stumbled out of the car, looking rather bedraggled.
After a while, the boss felt sufficiently rested and returned to the driver's seat. They'd acquired quite a haul of local specialties today. The trunk was probably already full. They needed to get them into the villa as soon as possible. Even the driver, Shaoli, didn't know the exact location of that villa. It was always better to be cautious about many things. But when the boss arrived at the villa, the scene before him left him speechless. He even sobered up halfway. Originally, the cash stashed in the refrigerator, which had been completely filled, was now gone. The boss couldn't believe it. He hurriedly opened the freezer next to it and discovered the cash inside was gone too. A chill ran down his spine. Could someone have discovered the stash? He hurried over to the liquor cabinet and peered inside, only to find the cash there still intact. True to his leadership instincts, he quickly snapped out of it. This wasn't being discovered, this was ING robbery. Damn you, you thieving scum! How dare you steal from my house? The boss reached for his phone to call for backup, but upon realizing what he was doing, he immediately tossed it aside. What the hell was he supposed to do now? The boss broke out in a cold sweat. This villa held a staggering 300 million in cash. The thief must have stumbled upon it by accident, discovered the stash, but couldn't carry it all away. Treating this place like a bank, they might very well return later. And the fact that he kept money here was something absolutely no one could find out about. What on earth should he do? The leader panicked. Right. We need to move it out ASAP. Damn it. How do we move it? This money was painstakingly saved over the years. It's impossible to move it all in such a short time. And if I try moving it during the day, I'll get caught. Even if I could move it, where the hell would I take it? Bury it. Yes. The leader thought to himself as he made his way to the villa's backyard.
Seeing that it was pitch black around him and no one was in sight, he decided to just go for it. He picked up the pickaxe and started digging. Little did he know, just outside the villa complex at that very moment, two pairs of eyes were watching the busy leader. It was Wang Li and locksmith Zhou Shun. Tonight, following Fang Shuo's plan, they had come to transfer the leader's assets. But as they worked in the villa, they spotted the leader driving up. They hurriedly exited through the back door. "Boss, this Fang Shuo is something else." Just like he said, once the boss realized the money was gone, he didn't put up a fight at all. Couldn't even transfer it. Just thinking about it is infuriating. What a thrill. Zhou Shun remarked to Wang Li beside him. Yeah, Fang Shuo is meticulous. Killing with a dull knife is even more satisfying. This has opened up a whole new world for us. Let's subject this boss to a proper investigation first. Once he thinks everything's settled, we'll make our move. We can even tell him that his current predicament is entirely our doing. I bet he'll spit blood. Wang Li chuckled from the side. So boss, should we keep pushing further? Zhou Shun asked. No rush. Let's call it a day. I can't wait to see his face when he sees tomorrow's news. By the way, have you arranged for tomorrow's people? Wang Li inquired. All set. We've got the banners and commemorative flags ready. Zhou Shun nodded. Let's go. Wang Li said no more. He glanced at the leader diligently burying money in the villa's backyard and headed outside. It must be said, the leader had indeed farmed before. His digging technique was quite impressive. In just one night, over a dozen large pits had been dug across the entire backyard. All the money from the villa had been buried there. The leader even brought in some old soil to tidy up the backyard. Then he hurriedly drove toward the city. After such a hectic night, the boss was exhausted and famished. He rushed home, changed clothes, grabbed a quick bite, and then headed to the office. Though it was nearly 10 o'clock, as the top leader, no one could reprimand him for being late. On the way to work, the boss kept pondering what to do next. The money was temporarily buried, but that wasn't a long-term solution. He still needed to figure out how to move it out as soon as possible. But the moment he arrived at the office, he was utterly stunned. A large crowd had gathered in front of the office building, including numerous reporters with cameras. Banners were held high, reading, "Thank Leader XXX for our demolition compensation. Leader XXX acts with integrity and profound understanding. Leader XXX is both virtuous and capable, a true leader of the people." Chapter 158, An Unexpected Turn of Events. What is going on? The leader asked his secretary, who had rushed over, with a look of disbelief. Sir, these people arrived early this morning, claiming they came to thank you for their demolition compensation. They're all individuals who caused trouble during previous demolition projects. The secretary hurriedly explained to the leader. Meanwhile, the journalists had also spotted the leader. They swarmed around the leader. Sir, we hear the compensation paid to these displaced residents totals over 30 million yuan. Was this funding set aside earlier? Sir, please explain why you took such a hardline stance earlier, yet now you're compensating them behind the scenes. What caused this change? The relocation budget you mentioned earlier has been exhausted. Where did this additional funding come from? Leader, please say something? Before the leader could react, he was surrounded by a dozen cameras. His mind went completely blank. Last night's events hadn't even sunk in yet, and now so many more problems had erupted at the office. What on earth was he supposed to do? The leader felt numb. Our leader is currently in a meeting. We will organize a press conference later to provide a detailed explanation of the situation. The secretary beside him managed to pull the leader out of the crowd with some persuasion. Amidst the crowd's expressions of gratitude, appreciation, and cheers, the leader stumbled into the office building in a daze. What the hell is going on? What compensation? Where would we even find the extra funds to compensate them now? Who's responsible for this mess? The leader demanded angrily at the crowd. Sir, none of us did it. Without your approval, it couldn't have gone through. Sir, we just conducted a thorough inquiry. These people claim they received the compensation money from you all in cash personally delivered by you between 11 p.m. last night and 4 a.m. this morning. That's why they came to express their gratitude first thing this morning and brought over a dozen commendation banners. Hearing the leader's words, the others stepped forward to speak. What? I personally delivered it? With which eye did they see that? The leader nearly choked on his words. Exactly, boss. We don't think it's possible either. Even if you wanted to do it, there's absolutely no need for you to go personally. Besides, with that much money, One person had intended to butter him up, but mid-flattery, it fell off. He quickly shut up. All right. That's enough. You can all go now. The boss waved his hand with a dark expression, dismissing everyone except his secretary. Sir, about this matter. The secretary also sensed something was amiss. Such a large sum of cash, how could the boss possibly have that much money? Even if he did have it, why would he just hand it over to those troublemakers? This was completely out of character for the boss. How many people know about this? The leader asked the secretary with obvious displeasure. Normally, this secretary was quite sensible, but this time, he had caused such a huge mess.
It was utterly unacceptable. I'm afraid the entire bureau knows about it. I tried calling you to ask what happened and how to handle it, but your phone was constantly busy.
I asked Masterly, and he said after driving you home last night, he went straight back to his place. Since you told him today not to pick you up, he had no idea what happened. I assumed it was your specific arrangement, so I didn't try to stop him. The secretary hurried forward to explain. He had called hundreds of times since waking up this morning, but the phone was turned off. The leader listened, opened his mouth, but couldn't find the words. Last night, to avoid revealing his location, he turned his phone off completely. Plus, he'd been busy all night and completely forgot about it. He still hadn't turned it back on. Oh, and boss, the Commission for Discipline Inspection just called me too. They said they'd like you to come in once you arrive. I don't think you had anything to do with it. If you just tell them where you were last night, this should be easily resolved. The secretary said to the leader.
I understand. I'll go shortly. You may leave now.
The leader waved his hand at the secretary. After the secretary left, the leader finally let out a long sigh of relief.
Sigh. What the hell am I supposed to do? Last night, I absolutely did not deliver any money. Why are they all so convinced it was me?
And the situation here today, it's completely out of control. The disciplinary inspection team had already arrived.
How could he possibly explain himself? The best solution is to tell them where I went last night.
If there's surveillance footage or witnesses, this whole thing will have nothing to do with me.
But the problem is, the place I went last night absolutely cannot be known to anyone else.
The leader felt numb.
This is a dead end. What could he do?
The boss thought for a moment, clenched his teeth tightly. He opened the door and stepped out. As he reached the stairs, a momentary lapse caused him to tumble down the flight headfirst. Instantly, blood poured from his head, and he lost consciousness.
Boss! Quick, call an ambulance!
The people around him immediately began shouting.
Shuemu University. Fang Shuo had just finished class and was walking toward the cafeteria, chatting and laughing with a group of classmates. Did you guys see the local news? Heard the big boss from the Housing and Urban Rural Development Bureau was handing out cash in the middle of the night? Is there such a thing as a good leader in this society anymore?
One student held up his phone and said to the group.
Not necessarily. Maybe there really are. Fang Shuo grinned. But good deeds don't always pay off.
I heard he fell from the upper floor and is now unconscious.
The classmate said. Ha? Fell from the upper floor? Fang Shuo froze. This wasn't quite what he had planned. Logically, this person should be in a bind now. But this fall. Brilliant. Damn brilliant.
A head injury causing temporary memory loss, no machine could detect that. No matter which department sends investigators, no matter who comes to question me, I've lost my memory, I don't remember.
No one can do a thing about it. And it happened during work hours, definitely a workplace injury. Hospital stay covered by the company, top-notch medical care. Damn it.
No wonder he made it to bureau chief, he's got some skills.
I really underestimated these people. I suddenly remembered I have something to do. You guys go ahead and eat. Fang Shuo said to his classmates, picking up his phone. Chapter 159, Breaking News. Tianhai City Public Security Bureau. Sun Haiba hurriedly knocked on Director Lin's office door, clutching his phone.
Chief, word is the head of the Housing and Construction Bureau fell down the stairs early this morning.
He's lost his memory and can't recall anything.
Chaos has erupted over at the bureau.
Sun Haiba reported to Director Lin. I'm aware of the situation. Director Lin nodded.
At their level, news of such incidents reached them immediately.
Director, I heard that last night, this leader personally delivered cash to those people, tens of millions of yuan. That's major news. Sun Haiba said to Director Lin. This matter involves Fang Shuo.
There's no need to drag him into it. However, it seems the plan has encountered some complications.
Fang Shuo may need your cooperation moving forward. Director Lin addressed Sun Haiba. No problem. We'll definitely cooperate. But, Director, what exactly is Fang Shuo's plan? Does this mean we're not pursuing the recent case at all? Has headquarters not followed up? Sun Haiba asked Director Lin. At the time, Fang Shuo's plan had only been shared with Director Lin.
Now that you mention it, to be honest, that kid Fang Shuo has really made me look at him in a new light. This plan of his, to be frank, is quite clever, a long-term strategy to reel in a big fish. But you must understand, such a plan might work for an ordinary citizen like Fang Shuo, but if our police department were to implement it, it would be a huge hassle. Just the charge of knowing about it and not reporting it would be enough to get us into serious trouble.
Fang Shuo not sharing these plans with you is actually protecting you.
The thoughtfulness behind his actions has genuinely surprised me. Commissioner Lin said with a look of satisfaction as he looked at Sun Haiba. As for your concern about higher-ups inquiring, I've already submitted this plan.
While their interest in the plan itself is lukewarm, they're quite intrigued by its originator. Approval came through immediately. Director Lin said with a smile. You mean Fang Shuo? Sun Haibao was taken aback. Yes. That kid. After those earlier incidents were reported to the bureau, they caught the attention of the provincial department. I heard they even sent people to Shuemu University to investigate Fang Shuo's records. Judging by this setup, they're currently in a wait-and-see phase, wanting to gauge what potential Fang Shuo still holds. That's why this time, higher-ups approved it almost without hesitation. Naturally, there's no rush with this case. Director Lin wore a broad smile. Fang Shuo being his son-in-law naturally filled him with pride. Wait, Director, from what the higher-ups are saying, it sounds like they plan to bring Fang Shuo into the police system? Will he be assigned to our Tianhai Municipal Public Security Bureau? Sun Haibao asked with genuine concern. That's hard to say. Let me put it this way, the kid Fang Shuo has caught the eye of some big shot up top. They want to take him on as an apprentice. My mentor has already hinted at it. Just watch, that kid Fang Shuo has limitless potential. Even here in Tianhai City, we won't be able to keep him. Bureau Chief Lin said with a grin. Ha? Then doesn't that mean? Sun Haibao's eyes widened in surprise. In short, this time, Fang Shuo is the main player. We must fully support him. Let me remind you one more thing, once Fang Shuo's plan is submitted, it won't just be our Public Security Bureau supporting him, many other departments will be involved too. That's all I can say for now. The rest, you'll have to figure out for yourself. Director Lin waved his hand at Sun Haibao. He slowly sipped his tea. Sun Haibao walked out, utterly baffled. Tianhai City News Agency. How did it just fizzle out? Such a big story, and then nothing? The newspaper's leadership spoke with palpable anger. Originally, they had planned to feature a story about an exemplary official today, dominating the front pages of major newspapers. But unexpectedly, the reporter they sent was kicked out. And word is that the good leader has been locked up in the hospital. The reporter had managed to sneak in for an interview, only to discover the man had lost his memory. He couldn't remember a thing. No matter what they asked, he claimed ignorance. It all ended up being a complete waste of effort. The layout was already done, the articles were written, but it all went to waste. The newspaper's management was furious. Sir, there's an urgent delivery for you. They insist on your personal signature. Just then, someone rushed in. Can't you see I'm busy? What is it? The editor-in-chief took the item with obvious displeasure. Scrawled across it was a line of messy writing. The manager opened it and froze instantly. Hurry up, hurry up. Everyone to the conference room immediately. Big news. The newspaper's leader bellowed. What the newspaper executives had received was the complete property inventory belonging to the Housing and Urban Rural Development Bureau leadership. For the newspaper executives, the authenticity of the documents mattered little. What truly mattered was the newsworthiness of the individual involved. Now that this leader's story had surfaced, any negative news emerging during this process would create a stark contrast, guaranteeing massive exposure. Just moments ago, he was being praised for his diligent service to the people, yet suddenly, it was revealed he owned so many properties. The public loves to gossip about such matters. Journalists don't care about the truth, they only care about the heat. Under the directives of the newspaper leadership, a story began circulating throughout Tianhai City. Once the current Housing Bureau leader's properties were exposed, verification would inevitably follow, a process no one could stop. Soon after, various departments began following up. The Housing Bureau leader, who had been lying in bed pretending to be clueless, was now truly caught off guard. Only two choices remained for him. Either lie in bed for the rest of his life, or spend the rest of his days behind bars. In the end, he chose the latter. After all, for someone living the life of a little darling, no normal desires could be allowed. The leader held out for only 3 days before breaking down. After 2 cigarettes, he spilled everything in one go. As for Wang Li and the others, they were stunned. Originally, according to Fang Shuo's plan, they intended to proceed step by step, allowing them to move on to the next phase. But this leader, pretending to be clueless, had jumped right in. Now he's under constant surveillance. Getting out of this mess is going to be tough. Fang Shuo, what's the plan? What's our next move? Wang Li asked Fang Shuo. Do we have any other targets? All their attention is focused on the Housing Bureau leadership right now. This is our chance. Fang Shuo paused, feigning hesitation as he asked. The laughter bubbling inside was nearly impossible to suppress. Chapter 160, A Promising Prospect. Provincial Department. A white-haired elder was poring over the documents before him. Old Gong, what are you looking at? You seem so engrossed. Another elderly man approached. Though both had since stepped back from frontline roles, their stature remained extraordinary. It could be said that virtually everyone within the provincial department was either their disciple or subordinate. In the past, their relationship had transcended mere superiors and subordinates. It was more like that of a master guiding his apprentice, a bond that was exceptionally close. Tianhai City has produced a promising young talent. Old Gong remarked with a smile to the other man. Tianhai City, you wouldn't be referring to that Fang Shuo, would you? The other man asked with a smile. You know about him too? Old Gong chuckled. You know about it too?
Right now, every department in the provincial bureau is being run ragged by that kid, cleaning up his messes. You have no idea how the heads of each system are walking on eggshells these days, trembling with fear. Terrified that someone from their own department might cause trouble. I've come to realize this Fang Shuo is likely your pawn in this game, isn't he? The man smiled as he lifted his teacup. You figured it out? But to be honest, this idea wasn't mine to begin with. It was Fang Shuo who suggested it to me through Shaolin. What else could I say? I was only too happy for him to do it. Just a little nudge in the right direction. But speaking of which, this time around, we'll certainly have our hands full. Old Gong said with a smile. Old Gong, I think it's about time to close the net. Isn't Fang Shuo still in that organization? If things keep going like this, he might be in danger. The man reminded Old Gong. Take a look, Fang Shuo's activity report has already been submitted. At this pace, rounding them all up shouldn't be a problem. Just wait and see. Old Gong sipped his tea with a satisfied smile. Old Gong, I heard that after this investigation, you plan to take Fang Shuo as your apprentice? That's no easy feat. It's been years since you found someone worthy of your attention. The man asked Gong Lao. What first drew my attention to Fang Shuo was his migraines, just like his teachers. Back then, I thought to myself, if only another figure like his teacher could emerge, that would be truly wonderful. I never imagined Fang Shuo would prove so remarkable. He's even more capable than the master back then. I heard he recently solved a dismemberment case in Manhwa City. This young man. I'm growing fonder of him by the day. Old Gong said cheerfully. You mean the dismemberment case in Manhwa City? Wanwashi was at its wit's end and wanted to request a task force from the provincial bureau. But then they actually caught the killer. Though they never mentioned Fang Shuo, turns out he was the one behind it all. The man chuckled. Alright, no more talk. If I say too much, you old codger might try to steal the case from me. But Fang Shuo is still in college. No rush. Old Gong chuckled as he stood up. Not at all. A gentleman doesn't take what others love. But you could let Fang Shuo enroll in the police academy as a visiting student. You still have a few special admission spots left, don't you? Why not pursue dual majors? At worst, we could request special approval from his university. It's for exceptional talent, after all. The man suggested to Old Gong. Heh, you're thinking along the same lines as me. I'm already making arrangements. It shouldn't be a problem. The key is whether Fang Shuo himself is interested. But all this can wait until this case wraps up smoothly. No rush. Old Gong waved his hand dismissively. Fang Shuo remained unaware of the discussions about him taking place far away at the provincial headquarters. At that moment, he was sitting in Wang Li's car, heading out of the city. Over the past period, they had pursued 7 or 8 targets one after another. Without exception, every single one had ended in some sort of mishap. In the end, Wang Li couldn't help but feel that their entire organization was made up of genuinely good people. The public should be presenting them with commendation banners. Especially considering the illicit funds they'd confiscated recently, the total amount could rival Tianhai City's output for half a year. Wang Li was deeply frustrated. This wasn't how he had envisioned things. The two drove all the way to an abandoned factory. Everyone from the organization was gathered here. Get out! Wang Li barked at Fang Shuo in a harsh tone. Hearing the edge in Wang Li's voice, Fang Shuo froze. Before he could react, the burly man from earlier yanked him out of the car. Brother Wang, what's going on? Fang Shuo asked Wang Li in confusion. What do you mean? Before you showed up, everything was running smoothly. But now? I've noticed something's off with you. Spit it out. Wang Li said to Fang Shuo. Are you kidding me? I haven't done anything wrong. I've followed your instructions step by step. Every plan I've made, I discussed with you before executing it. You say I have a problem? What exactly is my problem? Fang Shuo retorted urgently. Boss, why waste words with him? This kid might be a cop. Just kill him. The burly man behind him said, tightening his grip around Fang Shuo's neck. From the very beginning, when Wang Li planned to have Fang Shuo take his place, this burly man had been the most resistant. Me, a cop? If I were a cop, I'd have arrested you guys ages ago. Why keep you out here? You're a complete moron. No wonder Brother Wang doesn't think much of you. Fang Shuo said, utterly speechless. Enough, enough. I looked into his background earlier. He's just an ordinary sophomore, not some cop. Fang Shuo, you need to understand our purpose in working together is to punish those people through our own methods, not to follow procedures like you suggest. But look, in just this past month, every corrupt official we targeted has been taken down, and it was all thanks to our help. You owe me an explanation for this, don't you? Wang Li stared coldly at Fang Shuo. I wanted to do it this way, but plans change faster than you can adapt. Take that first guy from the Urban Construction Bureau who knew he'd be so ruthless as to throw himself down the stairs? If we hadn't switched to the backup plan, that leader might have pulled it off clean, no consequences, just a smooth escape. Then there was that Water Resources Bureau leader.
Our plan was going smoothly too. Who knew that guy would try to jump off the building?
If the rope hadn't caught him, he might have been done for. Then there's the Education Bureau chief. We planned to have his wife catch him cheating, but who could have predicted she'd drag along 100 of her aunts and cousins?
If the cops hadn't shown up early, that Education Bureau chief would have been beaten to a pulp. And that thing.
Alright, don't say another word.
Fang Shuo was mid-sentence when Wang Li cut him off. Wang Li was also getting a headache.
Forget what happened before, but you've been with us this long without spilling any blood. That's absolutely unacceptable. Then we'll target the police station again. This time, we won't care who they are. Since you can get inside, you go burn the place down. We'll get the gasoline ready for you. Hide in the bathroom, pour it out, and light it up. That's all there is to it.
Wang Li instructed Fang Shuo. Chapter 161, Becoming a Cop? To be cautious this time, you two should go together.
Wang Li gestured toward Fang Shuo and the burly man beside him. The burly man gave a cold chuckle.
Fang Shuo felt utterly helpless. They clearly didn't trust him, assigning him a tail.
Under these circumstances, he had little choice but to comply.
Fine, let's go now. By the time we get to the police station, it'll probably be night. That'll be the perfect time to make our move. Fang Shuo shrugged. But before that, I need. As he spoke, Fang Shuo turned and delivered a vicious punch to the burly man's face.
Caught completely off guard, the burly man stumbled backward from the unexpected blow.
Damn it! You dare hit me?
The burly man scrambled to his feet, fuming with rage. Listen up, don't stare at me with those dead fish eyes, or you won't even know how you died. Fang Shuo stared coldly at the burly man. The burly man was already angry with Fang Shuo. Having been punched out of nowhere and then taunted, he flew into a rage and lunged at Fang Shuo.
Wrestling with him,
Wang Li and his group had been about to leave, but seeing Fang Shuo and the burly man fighting, they rushed back to break it up.
Damn it, you're all taking sides, aren't you? Think I'm an easy target.
Ha! Fang Shuo didn't care whether they were trying to break up the fight or not. Taking advantage of the chaos, he swung his arms and joined the fray.
Wang Li took a direct punch to the nose from Fang Shuo, blood gushing instantly.
He clutched his nose and crouched down on the sidelines. Though Fang Shuo hadn't trained in martial arts, he stood over 6 feet tall and played basketball regularly.
No stranger to physical contact under the basket.
His earlier defeat by the burly man had been entirely due to the surprise attack.
So in a head-on confrontation, Fang Shuo might not necessarily be at a disadvantage. Damn it! Hold him down. I'm going to cripple him today.
The burly man,
badly beaten by Fang Shuo, picked up a brick. Freeze! Police! Just then, shouts erupted at the factory entrance. Immediately, police officers stormed in from all directions. Fang Shuo finally breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Sun Haiba and the others burst in.
His earlier move had been a deliberate delay tactic.
His phone had GPS tracking, and before leaving campus, Fang Shuo had instructed Sun Haiba and the others to follow his location.
They had made it just in time. Fang Shuo glanced at the brick the burly man had tossed aside and felt a wave of dread wash over him.
Still, everything had ended smoothly. Shuemu University. In the cafeteria,
Lin Xi was devouring her meal with gusto. She didn't care about maintaining her delicate,
fairy-like image. Fang Shuo across from her couldn't help but chuckle. What's so funny? Lin Xi flushed and shot Fang Shuo a glare. Even little fairies need to eat. You know.
Back when she went on those blind dates with rich young masters, she had to act reserved and ladylike only to leave hungry.
Being a cop isn't just a job for your brain, it's a job for your body too. Want another chicken drumstick?
Fang Shuo pushed the drumstick from his bowl over to her.
Yes, this chicken drumstick is so delicious, and it's only 5 yuan each. I can't believe it.
Lin Xi grabbed it without hesitation.
Take your time. No one's rushing you. Look at you, did you pull another all-nighter last night?
Fang Shuo said with a hint of concern. Sun Haiba and his team handled the final stages of this case, so Fang Shuo wasn't involved. Though no more lives were lost, this case was still a major one. Yeah, there were just too many tangled issues involved.
Currently, only the main suspect, Wang Li, has been fully incriminated. We haven't taken action against the others yet, their involvement is difficult to pin down. But the information we extracted during interrogations is truly shocking.
There are still numerous targets ahead.
If they succeed, it'll be trouble.
Lin Xi nodded and said to Fang Shuo.
Yeah, there's no other way. We can't just wait until they succeed before dealing with them. What should we do with these people? Surely we can't just let them go? Fang Shuo asked. Temporary detention and close supervision. Based on previous cases,
they'll be detained for a period of time, Lin Xi said slowly.
There was no other way. Well, regardless, since no concrete retaliation was carried out, we've succeeded, Fang Shuo said with a smile. This time, it's all thanks to you. I came here today because there's something I want to discuss with you and hear your opinion on,
Lin Xi said to Fang Shuo.
Is it about the bonus? No problem at all. Fang Shuo grinned. You, always thinking about money. Don't worry about the bonus. The deputy director already mentioned it. What I want to talk about is something else. Something concerning your future. Lin Xi addressed Fang Shuo with utmost seriousness. Ha? Fang Shuo froze. Do you want to become a police officer? Lin Xi blinked at Fang Shuo. A cop? Don't be ridiculous. I'm still in school. I've already missed my chance to apply for the police academy. Besides, even if I could get in, there's no guarantee I'd be assigned to the Tianhai Municipal Police Department. I'd hate to be in a long-distance relationship with you, with such a beautiful wife. How could I not keep an eye on her? Fang Shuo said with a grin. Stop talking nonsense. I'm talking about serious business here. Lin Xi shot Fang Shuo a look. What do you mean? I'm still in school. I haven't graduated yet. Fang Shuo observed Lin Xi's expression. It didn't seem like she was joking. My dad told me an old leader from the provincial department has taken a liking to you and wants you to attend the police academy. They have special admission quotas, so you could go directly. As for your studies here, you can absolutely pursue both simultaneously. You could even graduate early, no problem at all. After attending the police academy, you might be assigned to the provincial bureau, but you can request your specific work location. Lin Xi explained to Fang Shuo. A senior leader has taken a liking to me? Wait, could this case be a test? Fang Shuo finally caught on. He had sensed this possibility earlier. This case involved several individuals at the same level as Director Lin. Relying solely on Director Lin's standing, it would likely be impossible to coordinate such arrangements. Hearing Lin Xi say this now, Fang Shuo suddenly connected his earlier suspicions. Maybe so. I don't know the specifics either. My dad just wanted me to ask you and see what you think. Lin Xi said slowly. Regarding the proposal for Fang Shuo to join the provincial bureau, Lin Xi felt both delighted and somewhat anxious. Her excitement stemmed from Fang Shuo's promising future, while her unease came from the impending separation. Fang Shuo was so talented, with boundless potential ahead, whereas her own path had already solidified, leaving little room for change. I don't want to go. Fang Shuo thought for a moment before shaking his head. Chapter 162, Millionaire. Ha? You don't want to go? This time, it was Lin Xi who froze in surprise. A chance to study at the provincial headquarters, especially through a special recruitment slot, such an honor was likely the dream of every police officer. Upon completion, there was a strong possibility of becoming a student under that veteran leader. In terms of networking, status, and professional growth, it was an enormous opportunity. Fang Shuo actually turned it down? At that moment, even Lin Xi felt an overwhelming sense of regret. Yeah, I'm not some great person with grand ambitions. Right here in Tianhai City, I can help you guys crack down on plenty of crime. That's good enough for me. Besides, if I go to the provincial bureau and you don't, a world without you would be no fun at all. Fang Shuo said with a smile. Lin Xi, hearing Fang Shuo's words, Lin Xi felt a bit at a loss. Although Fang Shuo cared about her and wanted to be with her, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The most important thing in life isn't achieving great success in your career, but growing old together with the person you care about most. I've lost so much, so I value these things even more. Fang Shuo spoke slowly to Lin Xi. Hearing his words and reflecting on his past experiences, Lin Xi exhaled a long breath. Though she didn't fully understand, though she felt a pang of regret, she still decided to respect Fang Shuo's choice. A man needs to have his own convictions, and Fang Shuo wasn't the immature type. He must have weighed his options carefully before making this decision. As his girlfriend, all she needed to do was support him. I understand. I'll talk to my dad right now. Lin Xi nodded and pulled out her phone. Tianhai City Public Security Bureau. Sitting before Chief Lin were representatives dispatched from the provincial bureau. This time, they had been specially dispatched by Old Gong to assist Director Lin and his team in handling this case. Of course, the primary purpose was to make contact with Fang Shuo, convey this idea to him, help him handle matters at the school, and then bring Fang Shuo back to the provincial bureau. Lin, I hear this Fang Shuo is your future son-in-law? You're quite fortunate. Your Tianhai Municipal Public Security Bureau now enjoys the highest priority status with the Provincial Bureau. To name just one example, the Provincial Bureau just received 2 blood spectrum analyzers and immediately allocated one to you. One person chuckled as he addressed Director Lin. That's all thanks to the old leader's keen eye. Let me tell you, this Fang Shuo will absolutely satisfy the old boss. I'm not bragging, but my own daughter Cece graduated from a proper police academy. Yet when working on cases with Fang Shuo, she can barely keep up. Director Lin grinned. So, what does Fang Shuo himself think about this? I heard he has a grandmother? You'd better make sure she's taken care of. One person spoke slowly. Don't worry about that. We've already made arrangements. Oh, and I had Cece reach out to Fang Shuo today to tell him about this. I expect. Ring ring. Director Lin was mid-sentence when the phone suddenly rang. See? What did I tell you? The call came right on cue. Didn't it? He must have already agreed. Director Lin grinned as he picked up the phone. Moments later,
his face turned sour.
What's wrong? Director Lin? Has something changed?
The other two men noticed Director Lin's expression.
Ahem. Well, about this matter. Sigh. Fang Shuo won't be attending, Director Lin said with a helpless look on his face. Ha!
The two people sitting across from him were stunned.
Ever since the last time Fang Shuo and his multi-departmental team launched a major operation in Tianhai City,
they had taken down quite a few gangs. Tianhai City had enjoyed a rare period of relative calm. The Criminal Investigation Division seized the opportunity to grant their officers a well-deserved break.
Unlike other units,
the Criminal Investigation Division often worked non-stop,
day and night, whenever cases arose. The other departments didn't really mind. During her days off, Lin Xi spent almost every moment with Fang Shuo. When Fang Shuo attended classes, Lin Xi would either audit his lectures or study in the library. Afterward, they'd eat together in the cafeteria, play ball,
and then walk around the sports field 20 laps before Lin Xi headed home alone.
Originally,
Lin Xi hadn't planned to be this clingy with Fang Shuo, but after spending a day at school with him, she noticed several younger female students asking Fang Shuo for his contact information. Lin Xi suddenly felt a surge of insecurity. She had come to campus to establish her authority. She wanted everyone to know Fang Shuo had a girlfriend. Keep your distance.
Today, however, Fang Shuo was dressed unusually neatly and had even bought several gifts. He was following Lin Xi home for dinner.
Word was that Director Lin had personally invited him to discuss future plans.
Naturally, Fang Shuo had prepared thoroughly. What do you think? If your dad offered to let me marry you right now and didn't even ask for a dowry, should I decline? Fang Shuo grinned at Lin Xi. Get lost. Dream on. Tell me, how come so many guys chased after this lady back then? Yet I ended up falling for you. A penniless student? Oh dear. Oh dear. What terrible taste I had back then. Lin Xi quipped. Oh, come on. Once the bonus comes through, I'll be a millionaire too. Okay? I'm the rich one. Fang Shuo corrected. What do you mean you're rich? That's my money. Okay? You should say, I'm a millionaire woman now.
Lin Xi said with a tight-lipped smirk.
What the heck? Fang Shuo stared in disbelief. What's the big deal? What's yours is mine? Got a problem with that? How else do you expect to manage the finances? Men go bad with money. I won't let you get into illegal shenanigans.
I'll just have to work my butt off myself, Lin Xi said with a grin.
No way. No way. I can't marry this woman. I regret it. Fang Shuo wailed in despair. Humph. Too late. Once you've fallen into this lady's clutches, do you really think you can just walk away?
Lin Xi floored the gas pedal and sped toward her home. But when Fang Shuo arrived at Lin Xi's house, both of them froze in shock. Besides Lin Xi's parents, there was an old man sitting there.
You two are back? Come, come, come. Meet Uncle Gong.
Director Lin rubbed his hands as he stepped forward.
Chapter 163, Old Gong. Uncle Gong? You're the old Gong from the Provincial Bureau?
Lin Xi stared at the visitor in surprise.
This girl has no manners. Old Gong, please don't take offense. Director Lin rolled his eyes. Fang Shuo, come in quickly. Why didn't you just say you were coming? You've eaten here more than once or twice. Even slept over twice already. Why buy anything? Let me introduce you. This is my teacher. You can just call him Uncle Gong.
Director Lin hurriedly explained to Fang Shuo. He was nothing short of enthusiastic.
Hello, Uncle Gong. Fang Shuo greeted the man. Truthfully, even without the introduction,
Fang Shuo had already guessed the identity of the elderly man before him, likely the Provincial Bureau bigwig who had taken a liking to him earlier. Could it be that he came specifically because I declined his invitation? Then this meal wasn't the future Director Lin wanted to discuss with him about the two of them? Fang Shuo sat down, his mind swirling with questions. I hear you declined my invitation? Not planning to become a police officer? Old Gong asked Fang Shuo. How could you possibly think I wanted to be a cop? Fang Shuo countered Gong Lao. Well, Old Gong was momentarily taken aback. Having heard that Fang Shuo had been involved in numerous cases, he had assumed the young man was interested in solving crimes and thus naturally drawn to the police profession. After all, becoming a police officer would grant him legitimate access to participate in numerous investigations. So when Fang Shuo had declined his offer, Old Gong had been genuinely surprised. To be honest, I was initially drawn by the rewards. While assisting the police is every citizen's duty, my abilities are limited after all. As for getting involved in those later cases, it was for Lin Xi. That's all. If you're expecting me to profess some deep passion for criminal investigations, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you, Fang Shuo stated honestly. Ha ha ha,
So it's a story of winning a lady's smile, is it? Shaolin, you found yourself a fine son-in-law.
Listening to Fang Shuo's words, old Gong stroked his beard and chuckled. He admired the frankness and sincerity of the young man before him.
Truth be told, among so many young police officers today, how many truly carry a deep sense of duty toward their profession?
They were merely doing their jobs.
All those young candidates who came for interviews, they kept talking about police duties, spouting slogans about serving the people. But what they truly wanted was just the job title of police officer.
You flatter me, old Gong. It's just that these young people today aren't like us back in our day.
They're so young,
yet they already have a relatively clear understanding of the world and their own choices.
I don't want to force him, and I certainly can't threaten him with his and Cece's happiness, Commissioner Lin remarked from the side. Exactly. That's why I'm here. My purpose in coming is to understand the needs and resolve the conflicts.
Fang Shuo, from what you've said, I sense that a major reason for your refusal is the separation from Xi.
I do have a suggestion.
You could come with me to the provincial bureau for training. Being at the academy would just give you a proper cover after all.
You're still young. As for Cece, I already knew about her situation. I could make an exception and admit both of you. What do you think? You could temporarily enroll in the police academy to study basic criminal investigation skills. As for Lin Xi,
I'll arrange for her to be seconded to the provincial bureau for a period.
That way, you two can be together again.
I can also guarantee that in the future,
wherever you wish to go, I can arrange it for both of you. What do you say?
Old Gong grinned at Fang Shuo.
Ha! This doesn't seem quite right. That's not by the book, is it?
Upon hearing Gong Lao's words,
Director Lin immediately stood up. Transfer Lin Xi to the provincial bureau too? Holy moly! That's like hitting the jackpot. Even I, her father, would love to work at the provincial department, but that's never going to happen in this lifetime. But my daughter actually pulled off a fast lane overtake? And all thanks to her son-in-law? This son-in-law I approve. Rules are rigid, but people are flexible.
We should hire talent without prejudice. These are just procedural matters, I'll just give a heads up.
Besides, it's nothing to be ashamed of. Who in the provincial department hasn't heard of Fang Shuo lately? Who dares cause trouble for Fang Shuo now? Old Gong chuckled. He turned to look at Fang Shuo. I have no objections, but I have one request, just let me come back every weekend to see my grandmother.
Hearing Old Gong's words,
Fang Shuo immediately nodded.
For someone of Gong Lao's stature, such a prominent figure, to value him so highly,
to come all the way to Tianhai City specifically for him, to speak so courteously,
and to offer such generous terms,
Fang Shuo wasn't a pushover. Even for Lin Xi's sake, he couldn't refuse. Agreed. Then it's settled. I'll have someone handle your enrollment paperwork.
You can start whenever it's ready.
Old Gong beamed with delight.
Their generation received the world's most advanced education from a very early age. Address the primary contradiction, resolve the core issue, and the problem will naturally be solved. This meal might well be the one where Fang Shuo held the highest status at his future in-law's home.
Throughout the entire meal,
it was only Old Gong and Fang Shuo who drank.
Director Lin eagerly poured wine for his teacher and his future son-in-law. Though he didn't drink much, his face glowed with a healthy flush. Come to think of it, perhaps Director Lin was the true winner in life.
His son-in-law had caught the eye of provincial department officials, and his daughter had benefited by being transferred as well. Not only were both of their futures bright, but their relationship was rock solid.
Speaking of which, shouldn't we let these two kids settle things first?
Right, let's do it.
Once Fang Shuo and the others arrive at the provincial department, since I'll need to look after Fang Shuo's grandmother anyway,
I'll just make extra visits.
After all, she's practically my own elder.
I'll build rapport and get things settled in no time.
Once those two kids get to the provincial office, they'll definitely be staying together. If they end up getting intimate out there, that would seal the deal completely.
Director Lin grew more and more excited as he thought about it, his speech becoming slurred. Lin Xi was utterly speechless. After scolding Fang Shuo for a while, she now had to manage her own father, completely unaware that in his mind, he had already sold her off.
In fact, her father was already mentally compiling the guest list for their future wedding banquet. Chapter 164, Police Academy. The Provincial Police Academy.
This place could be called the Holy Land in the hearts of all police officers across the entire Great Xia. Every year, this academy sent numerous talented graduates to serve across the nation. Every year, numerous officers from across the nation also come here for advanced training. Within its halls, the academy boasts Daxia's most distinguished veteran criminal investigators serving as instructors, alongside numerous frontline experts delivering lectures. Criminal investigation is a discipline that constantly evolves and advances, naturally keeping pace with the times. From its earliest days, relying solely on primitive investigative methods, to the present era where various equipment and instruments assist in investigations. Theories, techniques, and procedures have been steadily refined here. However, it was currently the holiday season. The academy was largely deserted. Unlike ordinary universities, the academy operates under a semi-military management system. Numerous requirements and regulations are strictly enforced. The academy grounds were completely deserted. The dormitory building was especially deserted. The dormitory building was an old structure, having stood for many years. A massive water tank sat atop the roof. It was used to supply water for everyone in this teaching building. For some reason, at this moment, a series of squeaking sounds emanated from within the water tank. It sounded as if numerous rats were gnawing at something inside. On the train bound for the provincial capital, Fang Shuo and Lin Xi sat facing each other. They were tucking in heartily. Beside them sat a couple heading to the provincial capital for a trip. As soon as they boarded, they laid out an array of instant noodles, ham sausages, and braised chicken feet. But when Fang Shuo pulled out pork head meat, roasted chicken, 5-spice smoked fish, roast duck, and hand-pulled pancakes from his backpack, the sparkle in the couple's eyes instantly dimmed. Fang Shuo grinned and invited them to join in. The four of them ate all the way. The people around them swallowed hard the entire journey. Finally arrived. The provincial capital is something else. Even the train station is way bigger than Tianhai cities. Wonder what this police academy is like. Fang Shuo remarked with a sigh. You're bound to be disappointed. The police academy environment is brutal. It's designed to temper everyone's willpower. Lin Xi murmured with pursed lips. Having graduated from the academy herself, she knew the ropes inside out. Hey buddy, you're reporting to the police academy too? Just then, a voice came from behind Fang Shuo. Turning around, he saw a heavy-set man huffing and puffing as he lugged his belongings over, already exhausted and out of breath. Yeah, you're heading to the police academy too? Nice to meet you, Tianhai City. Fang Shuo. Fang Shuo flashed a grin. This guy's physique, going to police academy? His primary goal is probably to lose weight, not graduate. Yeah, it's killing me. My name's Gao Xiang, from Feiyou City. I'm probably a bit older than you. You can call me Brother Xiang or Xiang. The chubby guy extended his hand toward Fang Shuo. Ah, Xiang? Fang Shuo rolled his eyes. Excuse me, are you Fang Shuo? At that moment, a police officer approached Fang Shuo. Yes, hello. Fang Shuo nodded. I'm a student of Professor Gong. You could say I'm your senior. Professor Gong asked me to come pick you up, the officer said with a smile. Hello, senior colleague. Thanks for your help. Fang Shuo smiled. Hey, big bro, senior brother. Give me a ride. I'm heading to the police academy too. Gao Xiang, trailing behind, perked up instantly upon seeing Fang Shuo and Lin Xi being picked up. The thought of lugging all his bags to the academy alone had him fretting. You, police academy? Are you kidding me? The officer glanced at Gao Xiang's bulky frame and his mouth twitched visibly. It's true. Look at my enrollment certificate. Gao Xiang hastily pulled a crumpled, wrinkled enrollment certificate from the inner pocket of his second layer of clothing. Gao Xiang? You're Gao Xiang from Feiyou City, the one who took the exam for 5 years? I've heard your name. Alright, since we've run into each other, let's go together. With all that fat on you, you probably won't last 3 months. How did you pass the physical? Must have some serious connections. The officer chuckled as he helped Gao Xiang carry his luggage. Ha, the examiner was so impressed by my determination they made an exception and let me through. Wiping sweat from his forehead, Gao Xiang settled into the passenger seat. Fang Shuo and Lin Xi clearly felt the police car's suspension had been significantly lowered. I'll drop Lin Xi off at the provincial headquarters first to complete her registration, then take you two back to campus. The officer addressed the group as he drove toward the provincial headquarters. 1 hour later, Fang Shuo and Gao Xiang arrived at the police academy. After completing the registration procedures, they finally made their way to the dormitory to settle in. Once they reached the dorm, Fang Shuo finally understood the meaning behind Lin Xi's earlier smile. This dorm was indeed in a state of disrepair. Of course, Fang Shuo could have avoided staying on campus altogether. Gong Lao had personally arranged accommodations for him at a guesthouse, but Fang Shuo had declined. Having committed to attending the academy, he couldn't expect special treatment. Knowledge was acquired bit by bit, and he hadn't come here to enjoy a life of luxury. There was one unfortunate thing, though. Fang Shuo was assigned to the same dorm room as that fat guy, Gao Xiang. Gao Xiang slept on the bottom bunk, while Fang Shuo was on the top. Every time Gao Xiang moved, it felt like an earthquake was about to hit. Getting any sleep was going to be tough. The other two beds were already taken. Before long, the other two roommates pushed open the door and walked in. One was tall and skinny, named Gao Gang. The other was short and chubby, named Ai Lan. Fang Shuo couldn't help but chuckle. This dorm room was truly a peculiar bunch.
Gao Gang, why are you two back already? Aren't you guys supposed to be washing your socks? Fang Shuo asked the lanky one. Don't even ask. No water. We just went around asking no water in the entire dorm building, Gao Gang said helplessly. I knew this police academy was rough, but I didn't expect it to be this bad. What are we supposed to do without water? Apparently the water tank on the roof broke, so the main valve isn't open. Ailan also put away her basin. So what if the tank's broken? Just fix it, right? Who knows how long it'll take them to fix it? I say we just go up and take a look. Might be a minor issue we can fix ourselves, Fang Shuo said to the others. You're right. We can't just sit around waiting. Let's go check it out. Gao Gang nodded. Are we all going? Should we climb the building? Xiang hesitated. Let's go. Brothers in arms. We stand together. Fang Shuo dragged Xiang toward the dorm exit. Chapter 165, The Corpse in the Water Tank. The dormitory rooftop was clearly seldom visited, littered with debris scattered by the wind. Fang Shuo and the others made their way to the water tank. A gust of wind carried a peculiar scent. What's that smell? It stinks? Ailan wrinkled his brow. The stench of decay. The stench of death. Both voices spoke at once. Fang Shuo shot a surprised glance at Xiang beside him. Xiang grinned and scratched his head. You've worked on cases before? Fang Shuo looked at Xiang with some confusion. Had. My family's been in the forensic field for generations. When I was a kid, my mom used to feed me milk while sitting by the bodies. Xiang chuckled and patted his belly. No wonder. Fang Shuo nodded. He'd always found it odd with Xiang's physique. Passing a physical exam must have been tough. If he came from a family of forensic experts, that would explain it. He might have gotten in through special recruitment like himself. Corpse stench? How could there be a corpse stench here? It seems to be coming from inside the water tank, Gao Gang said as he walked over to the water tank. Holy! Just as he was about to take a closer look, a swarm of rats suddenly scattered in all directions, startling them. Hold on. There seems to be something over here. Fang Shuo called out to Gao Gang. Stepping forward, he saw it was a necklace. It's turned black, that means it's poisoned. This necklace should be silver. Xiang cautioned Fang Shuo from the side. Fang Shuo nodded, recognizing it as crucial evidence. He didn't touch it rashly, but he could see the pendant on the necklace seemed to be the character for Lin. Just then, Ailan let out a startled cry before crouching down and vomiting violently. While vomiting, he pointed toward the water tank. What's wrong? Gao Gang hurried over. Glancing into the water tank, he too turned and crouched down, vomiting. Watching their reactions, Fang Shuo felt an ominous foreboding. He quickly peered inside the tank, and the sight before him made him feel sick to his stomach. Inside the tank lay a corpse, or rather, half a corpse. Much of the flesh had been gnawed away by rats, exposing stark white bones in many places. The abdomen had been torn open, spilling intestines and organs across the floor. A large hole had been gouged in the bottom of the tank. The water had drained out completely. Looks like they've been dead for a while. A corpse in the water tank on the roof of the police academy dormitory building? What a lively start to the new semester. Xiang watched with keen interest, a peculiar gleam in his eyes. Fang Shuo shook his head with a hint of resignation. Different strokes for different folks. Xiang was probably born for this line of work. Come on, guys, give me a hand. Let's get this body out. I'll conduct a field autopsy. Xiang called out excitedly to Gao Gang and Ailan, who were crouched nearby vomiting violently. At the mention of an autopsy, the two vomited even more violently. Hey, what are you doing over there? Get down here immediately. Just then, several people approached, shouting at Fang Shuo and his group. The man in charge wore a police uniform, though Fang Shuo didn't recognize him, but judging by his demeanor, he seemed to be some kind of superior. Seeing the newcomer's presence, Fang Shuo and his friends all stepped down from beside the water tank. Come on. Which dorm are you guys from? You look unfamiliar. Are you new students? Starting trouble right after arriving at the police academy? The man addressed the group with obvious displeasure. The water's cut off, so we came to check it out, only to find. Turns out you can't fix it? Fang Shuo was about to explain when the man cut him off. They mistook Fang Shuo and his group for the water tank repair crew. We did come here to fix the water tank at first, but we discovered that inside, you guys wouldn't know how to fix the inner workings of this thing. Enough. What were you messing around with in this tank just now? Hand it over immediately. Fang Shuo tried to continue explaining, only to be cut off again. Take it out? You mean that corpse? Fang Shuo looked utterly helpless. If you hadn't gotten involved, this body might have been moved out long ago. Whatever it is, even if it's a corpse, you're handing it over. Wait, what? The body? Hearing Fang Shuo's words, the man snapped to attention. He rushed over to the water tank and peered inside, only to freeze in utter shock. Inside lay a skeleton, stark and bone-white. WHWHWH what? What is this? The supervisor stammered. We came here to repair the water tank, but we found the body inside. We hadn't done anything yet when you showed up. Fang Shuo shrugged. Aye. Hey, principal. It's Zhang Jie. A body was found inside the water tank on the roof of the boys' dormitory building. Looks like a student. I recommend activating the emergency protocol immediately. The man quickly pulled out his phone and called the principal. After that, he made several more calls. Fang Shuo watched as the man contacted the principal, then the campus security office, and from there, the heads of each class. This person, it seemed, was no ordinary individual. Fang Shuo, what do you make of this case? Xiang nudged Fang Shuo discreetly from the side. Hard to say. This is a police academy, not just any school. Even during breaks, it's under strict security. But someone was still killed here without a trace, judging by the evidence. This isn't the original crime scene, it's where the body was dumped. The dust on the rooftop shows no one's been up here for at least a month or two, so the death likely occurred that long ago. Still, this was deliberate. Placing the body in the water tank meant it would be discovered eventually. The killer wasn't trying to destroy evidence, it seems they wanted us to find it. Earlier, that person mentioned the body might be a student from this school. I think there's a high chance the killer is a student. Fang Shuo spoke slowly from the side. Fang Shuo, you're incredible. How did you analyze all this in such a short time? Xiang looked at Fang Shuo with surprise, suddenly understanding why someone had come to pick him up. Fang Shuo, what do you suggest we do now? Gao Gang and Ai Lan also gathered around. Clearly, Fang Shuo's analysis had won them over. Truthfully, from the very beginning, they had vomited at the sight of the corpse, while Fang Shuo and Xiang had calmly analyzed the situation. Though they were all freshmen, the gap between them was vast. Fang Shuo's authority had quietly established itself among them. Chapter 166, You're Fang Shuo? Since we've stumbled upon this, we naturally must see it through. Since he let us discover his body, it's his trust in us. Fang Shuo shook his head as he spoke. Truthfully, from the moment they first encountered the situation, they were bound to be drawn into it. After all, they were the first to discover the body. By now, that person was already inspecting the area near the water tank. This was a police academy after all, and for those within its walls, solving cases was fundamental training. The victim was killed by a blunt force blow to the head. This isn't the murder scene, it's where the body was dumped. The killer was most likely male. That water tank is a full 5 feet tall. Judging by the body's weight, it must have been around 280 pounds. It would be extremely difficult for an average woman to toss a body like that inside. There's a crack at the bottom of the water tank, likely caused by a similar blunt object. The killer deliberately wanted us to find the body. Fang Shuo approached the man and said, "HM?" The man froze upon hearing Fang Shuo's words. He had noticed some clues earlier, but not as comprehensively as Fang Shuo had described. Oh, and this necklace, it's very likely the victim's. Fang Shuo pointed to the ground nearby. A necklace? The man hurried over to take a closer look. The character Lin engraved on it could at least help narrow down their investigation scope, a crucial clue. What's your name? The man turned to ask Fang Shuo. Fang Shuo, we're all from the same dorm. We saw the water was shut off and thought we'd come up and take a look. Fang Shuo replied slowly. Fang Shuo? Wait, you're Fang Shuo? You're that Fang Shuo from Tianhai City? The man's eyes widened in surprise. Yes. Fang Shuo nodded. Wow, no wonder they call you the genius detective. I used to think the title was a bit exaggerated, but after hearing you speak just now, it seems the rumors are true. The man, seemingly familiar with Fang Shuo's background, patted his shoulder. Damn it, where's his bird? Just as Fang Shuo and the man were talking, several startled cries came from nearby. Fang Shuo and the others hurried over. The coroner had arrived and was conducting the autopsy. Gao Gang and the others discovered that the lower part of the body had been severed cleanly at the root. Looks like a revenge killing. They had a knife but used a blunt weapon instead. Probably ambushed him from behind when he wasn't expecting it, then cut it off after he was dead. Too bad we don't know if there's anything nearby. Even if there was, it's probably been eaten by rats by now. Fang Shuo shook his head. The victim's identity has been confirmed. His name is Lin Xi. He is indeed a student at the police academy. I just sent photos of the necklace to all the class leaders. Someone recognized it, and this Lin Xi has been missing for some time now. At that moment, the man approached Fang Shuo and said, "That can't be right, but isn't it vacation time now? Lin Xi died 2 months ago. How come his family hasn't shown any signs of trouble all this time?" Fang Shuo was thoroughly puzzled. It is a bit puzzling. I've already sent someone to contact Lin Xi's parents. We should know more shortly, the man said to Fang Shuo. For some reason, after learning Fang Shuo's identity, this person became much more courteous toward him. A homicide occurring within the police academy itself, if the case remained unsolved for much longer, it would deal a severe blow to the academy's credibility. Ring ring. The phone rang the moment he finished speaking. After finishing the call, the man's expression grew even more grave. What's wrong? Isn't it Lin Chen? Fang Shuo asked. A teacher just called Lin Chen's parents. According to them, Lin Chen went to teach in the mountains. He called them before leaving, and just a few days ago, he called again saying he'd be back to see them soon. The man explained to Fang Shuo. Hearing this, Fang Shuo was puzzled. How could it be such a coincidence? Teaching in the mountains? That meant he'd be out of reach for the time being. However, the teacher has already notified his parents to come to the school, but we haven't told them about what happened here. We'll discuss it once they arrive. The man noticed Fang Shuo's expression and added, yeah, that's all we can do for now. Fang Shuo nodded. Fang Shuo, I'm the Dean of Academic Affairs at the Police Academy. Would you like to participate in this case? Although you're a student, this is a police academy, and it's an internal case. As the first person to discover the body, you can participate. I've heard about your past. The Academic Affairs Director addressed Fang Shuo. If possible, could everyone from our dorm participate? We all discovered it together. Fang Shuo gestured toward Xiang and the others behind him. When they arrived at the rooftop, Fang Shuo had already said, good brothers, we stand together through thick and thin. If they could crack this case, it would undoubtedly benefit their police academy careers. He couldn't possibly let just one person take credit. Well, it's possible, but I need to discuss it with the principal first. You two head back first. We need to take the body back for further autopsy. The Academic Affairs Director paused, then addressed Fang Shuo. Allowing Fang Shuo to participate in the investigation was something he could decide on his own, and he was confident the principal would support it. But involving so many people at once? That might not be so straightforward. Fang Shuo, do you think this Lin Chen might have had a girlfriend or something? Love gone wrong, leading to murder? The women at this police academy should all know martial arts, right? As soon as he returned to the dorm, Gao Gang speculated to Fang Shuo. He had some reservations about Fang Shuo's theory that the killer was male. My girlfriend graduated from here. I asked her before, while they do train at the academy, it focuses mainly on combat techniques, grappling skills, and physical conditioning. It's not about brute strength. Try lifting someone from a 5-foot height, it's incredibly strenuous. Even I can barely manage it. Unless, of course, some kind of tool was used. Another point is that the murder weapon was a blunt object, but the killer's movements suggest they had a dagger. If the killer was a woman, she'd likely choose the safest option, a dagger, to strike fatally when the victim was off guard. A blunt weapon would lack the force needed for a lethal blow, leaving the victim vulnerable to further danger. Fang Shuo explained. Fang Shuo's right. Judging by the impact wounds, the force used was immense, far beyond what an average woman could muster. Xiang added slowly from the side. So that's how it is. How did you two figure this out beforehand? Did you guys study ahead? Is the police academy that competitive? Gao Gang and Ai Lan looked utterly shocked. Chapter 167, the grand finale. Fang Shuo and Xiang exchanged glances. Sometimes, it seems like everyone starts on the same starting line, but some people are just different from the very beginning. Knock knock knock. Just then, a series of knocks sounded at the door. Before Fang Shuo and the others could answer, several people walked right in. Are you the ones who first discovered Lin Chen's body? Tell us what the scene looked like. The man in charge sat down directly in a chair. Who the hell are you? Xiang asked, clearly annoyed. Why are you so talkative? How did you even get in here? Did you have to use the back door? Our police academy students are getting worse with each class. If you get out there, won't you just tarnish our academy's reputation? Cut the nonsense. We're Lin Chen's top-tier students. When the academy has a case, it's natural for us seniors to handle it. You're just freshmen, what business do you have meddling? The newcomers sneered at Xiang. These individuals were indeed students from Lin Chen's class. News of Lin Chen's body being discovered quickly spread throughout the academy. In any other school, this might have sparked panic, but here at the police academy, many students were eager to crack the case and earn some prestige. The few who had come this time shared that very mindset, but to Fang Shuo, it was utterly infuriating. Setting aside their arrogant attitude, the sheer lack of compassion for a fellow student's death, instead focusing solely on their own interests, was infuriating. And then there was the insult directed at Xiang. Sure, Xiang was overweight, and like himself, he might have entered through special recruitment, but judging by Xiang's keen eye just now, his autopsy skills were on par with Tianhai City's forensic pathologists.
Forensic experts often provide crucial evidence for criminal investigations. He was undoubtedly a skilled professional. The police academy's merit-based admissions made perfect sense. Moreover, since Xiang was now his roommate, Fang Shuo naturally felt compelled to defend him. Whether we participate or not isn't up to us, it's the school's arrangement. If you want to get involved in this case, you'll have to apply to the principal or the academic affairs director. As for the clues we discovered at the scene, I'm afraid I can't disclose them. Based on our current analysis, the killer is highly likely to be a student at this school. Someone in the same grade as him is even more suspicious. Naturally, we can't share that with you. You're so eager to inquire about the scene, could it be you're trying to find out what information was left behind? Could it be you're the killer, trying to get ahead of the investigation? Fang Shuo said coldly to the man. What did you say? The man hadn't expected a mere freshman to be so audacious. Yet, hearing Fang Shuo's question, he found himself unable to respond. If he pressed further, suspicion would fall squarely on him, though he knew he couldn't possibly be the killer. Being under such scrutiny wasn't good either. Not asking further, however, meant that after this person had just mentioned his classmate's death, they showed no reaction whatsoever. It made him look like he was caught between a rock and a hard place. Unable to respond, the man simply turned and walked away. Watching them exit, Xiang wiped the sweat from his forehead and slapped Fang Shuo on the shoulder. Bro, you're my big brother from now on, Xiang declared to Fang Shuo. Looks like this case can't be kept under wraps anymore. Everyone at the police academy is probably buzzing with excitement. We can't just sit here waiting for trouble. We need to take the initiative. Fang Shuo frowned and thought. Whatever you say, we'll do. Xiang nodded in agreement. Let's go. First, we need to investigate Lin Xi's connections. Anyone who'd lay a hand on Shan Yao usually has something to do with romantic entanglements. Fang Shuo addressed the group. The group walked out. Soon, through Fang Shuo's arrangements and by leveraging the deceased's connections, they successfully pieced together the victim's background. Subsequently, the case was solved in one fell swoop. The perpetrator turned out to be the deceased's romantic rival. Throughout their rivalry, the victim had successfully won the affection of the woman he both loved and competed for, sparking the killer's jealousy. Taking advantage of the holiday break, the killer used the pretext of research to get the victim to call home, then poisoned him to death. The body was then staged inside a rooftop water tank. After all, this was a police academy. If someone truly went missing, it would be impossible to avoid suspicion. After Fang Shuo and his team uncovered the killer, they became prominent figures within the police academy. They gained significant recognition from many instructors. Meanwhile, during this process, Lin Xi's work at the provincial bureau also went smoothly. While Fang Shuo's reputation certainly played a part, it was largely due to Lin Xi's own capabilities that she established herself within the provincial department. After Fang Shuo successfully graduated, both of them joined the provincial department. Throughout the entire process, each demonstrated cutting-edge capabilities within their respective fields. Naturally, they proved exceptionally formidable throughout this period. They consecutively solved dozens of bizarre cases, earning the moniker the Provincial Bureau's dynamic duo and becoming the nemesis of crime. Ultimately, Fang Shuo earned dual degrees from both Shuemu University and the Provincial Police Academy. Given this outcome, Fang Shuo ultimately chose the latter path, staying at the Provincial Bureau to become a police officer. Through the Provincial Bureau's special talent recruitment program, he also brought his grandmother to work there. Meanwhile, due to Fang Shuo's outstanding performance at the Provincial Bureau, Director Lin was promoted to the Provincial Bureau as well. In the end, Fang Shuo and Lin Xi were married at the Provincial Bureau, continuing their fight against criminal forces. The end.